Chapter 1. I want to take back everything that belongs to me. Shen Yi suddenly woke up. He opened his eyes and saw a beautiful girl standing in front of him. She said, "Shen Yi, you already have a lot of medicinal materials for martial arts. Let Li Chen take the martial arts reward this time." Su Bingyu, Shen Ye's childhood sweetheart. In her previous life, she persuaded Shen Yi to give up the reward for the school martial arts competition and give the wooling grass to Li Chen. Li Chen is the son of the Shen family's driver. He has been living in the Shen family and grew up with Shen Yi. He has an ordinary family background and mediocre qualifications, but he has received Su Bingyu's mercy. Su Bingyu felt sorry for him and often gave him Shen Yi's medicinal herbs for his practice. Unfortunately, Li Chen's aptitude was too poor and he has not yet become a formal warrior. However, the more useless he was, the more Su Bingyu loved him, because Li Chen was very good at pretending to be pitiful and look like a fragile little white flower. This time, Su Bingyu, just like before, persuaded Shen Yi to give up the martial arts reward and give it to Li Chen. "Shen Yi, did you hear what I said? Give this reward to Li Chen. You don't need this kind of thing anyway." Shen Yi woke up from his memories and looked around with a hint of shock and confusion in his eyes. Could it be that I was reborn and God gave me another chance? He immediately pinched his arm. Ouch, it hurts. Am I really reborn? Shen Yi was surprised and happy. Su Bingyu saw Shen Yi's reaction and frowned. "What are you doing? Did you hear what I said?" Shen Yi glanced at Su Bingyu. There was a hint of indifference and a hint of disgust in that look. Su Bingyu was stunned for a moment. In the past, whenever she made a request, the other party would agree without saying a word. But today, not only did he ignore her, but he also looked at her strangely. At this time, Li Chen said weakly, "Bingyu, if Brother Shen doesn't agree, then forget it. Anyway, with my qualifications, it may not be useful to get the wooling grass." He actually wanted that wooling grass very much, so he deliberately mentioned it in front of Su Bingyu. 10 years ago, human scientists discovered a plant in the deep rock layer underground. After research, it was confirmed that these plants have a promoting effect on improving human qualifications and strengthening the physical body. They are very suitable for warriors to take, so they were named wooling grass. Shen Yi is 18 years old this year. He is the only son of the Shen family in Jiangnan City. He has a high talent for martial arts. With the careful training of his family, he has made rapid progress and is now a second-level warrior. After he was admitted to Jiangnan University, he won the first place in the freshman competition and was rewarded with wooling grass. However, for a descendant of a wealthy family like Shen Yi, wooling ko was just a medicinal herb for cultivation. He had taken it before, so he didn't care about it in his previous life. In his previous life, Shen Yi generously agreed because he liked Su Bingyu. But he didn't expect that the martial arts reward he gave up was the world's first mutated martial arts grass, and also the first treasure that could allow a warrior to awaken his martial soul. After humans awaken their martial spirits, their souls transform, their bodies advance, their true energy increases tenfold, and they possess incredible magical powers. It was after Li Chen obtained this wooling grass that he awakened his martial soul. His strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he became the top-ranked student in the school. Later, he killed countless ferocious beasts during the disaster and became a hero in people's minds. But Shen Ye's end was miserable. 3 months later, a sudden catastrophe struck the world. Countless ferocious beasts rushed out of the caves and launched a surprise attack on humans. Humanity was caught off guard and lost nearly half of its population in just one day. The beasts that attack humans are huge, cruel, and ferocious, and possess strength far greater than that of human warriors. Just when humanity was on the verge of despair, many people began to awaken their martial spirits. Martial soul is a very magical ability. Different martial souls can exert different powers, such as controlling wind, fire, thunder and lightning, strengthening oneself, making the body as hard as stone, increasing true energy, and possessing powerful martial arts skills. Li Chen is the first person to possess a martial soul, and he has a unique advantage in this disaster. After his strength becomes strong, he not only cruelly suppresses the Shen family, but also forces Shen Yi to fight a large group of brutal beasts alone. Shen Yi fought alone, but was completely unable to resist the powerful beast and was eventually brutally killed. Su Bingyu, Shen Yi's childhood sweetheart, just stood by and watched indifferently as Shen Yi was besieged and dismembered by ferocious beasts. So in this life, Shen Yi will never give away the wooling grass that belongs to him. When Su Bingyu heard Li Chen's words, she quickly comforted him. "How can it be useless? The wooling grass can improve your aptitude. After you get it, maybe you can become a formal warrior." A subtle emotion flashed in Li Chen's eyes, and he hesitated and said, "But Brother Shen got the wooling grass with great difficulty. I can't take it away from him. He's already a second-level warrior, so there's not much use for him to have the martial spirit grass." Su Bingyu said very generously. Su Bingyu is also a girl from a wealthy family, but the Su family is only a second-rate family in Jiangnan City and cannot compare with the Shen family. However, the two adults have a good relationship and often visit each other with their children. Su Bingyu has been beautiful and cute since she was a child, and Shen Yi gradually fell in love with her. Shen Yi gave a cold look at the woman he once loved deeply. "I got the wooling grass by passing the test. If Li Chen wants it, let him get it himself." "What did you say?" Su Bingyu showed a hint of surprise. Ever since they started dating, Shen Yi had always been obedient to her and had never refused her request. Unexpectedly, this time he refused, and the rejection was very straightforward. "Do you know what you're talking about?" Su Bingyu was very unhappy. Shen Yi actually dared to speak to her in such a tone. Wasn't he afraid that she would be angry? Shen Yi emphasized again, "I said, this reward is mine, I won't give it to anyone else." Su Bing was so angry that her whole body was shaking. "Okay, Shen Yi, I remember, I will never talk to you again." After saying that, he ran away angrily. Li Chen didn't expect Shen Yi to reject Su Bingyu, nor did he expect Su Bingyu to run away in anger. "My wooling grass." Li Chen was anxious but couldn't show it, so he could only stammer, "Brother Shen, it's all my fault. I caused a conflict between you and Bingyu." Li Chen thought that after saying this, Shen Yi would change his mind. Because Shen Yi is generous, kind and friendly. Although his family is rich, he is not a playboy, so he is controlled by Su Bingyu. Whatever Su Bingyu wanted, as long as she asked, Shen Yi would do everything he could to get it for her. Because Shen Yi loves Su Bingyu very much, very much. Shen Yi looked at Li Chen with disdain and slapped him. "Since it's your fault, you deserve to be beaten." Li Chen was beaten so hard that he flew up into the air, spitting out blood and losing several teeth on his left side. He covered his mouth in horror. He never expected Shen Yi to hit him. Li Chen saw Shen Yi looking at him coldly and felt that he was going to attack him, so he stepped back in fear. Chapter 2 Mutated Martial Spirit Grass. Li Chen wanted to ask Su Bingyu for help, but Su Bingyu had already run away and could only explain, "Brother Shen, you misunderstood." "What a misunderstanding." Shen Yi kicked Li Chen and knocked him to the ground. Li Chen's face hit the ground and several of his right teeth fell out. He didn't dare to say anything more and turned around and ran away. Shen Yi looked at his back coldly. It was a pity that this was a school, otherwise he would definitely find an opportunity to kill him to prevent him from becoming a troublemaker in the future. The fat man who was standing next to Shen Yi and witnessed everything was stunned. The fat guy is Shen Yi's classmate and also his good friend. His name is Wong Yuan. In his previous life, Wong Yuan was the only one who rushed out to help Shen Yi, but he was beaten to death by Li Chen with a palm. Li Chen stepped on Wong Yuan's body and said murderously, "Anyone who dares to disobey military orders will suffer this fate." Wong Yuan looked at Shen Yi and asked in surprise, "Did I see it wrong? You actually rejected Su Bingyu's request and injured Li Chen?" In his impression, Shen Yi is not only Su Bingyu's bootlicker, but also a good guy. Not to mention rejecting Su Bingyu. Even if Su Bingyu was a little unhappy, Shen Yi would be very worried. Shen Yi looked at Wong Yuan, his eyes red. In this life, he would never allow himself to be humiliated again, nor would he let his friends die tragically. He wants to take back everything that belongs to him, awaken his martial soul, and become the strongest person in this world. "Xiao Yi, what's wrong with you?" Wang Yuan looked at Shen Yi and felt very strange. Why are this guy's eyes red and there are tears? Is he afraid that Su Bingyu will be angry, so he regrets it? Shen Yi rushed forward and hugged his friend. "Fatty, you're still here, great." Wang Yuan was startled and struggled in fear. "What are you doing? I don't have that kind of hobby." Shen Yi chuckled and loosened his arms. He wiped his wet eyelids and said, "There's still time, Fatty. Let's go get our reward first." "No way, you really won't give the reward to Li Chen?" Wang Yuan was very suspicious. He felt that within a minute, Shen Yi would regret his actions and apologize to Su Bingyu. This kind of thing has happened before. Who made Shen Yi like Su Bingyu so much? Why would I let him do that? That piece of trash. Shen Yi was disdainful. He would kill Li Chen if he had the chance and not give this kid the chance to show off to him. As for Su Bingyu, she would also be abandoned by him. Although she did not kill herself in her previous life, she resolutely threw herself into Li Chen's arms and joined him in suppressing her family. The Shen couple, who once treated her like their own daughter, could not gain any sympathy from her. This woman is an ungrateful person, not only unfaithful but also vicious. Okay, I'll see how long you can hold on. Yuan followed Shen Yi to the back of the teaching school. He was also a warrior, but because his talent was slightly worse than Shen Yi's, he was currently at level 1. But a first-level warrior is already very strong among ordinary people, and it is no problem for one to beat 20. When the two walked to the academic affairs office where the awards were distributed, they found Su Bingyu was also there. Su Bingyu was saying to the teacher, Shen Yi asked me to take the reward, so give it to me. The teacher handing out the rewards shook his head. No, the rewards can only be claimed by the person himself. Su Bingyu said unhappily, I'm Shen Yi's girlfriend. Can't I get it for him? He always gives me any good things he has. The teacher said righteously, this is the school rule. Even if you are his girlfriend, you are not allowed to do so. Su Bingyu insisted, everyone knows the relationship between Shen Yi and me. When has he ever dared not give me what I want? Several students nearby nodded. It was common knowledge that Shen Yi liked Su Bingyu. Both of them are from wealthy families, and Shen Yi is so talented that almost no one in the school doesn't know them. The teacher was a little hesitant. He knew that Su Bingyu was of extraordinary status, but the wooling grass was not an ordinary reward, and he did not have the right to give it directly to Su Bingyu. When Shen Yi saw Su Bingyu coming to the academic office to receive his reward, he immediately became angry. This woman is so shameless. I didn't agree to her request, but she actually dared to go to the academic office to claim it. He strode over, Teacher, I'm here. The teacher was relieved to see that it was Shen Yi himself. Student Shen Yi, you came at the perfect time. Su Bingyu wants to claim your prize. Did you agree? Shen Yi glanced at Su Bingyu coldly. No, I didn't agree to anyone collecting the reward on my behalf. When the people around heard this, they were stunned. Shen Yi did not agree to let Su Bingyu accept the prize on his behalf. Does this mean that Su Bingyu is lying? When Su Bingyu heard this, her face turned pale with anger. Shen Yi, what are you making a fuss about? Aren't your things mine? Can't you even help me collect them for you? Shen Yi said coldly, who said that my things are your things? How can you be so bold? Su Bingyu was stunned. Shen Yi is scolding me, how dare he scold me? In Su Bingyu's world, although Shen Yi is handsome and talented in martial arts, he only likes her, obeys her in everything, and has never had an argument with her. Although it was a bit strange today, it might be because he was jealous of Li Chen that he said that. But she believed that within a minute at most, the other party would reconcile with her as before. But now 1 minute and 2 seconds have passed, why is Shen Yi still looking so aggressive? Su Bing said in a tone of voice, Shen Yi, apologize to me immediately, otherwise I will never forgive you. Shen Yi sneered and didn't say a word. He walked straight up to the teacher and said, Teacher, give me the reward. The teacher handed a freezer box to Shen Yi under everyone's covetous gaze. When Shen Yi opened it, he saw a small grass as green as jade in the box, exuding vitality. It was this mutated wooling grass that changed the fate of him and Li Chen, and also opened the road to martial spirits in the human world. Shen Yi, give me the wooling grass. She didn't believe that Shen Yi would dare not give her what he liked, because it had never happened before. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi didn't even look at her and walked out. This scene surprised everyone and everyone was whispering. Wasn't it said that Shen Yi was very nice to Su Bingyu? It seems that he is not that nice today. Su Bingyu stood there, her face turning pale and blue. She didn't expect that Shen Yi would act out of character today and make her lose face so much. She gritted her teeth secretly, Shen Yi, I will never forgive you easily, even if you give me the wooling grass. Su Bingyu couldn't stay there any longer and walked out of the academic affairs office with a grim face. She hadn't walked far when she suddenly saw Li Chen running towards her. Seeing Li Chen's swollen cheeks and blood at the corners of his mouth, she asked in surprise, Li Chen, what's wrong with you? Li Chen covered his mouth and said in pain, Brother Shen hit me. What, he hit you? Why did he hit you? Su Bingyu opened her eyes wide. I apologized to Brother Shen and said I shouldn't have asked for the reward, so he hit me. Li Chen cried weakly. This is outrageous. Shen Yi is simply unreasonable. Su Bingyu was very angry. At this period, she did not like Li Chen, but felt a sense of satisfaction in protecting the weak. Moreover, Li Chen's appearance and behavior make people want to protect him strongly. Little did she know that in the future Li Chen would become the master and treat her as one of his concubines. Chapter 3: Awakening the First Martial Soul. Shen Yi and Wong Yuan stood at the school gate. Wong Yuan clicked his tongue and shook his head. Incredible. Were you hit hard or stimulated? You actually managed to hold on for so long without any regrets? Shen Yi frowned and said, in your eyes, do I like licking so much? Wong Yuan said disdainfully, it's more than just licking, it's licking without any sense, it's inhumane. Shen Yi thought about his past self and felt that he was an idiot. As the heir of the Shen family, he has an outstanding family background and super high martial arts talent, but he only loves Su Bingyu and missed the best opportunities and the people who are really good to him. Now think about it, it's really stupid. Shen Yi showed a resolute look, I will never do that again. Wang Yuan sighed, I hope you can do it. He was not optimistic about Shen Yi's promise. If Shen Yi could hold on for one day, he would write his last name backwards. After Shen Yi came out of school, he went straight home. Seeing his parents again, his eyes became wet again. If I hadn't given up the wooling grass, the Shen family wouldn't have been suppressed by that despicable Li Chen, and my father and mother wouldn't have died with hatred. Therefore, even if Li Chen has not done anything now, Shen Yi will not forgive him. Son, what's wrong with you? Seeing Shen Yi looking at them excitedly, Shen Yi's father Shen Tianhao and mother Sujan looked surprised. Dad, Mom. Shen Yi opened his mouth, but he couldn't describe what would happen to him in the future, and no one would believe him if he did. I simply swallowed it back and rushed over to hug my parents. This child, why is he so startled? Sujan caressed her son lovingly. Shen Tianhao smiled and said happily, I heard that you got first place among the freshmen in the school. Why didn't you tell us? Seeing his parents again, Shen Yi suppressed his excitement and looked up and said, I'm just the first among freshmen. In the future, I want to be the first in the city, the first in the country. Good, ambitious. Shen Tianhao patted Shen Yi's shoulder happily, you are worthy of being my son. Dad is optimistic about you. Shen Tianhao is a 5th-level warrior, which is considered very strong in Tiannan City. As the head of the Shen family, he must be very capable. Master, madam, the young master is ready to eat. The old butler said respectfully. Eat, eat. I'm going to have 2 drinks today to celebrate my son getting a good grade. Shen Tianhao walked into the house with a smile. Son, why didn't Bingyu come back with you? Sujan asked. Shen Yi likes Su Bingyu, so she also regards Su Bingyu as her future daughter-in-law. Since her son got first place in the freshman exam, Su Bingyu should come and celebrate with him. Su Bingyu? When Shen Yi heard this name, he felt a little disgusted. However, he did not reveal it, but said lightly, she left with Li Chen. Sujan didn't ask any more questions. Judging from her son's reaction, it seemed that the two of them had some unpleasantness. However, it is normal for couples to have some minor conflicts. Considering how much my son likes Su Bingyu, they will reconcile soon. After dinner, Shen Yi returned to the room and took out the wooling grass. The wooling grass is emerald green with a faint green glow, and a faint spiritual energy emanates from the veins of the leaves, like the tracks of stars. It was this martial spirit grass that awakened the first martial spirit of mankind, and also created Li Chen's future path to invincibility in his previous life. All of this should have belonged to him, but he was too stupid to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Without hesitation, Shen Yi took this extraordinary spiritual herb into his mouth. A warm and powerful force instantly exploded within him, like a river melting in spring, rushing endlessly, washing every corner of his body. That power gently nourished his flesh and blood, while fiercely attacking the shackles of his soul, as if to bring him into a whole new realm. As the effects of the martial spirit grass gradually seeped in, Shen Yi felt his consciousness begin to blur, and the world around him seemed to be shrouded in a hazy halo. On the brink of chaos and awakening, an unprecedented surge of energy suddenly surged within him, a sign of his martial soul's awakening, like a sleeping dragon finally opening its eyes, ready to soar above the heavens. In an instant, a light shone brightly in front of Shen Yi's chest, and an illusory and grand totem slowly emerged. The totem contained the magnificence of mountains, rivers, lakes and seas, as well as the delicacy of flowers, birds, fish and insects, as if it condensed the mysteries and power of the entire natural world. This is his martial soul, the martial soul that embraces all things and encompasses everything. After the natural disaster, spiritual energy revived. Humans can awaken their martial spirits without the help of martial spirit grass. Martial souls are mainly divided into 9 levels. Levels 1-3 are low-level martial souls, levels 4-6 are mid-level martial souls, and levels 7-9 are high-level martial souls. A level 9 martial soul is already a top-level powerhouse in the end times, and above that is the ethereal and unattainable heavenly martial soul. The martial spirits awakened by humans are diverse. Some people awaken weapons as their martial spirits, some awaken creatures in the universe as their martial spirits, some awaken plants and flowers as their martial spirits, and some awaken natural forces as their martial spirits. Weapon spirits include swords, spears, halberds, spears, etc. For example, it appears in the form of a sword, and with a sweep of sword energy, anyone who stands in its way will be defeated. To cultivate this kind of spirit, one needs to absorb a large amount of gold-type spiritual energy to improve one's realm. Plant martial spirits are various flowers, plants, and trees. For example, they appear in the form of a large tree, and they mainly absorb wood-type spiritual energy to improve their realm. Living spirit martial spirits include various animals. For example, the form displayed is a tiger with sharp claws and violent power. It mainly relies on devouring large amounts of flesh and blood essence to increase its strength. Natural martial spirits include wind, fire, thunder, lightning, etc. For example, the form displayed is a ball of flame, which mainly absorbs the corresponding elements of heaven and earth to improve the realm. Each martial soul has different martial arts and special abilities. As long as they are cultivated to a high level, they can burst out with unimaginable power. However, the martial spirits of all things are different. Their shapes are like countless nebulae and the chaos of the universe. The martial soul of all things can absorb and fuse different martial souls to perform different martial arts. However, the vast majority of people in the last days can only awaken one martial soul and control one power. Although there are people who awaken two or more martial spirits, they are extremely rare. Li Chen relied on the special nature of the martial soul of all things to become increasingly stronger and become a son of destiny. After Shen Yi awakened his martial soul, the true energy in his body immediately increased tenfold. He is now a level 2 warrior, but his physical fitness and explosive power are no less than the peak of level 3. As his martial soul continues to grow, his strength will also increase, becoming more and more amazing day by day. Shen Yi, who had experienced a lifetime, knew that at this stage, the only way to improve his martial soul realm was to absorb more martial spirit grass. And after the natural disaster struck and the spiritual energy revived. Humans can cultivate by absorbing various types of spiritual energy, or by refining the beast cores of monsters. However, absorbing spiritual energy requires a lot of time and energy, and the demon core is full of chaotic demonic energy and soul thoughts, so cultivation is very slow. The martial soul of all things does not have this concern. Not only does it absorb spiritual energy all the time, but it can also ignore the distracting thoughts in the demon core. That's why Li Chen was able to soar into the sky in the end times, leaving everyone far behind. Shen Yi felt energetic and his whole body was filled with explosive power. This was only one of the benefits of awakening the martial soul. The real magic was that after he completely understood and mastered the martial soul, he could borrow its power and perform all kinds of incredible martial arts. "Master, Miss Su is here." The butler's voice sounded outside the door, interrupting Shen Yi's yearning for an infinitely beautiful future. "What is she doing here?" Shen Yi frowned and walked out of the house. In the living room of the Shen family villa, Su Bingyu looked at Shen Yi with resentment. In the past, Shen Yi would have apologized to her long ago, but now it has been several hours and the other party has not even called, so she couldn't help but come over to ask for an explanation. Li Chen also came, hiding timidly behind Su Bingyu, his cheeks swollen. Shen Yi looked at Li Chen with disdain. Although this kid looks weak now, he has become very arrogant after awakening his martial soul. All those who looked down on him in the past have been retaliated against. Chapter 4, What a Joke! Why should I give my things to Li Chen? At this time, Shen Tianhao had already gone out, but Sujan was sitting in the living room. She looked at Li Chen strangely. What happened to this child's face? Why was it injured? Li Chen is the son of the Shen family's driver. He came to the Shen family at the age of 8 and lived here for 10 years. Although she didn't pay much attention to the driver's son, she knew that he grew up with Shen Yi and Su Bingyu and had a good relationship with each other. Su Bingyu immediately complained, "Auntie, it was Shen Yi who beat me." "Did Shen Yi beat him?" Sujan looked at her son in surprise. She knew that her son had a good temper and would not hit anyone easily. Li Chen held his cheeks and pretended to be wronged. "Auntie, it's my fault. I have poor aptitude and can't become a warrior. Bingyu wanted to ask Brother Shen for a martial spirit grass to help me, but Brother Shen was very unhappy and beat me up." Li Chen's words seem to be about his own fault, but in fact he is criticizing Shen Yi. After hearing this, Shen Yi sneered and did not explain. Instead, Sujan asked, "What is wooling grass?" "It's the reward Shen Yi received in the freshman competition." It can improve Li Chen's qualifications. With it, he may become a formal warrior. Su Bingyu said dissatisfiedly, I asked Shen Yi for it, but he didn't give it to me and even beat Li Chen. Sujan roughly understood it. She looked at her son and was very surprised. My son has always doted on Su Bingyu and given her whatever she wants, but he made an exception this time? Auntie, I want Shen Yi to apologize to us and give the wooling grass to Li Chen. Su Bingyu acted as if it was a matter of course. What a joke. Why should I give my things to Li Chen? Shen Yi looked at the expressions of the two men as if they were two clowns. You. Su Bing was so angry that she was speechless. She didn't know what was wrong with Shen Yi today and why he treated her like this. She could only complain to Sujan, Auntie, look at Shen Yi. He hit someone and didn't even apologize. Although Sujan is Shen Yi's mother, she loves Su Bingyu as if she were her own daughter. That's why Su Bingyu can come and go freely in the Shen family, just like the eldest daughter of the Shen family. However, Sujan did not scold Shen Yi, but sighed in his heart. My son, you finally showed some strength for once. I thought you would have bronchitis in the future. She smiled in her heart and said lightly, since it was the reward that Shen Yi got, why should he give it to others? As for Shen Yi beating Li Chen, he definitely deserved it. Su Bingyu thought Sujan would help her vent her anger, but she never expected Sujan to say that. She was a little confused. Auntie, why are you speaking for Shen Yi? Sujan frowned, if I don't side with my own son, then how can I side with outsiders? She looked at Li Chen who was hiding behind Su Bingyu and said lightly, Bingyu, don't forget, you are Shen Yi's girlfriend, not someone else's girlfriend. When Li Chen heard this, a trace of barely perceptible resentment flashed in his eyes. He tugged at Su Bingyu's sleeve pitifully, forget it, Bingyu, the wooling grass belongs to Shen Yi, I shouldn't want it, let's go. Su Bingyu was unwilling to give in, Auntie, Shen Yi is not short of spiritual medicine, so what's wrong with giving the wooling grass to Li Chen? Sujan was equally dissatisfied, Bingyu, don't forget your identity. Su Bingyu was used to being spoiled and arrogant. She turned a deaf ear to Sujan's questioning and instead pulled Li Chen out, isn't it just a wooling grass? If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. I'll find a way to get you another one. All Li Chen wanted was the wooling grass, so he felt relieved when he heard Su Bingyu say that. He followed Su Bingyu out, secretly glancing at Shen Yi out of the corner of his eye, with a hint of pride in his eyes. So what if Su Bingyu is your girlfriend? She still supports me in her heart. She will definitely help me get what I want. Shen Yi was dismissive of Li Chen's provocation. A white-eyed wolf who could never be tamed and an ungrateful scumbag were a perfect match. Sujan looked at the two men's backs with an angry expression. What's wrong with Bingyu? Has she forgotten who her boyfriend is? Shen Yi said coldly, girlfriend? Not from today on. Sujan was a little surprised when she heard Shen Yi's words, son, are you willing to do it? Shen Yi sneered, what's there to be reluctant about? She's just a scumbag. He couldn't explain what happened in his previous life, but he just hoped he wouldn't make the same mistake again in this life. Sujan didn't have much confidence in his son, well, let's see how long you can hold out this time. Shen Yi did not explain. He knew that he had been too accommodating to Su Bingyu in the past, which led to his parents being very tolerant of Su Bingyu as well. Li Chen followed Su Bingyu out of the Shen family mansion and asked, Bingyu, where are you going to get the wooling grass? Su Bingyu had no idea where to get the wooling grass, she just said it out of spite. Wooling grass was discovered deep underground in the rock layer. It is not easy to mine in large quantities and it is rarely seen on the market. Otherwise, it would not be used as a treasure by Jiangnan University to reward the top freshmen. It is not impossible to buy it with the Su family's financial resources, but it will cost a lot of money. In the past, she never had to worry about spiritual medicines and materials, because Shen Yi would prepare them for her and then deliver them to her door. Her aptitude was average, and she was able to become a formal warrior only because Shen Yi provided her with training. Now she was asked to get a wooling grass, but she had no idea how to do it. Let's go to the hospital first to see your injuries. I'll think of a way to deal with the wooling grass. Su Bingyu had already promised Li Chen, so she planned to ask her family for help. If it really doesn't work, just wait for Shen Yi to come back and apologize to her, and then ask him to take the initiative to send the wooling grass, otherwise she will never forgive him. Thinking of this, Su Bingyu felt very upset. Shen Yi has everything, but he is reluctant to give up even a wooling grass. It is really too much. Thank you Bingyu, you are so kind to me. Li Chen grabbed Su Bingyu's little hand, his expression both moved and painful. The matter of the wooling grass was settled, and he felt his mouth begin to hurt. If it weren't for the thought of getting the wooling grass, he would never have been able to endure it for so long. Su Bingyu was grabbed by Li Chen's hand. Although she felt something was wrong, she did not avoid it. Don't thank me, we are friends who grew up together. This is what I should do. Li Chen held Su Bingyu's white and tender little hand, secretly proud in his heart. Shen Yi, Bingyu will be mine sooner or later. Even if you are the eldest son of the Shen family, so what? Su Bingyu took Li Chen to the hospital and was told that he needed to have 8 teeth filled. Li Chen's painful groan aroused Su Bingyu's sympathy, and made her even more dissatisfied with Shen Yi. Shen Yi has gone too far. He attacked so harshly that he didn't even care about friendship. Li Chen took the opportunity to hold Su Bingyu's hand tightly. Xiaoyu, I'm in pain, don't leave me. Su Bingyu quickly comforted him. Don't worry, I won't leave, I will always be with you. The nurse nearby saw the affection between the two and said to Li Chen enviously, young man, your girlfriend is so nice to you. Su Bingyu blushed and wanted to explain, but Li Chen suddenly groaned loudly, interrupting her words. Chapter 5 Sword Soul in the Museum. After accompanying Li Chen to see a dentist, Su Bingyu returned to the Su family. Seeing Su Bingyu's unhappy face, her younger brother Su Zhio asked curiously, Sister, what's wrong with you? Why are you so unhappy? Su Bingyu has a younger brother and a younger sister. Her younger brother is Su Zhio and her younger sister is Su Bingqian, who is 1 year younger than her. Su Bingyu said coldly, it's Shen Yi who made me so angry. What brother-in-law dares to make you angry? Su Zhio looked like the sun rising from the west. In his impression, Shen Yi has always been very good to his sister. Although they occasionally have small conflicts, he will quickly come to apologize and bring many gifts. Su Bingyu said dissatisfiedly, don't call him brother-in-law, we are just dating, not engaged. Hey, why are you so angry today? What on earth did your brother-in-law do to provoke you? Su Zhio looked curious. When he called Shen Yi brother-in-law before, his sister didn't react so strongly. Su Bingyu said with a cold face, Shen Yi won the first place in the freshman class. I asked him to give the award to Li Chen, but he refused and even beat Li Chen. Su Zhio was stunned. Why do you want your brother-in-law to give the reward to Li Chen? Because Li Chen needs Wuling KO to practice. Martial Spirit Grass? Su Zhio's eyes lit up, that's a good thing. He understood a little and said, if I were your brother-in-law, I wouldn't give up the Martial Spirit Grass so easily. Su Bingyu asked in confusion, why? Shen Yi doesn't lack this. Martial Spirit Grass can improve aptitude and increase true energy. No one would give it away easily, let alone to Li Chen. Why can't it be given to Li Chen? Because of you. Because of me? Su Bingyu was puzzled. Su Zhio sighed, Sister, are you really unaware or are you pretending not to know? You are Shen Yi's girlfriend, not Li Chen's girlfriend. Don't you think you and Li Chen are too close? Su Bingyu's expression changed, and she said stubbornly, Li Chen grew up with Shen Yi and is a good friend of ours. What's wrong with me taking care of him? If you want to blame someone, blame Shen Yi for being too stingy and not wanting to give away even a single wooling grass. Su Zhio saw that persuasion was useless and shook his head, Sister, just do it, and wait until one day you can make Shen Yi run away. Impossible. Su Bingyu looked confident, Shen Yi will not leave me. It won't be long before he comes to apologize to me. That's right. Su Zhio nodded. When the two quarreled, Shen Yi was usually the one who took the initiative to make peace. He had seen this kind of scene too many times. But he still reminded her, no matter how much Shen Yi likes you, he has a bottom line. If you keep disappointing him, you might really lose him one day. Su Bingyu was stunned for a moment, but still shook her head firmly, no, he can't leave me. The brother and sister talked for a while, and then Su Bingyu went to find her father. Dad, I want a wooling grass. The head of the Su family is Su Zhenhai. He smiled after hearing his daughter's request and said, if you want wooling grass, why don't you ask Shen Yi for it? He will definitely get it for you. Su Bingyu said disdainfully, I'm not going to ask him for it. Su Zhenhai asked curiously, why? Did you have a fight? Su Bingyu didn't explain, I don't want to look for him this time. Dad, please buy me one. Su Zhenhai was a little embarrassed, wooling KO is not a common spiritual medicine. It is rare in the world. Although the Su family can afford it, it is very expensive. At this point, Su Zhenhai asked, what do you want the wooling grass for? Su Bingyu didn't tell the truth, my strength is too poor, I want to use the wooling grass to improve it. That's right. If you want to become the daughter-in-law of the Shen family, you can't be just an ordinary warrior. Sujan understood very well. In that case, I'll ask someone to look for it. If the price is right, I'll help you get it. Thank you, Dad. Su Bingyu got the answer and walked out with a happy face. Sujan looked at Su Bingyu's back with a smile on his face. The Su family is only a second-rate family in Jiangnan City. If they want to go further, they have to rely on their daughter. On the other side, Shen Yi walked out of the house and asked the driver to drive the car over. The driver's name was Li Chen, who was Li Chen's father. He smiled and said, "Master, are you going to apologize to Miss Su?" Li Chen has been a driver for the Shen family for 10 years. He knew that Shen Yi and Su Bingyu had a conflict and even beat his son. Although he felt distressed, he didn't dare show it. After all, Shen Yi was the eldest son of the Shen family, and he was just a driver working for the Shen family. Apologize to Su Bingyu? Shen Yi sneered, "Go to the mountain and see museum." Li Chen was a little surprised. He thought Shen Yi was going to apologize to Su Bingyu, but he didn't expect him to go somewhere else. He didn't dare to say anything, and quickly drove out the luxury car and took Shen Yi to the destination. Shen Yi went to the Shanghai Museum because there was an ancient sword collected there. Natural disasters strike, and spiritual energy revives. After absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, this 1,000-year-old sword suddenly burst out with an extremely powerful sword intent. The sword intent entered the body of a museum administrator named Ma Taijun, causing him to awaken the world's first sword martial spirit. The sword spirit is extremely sharp and is one of the most powerful spirits in the world. Especially in the early stages of awakening, its power is much higher than other spirits. Before the disaster, Ma Taijun was just an ordinary person who was not even a formal warrior. After suddenly gaining extremely powerful strength, his confidence exploded. After killing many ferocious beasts, he was brave enough to challenge the leader of the ferocious beasts who besieged the museum. Unexpectedly, the leader of the ferocious beasts was a creature close to a demon, and he was seriously injured in just a few blows. However, Ma Taijun was able to break through the encirclement and rush to the front of the ferocious beast leader, which shows how powerful his sword spirit is. Among the sword spirits that appeared after Ma Taijun, none was as powerful as him in the early stage of awakening. Later people learned that in a certain country or city, only the first spirit born is the leader of the spirits and is called the innate spirit. The innate martial soul absorbs the original power of the entire area and is much more powerful than the martial souls that appear later. Any mortal who obtains this martial soul can become a child of destiny. Unfortunately, Ma Taijun was too conceited and died before he could grow up. His innate martial soul was later absorbed by Li Chen and became one of his martial souls. Shen Yi's martial soul of all things is not only the first martial soul to appear in the world, but also the only one, and there will never be a second one, so it is the leader of all souls. What Shen Yi has to do now is to get this ancient sword before the disaster occurs. To avoid being obtained by Ma Taijun, not only would he fail to fully utilize the potential of his innate martial spirit, but he would also lose his life in vain. As for reporting the natural disaster to the government in advance, Shen Yi had no such idea. After all, this kind of thing is too mysterious. If he tells it to others, not only will no one believe him, but he might also be locked up as a lunatic. So what he needs to do now is to improve his strength as quickly as possible and ensure the safety of his family and friends in future disasters. Chapter 6: Powerful Innate Martial Spirit. Shen Yi got off the car at the entrance of the museum. Shanghai Museum is a municipal museum with a history of more than 100 years. It houses historical relics and ancient porcelain excavated near Jiangnan City. The ancient sword was discovered in an ancient tomb and is now placed in a corner of the museum, inconspicuous among the large number of ancient artifacts on display. When Shen Yi arrived at the museum, there were still 10 minutes left before the opening time. He hurried in, looked around, and saw the ancient sword lying quietly in the corner. No one would know that this ancient sword with a rusty blade was pregnant with an astonishing power. The sword intent inside has already taken shape, but the time for it to explode has not yet arrived. When the natural disaster strikes 3 months later and the spiritual energy revives, the sword intent inside will break out of the cocoon and transform into a powerful innate martial spirit. After Ma Taijun's death, the innate sword intent will return to the ancient sword, and then be obtained by Li Chen, becoming one of his strongest martial spirits. When Shen Yi saw the ancient sword, the tourists had already started to leave. There were not many people in the first place, and soon the museum became empty. The administrator was about to close the door, but when he saw Shen Yi had not left yet, he came over to urge him. The administrator was Ma Taijun, a man in his 30s, who looked a little listless and frustrated. No one could have imagined that this ordinary-looking Ma Taijun would be so brave that he dared to challenge the leader of the ferocious beasts alone and was beaten into a paste in the end. Shen Yi didn't say much, silently memorized the appearance of the ancient sword, and then walked out of the museum. The museum is official property, so he can't take it away in public. He can only find another way to get it. Shen Yi returned home and started drawing on the computer. After awakening his martial soul, his memory became amazing. Not only could he completely restore the appearance of the ancient sword, but even the texture on the sword was visible in every detail. After finishing the drawing, night had fallen. Shen Yi lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Shen Yi did not go to school, but came to the office building of Shen Group. Shen Tianhao is the patriarch of the Shen family and the chairman of the Shen Group. He is very busy and sometimes does not stay at home, so Shen Yi can only come here to find him. The new receptionist didn't know Shen Yi, so she stopped him. "Excuse me, who are you?" "I'm looking for my dad." "Who is your father?" "Shen Tianhao." The receptionist was a little panicked. She looked at Shen Yi's face, which looked very similar to the chairman's, and immediately called the chairman's assistant. "What? The young master is here?" Within 2 minutes, the assistant came running down. When he saw that it was Shen Yi, he quickly took Shen Yi to the special elevator. The receptionist watched the two leave and breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be the young master. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly and did not offend him. Anyway, the young master is quite handsome." Thinking of this, a blush appeared on the receptionist's face. The assistant took Shen Yi to a luxurious office and said cautiously, "Master, the chairman is in a meeting. Do you have any urgent matters?" Shen Yi asked, "How long will it take?" "About an hour." "That's okay, I'll wait for him here." Shen Yi sat on the luxurious sofa in the office. After a while, the beautiful female secretary brought drinks and desserts, and Shen Yi enjoyed them comfortably. An hour later, Shen Tianhao returned to the office with a smile on his face. "Son, why are you here?" Shen Yi said, "Dad, I have something to discuss with you." It was rare for Shen Tianhao to see his son so serious, and he was a little surprised and said, "What's the matter?" "Tell me." "I want to buy some wooling grass." "Okay, I'll ask my secretary to buy it for you." Shen Tianhao agreed. The Shen family was wealthy, so buying 8 or 10 plants would be no problem. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi said, "Dad, I need a lot of wooling grass, the more the better." Shen Tianhao asked in surprise, "How much is the more the better?" "We buy everything we can find on the market and through various channels." Shen Yi Shizi opened his mouth loudly, which surprised Shen Tianhao a little. Wooling Ko is not an ordinary spiritual medicine. It is very difficult to dig and is rare on the market, so the price is extremely high. Shen Tianhao looked at his son carefully. He was a 5th-level warrior with rich experience and vision, and he found that Shen Yi's spirit was very different. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Son, your cultivation seems to have improved?" Shen Yi did not hide it. "Yes, I took the wooling grass yesterday, and my cultivation increased significantly." He did not mention the matter of his martial soul, because no one would believe him if he told them now. He could only say that his cultivation level had improved thanks to the martial spirit grass. Shen Tianhao murmured in his heart, "Is wooling Ko really that useful? I have taken that thing myself, but the effect is not so obvious. Could it be because my son is young and in a stage of rapid growth, so the changes are greater?" Shen Tianhao said, "Although wooling grass is useful to you, you don't need to buy so much. Besides, wooling grass is very valuable. Purchasing it with all your strength would require a large amount of funds, which might affect the group's operations." Shen Yi thought to himself, "I don't want the wooling grass just for myself. It's mainly because in the early stages of the catastrophe, the wooling grass is the main means of awakening the martial soul. There is no large-scale mutated wooling grass yet, but it will gradually increase in the future. Therefore, you have to purchase it in advance, and then give the mutated martial spirit grass to your relatives and friends to use, so that they can awaken their martial spirits first." He explained, "Dad, wooling grass is the main means of improving cultivation in the future. It will definitely be a rare commodity in the future. If we purchase it in advance, we can make a lot of money in the future." Shen Tianhao is a warrior and a businessman, and he couldn't help but be moved after hearing what Shen Yi said. However, he is the leader of the entire group and will not make decisions easily. Seeing Shen Tianhao hesitate, Shen Yi simply demonstrated it. His power emanated from his body, and his true energy was so pure that even Shen Tianhao was a little surprised. Today's warriors mainly cultivate true Qi, which is also divided into levels 1-9. Those above level 9 are masters. It's just that the martial soul has greater potential. It can borrow the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to unleash various supernatural powers in martial arts, and its power is stronger than true Qi. In the early stages of the catastrophe, warriors were still the main force for humans to fight against ferocious beasts. It was not until the middle and late stages when martial spirits continued to appear that soul masters became the backbone of the fight against alien races. Shen Tianhao finally nodded. Okay, I'll have someone take care of this matter and buy as much wooling grass as possible. Shen Yi was overjoyed. Thank you, Dad. Shen Tianhao smiled and said, I hope your guess is right. If I make money in the future, I will give you dividends. Shen Yi didn't care about the dividends at all. He only cared about whether there were any mutated wooling grass inside, so he instructed, Dad, I want to take a look at the wooling grass after I buy it. Good. Shen Tianhao agreed. With the financial resources of the Shen Group, Shen Yi wouldn't be able to spend much even if he squandered it. Because the wooling grass is very powerful, it takes ordinary warriors 10 days to half a month to digest it. Even he needs more than 3 days to absorb it. Chapter 7, Soul Promotion, Unlock New Martial Arts. Shen Yi left the office building and did not go to school. Instead, he found a shop that specialized in making cold weapons. The name of the shop is Qi Hai, which is very famous locally and is a time-honored weapons shop. He took out the blueprint and handed it to the shop owner. I want to make an ancient sword, exactly like this one. The shop owner looked at it carefully, his expression a little surprised. Why is there still rust? It's got to have rust. Shen Yi stared at the shop owner. How is it, can you make it? The shopkeeper nodded and said, no problem, but the price will be higher. Shen Yi asked, how much? The shopkeeper held up 5 fingers and said, 50,000. Shen Yi asked, how long will it take? The owner thought for a moment and said, about a week. Shen Yi frowned, I'll give you 100,000 and finish it within 3 days. No problem. The shop owner readily agreed, pay the deposit first and pick it up in 3 days. Shen Yi paid the deposit and walked out of the store. The shop assistant looked at Shen Yi's back and said, this guy is strange. He doesn't want a new sword, he wants an old sword. The shop owner knocked his head and said, why do you care so much? As long as you can make money, go to work. The guy hummed, covered his head and went about his business. Shen Yi returned home and began to familiarize himself with and practice his martial soul. The martial soul of all things is very magical. It can actively absorb the surrounding spiritual energy for cultivation. Unfortunately, the end of the world has not yet come, and the spiritual energy has not yet revived, so the spiritual energy that can be absorbed is very limited. 2 days later, 12 wooling grasses were delivered to Shen Yi. The member of the Shen family who was in charge of escorting the wooling grass reported, Master, this is all the wooling grass we can find in Jiangnan City. Our people have already gone to other provinces and cities to purchase wooling grass. Shen Yi has awakened his martial soul and can clearly determine whether these martial spirit herbs have mutated. Unfortunately, none of these martial spirit herbs contain soul power, which showed that none of them was what he wanted. However, the spiritual energy in the wooling grass can replenish soul power, so Shen Yi kept it all as a resource for cultivation. It would take an ordinary warrior more than 10 days to dissolve the medicinal power of the wooling grass, but Shen Yi awakened the martial spirit of all things and absorbed all the wooling grass within 1 day. His martial soul had awakened not long ago and was not even at the initial stage yet. Now, after absorbing a large amount of spiritual energy, he began to transform into a first-level martial soul. Shen Yi's plan is to improve his martial soul realm as much as possible before the catastrophe breaks out. In the end times, it is very difficult to improve the realm of martial soul, but every breakthrough will awaken a martial art. It's like leveling up and fighting monsters in a game. When you reach a certain level, you will unlock a new skill. The same is true for martial souls. Different stages have different martial arts, just like talents engraved in genes. There is no need to learn from a master, and they will awaken once upgraded. Some of these martial arts are mainly for attack, some are mainly for defense, and some are auxiliary skills. For example, the awakened skills of the light-type soul master include both powerful light-type martial arts and healing skills that can purify evil and toxins. In Shen Yi's memory, one of the skills awakened by the martial spirit of all things is Fountain of Life. The Fountain of Life can quickly restore physical strength and restore health for others. After the catastrophe, Li Chen relied on this skill to gather a large number of soul masters and formed the most powerful force in the end times. Shen Yi absorbed 12 martial spirit herbs, and his martial soul showed signs of a breakthrough. However, he did not act hastily, but quietly digested the remaining spiritual energy and waited for the moment of breakthrough. By the evening, Shen Yi's soul power reached its peak. With a bang, he broke through the shackles and was promoted to the first level of martial soul. A strange light emanated from the surface of his body, and thousands of nebulae slowly flowed within his body. His martial spirit seemed to have grown a little stronger. At the same time, the martial soul of all things released two pieces of information, which converged into ancient and profound characters in the mind. Shen Yi didn't have to spend much effort, and these characters were naturally comprehended and turned into skills called Qi Zigong and Fountain of Life. Qi Zigong, as the name suggests, is the ability to control the flow of air, forming sharp air blades to kill people, a skill similar to mental power. Shen Yi was not surprised by the appearance of two skills at once. In the end times, most martial spirits will only unlock one skill each time they are promoted, and only the martial spirit of all things will awaken two or more skills. In his previous life, Li Chen relied on his Qi Zigong to kill many people and conquered many forces that refused to submit to him. After his martial soul was promoted, Shen Yi became more energetic and showed a reborn temperament. He discovered that his Qi and blood power had already reached the level of a third-level warrior, but the power he erupted from was at the peak of the fourth level. The transition from a level 3 warrior to a level 4 warrior is a threshold, which means that he has changed from a beginner warrior to a mid-level warrior, and his strength will be qualitatively improved. This is the benefit brought by the advancement of martial soul. Not only did he comprehend new skills, but it also greatly improved his Qi cultivation. The next day, Shen Yi set out for the weapons shop and took the ancient sword made in the shop. The entire ancient sword was weathered, the blade was dull and had spots of rust, which was exactly what Shen Yi needed. He paid the balance, went to the vicinity of the museum, and waited until late at night when everyone was asleep before sneaking in. There are two administrators on duty in the museum, one of whom is Ma Taijun. At this time, Ma Taijun was sleeping soundly in the duty room, drooling from the corners of his mouth. I wonder what good things he dreamed about. The ancient sword was placed in a glass display case, which Shen Yi opened without much effort. He swapped the two swords and then left quietly. Shen Yi brought the ancient sword home, but was not in a hurry to absorb the contents, because the sword intent in the sword had not yet fully formed into a martial soul and needed to be brewed for some time. At the Su family's house on the other side of the city, Su Bingyu came to her father Sujanhai's study. Sujanhai said, "Bingyu, the wooling grass you mentioned last time." Before she finished speaking, Su Bingyu said happily, "Dad, have you bought the wooling grass?" Sujanhai shook his head, "No, my people have searched all the major pharmacies in the city, but they couldn't find any wooling KO. Why can't I buy it?" Su Bingyu's face was full of surprise. Jiangnan City was a first-tier city in China. Although wooling grass was precious, it was not so rare that not even a single one could be bought. I've inquired, and all the wooling grass on the market has been bought by the Shen family. If nothing unexpected happens, these wooling grasses are in Shen Yi's hands. Sujanhai smiled faintly and said, "If you really need wooling grass, you can go find Shen Yi. Given your relationship, he won't refuse to give it to you." Shen Yi? He bought all the wooling grass in Jiangnan City? Su Bingyu looked surprised, and then her eyes lit up. I understand. Shen Yi must be afraid that I will be angry, so he wants to apologize to me for his last behavior. Just like before, when she accidentally broke her beloved jade ornaments, Shen Yi bought hundreds of jade ornaments of different styles to cheer her up. It must be the same this time. In order to beg for her forgiveness, I bought 10 times, even 100 times more wooling grass to apologize to her. Su Bingyu suddenly realized that it was no wonder that Shen Yi hadn't come to class for several days. It turned out that he was busy buying wooling grass. Chapter 8: The teacher wants to punish Shen Yi. Su Bingyu snorted softly, "I won't go looking for him unless he offers it to me." Sujanhai smiled and said, "Silly boy, if you don't tell him, how will he know that you need wooling grass?" He murmured, "It's strange, why did Shen Yi buy so many wooling grasses? Even if he used it for cultivation, he wouldn't need so much." Su Bingyu didn't listen to what Sujanhai said next. She felt that Shen Yi would come to find her soon. She didn't take the initiative to contact Shen Yi in the past few days, just waiting for him to give in to her. As expected, Shen Yi couldn't last more than 3 days. Perhaps the moment she walked out of the Shen family, Shen Yi had already regretted it. I won't forgive him easily this time. Su Bingyu secretly swore in her heart that Shen Yi made her lose face in front of many people and also beat Li Chen, so he must pay a greater price. The next morning, Shen Yi planned to go to school. If he didn't go to class for a long time, the school might contact his family. In order to avoid trouble, he planned to go for a while and then find a reason to ask for leave. He still has a lot to do before the end of the world and cannot waste time in school. When Shen Yi was about to get into his car, he found that Li Chen was also inside. His face turned cold. "Why are you in the car?" Li Chen's heart skipped a beat and he stammered, "Brother Shen, I've always gone to school with you." Shen Yi remembered that in his previous life, because of Su Bingyu, he promised her to take Li Chen to school. This guy took advantage of me and rode a luxury car to and from school every day. Especially in the past few days when I didn't go to school, he was so proud of himself riding in the luxury car that people who didn't know him would think he was the eldest son of the Shen family. "Get down!" Shen Yi shouted angrily, frightening Li Chen so much that he trembled all over. He pretended to be pitiful. "Brother Shen, my injury is not healed yet." He looked really miserable, his cheeks were still swollen and his speech was lisp. Shen Yi said coldly, "Who told you to call me Brother Shen? You should call me young master." After saying that, he kicked Li Chen down. Li Chen flew out of the car and fell head over heels. Driver Li Chang saw his son being kicked and couldn't help but said distressfully, "Master, didn't you promise Miss Su that you would take Li Chen to school with you?" Shen Yi narrowed his eyes. "Why, do you have any objection to what I said?" Li Chang felt a chill in his heart and dared not say a word. He felt that the young master was different from before. He used to be polite and kind to others. Now he is arrogant and petty. Shen Yi said coldly, "Drive, if you see Li Chen sitting in this car again, you will get out with him." Li Chen didn't dare to say anything and started the car silently. The car started and sprayed Li Chen with exhaust fumes. Li Chen got up covered in dust and dirt, staring at the taillights of the receding car with resentment in his eyes. Shen Yi arrived at school and saw his good friend Wong Yuan. Wang Yuan waved vigorously in the classroom and called him over. "Where have you been these past few days? I've called you out multiple times, and if you keep calling out you'll be exposed." Shen Yi smiled and said, "I said I went to do something big, do you believe me?" "I don't believe it. You're not going to buy some gifts, thinking of a way to apologize to Su Bingyu, are you?" Wang Yuan didn't believe a word of it. After all, this guy had been too nice and flattering to Su Bingyu before. Shen Yi felt bad when he heard Su Bingyu's name. He frowned and said, "Why mention her for no reason? It makes me sick." "No way? You actually said Miss Su Bingyu is disgusting?" Wang Yuan looked Shen Yi up and down with an incredible look on his face. Shen Yi snorted lightly, "Don't mention this woman to me in the future, just pretend she doesn't exist." Wang Yuan laughed. "It seems like you've really changed a bit. Tell me, what big thing have you been up to?" Shen Yi smiled and said, "I can't tell you for now, but it's good for you anyway." Wang Yuan saw Shen Yi pretending to be mysterious and didn't bother asking any more questions. "Today is Teacher Zhao's class. He has already noticed that you didn't come to class. He might cause trouble for you this time. Is this Teacher Zhao Qianzhu?" Among the teachers at Jiangnan University, Shen Yi was most impressed by Zhao Qianzhu. This is a good teacher, a fourth-level martial artist, who specializes in teaching martial arts. The last time a ferocious beast attacked, Zhao Qianzhu fought desperately to protect the students' evacuation, and in the end, no trace of his body was left, not even a trace of his remains. Shen Yi admired this teacher very much, so he said, "Didn't you call it for me?" Wang Yuan scratched his head. It's easy to fool other teachers, but it's impossible to deceive Teacher Zhao. He's a mid-level warrior. The bell for class rang soon, and a burly middle-aged man walked in. He swept his eyes across the classroom and stopped at Shen Yi. "This kid has skipped several of my classes, and finally showed up today." Zhao Qianzhu was secretly dissatisfied. He knew that Shen Yi's grades were excellent. He stood out among the students in both martial arts and cultural courses. He even won the first place in the freshman martial arts competition not long ago. However, the more outstanding the students are, the more they need to be disciplined, so as not to become too proud and miss out on their future development. Zhao Qianzhu swept his sharp gaze across the classroom and said loudly, "Today we are conducting a combat drill. Everyone go to the arena." The students were a little agitated. They remembered that today's class was about theoretical knowledge of martial arts, but they didn't know how it suddenly turned into a practical exercise. No one dared to question Zhao Qianzhu, a fourth-level warrior. They all stood up quickly and ran towards the arena outside the teaching building. Jiangnan University majors in martial arts, so it has many dedicated martial arts competition arenas. Zhao Qianzhu led the students to the freshman competition arena, and then walked up himself. First, Zhu Yan, let the teacher teach you what basic combat skills are. Zhu Yan is a student with a wild personality. His academic performance is very poor, but he has a good talent for martial arts. He is a top-level warrior at level 1, only slightly behind Shen Yi when he first entered the school. This kid is even more naughty than Shen Yi. He had several fights with his classmates right after entering the school. If it weren't for the fact that he is a martial arts talent, the school would have expelled him long ago. After Zhu Yan stepped onto the fighting stage, he was quickly beaten black and blue by Zhao Qianzhu. Zhu Yan fell to the ground panting, looking very dissatisfied. But there is no way to accept it, because the gap in strength between the two is huge. Shen Yi knew that Zhao Qianzhu was trying to rectify the atmosphere. He started with Zhu Yan, and it would probably be his turn next. Sure enough, Zhao Qianzhu shouted, "Second one, Shen Yi, come up." Zhu Yan watched Shen Yi go up, a gloating expression on his bruised face. He knew that Shen Yi had missed a few days of classes, so his fate would not be much better than his own. Shen Yi stood on the fighting stage and said calmly, "Teacher Zhao, do you really want to hit me?" Zhao Qianzhu sneered, "Nonsense, this is a real combat exercise, not a theoretical lesson for you." Shen Yi said, "Then I won't hold back." Zhao Qianzhu is a 4th-level warrior. Without using his martial soul, he can only attack with all his strength, otherwise he might get hurt. Zhao Qianzhu sneered, "What a big tone. I want to see what you are capable of." He knew that Shen Yi was a 2nd-level warrior, but he did not take this level of cultivation seriously. Chapter 9. The teacher asked everyone to learn from Shen Yi. Bang! As soon as Shen Yi made a move, Zhao Qianzhu felt something was wrong. The punch caused an explosion, and the air made a thunderous sound. Unless your qi reaches level 4, this effect cannot be achieved. Zhao Qianzhu felt a strong wind coming and quickly blocked it with his hands. Bang! Zhao Qianzhu retreated repeatedly and his arms began to tremble. The power of Shen Yi's punch was even greater than his, and almost broke his fist frame. Once his fist stance is broken and the fist is wide open, he will be knocked off the field. How is it possible that an 18-year-old student who just entered college has such a high level of qi cultivation? Zhao Qianzhu was shocked and suspicious, but his men did not dare to be negligent. He exhaled and shouted, exerting all his true energy to fight back. For a moment, the arena was filled with the sound of fists and the ground was shaking, as if 2 mid-level masters were competing with each other with all their strength. Damn it! Shen Yi actually forced teacher Zhao to retreat, and the fight was evenly matched? Yuan opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it for a moment. The students watching the game also became agitated. It was the first time they saw someone who could compete head-on with Zhao Qianzhu and not be at a disadvantage at all. Zhu Yan's eyes almost popped out. In their class, Shen Yi ranked 1st and he ranked 2nd. In the freshman semi-finals, he lost to Shen Yi. However, he was not convinced and kept practicing hard, hoping to surpass Shen Yi in the next midterm exam. Unexpectedly, today, the gap between him and Shen Yi was so huge that it was unbearable to look at. On the fighting stage, Shen Yi did not act arrogantly. After all, Zhao Qianzhu was a 4th-level warrior who had practiced for many years and had rich combat experience. He could be injured if he was not careful, so he took out the Shen family martial arts and began to attack. He awakened his martial soul, and his body was able to burst out with the 4th-level peak true energy, which for a moment put Zhao Qianzhu at a disadvantage. The more Zhao Qianzhu fought, the more frightened he became. He found that not only could he not do anything to Shen Yi, but he might even lose? Seeing that it was almost time, Shen Yi whispered, "Teacher Zhao, I didn't come to class because I went to practice in secret. I will do so again in the future. Please don't bother me anymore." After saying this, his hands and feet gradually became slower, showing that he was exhausted. Zhao Qianzhu was surprised. No wonder Shen Yi's cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. It turned out that he was undergoing intensive training. He didn't know what method made him improve so quickly. Could it be that he was guided by a master-level expert? At this time, he had turned the situation around, so he just continued to act according to Shen Yi's wishes. After all, if he was defeated by his students, he would lose face. After fighting for a while, Shen Yi was forced to the edge by Zhao Qianzhu and fell down after stepping on empty air. This battle between teacher and student ended with Shen Yi narrowly losing. When the students saw Shen Yi lose, they all felt sorry for him. However, they were not surprised. After all, it was unlikely for a freshman to defeat a 4th-level warrior. Zhao Qianzhu cried out in shame, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "See? Student Shen Yi has practiced hard day and night to achieve his current results. If you can practice to his level, you don't have to come to my class. This sentence was equivalent to accepting Shen Yi's favor, and laid the groundwork for him to skip classes in the future. After class, Wong Yuan was shocked. Good boy, how did you train to be able to fight against Teacher Zhao? Wang Yuan still found it unbelievable that a freshman could fight a level 4 warrior to a standstill. No one would believe it if he told others about it. Shen Yi smiled and said, "This is the big thing I'm talking about. Wait, you'll be able to do it in the future." "What's the big deal? Can't you tell me now?" Wang Yuan was itching to do so. He was already a first-level warrior, and no matter how hard he practiced, he was still far from the second level. If there is a good method of cultivation, he doesn't mind calling Shen Yi dad. Shen Yi patted Wang Yuan's shoulder and was about to say something to comfort him when a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Shen Yi." Shen Yi looked back and saw Su Bingyu standing behind him, with Li Chen, who was talking in a lecherous manner, following beside him. Jiangnan City is an institution of higher learning that recruits students with outstanding martial arts and academic performance. Shen Yi is a second-level warrior and was assigned to Class A when he first entered school. Su Bingyu was a formal warrior and was barely assigned to Class B. Li Chen was not even an ordinary warrior, and his academic performance was average, but at Su Bingyu's request, Shen Yi in his previous life asked for a place for him and assigned him to Class C. With the Shen family's power and background, it is not difficult to get an admission quota, so Li Chen can go to school with Shen Yi. "You really came to school?" Su Bingyu raised her eyebrows and looked as if it was just as she expected. When Shen Yi saw Su Bingyu, his mood immediately turned bad. "What does it have to do with you whether I come to school or not?" Su Bingyu said with a proud look on her face, "Are you still unwilling to tell the truth? I know you have been collecting martial spirit grass these days just to apologize to me." "What? You went to buy wooling grass?" Wang Yuan looked at Shen Yi in surprise. He thought Shen Yi would change, but he didn't expect him to go back to his old ways. "Don't listen to her farts." Shen Yi said vulgarly, "I bought the wooling grass for cultivation, and there is also a portion for you in it." "Real?" Wang Yuan's eyes lit up. Wooling grass is a good thing for improving cultivation, but the key is that it is very rare. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. "All right, Shen Yi, give me the wooling grass. I don't want more than that. 10 will do. Half for me and half for Li Chen." Su Bingyu said generously. In her opinion, Shen Yi was just being stubborn. As long as she gave in, he would immediately ask for peace. "Who do you think you are to take my wooling grass?" But Shen Yi looked at her with disdain, as if she were a pile of garbage. "You." Su Bingyu's expression froze, and her pretty face turned pale. What was going on? She had already given him a way out, so why didn't he apologize to her like he did before? At this time, Li Chen said, "Brother Shen, you know you are angry with Bingyu, but didn't Bingyu say that as long as you apologize to her sincerely, she will let bygones be bygones?" Li Chen actually wanted to take this opportunity to sow discord between the two, but in order to obtain the wooling grass, he temporarily endured it. He also didn't understand why he was obsessed with obtaining the wooling grass. There were many things in this world that could improve one's cultivation, but he was obsessed with the wooling grass. Get lost. Shen Yi felt disgusted when he saw Li Chen's gaping mouth. He hadn't even got all his teeth filled yet, but he came here to make trouble. "Shen Yi, what's your attitude?" Su Bingyu scolded, "If you do this again, I will ignore you forever." Shen Yi said disdainfully, "It's best to ignore me, so as not to be upset by seeing you." "What did you say?" Su Bing's eyes were slightly red as she spoke. The Shen Yi in the past would never make her angry like this, and he did it 3 times in a row. Once was when receiving the award, once was in front of Shen's mother, and once was here. "Do you want to cry?" Seeing tears welling up in Su Bingyu's eyes, Shen Yi felt relieved, then cry it out, "But no matter how much you cry, I won't give you the wooling grass." "Is this about wooling KO?" Su Bingyu roared in her heart. She is the eldest daughter of the Su family, the one that many men love but cannot have. However, Shen Yi does not cherish her. Not only does he not apologize for his wrongdoings, he also says such words to mock and ridicule her. Chapter 10: Humiliating the bad girl and punishing the mistress. Students passing by saw the two arguing and came over to watch. Su Bingyu is the beauty in the class. Although her appearance is not the best, she is beautiful and pretty. Some people couldn't help but feel distressed when they saw her pitiful appearance. What's wrong with this guy? He actually made such a beautiful girl cry? That's right, a grown man actually bullies a weak little girl? Some sensible people also said, didn't you see there was a man next to the girl? She brought a man with her to question the girl. There must be something wrong here. Yes. This guy looks like a gigolo. Maybe he's a mistress and got caught in the act, so they started a quarrel. Everyone was talking about it, and Li Chen's face turned green. Although he really wanted to get to the top, he didn't want to do it in this way. The pursuit of wooling grass was just to break through the realm of warriors, occupy a place in Su Bingyu's mind, and then slowly make plans. Now that I haven't gotten the wooling grass yet, I've been labeled a mistress. It's really not worth it. Su Bingyu couldn't stay any longer. She stomped her feet fiercely. Shen Yi, even if you come to beg me in the future, I will not forgive you. After saying that, he turned and left. As soon as Su Bingyu left, Li Chen had no choice but to run away. Otherwise, Shen Yi would take his anger out on him and he wouldn't even be able to keep his remaining teeth. Shen Yi waited for the two to leave and breathed a sigh of relief. It's finally clean, the air is much fresher. Yuan was amazed. Yezi, you really impressed me today. Shen Yi said helplessly, Fatty, in your heart, am I so unbearable? Yuan smiled and said, you can't blame me for this. It was you who praised Su Bingyu so highly before. He patted Shen Yi's shoulder. To be honest, this woman's character is really not good. She is obviously your girlfriend, but she is so close to other men. If it were me, I would have dumped her long ago. She's not my girlfriend anymore, and I won't be seeing her again. Shen Yi said with a cold expression. He was stupid before, but after seeing Su Bingyu's true face, only indifference and determination remained in his heart. Shen Yi returned home and called the housekeeper. Where does Li Chen live now? Li Chen and his son live in villa number 3. Let them move out immediately. This. The butler hesitated. Villa number 3 is a small courtyard with its own entrance and exit in the Shen family mansion. It has complete facilities and a good environment. Originally, only relatives of the Li family were eligible to live there, but Su Bingyu specifically instructed that Li Chen should have a good accommodation environment, so she made an exception and allowed them to live there. Shen Yi said calmly, why, do you have any objections? The housekeeper said stubbornly, Master, you forgot, this is what Miss Su asked you to arrange. Everyone in the Shen family knows that Shen Yi loves Su Bingyu the most, and Shen Yi has never refused any request made by Su Bingyu. From today on, neither Su Bingyu nor Li Chen will enjoy the Shen family's privileges anymore. Shen Yi said coldly. The butler didn't know why Shen Yi's attitude suddenly changed, but since the young master had already spoken, he could only carry out the order unconditionally. When Li Chang received the notice from the housekeeper, he was shocked. Why? We have lived here for many years. Why do you suddenly want us to move out? This is the master's order, I am just following it. The butler said coldly. To be honest, he had long been unhappy with Li Chen and his son. Why should an ordinary driver, the son of a driver, be treated like a master and be superior to them, the workers? Li Chen quickly asked, where does the young master want us to move to? The small row house next to the yard of number 6. What? Li Chang's face changed slightly. The small townhouse was where the servants lived, and the environment there was much worse than here. He asked in a panic, Butler Chen, did the young master say why? The housekeeper shook his head, the young master only said that you should move out, but he didn't tell you why. Li Chang quickly said, Butler Chen, can you wait until my son comes back? The housekeeper said sternly, the young master has ordered that you must move out before tonight. If you don't, I'll have to ask someone to move for you. Li Chang felt secretly dissatisfied when he saw the housekeeper's official attitude. You didn't treat us like this before. Why did you turn around and ignore us? Having said that, I was secretly anxious. Half an hour later, Li Chen returned to villa number 3. Dad, what's the rush? He was originally out having dinner with Su Bingyu, but he received a call from Li Chang saying that there was an urgent matter, so he reluctantly rushed back. Li Chang said hurriedly, Butler Chen just came and asked us to move out. What? Li Chen was surprised. Where does he want us to move to? The small row house next to courtyard number 6. Li Chen felt bad when he heard that. That was where the servants lived. How could he possibly move there? He frowned and said, what does Butler Chen mean by this? Doesn't he know that it was Bingyu who asked us to live here? Li Chang said, Butler Chen said that it was the young master who asked us to move out. Shen Yi? Li Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. What on earth was Shen Yi trying to do? First, he hit her, contrary to his usual behavior, and then asked her to move somewhere else. Was he really going to turn against Su Bingyu? Li Chen thought about it and decided to tell Su Bingyu about this matter. His words were no longer effective in front of Shen Yi, and pretending to be pitiful was useless. He could only rely on Su Bingyu's help. He hurriedly called Su Bingyu and told her what had happened in an exaggerated way. Not long after, Su Bing came to the Shen family in a threatening tone. Shen Yi was quietly cultivating his martial spirit when a voice that made him unhappy suddenly rang out from outside. "Where's Shen Yi? Let him come out to see me." Su Bingyu stood in the living room of the villa, commanding the servants with an arrogant look on her face. The servant said in embarrassment, "Miss Su, the young master is resting. I don't care what he's doing, tell him to come see me immediately." "What do you want from me?" Shen Yi walked down from upstairs slowly. When Su Bingyu saw Shen Yi, she immediately asked, "Shen Yi, why did you kick Li Chen out of the house?" Shen Yi said calmly, "I just asked them to move out of their current residence, but I didn't kick them out. If you want me to do that, I can ask them to get out of the Shen family." Shen Yi has no intention of killing Li Chen with one blow for the time being. He wants to slowly deprive Li Chen of everything until Li Chen falls into the abyss of despair, and then get rid of this scumbag. Su Bingyu choked. She thought Shen Yi had kicked Li Chen out of the Shen family because that was what Li Chen said on the phone. She frowned. "Li Chen lives well, why do you want him to move?" "Because he has no right to live there." Shen Yi said indifferently, "The Shen family's villa does not allow outsiders to live there. How can Li Chen be an outsider? He grew up with you and is your good friend and brother. He is your good friend and your good brother." Shen Yi retorted, "Maybe, she is still your best friend and lover." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Su Bingyu said angrily, "Li Yuan and I are just friends. You know it yourself." Shen Yi showed a mocking expression, "When we quarreled before, you never took the initiative to look for me. Recently, because of Li Chen, you have already looked for me 3 times. Su Bingyu was stunned. Recalling the past, she said with a guilty conscience, I don't want to hurt the relationship between us." "Whose feelings are being hurt? Yours? Mine? Or Li Chen's?" Shen Yi sneered and said, "From the beginning to the end, you have only cared about him. In this case, you and I will cut off all ties and have no further contact from now on." A trace of panic finally appeared on Su Bingyu's face. She couldn't believe that Shen Yi would say such heartless words. She murmured, "Shen Yi, you have changed. You were not like this before." "I was stupid before, but I won't be stupid now." Shen Yi was calm without a trace of emotion. He said to the housekeeper who came rushing over, "From today on, Su Bingyu is not allowed to enter the Shen family again. Whoever lets her in here will have to pack up and leave." Chapter 11. Shen Yi won't really ignore me, right? The housekeeper quickly said yes, and then said to Su Bingyu, "Miss Su, please." Su Bingyu's face turned pale and she said bitterly, "Shen Yi, you will regret this." Shen Yi ignored her and went straight upstairs. Su Bingyu walked out of the villa in embarrassment, and Li Chen, who had been waiting for a long time, came up to her warmly. "Bingyu, how about it, has Shen Yi changed his mind?" Su Bingyu glanced at him apologetically and shook her head, "No." Li Chen was shocked. "What's going on? Isn't Shen Yi the one who listens to you the most?" Su Bingyu didn't answer, but said with a little uneasiness, "Tell me, Shen Yi won't really ignore me, right?" Li Chen couldn't help but wonder, "What did he say to you?" "He said he wanted to break up with me and forbid me from entering the Shen family again." Li Chen held Su Bingyu's hand and comforted her, "No, he is just playing hard to get. He is so good to you, how could he bear to leave you?" "Really?" "Of course it's true. We grew up together. Don't you know him well? It's just that he lasted a little longer this time." While Li Chen was comforting Su Bingyu, he felt something strange in his heart. Is Shen Yi really going to break up with Su Bingyu? This is not in his own interests. His original intention was to gain as much benefit as possible from Shen Yi and Su Bingyu, and when he had a certain strength, he would slowly alienate them, and then get Su Bingyu and the entire Su family. But looking at the current situation, Shen Yi seems to be showing signs of coming to his senses? After hearing what Li Chen said, Su Bingyu finally felt relieved. "But Shen Yi asked you to move out today, what will you do?" "It doesn't matter, as long as brother Shen is happy. Once he calms down, he'll come to you and make peace." Li Chen suppressed his grievances, his eyes reddening. "You are so magnanimous, unlike Shen Yi who is so stingy." Seeing Li Chen feeling wronged, Su Bingyu couldn't help but feel distressed, and at the same time felt a little dissatisfied with Shen Yi. Li Chen was eventually forced to move to a small townhouse. This place is in the most remote part of the Shen family mansion. It is made up of several small bungalows. The area is overgrown with weeds and the sanitary conditions are worrying. Li Chen was panting as he moved the luggage while cursing. Butler Chen did it on purpose. Ordinary servants wouldn't live here. Li Chen's face was not in good shape either. The environment here was completely different from Villa number 3. Not only had no one lived here for many years, it didn't even have the most basic electrical equipment. Son, how did you offend the young master? Weren't you all fine before? Li Chen couldn't help complaining. Li Chen thought to himself, how would I know? In the past, no matter what Su Bingyu said, Shen Yi would do it, so he became more and more courageous, to the point of trying to flatter Shen Yi in front of Su Bingyu, and even coveting the reward for being the first-place freshman in college. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi suddenly changed his nature. Not only did he dare to hit him, he even drove Su Bingyu away. Just as the father and son were moving their luggage with dissatisfaction on their faces, the housekeeper arrived. He announced with a serious face, Li Chang, you don't have to take the young master to school anymore. Li Chang was stunned. What should I do in the future? The driver responsible for transporting domestic garbage has resigned. You will be doing that from now on. What? Li Chang's face changed drastically. He is Shen Ye's full-time driver. The salary of the job is very generous. Apart from taking Shen Yi to school, he basically has nothing to do all year round. Over the years, he has taken Shen Yi out for a drive more often than he has taken his own son out. If you just work as an ordinary driver transporting domestic waste, your income will drop a lot and will be far less than the easy job you had before. Li Chang's lips were trembling. Butler Chen, why? Why are you asking so many questions? This is a normal job transfer. Just do what you are told. Butler Chen waved his hand impatiently and left. Li Chang looked at his back and came back to his senses after a long time. His face darkened a little. Son, what should we do? Li Chen didn't expect that even his father's work would be affected. He could only helplessly say, Dad, don't worry. I'll go find Bingyu and ask if there's any solution. Then go quickly, I don't want to carry garbage every day. Li Chang didn't know that Su Bingyu had already come to the Shen family. Time was short and he thought his son had not had time to tell Su Bingyu. Li Chen calmed himself down, took a picture of the messy environment around him with his mobile phone, and then sent it to Su Bingyu. In less than a minute, Su Bingyu called. She said angrily, Shen Yi is too much. He actually let you live in such a bad place. Li Chen said aggrievedly, not only that, he also won't let my dad drive him. I know Shen Yi is angry with me, but my dad has watched him grow up and treats him like his own son. What he did is too heartbreaking for the old man. Su Bingyu really got even angrier. Xiaochen, don't worry, I won't let Shen Yi succeed. After crying for a while, Li Chen hung up the phone. His eyes flashed and he murmured, Su Bingyu, I hope you won't let me down this time. Jiangnan Su family. Su Bingyu had originally walked to the outside of Su Zhenhai's study, but after thinking about it, she turned back to look for her mother. Because in the Su family, it is Mother Zhaoya who is in charge of the internal affairs. Men are responsible for external affairs and women are responsible for internal affairs. This is the unwritten rule in wealthy families. There is no need for Su's father to step in for small matters such as arranging housing and driver's work. Moreover, her mother Zhaoya and Shen Ye's mother Sujan have always had a good relationship, so Su Bingyu decided to ask her mother for help. Zhaoya listened to Su Bingyu's story and laughed. You said Shen Yi had a conflict with you, so you took your anger out on Li Chen? Su Bingyu pouted and said, that's right. I just ignored him for a few days, and he said it was because of Li Chen. Okay, I'll go talk to your Aunt Jin and ask her to have someone move back first. Zhaoya had met Li Chen, a boy who looked very weak and frail. Perhaps because of his poor background, he looked a bit lonely and pitiful. Thank you, Mom. Su Bingyu was overjoyed. Zhaoya said, after this incident, you shouldn't always leave Shen Yi alone. After all, you two are childhood sweethearts and you're meant to be together in the future. I'm not going to be with him. Su Bingyu blushed, and Shen Yi's handsome face appeared in her mind. Then she thought of his attitude towards her recently, and couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. Zhaoya didn't think too much about it. Your dad said that you will be engaged after this year. If the Shen family has no objection, you can get married after graduation. Su Bingyu didn't say anything. Besides Shen Yi, Li Chen's pitiful face flashed through her mind inadvertently. The next day, Zhaoya went to the Shen family mansion. Sujan and Jiaye have known each other for more than 10 years, and he was very enthusiastic when he saw her. Why do you have time to come to my place today? It's not my careless daughter. Jiaye sat down and said, Did you know that Xiaoyu and Xiaoye had a fight? Sujan recalled the incident when Su Bingyu came to cause trouble the day before yesterday and nodded, I know. Chapter 12. The Su family was anxious, and Su's father beat Su Bingyu. Jiaye smiled and said, Since you know, I won't beat around the bush. Xiaoyu said she had an argument with Xiaoye, and Xiaoye took his anger out on Li Chen. He kicked the whole family out of their home, and now he's even refusing to give his father a job. Sujan frowned slightly, Is that what Bingyu told you? Yes. Jiaoye said, I remember that Li Chen also grew up with Xiaoyi. It's not worth damaging such a long-standing friendship over such a small matter, so see if you can let them move back first. As for Xiaoyi making Xiaoyu angry, I've told Xiaoyu, and she won't hold it against it anymore. When Sujan heard this, his expression turned cold. The Shen and Su families have a good relationship because Shen Tianhao and Su Zhenhai were once classmates. If it weren't for this reason, the Su family would not be able to get close to the Shen family, Su Bingyu would not have met Shen Yi, and the two would not have become boyfriend and girlfriend. The Shen family is a big family in Jiangnan, while the Su family is just a second-rate family. Without the support of the Shen family, they would not even be a second-rate family. Just because her son likes Su Bingyu, Jiaye has always given in to Su Bingyu over the years. Jiaye has seen this many times and her attitude has become more arrogant. Before Shen Yi and Su Bingyu confirmed their relationship, Jiaye would never dare to speak to her like this. Jiaye didn't notice Sujan's expression and continued to talk to herself, One more thing. I see the children are already adults. Since they are in love, can we put the engagement on the agenda? After listening to this, Sujan sneered in his heart. In the past, she might have agreed directly. But looking at my son's current attitude, things seem to have changed. So he said indifferently, The children are still young, it's too early to talk about this matter now. As for the matter of Li Chen's family, since it was Shen Ye's decision, let him handle it himself. Jiaye was a little surprised after hearing this. She originally thought that this was a natural thing. After all, Shen Yi liked Su Bingyu so much, and the adults of both families did not object to their relationship. Unexpectedly, Sujan rejected it and even refused to agree to something as small as Li Chen moving. She asked in surprise, What's wrong, Sister Su? Haven't you always liked Bingyu? You even said you wanted her to be your daughter-in-law? Sujan said calmly, I used to think Bingyu liked Xiaoye, but now it seems her heart isn't with Xiaoye. Jiaye was stunned. What did Sujan mean by this? She forced a smile and said, How is that possible? Bingyu only likes Xiaoye. We all saw it. Really? Then why does she keep speaking up for other men and even quarrel with Xiaoyi over it? Bingyu quarreled with Xiaoye over another man? Jiaye felt something was wrong, she thought she might have overlooked something. After thinking it over, she decided to go back and ask. So he hurriedly stood up and said goodbye, Sister Su, let's talk about this later. I have to go back first. Sujan didn't even bother to see Jiaye off and just watched her leave. She was very dissatisfied. Su Bingyu was fine, but Jiaye also came to stand up for an outsider. Was she stupid? Doesn't she have any idea what her daughter has done? Jiaye returned home and immediately called Su Bingyu to question her. Xiaoyu, why did you and Shen Yi quarrel? It's all because Shen Yi is stingy. He won a wooling grass in the freshman competition, and I asked him to give it to Xiaochen. Not only did he refuse, he even beat Xiaochen up. Su Bingyu was indignant. What is wooling grass? A medicinal herb that can increase your martial arts skills if eaten. Jiaye was just an ordinary woman. Unlike Su Zhenhai, who had the cultivation level of a 4th-level warrior, she did not know the value of the wooling grass. I didn't take it seriously. So that's how it is. Shen Yi was indeed making a big deal out of nothing. It was just a herb and there were plenty of them in the family medicine storehouse. But he still said, You too, why are you begging for medicinal herbs for others? No matter how good Shen Yi is to you, you will be jealous. He's just too stingy. As a man, he should be open-minded and generous. Jiaye persuaded, men need to save face. How about this? You take the initiative to give in and say a few nice words to Shen Yi, and this matter will be over. Su Bingyu was unhappy when she heard this. Impossible, this is clearly Shen Yi's fault, why should I apologize to him? Then what should we do? Should we just keep on being stuck like this? Jiaye's face was serious. she was still very satisfied with Shen Yi. He was handsome, talented, and had a good family background. Anyone would praise him. Every time she attended some high-class gatherings, the ladies present would become envious when they mentioned her future son-in-law. If such a good son-in-law was driven away by his daughter, he would have no place to cry. She thought for a moment and said, "How about this, I'll go talk to your dad and ask him to invite the Shen family to dinner. Then the two families can get together and you two can reconcile." Su Bingyu didn't say anything. Shen Yi had been making trouble for too long this time, and she was a little uneasy. If Li Chen hadn't kept telling her that this was Shen Yi's trick of playing hard to get, she would have given up long ago. Zhao made up her mind and went to find Su Zhenhai immediately. After hearing the whole story, Su Zhenhai became furious. Unlike Zhao, who was slow to react, he realized something was wrong as soon as he heard it. "Call this rebellious girl here. I have something to ask her." After Su Bingyu arrived, Su Zhenhai said with a sullen face, "Who exactly is that Li Chen? What is your relationship with him?" Su Bingyu said, "Li Chen is the son of the Shen family's driver. He and I are very good friends." "A driver's son?" Su Zhenhai's face turned ashen. Such a shameful thing actually made her daughter so concerned and even quarreled with Shen Yi over it? "You must immediately sever ties with this person and never see him again." "Why?" Su Bingyu neither understood nor agreed. Su Zhenhai said coldly, "Because you are the daughter of the Su family and the official girlfriend of the eldest young master of the Shen family." "So what? Shachen and I have been friends since we were young. You can't interfere with my right to make friends." Su Bingyu argued confidently. Seeing that Su Bingyu was stubborn, Su Zhenhai felt a little regretful that he had been focusing on developing the family business all these years and neglected his daughter's education, which resulted in her developing a spoiled and arrogant character. "No matter what, you are not allowed to see this person again." "No, I don't agree." Bang! Seeing that his daughter was disobedient, Su Zhenhai was so angry that he slapped her. Zhao was horrified and quickly protected her daughter. "Husband, let's talk it over." "Dad, I hate you." Su Bingyu cried out, then broke free from Zhao's embrace, turned around and ran out. Zhao wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by Su Zhenhai. Su Zhenhai looked at his daughter's back and frowned. "It's our fault. We have spoiled her too much over the years. The Su family has 3 children, and the most favored one is the eldest daughter. Because Su Bingyu was the first child, and because of her, the relationship between the Shen and Su families became closer. Su Bingyu and Shen Yi are the same age and were born at about the same time. They happened to be in the same hospital, which gave them the opportunity to get in touch with each other. Otherwise, Shen Tianhao has so many classmates, why does he only have a better relationship with Su Zhenhai?" Chapter 13, Continue to punish the mistress. Li Chen is in debt of millions. Zhao asked worriedly, "What about the family banquet?" "I will invite you, but not just the Shen family. Su Zhenhai plans to invite all the famous families in Jiangnan. The Su family is currently expanding its business and inviting celebrities from all walks of life to the banquet. Firstly, it can take advantage of the power of the Shen family, and secondly, it can allow the 2 younger ones to reconcile. In front of so many guests, the Shen family father and son will not let either side lose face." Su Zhenhai called Shen Tianhao. Shen Tianhao didn't know what had happened recently between Shen Yi and Su Bingyu, so he agreed readily. Su Zhenhai put down the phone with satisfaction and began to plan the future development of the Su family. At the Shen family mansion, Sujan called Shen Yi over and told Zhao the purpose of coming home today. Shen Yi sneered, "Engagement? Is Su Bingyu worthy?" Sujan asked, "Son, have you really decided not to date Su Bingyu anymore?" "I've already given orders not to let Su Bingyu enter the Shen family again." Sujan was relieved. There were plenty of daughters of wealthy families, so why bother hanging herself on a tree with Su Bingyu? She smiled and said, "Son, which daughter do you like? I'll introduce you to another one." Shen Yi quickly shook his head. He had no intention of having a girlfriend right now. The end of the world is approaching, and women will only affect the speed of his cultivation. Shen Yi returned to his residence, feeling a little uncomfortable. He remembered something and called the housekeeper. "Go find Li Chen and take back all the things Su Bingyu gave him. It is impolite not to reciprocate. If you disgust me, I will send you back the same way." After Shen Yi gave some instructions, the butler nodded repeatedly and left in a hurry. A day later, a housekeeper walked into the small townhouse with a serious face, followed by several people. Li Chang hurried over and said, "Butler Chen, what's going on?" His eyes fell on Li Chen. Li Chen, please hand over all the luxury watches, gold jewelry, and high-end electronic products you are wearing. Li Chen was stunned. Why, those were given to me by Bingyu. The butler's expression was stern. Those things were purchased with the young master's secondary card. I have the transaction records and card swipe records here. If you don't voluntarily hand them over, I'll have to ask you to return them in some other way. Although Su Bingyu is the eldest daughter of the Su family, her pocket money cannot be compared with Xinye's. When she ran out of money, she used the secondary card Xinye gave her. The famous watches, diamond rings, high-end clothes, and even the mobile phone and computer that Li Chen wore were all bought by Su Bingyu using the secondary card. Xinye had no concept of money and rarely used it, so Su Bingyu and Li Chen enjoyed all of it. Hearing the housekeeper's words, Li Chen was stunned. Of course he knew where these things came from. When Su Bingyu swiped the card, he was standing next to her. He was very proud at the time, thinking that even if Su Bingyu was your girlfriend, she was still spending your money on me. Under the pressure of the housekeeper, Li Chen had no choice but to hand over the watch and the luxury items he was wearing. However, the housekeeper was not satisfied and started searching the house according to the list. The search uncovered dozens of expensive watches and luxury goods, with a total value of over 10 million yuan. Li Chen was shocked. He didn't expect his son to be so rich, and his wealth was dozens of times more than his own. The housekeeper carefully checked the list and found that more than a dozen items were missing. He left a list and said, "You have 1 week to return these items to their original owners. Otherwise, we will pursue legal action to recover them. Don't blame us for being rude then." The butler frightened Li Chen severely, then left with the things he had found. Li Chen was completely stunned. Those luxury items were worth millions, and he had already given them away in order to maintain his image as a rich kid. In recent years, he traveled in luxury cars, lived in the Shen family villa, and wore brand-name watches, high-end clothes and accessories given to him by Su Bingyu. Judging from his appearance, he is definitely a rich young man. He enjoyed the envious looks of others and used this false personality to deceive several unsuspecting girls into becoming his girlfriends. But he hid it very well and was never discovered by Su Bingyu. In order to satisfy his own consumption level and desires, those luxury goods were either given to several girlfriends or sold for money. It is almost impossible to get it back now. Li Chen broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't expect Xinye to be so ruthless. He had clearly never cared about it before, but this time he was forced into a desperate situation by cutting off the source of his trouble. Li Chen was also anxious. "Son, where are those luxury goods? Where are they?" Su Bingyu often gave gifts to her son, and he had heard a little about it, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. He just looked at the prices on the list and found that the few luxury items he didn't find were worth more than 4 million in total. Li Chen didn't bother to answer and asked hurriedly, "Dad, how much money do you have?" "What? You want me to pay you back? Even if I give you all the money for my coffin, it won't even cover 1/10 of it." Li Chang has a good salary, but he has a hobby of stock trading and gambling. Because his son is close to Su Bingyu, he never asks him for tuition and living expenses, so he invests all his money in stock trading and gambling. Unfortunately, over the years, he has never bought into a bull market or won a jackpot, resulting in less and less savings. Li Chen was disappointed and could only place his hope on Su Bingyu. These things were given to her by Su Bingyu. As long as she pleaded with Xinye, she could not only avoid this trouble, but also get the things back. As a result, he made many calls, but Su Bingyu didn't answer. This made him a little confused. In the past, when he called Su Bingyu, she would reply very quickly, even faster than replying to Xinye's calls. What happened this time? Was something important delayed? Li Chen felt something was wrong, so he decided to go to Su's house to find her. At this moment, Su Bingyu was drinking in a bar. She was angry and didn't want to make peace with Xinye or look for Li Chen, so she called a few close friends to drink and relieve her boredom. After drinking too much, he didn't notice the incoming call on his cell phone. Li Chen hurried to the gate of the Su family. Su Bingyu had brought him here before. At that time, he went in directly in a luxury car. This time, without Su Bingyu leading him, he was stopped when he arrived at the door of the villa. "Who are you and what brings you to the Su family?" The guard looked Li Chen up and down. Li Chen forced a smile. "I'm Bingyu's friend, I want to see her for something." "Are you my young lady's friend? Do you have an appointment? Reserve?" Li Chen looked embarrassed. "I can't get through to Bingyu on the phone. Could you please call her for me?" Li Chen's high-end custom-made clothes were taken away by the housekeeper, and he was only wearing ordinary casual clothes. Moreover, they had been kept in the cabinet for a long time and became wrinkled and smelled musty, making him look very shabby. The guard looked him over and revealed a hint of disdain. "I'm sorry, I can't disturb you without an appointment." Li Chen saw a trace of contempt in the guard's eyes and couldn't help cursing in his heart. "You look down on people with your dog eyes. When I become rich in the future, the first people I will deal with will be dogs like you." Li Chen couldn't enter the Su family's gate, so he could only say nice things. "I really am Bingyu's friend. If you don't believe me, look at our photos." Li Chen took out his cell phone and was suddenly stunned. His cell phone, which was worth over 30,000 yuan, had been taken away by the housekeeper, and he was now using his father's cheap cell phone, and he hadn't had time to save or transfer the photo albums in it. Chapter 14: Li Chen rescues the scumbag girl. Oh, right, circle of friends. Li Chen quickly logged into his account and showed the photos he took with Su Bingyu to the guard. In the photo, Su Bingyu smiled sweetly and snuggled up to Li Chen. The two were as sweet as a couple. The guard was a little puzzled. Wasn't the young lady's boyfriend a young master named Shen Yi? He had personally seen the two of them entering and leaving the Su mansion together. Who is this man in front of me and why is he so intimate with the lady? He was half believing and half doubting. Are you really the lady's friend? Li Chen said proudly, "Of course, why don't you inform your young lady?" The guard was a little undecided. He was afraid that these photos were composites, but he was also afraid that they were real. While I was hesitating, a car drove up to the door. The guard's eyes lit up and he quickly ran to the front of the car. "Master, someone said he was the young lady's friend and wanted to go in to see her." Sitting in the car was Su Bingyu's younger brother Su Zhio. He glanced outside and felt that the man standing at the door looked familiar. He was not familiar with Li Chen, but he had met him twice and vaguely recognized him as the Li Chen his sister had mentioned. Su Zhio didn't have a good impression of this man. He was not as handsome as Shen Yi, his family background was not good, and he didn't even have the qualifications of a formal warrior. He didn't understand why his sister was so nice to him. Li Chen also saw Su Zhio sitting in the car and said happily, "Xiaoji, it's me, I am Li Chen." When Su Zhio heard him calling his name, he felt a little disgusted. Who does this person think he is to call me by my nickname? He sneered, "I don't know this person, send him away." After receiving the order, the guard felt confident and went up to chase the people away. The young master said he doesn't know you, get out. Li Chen thought Su Zhio didn't recognize him, so he quickly shouted, "Xiaoji, it's me, Li Chen. Your sister brought me to meet you. Have you forgotten?" Su Zhio ignored him and sped past in his car. Li Chen took a mouthful of exhaust fumes and felt secretly angry. How outrageous. You actually pretend not to know me. Wait until I tell your sister and see how she deals with you. Driven away by the security guard, Li Chen left the Su family in embarrassment. He had just returned home when Su Bingyu called. Su Bingyu said, slightly tipsy, Xiaochen, are you looking for me?" Li Chen seemed to have found a savior. "Bingyu, where are you?" Su Bingyu gave the address and Li Chen rushed over frantically. In the bar's private room, Su Bingyu and a few of her close friends were drinking and singing, and the atmosphere was very cheerful. Seeing Li Chen come in, her girlfriends teased. "Bingyu, your boyfriend is here." Su Bingyu blushed. "What little boyfriend? Stop talking nonsense." Although she had drunk alcohol, her mind was still clear. In public, her boyfriend can only be Shen Yi. Although Li Chen is a very good person, his status is not worthy of himself. When Li Chen saw Su Bingyu's denial, he felt a little unhappy. But now is not the time to be jealous. He needs Su Bingyu to help him solve his current troubles. He pretended not to hear and went up to ask with concern, "Bingyu, what's wrong with you? Why did you drink so much?" "It's still Shen Ye's fault." Su Bingyu gave the beginning of the story, and seeing her girlfriends looking at her girlfriends with a look of confusion, she thought about it and sent them all away. These girlfriends couldn't get any of the melons, so they had to leave reluctantly. When the private room was quiet, Su Bingyu told her parents that they wanted her to apologize to Shen Yi. "Did Uncle Su hit you?" Li Chen looked distressed. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked for that wooling grass, otherwise you wouldn't have suffered so much." Su Bingyu was deeply moved when she heard Li Chen's words of comfort. "It has nothing to do with you. It's just that Shen Yi is too stingy." Su Bingyu didn't understand. The three of them grew up together, so why couldn't Shen Yi tolerate Li Chen and even tried every means to persecute him? By the way, do you have something to talk to me about? Su Bingyu remembered that Li Chen called her more than a dozen times, but she didn't hear it because the private room was too noisy. No, nothing. Li Chen hesitated, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Li Chen refused to say anything, which made Su Bingyu anxious. Li Chen delayed for a while, and finally said it reluctantly under Su Bingyu's urging, Shen Yi took away everything you gave me. What? Su Bingyu opened her eyes wide in surprise. Li Chen exaggerated the story and said with a look of grievance, he also asked me to pay 10 million in compensation, otherwise he would send me to jail. Shen Yi is going too far. Su Bingyu's face was filled with anger. She had never expected that the man who had always obeyed her would become like this. Not only did he ignore me for several days, but he also snatched away the gifts I had given to Li Chen. Bingyu, could you please tell Shen Yi not to sue me? It would be best if you could return those gifts. They were gifts from you, and I can't bear to lose any of them. Li Chen stated the purpose of his trip with affection. You want me to plead with Shen Yi? Su Bingyu couldn't help but frown. In the past, it was Shen Yi who admitted his mistakes to him. When had he ever bowed to Shen Yi? I didn't even obey my parents' requests, so a few gifts were even more impossible for me. But if you don't speak up for me, Shen Yi will ask me to pay 10 million in compensation. Li Chen was a little anxious. 4 million was not a small amount of money. If he had a criminal record, his life would be ruined. 10 million? Why does he want you to pay 10 million in compensation? He said the item was old and not worth that much, and asked me to compensate him according to the original price. Shen Yi is going too far. Su Bingyu said angrily, isn't it just 10 million? I'll give it to you. She nonchalantly took out a card from her bag and was about to hand it to Li Chen when she suddenly froze. She suddenly realized that this card was given to her by Shen Yi. She had used up her own pocket money long ago, and the Su family only gave her 500,000 yuan in pocket money every month, which was less than a fraction of 10 million yuan. Li Chen also realized the problem. Su Bingyu spent money lavishly and it was impossible for her to have any savings. When she had spent all her pocket money, she would use Shen Yi's secondary card. It's not easy to get 10 million from her. Shen Yi was demanding 4 million from him, but he wanted 10 million in order to continue to maintain his image as a rich kid and ensure a comfortable life in the future. Su Bingyu looked at the card and felt a little embarrassed. She knew that using this card to help Li Chen pay off the debt was equivalent to not paying it off at all, as it was still Shen Yi's money that was being used. She was a little at a loss. I'll think of another way. Li Chen pondered for a while, and suddenly said, I have an idea. Su Bingyu asked, what method? You can go home and ask your uncle for money. Su Bingyu hesitated. Although the Su family was rich, 10 million was not a small sum, and her parents would not give it to her easily. She could only say, 10 million is a bit much. My dad may not give it to me. Li Chen smiled, it doesn't matter, just tell your uncle that you want 10 million to buy a gift for Shen Yi. Su Bingyu's eyes lit up, yes, why didn't I think of it? This way I can help you, and my father won't urge me to apologize to Shen Yi anymore. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his goal had been achieved. Let me take you back. Your uncle and aunt will be worried if you're out for so long. Su Bingyu nodded, Shaochen, you still care about me, unlike Shen Yi, who hasn't even called to apologize in such a long time. Chapter 15 Su Bingyu's card was frozen. When Su Bingyu stood up, she felt a little dizzy. Li Chen quickly went over to support her, and the two of them pressed their bodies together as they supported each other and walked out of the bar's private room. Li Chen felt the softness of Su Bingyu's body and felt distracted. He really wanted to take this opportunity to take Su Bingyu to the hotel, and then make it a fait accompli, so that Su Bingyu would not be able to leave him in the future. While he was thinking about it, the waiter stopped them. Mr. and Miss, you haven't paid the bill yet. Li Chen's mind was disturbed by his misguided thoughts, and he asked unhappily, how much? 66,666 yuan, would you like to pay by mobile phone or card? Li Chen said oh and waited for Su Bingyu to pay. Su Bingyu casually took out a card and handed it to the waiter. The card reader beeped and the payment failed. The waiter frowned and said to the two of them, sorry, this card has been frozen. What did you say? Su Bingyu was a little surprised and half sober. Your card payment failed and the system shows it has been frozen. Do you have any other payment methods? Su Bingyu heard it clearly and her face suddenly darkened. She said angrily, "Okay Shen Yi, I just ignored you these few days, and you actually froze my secondary card." She took out another card and handed it to the waiter, but it showed that the balance was insufficient. I looked at the balance in my mobile phone account and there was not much money left. Su Bingyu could only ask Li Chen, "Xiaochen, can you help me pay the bill?" Li Chen was shocked. "Where do I get the money?" He still had 100,000 yuan in his account, which was the remaining money after selling his previous luxury item, but he was reluctant to use most of it to pay for the bar. The waiter showed a hint of disdain in his eyes, but his tone was still very polite. "You two can call for help." This was the first time Su Bingyu encountered such a situation and she felt extremely embarrassed. She could only call one of her best friends and ask her to come back. The best friend paid the bill and asked in surprise, "What's going on, Bingyu? How come you don't even have money for a drink?" Su Bingyu didn't want to mention that Shen Yi had suspended her card, so she can only vaguely say, "This month's credit limit has been used up. I'll go back and ask my family for more." My best friend asked curiously, "Don't you have Shen Yi's secondary card? You can use his money." Su Bingyu said unhappily, "I don't want to use his money." "Yeah?" The best friend looked confused. She remembered that Su Bingyu had always used Shen Yi's secondary card to pay the bill, so why did she say she didn't need it today? Su Bingyu said impatiently, "Go back first, I'll return the money to you later." Her best friend nodded, looked at her and Li Chen with an ambiguous look, then turned and left. Li Chen quickly said, "Bingyu, let me take you back." Seeing that Su Bingyu was sober, he knew there was no chance to go to the hotel, so he could only send Su Bingyu home regretfully. The next day, Su Bingyu ran to find Sujan. "Dad, give me 10 million. Sujan was stunned, then frowned. "What do you want so much money for? Don't you want me to apologize to Shen Yi? Should I go empty-handed? You want to buy a gift for Shen Yi?" Sujan smiled when he heard this. "Why, finally figured it out. But what gift are you planning to buy for Shen Yi? Of course it has to be valuable, otherwise how can we show it off?" Su Bingyu tried to remain calm, fearing that her father would notice her flaw. Sujan did not doubt it and happily transferred 10 million to Su Bingyu. After Su Bingyu left, Sujan called Xiaoya. "My daughter just asked me for 10 million to buy a gift for Shen Yi." Xiaoya was overjoyed. "That's great. I was wondering why my daughter would care about a driver's son. She still likes Shen Yi." Sujan nodded. "After Bingyu and Shen Yi reconcile, I plan to propose a marriage to the Shen family. If it goes well, I will let the two hold an engagement ceremony as soon as possible." Xiaoya said happily, "Then I'll go talk to Sujan." Sujan said, "No rush, the Shen family will come to the banquet the day after tomorrow, it won't be too late to talk then." On the other side, Su Bingyu transferred the money to Li Chen after receiving it. Li Chen was overjoyed. He didn't expect that he could get 10 million so easily. He couldn't help but feel proud of his own intelligence. At the Shen family mansion, the housekeeper came to report to Shen Yi. "Master, Li Chen has gathered the remaining 4 million. "Oh?" Shen Yi was a little surprised. Where did Li Chen get so much money? He quickly thought of Su Bingyu, so he said, "Go check where Li Chen got the money from." "Yes." After the housekeeper left, Sujan called him over. "Son, there's a banquet the day after tomorrow, and your dad said he wants to take you with him." "What party?" Shen Yi asked casually. He has been practicing silently these past few days, and martial spirit grass has been delivered continuously. He needs to consolidate his martial soul and improve his cultivation at the same time. The dinner party hosted by the Su family will be attended by celebrities from all walks of life. A banquet hosted by the Su family? Shen Yi was about to refuse, but suddenly remembered something, so he nodded and agreed. In the previous life, the Su family also held a dinner party at this time. The purpose of the dinner party was to announce the good news of Su Bingyu's engagement to himself. From that day on, the Su family received strong support from the Shen family, and the company's stock soared until the natural disaster broke out. After the natural disaster, the country fell and the city was destroyed. The surviving humans can only organize their own resistance forces to fight against the aliens. The Shen family is a prominent family and soon became one of the main resistance forces in the Jiangnan region. Under the protection of the Shen family, the entire Su family was able to survive the attack of the ferocious beast. Later, when Li Chen rose to power, the Su family quickly changed camps and defected to Li Chen's side. Su Bingyu also announced that the person she loved was Li Chen and severed all ties with Shen Yi. In the following years, Li Chen relied on the martial spirit of all things and his strength continued to rise, becoming one of the strongest soul masters in the East. While Li Chen continued to expand his power, he began to suppress the Shen family. Not long after, the Shen family gradually declined under the suppression of Li Chen and was eventually swallowed up and disintegrated. Li Chen captured Shen Tianhao and Sujan, and threatened Shen Yi with their lives to enter the beast tide. At the moment before Shen Yi's death, Li Chen told the truth in a sarcastic tone. It turned out that his parents had already committed suicide in prison in order not to burden him. In despair and pain, Shen Yi died tragically under the siege of ferocious beasts. Shen Yi recalled the memories of his previous life, and a heart-wrenching pain flashed through his heart. Sujan noticed that her son was acting strangely and asked with concern, "Son, what's wrong with you?" Shen Yi came back to his senses and forced a smile, saying, "It's nothing, Mom. It feels so good to have you and Dad by my side." Sujan patted her son gently and said, "Silly boy, your dad and I will of course be by your side. Remember, your dad and I will always have your back. No matter what you do, we will support you." "Thank you, Mom." Shen Yi looked at his mother with emotion and secretly made up his mind. He wanted to slap the Su family and Su Bingyu in the face at the dinner party and never make the same mistake again. Chapter 16, The First Vision Before the Disaster. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and the whole world was gray. There was no sunlight or clouds. Time stood still for a few seconds at this moment, and even the flow of air stopped. Soon, the haze dissipated and the sky became clear again. The second hand on the clock continued to jump, returning to normal time. Sujan looked at the sky in surprise. What happened just now? Was it a solar eclipse? Shen Yi also looked up at the sky. He knew clearly what the changes just now meant. There were several strange phenomena before the disaster. Scientists at that time could not explain these strange phenomena. Later they learned that they were omens before the natural disaster. This was the first vision. After this vision, people who awakened their martial spirits began to appear gradually. After the third vision occurred, huge cracks appeared in the void, and countless ferocious and brutal monsters swarmed out from the cracks between heaven and earth and began to erode the human world. From that day on, mankind entered the doomsday year. Shen Yi looked at the sky and suddenly remembered something. After chatting with his mother for a while, Shen Yi found an excuse to leave the Shen family mansion. At Qingshan Cemetery, a young man is paying tribute to his relatives. There are three major families in Jiangnan: the Shen family, the Shao family, and the Chen family. This young man is the designated heir of the Jiangnan Shao family. He is 20 years old and his name is Shaolong. Shaolong was offering sacrifices to his parents when he suddenly saw two big men emerging from a distance. The bodyguards beside him immediately became alert. This area had been sealed off by them, and someone suddenly broke in. Obviously something had gone wrong. Two bodyguards stepped forward to stop them, but the other party attacked them instantly, beating them until they vomited blood. "There's an assassin!" A middle-aged man protected Shaolong and shouted sternly. The bodyguards around immediately drew their guns and started shooting. Amidst the hail of gunfire, the two big men moved as fast as lightning, dodging the bullets while rushing towards the bodyguards. Level 4 warrior? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed. The chi, speed and defense of warriors at this level have reached an astonishing level, and ordinary bullets cannot hurt them at all. Bang bang bang. The Shao family's bodyguards kept falling down, and the gunshots at the scene soon became sparse. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and said to the two men in black beside him, "You stop the one on the left, I'll take care of the other one." Two men in black rushed out, but were beaten back by the killer. They were only level 3 warriors and were obviously no match for the other party. Another killer dealt with the remaining bodyguards and immediately rushed towards Shaolong. The middle-aged man could only whisper, "Master, be careful." Then he leaped out to meet the enemy. He was also a 4th-level warrior and was on par with the opponent. Both sides fought desperately, punches hitting flesh, and their bodies were soon covered with blood. Shaolong looked at the bodyguards and guards fighting with the killer with a calm and serious expression. He has been in danger several times since being designated as the heir by his grandfather. A kidnapping, a shooting, and a poisoning. This time, the other party used more powerful force, obviously intending to kill him. Instead of sitting there and waiting for death, he ran quickly towards where the car was parked. As long as he gets in the car and returns to the city as soon as possible, he can escape from danger. Just as he was about to approach the car, a figure flashed in front of him and the third killer appeared in front of the car. There was a cruel and mocking smile on the other person's face, as if he had predicted his intention. Shaolong was startled and immediately drew his gun and fired. The bullet flew out of the chamber, but was easily dodged by the opponent. Another level 4 warrior? Shaolong's heart sank and he turned and ran down the mountain. The killer sneered and chased after him in 2 or 3 steps. He stretched out his hand and slapped Shaolong with his true energy. Shaolong heard the sound of wind behind his head and quickly dodged to the side. With a bang, the true chi created a big hole on the ground. The killer showed a hint of surprise. He didn't expect that a pampered young master would react so quickly and actually dodge the attack. Shaolong looked solemn. He was also a warrior with good talent. But he was still no match for a level 4 warrior. He was about to continue running away when the killer pounced on him again. This time the killer showed his real strength, and the palm shadow covered Shaolong's whole body, leaving him no room to dodge. Just as the killer was about to hit Shaolong, a ripple suddenly appeared in the air. The killer's body stiffened, a thin line appeared on his neck, and his head fell off. Shaolong originally planned to fight the killer to the death, but unexpectedly the other party died suddenly, which made him feel lucky to have survived. Shen arrived in time not far from the killer. On this day in the previous life, Shaolong, the heir of the Su family, was assassinated in Qingshan Cemetery. Although he survived, he was seriously injured and only survived after emergency treatment. Shortly thereafter, Shaolong awakened his thunder spirit and became the world's first thunder spirit master. Among all the nature-type martial souls, the thunder martial soul is the most powerful and the most domineering. After the disaster, Li Chen has not been able to subdue Shaolong because his thunder spirit is too powerful. At the beginning of the catastrophe, relying on the strength of thunder martial soul, Shaolong and Li Chen faced off against each other and refused to give in. It was not until Li Chen cultivated more martial spirits that he was able to kill Shaolong. Those who follow me will prosper, and those who oppose me will perish. I will take revenge for every slightest grudge and will never give up a cent. Li Chen, the son of destiny, has always been criticized for his actions in the end times. Although he possesses a powerful martial soul and strength, his style of doing things is completely different from the all-embracing martial soul of all things. Anyone who offended him or objected to his actions, regardless of whether they were good or bad, was brutally executed without any of the magnanimity and demeanor of a child of destiny. Some people believe that Li Chen must have somehow usurped the divine secrets to possess the all-kingdom martial spirit. Otherwise, with his narrow-minded, cruel and sinister character, how could he be worthy of the favor of heaven? Only Shen knew in his heart that it was because of his tolerance and kindness that he gave up what belonged to him that the trajectory of his fate changed. The key to changing fate lies in Su Bingyu, but in this life, he will not let all this happen again. Shen strode up to Shaolong and asked, "Are you okay?" "Shen Yi?" Shaolong recognized the person who saved him. Both of them were from prominent families and knew each other, but they had not had much contact. Shen looked at Shaolong and felt a familiar aura from him. Based on this feeling, he knew that the thunder spirit had begun to grow in the other party's body, but it had not yet fully awakened. He guessed that the reason Shaolong survived a great disaster in his previous life might be because of the effect of his thunder spirit. Anyone who possesses a martial soul has an extremely strong vitality. As long as the body is not completely dead, it can slowly recover, not to mention the 1 in a million thunder martial soul. I'll take care of those two. Shen turned and walked towards where the killer and the bodyguard were fighting. The 2 third-level warriors were covered in blood and could no longer stop the killer. After Shen made his move, he immediately defeated the opponent. He can now unleash the true chi of the peak level 4, while the opponent is only in the middle level 4 and is far from being his opponent. After 10 moves, the killer vomited blood. The killer showed a look of horror and turned around to escape, but Shen broke his legs first. The only remaining killer was shocked. He didn't expect that the other side would have such a powerful helper who could kill his companion in just a few moves. Without hesitation, he left the middle-aged man and ran away. Unexpectedly, when the wind blew, Shen was standing in front of him without him noticing. He raised his hand and slapped him, knocking him back. The middle-aged man took advantage of the situation and attacked fiercely. With his assistance, the last killer was soon seriously injured and beaten unconscious. Shaolong was even more surprised when he saw this scene. He knew that Shen had a good talent for martial arts, but he didn't expect his strength to be so strong. At Shen's current age, it was hard to believe if he told others about it. Shaolong was surprised and grateful. "Mr. Shen, thank you for saving me." Shen smiled slightly. "2 of them are still alive, we can investigate who sent them." Shaolong nodded, turned, and looked at the two unconscious killers, a hint of cold murderous intent in his eyes. Chapter 17 Saving Future Allies. Shen Yi returned home, feeling very happy. Relying on the memories of his previous life, he successfully rescued Shaolong and gained the other party's gratitude and friendship. When we face a major disaster in the future, we will have more strength to fight the crisis together. The Shen family's small townhouse. Li Chen got off the garbage truck, sweating profusely, and complained, "Son, have you told Bingyu when you can get my job back?" Li Chen smelled the stench of garbage on Li Chang and took 2 steps back in disgust. "Yes, she said she'll be able to get you back to your original job soon." Li Chen now has money and could have moved out, but he was afraid of arousing Su Bingyu's suspicion, so he could only endure it for the time being. Li Chang complained, "How much longer? I can't stand the stench every day." Li Chang used to be Shen Yi's full-time driver. Apart from taking Shen Yi to school every day, he did no other work. "Now I have to get up early and work late every day to transport garbage, and have to endure other people's contempt. I can't take it anymore." "Almost. I'll ask her later." Li Chen didn't know when Su Bingyu and Shen Yi would be able to reconcile, so he could only perfunctorily respond. In the past, he hoped that the two of them would have a conflict, so that Su Bingyu's heart would gradually lean towards him. As a result, when the two of them quarreled, I became the unlucky one? Whenever Li Chen thought of what Shen Yi had done to him, he felt resentful. When he became successful in the future, he would definitely trample Shen Yi and all those who offended him under his feet, and torture them over and over again. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. "Then you hurry her up, I'll go in and rest for a while." Li Chang dragged his tired body into the small townhouse, and soon he heard heavy snoring. Li Chen felt a little annoyed when he heard the noise in the room. He was just thinking of going out to find a girl to relax when Su Bingyu called. Li Chen quickly found a quiet place to answer the call. "Xiaoyu, is there something you want to talk to me about?" "There's a dinner party at my house the day after tomorrow. Buy yourself some nice clothes and come over to my house." "Really? I can come to your house for a dinner?" Li Chen looked surprised. "Of course, there will be many celebrities coming that day, so you should dress nicely." "Got it. I'll be there on time." Li Chen has always wanted to integrate into the upper class and let people see his excellence. It would be even better if you could get the appreciation of a big boss. Su Bingyu had taken him to some small gatherings before, and the attendees were all second-generation officials and rich people. He was wearing the famous watch given by Su Bingyu in a high-end suit customized with Shen Yi's card. He was dressed very well, and those who didn't know him would think he was a rich young man from some wealthy family. At first, everyone at the party was very interested in him, but after finding out that he was the son of a driver, they quickly forgot about him. If it wasn't for Su Bingyu's sake, he wouldn't even smile. Li Chen remembered all those who looked down on him, and when he turned the tables, he vowed to take revenge on them. This is indeed the case. In his previous life, after Li Chen possessed the martial spirit of all things, he used various excuses to kill many people who had grudges against him, and even affected their families and relatives. After hanging up the phone, Li Chen ran to a luxury store and bought a suit worth 100,000 yuan and a famous watch worth 1 million yuan. After all, it was Su Bingyu's money, so he didn't feel bad about spending it. What's more, when dating other girlfriends, you also need these things to serve as a facade. Seeing that he was generous, the salesgirl thought he was a rich second generation and left him her contact information with affection. Li Chen understood immediately and accepted the contact information with great pride, preparing to taste the food of this beautiful shopping guide after the banquet. The day of the banquet soon arrived. At the Su family manor, waiters in formal attire greeted every guest respectfully at the door. Their uniforms were straight and their attitudes were humble, as if every greeting contained respect and welcome for the guests. In the banquet hall, the long tables were covered with white tablecloths and the exquisite tableware was placed meticulously. The hall was decorated with floral works designed by top florists. The colors were colorful yet harmonious, adding a bit of vitality and elegance to the banquet. The delicacies on the table are dazzling, from delicacies from all over the world to exquisite desserts. Each dish is carefully prepared by star chefs. Not only are the flavors rich and layered, but the presentation is also as pleasing to the eye as a work of art. The guests were dressed in custom-made evening gowns or formal attire, the men in suits and the women in jewels. Their smiles revealed anticipation and excitement, and they talked softly to each other. The air was filled with the aroma of light perfume and high-end cigars. Those attending the banquet were all business celebrities and social elites from Jiangnan, and most of them came for the Shen family. because when they received the invitation, they found out that the head of the Shen family would also attend the banquet. In the banquet hall, Sujan and Jiaoya greeted the distinguished guests with smiles on their faces. In Jiangnan City, there were not many families that could invite these prominent figures to a banquet, but not only did they do it, but almost all of them were present. Sujan looked at the bustling banquet hall and felt very satisfied. A well-built man jokingly asked, "Boss Su, I heard your daughter and the young master of the Shen family are getting married soon. When will the wedding be held?" Sujan waved his hands repeatedly. "Mr. Lu is really a joke. The children have just started college. It's too early to talk about this." The wealthy man smiled and said, "Mr. Su, don't hide it. Everyone in Jiangnan knows that the young master of the Shen family likes your daughter. When to get engaged is just a matter of words." Sujan was happy in his heart, but his expression remained calm. "Boss Lu, you're joking. The engagement isn't decided by my family." "Mr. Su has admitted it, congratulations." The wealthy man looked envious, and the other guests followed suit. At this time, a group of 3 people appeared in the manor. The man had entered middle age, but time had left no trace of age on him. Instead, it had sculpted a calm and reserved air of dignity. He wore a well-tailored dark suit, each fold revealing a symbol of exceptional taste and status. His every gesture exuded the composure and confidence of a group leader. Standing next to him was a gentle and elegant woman with a temperament like orchid. She had a warm smile and stood shoulder to shoulder with the middle-aged man. The young man walking behind inherited his parents' excellent genes. He was handsome and stylish, his features reflecting his father's wisdom and composure, while also retaining the youthful energy and vigor. His fitted evening gown perfectly accentuated his upright figure, and every step he took exuded the unique charm and grace of youth. When the single ladies at the party saw him, they all looked at him in amazement and couldn't help but envy Su Bingyu's good luck. As soon as Shen Tianhao, Sujan and Shen Yi appeared, they became the focus of everyone's attention. Sujan whispered to Jiaoya, "Shen's people are coming. Tell Bingyu to come over quickly and tell her not to act up tonight so we can finalize the engagement." Jiaoya quickly agreed and turned to look for Su Bingyu. She walked around the manor and didn't see Su Bingyu, but she saw her son Su Zhio. "Zhio, where's your sister?" Su Zhio was chatting with some rich second generations when he heard this and said, "My sister went to the gate and said she wanted to pick someone up." "Shen Yi is already here, who else is she going to pick up?" Jiaoya ordered, "Go and call your sister back quickly. Don't keep Shen Yi waiting for too long." "I know, Mom." Su Zhio agreed reluctantly and ran to find Su Bingyu. Chapter 18. Su Bingyu takes Li Chen to the banquet. At the gate of the manor, Su Bingyu met the anxious Li Chen. Li Chen had never attended such a high-level banquet. Although he was looking forward to it, he had little confidence. He was wearing high-end clothes, but he did not have the temperament of an aristocrat. He was timid and looked a little petty. Su Bingyu deliberately called Li Chen here to anger Shen Yi, because he had ignored her for such a long time. She wanted to let Shen Yi know that even without him, she could still find an excellent male companion. Seeing Li Chen's unnatural look, Su Bingyu said dissatisfiedly, "Why did you come just now? I have been waiting here for a long time." Li Chen was sweating profusely. "I don't have a car, and the taxi I found went to the wrong location, so I was delayed." Su Bingyu then remembered that Li Chen's father was no longer a driver, so she nodded and said, "Then let's go in." Her eyes caught sight of Li Chen's wrist, and she asked curiously, "Didn't Shen Yi take away your things? Where did you get this watch?" Li Chen had already thought of an excuse, "I borrowed it from a friend." "Didn't you say I couldn't lose face? That's why I borrowed a watch from everyone." Su Bingyu was touched and said, "You are so kind. I wish Shen Yi could be as considerate as you." Li Chen deliberately said, "Brother Shen is also very good to you. If I didn't want that wooling grass, he wouldn't be angry. He's just being stingy. You're his good friend who grew up with him. He can't even bear to part with a single herb. That's really too much." Su Bingyu thought of Shen Yi's attitude towards her these days and felt very dissatisfied. At this time, Su Zhio came running from a distance and hurriedly called out, "Sister, Mom asked you to go in quickly." He was stunned when he saw Li Chen following Su Bingyu. "Sister, why did you bring him in?" Su Bingyu said calmly, "He is my friend. I invited him to attend today's banquet." Su Zhio was stunned. "Sister, are you crazy? Do you know what my parents are going to do today?" "You're crazy." Su Bingyu said nonchalantly, "Since this is a family banquet, can't I even bring a friend in?" Su Zhio felt like his sister's brain was filled with manure. "You can take anyone with you, why would you take him?" Don't you know what made brother Shen Yi angry? He's just narrow-minded. Xiaochen is my best friend and the brother he grew up with. If he knows he's wrong, he should apologize to me and Xiaochen. After Su Bing finished speaking sternly, she pulled Li Chen into the manor. Su Zhio watched the two of them go in together, and suddenly he was startled and hurried to the banquet hall. In the banquet hall, Su Zhenhai was chatting with Shen Tianhao. Zhao Ye also accompanied Su Jin in talking. The unpleasantness that happened a few days ago seemed to disappear in the lively and joyful atmosphere. Shen Yi stood listlessly in the hall, with Su Bingyu's sister Su Bingqian standing beside him. Su Bingqian was arranged by Zhao Ye to accompany Shen Yi in order to stop those daughters of famous families who were eyeing him covetously. Su Bingqian is 1 year younger than Su Bingyu. They look about 70% similar, but Su Bingqian looks more innocent and lovely. Su Bingqian picked up a piece of cake flatteringly. Brother Shen Yi, this is made by the 5-star chef my family invited. Please try it. There was white cream on the corners of Su Bingqian's mouth. The girl was a little greedy, so she was a little fatter and rounder than her sister who paid attention to body proportions. Shen Yi politely took the cake. He didn't dislike Su Bingqian. The little girl had always followed him and Su Bingyu and called them brother and sister since she was a child. Her attitude towards me is even better than that of her sister Su Bingyu. Zhao Ye was talking to Su Jin when Su Zhio ran to her, sweating profusely. Zhao Ye asked, "Where's your sister?" Su Zhio pointed to the entrance of the hall guiltily. There. Zhao Ye looked up and almost fainted from anger. At the entrance of the hall, Su Bingyu was dressed in a palace evening gown, like a princess. Beside her stood the well-dressed Li Chen. This rebellious girl. Zhao Ye was shocked and angry. If the Shen couple saw this, not only would they not be able to get engaged, but they would not even be able to work together in the future. In the banquet hall, many people noticed Su Bingyu, who was dressed in a gorgeous outfit, and couldn't help whispering to each other. This is the daughter of the Su family. She's so beautiful. Who is the man next to her? Is he the young master of the Shen family? But didn't the young master of the Shen family come here a long time ago? Of course, Zhao Ye couldn't lose her temper in front of so many guests. Seeing that Su Jin's eyes had noticed the idiot couple, she could only try to remain calm, walked up to her daughter, and lowered her voice. Bingyu, who is he? He is Li Chen, whom you have met before. Li Chen quickly forced a smile, his voice trembling slightly with nervousness. Hello, auntie, my name is Li Chen, I'm Bingyu's classmate and also her good friend. Zhao Ye was secretly annoyed when she saw that Li Chen's movements were stiff and his behavior was awkward, and he didn't have the temperament of a rich family's son at all. My daughter, what's wrong with your brain? You actually quarreled with Shen Yi over such a shameless thing and even brought him in front of the public. Su Zhenhai was chatting animatedly with Shen Tianhao when he suddenly felt that the banquet hall had become a little quieter. He turned around and his expression changed slightly. The man standing next to my daughter was not Shen Yi, but another man. Who was this man? Why was he so close to my daughter and holding her hand? He subconsciously glanced at Shen Tianhao and saw that he frowned slightly, but did not speak. In the hall, Zhao Ye suppressed her anger and deliberately said loudly, "Oh, you are Bingyu's classmate. Thank you for coming to our dinner." She deliberately emphasized that Li Chen was Su Bingyu's classmate, just to clarify their relationship and avoid misunderstandings from the Shen family and the public. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Student Li, you can go now. Bingyu and I have something to discuss." Li Chen had long wanted to appear in front of the Su couple openly. He could no longer gain any advantage over Shen Yi, so he could only pin his hopes on the Su family. He pretended to be reluctant to leave. "Xiaoyu, thank you for inviting me here, I'm going back first." Su Bingyu quickly said, "Mom, Xiaochen is my guest, how could you let him go?" Zhao Ye was so angry that she wanted to slap her daughter. She lowered her voice and said, "Bingyu, Shen Yi is here." "Oh, really?" Su Bingyu had already seen Shen Yi. She looked at him provocatively and deliberately tightened Li Chen's hand. It seems to be saying, "This is the consequence of ignoring me these days, and if you don't beg for my forgiveness, you may lose me." Chapter 19, Slap Su Bingyu in the face. Shen Yi sneered and walked towards Su Bingyu. Su Bingqian also followed happily. She had seen Li Chen before and was very surprised. Wasn't he her sister's classmate? Why did her sister bring him here? Su Bingyu felt very proud when she saw Shen Yi coming over. You finally lost your patience. You've endured for so many days. I used a little trick, but you still have to bow to me. Shen Yi strode up to the two of them and glanced at Li Chen with contempt. Su Bingyu, is this your new boyfriend? Su Bingyu was stunned for a moment. Shen Yi, what did you say? Shen Yi said disdainfully, we have broken up. You brought him here just to announce that you have a new boyfriend? Zhao Ye glared at her daughter when she heard Shen Yi say this, and quickly explained, Xiao Yi, you misunderstood. Bingyu just said that this is his classmate, just a classmate. Misunderstand? Shen Ye's eyes fell on the two people's tightly held hands. The classmates are so close? The classmates attended the family banquet together and wore couple diamond rings? Su Bingyu once gave Li Chen a diamond ring that matched her ring. After the housekeeper took Li Chen's diamond ring away, he bought another one that was exactly the same. The two of them came together, wearing the same diamond ring, and they really looked like a couple. After hearing Shen Yi's words, the guests in the banquet hall began to whisper to each other. It turns out that Shen Yi and Su Bingyu have broken up. It seems that there is no need to continue the cooperation with the Su family. The daughters of each family were even more surprised. That was great. Shen Yi and Su Bingyu broke up, and they had a chance. Feeling the gossip and fiery gazes around her, Su Bingyu realized that something was wrong. No, it's not. Not what? Shen Yi showed a mocking expression. I thought you would find an outstanding young man as your boyfriend after breaking up with me, but who knew you would find the son of my driver? What? The Su family's daughter's new boyfriend is the driver's son? The people around were shocked. What's the Su family's daughter thinking? She wants a poor guy as her boyfriend instead of a good boyfriend like Mr. Shen? Someone showed an expression of admiration. What a great love. Is this what it means to risk everything for love? Su Bingyu finally showed a hint of panic. This was completely different from what she expected. When Shen Yi saw that she brought Li Chen to the dinner, shouldn't he feel regret and reflect, then kneel down and beg for her forgiveness? But why did he say that he had broken up with me and that Li Chen was his boyfriend? Li Chen secretly glanced at Su Bingyu's reaction and explained slowly, Brother Shen, you misunderstood. You've been ignoring Bingyu these past few days, so Bingyu asked me to accompany her to the banquet. Yeah? Shen Yi stared at the two of them. If I ignore her, she can bring you to the banquet and show off her love in public? Su Bingyu finally reacted and quickly let go of Li Chen's hand. When did I show my affection to Li Chen? Shen Yi sneered. Are you showing off your affection? Everyone can see it clearly. Do you still want to deny it? Su Bingyu felt the strange looks from everyone around her, and she panicked even more. No, it's not like that. Zhao Ye quickly explained, Xiao Yi, you misunderstood. How could Bingyu possibly be interested in someone like this? When Li Chen heard Zhao Ye's disparagement, a trace of frustration and resentment flashed in his eyes. He opened his mouth, Auntie, He wanted to prove his excellence, but apart from his decent school performance, he had nothing to show for it. Shut up. Zhao Ye didn't want to listen to him at all. She said sternly, I don't care if you're Bingyu's classmate or not. Get out of my house right now. Li Chen's face turned pale and he looked timid after being yelled at. Su Bingyu originally thought that she might have gone a little too far, but when she saw Li Chen's aggrieved face, her heart of protecting the weak overflowed again. Mom, don't yell at Li Chen. Zhao Ye was so angry that she trembled all over when she heard this. At this time, you still dare to defend him? Shen Yi laughed. Okay, now that everything is clear, I officially announce it. I, Shen Yi, and Su Bingyu will part ways and never see each other again. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Su Zhenhai's face changed color, and he quickly looked at Shen Tianhao, who was frowning. Brother Shen, there must be a misunderstanding. Before he finished speaking, Shen Tianhao waved his hand and said, let's not worry about the affairs of young people. Let them decide everything on their own. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Su Zhenhai was anxious and said quickly, Brother Shen, please listen to my explanation. Shen Tianhao didn't give him a chance to explain. Mr. Su, thank you for your hospitality today. After saying that, he strode out the door. Seeing this, Sujan followed her husband. When Su Zhenhai heard Shen Tianhao's address to him, he stood there in a daze. Seeing this, several big men who had close ties with the Shen family looked at each other and said goodbye to Su Zhenhai. Su Zhenhai's forehead was covered with sweat. Mr. Wang, Mr. Chen, Mr. Jiang, the banquet has just begun. Can you stay a little longer? Several bigwigs politely declined and left without hesitation. Just as Shen Yi was about to leave, Su Bingyu finally came to her senses and rushed forward to grab Shen Yi. Shen Yi, don't go. Shen Yi shook off her hand. Miss Su, you have a boyfriend, please respect yourself. Su Bingyu's face turned pale. No, you misunderstood. Xiao Chen and I are not in the relationship you think. Shen Yi said contemptuously, what's the connection? You brought him here just to announce his identity. Now that you have got what you wanted, why do you still need to clarify it? Su Bingyu hurriedly shook her head, no, it's not like that, I just want to piss you off. Shen Yi sneered, what kind of place is this? What kind of occasion is this? Don't you know it yourself? The Shen family may not care about family background and status, but the Shen family's dignity must not be lost. From the moment you brought another man into this place, the Shen family will no longer accept a woman like you. Every word Shen Yi spoke was like a heavy hammer hitting Su Bingyu's heart. Her face changed drastically and she began to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, she finally felt that she might have done something stupid. Zhao Ye tried to persuade him to stay. Xiao Yi, Bingyu was inconsiderate in this matter. She already knows she was wrong. Can you please forgive her just once? Shen Yi said calmly, I have forgiven her many times, but this time, I will not tolerate it again. Zhao Ye knew that no matter how she tried to persuade her, it was useless. She could not help but look at her daughter with anger and hatred. Su Bingyu said with a pale face, Shen Yi, are you really going to break up with me? Shen Yi smiled coldly and walked out of the banquet hall without looking back. Seeing Shen Yi so determined, Su Bingyu's body softened and she collapsed to the ground. When the guests saw the Shen family members leaving, they all stood up and said goodbye. In the blink of an eye, most of the people had left. Su Zhenhai's face turned pale. He walked up to Su Bingyu and slapped her hard. Evil girl, look at what you have done. Su Bingyu was beaten to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Although Zhao Ye was angry, she couldn't help but dissuade her daughter from being beaten. Zhenhai, calm down first. Let's think of a way to salvage the situation. How can we salvage it? Su Zhenhai roared loudly, the Shen family is a prestigious family. They will never tolerate a woman with bad family values marrying into their family. How can Bingyu possibly be forgiven for what she did today? Zhao Ye still held on to hope. Shen Yi has always liked Bingyu. Perhaps today he was just impulsive. He might reconcile with our daughter in a couple of days. Su Zhenhai said coldly, look at Shen Ye's attitude today, does it seem like he was impulsive? He said angrily, just wait and see. Once today's news gets out, Su's stock will fall tomorrow. Is it that serious? Zhao Ye was puzzled and asked, we just ended our relationship, how could it affect our business? What do you know? Su Zhenhai said angrily, do you know how much of our business was introduced by the Shen family's connections, and how many of our customers are tied to the Shen family? Once we know that the Shen family has given up on us, many cooperations will be terminated. Is it really that serious? Zhao Ye was also afraid. Her status in the circle of noble ladies was based on wealth. Once the Su family's assets shrank, her status would also decline. Chapter 20 Su Bingyu doesn't believe Shen Yi will break up. She lost her composure and angrily scolded Su Bingyu, tell me, what is your relationship with this kid? Seeing that Su Bingyu had always been defending Li Chen, she also felt that her daughter must have an unclear relationship with this poor boy, otherwise why would her daughter protect him so much? Su Bingyu covered her face, we are just friends. Will friends wear couple rings? Will friends hold hands and appear together? Zhao Ye became angrier and angrier as she spoke, and she also slapped Su Bingyu. Su Bingyu's face immediately turned red and swollen. I thought that if I did this, Shen Yi would be jealous. I did this before, and he quickly begged me for peace. Su Zhenhai scolded from the side, what kind of occasion is this today? You brought this man here to openly slap Shen Yi in the face. How could he tolerate you again? Su Bingyu quickly shook her head, no, Shen Yi has loved me for so many years, it's impossible for him to separate from me. He is just angry for a moment and will regret it soon. We will definitely reconcile. Su Zhenhai sneered, you are dreaming. Your behavior today will spread quickly. Even if Shen Yi loves you, his parents may not agree. Su Bingyu didn't believe it, uncle and aunt like me very much and will not agree to my separation from Shen Yi. No matter how much they like you, you are not as good as their own son, let alone the entire Shen group. They will not let a woman with a stain be their daughter-in-law. Su Zhenhai hit the nail on the head. Su Bingyu finally became worried, then, what should I do? What to do? Su Zhenhai suddenly kicked Li Chen, kicking him several meters away. Li Chen let out a miserable howl, rolled on the ground several times, and spat out blood from his mouth. Su Zhenhai said grimly, this bastard caused the incident. If we want to resolve the grudge in Shen Ye's heart, we have to sacrifice him. Maybe there will be a glimmer of hope. Su Bingyu subconsciously protected Li Chen. Dad, Li Chen is my friend. I asked him to come here today. Don't hit him. Sujan was so angry that his face turned black. If we were just friends, would Shen Yi be so angry? Would he break up with you? If you don't show your sincerity, you will never be able to win Shen Yi back. After hearing this, Su Bingyu looked at Li Chen hesitantly. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat and he started trembling. He just wanted to experience the life of the upper class and annoy Shen Yi at the same time. He never thought that this would become a means of apologizing to Shen Yi. He ignored the pain in his body and said in a panic, Bingyu, it's all my fault. I shouldn't be here, and I shouldn't have made Shen Yi angry. I'll go apologize to him, or even kneel down and beg him. Seeing Li Chen's panic, Su Bingyu softened her heart. Dad, give me some time, I will try to win Shen Yi back. If I can't do it, I will do as you say. Li Chen was secretly delighted. Su Bingyu really liked him, otherwise she wouldn't have pleaded for him. Sujan was speechless at his daughter's stupidity. It's already this late, and you still can't bear to touch him? He wanted to beat Li Chen to death on the spot, but he couldn't do it now, otherwise everyone would know that it was the Su family who did it. He can only wait until the heat is over before he can find a way to get rid of this pretty boy who ruined his plans. Su Bingyu knelt on the ground. Dad, I will explain everything to Shen Yi. He and I have been together for so many years, he will not be willing to break up with me. Sujan knew that it was useless to get angry now, so he could only try his best to see if he could make a final remedy. He forced himself to suppress his anger. Okay, I'll give you one last chance, don't let me down. Otherwise, your name will no longer be among the heirs of the Su family. Su Bingyu finally got scared. She had never wanted to separate from Shen Yi, nor had she expected things to get so serious. She quickly said, Dad, I will definitely make Shen Yi and me get back together. After saying that, he staggered out. Li Chen hurriedly followed him. He was afraid that if he stayed here any longer, he would really be beaten to death by Sujan. Su Jiao stared at Li Chen's back unwillingly. Dad, are you just going to let this kid go like this? If my sister makes a fool of herself today, it will spread throughout the circle of rich second generations tomorrow, and she won't feel good about it. She might even be ridiculed and laughed at. Sujan said coldly, send someone to keep an eye on him and don't let him leave the city. Su Bingyu walked out of the manor and started to call Shen Yi, but found that her number was blocked. She said anxiously, Xiaochen, did I really do something wrong this time? Li Chen quickly comforted, you are not wrong, it is Shen Yi who is wrong. He shouldn't make such a fuss. Su Bingyu sighed, yeah, I did this just to get him to coax me. Why can't he understand me? It's Shen Yi who's not worthy of you, Bingyu. You deserve someone better. Li Chen said with eager eyes. He didn't want to wait any longer. Today's incident was an opportunity to make Su Bingyu understand that he was the one she truly loved and the one who could bring her happiness. Su Bingyu didn't understand what Li Chen meant and just thought he was comforting herself. You go back first, I'll go find Shen Yi. What, you really want to go find him? You want to apologize to him? Li Chen felt very uncomfortable. Su Bingyu had never been so weak in such a long time. I promised my father that I would win back Shen Yi. Su Bingyu still couldn't believe that Shen Yi could be so cruel. After more than 10 years of relationship, he just gave up on it? Then I'll go with you. Li Chen didn't want the two of them to reconcile like this, but he couldn't stop Su Bingyu, so he could only say helplessly. No. Su Bingyu refused, Shen Yi might get angry when he sees you. Li Chen's heart skipped a beat. What was wrong with Bingyu? He had been with her before, and she had never refused. He showed a lost expression, okay then. Seeing Li Chen's dejected expression, Su Bingyu felt a little reluctant. I'll go talk to Shen Yi and have a good talk with him. When he calms down, I'll let you move back to your original place and return the job to your uncle. Li Chen showed a touched expression. Bingyu, thank you. After a while, Li Chen watched Su Bingyu leave alone, feeling helpless and furious. Bingyu actually put Shen Yi first this time. She always put me first before. Shen Yi, it's all your fault. Why don't you just die? Li Chen looked at the car driving away, his eyes full of resentment. Half an hour later, at the Shen family mansion. Master, Miss Su is here and wants to see you. Shen Yi didn't even bother to raise his head, let her go. An hour later, the housekeeper came running over and said, Miss Su said that if you don't see her, she won't leave. Let her do whatever she wants. 2 hours later, the housekeeper said, Master, Miss Su has been standing outside the door and has not left. Then let her stand. 3 hours later, the butler came back to report, Master, it's late at night and the temperature outside is very low. Shen Yi disagreed, she is a formal warrior, this little bit of cold air can't freeze her. If you disturb me again, you will stand outside with her. The butler didn't dare say anything more. After a night, Shen Yi opened his eyes while meditating. It was already bright outside and the weather was unusually clear. While having breakfast in the restaurant, Sujan asked, Son, I heard that Su Bingyu stood outside all night? Shen Yi didn't care, she wanted to stand there on her own, no one forced her. You really won't get back together with her? A good horse never turns back. Sujan was relieved, that's good, I was afraid that you would be soft-hearted. A woman with no sense of propriety like this must not marry into the Shen family. Shen Yi said in surprise, Mom, didn't you like Su Bingyu very much before? Why did you change faster than me now? That was for your sake. You were so obsessed with her before, so I naturally couldn't treat her badly. Shen Yi smiled and said, Then you can rest assured. Even if I become a monk, I won't want her. Sujan angrily said, Nonsense. If you become a monk, what will happen to the Shen family's huge fortune? Mom, you're still young, would you consider giving me a younger brother? You little brat, you're getting more and more out of line. Sujan pretended to hit him, but Shen Yi ran away laughing. Shen Tianhao was almost bumped into when he reached the door. He asked in surprise, Why is my son laughing so happily? Sujan blushed, Nothing, come and eat. Chapter 21 The Bad Girl Regrets. The housekeeper came running to report, Master, Miss Su has left. Just go. Shen Yi stretched his muscles and felt relaxed all over. At this time, a message came from the mobile phone next to him. Shen Yi opened it and saw that it was a message from Zhao Qianju. The message read, Shen Yi, come to school if you have time. Shen Yi was a little surprised. Why did Zhao Qianju look for him? Didn't he say that he would not pursue the matter of skipping classes? With a hint of curiosity, he took a bus to Jiangnan University. When they arrived at the classroom, Wang Yuan came up to them with a beaming smile, Yezi, well done. You should have broken up with that scumbag a long time ago. Shen Yi said, Why, you know everything? Wang Yuan smiled and said, Of course. How could I not know about such a gratifying thing? Only after hearing what Wang Yuan said did Shen Yi know. One of the rich second-generation people who attended the banquet last night was also studying at Jiangnan University. He quickly spread the news of his breakup with Su Bingyu, and some girls in the class also started to look at him eagerly. By the way, how come you have time to come to class today? Wang Yuan looked surprised. Shen Yi was admitted to Jiangnan University with the first place in martial arts. Zhao Qianju didn't care about him, and other teachers didn't dare to ask about him, so no one cared if Shen Yi didn't come for 10 days or half a month. Old Zhao asked me to come here. What's the matter? Really? Then why are you coming to the classroom if you're not reporting to him? I came to see you. I haven't seen you for a few days. I want to see if you have gained weight again. Can't you just hope for me to be better? I'm telling you, I've started losing weight, and soon I'll be a handsome guy like you. Can you lose weight? Even sows can climb trees. Shen Yi chuckled and escaped from the classroom under Wang Yuan's murderous gaze. 7 Schools Alliance Martial Arts Competition? In Zhao Qianju's office, Shen Yi heard the purpose of calling him here and recalled something. At this time in the previous life, 7 universities in various provinces and cities, including Jiangnan University, Zhanghua University, Jinbei University, Beihai University, Sun Yat-sen University, Nanjing University of Technology, and Bianchi University, jointly held a martial arts competition. This competition aims to promote martial arts exchanges between prestigious schools and increase students' practical experience. Shen Yi's rewards are very generous, one of which is to conduct research and study activities at the base where wooling grass is excavated. In the previous life, Li Chen suddenly broke out in the school selection and was successfully selected for the league team. At that time, his martial soul had just awakened and was not yet at level 1, but he had the opportunity to participate in research and study activities. Under the guidance of his martial soul, Li Chen found a crystal deep below the base. This kind of crystal appeared after the first heaven-earth phenomenon occurred. It contains special energy that can increase soul power. Later it was called Deep Rock Crystal. After Li Chen obtained the Deep Rock Crystal, his strength began to improve by leaps and bounds, and he became the number 1 in the school. Shen Yi, you are very strong and have the potential to achieve excellent results. Zhao Qianzhu's face was full of eagerness. It would be a great honor for him if one of his students could win first place in the inter-school competition. Shen Yi felt that Zhao Qianzhu's eyes were so hot that they were a little dazzling, and he quickly said, Teacher Zhao, I will join. He naturally would not miss the opportunity to find the deep rock crystal. Then it's settled. Zhao Qianzhu was overjoyed. He saw that Shen Yi often did not come to school, and was afraid that he would not be willing to participate. Shen Yi learned from Zhao Qianzhu that Jiangnan University would send 10 representatives to this league. Except for a few people who have been selected internally, the remaining places will be selected within the school and decided through registration. Shen Yi left the office and was about to say hello to Wang Yuan and go home. When he was about to reach the teaching building, he suddenly heard someone calling his name behind him. Shen Yi recognized Su Bingyu's voice and cursed in his heart. Sure enough, Su Bingyu came up anxiously, Shen Yi, you are here. Shen Yi knew that someone must have tipped off Su Bingyu, otherwise how would she know that he had come to school? He said lazily, does it matter to you where I am? Su Bingyu, who had stood outside the Shen family mansion for a whole night, looked haggard, with red and swollen eyes, no longer as bright and beautiful as before. She said in a resentful tone, Shen Yi, why did you block me? Do you know that I waited for you outside the door all night yesterday? I know, so what? Shen Yi said impatiently, get out of the way, don't block the way. Su Bingyu's face turned pale, Shen Yi, are you really that cruel? You were not like this before. The past is the past. Shen Yi sneered, we have broken up. Whether you are dead or alive has nothing to do with me. Su Bingyu refused to give way, I know you are angry with me. I shouldn't have brought Xiaochen to the party yesterday. Don't worry, I won't do that again. Out of spite? Shen Yi felt that this woman was a little confused. She actually thought that he was angry with her? He was too lazy to talk nonsense with Su Bingyu, so he stretched out his hand and said, get out of the way. Su Bingyu was not even a first-level warrior, so there was no way she could stop Shen Yi. She screamed and flew out. Thump! Su Bingyu did not fall to the ground, but was helped down steadily by someone. The person who helped her was a handsome young man. He looked at Su Bingyu and smiled slightly, classmate, are you okay? Su Bingyu blushed slightly and quickly left his arms, I'm fine, thank you. The young man felt a soft and warm fragrance leaving his hands, and a hint of reluctance appeared in his eyes. The students passing by saw the young man and said in surprise, it's Senior Li Chen, a famous young master in the 3rd year. When Li Chen saw someone recognized him, a hint of pride appeared on his face. He looked at Shen Yi and said righteously, my male classmate, how could you attack a girl? A thought popped up in Shen Yi's mind, is this person trying to show off in front of him? Li Chen said gently to Su Bingyu, classmate, is this person bothering you? Shen Yi laughed when he heard it, ask her who is harassing whom? Of course you are the one who is pestering this beautiful girl. Li Chen sneered, I've seen many people like you. When you can't catch up with girls, you want to use force. Li Chen didn't take Shen Yi seriously. He was a 3rd-level warrior and there was no way he couldn't deal with a junior student. Li Chen said to Su Bingyu, I'm right? You don't have to be afraid. With me here, no one can hurt you. Su Bingyu hesitated for a moment, I don't want him to leave. Li Chen thought he had misheard, what did you say? Su Bingyu said truthfully, he is my boyfriend and wants to break up with me, but I don't agree. What? Li Chen was stunned. He thought it was a hero saving a beauty, but it turned out to be wishful thinking. He looked at Shen Yi carefully. This guy doesn't look that great. Apart from being a little more handsome than me, there's nothing outstanding about him. How could this beautiful woman like such a person and be reluctant to break up with him? Chapter 22 The Future Dragon Soul Girl. Li Chen glanced at Su Bingyu out of the corner of his eye, and saw that the other party had a resentful and pitiful expression, which had a unique charm, and he couldn't help but feel distracted. He secretly thought that the two of them were breaking up, and if he could leave a good impression on her, maybe he could take the opportunity to win her over. So he acted like a senior, no matter what, you can't hit a girl. Apologize to this classmate immediately. Shen Yi laughed angrily. Whose belt was not tied tightly and this thing came out? He waved his hand, get out of here, don't force me to slap you. Li Chen's face darkened. What did you say? Shen Yi slapped him, I said I would slap you, didn't you hear me? Li Chen didn't expect Shen Yi to take the initiative and immediately became furious. He wanted to grab Xingye's hand and fight back. Unexpectedly, a huge force came and broke his arm directly, and then hit him hard in the face. With a bang, blood spurted out of Li Chen's mouth and nose, and he flew out. The sound of a flower pot breaking was heard in the distance. Li Chen fell into the green belt and fainted. The students around were all shocked. They thought that this freshman was going to be unlucky, but who knew that Li Chen was the unlucky one? Su Bingyu was also stunned. Seeing that this senior was taking on so many responsibilities, she thought he was very powerful. But who knew that he couldn't even withstand a slap from Xingye? When she came to her senses, Xingye had disappeared. She stomped her feet in frustration and chased after him towards the school gate. On the other side, Li Chen came to the hospital. His teeth had not been fixed yet, and Sujan kicked him again, almost breaking his kidney. Fortunately, Sujan didn't want to kill him, otherwise, with the strength of a 4th-level warrior, he would have been dead long ago. Despite this, Yuan was still seriously injured. He was receiving treatment with a grimace when his cell phone suddenly rang. He was a little annoyed and wanted to curse, but when he saw that it was Su Bingyu calling, his tone immediately became gentle. "Bingyu, is there something you want to talk to me about?" Su Bingyu's anxious voice came from inside. "Xingye, he really ignored me. I waited all night but he didn't see me. It would be better to ignore it. It would be better if we really broke up, then I can take over." Li Chen thought so in his heart, but said, "Brother Shen is just still angry. As long as you say a few more nice words, he will soften his heart." "Really?" After hearing Li Chen's comfort, Su Bingyu felt a little better. "Bingyu, remember, no matter how Xingye treats you, I will always stand by your side." Su Bingyu was moved and said, "Xiaochen, you are still the best to me. Of course, we are best friends, the kind that will never be apart." Li Chen was chatting on the phone, and the nurse next to him got goosebumps when he heard it. They looked at each other and thought that this was not a good person and was most likely a mistress. In addition to his contempt, his hands became a little rougher, causing Li Chen to cry out in pain and almost faint. Su Bingyu heard Li Chen's wailing on the phone and couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Xiaochen, what's wrong with you? Where are you?" "I'm in the hospital." Li Chen was barely breathing, and his tone was filled with grievance and pity. "Which hospital are you in? I'll come right over." Su Bingyu thought of Li Chen's injury, stopped chasing Xingye, got in the car and drove towards the hospital. When Li Chen heard that Su Bingyu was coming to see him, he felt both happy and proud. Xingye, at the critical moment, Su Bingyu still cares about me more." In the parking lot, Xingye's driver watched Su Bingyu get in the car and then drove towards the main road. He asked curiously, "Master, isn't Miss Su looking for you?" "But this is not the direction to the Shen mansion." Xingye was indifferent. "Don't worry about her, go to this address now." Under Xingye's instructions, the Shen family's luxury car drove through the streets and alleys and arrived outside a middle school. This is an ordinary middle school. School is over now. Students are walking out in 2s and 3s, playing and frolicking along the way, showing their youthful vitality. Among the students, there was a female student who was walking with her head down. She was wearing a mask and was a little thin, making her inconspicuous in the crowd. While passing through a small alley, she was pulled in by 2 students who looked like delinquents. "Fang Tingxue, you did this on purpose today. You knew I didn't write it, but you still asked me for the test paper." The girl was a little scared and a little humble. "Yes, the teacher asked me to take it." "Bullshit, why did you pick it up when the teacher is here instead of earlier or later? I think you're just asking for a beating." A naughty boy was cursing. The girl took a step back in fear. Another boy with dyed yellow hair scolded, "Just looking at you makes me angry. You're ugly, and you like to show off in front of the teacher." The boy rolled up his sleeves and wanted to take action. The girl quickly closed her eyes. This was not the first time she was beaten. She had good grades, but her family was poor and she was not good looking. She was a thorn in the eyes of the poor students at school and was often bullied. Xingye looked at this scene and frowned. Fang Tingxue, 16 years old, comes from a poor family and suffers from congenital myoma, so she wears a mask all year round and dares not let others see her face. No one would have thought that this girl who looks humble, thin, and often bullied. The dragon soul will awaken in the future. Dragon soul, the most powerful of all living beings' martial souls. Its power is no less than that of thunder spirit. Even though Fang Tingxue doesn't look good now, after awakening her martial soul, her genetic disease will be cured, and she will be replaced by an incredibly beautiful woman. In his previous life, Li Chen wanted to get her, but she was not kind to him. Li Chen spent a long time trying to catch up with her but failed, so he had to resort to force. But Fang Tingxue is very capable and smart. Although Li Chen is powerful, he has never been able to catch her. Shen Yi came to Fang Tingxue not because he was attracted by her beauty, but because he needed a strong supporter in the future. The natural disaster of doomsday is not something that any one person can contend with. He needs help and stronger power to protect this city and more human beings. Seeing that the two boys were about to hit Fang Tingxue, Shen Yi rushed over and hit them on the head twice, knocking them unconscious in the alley. Fang Tingxue closed her eyes, and the pain did not come for a long time. She opened her eyes cautiously and saw a young and handsome face. For some reason, she felt a sense of peace when she saw this face. Seeing the two boys fainted on the ground, she realized that it was this older brother who saved her. "My name is Shen Yi, what's your name?" Shen Yi asked with a smile. He didn't say Fang Tingxue's name directly because he didn't know her at that time. "My name is Fang Tingxue." Fang Tingxue looked at Shen Yi's handsome face and felt a little blushing. "Do they often bully you?" Shen Yi kicked the two boys who had fainted. Fang Tingxue nodded. Shen Yi called the driver in, find someone to go to their home and ask their parents to educate them. The driver understood, "Yes, master. It is too easy for them to deal with such families. Work, life, and interpersonal relationships are all means of punishment. You can tell me who else is bullying you at school." Shen Yi said domineeringly. Fang Tingxue didn't know why Shen Yi helped her, so she nodded gratefully. "Thank you, brother Shen. I'll take you back first." Shen Yi stepped over two dead pig-like bodies and accidentally stepped on one of them, causing two muffled groans from his feet. Chapter 23, The Flame Martial Spirit Given by My Precious Son. Fang Tingxue was surprised to see the luxury car parked outside. The best car she had ever ridden in was the Peugeot car owned by her classmate's father. She had never seen such a luxury car, let alone ridden in one. Shen Yi opened the car door. "Where is your home?" "I'll take you there." "No, thanks." Fang Tingxue quickly stepped back. "My home is not far ahead, it will be there in a short walk." Shen Yi knew that she was a little wary of strangers, so he smiled and said, "Okay, I'll go with you." "But brother Shen, I'm afraid of wasting your time." Fang Tingxue said timidly. "It's okay. I'll go back after I drop you off." "Isn't your home not far away?" Shen Yi smiled, revealing his neat white teeth. Fang Tingxue gave an embarrassed laugh. In fact, her home was not close by, and it would take 6 or 7 stops to walk there. "But the words have been spoken, so I have no choice but to move forward." Shen Yi followed her. He didn't know Fang Tingxue's family background, and he had no chance to find out in his previous life. But since he is reluctant to even take the bus, I guess the situation is not very good. Fang Tingxue is 17 years old and is in her 3rd year of high school. Her parents died early, and she lives with her uncle and aunt in the nearby old town. "My uncle and aunt run a small business. Although they have their own children to raise, they treat Fang Tingxue as their own daughter. I live here." Fang Tingxue pointed at the residential building in front and stammered. She walked with Shen Yi for a long time and felt very embarrassed. Shen Yi looked at the surrounding environment. The buildings here were very dilapidated. Judging from the location, it should be included in the government's demolition plan, but before it could be implemented, the end of the world came. "Can I come up and sit down?" Shen Yi asked. He wanted to know more about Fang Tingxue's situation. Fang Tingxue was stunned, not knowing how to answer. She had never brought a strange man home before, and her home was very small, so she didn't know if the other party would dislike her. "It's inconvenient, so forget it." Shen Yi smiled slightly and left Fang Tingxue a phone number. "This is my contact information, let me know if you need any help." Fang Tingxue took the business card in a daze. She didn't understand why the other party cared about her so much when she was not good looking and her family background was also ordinary. Outside the residential complex, Shen Yi got into a car and said to the driver, "Investigate her family and help if you can." "Yes, master." After Shen Yi returned home, the housekeeper came to report. "Master, the newly acquired wooling grass has arrived." Shen Yi's eyes lit up and he immediately went to the secret library. There is a secret medicine storehouse in the Shen family mansion, which only Shen Tianhao had access to previously. After Shen Yi became an adult, Shen Tianhao also gave him separate permissions. The martial spirit grass collected this time was the 3rd batch. The 1st and 2nd batches had already been used by Shen Yi to cultivate his martial spirit. After absorbing the second batch of martial spirit grass, Shen Ye's martial soul gradually improved to the middle stage of the first level, his physical strength reached the level of a fourth-level warrior, and his explosive power was as high as the fifth level. It's a pity that there is no mutated martial spirit grass, otherwise his parents could awaken their martial spirits in advance. However, Shen Ye believes that this day will not be too far away. In the medicine storehouse, more than 30 wooling grasses lay quietly, each of which was placed in a special freezer box. They were as green as jade and emitted a faint fluorescence. Shen Ye swept his soul power and was immediately attracted by one of the plants. This wooling grass looks exactly the same as other wooling grasses, but it contains a mysterious and strange energy that is very similar to the aura of a martial soul. Found it! Shen Ye sensed it carefully and his mind was suddenly in turmoil. After purchasing nearly 100 wooling grasses, he finally found a mutated wooling grass. He suppressed his joy and called Shen Tianhao. At that time, the Shen Group office building. Shen Tianhao is meeting with the head of the Chen family. The head of the Chen family is called Shen Hong, who is about the same age as Shen Tianhao and is also a level 5 warrior. After the two finished discussing cooperation, Shen Hong tentatively asked, "I heard that Shen's recently purchased a large amount of medicinal herbs. Did you receive any inside information?" Shen Tianhao secretly thought that this old man was quite well informed. He calmly said, "It's just for the family members to practice. We purchased some in advance as a reserve." In order to avoid attracting attention, he purchased wooling grass and some other herbs at the same time to confuse people. Shen Hong said calmly, "But I heard that the Shen family purchased a lot of wooling grass. According to the current market price, it will cost a lot of money, right?" Shen Tianhao disagreed, "It's just some herbs. My Shen family can afford it." Shen Hong nodded, "Of course, but if Mr. Shen finds a way to make a fortune, don't forget me, your brother." The two of them argued for a while, and then Shen Hong said goodbye and left. After Shen Hong left, Shen Tianhao called his secretary. "How much wooling grass have we purchased recently?" "Nearly 100 strains, with over 1 billion in funds mobilized." "Where's the cargo?" "In the secret vault of the mansion, only you and the young master have access." Shen Tianhao nodded, hesitating whether to continue the acquisition. The Chen family has already noticed this and estimates that the price of wooling grass will increase soon. If the funds required are huge, they may have to change their strategy. At this moment, the phone next to him suddenly rang. He answered it and listened for a while. "Okay, I'll come back as soon as possible." Inside the Chen Group's exclusive luxury car, Shen Hong instructed his assistant, "The news that the Shen family is purchasing wooling grass is true. Pass on my order and arrange for someone to go to other provinces to purchase some." The assistant reported, "Martial spirit grass is very valuable. Purchasing large quantities may affect our cash flow." Shen Hong said calmly, "Shen Tianhao will never do business that would put him at a disadvantage. There's no harm in following him." Shen Hong didn't know that his action would not only save his life, but also change the fate of the Chen family's premature demise in the previous life. When Shen Tianhao returned home, he went to the medicine store first. Seeing Shen Yi standing in the medicine storehouse with a mysterious look on his face, he smiled and asked, "Son, what's the matter that you're in such a hurry to call me back?" "Dad, there is a wooling grass here, you absorb it." Shen Tianhao was surprised and asked, "Why are you asking me to absorb the wooling grass for no reason? Although this thing can strengthen the body, it is more effective on low-level warriors and is not very useful to me anymore. This one is different." Shen Yi took out the mutated martial spirit grass and stubbornly asked Shen Tianhao to take it. Although Shen Tianhao felt strange, he still met Shen Ye's request. With a smile on his face, he slowly put the wooling grass into his mouth. A green scent spread across his tongue and then entered his stomach. He originally thought that this wooling grass would only increase his true energy a little, but unexpectedly, the next moment, a warm and powerful force instantly erupted in his body, like a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. Shen Tianhao felt as if all the meridians in his body were washed by a hot torrent, with pain and numbness intertwined, yet also with an indescribable pleasure. As this power permeated his mind, his consciousness began to blur, as if he were drawn into a colorful world. In this world, he saw a dormant flame soul deep within his body gradually awakening. The flame took on a deep and mysterious color, sometimes interweaving blue and purple, sometimes brilliant golden, just like the phoenix fire in ancient legends, both destroying and reborn. The flame spirit slowly awakened within Shen Tianhao, its form constantly shifting, eventually condensing into a flaming phoenix, wings spread wide, ready to take flight. Its flapping wings unleashed a frightening heat and overwhelming pressure. This power, connected to his bloodline, gave him a feeling of unprecedented strength and confidence. What is this? Shen Tianhao was extremely shocked. After his fire martial soul awakened, his true qi continued to rise, breaking through the peak of level 5 and reaching the late stage of level 6. In addition, a mysterious power was born in his body, which was much stronger than true qi. Chapter 24. The scumbag's ugly appearance is exposed. It's done. Shen Yi noticed that the soul power in Shen Tianhao's body was taking shape, and showed a hint of joy. Before the catastrophe, wooling grass was a spiritual medicine for strengthening the physical body, but after awakening the martial soul, it became a treasure used to increase soul power. Dad, this is why I asked you to buy the wooling grass. Shen Yi calmly told the secret about awakening his martial soul. Shen Tianhao looked astonished. You mean, after the wooling grass mutates, it can awaken the Wuhuan, and it will replace the qi training in the future? But how did you know that? Not long ago, I had a dream. Shen Yi did not say that he was a reborn person, but replaced his experiences in the previous life with what happened in his dream. Shen Tianhao looked at his son deeply. His son's dream was too magical and too incredible. However, the mysterious power awakened in his body was real, especially the flame, which allowed him to instantly break through the realm and become a 6th-level warrior. Shen Tianhao had a complicated expression. So, a natural disaster will come soon, and you experienced it all in your dream? That's right, Dad. Do you remember the sudden solar eclipse a few days ago? That wasn't a natural phenomenon, but a sign before a natural disaster. In the dream, the time and scene of this omen were exactly the same as in reality. Shen Yi emphasized carefully. Looking at his son's serious expression, Shen Tianhao finally believed it. After all, the martial spirit that appeared in his body was real, and he had never seen such power in the real world. Should I have warned the government as soon as possible and asked them to deal with this crisis in advance? Shen Yi immediately stopped him. No, if we tell this now, not only will no one believe us, but we will also be treated as sliced pieces for research. Shen Tianhao was the leader of the group and quickly understood what was going on. That's right, we must protect ourselves first, and then do what we can. Shen Tianhao made a quick decision. I will immediately mobilize all funds and go all out to acquire the wooling grass. If that doesn't work, I will use assets as collateral to cash out the funds. When troubled times come, no amount of money will be of any use. What is truly useful is strong cultivation and strength. Dad, you should practice here and break through to the first level of martial spirit as soon as possible. Shen Yi explained in detail to Shen Tianhao the method of cultivating martial spirit. He had awakened his martial soul in his previous life, but it was just an ordinary sword soul. However, with this experience, his cultivation was much more efficient. Shen Tianhao also felt that time was running out. After listening carefully, he began to absorb the remaining martial spirit grass to enhance the power of his martial soul. Shen Yi walked out of the secret library, feeling both happy and relieved. Shen Tianhao awakened the fire martial soul. Although it is not as powerful as the thunder martial soul, it is also a very powerful one in the natural system. Moreover, Shen Tianhao awakened early and took advantage of the time and place. If he felt correctly, at the moment when his father's martial spirit took shape, he seemed to see a majestic fire phoenix. An acquired fire martial soul is usually in the shape of an ordinary flame, and only an innate martial soul can transform into a fire phoenix, so Shen Yi can almost conclude that his father has awakened an extremely rare innate martial soul. The next step is to find a new mutated martial spirit grass to help my mother awaken her martial spirit. At this time, the housekeeper came up and said, Master, you asked me to investigate the source of Li Chen's funds, and I found something. On the other side, the Su family. A company executive reported anxiously, after the banquet, nearly half of our customers terminated their cooperation with the Su Group. Our main supplier stated that they would not renew their contract upon expiration. 2 bank loans are about to mature, and the bank will not agree to a repayment extension. Furthermore, our stock price has fallen by over 20%, and the company's market value has been reduced by 1/5. People are now panicking, and some core technical staff are considering leaving. Sujan said with a gloomy face, Where is Su Bingyu? Didn't she say she wanted to win back Shen Yi? Where is she now? The person sent to follow replied, The lady has looked for Shen Yi, but she has been in the hospital these 2 days. Sujan frowned. What is she doing in the hospital? Li Chen is recovering in the hospital, Miss is going to visit him. Sujan was immediately furious when he heard this. It's already this late, and she's still thinking about that pretty boy? At this time, a servant came in and said, Master, someone just brought something here, saying that only you and the young lady can see it. Sujan took a look and saw it was an envelope. He asked his men to open the envelope, which contained a video USB drive and some pictures. After Sujan checked it out, he was so angry that he was shaking all over. Bring Su Bingyu back to me immediately, and capture Li Chen as well. Not long after, Su Bingyu and Li Chen, who was bandaged, were taken back to the Su family. Su Bingyu looked bewildered. Dad, why are you in such a hurry to get me back? Sujan stared at Su Bingyu fiercely. Let me ask you, with the 10 million I gave you, did you buy a gift for Shen? 10 million? Su Bingyu's eyes flickered, and she said with an unnatural expression, buy it, buy it. Bought it? Sujan laughed angrily. Then let me ask you, what gift did you buy? Where is the receipt? Su Bingyu mumbled, I haven't had time to buy it yet. Still trying to trick me. Sujan threw the pictures and information at Su Bingyu. Take a look for yourself, what is this? Su Bingyu picked it up and saw that it showed pictures of Li Chen buying luxury watches and rings, as well as a list of his large purchases. Su Bingyu's face changed drastically. Xiaochen, didn't you give all your money to Shen? How do you still have money to buy these things? Li Chen knew something was wrong as soon as he saw the photo, and tried to explain, this is fake, it's photoshopped, someone is trying to frame me. Sujan sneered, there is also surveillance video, take a look for yourself. The servant beside him turned on the display screen and started playing the video in the USB flash drive. In the video, Li Chen was seen entering and exiting the hotel with different girls, interacting intimately with them, and spending money like water and indulging in sensual pleasures in nightclubs. Li Chen's face turned pale. He never expected that these videos would appear in the Su family and be seen by Su Bingyu with her own eyes. Su Bingyu was shocked and angry, and asked sternly, Xiaochen, who are they and why are they with you? All are fake. Li Chen tried to defend himself, someone was jealous of you being nice to me, so they forged these things and wanted to deceive you and uncle. I'm not your uncle. Sujan said coldly. In his heart, Li Chen was already doomed to die. On the day of the banquet, he couldn't do it in public. Now that there are no outsiders around, he will not let go of this scum who ruined his plans. Li Chen trembled when he heard Sujan's cold voice. He suddenly remembered something and tried to defend himself. It was Shen Yi, it must be Shen Yi. He was angry with me and Bingyu, so he made up these things and wanted to destroy the relationship between me and Bingyu. Was it Shen Yi who did it? After hearing this, Su Bingyu felt a little relieved. Why did Shen Yi do this? Is he jealous? Is he using this method to deliberately alienate himself and Li Chen? So, he still loves me? Just when Su Bingyu was wavering, Sujan sneered, idiot, with Shen Yi's ability, he can crush you to death with just one finger. Why do you still need to make these fake photos and videos? When Su Bingyu heard this, she suddenly came to her senses. Yes, Shen Yi is not such a person. Although he is not very strong, he never lies. Chapter 25 Li Chen's death. Su Bingyu's face turned cold, and her tone was a little angry. Li Chen, didn't you say that you gave all the money to Shen Yi? Why did you lie to me? Su Bingyu could give the money to Li Chen, but she absolutely could not tolerate Li Chen deceiving her, even though they were good friends who grew up together. Li Chen knew he couldn't hide it anymore. I'm sorry, Bingyu, I was just worried about embarrassing you, so I bought those luxury goods to help you look good at the banquet. Su Bingyu asked, what about those women? That was just a casual act. Bingyu, I love you the most. Every time I see you and Shen Yi together, I feel uncomfortable, so I look for those women to relax. You love me? Su Bingyu was stunned for a moment and murmured, but you are just my good friend. The person I love is Shen Yi. He is my boyfriend. No, you don't love Shen Yi. The person you really love is me. Li Chen hurriedly said, if you don't love me, why are you always on my side? Why did you give me 10 million? Why don't you go after Shen Yi, but stay with me in the hospital instead? Su Bingyu was stunned and a little flustered. You are my good friend, I just don't want you to get hurt. That's what love does. Li Chen said with deep affection, Bingyu, face your heart. You and Shen Yi are just a business marriage. You will never be happy. Only by being with me can you find true happiness. Sujan couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Li Chen out. Who the hell are you, you rubbish? How dare you covet my daughter? Li Chen was kicked to the door, screaming, and his body made crisp sounds of broken bones. When Su Bingyu heard Li Chen's screams, she felt a little bit of pity, but she did not go forward to help him. Li Chen's face was pale, and he looked pitiful and miserable. Bingyu, I'm in so much pain. When Su Bingyu heard Li Chen cry out in pain, she was momentarily shaken, but when she saw his helpless look, she suddenly realized that her father was right. Li Chen is just the son of a mediocre driver. Compared with Shen Yi, he is useless. No matter how blind I am, I will never choose Li Chen between the two. For so long, she was just blinded by Li Chen's good disguise. She was so nice to him out of sympathy for the weak. Thinking of this, she felt a little regretful. She regretted not seeing this clearly earlier, and regretted that Shen Yi broke up with her because Li Chen ignored Shen Yi. Recalling Li Chen's deception of herself and his hypocritical and artificial past, Su Bingyu felt a trace of hatred in her heart and kicked him. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, why would Shen Yi break up with me? Li Chen didn't expect Su Bingyu to turn against him so suddenly. The kick was hitting him in the injured area, causing him to groan in pain and almost faint. Sujan Hai's expression brightened slightly when he saw his daughter's change of heart. He waved his hand and said, "Take him to a secluded place and leave no one alive." When Li Chen heard Sujan Hai's cold words, his face turned pale with fright. "No!" Li Chen screamed, "Bingyu, you love me, please save me." Su Bingyu now only has hatred towards Li Chen, without any feelings at all. She turned her head away and didn't look at Li Chen again. Two big men in black came forward and dragged him out, one on the left and one on the right. Li Chen collapsed all over. He called out to Su Bingyu again and again, trying to awaken her concern for him, until his voice disappeared outside the yard. After Li Chen was taken away, Sujan Hai asked, "You went to find Shen Yi, how is the situation?" Su Bingyu felt both regretful and sad. "He refused to pay attention to me. I stood outside the Shen family all night, but he didn't even see me." Sujan Hai said angrily, "Look at what you have done. For such a thing, you have offended the entire Shen family." He sighed deeply. "I will go find Shen Tianhao and apologize to him in person, otherwise if it goes on any longer, the Su family will be finished." When he arrived at the Shen family mansion, he was told, "The master is in seclusion, no visitors allowed." Why is Shen Tianhao in seclusion at this time? Sujan Hai frowned, feeling a little uneasy. "Where's your young master?" "The young master went out. I don't know where he went." Sujan Hai couldn't find the key person and waited for a long time in vain, so he had no choice but to leave. Li Chen was dragged out of the car on a barren hill on the outskirts of the city. His legs were broken and he couldn't run away even if he wanted to. He shouted unwillingly, "Bingyu loves me. You can't kill me. Otherwise, when she remembers me, she will definitely avenge me." Seeing that the two men were unmoved, he begged again, "I have money, let me go, and I will give you all the money." The two big men sneered and stripped off his clothes and valuables. Li Chen was stripped naked, revealing his fair body. The two big men's eyes lit up. "You know what, this pretty boy's skin is quite tender." After saying this, he touched his chin with a lewd look on his face. Li Chen was immediately terrified. What do you want to do?" The big man in black smiled lewdly. "It's a pity to bury it like this. I don't like women, but I like you." After saying that, he jumped up and pounced on him. The other one laughed lewdly and stood on the top of the mountain to watch the wind. After a long time, Li Chen's body was completely broken and he groaned in pain. "Beast, kill me now." The big man in black who was watching the wind laughed cruelly and said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I haven't started yet." "No, don't want it?" Li Chen looked at the hairy man approaching him with a look of despair. A full 3 hours. Li Chen was tortured to death. The big man in black had many ways to play with him, which made him heartbroken and bleeding. On the other side of the barren mountain, Shen Yi looked stunned. He received the news and prepared to deal with this enemy personally. Unexpectedly, the people of the Su family were even more cruel than himself. Not only did they want to bury Li Chen alive, they also severely tortured Li Chen mentally and physically. After playing for a long time, the two big men finally had enough fun. They were about to fasten their belts when their heads suddenly felt heavy and they both fell to the ground. Li Chen forced himself to open his bloodshot eyes and saw Shen Yi standing in front of him. He tried to cover his body, but he had nothing to hide. He could only look at Shen Yi with great humiliation. "It's you did all this." Shen Yi said calmly, "Yes, I did it all." "Why? Is it because of Su Bingyu?" "I promise you that I will never see Su Bingyu again, as long as you let me go." Li Chen tried to beg for mercy. He didn't want to die yet, but Shen Yi suddenly appeared and gave him a glimmer of hope. "It's not because of Su Bingyu." "Why is that?" "You don't deserve to know." Shen Yi stretched out his finger and a blade of air flew out, cutting off Li Chen's neck. Li Chen covered his neck in pain, struggled a few times, and soon died. A son of destiny who was a powerful, cruel, and domineering person in the previous life died quietly in a desolate mountain. Chapter 26: The Decline of the Su Group. When Shen Yi returned home, the housekeeper reported, "Master, Sujan has been here." "Yeah." Shen Yi sneered, "Give the order to cut off all business dealings with the Su family and do everything in your power to ban the Su family. Without the protection of the Shen family in this life, the Su family would not survive the natural disaster." But before that, he didn't want to see the Su family living too well. "Yes, master." The butler bowed and replied that before Shen Tianhao went into seclusion, he ordered that all affairs of the Shen family be presided over by Shen Yi. In addition, Shen Yi is the only heir of the Shen family, and no one dares to disobey him. After Li Chan's death, Li Chang was kicked out of the Shen family. Not long after, Li Chang was found dead on the street. It was said that he was stabbed to death while fighting for territory with beggars. For a period of time thereafter, the Su Group was attacked from all sides, its stock price hit the limit down, its business was interrupted, and its funds were cut off. The whole family was in turmoil and on the brink of collapse. Su Bingyu completely regretted it. She kept changing her number to call and send messages to Shen Yi, trying to ask for his forgiveness. But Shen Yi didn't respond to any of her calls, as if he had completely forgotten her. Su Bingyu could only wait in the school, but was humiliated by other rich second generations and daughters of wealthy families. They knew that the Su family was almost finished, and Shen Yi had already severed ties with her. Those who had been despised and bullied by Su Bingyu in the past took the opportunity to take revenge. A rich girl gave Su Bingyu a severe lesson at school because the Su family had used the power of the Shen family to suppress her family. Not only that, she herself is a first-level warrior, but she was beaten by Su Bingyu, who was of ordinary level, in the martial arts class and never dared to fight back. Just because Su Bingyu is Shen Yi's girlfriend. But now, Su Bingyu no longer has the reason to be proud, so the rich girl retaliates without mercy. Su Bingyu couldn't believe it when she was beaten. "How dare you hit me? So what if I hit you? Now there is no Shen Yi to protect you." The rich girl mocked her mercilessly and punched and kicked her mercilessly. Su Bingyu was shocked and angry. At this moment, it seemed as if everyone had abandoned her. All the people who used to surround her and flatter her are gone, replaced by contempt, ridicule, and sneers. "No, Shen Yi is just angry with me. He likes me so much and won't leave me." Su Bingyu covered her face and screamed. "Like you?" The rich girl laughed heartily. "You and a pretty boy were being affectionate in public. How could Mr. Shen possibly like someone as shameless as you? Xiaochen is just my friend. I have nothing to do with him." Su Bingyu defended herself indignantly. "Xiaochen? You call him so affectionately and say it's okay. If you like this pretty boy, why are you still looking for Mr. Shen? Go find your Xiaochen." The rich girl kicked Su Bingyu so hard that she fell to the ground. When the people around saw this, they all burst into laughter. Su Bingyu felt extremely humiliated. She couldn't beat the rich girl, and no one helped her. He could only escape from the school with a bruised face. When she returned to the Su family, she felt wronged and sad. She didn't expect that her life would become so bad after Shen Yi left. Xiaoyu was surprised when she saw the wound on her face. "Xiaoyu, what happened to you?" Su Bingyu was overwhelmed with grief and couldn't help but start crying. Xiaoyu felt sorry for her daughter and hurried to comfort her. "Don't cry. Tell mom who hit you and I will avenge you." Su Bingyu's voice choked as she recounted her experience of being beaten. Xiaoyu was furious. How dare the Lu family allow their daughter to commit such a crime? She immediately called her husband back. "You must avenge your daughter and severely suppress the Lu family." Sujan frowned and said, "Revenge? How?" Xiaoyu said bitterly, "Haven't you done this before? This time, not only will you suppress them, but you will also make them come to apologize in person and make their daughter kneel before Xiaoyu to make amends." Sujan looked at his wife, who had always lived a life of luxury, and shook his head helplessly. "We used to suppress the Lu family by borrowing the power of the Shen family. Who would listen to us and suppress the Lu family now?" "What did you say?" Xiaoyu was stunned. "Can't we suppress the Lu family on our own? You're overthinking it." Sujan was speechless and said, "The Lu family is about the same size as us, but now that our business has stagnated and our assets have shrunk, they have definitely surpassed us. What should I do then? My daughter will be bullied for nothing." Xiaoyu was very unwilling. "She deserves it. She did something stupid, so let her bear the consequences." Sujan said expressionlessly. He was extremely disappointed with his daughter. If it weren't for his daughter letting Shen Yi down, the Su family wouldn't be in this situation today. Zhaoya was speechless, and she also had some feelings in her heart. Recently, at the gathering of rich ladies, my status has plummeted. The wives and concubines of her small family who used to look up to her now dared to look her in the eye and even speak to her loudly. She could only comfort Zhao Bingyu, daughter, be patient for now, and everything will be fine when you and Shen Yi get back together. But Shen Yi is ignoring me now. Su Bingyu burst into tears. Sujan glanced at his daughter with disdain. What's the point of crying now? What were you doing before? After saying that, he strode out. Fang Tingxue returned home from school. When she reached the door, she heard her uncle's voice coming from inside the house. Strange, business has suddenly become better these days. My aunt replied, yes, there are many more customers than before. I thought we were going to be unable to continue. Fang Tingxue's brother, who was 5 years younger than her, said happily, did you make some money? You can buy me a new phone now, right? The aunt patted her son's head and said, be good, your sister will go to college soon. Buy her a computer for study first, and then buy you a mobile phone later. Although my brother was disappointed, he still nodded sensibly. Hearing this, Fang Tingxue was deeply moved. Although she was fostered by her uncle, the couple treated her like their own daughter, even better than her younger brother. When I walked into the house, my aunt greeted me warmly, Xiaoxue, come and have dinner. I made your favorite braised pork today. When he heard about braised pork, his younger brother Fang Yang started drooling with greed. Fang Tingxue asked, is the business in the store better than before? My uncle Fang Hongwei and his wife run a small grocery store, but their business is not very good and is just enough to support a family of 4. Aunt Lu Fang smiled and said, yes, the flow of people has increased a lot, and many people come to buy things. Fang Tingxue guessed that it was related to Shen Yi, so after dinner, she called Shen Yi with a nervous mood. Shen Yi did not deny it, and even suggested it. Your uncle's store is too small. I suggest he go into wholesale. He can make more money than a small shop, and it won't be as hard work. Shen Yi did not offer money directly because he did not want to hurt Fang Tingxue's self-esteem. Fang Tingxue bit her lip, but brother Shen, why are you so nice to me? Because. Shen Yi didn't know how to answer, so he just said, because you are very important to me. Am I very important to brother Shen? Fang Tingxue was surprised and blushed. She asked herself why she got Shen Yi's help since she had nothing special about her and was not pretty. Shen Yi suddenly said, is it convenient for you now? I want to meet you. Fang Tingxue agreed without hesitation. She actually wanted to see Shen Yi too. Shen Yi's handsome face had always lingered in her mind. Chapter 27 Fang Tingxue awakens the dragon soul. The address where Shen Yi and Fang Tingxue met was not Shen's house, nor was it a coffee shop where young people often date, but a pharmacy. This pharmacy is owned by the Shen family, and Wuling Ko was purchased through the pharmacy's channels. Fang Tingxue's heart was pounding when she saw Shen Yi again. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that Shen Yi was more handsome than before, and his temperament had also changed. Shen Yi smiled slightly, hello, Xiaoxue. Fang Tingxue felt a little embarrassed by Shen Yi's bright eyes. She lowered her head and said, brother Shen, thank you for taking care of my family's business. Shen Yi disagreed, it's a small matter. I called you here this time because I want you to do something. Fang Tingxue asked, brother Shen, what do you want me to do? I want to see your face. Fang Tingxue was stunned. She has congenital myoma, which causes facial deformity and is very ugly. This is her taboo and also a scar in her heart. Fang Tingxue didn't know why Shen Yi wanted to see her face, but she did it anyway. She suppressed her grievances and discomfort and took off her mask. Her face was covered with crisscrossing tubular tumors, especially the purple vein-like line in the middle, which spread from her forehead to her chin, looking both ugly and terrifying. When Shen Yi saw Fang Tingxue's face clearly, his heart was slightly shocked. Before the mask was removed, he had a vague feeling. As the mask came off, his senses became clearer. In the eyes of others, this is a disease caused by genetic mutation. But in Shen Yi's eyes, this protruding purple pattern looked like a giant dragon about to take off, giving people a feeling of amazement and awe. This is the dragon soul. Shen Yi understood. The dragon soul has been dormant in Fang Tingxue's body, but it is in its embryonic stage, which is why her face is different from others. The dragon soul is the cause of Fang Tingxue's illness, but also her opportunity. Shen Yi didn't know how Fang Tingxue gave birth to the dragon soul, but he knew that he had a way to awaken the dragon soul in advance, allowing Fang Tingxue to be reborn overnight and become a powerful dragon soul master. Fang Tingxue felt a little humiliated when she saw Shen Yi staring at her face intently. Other girls are stared at because they are pretty. And I was being stared at because I was ugly. Fang Tingxue found it hard to bear, and her voice became cold. Are you ready? Shen Yi sensed Fang Tingxue's dissatisfaction, but didn't care. He smiled faintly and said, Xiaoxue, do you want to have your face healed? Fang Tingxue was stunned. She has a genetic disease on her face. The doctor said that even if she has surgery, the disease will recur and it cannot be cured. She asked unsurely, You want to cure me? Shen Yi nodded, that's right, and I am sure that I can cure your illness. Fang Tingxue's heart was pounding, and her voice was trembling, really? Her sick face is the source of her inferiority complex and also her heart knot. Curing the disease on her face was her biggest dream in this life. Shen Yi's decisive answer made her feel like she was in a dream. Shen Yi asked Fang Tingxue to put the mask back on and then called the pharmacy manager. Are there any new wooling grasses? The pharmacy manager replied, Some young master just arrived with 3 strains and are preparing to deliver them to the house. Shen Yi waved his hand, no need to send it over, bring it all here. The pharmacy manager quickly delivered 3 freezer boxes. Shen Yi asked the manager to leave and opened one of the freezer boxes. He handed the wooling grass to Fang Tingxue, eat it. Fang Tingxue took the jade green wooling grass blankly, feeling a little confused. She didn't know what this thing was. The Fang family was just an ordinary family and had never heard of such high-end goods as wooling grass. Shen Yi said, eat it and your illness will be cured. Fang Tingxue felt that the wooling grass in her hand had a great attraction to her, so she swallowed it subconsciously. Instantly, a warm and powerful force erupted from the tip of her tongue, rapidly spreading through her meridians and throughout her body. This force was like a blazing flame, burning every cell in her body. It was also like a surging river, washing over every corner of her body and awakening her dormant potential. Immediately afterwards, this power rushed into the purple lines on Fang Tingxue's face, as if some ancient and powerful existence was quietly awakened. An unprecedented dragon breath boiled in Fang Tingxue's body, turning into an irresistible force, breaking through the shackles that had bound her for so long. Fang Tingxue's eyes suddenly became bright as stars, as if a giant dragon was circling within them, gleaming with golden light. A powerful aura burst forth from her body, shattering the mask on her face into pieces. At this moment, Fang Tingxue seemed to resonate with the heaven and earth. Her soul was closely connected with the awakened dragon soul in her body. She was no longer the ordinary girl with low self-esteem, but possessed the bloodline of the dragon soul and was about to become a powerful soul master. At the same time, Fang Tingxue's appearance and body underwent earth-shaking changes. The lines on her face had all faded, her eyes deep and cold, like two cold pools, her nose straight and delicate, like a dragon's spine standing proudly between heaven and earth, her lips a naturally bright red, her slightly upturned mouth corners outlining a captivating curve. Her body was frail, slender, and delicate, and her stunning face carried a transcendental aura, a beauty beyond compare. Shen Yi was used to seeing beautiful women, and at this moment he couldn't take his eyes off her. Su Bingyu was already considered to be very pretty, but compared to Fang Tingxue, one is like a cloud in the sky, and the other is like dust on the ground. Fang Tingxue didn't realize her appearance had changed so much. She couldn't adapt to the power of her body for a moment and was a little confused. Brother Shen, what's wrong with me? Shen Yi looked at his masterpiece with admiration. Your illness has been cured. You will know when you look in the mirror later. Really? Fang Tingxue subconsciously touched her face, which was soft and smooth under her fingertips, as delicate as solidified fat. She was surprised and happy, and wanted to look in the mirror right now, but she was also a little worried and afraid. Wait a minute, I'll teach you a method. First, get familiar with your current body. Shen Yi was afraid that Fang Tingxue would be too surprised and faint. What Fang Tingxue awakened was the dragon soul, and it was an innate dragon soul. Although she had never practiced it, she had already far surpassed many warriors. Shen Yi was afraid that she would not be able to control her strength, so he began to teach her how to master soul power. Although Fang Tingxue was not a warrior, she was naturally intelligent and quickly learned how to circulate her soul power, barely controlling the power of the dragon soul within her body. Mission accomplished. Shen Yi was very satisfied with Fang Tingxue's understanding, and he handed the remaining 2 freezer boxes to Fang Tingxue. Go back and practice well. Just say that your illness has been cured, and don't mention anything about the dragon soul. Fang Tingxue was both grateful and moved. Brother Shen, don't worry, I will do whatever you say. From this moment on, her heart was firmly tied to Shen Yi and could never be untied. Chapter 28. Shen Yi participates in the 7 schools competition. The pharmacy manager was extremely surprised when he saw a beautiful girl suddenly walk out. He had seen many stars and beauties, but never one as beautiful as this. Who is this lady? The pharmacy manager knew there was a girl in the room, but their figures and temperaments were completely different. He looked confused, not knowing where this beauty came from. Shen Yi glanced at him and said, "Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask." The pharmacy manager immediately fell silent and looked away. After seeing Fang Tingxue off, Shen Yi returned to the Shen family mansion. 3 days later, Jiangnan University's internal selection ended. Jiangnan University has selected a total of 10 representatives this time to participate in the 7 school league. There are 3 people who have been selected, namely Gao Yuan, a senior, Wei Jing, a junior, and Shen Yi, a freshman. Li Chen was originally qualified to participate in the league, but due to injury, he missed the school selection. The school also knew that Shen Yi had injured Li Chen, and according to school rules, he should have been severely punished. However, after learning about the situation from Shen Yi's chief tutor Zhao Qianju, the incident was classified as a mutual fight and a mild verbal warning was given. Li Chen also received a warning in the hospital, which made him so angry that he almost fainted again. The Jiangnan University team leader this time was a vice president named Zhu Ruixiang, who was in his 40s and a level 5 warrior. In addition, there is a beautiful teacher, 26 years old, named Song Yao. Song Yao is a typical girl with fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. She is an ordinary warrior, mainly responsible for external liaison work. Among the 10 contestants, the most promising one is senior Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan has a high talent for martial arts. He is already a 4th-level warrior at a young age and is a top student in the martial arts major. The second is Wei Jing, a junior, who is close to the level of a 4th-level warrior. Although Shen Yi was the top freshman, his academic records still showed him as a level 2 warrior. In order to surprise the school did not disclose his strength, so no one knew his true level. Therefore, many people were dissatisfied with Shen Yi being the designated candidate, especially Huang Junjie, who ranked 4th in the team. Huang Junjie is a 3rd-level martial artist, a senior student, and his family runs a martial arts school. He studied hard and practiced diligently since he was young, and after going through all kinds of hardships, he finally got admitted to the martial arts major of Jiangnan University as he wished. However, despite his ability, he was not selected as a candidate. Instead, a freshman surpassed him and easily got a spot. After finding out Shen Yi's identity, Huang Junjie was indignant. He believed that the other party relied on family influence to enter the representative team, because by participating in such a high-level league, credits can be obtained regardless of winning or losing, and it also presents a good resume to the outside world. So as soon as Shen Yi arrived at the team, he kept his eyes on Shen Yi, thinking about how to give the other party a warning. There are also 2 girls in the team participating in the league. The 2 girls' attention was on Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan was tall and handsome, with a stern demeanor, and was exactly the object of the young girl's affection. Shen Yi is also very handsome, but Gao Yuan became famous earlier and is more famous in school, so he has an innate advantage. Wei Jing is a young man with ordinary looks, but he has an easygoing personality. Although he is very capable, he is not arrogant and is very easy to get along with. After everyone arrived, a vice principal, a beautiful teacher, and 10 young and energetic students set off for Jinbei City together. The 7 school league is held in turn, and this time it is the turn of Jinbei University. Among the 7 universities, Jinbei University ranks among the top 3, and its comprehensive strength is slightly lower than that of Sun Yat-sen University and Beihai University. In the last 7 school league, Sun Yat-sen University ranked 1st, Beihai University ranked 2nd, Tianjin University ranked 3rd, and Jiangnan University ranked 4th. On the high-speed train to Jinbei City, Zhu Ruixiang kept looking at Shen Yi carefully. Zhu Ruixiang had never seen Shen Yi take action. He only knew that Zhao Qianju highly praised this student and claimed that the other party's strength was not inferior to his. Based on this speculation, Shen Yi should have the strength of a 4th-level warrior. If there are 2 level 4 warriors in the team, they may be able to squeeze out one of Beihai University and Jinbei University and grab the 3rd place. As for Sun Yat-sen University, the opponent's foundation is too strong. There are at least 3 level 4 warriors in the team, and it is difficult to pull them down from the 1st place. Song Yao started to get busy as soon as she got on the car. She contacted Jinbei to coordinate matters and confirmed the students' living accommodation and the opening time of the league. The school booked a business class seat, so there were not many passengers in the cabin. However, Song Yao's tall figure and beautiful appearance still attracted the attention of fellow passengers. A man who thought he was a successful man came to chat with her, but was turned away by Huang Junjie with a sullen look. Huang Junjie was tall and a level 3 warrior, and his aura alone was enough to scare the man. The man did not dare to confront Huang Junjie and could only return to his seat in shame. Huang Junjie scared the strange man away, snorted lightly, and then sat back down. He secretly liked Song Yao, but because they were teacher and student, he didn't dare to confess his feelings. A few hours later, the group arrived at Jinbei Station, and the people sent to greet them also arrived. The two sides met briefly and then took a car to the hotel where they were staying. Zhu Ruixiang announced, "The league officially starts tomorrow. You can move freely tonight, but don't go far." The school booked a double room in the hotel, but Xinyi was not used to living with others, so he booked a separate room. Huang Junjie was very dissatisfied with this and deliberately said, "You are still asking for special treatment here, isn't it just that your family has some money?" Shen Yi was a little puzzled. Why did this guy always target him? It seemed like he had to teach him a little lesson. He walked out of the hotel and came back after a while with a big bunch of bright and beautiful flowers in his hand. Shen Yi walked up to Song Yao and said, "Teacher Song, you've worked hard along the way. This is for you." As a woman, there is no one who doesn't like flowers. Song Yao was very happy when she smelled the fragrance of the flowers. She took the flowers and smiled sweetly, "Thank you, classmate Shen." Huang Junjie was furious when he saw this. How dare he send flowers to my goddess? He was looking for death. Xinyi noticed Huang Junjie's ugly expression and felt secretly proud. "This is your own fault, don't blame me." He expected Song Yao to accept the flowers because the flowers he sent were ordinary flowers, not roses, which had no special meaning and were not expensive. Since it is the student's expression of gratitude, the teacher will definitely not refuse. However, this move still irritated Huang Junjie. He had never given flowers, so how could others give them? Huang Junjie stared at Xinyi with murderous eyes as he returned to the guest room, swearing in his heart that he would teach the other party a lesson. The two girls were very envious of the flowers in Song Yao's hands. They also wanted to receive flowers from boys, and it would be even better if they were sent by Gao Zhanyuan. Unfortunately, Gao Zhanyuan, as the campus idol of Jiangnan University, is arrogant and cold, and rarely gets close to others. Although they frequently showed their goodwill, the other party seemed not to notice and never responded to them. Chapter 29. Xinyi was framed. Xinyi was meditating in his room when there was a knock on the door. He opened the door and saw a woman with exquisite makeup standing at the door. "Handsome guy, are you alone? Do you want me to accompany you?" The woman has a charming figure, a provocative tone, and is full of strange charm. Xinyi glanced at her and nodded, "Come in." The woman cast a coquettish glance at Xinyi and walked into his room. At the other end of the corridor, Huang Junjie showed a triumphant smile, "You are indeed a playboy. Let's see how you explain it this time." He was the one who found this prostitute. As long as he called Song Yao when the two of them reached the critical moment, Xinyi's ugly appearance would be exposed in front of the goddess. After Huang Junjie and the other prostitutes went in, they immediately made a report call. "Hello, is this the Public Security Bureau? I'm reporting someone who has a NYPC in the hotel. The room number is..." 10 minutes later, a group of policemen rushed over and knocked on Xinyi's room. Routine inspection, opened the door immediately. Huang Junjie was so happy when he saw the scene that he almost laughed out loud. He quickly went to find Song Yao. "Teacher, a lot of police suddenly showed up outside Xinyi's room. I wonder what happened." Song Yao was shocked and rushed to check. "As soon as I arrived at the door of Xinyi's room, I saw the police coming out." Song Yao quickly asked, "The person living in the room is my student. What happened?" The leading police officer explained, "It's nothing. Someone made a false police report against NYPC. We've checked and there's only one student living there. No one else." Huang Junjie was stunned when he heard this. He clearly saw the prostitute go in, so how could there be no one there? He was a little skeptical and ran to Xinyi's room, but as expected, he didn't see the prostitute. Xinyi looked at his incredulous expression and said with a half smile, "Senior Huang, what can I do for you?" I. Huang Junjie hesitated for a moment and explained, "I saw the police coming, so I came in to see if you were okay." Xinyi smiled faintly, "Thank you for your concern, Senior, I'm fine." Song Yao was standing outside the door, furious. She said to the police, "This is outrageous. This is ruining the reputation of my students. Please deal with this seriously." The police were also annoyed. "Don't worry, we will trace the source information and severely punish those who make false reports." Huang Junjie's heart skipped a beat and he secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, he used a temporary card, otherwise if the police found out his identity, it would be very serious. After the police left, Huang Junjie returned to the room puzzled. When he looked up, he saw a voluptuous woman lying on his bed. "What's going on?" Huang Junjie was shocked. Before he could react, his head suddenly felt heavy and he fell on the bed dizzy. Not long after, the sheriff's department received another report call. "I said the wrong room, it should be 6811. The police left and then hurried back. They broke into the room and caught Huang Junjie naked and holding a prostitute. Huang Junjie, who was awakened by the water, was in tears. The prostitute had his transfer records, and now he couldn't clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Shen stood at the window, watching the police car whizzing away downstairs, with a sinister smile on his face. It was too easy for him to get the prostitute into Huang Junjie's room. It's just a dozen floors, which is like walking on flat ground for a level 5 warrior. It just so happened that Huang Junjie also lived alone, because the school arranged a double room for the two of them. The next morning, Zhu Ruixiang bailed out Huang Junjie with a gloomy face. "It's not a big deal, but it's too embarrassing. If the old guys from other schools knew about this, they would definitely laugh at me." Huang Junjie returned to the team, and a group of gossipy eyes were all cast on him. Huang Junjie was like a mute eating bitter gospel, unable to express his pain. He knew that this matter must be related to Shen Yi, but he had no evidence. After all, he was the instigator. Song Yao looked at Huang Junjie disappointedly. She didn't expect that there would be such an ignorant person in her team. He couldn't control his lower body even when the competition was about to start. Zhu Ruixiang also wanted to kick Huang Junjie out of the team, but one less person would be more likely to arouse suspicion. He could only wave his hand and said, "Let's go to Jinbei University as planned." An hour later, the 7-school league officially kicked off at Jinbei University. The person in charge of organizing the competition at Jinbei University is a vice president named Zhang. Principal Zhang was very familiar with the leaders of the other 6 families. He smiled and said, "If you have no objection, we will continue as usual. The first round will be a strength test to eliminate those with weaker true energy." Everyone agreed and took the participating teams to the gymnasium of Jinbei University. There are 2 strength testing machines placed in the closed gymnasium, which are specially used to test the quality of the contestants' true qi. The greater the power of the true qi burst out, the higher the quality of the true qi. A machine like this one for testing true qi can withstand the impact of warriors below level 7. After a brief explanation of the rules, 70 students from different universities were ready to start the first round of eliminations. The 7 vice principals who led the team sat on the podium above the gymnasium, silently watching the performance of their students. On the big screen behind them, the contestants' test scores were scrolling one after another. The first person to take the stage was a student from Jinbei University. He scored a true qi value of 135, which was neither good nor bad, and was at the middle level of a 3rd-level warrior. The rest of the students took the test in turn. Most of them were between 130 and 150, until one student scored over 200 Jin qi, and then there was an exclamation. 200 true qi points is the threshold for a 4th-level warrior. If you exceed it, you will be a 4th-level warrior. This student is Wang Chang from Jinbei University. He scored a good score of 214. Pre-match information showed that he was a strong contender for the top 3 in the league. After Wang Chang threw the punch with confidence, he returned to his team in full view of everyone. Principal Zhang was also very satisfied with his students' performance. After all, a score above 200 is not something that everyone can easily achieve. After a while, scores above 200 began to appear frequently. They were all top students in their respective schools, and each of them was a 4th-level warrior. For a moment, cheers and applause were heard everywhere, all from students from the same school cheering for their teammates. Gao Zhanyuan and Wei Jing also took action. Gao Zhanyuan scored a high score of 219, which was in the upper middle level among the 4th-level warriors who had appeared. Wei Jing scored 198, just one step away from becoming a level 4 warrior, proving that he was at least at the peak of level 3. The test lasted for an hour, and the best score was achieved by Zhao Lei from Sun Yat-sen University, who scored a high score of 238 and is currently ranked 1st. Of the 60 students who had appeared, no one exceeded 250. Because 250 is the threshold for the late stage of CET4, no matter how excellent the students are, it is difficult to reach this level. Among the last 10 people to appear, Shen Yi controlled his strength and hit a true chi value of 249. Everyone was stunned. High score. Absolutely high score. He surpassed Zhao Lei from Sun Yat-sen University and is currently ranked first. Only Shen Yi secretly felt lucky. It was a close call, he almost became an idiot. Chapter 30 Huang Junjie's Jealous Heartbreaks. The people on the rostrum were also quite surprised. Jiangnan University was so secretive that we didn't receive any information about this student in advance. Zhu Ruixian was also shocked. He didn't expect that this student would either not make a move or it would be a king bomb when he made one. I originally thought that it would be good enough to reach level 4, but I never expected that I would be close to the late stage of level 4, and even better than Zhao Lei from Sun Yat-sen University. The people from Sun Yat-sen University were originally very proud, but after seeing Shen Ye's results, they suddenly quieted down. A student who admired Zhao Lei quickly said, "It's just a test of chi strength, it doesn't represent actual combat ability. By the third round, Senior Zhao will definitely be able to defeat him." The others agreed with this. The difference in the strength of the two sides' true chi was not that big. With Zhao Lei's martial arts level, defeating the opponent was a piece of cake. Zhao Lei didn't say anything, but just looked at Shen Yi deeply, and added a position for an opponent in his mind. Huang Junjie was dumbfounded. When Shen Yi went up, he was still gloating, predicting that this freshman would definitely be eliminated. But when the results came out, he was slapped in the face. He showed an expression of disbelief, wondering if there was something wrong with the machine. Otherwise, how could a rich second generation get such good results? Unfortunately, the person who came on later had normal results, which shattered his fantasy. After the first round of testing, 30 people with weaker true chi were eliminated. The remaining 40 people entered the second round. The second round of competition was not held at Jinbei University, but in a mountain near the city. There is a steep peak in the mountains, the slope of which is as smooth as a mirror and almost at a right angle of 90 degrees. All contestants must reach the top in the shortest time possible. Since only 16 contestants can enter the final round, the 14 contestants with the lowest rankings will be eliminated. Because the wind on the mountain is very strong, it is extremely difficult to maintain speed and balance in this situation. Huang Junjie barely made it to the second round, and after seeing the unreachable mountain, he began to murmur in his heart. He is tall and strong with average balance, so there is almost no hope for him to get through this round. Many students sighed when they saw the steep and smooth mountain peaks. They knew that their league journey would most likely end here. Some students who were good at light kung fu were secretly delighted. The climbing speed competition was their strength. It seemed that they were about to get a place in the top 16. At the command of the teacher who presided over the competition, 40 figures shot out like lightning and rushed to the mountain. Even students who don't have high hopes are working hard, just in case others perform worse than themselves. Among the students climbing, several appeared quite calm. They are all outstanding students in their respective schools and have full confidence in their own abilities. It's just a small mountain, just make sure you are within the top 16. Half an hour later, some people climbed halfway up the mountain. At this time, the wind on the mountain gradually became stronger, making their progress very difficult. Someone lost his balance and stepped on a rock. The gravel rustled down, making him break out in a cold sweat. The people below were unable to dodge and were hit to the ground, unable to help but curse. An hour later, the students reached the top one after another. The first person to climb the mountain cheered and seemed extremely excited. When someone saw that there was one less spot, he sped up in a hurry, but he missed a step and fell down. Fortunately, there was a teacher to support me below, so although I was not injured, I lost my qualification. Everyone was sprinting desperately, but in Shen Ye's eyes, their speed was not much different from that of a turtle. After the ninth person reached the summit, Shen Yi also walked up the mountain slowly. Some people felt relieved when they saw that Shen Yi was only the 10th person to reach the top of the mountain. Although this person's true energy is strong, his speed is not fast. Perhaps we can find a flaw in this aspect when we fight him in the future. After the 16th contestant reached the top, the second round of competition was declared over. The rest of the people sighed and secretly regretted why they hadn't practiced their martial arts more often before. Huang Junjie was also one of those eliminated. He looked at the top of the mountain unwillingly, wondering how that guy who looked like a pretty boy could have such a powerful cultivation level. After Principal Zhang announced the winners, he said loudly, "It's getting late. Everyone go back and rest. We'll have the final round tomorrow." Back at the hotel, the team members' attitude towards Shen Yi changed drastically. Everyone looked at him with extremely passionate eyes, not only in admiration but also full of curiosity. The two girls also had affection in their eyes, because Shen Yi did not look as cold and aloof as Gao Yuan, and seemed more approachable. Unfortunately, Shen Yi had no interest in them at all. The two girls looked average, not to mention Fang Tingxue, they were even worse than Su Bingyu. After arriving at the hotel, Zhu Ruixian called Shen Yi to the room alone. Zhu Ruixian first praised Shen Yi, then asked, "Shen Yi, how do you think your respective strengths compare to Zhao Lei?" Shen Yi said without hesitation, "I will definitely defeat him." Zhu Ruixian was surprised. He originally just wanted Shen Yi to evaluate Zhao Lei, but he didn't expect the other party to be so confident. He hesitated and said, "Confidence is certainly a good thing, but don't underestimate your opponent." Shen Yi said calmly, "Don't worry, Principal. Zhao Lei is no match for me." Zhu Ruixian felt that he couldn't continue the conversation that day. He wanted to cheer up Shen Yi, but who knew that the other party had already boasted to the sky without him even needing to cheer. "Well, I wish you good results tomorrow." "Thank you, Principal. I'm leaving now." Shen Yi swaggered out of the room. Song Yao stood at the door. "Student Shen Yi, has the principal finished talking to you?" Shen Yi nodded. "Principal Zhu praised me and told me to play well in the competition tomorrow." Song Yao was a little surprised. Zhu Ruixian was not the most accomplished in the school, but he was definitely the most eloquent. Jiangnan University sent him here to encourage and motivate students. With Zhu Ruixian's eloquence, he would never stop talking until he had spoken for an hour. Shen Yi has a very good impression of Song Yao, not only because she is beautiful, but also because she can stimulate Huang Junjie. Huang Junjie was hiding in the corner and peeping. He had been looking for an opportunity to explain to Song Yao what happened last night, so he followed her secretly. Unexpectedly, Song Yao came to see the principal and met Shen Yi. Shen Yi glanced at the corner and said deliberately, "Teacher Song, I participated in the competition today and I'm very hungry. Can you accompany me to the restaurant for dinner?" Song Yao didn't think much about it. "Okay, I'll take you there." When Huang Junjie heard this, his eyes turned green with anger. He had participated in a whole day of competition, but why was there no one to eat with him? This Shen Yi was really pretentious. When they arrived at the restaurant, Shen Yi refused to let Song Yao go. "Teacher Song, it's boring to eat alone. Please accompany me." Song Yao agreed to Shen Yi's request because of his outstanding performance today. During the meal, Shen Yi kept chatting and laughing with Song Yao, making her smile. Huang Junjie hid outside the restaurant, beating his chest and stamping his feet, his heart broken. Chapter 31: The Battle of the 16. On the third day, the round of 16 began. The players who entered the top 16 of this league are 4 from Sun Yat-sen University, 3 from Beihai University, 3 from Jiangnan University, 2 from Tianjin University, 2 from Jianghua University, 1 from Nanjing University of Electric Power, and 1 from Bianchi University. Judging from the number of students entering the top 16, Sun Yat-sen University is still the university with the strongest comprehensive strength. The performance of other schools was similar to that of the previous session. Jiangnan University has one more person than the previous class. As everyone knows, that is because Jiangnan University has produced an extremely talented person. Principal Zhang, who was presiding over the competition, announced, "The drawing of lots will begin now. Those who draw the same number will become opponents. The top 8 will be decided this morning." After drawing lots, Shen Yi saw his opponent's name on the big screen. A girl named Wenqing, from Sun Yat-sen University. One of the players who drew the number 1 pick was Zhao Lei, who immediately looked frustrated. He met the number 1 seed in the first round and had no chance of reaching the quarterfinals. The first to take the stage were the contestants who both drew number 1, from Jianghua University and Bianchi University respectively. Both sides were 4th-level warriors. In the end, the contestant from Jianghua University was more skilled and knocked the opponent off the arena. The loser looked frustrated. He was the only one from Bianchi University who made it to the top 16, and this time he even lost a spot in the top 8. The following matches were carried out in sequence, with everyone displaying their martial arts and bringing out all their energy to the fullest. Zhao Lei from Sun Yat-sen University, Zhang Yuan from Beihai University, Dao Yuan from Jiangnan University, and Wang Chang from Tianjin University easily defeated their opponents and advanced to the second round. Wei Jing from Jiangnan University failed to enter the top 8. Compared with a real 4th-level warrior, his strength is still a little bit lacking. Shen Ye's opponent is Wen Yu, a little girl who looks quiet and weak. Even though Wen Yu is a girl, her chi cultivation has reached level 4. Her attacks are fast and fierce, which is very different from her delicate appearance. Shen Yi did not hold back and knocked her off the arena with one palm. Wen Yu, who fell off the arena, was completely bewildered. She thought that no matter how strong Shen Yi was, she could still fight him for a while. But who knew that she would be gone after one move? There was some commotion on the rostrum. It was very rare in the league to defeat an opponent of the same level with one move. But Shen Yi not only did it, but also did it cleanly and neatly. Zhao Lei's eyes showed a trace of solemnity. He originally planned to see Shen Yi's fighting style through the fight between the two of them, but the other party did not give him this opportunity at all. When Sheng walked up to Zhao Lei with a frustrated look on his face, "I'm sorry, senior, I couldn't force out his strength." The students watching the match consoled him, "It's okay. No matter how strong this person is, he's no match for senior Zhao." In their minds, Zhao Lei is the strongest young master and no one can defeat him. After a morning, the 8 places in the quarterfinals were decided one by one. Principal Zheng announced, there will be a break at noon, and the quarterfinals will continue in the afternoon. After the break, the quarterfinals began. In the second round, Shen Yi was the first to attack, and his opponent was Wang Chang from Jinbei University. Wang Chang was very cautious. He couldn't see through Shen Yi's strength, so he didn't take the initiative to attack. Unfortunately, Shen Yi did not give him time to test himself. He rushed forward and fired a chi cannon, knocking him off the stage. He controlled his strength very well and only knocked his opponent down without hurting his body. After awakening his martial soul, his control over his true energy reached an incredible level, making it easy for him to deal with an early 4th-level warrior like Wang Chang. One move. Another move. The audience in the stands was in an uproar. Forget about Wen Yu, Wang Chang was a seeded player sent by Jinbei University, but unexpectedly he couldn't last a single move. Wang Chang obviously didn't expect that he would be defeated so quickly. His face turned pale and blue, and he couldn't accept it for a while. Principal Zheng's expression was also a little unnatural. As the host country, they couldn't even keep a place in the semi-finals, which was obviously a bit unreasonable. The other 8 contestants felt great pressure. They knew Wang Chang's strength. It was not easy for them to win, let alone defeat their opponent with one move. The second round was between Gao Yuan and the player from Sun Yat-sen University. The opponent's name is Zhang Huanran, who ranks second in the Sun Yat-sen University team, only behind Zhao Lei. Gao Yuan had a very difficult fight in this match. Beads of sweat dripped from his cold face from time to time, which showed that his opponent was extremely strong. The two sides fought for hundreds of rounds, and Gao Yuan barely won one move, defeating his opponent by exchanging injuries. Seeing Gao Yuan injured, the two girls who liked Gao Yuan felt very distressed. They cried and cheered loudly. Towards evening, the top 4 spots were decided. Shen Yi from Jiangnan University. Zhao Lei from Sun Yat-sen University. Zheng Yuan, Beihai University. Jiangnan University has a broad vision. This time, 2 students from Jiangnan University entered the semi-finals, which was unexpected by everyone before the game. The vice principals of each school were surprised and stared at Zhu Ruixiang with envy. Zhu Ruixiang had never felt so glorious in his life. He was in high spirits for a moment and felt fortunate that he had accepted the task of leading the team to participate in the competition. Principal Zheng tried his best to maintain his composure and stood up to announce, "The top 4 have been decided. Everyone go back and rest tonight. The finals will be held tomorrow." All the players from Jinbei University were eliminated, and no matter how good his mentality was, he couldn't remain calm. When Huang Junjie returned to the hotel and learned that Shen Yi had entered the semi-finals, his eyes turned red with jealousy. Just now, Song Yao happily announced the results of today's competition and praised Shen Yi highly. Song Yao's tone was full of admiration for Shen Yi, and there was even a hint of admiration on her excited face. Huang Junjie had never seen this kind of expression on Song Yao's face. For a moment, he felt like he was hit by a heavy hammer, and his heart was so uncomfortable that it almost bled. Shen Yi heard Song Yao praising him tirelessly and said embarrassedly, "Thank you for the compliment, teacher. This is all the result of Principal Zhu's encouragement and motivation last night." Zhu Ruixiang was overjoyed when he heard this. Very good, very good. This boy is teachable. Shen Yi continued, when I was at home, my family would give me a loving hug before every exam, which helped me perform better. Teacher, can you give me some loving care? With your care and Principal Son's encouragement, I will definitely achieve better results. Song Yao was too embarrassed to refuse, so she stepped forward and gave Shen Yi a loving hug. Holding the warm and beautiful girl in his arms, Shen Yi cast a proud glance at Huang Junjie. Seeing this scene, Huang Junjie was so angry that he could no longer hold on. His eyes turned black and he fainted. Hey, classmate, what's wrong with you? The hotel staff was startled and called out quickly. The teachers and students who were celebrating only then noticed Huang Junjie and were surprised. What happened to Huang Junjie? He didn't play today, so he shouldn't be injured, right? The next day, the competition proceeded as normal and the semi-finals began. According to the avoidance rules, students from the same school will not meet in the semi-finals. So the matchups for the semi-finals are Shen Yi from Jiangnan University versus Zheng Yuan from Beihai University. Gao Zhanyuan from Jiangnan University versus Zhao Lei from Sun Yat-sen University. Chapter 32, Mount Tai is pressing down on you, half a step to invincibility. Zheng Yuan is a girl, but she looks very heroic, with a pair of bright eyes, staring at Shen Yi closely. In her mind, Shen Yi's threat has surpassed Zhao Lei's. After all, up to this point in the game, no one has been able to withstand a single move from Shen Yi. Learning from the lessons of the previous loser, Zheng Yuan launched an offensive without waiting for Shen Yi to make a move. The slender, white palm struck towards Shen Yi, but the true energy contained in it was extremely fierce. Zheng Yuan's palm is called the Kaibei hand, which originated from the Tai Chi Mian palm, the national skill of the Great Eastern country. Tai Chi's soft palm is as flexible as cotton, with built-in strength. Its strongest move has the power to split mountains, hence the name Monument Opening Palm. Zheng Yuan is a warrior close to the middle stage of level 4. If this palm strike is delivered, even an Iron Man will be hit with a hole. However, for Shen Yi, Zheng Yuan's move posed almost no threat. Shen Yi threw a punch, and his true energy exploded. This punch directly broke Zheng Yuan's stone-breaking hand, causing her blood to boil and her middle gate to open wide. Shen Yi followed up with a punch, knocking her off the stage. Zheng Yuan's face was pale. She had tried her best, but she still failed. Is this the second move? The audience in the stands stared at the two people's match intently. This time, Shen Yi first blocked Zheng Yuan's attack, then punched out and defeated Zheng Yuan. Some people don't think so. Strictly speaking, it's still one move. If Zheng Yuan didn't initiate the attack first, she probably wouldn't be able to block her opponent's punch. In the second semi-final, Gao Zhanyuan faced Zhao Lei. Gao Zhanyuan was injured and was at a disadvantage as soon as the fight started. A moment later, Zhao Lei launched a fierce attack and knocked Gao Zhanyuan off the stage. Although Gao Zhanyuan was disappointed, he had already entered the semi-finals and had completed his mission. After the semi-finals, there was only half an hour's break before the final battle began. On the fighting stage, Zhao Lei stared at Shen Yi, who looked calm and composed, as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The audience around held their breath. They no longer cared about the outcome, but wanted to know whether Shen Yi would be able to defeat the enemy with one move as he did before in the finals. Shen Yi waited for a while, and seeing that Zhao Lei did not launch an attack, he lightly flashed and appeared in front of Zhao Lei. So fast. Zhao Lei was slightly startled, and immediately burst out with his true energy, using his family's unique skill, Iron Mountain Collapse. Zhao's Banquet has a unique technique, with the waist lowered and close to the body, and the power generated by the shoulders and arms. This martial art was created by the ancestors of the Zhao family and developed on the basis of Zhao's Changquan. After 1 carry, 2 drops, 3 pushes and 3 collapses, it is called Iron Mountain Collapse. 1 strike has the strength of 2 tigers, 2 strikes have the strength of 9 oxen, and 3 strikes have the strength of Mount Tai. It is the most powerful skill of Zhao's Changquan. In order to deal with the powerful enemy, Zhao Lei skipped the previous steps and took out his most powerful skills. Shen Yi did not dodge or evade, but threw a backhand punch, hitting Zhao Lei's punch. The air shook violently and then exploded. Strong airflow swept in all directions, causing the entire arena to shake slightly. Zhao Lei took several steps back, his blood and energy churning, and he almost fell off the arena. Shen Yi was a little surprised. Zhao Lei's trick was indeed powerful. It increased the explosive power of his true energy several times. If his martial soul had not been cultivated to level 1, he might have suffered a small loss. Zhao Lei was beaten back by Shen Yi, but he was not discouraged. He roared angrily, his shoulders suddenly grew stronger, and he charged towards Shen Yi. The real power of Zhao's Iron Mountain collapse is not his fist, but his shoulder strength. Mount Tai pressing down on one's head, half a step to invincibility. This refers to the unique skill of Zhao family boxing, Iron Mountain collapse. Anyone who gets close to the heirs of the Zhao family will be unable to withstand the force of their shoulders. Zhao Lei's shoulders are much rougher than other parts of his body, which is the result of shoulder strength training. Shen Yi felt that the other party's true energy was a little stronger than before. Surprised, he burst out with even more powerful true energy. Bang! Zhao Lei hit Shen Yi hard, but was blocked by a layer of tough true qi. Then a terrifying force surged and knocked him away. Zhao Lei was so shocked that his blood rushed back and he fell heavily to the ground. He was unable to get up for a long time. The people on the rostrum were suddenly shocked. Such a strong qi. Is this student already a level 5 warrior? Zhu Ruixian also opened his mouth wide. Wow, this guy is so young, but he is already a master of the same level as me? The audience around was silent for a few seconds, and then broke into thunderous applause and cheers. This final was not very exciting, but it showed the invincible momentum of a young master. Shen Yi, a freshman who was unknown before the game, became the biggest dark horse in this 7-school league. Representatives from each team congratulated Zhu Ruixian, their eyes filled with envy and jealousy. In this competition among 7 schools, Jiangnan University was undoubtedly the biggest winner. Not only did 2 of its students advance to the semi-finals, but they also won the final championship. Looking at Zhu Ruixian, who was grinning from ear to ear, Principal Zhem felt very embarrassed. They were the organizer and had the best timing, location and people, but in the end they didn't even get 4th place. After a brief celebration, Principal Zhang announced the results of this competition with a hint of sadness. Shen Yi is the well-deserved first, Zhao Lei is second, Gaoshan Yuan and Zhang Yuan are tied for third. The first place winner will receive a bonus of 5 million and 3 Wu Yuan pills. The second place winner will receive a prize of 2 million and 2 Wu Yuan pills. The third place winner will receive a prize of 1 million and a Wu Yuan Dan. Wu Yuan Dan is a pill made from precious herbs, which is very beneficial for cultivating true qi. However, Shen Yi was not very interested in Wu Yuan Dan. He was concerned about the deep rock crystal. After all the prizes were distributed, Principal Zhang announced, as per convention, we will hold a study tour after the competition. The location of this study tour is at a nearby mining base. After obtaining permission from the base, we applied for an opportunity to visit the site. The tour only lasts 1 day. We'll leave tomorrow morning and return in the evening. Having said that, Principal Zhang announced the end of the day's competition. Back at the hotel, Zhu Ruixian praised Shen Yi again. Song Yao also gave Shen Yi a loving hug. Upon learning that Shen Yi won the championship, Wang Junjie fainted again from anger. The next morning, contestants from 7 universities boarded 3 buses and headed towards depart from the mining base. The mining base is located in the deep mountains near Jinbei City. Due to the rugged road, the bus stopped outside the mountains and took the base's special vehicle to enter. Hidden deep in the lush green mountains lies a little-known mining base. From a distance, it appears to be a part of nature, cleverly camouflaged between dense woods and steep rocks. The entrance to the base was carefully designed in a narrow and hidden valley, with towering cliffs on both sides, like a natural barrier, isolating it from outside prying eyes. Since the discovery of Wulinkeo, many countries and regions have established similar mining bases, most of which are government-owned, and only a few are private assets. This research and study activity of the 7 universities has been officially approved by the Jinbei government. Chapter 33 Exploring the Mysterious Rock Formations. The person responsible for receiving the research and study team was Zhou Guangdong, deputy director of the mining base, and an officer named Yu Zhihao. Yu Zhihao is a 4th-level warrior who is responsible for the security of the base. Since the mining base is a government asset, the security level here is relatively high. Zhou Guangdong was a middle-aged man with a friendly appearance. He exchanged pleasantries with Principal Zhang, the leader of the group, and then said to the group, "Welcome, students. Now, I will take you on a tour of the mining base here." Zhou Guangdong first took everyone to visit the main building of the entire base, and then to the base control center. The base control center is a high-rise building made of reinforced concrete. It has a pyramid-shaped appearance and a very solid structure. The base control center monitors and operates the operations of all personnel and machinery and equipment. For reasons of confidentiality, people can only watch from outside the building and are not allowed to enter. After watching the experimental building and some videos and documentaries about field mining, Zhou Guangdong led everyone to the interior of the mining plant. Entering the mining plant, you can see a series of intricate tunnels and lanes that wind their way deep into the mountain like a maze. Faint lights flickered on the tunnel walls, used for both illumination and work. At the end of the tunnel, the faint hum of machinery could be heard, suggesting underground operations were underway. Zhou Guangdong smiled and said, "The tunnel below is divided into 9 levels. I can take the students to visit levels 1-7. Going further down requires special equipment, otherwise you may feel uncomfortable due to lack of oxygen and ground pressure." The contestants didn't take it seriously. They were all the best in their respective schools, and an ordinary low-pressure environment couldn't do anything to them. Zhou Guangdong is just an ordinary person and cannot be compared with the warriors. He put on a protective suit and then led the students into the tunnel. Zhou Guangdong introduced the plant as he walked along. As we all know, Wuling Kao was discovered 10 years ago. At that time, a geological exploration team found this plant in the rock strata. After they brought it back for research, they discovered its miraculous effects. It's a pity that Wuling grass is very rare. It generally grows below 10,000 meters underground and in deep, solid rock layers, so it's very difficult to dig. However, its value is enormous. Not only can it improve human cultivation qualifications, but it can also promote human genetic evolution. That's why the government and some investors have spared no effort to build an excavation base specifically for the extraction of Wuling grass. Zhou Guangdong spoke with the air of a learned scholar. What's worth discussing is that humans have long since explored depths of 10,000 meters underground, but have never discovered this kind of plant. It seems that Wuling grass appeared in the deep rock layers in a very short period of time. So scientists believe that this could be a genetic mutation of the underground plant, or perhaps self-evolution. He said quietly, "The evolution of plants or organisms is often due to changes in the surrounding environment or the influence of external factors. So I think that the world we live in, or the entire planet, seems to be undergoing some kind of transformation for some unknown reason." At this time, Yu Zhihao, who was standing behind Zhou Fangdong, coughed lightly. This deputy director liked to talk a lot and often went off topic. Zhou Guangdong came to his senses and smiled awkwardly. "Of course, this is just my speculation. Don't take it seriously. Just listen to it, classmates." The students listened with great interest. They were very interested in Wuling Kao because it was indeed useful. Those who came from wealthy families had taken it and found the effect to be very good. A student asked, "Director Zhou, how much Wuling grass can this base mine every day?" Zhou Guangdong replied, "If you're lucky, you can mine one every day." The student was surprised, "So little?" Zhou Guangdong laughed and said, "Martial spirit grass doesn't grow in clusters. Within a 30-50 meter radius, there are usually only 2 or 3 plants. This area may not seem large, but it consumes a lot of manpower and time." The students suddenly realized, no wonder there aren't many Wuling grasses on the market, and the price is so high. Zhou Guangdong said, "This is the current yield. In the past, there was even less martial spirit grass to be found. The exploration team has discovered that the growth rate of martial spirit grass has been accelerating recently. Wherever martial spirit grass has appeared, more energy reactions have occurred in the underground rock formations, which means that the number of martial spirit grass is increasing. Although I don't know the reason, this is a good thing for humanity. If Wuling grass can be mass-produced, more people will benefit, and ordinary people will have a greater chance of improving their cultivation aptitude." Some students from ordinary families' eyes lit up. "This way, we can also have the opportunity to take Wuling grass." Zhou Guangdong smiled and said, "Yes, if Wuling Kao could be as popular as Yundan, students with outstanding performance would have the opportunity to receive such a reward." Shen listened silently to Zhou Guangdong's words. He is the only one here who knows that the appearance of Wuling grass is actually a self-protection mechanism of the planet's ecosystem. Because when natural disasters strike, it's not just ferocious beasts that appear. After the ferocious beasts, there are even more powerful and terrifying creatures. This is a full-scale invasion of alien creatures, not just targeting humans, but threatening the life system of the entire world. Taking the elevator, everyone followed Zhou Guangdong to a huge mining platform. There are crisscrossing tunnels all around and bottomless pits below. Zhou Guangdong took a deep breath. This is the 7th floor. Below that is an unmined area. The crustal activity there is very frequent. There's the possibility of collapse or lava flows. Even professional workers must conduct a safety assessment before going down. According to the prescribed itinerary, I can only take you here. Zhou Guangdong pointed to the surrounding walls and said, "There's a technology tree engraved on it, as well as pictures left by the exploration team. You're welcome to explore, but don't stray too far. We'll be back on the surface in half an hour." When Zhou Guangdong was speaking, Shen Ye's martial soul suddenly felt something. It was a faint aura, very similar to soul power. Shen Yi had an idea and quietly walked into one of the hundreds of tunnels while no one was paying attention. The tunnel is very narrow and long, dark and deep inside, giving people a gloomy and damp feeling. After walking for more than 10 minutes, the tunnel gradually widened. But when he reached the end of the tunnel, he saw a closed wall. Written in large letters on the wall were the words, "Mind area, magma activity, no entry allowed." Shen Yi used his martial soul to sense it and found that there was indeed a heat reaction on the other side of the wall, but it was not a big threat. He struck the wall lightly, and the hard layer of soil collapsed instantly. Behind the wall, there was a winding passage, at the end of which was a huge and wide cave. Stalactites and stalagmites of various shapes are scattered along the cave walls. Some cascade down like majestic waterfalls, others hang upside down like lingxi mushrooms, shimmering and translucent, while others resemble resting tortoises, adorable and tranquil. Millions of years of water erosion and sedimentation have shaped these limestone formations into this magical landscape. Shen Yi had no intention of appreciating the stalactites and passed through the cave in just 3 or 2 steps. After walking out of the cave, a strong heat wave came from the front, and a hot magma pool appeared in front of us. This magma pool was about 10 meters wide, bright red in color, and emitted extremely high temperatures, blocking Shen Ye's way. After reaching this magma pool, the martial soul's perception became stronger. Shen Yi estimated the distance and jumped over without hesitation. Chapter 34 Fong Tingshua's life has changed dramatically. After jumping over the lava pool, Shen Yi continued walking for a few minutes and saw a pit. This pit was left behind after artificial mining, proving that wooling grass once grew here but was dug away by someone. Shen Yi stood in front of the pit and patted it lightly with his hand. A large amount of soil was shaken out, the pit became deeper and deeper, and the area began to expand. After digging 5 meters deep, a huge rock appeared in the pit. Several crystal-clear crystals are deeply embedded in the rock. Each of these crystals, barely the size of a thumb, resembles a dewdrop shimmering in the morning light or the brightest stars in the night sky. Light dances gently on their smooth surfaces, reflecting a dazzling array of colors, as if each contains a miniature universe, filled with endless mystery and charm. Shen Ye's heart was pounding. Inside these crystals, he felt the soul power of Nongqiu, which was much purer than the martial spirit grass. He was secretly delighted. No wonder no one had noticed that these deep rock crystals were growing beneath the wooling grass. After digging out the wooling grass, the miners had no idea that there were other substances hidden underneath. Because no plants can survive within 50 meters around the wooling grass. It seems that they absorbed all the vitality from the underground, leading to the extinction of nearby life. But after the first vision of heaven and earth appeared, the self-protection mechanism of the ecosystem changed, and deep rock crystals were born, heralding the coming of an era of spiritual revival. Shen Yi collected the 3 deep rock crystals, then searched the surroundings carefully to make sure that no new deep rock crystals were found before leaving the tunnel. When Shen Yi returned to the platform, the team had disappeared and the wide platform was empty. Shen Yi. When Shen Yi was trying to find a way to leave, a voice suddenly rang out and Zhu Ruixian ran over quickly. "Shen Yi, where have you been?" Zhu Ruixian looked anxious. Shen Yi is now a popular figure in the school and must not be lost. Shen Yi thought of an excuse, "I was walking around and accidentally got lost." Zhu Ruixian was relieved to see that the person had returned. "There are many tunnels here, and it's easy to get lost. Follow me and don't get lost again." "Have you found the person?" Yu Zhihao walked over from a distance. Zhu Ruixian said apologetically, "He got lost and just came back." "I'm glad I found it." Yu Zhihao glanced at Shen Yi and was somewhat dissatisfied with his behavior of leaving the team without permission. Yu Zhihao turned on the communication device. "The missing person has been found. Notify the search team to return." After all the people on the ground arrived, everyone took a special vehicle back to the bus waiting outside the mountain. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Shen Yi returned to the hotel where he was staying. In the room, Shen Yi took out the deep rock crystal. Deep lines flowed on the surface of the crystal as if from ancient times, and every ray of light contained indescribable energy. Shen Yi took a light breath, and the energy of the deep rock crystal instantly poured into his body, as if countless stars exploded in his blood, releasing brilliant light. At this moment, the martial spirit of all things turned into the shape of a soul sea, greedily absorbing the energy of the deep rock crystals and making them a part of its own power. Under the impact of this energy, the soul power in Shenye's body increased rapidly and gradually rose to the late level of the first level. At the same time, the luster of the deep rock crystal gradually dimmed, cracks appeared on the surface of the crystal, and finally turned into gray powder. Shenye took out the second deep rock crystal without hesitation and continued to absorb the energy inside. When the energy of the second deep rock crystal was completely absorbed, Shenye's soul power ocean began to surge, and the waves roared like thunder. The soul power in his body reached its peak and broke through the bottleneck. His martial soul seemed to be reshaped at this moment, and every cell in his body was cheering and welcoming this transformation. After being promoted to the second level of martial soul, Shenye felt that his consciousness became clearer and his perception was unprecedentedly enhanced. He could perceive subtle changes in the surrounding environment and even vaguely touch the free energy molecules between heaven and earth and resonate with them. At the same time, two martial arts techniques appeared in Shenye's mind. Wind walking technique allows you to move quickly, increase the speed of attack and dodge, and when you practice it to a high level, you can walk in the air and fly in the sky like a big bird. Forbidden magic, it can seal the skills of martial spirits of the same level and below, locking the opponent's power firmly and making it unable to be used. The sealing time is 13 seconds. After comprehending two newly awakened martial arts, Shenye opened his eyes and found the room in a mess. The surrounding tables, chairs and benches were all overturned, and the glassware was shattered, as if there had been an indoor storm. Shenye knew that this was the result of the overflow of soul power. If he hadn't controlled it in time, the entire room might have collapsed. There was a knock on the door and a staff member called out, "Guest inside, what happened?" Shenye could only reply, "It's okay, I was practicing and accidentally knocked something over." The staff paused and asked, "Are you sure everything is all right, sir? Do you need us to come in and clean up?" Shenye said, "It's okay, you can come back to clean it tomorrow, and I will compensate you for the damaged items." After the staff left, Song Yao also ran over. "Shenye, are you practicing in there?" Shenye said through the door, "Yes, I had some insights, so I practiced for a while." Song Yao was relieved to know that Shenye was fine. "You have a good rest, we will return to Jiangnan City tomorrow." After Song Yao left, Shenye calmed down the joy of breaking through the second level of martial soul, and then began to circulate his soul power to consolidate the realm he had just broken through. Jiangnan City, Old Town, 7 days ago. Fong Tingshue's life has changed dramatically. Uncle Fong and Aunt Fong didn't understand where this beautiful girl came from and why she appeared in their home. After Fong Tingxue revealed her identity, they couldn't believe it. It was not until Fong Tingxue said something that outsiders could not know that they confirmed that Fong Tingxue was their niece. The whole family cried with joy. They had visited countless hospitals and consulted many famous doctors for Fong Tingshue's illness, but they still couldn't find a cure. Unexpectedly, Fong Tingshue's illness was completely cured overnight, and she was completely transformed, like a completely different person. Fong Yang was even happier, and he shouted innocently, "My sister has become more beautiful. Now no one will say that my sister is ugly." Aunt Fong hit her son and said, "Silly boy, your sister has never been ugly, she's just sick." Fong Yang nodded quickly, "Yes, my sister is a great beauty, and she has always been a great beauty." Aunt Fong burst into laughter, and the whole family was immersed in great joy. After the joy, Uncle Fong asked curiously, "Xiaoxue, how did you cure your illness?" Fong Tingxue remembered Shenye's instructions and replied, "I met a traveling doctor who said my illness could be cured. He prescribed me a medicine and the symptoms on my face disappeared." Uncle Fong was surprised and asked, "What kind of doctor is so amazing?" He took Fong Tingxue to visit all the experts in Jiangnan Hospital, but they all said there was no way. He's a miraculous doctor who travels around the world, specializing in treating difficult and complicated illnesses, just to improve his medical skills. Fong Tingxue blushed. It was the first time she lied to her family and she felt a little guilty. But Uncle Fong believed it. If he wasn't a miracle doctor, how could he cure his niece's illness? Aunt Fong also asked, "Where is this doctor?" "He cured Xiaoxue's illness. We should thank him very much." Uncle Fong nodded and said, yes, we still have some savings. Although it's not much, we can't let others see the doctor for nothing." Fong Tingxue knew that Shenye would not accept her money, so she could only say, "The doctor has left. He said he was going to another city to treat patients." Uncle Fong sighed, "What a kind man. He helped us so much. We didn't even have time to thank him." Chapter 35 Fong Tingxue without a mask. The next morning, Fong Tingxue went to school. Aunt Fong saw her put on the mask and stopped her, saying, "Xiaoxue, why are you still wearing this now?" Fong Tingxue said shyly, I'm afraid my classmates won't recognize me." Aunt Fong said seriously, "Before, I was afraid of people seeing my illness, but what am I afraid of now? I wish everyone in the world could see how beautiful my Xiaoxue is." Due to Aunt Fong's obstruction, Fong Tingxue was ultimately unable to put on the mask. She had just walked a short distance from home when a young man came towards her. The young man's eyes widened when he saw Fong Tingxue. He didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful girl in the community. It is simply a beauty beyond words. Fong Tingxue recognized this man. He was the eldest son of the neighbor and had already started working. When they were playing together as children, he thought she was ugly and bullied her. Fong Tingxue ignored the other person's staring gaze, walked quickly out of the community and headed towards the school. The young man stood there in a daze for a long time before finally coming to his senses. He looked at the small building opposite. Such a beautiful girl appeared in the community so early in the morning. Could she be a relative of someone's family? As soon as Fong Tingxue walked into the school, she immediately attracted the attention of the students. In their sight, a stunningly beautiful girl suddenly appeared outside the school gate. This girl possesses an extraordinary beauty that is heart-stirring. Even simple and plain clothes cannot hide her natural facial features. Her face without makeup has every contour perfect, as if it is the most exquisite work of nature. Her beauty is fresh and refined, showing an elegance and purity beyond the material world, which makes people fall for her involuntarily. Fong Tingxue has not yet adapted to her current changes. Under the gaze of countless people, she feels like a thorn in her back. If it weren't for the power of her martial soul supporting her, she felt she would be too nervous to walk. After Fong Tingxue's figure disappeared in one of the teaching buildings, the students who saw her showed surprised expressions. Who is this beautiful girl? Could he be a student from this middle school? How come I've never seen it before? Teaching building number 7. Fong Tingxue finally reached the classroom door and breathed a sigh of relief. After calming down a little, he walked into the classroom. The moment she walked in, the originally noisy classroom suddenly became quiet. It was as if an angel who had accidentally fallen into the mortal world had broken into the bustling and busy world. The girl who suddenly walked in had exquisite facial features and was so beautiful that it was impossible to look directly at her. All the classmates stared at the girl blankly, wondering where she came from and why she entered their class. Fong Tingxue felt a little embarrassed when she was stared at. She lowered her head and hurried to her seat. Her deskmate stared blankly at her as she put her school bag on the desk, then sat down in her seat and began to arrange the books skillfully. She was stunned for a long time, and finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Hey, who are you and why are you sitting here?" "This is my seat." "What's the matter? You don't recognize me?" Fong Tingxue joked happily. When my deskmate heard the extremely familiar voice, he was stunned. You are Fong Tingxue?" "It's me, who do you think it is?" Where's your mask?" My deskmate was incredulous. "Also, is your face healed?" Fong Tingxue's deskmate is Sun Xiao, who is Fong Tingxue's best friend in this middle school. When most of the classmates disliked Fong Tingxue's appearance, she was the only one willing to sit next to Fong Tingxue, accompany her, and make friends with her. "Yes, it's cured." Fong Tingxue smiled happily at her good friend. In an instant, Sun Xiao felt her eyes light up. Fong Tingxue's smile was like a freshly opened flower in spring, bright and pure. It held a hint of shyness and innocence, like a dewdrop gently swaying in the morning light, glittering and translucent, evoking a tenderness and endearment. The corners of her mouth curved upwards, forming a crescent moon, emitting a soft and captivating light that moved everyone who saw it. It was as if the entire world had become softer and more beautiful because of this smile. "Oh my God, you look so beautiful now." Sun Xiao expressed her sincere admiration. She felt that Fong Tingxue was so beautiful now, 10 times more beautiful than the actresses in the movies. Fong Tingxue felt a little shy when she heard the praise from her good friend. She felt the astonished gazes around her. Should I wear the mask?" Sun Xiao quickly shook her head. "Why put it on? I finally get to see your true appearance. I haven't seen enough." The students around him only realized what was happening at this moment and couldn't help but murmur in surprise. Is this Fong Tingxue? Is her face healed? Isn't this too beautiful? A girl asked jealously. Did she have plastic surgery? Otherwise, how could she be a completely different person? The boy next to him retorted, "Can plastic surgery make you this beautiful? Go get it done and show me." Yes, plastic surgery is necessary. I haven't seen her ask for leave. Wow. I didn't expect Fong Tingxue to be so beautiful. Looks like a new school beauty is about to be born in our class. The whole classroom was filled with envy, jealousy, and the voices of admiration from the boys. A boy with acne all over his face said in frustration, "If I had known Fong Tingxue was so beautiful, I wouldn't have changed seats." His deskmate sarcastically said, "You deserve it. The teacher arranged for you to sit next to Fong Tingxue, but you didn't want to. Now you regret it." When Fong Tingxue heard the discussions around her, Shen Ye's handsome face appeared in her mind. All of this came from Shen Ye's help. If it weren't for him, my life wouldn't have changed so much. Fong Tingxue thought of Shen Yi, and a faint blush appeared on her face. Sun Xiao thought Fong Tingxue was upset by the unpleasant words and quickly comforted her, "Ignore those people. They say the grapes are sour because they can't eat them." When the bell rang, the head teacher walked into the classroom and was also surprised by Fong Tingxue's beauty. She asked curiously, "Classmate, did you go to the wrong class?" The students around laughed, "Teacher, she is not in the wrong class, she is Fong Tingxue." "Are you Fong Tingxue?" The head teacher was very surprised. After confirming it again and again, she was very happy and said, "Congratulations, Xiaoxue. After you recover, I hope you will study hard and strive for better grades." She really likes this student. Apart from being a little self-conscious due to her appearance, Fong Tingxue has excellent academic performance and is a top student in the class. If you perform well in the college entrance examination, it is not impossible to get the top spot in the city in the cultural category. 3 days passed, and one day when Fong Tingxue was returning home from school, she encountered the first trouble after her appearance was restored. Chapter 36 Fong Tingxue, who has regained her appearance, is very popular. In the corridor, a handsome boy with a bad-looking face walked towards her. "My name is Xie Shaolong, what's your name?" The boy shook his flowing hair and felt very good about himself. Fong Tingxue paused slightly, but ignored him and continued walking towards the stairs. Xie Shaodong was stunned for a moment, with an incredible expression on his face. He is handsome, comes from a wealthy family, and is a popular figure in school. I have never been rejected when chatting up girls at school, but today I was ignored. This aroused Xie Shaodong's interest, and he took a step forward and caught up with Fong Tingxue. "Classmate, let me introduce myself. My name is Xie Shaodong, and I'm a regular martial artist in the senior high school martial arts class." The reason why Xie Shaodong is so confident is that he not only comes from a wealthy family, but is also a top student in martial arts. If a senior high school student obtains the qualifications of a formal warrior, then he or she will almost certainly be admitted to a top university like Jiangnan University, so Xie Shaodong has the confidence to do so. Xie Shaodong thought that after he revealed his identity, the other party would immediately stop and answer his questions. Unexpectedly, Fong Tingxue turned a deaf ear and quickly walked down the stairs. Xie Shaodong was not discouraged and followed Fong Tingxue relentlessly. "Classmate, are you from our middle school? Why haven't I seen you before?" He heard that there was an exceptionally beautiful girl in the class, so when he came over to take a look, he was immediately stunned. He immediately had the idea of pursuing her. In his opinion, no matter how beautiful a girl was, she could not resist the attack of a handsome guy like him. Fong Tingxue walked with her head down, not listening to what he was saying at all. In her mind, she doesn't want to get involved with any other boys except Shen Yi. Xie Shaodong felt very embarrassed when Fong Tingxue ignored him, so he stepped forward to block her way. "Classmate, I just asked your name, there's no need to be so stingy." Fong Tingxue was blocked and could only look up at him. The moment he looked up, Xie Shaodong's eyes lit up. This girl is really too beautiful, the kind that can be photographed 360 degrees without any blind spots. Not only are her facial features incredibly delicate, but her skin is also white and delicate, so tender that it seems like water could be squeezed out of it. Fong Tingxue frowned and said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to know you." Xie Shaodong didn't expect to be rejected. He was very surprised. "Classmate, you don't know who I am, right?" Fong Tingxue shook her head, "I don't want to know who you are." Xie Shaodong was ignored again and felt very embarrassed. He was determined to pursue this girl, so he shamelessly blocked Fong Tingxue's way. Fong Tingxue tried to get past him several times but failed. A male classmate nearby saw a pretty girl being harassed, so he wanted to come up and show his strength. Xie Shaodong felt someone approaching and glared at the male classmate fiercely. As soon as the male classmate saw that the person who stopped her was Xie Xiaodong, he immediately backed off. Xie Xiaodong is very famous in school, not only because he is rich, but also because he is strong. As a formal warrior, he can easily deal with a group of ordinary middle school students. Almost all the students who disobeyed him were beaten by him. Some students complained to the school, but Xie Xiaodong relied on his family's wealth and power, and the fact that he was an excellent student majoring in martial arts, so the school basically turned a blind eye and the punishment was just a formality. Fang Tingxue said unhappily, "If you stop me again, I'll tell the teacher." Xie Xiaodong said nonchalantly, "Go ahead and sue me, but before you do, tell me your name first." Fang Tingxue suddenly looked up and said, "Teacher, this person won't let me leave." Xie Xiaodong was stunned and looked back, only to find that there was no one behind him. When I turned back, I found that Fang Tingxue had changed direction and was running towards the school gate. "How dare you play tricks on me?" Xie Xiaodong rushed forward and grabbed Fang Tingxue's arm. Fang Tingxue felt someone touching her and subconsciously pushed back. Bang! Xie Xiaodong felt his chest sink, and he flew 7 or 8 meters away and fell headfirst into the grass. The people around were shocked when they saw this. Xie Xiaodong is a formal warrior, how could he be pushed away in such a short time? Fang Tingxue didn't expect that she would have so much strength. When she saw that Xie Xiaodong couldn't get up for a while, she hurried out of the school gate. After a while, Xie Xiaodong crawled out of the bushes in a daze. He recalled what had just happened, and looked confused and puzzled. What's going on? This girl knows martial arts? Fang Tingxue ran out of the school and was relieved to see that Xie Xiaodong was no longer chasing her. She walked quickly towards home. Several boys came up to chat with her along the way, which made Fang Tingxue feel that it would be better to wear a mask. Arriving at the gate of the community, Fang Tingxue greeted the security guard as usual. "Hello, Grandpa Nyo." The security guard was stunned and looked up at the girl walking away. "Who is this pretty girl? Is she new here? Why haven't I seen her before?" Walking down to the small building, Fang Tingxue greeted several elders who were chatting about family matters. "Hello, Grandma Lu, hello, Grandma Wong, hello, Aunt Zhou." She greeted him politely and walked up the stairs. Several old ladies and aunties were stunned. "Whose girl is this? She's so pretty, and her voice sounds so familiar." After returning home, Fang Tingxue washed all the dishes in the kitchen and began to cultivate her soul power. Fang Tingxue is very smart. She remembers all the cultivation techniques that Shen Yi taught her. With the help of wooling grass, her soul power continues to increase and her physical fitness is constantly improving. In the afternoon, Fang Tingxue took advantage of Aunt Fang's inattention and put on a mask and went to school. This time, no one came to disturb her. However, because of the huge changes in her figure and temperament, many people still noticed her. After arriving at the classroom, Sun Xiao was surprised and asked, "Why are you wearing this thing again?" "I haven't seen enough." Fang Tingxue embarrassedly told her experience in the morning. Sun Xiao seemed to have heard of Xie Xiaodong's misdeeds and quickly said, "Don't pay any attention to this guy. He's a philanderer. I heard he's had no fewer than 10 girlfriends, and some of them even went to his house. But his family is rich, so they paid money to settle the matter." Fang Tingxue shook her head. "I won't pay any attention to him. There is only Shen Yi in her heart, and there is no room for anyone else." After school in the afternoon, Fang Tingxue met Xie Xiaodong again. This guy scanned the entire floor of students walking out, as if looking for Fang Tingxue. When he saw Fang Tingxue wearing a mask, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. "Xiaoxue, let's go from the back." Sun Xiao blocked Xie Xiaodong's sight and pulled Fang Tingxue towards the corridor on the other side. Not long after the two of them walked out of the teaching building, a voice suddenly came from behind them. "Classmate, wait a moment." Before they could turn around, Xie Xiaodong caught up with them. Xie Xiaodong looked at the mask on Fang Tingxue's face and smiled smugly. "Classmate, you don't think you can hide it from me like this, do you? What do you want to do?" Sun Xiao held Fang Tingxue's hand tightly, feeling a little nervous. She knew that Xie Xiaodong was the school bully, and that his family was not only rich but also skilled in martial arts. But to protect her friend, she won't back down. Chapter 37, The Dragon Soul Girl Shows Off Her Talent. "Nothing, I just want to get to know this classmate and make friends." Xie Xiaodong glanced at Sun Xiao. The girl was pretty, but his primary target now was the girl wearing a mask. This girl could be a backup. Sun Xiao felt very disgusted when she saw Xie Xiaodong staring at her. "We don't want to know you, get out of the way." Xie Xiaodong showed a playful expression. "You can move aside, but tell me your names first. Of course Sun Xiao wouldn't tell him, don't even think about it. If you don't get out of the way, I'll tell the teacher. Xie Xiaodong didn't care, you go, but this classmate has to stay. You, shameless. Sun Xiao was so angry when she saw Xie Xiaodong's shameless look. When Xie Xiaodong saw Sun Xiao was angry, he became even more excited. Only girls like this can arouse his desire to conquer. The ones before were too easy to get and there was no challenge at all. Some students passing by saw the three people arguing and looked over curiously. When they saw it was the school bully Xie Xiaodong, they left in a hurry, fearing that they would get into trouble. At this time Fong Tingxue said, "Is it okay if I just tell you the name?" Xie Xiaodong said with a playful smile, "Yes, I just want to know your name so that we can get to know each other." Sun Xiao said anxiously, "Don't tell him." She knew that once Xie Xiaodong found out Fong Tingxue's name, he would definitely come to bother her frequently in the future. But Fong Tingxue still said it, "Zhou Mimi." Sun Xiao was stunned, then understood, and said nothing. Fong Tingxue was talking about the name of a girl from another class. That girl had a history of bullying her classmates and had even openly mocked Fong Tingxue's appearance. Zhou Mimi? Xie Xiaodong thought about it for a moment and said insincerely, "This is a good name. The name is beautiful, and the person is even more beautiful." Fong Tingxue said, "We can go now." "Sure." Xie Xiaodong pretended to be a gentleman and gave way. After Fong Tingxue and Sun Xiao walked out of the school gate, Xie Xiaodong's two followers ran over from a distance. They stared at Fong Tingxue's back. "Brother Dong, is that the girl you want to pursue? Why did you let her go?" Xie Xiaodong snorted, "What do you know? There's no rush to chase a girl like this. Go find out which class Zhou Mimi is in, what her family background is like, and whether she's ever practiced martial arts." Thinking of yesterday's experience, Xie Xiaodong felt a little uneasy. He didn't expect to be pushed into the bushes by the other party, nor did he expect the other party to be so strong, but he thought it was because he was careless that he was accidentally hit. The next day, Fong Tingxue and Sun Xiao were stopped again. Xie Xiaodong's face was filled with a trace of shame and anger as if he had been teased. "You lied to me, your name is not Zhou Mimi." He found out Zhou Mimi's class and immediately ran to ask her out. Who would have thought that when she showed up, she turned out to be an ugly and fat girl. When the other party saw that Xie Xiaodong was a little handsome, his eyes lit up immediately and he couldn't wait to kiss him. Xie Xiaodong's hair stood on end and he almost vomited. Xie Xiaodong realized that he had been tricked, and immediately broke away from Zhou Mimi's entanglement and came to find Fong Tingxue. Fong Tingxue was still wearing the mask, with a faint smile in her eyes. "I just told you a name, but I didn't say my name is Zhou Mimi. Are you kidding me?" Xie Xiaodong's face darkened slightly. He came here to chase girls, not to be fooled by them. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly took off Fong Tingxue's mask. Such a beautiful face, why cover it up? Fong Tingxue took a cautious step back. Xie Xiaodong's palm missed, and he was a little confused as to why Fong Tingxue retreated so quickly. Sun Xiao shouted angrily, "If you do this again, I will call the police." Xie Xiaodong didn't take Sun Xiao seriously at all, and stretched out his hand to push her away. "Get out of here." Sun Xiao was pushed and staggered, almost falling to the ground. Fong Tingxue quickly supported her, with a hint of anger in her eyes. "Beauty, we're just getting to know each other. Why are you so disgusted? Just have a drink with me today and we'll let this go." Xie Xiaodong had lost his patience and decided to use force. He reached out to grab Fong Tingxue again, but this time he was very careful. He knew that the other party was very strong, so he contained true energy in his palm. Fong Tingxue stared at Xie Xiaodong coldly. In her eyes, the other party was coming with great momentum, but his movements were very slow. She knocked Xie Xiaodong's hand away with one palm, then pushed him back with her backhand. Bang! Xie Xiaodong's arm was broken and his body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Xie Xiaodong fell heavily to the ground, uttered a muffled groan, and fainted cleanly. Everyone around was stunned, including Sun Xiao. But she knew that Xie Xiaodong was a student majoring in martial arts and a formal warrior. In the eyes of ordinary people, formal warriors are 10 times more powerful than them and are basically impossible to defeat. Sun Xiao looked at Fong Tingxue in surprise. "Xiaoxue, you also know martial arts?" Fong Tingxue certainly had never practiced martial arts, but she knew that this was the power of the martial soul. After awakening the dragon soul, her body evolved comprehensively, and both her physical fitness and strength were much stronger than those of ordinary warriors. Fong Tingxue didn't know how to explain to Sun Xiao, so she could only say, "Maybe I'm just strong." Strong? Sun Xiao was confused. In her impression, Fang Tingxue was weak and frail, and would fall down if the wind blew. When did she become so strong? But now is not the time to explain. After Xie Xiaodong was knocked unconscious, someone notified the school and a teacher has already rushed over. After a brief inquiry, the teachers who rushed over were very surprised. They all knew what kind of person Xie Xiaodong was. He must have been the one who instigated this incident. But what surprised them was that Xie Xiaodong was a formal warrior, but he was actually defeated by a petite girl? After finding out the situation, the dean had Xie Xiaodong sent to the hospital and called Fang Tingxue to the office. Sun Xiao was worried about her friend, so she waited outside the office and didn't leave. A few minutes later, a strong man walked in. The man's name was Zheng Weigua, and he was a teacher who specialized in teaching martial arts. He looked at Fang Tingxue in surprise, and then asked the dean of studies. Is this the girl who knocked Xie Xiaodong down? After getting confirmation, Zheng Weigua asked. Classmate, what's your name? Have you ever practiced martial arts before? Fang Tingxue told her name truthfully, then shook her head. I have never practiced martial arts. You've never practiced martial arts, how could you defeat Xie Xiaodong? Zheng Weigua showed an interested expression. Although Xie Xiaodong is a playboy, he does have a good talent for martial arts. He became a formal warrior at the age of 17, which is an excellent level among students. It's obvious that this girl is not simple enough to knock Xie Xiaodong down. Maybe, I'm just very strong. Fang Tingxue answered vaguely that Shen asked her not to reveal the matter about Wu Huan for the time being. Anyway, with the current means, it is impossible to detect the existence of the martial soul. Can you defeat a real warrior just by being strong? Zheng Weigua observed Fang Tingxue carefully and did not sense any true energy in her. In this case, this girl must be gifted and have unusual physical qualities. Zheng Weigua felt that he had found a good seedling. If he trained him well, he might become a top student in martial arts. Chapter 38 Neighbors come to propose marriage. Zheng Weigua looked at Fang Tingxue's tightly covered face and asked, Classmate, can you take off your mask? Fang Tingxue took off her mask as she was told, and the teachers in the office suddenly brightened up. No wonder Xie Xiaodong would set his sights on her. That's why. The teachers were stunned for a while, but soon reached a consensus. In this matter, Xie Xiaodong was the one who provoked Fang Tingxue first, so she was definitely not wrong. However, Xie Xiaodong was injured, so how to deal with the situation specifically would have to wait until Xie Xiaodong recovered. Fang Tingxue walked out of the office, and Sun Xiao asked with concern, Xiaoxue, are you okay? Did the teacher give you any trouble? Fang Tingxue shook her head. The teacher said that Xie Xiaodong provoked me first, and I was just defending myself. Sun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Xie Xiaodong has a strong background. I was worried that the school would protect him. Not afraid of being sheltered. Fang Tingxue thought to herself, I still have brother Shen. Brother Shen is much more powerful than them. Fang Tingxue returned home and found that there were guests in the house. Uncle Fang Hongwei and Aunt Lu Fang were sitting in the living room, talking to someone. The guest I was talking to was a middle-aged woman in tacky clothes, with a shrewd and mean face and a calculating look in her eyes. Fang Tingxue knew this middle-aged woman. She was Zhou, a neighbor who lives nearby. Sitting next to Zhou was a young man, her son Zhou Chen. A few days ago, Fang Tingxue met Zhou Chen by chance in the community. Zhou Chen was shocked when he saw Fang Tingxue. After asking around, he found out that she was the daughter of his neighbor Fang family. He was still obsessed with Fang Tingxue, so he went to his mother Zhou to propose marriage. Zhou felt that the Fang family was a small family with average financial conditions and was not worthy of her own family. She wanted her son to find a rich daughter-in-law so that he could work less for a few years and she could enjoy a comfortable life. However, Zhou Chen begged her to marry the daughter of the Fang family. She could not persuade her only son and had to go to the family reluctantly. Fang Hongwei and Lu Fang were very surprised after hearing this. Xiaoxue is only 17 years old, she is not yet an adult. Zhou smiled and said, what does it matter? You can get engaged first, and it won't be too late to get married when you come of age. Fang Hongwei shook his head, but Xiaoxue will go to college in the future. Zhou disapproved and said, what's the point of a girl going to college? She'll get married in the future anyway. You've watched Zhou Chen grow up, so you know him well. He's much better than those dubious men out there. Fang Hongwei disagreed, but he didn't want to jeopardize the relationship between the neighbors. We don't have the final say on this matter. It depends on the child's own opinion. Xiaoxue was raised by you, how could she not listen to you? Zhou's tone was tinged with superiority. Our Zhou Chen is considerate, handsome, and has a good job. Anyone who follows him will only enjoy happiness. You don't know that in his company, there is a long line of girls who like him. It must be that he only has eyes for your niece, otherwise he wouldn't have asked me to propose marriage. Lu Feng, who was sitting next to her, had a cold expression on her face. In that case, let's choose one of the girls in the long queue. Our Xiaoxue still has to go to school, so we can't think about getting married right now. Zhou Chen felt that his mother had gone a bit too far, and quickly smiled and said, Uncle Feng, Aunt Feng, my mother didn't mean that. Feng Hongwei waved his hand, the child is too young, it's too early to talk about marriage, you should go back. Zhou didn't want to marry into a poor family, and when she saw the Feng family refused, she didn't want to sit down anymore. Come on, son. There are so many rich and pretty girls out there. Just find another one. Zhou Chen was extremely anxious and asked his mother to propose marriage so that they could establish the relationship as soon as possible. Otherwise, Feng Tingxue is so beautiful, and if she really goes to college, I will have nothing to do. Mom, I only like Xiaoxue, not other women. Zhou was just trying to play hard to get. Seeing her son's impatience, she couldn't help but say angrily, it's not like you can't find a girlfriend, so why bother hanging yourself on a tree? Mom, you don't understand. Zhou Chen refused to move. Seeing that her son was determined to marry the girl from the Feng family, Zhou said helplessly, Old Feng, why don't you reconsider? We can increase the betrothal gift a little more. Feng Hongwei refused without hesitation, it's not about money. We won't interfere with who Xiaoxue dates, but not before she goes to college. After saying that, he stood up and saw the guest off. Seeing Feng Hongwei's firm attitude, Zhou's mother and son could only leave Feng's house in embarrassment. After the two left, Feng Tingxue, who had been hiding in the corner, walked into the house. When Lu Feng saw her, she immediately smiled and said, Xiaoxue is back. Go back to your room and study. I'll go cook. We'll have dinner soon. Feng Tingxue suddenly said, Uncle, Aunt, I don't want to get married. The couple were both stunned for a moment. Did you hear everything I just said? Feng Tingxue nodded and repeated, well, I don't want to get married. We know. Lu Feng held Feng Tingxue in her arms and said with a distressed look on her face, we can't bear to marry off such a beautiful niece. Feng Tingxue's eyes were slightly red, Uncle, Aunt, thank you. Feng Hongwei smiled and patted her head, silly child, what's the point of a family saying thank you? Don't worry, if that kid named Zhou Chen comes again, I will beat him out. Feng Tingxue thought to herself, you don't have to hit me, I can drive him away myself. Now that I have a martial spirit, beating him is like beating a child. Zhou was walking home, humming as she walked, a shop owner raised a niece like she was made of gold. She's not his own daughter, so why would he be reluctant to let her go? Then he complained to his son, you had to find a poor girl, causing me to lose face in the Feng family. I just like Feng Tingxue. Zhou Chen retorted, besides, how could so many girls like me? You know I'm just an ordinary employee in the company. If I don't say that, will people look up to you? Zhou said unhappily, let's go on a blind date. What do you think of the girl I introduced to you last time? Zhou Chen's mind was full of Feng Tingxue, I won't go. That woman is too ugly, not even as good as you. Zhou's face flushed, what nonsense are you talking about? I'm old, how can I compare with young people? Zhou Chen said, anyway, I won't go unless that person is prettier than Feng Tingxue. Zhou asked doubtfully, is the Feng family's child really so beautiful? Is it worth it for you to commit suicide like this? She had met Feng's niece twice, but unfortunately she was wearing a mask each time and she couldn't see what she looked like. Zhou Chen was immediately lost in memories of Feng Tingxue, his face full of fascination as he said, she's so beautiful, like a fairy. I've never seen such a beautiful girl. Seeing her son was obsessed with it, Zhou sighed, you've seen the Feng family's attitude. If they don't agree, what can I do? Zhou Chen refused to give up, Mom, please try again. If it doesn't work, call Dad too. Mrs. Zhou complained, why do you always want us to propose marriage? You are so outstanding, why don't you try to pursue it yourself? Zhou Chen felt that although he was good, he really didn't have the confidence to face a beautiful girl like Feng Tingxue. He hesitated and said, I'm afraid I'll scare her. It would be better if you guys speak up. Zhou could only helplessly say, okay, I'll go back and discuss it with your father. Zhou Chen was overjoyed, thank you, Mom. Chapter 39 Shen Yi is the domineering CEO. 2 days later, in the middle school principal's office. The principal called Fong Tingshua's homeroom teacher and Zhang Weigui over. Xia Xiaodong's injury report is out. He has a broken ulna in his arm and 2 fractured ribs. It looks like he's seriously injured. The head teacher's heart tightened. Principal, you are not going to hold Fong Tingxue accountable, are you? The principal waved his hand and said, of course not. The primary responsibility for this matter lies with Xie Xiaodong, not Fong Tingxue. The head teacher asked, but Xie Xiaodong is injured. I'm afraid the Xie family will put pressure on the school. The principal said, although the Xie family has some power, they cannot influence the school's decisions. Zhang Weigui asked in confusion, Principal, why did you ask us to come here? The principal looked worried. Although they can't do anything to the school, I'm worried they'll cause trouble for Fong Tingxue. Zhang Weigui said, don't worry about that. Fong Tingxue can knock Xie Xiaodong down. Ordinary people can't even get close to her. The principal shook his head. If I remember correctly, Xie Xiaodong has an older brother who was a coach at a martial arts school. I heard he is a third-level martial artist. Zhang Weigui immediately became nervous when he heard this. I'll go inform Fong Tingxue and tell her to be careful. On the way home from school, Fong Tingxue was about to go home separately from Sun Xiao. A tall man suddenly blocked the way, and behind him were several young men. Are you Fong Tingxue? You hurt my brother? The man stared at Fong Tingxue. Fong Tingxue did not deny it, but asked, who are you? My name is Xie Qingxiong, and I'm Xie Xiaodong's elder brother. A gloomy look appeared on the man's face. The little girl is quite skilled. Where did you learn martial arts? Fong Tingxue shook her head. I have never learned martial arts. No? Xie Qingxiong sneered. That's inherited from my ancestors. He's so young, yet he's so vicious and can easily break someone's bones. Xie Xiaodong was the one who harassed Xiao Xue first. Sun Xiao quickly retorted. It was the first time she met such a fierce-looking man, and her voice trembled. My brother harassed you because he thought highly of you. Not only did you not listen to him, you even dared to hurt him. Xie Qingxiong said arrogantly, today I will teach you a lesson on behalf of my brother. Sun Xiao didn't expect the other party to be so unreasonable. She said nervously, if you dare to do anything, I will call the police. Call the police? Xie Qingxiong laughed heartily. He brought these people here just to take the blame for himself. Even if you are caught on the spot, you will just have to pay some money. No matter what, he must avenge his brother. The young men behind him flattered him, she's just a little girl. Why does big brother Xie need to do it himself? I'll help you deal with her. Someone made a lewd expression, he's wearing a mask. Let me open it and see what he looks like. As he said that, he wanted to touch me. Xie Qingxiong frowned and said, this woman is quite skilled in martial arts, otherwise Xiaodong wouldn't have been injured. You guys go watch the surroundings and don't let any irrelevant people come over. After receiving the reminder, several young people hurried to the surrounding area to be on guard. Although this road is remote, some people still pass by it. Some passers-by were already looking over here, as if wondering what was going on. After his men dispersed, Xie Qingxiong reached out and grabbed Fong Tingxue. Fong Tingxue dodged his fingers with a slight movement. Xie Qingxiong snorted secretly, he really has some skills. He was just testing the waters this time, and when he grabbed him, he felt that the other party was very agile. Then she tapped her toes lightly and accelerated her body to rush towards Fong Tingxue. This time Fong Tingxue couldn't avoid it and could only reach out and push it away. With a bang, the two men slapped each other. Fong Tingxue stepped back repeatedly, her pretty face flushed under the mask. Xie Qingxiong also took 2 steps back, feeling very surprised. This girl has such a strange strength, it doesn't seem like she has real energy, but more like she is born with great strength. However, he is a third-level warrior and would not take a middle school girl seriously. Xie Qingxiong moved and pounced on Fong Tingxue like a cheetah hunting. This time, his palms contained true energy, and with one move, he covered Fong Tingxue's entire body. Although Fong Tingxue awakened her martial soul, it only enhanced her physical fitness. Her combat skills and practical experience could not be compared with those of a third-level warrior. Facing Xie Qingxiong's attack, she could only dodge by relying on her instinctive reaction. After 2 or 3 rounds, Fong Tingxue was hit on the shoulder. She groaned softly, her eyes showing pain. Sun Xiao screamed in fright. She wanted to call the police, but the younger brother brought by Xie Qingxiong snatched her phone away. Xue succeeded in striking Fong Tingxue and pressed forward. His purpose was to break Fong Tingxue's hands and feet, so that she could also experience the pain of broken bones. Fong Tingxue gritted her teeth and took the punch from Xue. With a bang. Her palms were aching and her bones felt like they were about to break. As if sensing the crisis, Fong Tingxue's soul power surged, and some characters and illusions appeared in her mind, as if something was about to be born. But her martial soul had not reached level 1, so she could not unlock martial arts, so she could only see some scattered character fragments. Xue sneered and slapped Fong Tingxue hard. Just as Xue palm wind was about to hit Fong Tingxue, a figure suddenly flew towards him. Xue was startled and immediately changed direction, hitting the flying figure with a palm. The figure screamed and rolled 7 or 8 meters away. Xue looked carefully and found that the person who was hit by the palm was his younger brother who followed him. He was now foaming at the mouth and lying on the ground unconscious. Fong Tingxue escaped the disaster and suddenly heard a very familiar voice in her ears. "Are you okay?" Fong Tingxue looked back and saw that Shen had come to her side at some point and was looking at her with concern. Fong Tingxue felt relieved, and a feeling of grievance surged in her heart. She wanted to throw herself into Shen's arms and cry. At this moment, in her heart, Shen is her strongest support, and no one can replace him. Shen had just returned to Jiangnan City and wanted to come and see how Fong Tingxue was doing, but unexpectedly he saw the scene just now. Without saying a word, he threw a lookout brother to Xue and saved Fong Tingxue. Xue saw someone interfering and frowned at the other person. "Who are you to meddle in my business?" Shen ignored him, put his hand on Fong Tingxue, and activated the Fountain of Life skill. Fong Tingxue only felt a cool breath flowing through her body, the pain in her palm stopped immediately, and her body strength was restored a lot. Seeing that Fong Tingxue's complexion had improved a lot, Shen immediately looked at Xue with murderous intent. "You're courting death if you dare touch my people." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Xue. Xue wanted to resist, but unexpectedly a terrifying force rushed over and directly broke his arm. He let out a miserable howl, and his body flew out like a cannonball, his sternum broken and blood gushing out of his mouth. Shen punched Xue, nearly killing him, and then asked Fong Tingxue, "Who is he?" Fong Tingxue briefly recounted what happened. Shen's eyes were slightly cold. How dare the small Xie family be so arrogant? He made a phone call. From today on, suppress the Xie family completely. Within a month, I want them to be eliminated from Jiangnan. Shen's arrogant and domineering words not only shocked Xue's younger brothers, but also conquered Fong Tingxue's heart. Sun Xiao's eyes were flashing with hearts. Who is this guy? So majestic and domineering, exactly the domineering CEO in my mind. Chapter 40. The Zhou family wants to target Fong Tingxue. When Shen sent Fong Tingxue home, he met Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was shocked when he saw a young man sending Fong Tingxue home. He couldn't suppress the jealousy in his heart, and walked forward and said, "Xiaoxue, you're back." Zhou Chen deliberately acted very affectionate, wanting to let the other party know that his relationship with Fong Tingxue was very special. Shen looked at Zhou Chen strangely. "Who is this person?" Fong Tingxue shook her head. "I don't know." Zhou Chen was a little embarrassed. "Xiaoxue, you forgot, I am Zhou Chen, we grew up together. I was at your house yesterday, maybe your uncle and aunt didn't tell you." Fong Tingxue ignored him. The man's tone made her very uncomfortable, as if they were very familiar with each other, but in fact they had hardly communicated. Shen glanced at Zhou Chen indifferently, and he saw through the other party's intention. An ordinary person dares to set his sights on Fong Tingxue, and Fong Tingxue is not even 18 years old. He leaned close to Fong Tingxue's ear and said, "Go back quickly. Remember the method I taught you and practice well." Fong Tingxue nodded shyly. She also felt that her strength was too weak. She must practice martial arts as soon as possible so as not to hold Shen back. When Zhou Chen saw how intimate the two were, his eyes almost spit fire. After Fong Tingxue entered the small building, Zhou Chen couldn't help but ask, "Who are you? Are you Xiaoxue's classmate?" Shen was too lazy to stop. "Who I am is none of your business. Remember to stay away from Fong Tingxue in the future, otherwise you will end up in a miserable situation." When Zhou Chen heard this, he immediately became furious. "What did you say?" He stepped forward to take action, but before he could get close, he was bounced back by an invisible force. Zhou Chen fell to the ground, breaking out in a cold sweat. Is this person a warrior? In this world, there is a huge gap in status between ordinary people and warriors. Even an ordinary formal warrior can easily strangle him to death. Zhou Chen looked forward in panic, but the other party had disappeared. Outside the community, Shen Yi got into his luxury car. He disdains to bother with such ants so as not to dirty his hands. If Zhou Chen insisted on pestering Fang Tingxue, he wouldn't mind making her disappear from the world in advance. In the community, Zhou Chen returned home in a restless mood. Seeing his grief-stricken look, Zhou asked curiously, "Son, what's wrong with you?" Zhou Chen said with a frustrated look, "I just saw Fang Tingxue in the neighborhood. I saw him, so I saw him. We all live in the same neighborhood, so isn't it normal to run into each other?" But she was accompanied by a young man. Zhou was slightly surprised. What kind of man? Zhou Chen said with a bitter tone, "He is a little older than her." The two of them were talking and laughing, and they looked very affectionate. "What? You're so young and you're already bringing a man home. That's simply unfaithful to your husband." Zhou was planning to go to the house with her husband to propose marriage again. When she heard this, she suddenly became angry. She asked, "Since you wanted to marry her, didn't you remind her that bringing a man home casually would cause gossip?" Zhou Chen said with lingering fear, "I did say that, but that man was very fierce and seemed to be a warrior." When Zhou heard this, her expression changed immediately. No wonder Fang Hongwei refused to agree to the engagement. It turns out he has found someone else to marry. Zhou was filled with jealousy and resentment. I didn't expect his family to be such a bunch of people. To climb up the social ladder, they even disregarded the friendship of more than 10 years as neighbors. Zhou Chen said unwillingly, "What should I do now? If that guy pursues Fang Tingxue, I won't have a chance. I've told you before, don't hang yourself on a tree, but you just won't listen. Are you going to stay married until you marry the daughter of the Feng family?" Zhou felt sorry for her son, but at the same time she was dissatisfied with the Feng family's choice. "But I just like her." Zhou Chen's face was filled with sadness. He was deeply in love with Fang Tingxue, but she didn't even look at him. Okay, your dad and I will try again tonight. If it doesn't work, we'll have to use other methods." Zhou Chen's mind moved. What method? "I'll find an opportunity to bring her home, and then the matter will be settled, right? Isn't this a bit bad?" Zhou Chen was a little hesitant. "What's wrong with that? A girl's reputation is the most important thing. If she gives her body to you, she's naturally yours." Zhou Chen thought about it and decided to take a risk in order to get Fang Tingxue. At the Xie family villa, the head of the Xie family had a gloomy expression on his face. "Who injured the young master?" Several followers trembled and said, "The man said his surname was Shen, and he said he would wipe out the Xie family in Jiangnan within a month." The Xie family's patriarch flew into a rage. "How can this be absurd? How dare you say such outrageous things?" He shouted sternly, "Go and find out who this person is. I will make him pay 10-fold, 100-fold." At this moment, a man suddenly rushed in and said, "Master, I just received news that Xie's stock has been maliciously acquired and the equity is now being lost. Several major suppliers have stopped supplying and are threatening to cancel the cooperation." The Xie family's head was shocked. "What's going on? Who is targeting us?" The man's face was solemn. "We are investigating, but there is insider information that it was the Shen group that did it." The Xie family's head was shocked. "What did you say?" "Shen." At this time, in the Shen family mansion, Shen Yi glanced in the direction of the secret library. His father had been in seclusion for a week and there was no sign of him coming out. However, he also understood that it was not easy to break through to the first level of martial spirit. Even if one awakens an innate martial spirit, it will still take quite a long time. He was able to cultivate to the first level of martial soul so quickly because his martial soul of all things was unique, and he also had the experience of his previous life. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to advance so quickly. Shen Yi was about to go visit his mother when the housekeeper bowed and said, "Master, the second and third masters have something to ask you. Please come to the meeting hall." There is a small building in the Shen family mansion, which is where the main members of the family discuss important matters. Although Shen Yi's father, Shen Tianhao, is the head of the family, he also has several brothers who each hold part of the shares of the Shen group. If the Shen family makes any big moves, the brothers usually discuss it together before making a decision. Before going into seclusion, Shen Tianhao entrusted all family affairs to Shen Yi. Now that he didn't come out, the elders had no choice but to call Shen Yi to discuss the matter. As soon as Shen Yi arrived at the door of the meeting hall, he heard his fourth uncle Shen Tianqi expressing his dissatisfaction. Shen Tianqi frowned and asked, What is Big Brother doing? He's in seclusion, not seeing anyone, and leaving the group to a kid who just started college? Third uncle Shen Tianjie was also puzzled. Big Brother suddenly went into seclusion without saying why, and handed all the matters to Shen Yi. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Second uncle Shen Tianren said nothing. Big Brother, of course, has his reasons for doing this. Xiaoye is already 18 years old, so it's not a bad idea to come out and gain some experience. Shen Tianqi was very unhappy, but Shen Yi immediately banned the Su family. Although the Su family is not big, it is still a second-rate family. This will cause us a lot of losses. Shen Tianren sneered, that's the Su family asking for trouble. Allowing their daughter to bully Shen Yi is declaring war on our Shen family. I won't let them go even without my eldest brother telling me. Shen Tianjie said, forget about the Su family, but what about the Xie family? Shen Yi suddenly ordered a crackdown on the Xie family, and I still don't understand why. This time Shen Tianran did not speak up for Shen Yi. I just found out about this matter, so I asked Xiao Yi to come here to ask for clarification. Chapter 41, Coaxing Mom to Awaken the Plant Spirit. Hearing this, Shen Yi strode in. Second uncle, third uncle, fourth uncle, I'm here. Shen Tianren saw Shen Yi and smiled. Xiao Yi is here, come in and sit down. Thank you, second uncle. Shen Yi did not walk to the patriarch's seat, but sat down on the other side. Shen Tianren saw Shen Yi's actions and nodded with satisfaction. Although Shen Yi was exercising his powers on behalf of Shen Tianhao, he still had a sense of propriety in his heart. Shen Tenjie and Shen Tianqi frowned and asked directly, Xiao Yi, we need you to explain why you attacked the Xie family? Because the Xie family deserves to die. Shen Yi said simply, with a hint of murderous intent on his face. What's the reason? Shen Tianji and Shen Tianqi are both level 4 warriors. Although Shen Yi's murderous aura is strong, it cannot affect them. I met a girl who has great talent in martial arts. I want to train her. Shen Yi omitted the part about his martial soul and simply recounted what had happened. Just for a high school girl, you're going to make an entire family disappear in Jiangnan? Shen Tianqi couldn't understand. Shen Tianjie sneered, Xiao Yi, you like that girl, right? For a girl, using the authority of the clan leader to maliciously suppress a family, do you know that this is a taboo? I only know that whoever touches my people will die. Shen Yi said arrogantly. Shen Tianjie was slightly stunned. He had seen this kind of aura in someone before, and that person was his elder brother Shen Tianhao. 20 years ago, when Shen Tianhao was pursuing Sujan, he lost his temper and killed a rich kid who was about to commit a crime, and then brought his family to ruin. Are these two father and son of the same character? Shen Tianjie looked at the young and energetic Shen Yi and felt a little apprehensive. Shen Tianren admired Shen Yi's courage very much. Yes, this is the son of my Shen family, he is blood. Shen Tianqi disagreed, but buying Xie's shares requires a lot of money. Big Brother recently bought a large amount of wooling grass, which almost drained our cash flow. Shen Yi said calmly, then let's use equity swaps. 1 share of our Shen stock is worth 100 shares of the Xie's. There are many people who want Xie's stock. When Shen Tianjie heard that Shen Yi wanted to use equity swap, his eyes flickered slightly, as if he had some idea in mind. Shen Yi glanced at Shen Tianjie. He knew that this uncle had always been ambitious, but he didn't care. 3 months later, strong cultivation is the basis for survival. Stocks and assets are all trash and no one wants them even if they are given away for free. In that case, let's do as Xiaoye says. However, this is Xiaoye's personal decision. If you need to exchange stocks for funds, you can only use Big Brother's share. Shen Tianjie nodded in agreement. Shen Tianren had no objection. Anyone who dared to touch the Shen family's tiger whiskers must be prepared to die. Seeing that both of them agreed, Shen Tianqi could only reluctantly agree. After Shen Yi returned to his residence, the housekeeper came to report. Master, Miss Su is here again. During this period, Su Bingyu had been looking for Shen Yi, but Shen Yi went to Jinbei City and her phone number was blocked, so she could only wait outside Shen's house every day. Standing outside the cold door, Su Bingyu's heart was filled with endless regret. Recalling the past days, Shen Yi cared for her meticulously and took good care of her. But she never really knew how to cherish this deep friendship. Whenever there was friction and conflict between Shen Yi and Li Chen, she always stood on Li Chen's side without hesitation, never putting herself in Shen Yi's shoes, and ignoring the loss and heartache in his eyes. Now that Shen Yi had finally left her, she suddenly realized how much she had lost someone worth cherishing. She realized that every concession and tolerance from Shen Yi was out of his deep love for her, but she, due to momentary blind obedience and prejudice, ignored the most sincere emotion. Whenever it was late at night and everyone was asleep, regrets would flood her mind. She regretted not seeing her own heart clearly sooner, and regretted not giving Shen Yi the support and understanding he deserved. Those missed times, those moments that could have been better, had now become irreparable regrets in her heart. Now, she has seen through Li Chen's hypocrisy and shamelessness. So, she wants to win Shen Yi back and make him love her again. Inside the Shen family mansion, the housekeeper said, "Master, Miss Su has been waiting outside for 7 days. She seems to really regret it." Shen Yi sneered, "The belated affection is cheaper than grass. The reason she regrets it is because Li Chen can't give her what she wants, and the Su group is about to face bankruptcy. And all this is thanks to Su Bingyu." Su Bingyu came to the Shen family to ask for forgiveness. Half of the reason was that she was forced by Su Jinhai. There was a lingering slap mark on her face, from when Su Jinhai hit her. Although her mother Jiaya has always loved her daughter, her status in the circle of rich wives has plummeted due to her net worth, so she is also angry with Su Bingyu and has ignored her these days. Su Bingyu had no one to cry to, so she could only come to Shen Yi for help, hoping to get his forgiveness and reconcile. Shen Yi was too lazy to pay attention to Su Bingyu. He had more important things to do, such as finding new mutated martial arts grass among the herbs sent to him. No abnormalities were found in the 4th and 5th batches, but in the 6th batch, Shen Yi finally found a wooling grass with a special scent. Shen Yi was overjoyed and brought the wooling grass to Sujan. The Su family is a scholarly family. Although Sujan married the powerful Shen Tianhao, she does not know martial arts. Seeing her son taking a wooling grass, at the same time, driven by soul power, Sujan's body's flesh and blood cells began to evolve and transform. Shen Yi vaguely saw that a vague illusion appeared behind Sujan's body. The illusion resembled a towering tree, towering between heaven and earth, its majestic form, lush branches and leaves blotting out the sun. A soft glow emanated from the tree, like a guardian beneath the moonlight, tranquil and mysterious. Chapter 42. Su Bingyu comes to ask for forgiveness again. Shen Ye's heart skipped a beat. Did his mother awaken a plant spirit? It looked like a tree? Although it is not a fire spirit with powerful attack power like his father's, the plant spirit has a long lifespan and strong vitality. Perhaps his mother can really stay young and immortal in the future. After Sujan awakened his martial soul, he was in a state of confusion. "Son, I feel lightheaded. It seems different from before." "It's okay, the wooling grass must be taking effect." Shen Yi was not in a hurry to teach Sujan the cultivation method because his mother had just awakened her martial spirit and was not yet used to it. It won't be too late to tell her the truth after her body has fully adapted to the power of her martial soul. Shen Yi left his mother to slowly feel the changes in her body and returned to his room. He must seize the time to practice and strive to cultivate his martial soul to the 3rd level before the natural disaster comes. Because the 3rd level martial soul can awaken a very important skill: infinite space. With unlimited space, he can carry and store a lot of supplies. Even if ferocious beasts attack, he is not afraid of not having enough supplies. Outside the Shen family mansion, Su Bingyu could not wait for Shen Ye's response and could only beg desperately. "Let me in, I just want to see him." The guard said coldly, "You're only asking for our young master's forgiveness now. What were you doing before?" In the past, Su Bingyu brought Li Chen around the city and never even glanced at them. Now she was being humble, which made him feel very relieved. Su Bingyu looked miserable. She had long lost the arrogance of the rich young lady she once was. She only wanted to see Shen Yi. She didn't dare to yell at the guard like she had before, so she could only whisper, "If you let me in, I can give you money. How about 100,000? Although the guard was tempted, he didn't dare let him go. "If the young master knew about this, I would lose my job, but I might even lose my life." The young master now is completely different from before. Not only is he swift and decisive in his actions, but he is also ruthless in killing. Just look at the miserable state of the Su family now. 200,000, I'll give you 200,000. Su Bingyu gritted her teeth and raised the price. She had almost spent all her pocket money, and her secondary card was frozen. Fire magic is the basic martial art of nature-type soul masters. The released flames can burst into high temperatures and cause fatal blows to the enemy. After reaching a high level of cultivation, one can melt gold and stone and burn all things. After adapting to the changes in his body, Sujan also began to try to cultivate his martial soul. She couldn't understand the dream that Shen Yi described, but she knew that cultivating martial spirit would not do any harm to her. After practicing her martial soul, not only did she feel much better, but her body and skin were also in a different condition than before, and she looked 10 years younger. It's a pity that she has no foundation in cultivation, so her progress is slower. However, her body has transformed and evolved, and her strength is much greater than that of an ordinary person. She has no problem dealing with 1 or 2 formal warriors. Shen Yi did not slack off either, and continued to cultivate his martial spirit day and night. After absorbing the 3rd deep rock crystal and a large amount of martial spirit grass, his martial soul gradually improved to the late stage of level 2, but there was still some distance before breaking through to level 3. However, in the early stages of the catastrophe, a 2nd level martial spirit was already quite powerful. The only ones who can match him are the 4th and 5th level warriors who have practiced for a long time. However, this is for ordinary soul masters. Shen Yi awakened the martial soul of all things, which is stronger, has greater potential, and the power of martial arts is much greater. His current strength is enough to rival a late-stage 6th level warrior. But if you want to deal with a level 7 warrior, you have to break through to a level 3 soul master. Because they have cultivated their chi to the 7th level, they are already high-level strong men. These people have practiced for many years and are very powerful. Each of them is a hero who dominates a region. When a catastrophe occurs, warriors above level 7 are the core force in resisting ferocious beasts and alien races. On the 31st day after Shen Yi awakened his martial soul, the second strange phenomenon appeared. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the sky, which was sunny at first, gradually darkened. Soon after, dark clouds covered the sky, blocking out the sun, as if night had fallen early. The sky was no longer the azure blue it used to be, but was shrouded in a thick layer of gray, without a trace of light. At that moment, an indescribable, eerie vision gradually emerged in the sky. Witnesses of faint green and dark purple light drifted through the clouds, flickering like ghostly lights in the underworld, both distant and seemingly within reach. These lights sometimes converged into strange patterns, sometimes dispersed like shattered dreams, imbued with an eerie beauty not of this world, a chilling feeling. As the vision intensified, the sky seemed to be ripped apart by an invisible force, creating irregular cracks. Through these cracks shone a deep black, even darker than the surrounding darkness, as if it could devour all light and hope. From these cracks, a low, distant roar occasionally emanated, like the wheezing of an ancient beast, shaking every corner of the earth. Humanity was stunned by this strange phenomenon. Scientists, astronomers, and geologists from all over the world were mobilized and engaged in intensive research work to try to find out the source and cause of the phenomenon. Only Shen Yi knew that after this phenomenon, the number of humans awakening their martial spirits began to increase. In addition, some strange phenomena would also occur. Chapter 43 Despicable Mother and Son, Fong Tingshue's First Murder. Old Town Community. Zhou Chen's face was filled with displeasure. "Mom, didn't you say that you would trick Fong Tingxue into coming home and then make it a done deal for me?" Zhou said helplessly, "That girl is very stubborn. No matter how much I invite her, she refuses to come to my house as a guest." Zhou Chen said anxiously, "What should I do? She's completely ignoring me now. If I keep dragging it out, what if someone else gets there first?" When Zhou Chen thought of Fong Tingshue's beautiful face, he couldn't contain his eagerness. Zhou looked out the window and suddenly saw Fong Yang playing outside. Her eyes suddenly turned and she said, "There's a way." At this time, Fong Tingxue was practicing in the house. 5 days ago, her dragon soul finally broke through to level 1 and awakened a martial art called Dragon Claw. With joy in her heart, she told Shen Yi the good news as soon as possible. Shen Yi was very happy after hearing this, and immediately gave her 10 wooling grasses so that she could continue practicing. Fong Tingxue felt both happy and shy when she saw Shen Yi again. Unfortunately, Shen Yi didn't stay long. He gave some encouragement and left, which made her feel a little disappointed. Fong Tingxue was very talented and quickly consolidated the realm she had just broken through. The next step was to familiarize herself with the martial arts that had just awakened. Dragon's Claw is an extremely lethal attack technique. When the technique is activated, the fingers become like sharp blades and can easily cut the opponent's body. If one cultivates to the 9th level of martial soul, he can even split the void and open up another layer of universe. Fong Tingxue only has a 1st level martial spirit now, but ordinary 3rd level warriors are no match for her. Fong Tingxue practiced the Dragon Claw in her mind for a long time. When she opened her eyes again, it was already past 5 in the afternoon. She stood up and went to the kitchen to cook. Since the business has been booming, my uncle and aunt have been much busier and come back very late every day, so the brother and sister usually have to prepare dinner by themselves. After Fang Tingxue finished cooking, Fang Yang still hadn't returned home, so she could only call her brother. After the phone was connected, Zhou Chen's voice came from it. Xiaoxue, Fang Yang is playing games at my place and is staying for dinner. Do you want to come and eat with me? Fang Tingxue didn't expect her brother to be with Zhou Chen. She didn't have a good impression of the Zhou family, so she said, "Where's my brother? Ask him to answer the phone." Zhou Chen said with a smile, "He is having a great time and has no time to answer the phone right now." Fang Tingxue felt something was wrong and decided to go and find her brother. Zhou Chen hung up the phone, glanced at Fang Yang who was unconscious in the room, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. "Mom, she'll be here soon." Zhou said proudly, "I knew this trick would work. I'll give her a drink with sleeping pills in it later. If she doesn't drink it, I'll have to force her." Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. He wanted Fang Tingxue so badly that he was willing to use some special means. Fang Tingxue came to Zhou's house and knocked on the door. When the door opened, Zhou's shrewd and mercenary face was revealed. She said enthusiastically, "Xiaoxue is here, come in quickly." Fang Tingxue did not go in. "Where is my brother? I'll take him back." Zhou smiled and said, "Fang Yang is playing games in there. He's so engrossed in it that I can't even call him back." Fang Tingxue vaguely heard the sound of computer games. She hesitated for a moment and walked in. After Fang Tingxue entered the room, she did not see Fang Yang in the living room. Instead, Zhou Chen walked out from the inner room. When he saw Fang Tingxue, his eyes lit up. "Xiaoxue, you're here." Fang Yang fell asleep in there. "I'll go call him right away." "Weren't you playing games? Why did you fall asleep?" Fang Tingxue looked through the crack in the door and saw Fang Yang lying on the bed, seemingly sleeping. Zhou calmly closed the door and said, "The child must be tired from playing. Why don't you let him take a nap? The meal will be ready soon. You can eat before leaving." Fang Tingxue refused. "No, let's go back and eat." Zhou hurriedly tried to persuade her to stay. "You finally came here, how can you go back so soon? If you have any dishes you want to eat, I will make them for you." Fang Tingxue shook her head. "Thank you, we are used to eating at home." Zhou winked at Zhou Chen, who quickly handed her a bottle of drink. "Drink some water, then. I'll go in and wake up Fang Yang." Looking at Zhou Chen's face, which had become extremely ugly due to excitement, Fang Tingxue used the dragon claw without hesitation. With a hissing sound, Zhou Chen's body instantly tore into pieces, breaking into countless blood clots that scattered around. The power of the dragon's claws is difficult for even a third-level warrior to withstand, let alone an ordinary person. Zhou, who was outside, heard the noise, walked in and screamed in fright. Fang Tingxue was also a little surprised. It was her first time to kill someone. Although she killed a bad guy who tried to insult her, she still felt uncomfortable. What did you do?" Zhou looked at the blood and flesh on the ground, her voice trembling and filled with deep fear. Perhaps influenced by the dragon's soul, Fang Tingxue quickly calmed down. "He had bad intentions, so I killed him." "You killed my son?" Zhou was both angry and frightened. She didn't expect Fang Tingxue to kill someone, and she didn't expect her son to die so tragically. She was afraid that Fang Tingxue would kill her as well, so she immediately turned around and ran away. But he hadn't run 2 steps when his head suddenly shattered, blood splattered far away, and his body fell limply to the ground. Fang Tingxue was stunned for a moment. She did not take any action. She didn't know how the other party could suddenly die. The next moment, Shen appeared in front of her. Shen wanted to see Fang Tingxue's current progress in cultivation. After finding her through the induction of his martial soul, he saw the scene before him. He dealt with Zhou without hesitation to prevent this evil woman from causing trouble. Having experienced the disasters in his previous life, Shen's heart has long been as hard as iron, and he never shows mercy to such despicable villains. Chapter 44, Sealing a Level 5 Warrior, The Power of Forbidden Magic. "You go home first, and leave the things here to me." Shen's calm and composed tone made Fang Tingxue feel at ease. She nodded gratefully and took the drowsy Fang Yang out. After Fang Tingxue left, Shen made a phone call. The Shen family has logistical personnel who are dedicated to cleaning up the mess. In this world where martial arts and technology coexist, some gray methods are inevitable. After explaining everything, Shen left the Zhou family's house, which was covered in blood. The next day, a news report was broadcast on a local TV channel. A burglary and murder case occurred in a residential area in the old city. The suspect was a habitual vagrant criminal and has now fled to another place. The case is under investigation. Compared with the visions of heaven and earth that shocked the world, this news was insignificant and was quickly drowned out by people's heated discussions about the visions of heaven and earth. On the highway near Yuan City, 3 transport trucks of the Austin Group were driving smoothly. Suddenly, there was a loud bang and the windshield of the leading car exploded. The driver was caught off guard and his face was cut by the sharp glass fragments, and blood was immediately dripping. The driver subconsciously stepped on the brakes, but unexpectedly a figure flipped in from the roof of the car and slapped him on the chest. The driver screamed, his sternum shattered and he died on the spot. Before the fellow warrior could launch a counterattack, a sharp dagger had already pierced his chest. 2 people died when the vehicle lost control, broke through several guardrails, and rolled over in the middle of the road. The transport truck behind suddenly braked and 6 warriors jumped out of the car, ready to go forward to check the situation. At this time, a man in gray clothes suddenly appeared, with a cold flash of the dagger in his hand, and he rushed towards these warriors like lightning. Enemy attack! The warriors shouted and drew their weapons to face the man in gray. The man in gray was extremely powerful. He was surrounded by a group of level 3 warriors, but he remained calm and killed 2 of them in a blink of an eye. The others were horrified. Oh no, it's a level 4 warrior. Seeing someone intercepting them, the transport truck behind immediately reversed and prepared to return to the original route. Unexpectedly, a tall man fell from the sky and knocked down the front of the trailing car with one palm. Sparks and black smoke came out of the front of the car and it stalled on the spot. When the people inside saw the man's face clearly, they were immediately terrified. It's the great thief Zhao Hu. He's after our goods. Zhao Hu is a wanted criminal. He is ruthless and extremely powerful, with the strength of a level 5 warrior. This fleet belongs to the AUS Pharmaceutical Group and is specifically responsible for transporting medicinal materials. In addition to wooling grass, the carriages are also loaded with other rare medicinal materials. Zhao Hu obviously had his eyes on this batch of supplies, so he deliberately intercepted them. Zhao Hu's eyes were sinister, and he was about to step forward to take action when suddenly there were a few bangs and a volley of bullets shot towards him. He snorted lightly, dodged the bullets with a flash of his body, and rushed to the roof of the middle transport truck. There were 2 gunmen on the roof of the car. They didn't expect Zhao Hu to be so fast. Before they could draw the dagger from his waist, he hit them in the chest with a palm. The 2 gunmen were only at the 3rd level of warriors. Their sternums were shattered on the spot and they flew out screaming. After killing 2 people in a row, Zhao Hu jumped out of the car and struck the rear of the vehicle with one palm. The thick car door opened, revealing boxes of medicinal herbs inside. The warriors in the 3rd car rushed out, but when they saw the killer Zhao Hu, they shrank back and dared not move forward. Unfortunately, Zhao Hu did not hold back and turned around and rushed towards them. This time, he had no intention of leaving anyone alive, lest the authorities discover his whereabouts and send experts to hunt him down. Although the AO group had many warriors, they were no match for Zhao Hu, and 4 of them were killed in a blink of an eye. The remaining people wanted to escape, but he caught up and killed them one by one. On the other side, the man in gray also resolved the battle. This man was Zhao Hu's junior fellow apprentice, and was as ruthless as Zhao Hu. None of the warriors who besieged him could survive. Just as the 2 were about to take away the supplies in the car, they found a young man standing in the car, seemingly looking for something. The 2 couldn't help but frown. How come there was still someone alive? The young man in the car was Shen Yi. In his previous life, he remembered that a vicious case had occurred in the nearby Yuan City. All 15 guards of the Aoshi group who were responsible for transporting supplies were killed, and the precious medicinal materials they were carrying were also stolen. Later it was found out that it was done by the wanted criminal Zhao Hu, who disappeared for a long time after stealing the medicinal materials. By the time the catastrophe occurred, this person had become a soul master with an awakened martial soul. Later, this person joined Li Chen's camp and became his loyal thug. After Shen Yi recalled the incident, he immediately drove to the scene. He witnessed Zhao Hu and his companions hijacking a vehicle, but did not immediately step forward to stop them. After experiencing his previous life, his heart had become as hard as iron. Since he didn't want to expose himself, he had no choice but to sacrifice these guards. Zhao Hu's junior fellow attacked him without saying a word. In his eyes, Shen Yi was just a young guard who could be killed with ease. Bang! Junior brother Zhao Hu struck Shen Yi with his palm, but was blocked by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, a powerful force rebounded, causing junior brother Zhao Hu to retreat repeatedly. Seeing this scene, Zhao Hu's pupils shrank. Inner chi protects the body, counter-killing Qianjun? It's not true qi. Shen Yi, who was standing in the center of the carriage, said calmly, it's soul power. Soul power? Zhao Hu looked surprised, what is that? Shen Yi stretched out his hand and waved, with the will of the spirit at ease, I can hunt from a distance. Hiss. The space beside Zhao Hu rippled, and an invisible airflow cut through, slicing Zhao Hu's neck. Bright red blood spurted out, and junior brother Zhao Hu covered his neck and fell to the ground in disbelief. Zhao Hu was shocked. Although his junior brother was not as good as him, he was also a good fighter among the 4th level warriors. How could he be killed by the other party with just one move? You, who are you? Zhao Hu subconsciously distanced himself from Shen Yi. Shen Ye's methods were truly terrifying. In his impression, only warriors at least at level 7 could kill people without being seen. Shen Yi stared at Zhao Hu, whose face was full of fear, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Zhao Hu felt a chill in his heart, and the true energy in his body suddenly stagnated. All his strength was firmly bound at this moment, and he could not launch any moves. Shen Yi used forbidden magic to seal Zhao Hu's martial arts. Then he walked forward under Zhao Hu's frightened gaze and gently slapped him. Zhao Hu's body shook, all his internal organs were shattered, bright red blood flowed out of his 7 orifices, and he died on the spot. After Shen Yi killed Zhao Hu, he quietly left the scene with his body in the freezer containing the wooling grass. An hour later, a large police force arrived at the scene. After a careful investigation, the police officer reported, the car surveillance camera was taken away. Judging from the situation at the scene, it seems that a very powerful warrior was responsible for the attack. The leading police officer asked, who called the police? It was a villager passing by. This road is a backup highway leading to the city. It was recently built. The Aoshi group must have used this route to keep it secret, but unexpectedly they were ambushed. The captain said seriously, issue an alert immediately and conduct a comprehensive search for the suspect. He is at least a level 4 warrior. Request that our superiors send experts to assist in the capture. Chapter 45, Tiger Roar and Dragon Roar, New Martial Spirit. After Shen Yi dealt with the bodies of Zhao Hu and his junior brother, he returned to Jiangnan City. He brought back 5 wooling grasses, one of which exuded a special scent and was the mutated wooling grass. In his previous life, Zhao Hu awakened his martial soul after taking this martial spirit grass. What Zhao Hu awakened was the tiger martial soul. The tiger is the king of beasts. Although the tiger soul is not as powerful as the dragon soul, it should not be underestimated. The reason why Zhao Hu became one of Li Chen's right-hand men was because of his ferocious and domineering tiger martial spirit. Shen Yi thought about it and decided to give this martial soul to his good friend Wong Yuan. The tiger martial spirit is dispensable to him, but it can awaken a powerful helper. Although Wong Yuan awakened his martial soul in his previous life, his strength was not outstanding. Despite this, he still risked his life to save himself, and eventually died tragically at the hands of Li Chen. In this life, Shen Yi not only has to protect his family and friends, but also has to train them to become powerful peak soul masters. Shen Yi came to school again. Wang Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw him. Good boy, I heard that you participated in the 7 Schools League and won the championship. The school was planning to hold a celebration party for you, but you turned it down saying you were busy. He exclaimed in admiration, if Su Bingyu knew how powerful you are, she would definitely regret it. Shen Yi frowned and said, why bring her up for no reason? It's unlucky. Wang Yuan nodded, it seems that you have really let her go. Su Bingyu has been looking for you these days and asked me to ask you out, but I didn't agree. Shen Yi said calmly, if you agree, we will no longer be friends. Wang Yuan laughed and said, I knew you would say that. Fortunately, I was determined and didn't fall for her trick. He jokingly asked, by the way, why did you suddenly come to class? Did you miss me? Shen Yi said, I miss you so much, I'm looking for you for something serious. Wang Yuan asked curiously, what serious matter? Shen Yi whispered, come with me. Seeing Shen Yi's serious face, Wang Yuan followed him out of the school out of curiosity. Shen Yi was too lazy to run far, so he booked a room in a nearby hotel. The pretty receptionist gave the two of them a strange look. The world is going downhill. How could 2 men openly come here to get a room? Especially the man who paid the money, he is so handsome, it's such a pity. Wang Yuan blushed a little when the receptionist glanced at him. He didn't know why Shen Yi brought him to get a room, and he couldn't help but have all sorts of wild thoughts. Could it be that Shen Yi was stimulated by Su Bingyu? Before Wang could ask, Shen Yi forced the wooling grass into his mouth. The wooling grass melted in the mouth, and a warm and powerful breath bloomed in the throat and quickly spread throughout the body. Yuan only felt as if thousands of thunders were roaring in his body, his blood was boiling, and an unprecedented power was awakening in his body. This power was wild and unruly, like the roar of the king of the forest, the tiger, echoing in his body. As power surged, Yuan's eyes gradually grew brighter, and a faint golden light began to emanate from his body. Within this light, the ethereal yet majestic silhouette of a tiger slowly emerged. Its fur was sleek, and its eyes gleamed with wisdom and bravery. This was the first manifestation of his tiger martial spirit. Wang was originally a first-level warrior. After awakening his martial soul, his true energy immediately soared, and his physical fitness also greatly improved and evolved. The emergence of the tiger martial spirit not only signifies Yuan's successful awakening of his own martial spirit, but also symbolizes his ability to resonate with the tiger and draw upon its power. As his mastery of the tiger martial spirit deepens, his strength, speed, and even combat skills will experience a qualitative leap. Yuan was surprised and excited. "Shen Yi, I seem to be different from before. What did you do to me?" Shen Yi said calmly, "I helped you awaken your martial soul." "What is a martial soul?" "It's a power that can save your life and make you stronger." Shen Yi briefly explained the origin of Wohuan and what was about to happen. "Are you saying that a natural disaster will soon strike and the world will be destroyed?" Yuan opened his mouth in shock. "Did you see the vision the day before yesterday? It was a sign before the disaster." Yuan recalled the scene from the previous day and asked in disbelief, "But how do you know all this?" "I said I dreamt it, do you believe me?" Yuan was silent. Everything Shen Yi said was too mysterious, but he had to believe it. After all, the power of the martial soul is so magical that it not only increases his true energy several times, but also greatly enhances his physical fitness. In the past, this thing called soul power had never appeared. He couldn't help but ask, "Since such a big thing is going to happen, why don't you warn the government?" Shen Yi shook his head. "Do you think they will believe it? And Wuhuan, aren't you afraid of being captured for research?" When Yuan heard this, he trembled immediately. Yes, the martial soul is still an unknown thing. If the government knew about it, it would be strange if they didn't arrest me and slice me into pieces. Shen Yi said, "You go back first. Don't tell anyone about what happened today. Also, the cultivation method I taught you can only be practiced secretly." Yuan left the hotel with a heavy heart. What Shen Yan told him was too shocking, and he needed to go back and digest it. Half a month later, late at night, at the entrance of an alley in the old city, a young student was stopped halfway by several big men. They pressed forward step by step, forcing the young student into a corner. A big man with a scar on his face looked at the young student carefully. The other person looked ordinary, only 17 or 18 years old, thin, with a sallow complexion, and seemed a little malnourished. The big man frowned and said, "Jiqian, were you beaten by this kid?" The man with dyed yellow hair standing behind him said, "Brother, don't be fooled by his thin appearance, he is very strong." The other green-haired man gritted his teeth and said, "Yeah, big brother, this guy is really strong. He knocked out 2 of my teeth." The scarred man sneered, "You useless piece of shit. You can't even beat an ordinary person. Scarface is a small leader of an underground organization. He is quite skilled and has the strength of a second-level warrior." In his eyes, the young student had no true energy and was completely vulnerable. Yellow-haired and green-haired lowered their heads after being scolded. They went to collect protection fees yesterday, but unexpectedly met this young student who was brave enough to do something righteous. Not only did they not receive the money, they were beaten up by the other party. The two were filled with hatred and immediately called their eldest brother for revenge. Chapter 46: The Terrifying Rat Army. The scar-faced man waved his hand and 2 thugs rushed forward. They are all formal warriors, much stronger than the yellow-haired and green-haired ones, and it is no problem for them to deal with an ordinary person. The young boy was a little timid, but the person had already rushed in front of him, and if he didn't fight back, he would only be beaten. He swung his fists and feet and started fighting with the 2 big men. Although the young boy was thin, he was very strong. His arms danced vigorously and he was not at a disadvantage in the fight. The scarred man showed a hint of surprise. The young boy obviously didn't know martial arts, but his punches and kicks were not slow and his reactions were quick, so he was able to block the attacks of his 2 men. The yellow-haired man said proudly, "Now you know how powerful we are. Let's see if you dare to show off your prowess next time." The boy lowered his head, feeling a piercing pain all over his body. Half a month ago, he was a timid, thin student who was often bullied. But one morning, his head suddenly felt like it was exploding with pain. After half an hour of pain, a vague image appeared in his mind. From then on, his strength suddenly increased a lot, and his body was not as weak as before. After being bullied by his classmates again, he suddenly found the courage to resist and beat up several of his classmates who bullied him. From that day on, he knew that he was no longer the Hu of the past, but a different person with extraordinary powers. Yesterday at a nearby night market, he saw a girl setting up a stall being harassed by two thugs. He was so indignant that he rushed up and drove them away. Feeling the girl's grateful eyes, Hu felt a sense of satisfaction as if he had done something righteous. But today, before he could get over his pride from yesterday, he was surrounded by several big men, who were led by the two thugs he had taught a lesson yesterday. Hu originally thought that he could easily beat the opponent away, but after fighting with Scarface Man, he realized how big the gap was between himself and a real warrior. "You little bastard, let's see if you dare to meddle in other people's business." The yellow-haired man kicked Hu hard in the face. Hu groaned, blood splattered, and his vision gradually blurred. Scarface stopped him and said, "That's enough. Don't let anyone get killed." Huang Mao was still not satisfied. "You got it easy. If you dare to ruin my good deeds next time, I will kill you." Hu was lying on the ground, barely breathing, and could faintly hear Huang Mao's scolding. Hu comes from a poor family and has an inferiority complex, so he doesn't have many friends. He secretly raised a little white mouse as a companion, but unfortunately, half a month ago, this little friend who had been with him for a long time suddenly died. It was also at that time that he felt extreme sadness and his head began to hurt severely. At this moment, not only did he feel severe pain all over his body, but his head hurt even more. The intense pain seemed to open some kind of diaphragm, making the illusion in his body become clearer and clearer. He clearly saw that the phantom in his body was in the shape of a mouse, very similar to his dead friend, but its fur was black. The black mouse hair emitted a dark luster, forming a strange character that filled the entire mind. Hu's bloodshot eyes suddenly widened and his body began to tremble violently. The scarred man and several of his men were about to walk out of the alley when they suddenly heard rustling sounds all around them. He glanced at it and his face suddenly changed color. Where do all these rats come from? The others also noticed that countless gray rats swarmed out from all around, so densely packed that it made their scalps tingle. The terrifying thing was that these rats were rushing towards them, and there were countless of them everywhere. "Get out of here!" Green Hair screamed like a woman. What he feared most in his life was mice. Who would have expected to encounter so many of them, and they were so big and fat, almost as strong as cats. "Go!" The scarred man sensed something was wrong and immediately slapped out with his palm. The true energy hit the rats, exploding large pieces of flesh and blood. Unfortunately, the rats kept coming one after another, not afraid of death or injury at all. They rushed forward recklessly and surrounded them in a blink of an eye. Huang Mao screamed as a big, fat rat climbed onto his legs and bit him. Huang Mao was in unbearable pain and slapped his body frantically. The others were also frightened and tried their best to shake off the rats that jumped onto them. These rats are fearless and no matter how many are knocked down, more will climb back up. In just a few seconds, rats crawled all over the yellow-haired and green-haired boys, and they fell to the ground screaming. Their bodies immediately emitted gnawing and crunching sounds, which made the scarred man and his two men's scalps tingle. The two thugs were terrified. They ran while slapping the rats on their bodies. Their hands were covered in blood and flesh, all of which were rat meat. The dense swarms of rats didn't care and bit their bodies fiercely. The two thugs couldn't hold on any longer and were soon bitten through the flesh. They fell to the ground groaning in pain. Scarface's true energy is much stronger, and the rats cannot bite through his defense in a short period of time. He didn't care about his men's lives and ran towards the entrance of the alley. "This place is too narrow, and if we stay here we will just become food for rats." The scarred man rushed out of the alley before he could even breathe a sigh of relief. He heard an unusual noise in front of him. He looked up and his heart sank. The whole street was filled with rats, swarming in huge groups, numbering at least 1 million. What's going on? Is there a rat outbreak? The scarred man didn't have time to think before a black spot fell from above his head, covering him in an overwhelming rain of rats. Not long after, the scarred man struggled and fell to the ground, and was quickly bitten into a skeleton. In the corner of the alley, Hu slowly stood up, a dark light flashing in his eyes. In the early morning of the next day, the street cleaners were frightened by the white bones that had been gnawed like specimens. After the police arrived, they quickly cordoned off the scene and conducted a careful inspection of the remaining bones. They were surprised to find that the cause of death of these bones was not human-induced, but that they were eaten by tiny rodents. The strange phenomena in the sky and the earth and the bizarre case of white bones cast a deep shadow over the hearts of nearby residents. Chapter 47 Abnormal Martial Arts, Infinite Space. In the Shen family mansion, Shen found a mutated wooling grass among the 10th batch of medicinal herbs sent. After taking a large amount of wooling grass, his soul power has been cultivated to the peak of level 2, and he will soon be able to break through to the 3rd level of martial soul. This mutated martial spirit grass just helped him break through the bottleneck. After swallowing this wooling grass, Shen felt a special aura. However, he did not use this aura to awaken a new martial soul, but directly converted it into pure soul power. The unawakened martial soul is transformed into pure soul power, and its effect is no less than that of deep rock crystal. A huge amount of energy merged into the martial spirit of all things, rushing towards the membrane leading to the next level like a torrent. At this moment, the All-Kingdom martial soul seemed to have activated its potential. It not only absorbed this transformed pure soul power, but also resonated with it in a strange way. Each resonance made his martial soul more solid and closer to reality. This change was a qualitative leap, a major breakthrough in his martial soul cultivation. Suddenly, Shen's body shook violently, and an indescribable wave erupted from his body, impacting the surrounding air and making a slight roar. This was the moment when his soul power accumulated to the limit and was about to break through the 3rd level martial soul barrier. When his soul power exploded, a faint light flowed on the surface of his skin, as if countless tiny runes were flashing around him, which was a symbol of the ultimate fusion of martial soul and soul power. With a low and long roar, the membrane was finally torn apart, and Shen's soul power was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, instantly pouring into a whole new realm, the 3rd level martial soul. At the same time, his cultivation level improved again, and his true energy was comparable to that of a 7th level warrior. The skills of the 3rd stage of the martial soul are then unlocked. 2 major martial arts skills, space teleportation and infinite space, appeared in Shen's mind. Space teleportation, people who awaken this skill can teleport from one spatial location to another in a very short time. With Shen's current strength, the transmission distance is probably within 10 meters. Infinite space can open up a new dimension that can be used to store and carry matter. The dimensional space of an early soul master is relatively small, and can only store about 1 cubic meter of matter. However, as the soul power increases, the storage space will become larger and larger. When the soul power reaches a higher level, it can even accommodate living things. In the world of soul masters, these 2 martial arts can be called abnormal, especially the space teleportation, which is silent and ghostly. At the critical moment, it can not only help one escape, but also give someone a fatal blow. After Shen successfully broke through, he felt extremely happy. He did not choose to awaken a new martial soul, but instead used all this power to reach a higher realm, because he knew one thing. Although the All Things martial soul is the most powerful martial soul in the world, it also has its drawbacks. That is, the more martial souls that are awakened, the more soul power is required. In his previous life, Li Chen's progress was very slow because he awakened too many martial souls in the early days of the catastrophe and needed a lot of resources to cultivate. It was for this reason that Li Chen was delayed in his efforts to become the world's #1 soul master. Therefore, Shen planned to awaken other martial souls after cultivating to a higher level. However, he already has a powerful sword spirit as a backup. This sword is invincible and powerful, and is one of the strongest attacking martial spirits. In his previous life, Li Chen used his innate sword energy to cause heads to fall down, becoming an indelible nightmare in his opponent's mind. After the successful breakthrough, Shen sat in the room, quietly familiarizing himself with and practicing the new martial arts. It was not until 2 days later that he came out of the room. He hadn't eaten anything for the past 2 days and was extremely hungry, so he had a big meal as soon as he came out. Although he is already a 3rd level soul master, his body is still flesh and blood and needs sufficient nutrition to replenish energy. Unless he cultivates to become a supreme soul master and can absorb the essence of the sun and the moon, he can escape from his mortal body and truly survive by relying on the power of heaven and earth. Sujan couldn't help but feel distressed when watching this. Man is made of iron and rice is made of steel. Cultivation is important, but you can't not eat. Although Shen hadn't eaten for 2 days, he was in good spirits. While chewing on the meat, he replied, "Mom, I'm fine. I'll be fine after I finish eating." After dinner, Shen went to Shen Tianhao's study. Shen Tianhao did not go to the company during this period. Instead, he worked remotely at home and practiced martial arts. He is a veteran warrior, and he can achieve twice the result with half the effort when practicing martial arts. In a short period of time, he had mastered the essentials of fire magic. Although its power is not as great as Shen Yi's Qi Yi Zi Zai Shu, combined with his original Qi realm, it is enough to deal with a 7th-level warrior. When Shen Tianhao saw Shen Yi, he felt that his son's temperament was different from before. He asked in surprise, "Son, have you made a breakthrough?" Shen Yi did not hide it. "I just broke through to the 3rd level of martial spirit not long ago." Shen Tianhao couldn't help but feel ashamed. As a father, he was actually 2 major realms lower than his son. Seeing Shen Tianhao's ashamed expression, Shen Yi quickly said, "Dad, you've just awakened your martial spirit, and your training is already quite fast. With time, you'll definitely soar to the sky." Shen Tianhao laughed, "You are still good at talking. Tell me what you want to talk to me about?" Shen Yi recalled an incident from his previous life. "Dad, I want to buy one of the collections at the auction the day after tomorrow." "What kind of collection is it?" "Ice Jade Pendant." Shen Tianhao asked curiously, "Why are you interested in this auction item?" "Because this jade pendant contains a secret. When the spiritual energy of heaven and earth revives in the future, the martial spirit inside will be revived." "What's the martial spirit in the jade pendant?" "Innate ice soul. Whoever obtains it will awaken an ice-type martial soul in the near future." In the previous life, Shen Yi and Su Bingyu attended this auction together. Su Bingyu fell in love with the ice jade pendant at first sight. In order to please Su Bingyu, he spent a huge sum of money to buy this rare jewelry. Unbeknownst to everyone, the ice jade pendant is crafted from deep-sea crystals, imbued with 10,000-year-old spiritual energy. Under certain conditions, it can nurture and awaken a being known as the Ice Soul. Once awakened, it grants its host extraordinary abilities, granting them a significant advantage in their cultivation. "I see." Shen Tianhao said without hesitation, "I will ask my assistant to transfer the money to you." "Is 100 million enough?" 50 million is enough." Shen Yi remembered that he had bought this ice jade pendant for 50 million in his previous life. At the beginning of the catastrophe, Su Bingyu awakened her ice soul with the help of this jade pendant and became one of the rare innate soul masters. But not only was she not grateful, but she felt that Shen Yi was no longer worthy of her. She later joined Li Chen's camp and drew a line with the Shen family without hesitation. In this life, Shen Yi will not repeat the same mistakes, and Su Bingyu will completely lose the chance to obtain the innate ice soul. Chapter 48: The Last Chance. Su Bingyu tries to save. At this time every year, the largest auction house in Jiangnan holds an auction. Every piece of collection in the auction is extremely precious, so the guests invited are also dignitaries from the upper class of Jiangnan society. Although the Su family was in decline, they had not yet gone bankrupt, so they also received an invitation. In previous years, the Su family would participate, but today, the Su family had no intention of doing so at all. Although they wanted to go, the Su group was now in a precarious situation and no longer had enough support to support them in participating in such a grand event. Su Zhenhai threw the invitation aside with a sullen expression. "Shen Yi still hasn't forgiven Bingyu?" Zhao Ya's expression was gloomy. Looking at the current situation, Shen Yi is determined to break up with Bingyu. Su Zhenhai's face was filled with anger. "It's all this rebellious girl's fault. I didn't cherish her before, and now it's too late to win her back. Sister is so blind. She would rather be entangled with a pretty boy who is nothing than a rich man like Shen Yi." Su Zhio was also very dissatisfied. After losing Shen Yi, his future brother-in-law, his status in the circle of rich second generations plummeted. Many people had excluded him and were too lazy to even give him a good face. At this time, the housekeeper stood at the door. "Master, the eldest lady is here and she wants to see you." Su Zhenhai's face turned pale. "She still has the nerve to come? I told her that if she can't get Shen Yi back, don't come to see me. Get out of the way, I need to talk to my father." Outside the gate, Su Bingyu stumbled in despite the housekeeper's obstruction. At this time, Su Bingyu's hair was a little messy, having lost the luster of her previous careful care. It was casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands of hair occasionally sticking to her cheeks, adding a sense of embarrassment and desolation. When Su Zhenhai saw his eldest daughter, he said with a stern face, "Why did you come to see me?" "Dad, I want to participate in this auction." "What are you going to take to the auction?" Su Zhenhai said with a cold face, "Do you think the Su family is still the same as before, allowing you to squander money?" "I'm not going to buy anything, I'm going to see Shen Yi." Su Bingyu hurriedly said, "The Shen family participates in the auction every year, and this year will be no exception. As long as I can meet Shen Yi, I have the confidence to win him back." Sujan snorted lightly. You went to Shen Yi so many times, but he ignored you. Will he forgive you this time? Of course. Su Bingyu swore, he has liked me for so many years, it is impossible for him to stop loving me. He ignored me because he was angry with me because of Li Chen. Now that Li Chen is gone, there is no obstacle between us. As soon as he sees me, his heart will soften. If I say a few nice words to him, he will come back to me like before. Zhao couldn't help but persuade him, Master, since Bingyu said so, give her another chance. She wanted so badly to regain her former status and position. It was so frustrating to be looked down upon by some nouveau riche who were not as good as her before. Sujan hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded, okay, I'll give you another chance. I'll take you to the auction the day after tomorrow. 2 days later, the Jinjiang building was bustling with guests. This is because the annual auction is about to be held here. This event not only attracted wealthy people, collectors, connoisseurs and art lovers from all over the world, but also became a hot topic in the city because of the rarity and diversity of the auction items. Upon entering the building, the magnificent lobby is already elegantly and solemnly decorated, with a variety of lights shining brightly, illuminating the treasures about to be put on the stage. On the auction table, antiques, calligraphy and paintings are unveiled one by one, some carrying the sediment of thousands of years of history, some containing the painstaking efforts of master artists, all of which are breathtaking. Among these collections are official kiln porcelain from ancient times, with glaze as warm as jade and exquisite patterns. There are also ink paintings by modern masters, with the gracefulness of mountains and rivers and the charm of characters revealed in their strokes. There are also jade wares, weapons, rare ancient books, etc. that have been passed down in an orderly manner. Each piece carries a profound historical and cultural heritage, making people feel as if they are traveling through time and space and having a dialogue with history. When Shen Yi arrived at the auction hall, he immediately attracted some people's attention. These people were all rich second generations. When they saw the eldest young master of the Shen family appear, they hesitated whether to come over and say hello. In the past, Shen Yi only had Su Bingyu in his eyes. His circle of communication was very small and he had basically no friends. In the circle of rich second generations, Shen Yi is considered the most difficult to approach and the most self-disciplined one. A wealthy young man in an extravagant suit asked in surprise, why did Shen Yi come alone this year? Where's Su Bingyu? The companion whispered, don't you know, they've broken up. What? How is this possible? The rich young man was surprised and said, back then, I was just chatting up Su Bingyu, and I was almost beaten up by Shen Yi. He loved Su Bingyu so much, how could the two of them break up? Another rich second generation said, they broke up a month ago. You just came back from abroad. It's normal that you don't know. The rich young man looked curious, why did they break up? I heard that it was because of a man named Li Chen, the son of the Shen family's driver. Su Bingyu brought him to the family banquet and openly slapped the Shen family in the face, so they broke up. The rich young man gloated, so that's how it is. Shen Yi was so arrogant and domineering, I didn't expect that he would end up like this. And Su Bingyu was also stupid, leaving the only son of the Shen family and falling in love with the son of a driver. Having said that, Kuo noticed that Shen Yi suddenly looked at him, his eyes like sharp swords, which frightened him so much that his heart trembled. He quickly looked away, muttering to himself. Did he hear it? Impossible. This place was so far away from there, and the hall was so noisy, only a ghost could hear it. Seeing that the rich young man's face was a little pale, his companion asked curiously, Mr. Wu, what's wrong with you? The rich young man said with a guilty conscience, nothing, let's go and see the collections on display. He took 2 steps and suddenly felt his body tense up. His muscles stiffened and he stood straight on the road. The companion did not expect the rich man to stop suddenly, and the wineglass in his hand hit him, splashing all over his head and face. Mr. Wu, are you okay? His companions were startled and quickly took paper to wipe his greasy and powdered face. The rich young man's makeup was completely ruined, and he was shocked and scared. What happened to me? Why can't I move suddenly? On the other side, Shen Yi gave the rich young man a small punishment. I thought to myself that it turns out that when forbidden magic is performed on ordinary people, it can restrict their behavior. At the entrance of Jinjiang building, people from the Su family also arrived. Sujan walked into the auction hall and saw many familiar faces. These people's gazes stayed on him for a moment, then shifted elsewhere. Sujan was secretly annoyed. In the past, these people could only curry favor with him, but now they dared to ignore him? Zhao also felt very embarrassed. Some of these people's families were as powerful as theirs, while some were even weaker than theirs. We usually greeted each other familiarly, but now it was as if he couldn't see me in the master, as if we had never met. Sujan couldn't help but glare at Su Bingyu, who was following behind him. If it weren't for this rebellious girl being so pretentious, how could he, the head of the Su family, have fallen to this point? Chapter 49, Participating in the auction, the Su family loses face. Mr. Chen, the CEO of a certain company, looked at the Su family's former business partner and teased, "Boss Yang, don't you have business dealings with Sujan? Why don't you go over and say hello?" Mr. Yang sneered, "It has been cut off a long time ago. The Shen family has expressly forbidden transactions with the Su family. Why would I ask for trouble?" Another CEO laughed and said, "Luckily, I cut my losses in time. The day before the Su family dinner, I was planning to invest in the Su family, but unexpectedly, his daughter cheated on the young master of the Shen family. I immediately withdrew the contract. I'm miserable." Another CEO said sadly, "I have quite a few shares in the Su group, but now they're all locked up. I can't sell them even if I want to." Several people kept complaining, and their contempt for the Su family was even greater. At the entrance of the hall, Sujan and his family were ignored for a long time. Finally, someone in charge of reception at the auction came over and had a few words with them, so that Sujan and Jaya wouldn't be too embarrassed. Behind them, Su Bingyu's eyes were searching the crowd, hoping to find Shen Yi. However, she searched for a long time but still couldn't find Shen Yi. She couldn't help but feel anxious. Didn't Shen Yi come to the auction? Then how could she win Shen Yi back? In the distance, Shen Yi stood in a blind spot of the auction. He had noticed Su Bingyu a long time ago, but he just didn't want to see this woman, so he walked to a corner and avoided her sight. His martial soul has been cultivated to the 3rd level, and his soul power can affect the people around him unconsciously. As long as he does not appear intentionally, others can easily ignore him. "Mom, I'm going to look for Shen Yi." Su Bingyu couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to look around. "Go quickly." Jia hurriedly urged that the Su family came to the auction for Shen Yi, not to buy things, and besides, they didn't have the mood or ability to do so now. Su Bingyu walked inside. The venue was very large and there were many guests. It was not easy to find someone in a short time. Su Bingyu was walking in a hurry and almost bumped into 2 people. After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, he found that they were 2 rich girls with whom she had had a relationship. One of them was the daughter of the Chiu family, named Xiu Jiao, who had once pursued Shen Yi. It's just that Shen Yi only liked Su Bingyu back then, so he rejected her without hesitation. Xiu Jiao held a grudge against Su Bingyu and often made trouble for her. However, Su Bingyu was favored at that time, and Shen Yi protected her, so Xiu Jiao not only had no way to deal with her, but also suffered a lot of losses. The 2 met again, and Xiu Jiao snorted softly, "Who was I thinking, rushing around here?" It turned out to be Miss Su. Su Bingyu now only wanted to find Shen Yi and didn't want to get entangled with Xiu Jiao, so she could only swallow her anger and say, "Please make way. I need to find someone." Xiu Jiao sneered, "Are you here to find Shen Yi?" Su Bingyu's eyes suddenly lit up, "Have you seen Shen Yi? Where is he?" Xiu Jiao said sarcastically, "Of course I saw him, but you 2 have already broken up, so why are you still looking for Shen Yi?" Su Bingyu looked unhappy. "Who said we broke up? We just had some conflicts and we will be back together soon." Xiu Jiao sneered, "Miss Su brought her lover to the family dinner, and you still have the nerve to say it was just a minor conflict?" Xiu Jiao's companion echoed, "Right. Everyone in Jiangnan City knows that Shen Yi has severed ties with you, and your Su family is almost finished." "You're talking nonsense." Su Bing's face flushed with anger. "Li Chen and I are just ordinary friends, it's not what you think. There is nothing between Li Chen and me." TSK, how could an ordinary friend go to a dinner party with you? You were wearing matching outfits and even had matching rings. Xiao Jiao looked disdainful. "You and Shen Yi have been together for so many years, and I have never seen you 2 wear couple outfits, right?" "You?" Su Bingyu wanted to refute, but she couldn't speak. She and Shen Yi had indeed never worn couple outfits, and they had never even taken couple photos. This was because every time Shen Yi made such a request, Li Chen interrupted her with various reasons and accidents. Now that I think about it, Li Chen must have done this on purpose, just to sow discord between them. Thinking back to the past, Su Bingyu felt very regretful, but things had already happened and now she could only find a way to make amends. "Forget it, Shen Yi will never forgive you. You did something like this, and you still want Shen Yi to come back?" Xiu Jiao looked at Su Bingyu with contempt. At this moment, she felt extremely comfortable. In the past, Shen Yi protected Su Bingyu, and she had no way to do anything to Su Bingyu. It's different now. Without Shen Yi, Su Bingyu is no different from a plucked phoenix. The argument between the three attracted a lot of people's attention. Someone noticed that one of the protagonists was Su Bingyu, and immediately pointed fingers and said words of contempt and ridicule. Su Bingyu was furious when she heard this and secretly complained in her heart. It's all Shen Yi's fault. If he hadn't refused to forgive me, how could these people dare to bully me? Su Bingyu finally couldn't bear it anymore. If you keep talking nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. You're welcome, you're welcome. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Xiao Jiao showed no sign of weakness. Like Su Bingyu, she is a formal warrior. Although it is inappropriate for a rich lady to fight in public, if Su Bingyu takes action, she will never give in. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the people around them immediately widened their eyes and waited with bated breath. They had seen many martial arts competitions, but this was the first time they had seen a rich lady fighting. Some people even secretly placed small bets on which daughter would win the contest. Just as the two sides were confronting each other, the auction security personnel appeared in time. Please calm down, the auction is about to begin. Please go to your seats and rest while you wait. In order to ensure the auction goes on smoothly, the security personnel on site are at least level 3 warriors. Under their forced request, Su Bingyu and Xiao Jiao were separated and returned to their families. The spectators around were disappointed and blamed the staff for coming too early, otherwise they could have seen a wonderful and erotic scene. Jiaya saw Su Bingyu being accompanied back by the staff and couldn't help but ask curiously, "What happened? Did you find Shen Yi?" Su Bingyu's face was grim. "No." Jiaya asked anxiously, "How come you didn't find him? Didn't you say Shen Yi would be attending the auction today?" Su Bingyu's eyes turned red as she recounted the humiliating experience she had just had. Jiaya couldn't help but get angry. "This is outrageous. I'm going to confront the Chiu family and ask them how they raised their daughter." Sujan frowned and said, "Don't provoke the Chiu family." Su Bingyu was unconvinced and said, "Why? In terms of strength, the Chiu family is not as good as us." Sujan said with a cold face, "This is a different time. The current Su family is no longer the Su family of the past. Unless you can win back Shen Yi, you don't have to look at other people's faces." Su Bingyu was speechless for a moment, and she gritted her teeth secretly. "I must find Shen Yi and tell him that I have completely severed ties with Li Chen, and there will never be a Li Chen between them again." Chapter 50. The eldest son of the Chen family provokes Shen Yi. Background music gradually started playing and the lights focused on the main stage. After the host gave a speech with a smile, the grand auction officially began. Precious items were displayed one by one, and with the auctioneer's passionate introduction and the rise and fall of the auction hammer, the atmosphere on the scene gradually reached a climax. Bidders either concentrated their attention, carefully examining the collections, or raised their paddles to bid, determined to win. Every time the hammer fell, there was a burst of warm applause and cheers, as if celebrating the new life of these rare treasures. However, for Shen Yi, these things are worthless. There is only one treasure that he is interested in, and that is the ice jade pendant. It's a pity that this treasure will not appear until the middle or late stage, so he can only wait patiently. Su Bingyu's mind was not on the auction items. She tried hard to look for Shen Yi, but she couldn't find him. Halfway through the auction, the closed hall door suddenly opened, and a young man dressed very fashionably and with a somewhat flamboyant appearance walked in. Behind him, there were several followers who looked like rich second generations. When the guests saw this man, they whispered to each other, "Is this Chen Xiang, the eldest son of the Chen family? Isn't he not interested in the auction at all? Why is he here today?" Shen Yi was also surprised when he saw this person. There are 3 major families in Jiangnan: the Shen family, the Shao family, and the Chen family. The heirs of the 3 major families are Shen Yi, Shaolong and Chen Xiang. These 3 people have very different personalities. From the outside world's perspective, Shen Yi is gentle and modest, deeply infatuated and devoted. Shaolong is a serious and reserved person who rarely appears in public. Chen Xiang is arrogant and unruly. So in people's minds, Chen Xiang is a typical second-generation rich kid. This person has done many evil things, but under the protection of the Chen family, he has never been punished. Chen Xiang walked in and shouted to the people in some of the seats, "Get out!" These people dared not speak out but walked away with their heads down. Chen Xiang sat down arrogantly, looking around. The people around him didn't dare to look at him and turned their eyes away. The organizers did not stop Chen Xiang's arrogant behavior. They are open for business, and anyone can come in as long as they have money. When Shen Yi saw Chen Xiang, he couldn't help but frown slightly. As far as I can remember, Chen Xiang did not appear at this auction. It seems that after my rebirth, some things have deviated from their original track. The auction was already in the second half, and when the auctioneer called out the next item, the ice jade pendant finally appeared. As soon as the ice jade pendant appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. This treasure seems to have been extracted from the essence of heaven and earth in an extremely cold place. It is crystal clear but contains a deep chill, emitting a faint cold light, just like the most dazzling star in the night sky. The jade pendant's surface is as smooth as a mirror, yet the light reveals delicate and subtle textures, each surface resembling a work of art meticulously crafted by nature. Its color is cool and pure, like the fresh snow covering the branches on a winter morning, both pure and flawless, yet imbued with a touch of untouchable nobility. What is even more amazing is that the organizer arranged for a beautiful hostess to appear wearing it. This sparkling treasure, worn around the woman's snow-white neck, adds a touch of otherworldly elegance, making people fall for it and indulge in its cool and beautiful charm. The auctioneer introduced the item in a captivating voice. This treasure is called the Ice Jade Pendant. The blue ice crystals inlaid in the center are sourced from Iceland in the Arctic, and the outer layer is surrounded by a layer of warm jade. Wearing it will keep you warm in winter and cool in summer, providing a comfortable feeling throughout your body, free from the effects of cold and heat for a lifetime. The starting price for the Ice Jade Pendant is 10 million. Each bid must not be less than 1 million. Bidding begins now. Many guests were intrigued by the beautiful Ice Jade Pendant and raised their hands to bid. Amidst the bidding, the price of the Ice Jade Pendant was quickly called up to 40 million. After 40 million, the bidding sounds gradually died down. Although the Ice Jade Pendant is precious, its price is too high and it is not worth it. Shen Yi saw that it was almost done, so he directly made an offer, 50 million. Everyone was startled, and when they looked around, is it Shen Yi, the eldest son of the Shen family? He's here too? Why didn't I notice him just now? Xiao Jiao and her female companion looked at the handsome Shen Yi, their eyes full of twinkling hearts. They originally saw Shen Yi coming to the auction, but before they could approach him, he suddenly disappeared. The two searched for a long time but couldn't find it. Later, Su Bingyu suddenly appeared, and the scene at the beginning happened. Shen Yi! Su Bingyu stood up excitedly. Shen Yi had indeed come. She had finally found Shen Yi. Zhao Ye quickly pulled her daughter. Shen Yi was currently participating in the auction, so it would not be appropriate to go look for him now. Su Bingyu also knew that she was a little impulsive. The sound just now startled many people. They were looking at her with surprise and ridicule in their eyes. Su Bingyu suppressed her excitement and sat down, ready to go find Shen Yi after he bought the auction item. 50 million, Mr. Shen bid 50 million, and there's no higher bid than this? The auctioneer shouted in a booming voice. In his mind, this treasure basically belonged to Shen Yi. Firstly, the price was too high, and secondly, no one dared to compete with the Shen family. 50 million for the first time. 50 million for the second time. 50 million. Just as the auctioneer was about to hammer down the final price, a voice suddenly rang out, 51 million. Everyone was startled and turned around to look. Who is it? Who dares to compete with the eldest young master of the Shen family for this treasure? Unexpectedly, when I looked over, I found that the person holding the sign was Chen Xiang with an arrogant look on his face. No wonder, the only one who dared to challenge Shen Yi here was the eldest son of the Chen family, who was also the heir of the family. Shen Yi ignored it and made another bid. 60 million. The auctioneer was surprised and happy, and shouted, 60 million, is there any more? Before he finished speaking, Chen Xiang raised the sign. 61 million. After raising the card, Chen Xiang looked at Shen Yi provocatively. It was obvious that Chen Xiang came here on purpose to cause trouble. Every time Shen Yi called out a price, he would raise it. Later, the auction price exceeded 90 million. Shen Yi couldn't help but frown. In his previous life, he spent 50 million to buy the Ice Jade Pendant, but unexpectedly Chen Xiang intervened and disrupted his plan. His father gave him 100 million, but now it seems far from enough. The guests were all astonished. It was already over 90 million. If they continue to fight like this, they might not be able to reach even 100 million. People were whispering, why did the two young masters insist on buying this item? It should be a gift for someone. This piece of jewelry is so beautiful, it's obviously given to a beautiful woman. Su Bingyu heard the discussions around her and couldn't help but think secretly. Chapter 51. Su Bingyu thought the ice jade pendant was bought for her. Why didn't Shen buy any other jewelry, but only this one? Su Bingyu looked carefully at the dazzling jewelry on the display stand. Ice jade pendant? There are the words Bingyu in it, and my name is Bingyu. Could it be that Shen bought it for himself? He wanted to take a picture of this jewelry and give it to himself, and then apologize to himself for his recent behavior? Yes, that must be the case. Su Bingyu suddenly became excited. I knew that Shen could never forget me. He loved me so much, how could he break up with me? Jia noticed her daughter's abnormality and asked in surprise, Bingyu, what's wrong with you? Mom, this piece of jewelry that Shen bid on was bought for me. Jia was stunned for a moment. How do you know? Su Bingyu looked proud. Look at the name of this jewelry, and then think about my name. Jia chewed it carefully, her eyes lighting up. Yeah, I didn't think of that. No wonder he didn't buy it before. He spent 100 million just to buy this jewelry. The mother and daughter were overjoyed. It seemed that Shen had finally come to his senses and turned back. After Shen quoted a price of 100 million, Chen Xiang raised his sign again. He didn't add much, just 1 million each time, just to disgust Shen. Shen knew why Chen Xiang was targeting him. 2 months ago, Chen Xiang came back from abroad and met Su Bingyu at a banquet. He was a famous playboy, and when he saw Su Bingyu's beauty, he immediately wanted to tease her. Someone reminded him that Su Bingyu was Shen's girlfriend, but he didn't take it to heart. Just as he was about to make a move on Su Bingyu, Shen arrived. Seeing this, Shen immediately became angry and stepped forward to teach Chen Xiang a lesson. Although Chen Xiang is a playboy, his martial arts and business skills are quite high. Like Shen, he is a second-level warrior. It's just that he has been hanging around with women all year round, so his physique is slightly worse than Shen's. The two fought for a long time, and Chen Xiang was defeated and had 2 ribs broken by Shen. From then on, the two of them became enemies. Shen didn't have much money with him, so he stopped bidding after the auction price exceeded 100 million. Chen Xiang was very proud. Why don't you make an offer? It's only 100 million. Master Shen can't even have this little money. Shen looked calm and ignored Chen Xiang's provocation. Seeing that Shen stopped bidding, the auctioneer shouted, 110 million for the first time, 110 million for the second time. He paused and saw that Shen was indifferent. He could only drop the hammer with regret. 110 million for the third time, deal. Congratulations to Master Chen for obtaining the precious ice jade pendant. Chen Xiang successfully took the ice jade pendant and said proudly, sorry, this treasure belongs to me. He deliberately glanced at Su Bingyu's seat. It seems that Mr. Shen doesn't love his girlfriend that much. He is reluctant to spend even 110 million. Shen knew that Chen Xiang had misunderstood, but he was too lazy to explain and ignored him. Seeing that Shen was unmoved, Chen Xiang felt that the stick had hit the air, and said unwillingly, Shen, do you want to take this thing back? Shen glanced at him. What's the meaning? Fight me. If you win, this ice jade pendant will be yours. Shen was a little surprised. He was just thinking about how to get the ice jade pendant back privately, but this guy just came to him on his own initiative. He said calmly, what if I lose? It's very simple. Kneel in front of me and yell 3 times, Master Chen, I surrender. Chen Xiang seemed to be afraid that Shen would not agree, so he deliberately provoked him. Your girlfriend is over there, you won't let her look down on you, right? Shen smiled in his heart, okay. I agree. Seeing Shen agree, Chen Xiang was immediately overjoyed. If you want a fight, now is the time. The venue here is big enough, perfect for a fight. Chen Xiang stared at Shen while speaking, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Shen was a little surprised when he saw Chen Xiang's determined expression. Just 2 months ago, this guy was beaten to a pulp by me. Why is he so confident now? He looked at Chen Xiang carefully and found that the other party's spirit was indeed different from before. After careful perception, he actually found a special aura on Chen Xiang. Is it a martial soul? Shen Ye's heart moved. Judging from the state Chen Xiang was showing, it seemed that he had just awakened his martial spirit. The opponent's true chi has broken through to level 3, and his physical strength has also increased. However, Chen Xiang's soul power is very weak, less than level 1, so he has not yet unlocked new martial arts. Shen remembered his father saying that the Chen family had followed the trend and purchased a batch of wooling grass. There is very likely a mutated wooling grass in it, which was taken by Chen Xiang. Shen Yi sneered in his heart. No wonder Chen Xiang dared to seek revenge on him. This turned out to be the reason. Seeing the two young masters planning to fight in their own place, the person in charge was frightened and ran over. Young Master Shen, young Master Chen, the auction is not over yet, can you two change places? Before he could finish his words, Chen Xiang interrupted him and said, don't worry, we'll wait until you've sold all your stuff before we fight. The person in charge looked embarrassed, but Chen Xiang coldly revealed his dandy nature. Why, you dare not agree? The person in charge did not dare to offend the Chen family. Then please wait for a moment, young masters, we will proceed as soon as possible. In the guest seats, Su Bingyu was deeply moved. Shen Yi is still the best to himself. In order to give himself the Ice Jade Pendant, he is willing to accept humiliating conditions and compete with Chen Xiang. It was because I wrongly trusted Li Chen in the past that Shen Yi almost broke up with me. I must be nicer to Shen Yi in the future, and no longer let other men interfere in my life except for a few familiar male friends. Half an hour later, the last piece of collection was sold. After the host announced the end of the auction, most of the guests stayed. The heirs of the two families are going to compete publicly here, which is a more attractive show than the auction. Seeing that most people stayed, Chen Xiang felt secretly satisfied. He wanted to defeat Shen Yi in public and then humiliate him in front of everyone. Originally, he was not sure about defeating Shen Yi, but the Wuxianko he accidentally took not long ago gave him a magical power. He didn't know what the special power in his body was, but after this power appeared, his true energy increased several times, and even his physical fitness was greatly improved. He was ecstatic, and after learning that Shen Yi would attend the auction, he immediately came up with a plan for revenge. At Chen Xiang's request, the organizers quickly cleared out an empty space for the two wealthy young men to compete. Chen Xiang walked confidently to the center of the venue and said arrogantly, Shen Yi, let's settle the score from 2 months ago. Seeing that this guy was looking for death, Shen Yi didn't tolerate him. He said slowly, let's give that Ice Jade Pendant to the middleman first, to prevent you from cheating. Chen Xiang said disdainfully, how could the young master possibly refuse to pay his debts? He asked his attendant to hand the Ice Jade Pendant to the auctioneer, is this all right? Hurry up and get out of here. This young master is going to give you a good beating. Chapter 52, Another Slap in the Face, Su Bingyu is desperate. Shen Yi walked to the center of the venue nonchalantly, go ahead. Seeing Shen Yi's calm expression, Chen Xiang couldn't help but get furious. Do you think I'm still the same person I used to be? How dare you be so arrogant? He rushed forward without hesitation, shouted loudly, and hit Shen Yi hard in the face. Chen Xiang's true energy has broken through the 3rd level. This punch made a sharp roar, shaking the air slightly. There were also warriors among the guests watching nearby, and they were all shocked when they saw this. Chen Shao's punching power is so amazing, has he made a breakthrough? Facing Chen Xiang's attack, Shen Yi lightly threw a punch. This punch directly dispersed Chen Xiang's true energy and hit him hard in the face. With a bang, Chen Xiang's nose bone shattered and blood spurted out. The whole person flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. He twitched a few times and then stopped moving. Several followers were frightened and went up to check what was going on. He was horrified when he saw it, Chen, Master Chen has fainted. The audience around looked at each other in confusion. Is this the end? Young Master Chen was making such a big show of challenging Shen Yi to a duel, just to humiliate himself? And lose a treasure worth hundreds of millions? Shen Yi said calmly, everyone has seen it. If you are willing to accept defeat, the Ice Jade Pendant will be mine. After saying that, he walked up to the middleman who was full of surprise and took the Ice Jade Pendant. Shen Yi felt the special aura in the Ice Jade Pendant and was in a good mood. Not bad, I didn't spend a penny and got a treasure for free. He walked to the door of the hall and was about to leave when a voice sounded behind him. Shen Yi, where are you going? I'm still here. Shen Yi looked back and saw Su Bingyu looking at him with joy. Shen Yi frowned, what does it have to do with me if you're here? Su Bingyu looked eagerly at the Ice Jade Pendant in Shen Yi's hand. You bought this jade pendant, didn't you want to give it to me? For you? Shen Yi laughed. This woman was so arrogant. Why does she think that he would give her such a precious treasure? Su Bingyu nodded. It's for me. The Ice Jade Pendant, the word Ice Jade in it, doesn't it refer to me? You didn't hesitate to spend 100 million, even fighting Chen Xiang, wasn't it just to reconcile with me and make up for ignoring me these days that you prepared this gift? Shen Yi was speechless. This woman was too confident. How could she say such self-satisfied words? He put the ice jade pendant away and said, "You're overthinking it. The ice jade pendant is not a gift for you." Su Bingyu was surprised. "It's not for me? Then who is it for?" Her expression changed slightly. "Could it be that you have another woman, and this jade pendant is for her?" Shen Yi was too lazy to answer and turned to leave. Su Bingyu refused to let him leave easily and quickly stopped him. "Shen Yi, are you still angry with me? I've already said that nothing happened between Li Chen and me, and I've already punished him. He will never show up again." Shen Yi thought, "Of course, this guy is already dead, but it was me who did it, and the Su family was only responsible for burying the body." He said coldly, "Li Chen is already dead, and you will be too. It won't be long before the Su family will be destroyed." After saying that, he disappeared at the door in a flash. Su Bingyu was stunned. What did Shen Yi mean by what he just said? I know that Li Chen is dead, but what does it mean that the Su family will be destroyed? Will Shen Yi attack his own family? She was terrified, but after thinking about it carefully, she felt that this was impossible. The Shen family has been suppressing the Su group recently, but they are not going to destroy the entire Su family. Shen Yi must be angry with her and said those angry words on purpose. Thinking of this, she was filled with resentment. Why? I have already apologized, and even gave up on Li Chen, but why does Shen Yi refuse to forgive me? Behind her, Zhao Ye hurriedly caught up. What about Shen Yi? Has he forgiven you? Su Bingyu shook her head dejectedly. What? He didn't forgive you? Didn't you say he came to this auction to give you the ice jade pendant? Zhao Ye immediately became anxious and her voice became louder. Su Bingyu was speechless. She had thought that Shen Yi bought the jade pendant because he wanted to reconcile with her, but who knew that was not the case at all? She was disappointed and sad, looking at her mother helplessly. Zhao Ye couldn't help but complain, "Look at you, you didn't want Shen Yi, who was good, but you had to get entangled with the son of a driver. Now your reputation is ruined, and Shen Yi doesn't want you anymore. Let's see what you will do in the future." Su Bingyu said with a sad face, "Mom, please stop talking. Look at you, you can't even say a few words. No wonder Shen Yi doesn't want you." Zhao Ye kept blaming him. At this time, Sujan walked out of the venue. He saw the mother and daughter blaming each other and couldn't help but frown. What's going on? Zhao Ye could only tell him that Shen Yi had left. Sujan's face immediately darkened, and he couldn't help but yell, "Waste! How could I have given birth to such a useless thing like you?" He couldn't do anything in public, otherwise he would definitely slap Su Bingyu hard in the face. A good son-in-law was ruined by his daughter, and the Su family was also affected. How could he not feel hatred in his heart? Noticing the strange looks from all around, he snorted heavily and left the venue with a grim face. When Shen Yi walked out of the venue and was about to drive home, he suddenly heard an extremely faint voice. After his martial soul broke through to the third level, his senses became extremely sensitive and he could detect the smallest air movements. The voice was faint and sounded like a cry for help. Shen Yi frowned slightly and immediately looked in the direction. There is a street near the parking lot with some shops on both sides of the street. He walked to one of the small restaurants and stopped. The restaurant's door was closed and it looked like it was closed, but it was a little unusual at dinner time. Shen Yi did not break in, but walked to the back of the restaurant and climbed over the wall. The back door was ajar. He pushed it gently and walked in. As soon as I entered the door, a delicate call came from inside. "Get away, don't touch me. You're so beautiful, it's a shame for you to be a waitress. Why not follow me? Not only do you not have to work, but you can also get paid for free." In a room inside the store, a bald and fat man was approaching a girl step by step. Although the girl was scared, she did not give up resistance. She held a kitchen knife and swung it around in front of her. The man couldn't get close to her, so he could only coax her and wait for an opportunity to snatch the kitchen knife from her. "Don't even think about it. Don't come over here. If you come over again, I'll chop you up." The girl was angry and anxious. The kitchen knife almost cut the man's hand when it was swung. The man jumped to the side in fright, revealing the girl's face. As soon as Shen Yi saw the girl, his heart suddenly beat fast. Chapter 53, Born with Charm, Fox Soul Girl. The girl is extremely beautiful and breathtaking. The beauty of a girl is not about being bright, generous, and radiant. To be precise, her beauty is more like a kind of charm. This kind of coquettishness seems to be a kind of charm that comes from the bones, without any embellishment, natural and attractive. In every gesture, there is endless charm and enchantment, which makes people unforgettable at first sight and makes their hearts ripple. The shop owner seemed to be mesmerized by the girl's charm and panted, "As long as you obey me, I will agree to any conditions you have." The girl had already discovered Shen Yi, and she quickly called out, "Save me." Shen Yi did not immediately step forward to rescue her, but instead observed the girl carefully. He just glanced at the girl, but he felt inexplicably restless inside, which showed that this girl was very unusual. He discovered that the girl had a special aura that was budding. If nothing unexpected happened, it should be some special martial spirit. The girl's charm comes from this kind of martial spirit. The shop owner turned around immediately when he heard the girl's cry for help. His eyes were red as he shouted, "Who are you and how did you get in?" Shen Yi waved his hand and blew the shop owner away. The fat body hit the hard chopping board with a loud bang. The shop owner screamed in pain, at least 7 or 8 bones were broken. The girl was surprised and happy, and ran and jumped to Shen Yi's side. "You are so amazing, are you a warrior?" The girl looked at Shen Yi gratefully, her watery eyes blinking. Shen Yi's heart was slightly moved. No wonder the shop owner was so obsessed with her and almost couldn't control himself. The girl was so incredibly charming. However, Shen Yi could see that the girl did not do it on purpose. She just revealed her expression unintentionally. She was born with a natural charm. Shen Yi was puzzled. What kind of martial spirit was in the girl's body? Why did she have such charm? He had seen many martial spirits in his previous life, but he had never seen this kind. Shen Yi suppressed the restlessness in his heart and turned to walk out. The girl didn't dare to stay in the store and quickly followed him out. Shen Yi walked out the back door, and the girl followed closely behind. He was about to drive away when he noticed the girl was still following him. He said calmly, "Why are you following me? Go back quickly and don't go to that store anymore." The girl did not leave, but said weakly, "Can you lend me some money?" Shen Yi stopped and looked at the girl in surprise. "You want to borrow money from me?" The girl nodded shyly, "I don't have any money, so I go to work." Shen Yi looked at the girl's clothes. Although simple, they were not too bad. "Where are your parents? Why don't you ask them for money?" The girl hesitated for a moment and said sadly, "I don't have any parents." Shen Yi recognized the girl's accent and asked, "Are you not from here?" The girl nodded and said, "My name is Zhonglingyu. I came to Jiangnan City to look for someone, but I haven't found him yet." As if afraid that Shen Yi would think she was a liar, Zhonglingyu raised her delicate hand and promised, "Don't worry, if I find the person I'm looking for, I will return the money to you immediately, otherwise I will work to pay it back to you." Shen Yi felt a little curious. "Who are you looking for? What's his name?" Zhonglingyu replied, "His name is Li Chen." When Shen Yi heard this name, his heart trembled slightly. He didn't know if they had the same name, so he asked cautiously, "Who is he to you?" Zhonglingyu thought for a moment and said, "He is a friend of mine." Shen Yi noticed that the girl's expression was a little unnatural, so he asked, "Since you are friends, how come you can't find him?" Zhonglingyu mumbled, "I don't have his contact information. I only know he's a student at Jiangnan University. But I went looking for him, and the people there said he hasn't been to school for a long time." After hearing this, Shen Yi concluded that the girl was talking about Li Chen, who was already dead. He calmly said, "You don't even have his contact information, how can you be friends?" Zhonglingyu blushed slightly. We are online friends and have never met." Shen Yi could tell at a glance that the girl was lying, but he didn't expose her. He was a little curious about Zhonglingyu. Since he had a martial soul in his body so early, it was probably an innate martial soul, so he planned to observe him first. If the other party has a very close relationship with Li Chen and is likely to avenge Li Chen, then he will have no choice but to destroy her with ruthless means. If the other person has an average relationship with Li Chen, you can try to cultivate him so that she can become your helper in the future. Shen Yi was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Shen Yi, who is she?" Shen Yi looked back and saw Su Bingyu standing not far away, staring at the girl next to him with hostility. Su Bingyu pointed at Zhonglingyu. "Shen Yi, who is this woman?" Shen Yi said disdainfully, "Who is she? Does it have anything to do with you?" Su Bingyu was shocked and angry. "You broke up with me just for her, and you bought that ice jade pendant for her too?" Before Shen Yi could answer, Zhonglingyu suddenly grabbed Shen Yi and said with a frightened look on his face, "Brother, who is she? She's so fierce." Shen Yi was stunned, but did not push her away. Seeing this, Su Bingyu asked in disbelief, she calls you brother, what is your relationship? Shen Yi glanced at Zhong Lingyu. The girl snuggled tightly in his arms, her eyelashes trembling slightly, like a delicate little white flower. He immediately understood the girl's intention and said calmly, she is my godsister. Godsister? Su Bingyu's expression was incredulous, when did you get a godsister? You can have a male best friend, but I can't have a godsister? Shen Yi looked sarcastic. Su Bingyu's face turned pale. She pursed her lips tightly, a trace of panic and uneasiness flashed in her eyes, but she still forced herself to calmly refute, Shen Yi, you know that this is not what I meant. How can a male best friend and a godsister be the same? I have never concealed my relationship with Li Chen. Our friendship is pure. But you suddenly said that you have a godsister. Why have I never heard you mention it before? Shen Yi sneered, the past is the past, and the present is the present. Besides, there is no relationship between us anymore, I don't need to explain to you. After saying this, Shen Yi got into the car and motioned Zhong Lingyu to get in as well. Zhong Lingyu understood and immediately got into the car obediently. Seeing this, Su Bingyu hurriedly stopped the car and said, Shen Yi, you are deliberately trying to piss me off, right? If you drive this woman off now, I will forgive you and we can make peace. Shen Yi ignored her and started the car indifferently. The huge roar scared Su Bingyu so much that she took a step back. Shen Yi stepped on the accelerator and sped away. Su Bingyu stood there blankly, feeling a huge sense of crisis in her heart. There had been women around Shen Yi before, but Shen Yi rejected them all for his own sake. But this time it was different. This woman was so beautiful, even more beautiful than herself. If Shen Yi fell in love with her, it would be even more difficult for her to win him back. Chapter 54. The person she was looking for was actually Li Chen? On the boulevard. Shen Yi said while driving, thank you for what you did just now. Zhong Lingyu quickly said, you're welcome. Didn't you save me too? Shen Yi asked, where are you going? I'll take you there. Zhong Lingyu said pitifully, I have nowhere to go. Can you lend me some money? Zhong Lingyu was really at the end of her rope. 3 years ago, she was taken back from the orphanage by her wealthy parents. I thought that by finding my biological parents, I could get the long-lost family love and care. However, reality is often much more cruel than dreams. When she stepped into that magnificent home, she found that there was already an adopted daughter in this family who had replaced her. This adopted daughter was adopted by the wealthy couple since she was young and enjoyed the treatment like a princess, but she felt an unprecedented threat because of the sudden appearance of Zhong Lingyu. The adopted daughter feared that Zhong Lingyu's return would divert her parents' attention and love, and she harbored deep hostility towards her. She began to use various means to frame her, from trivial everyday matters to major incidents concerning her reputation, all meticulously planned in an attempt to isolate Zhong Lingyu from the family and even force her to be kicked out. The wealthy parents doted on their adopted daughter and were biased in what they heard. Not only did they often scold Zhong Lingyu, they were also very harsh on her. The servants in the house were influenced by their master and did not take Zhong Lingyu, the real rich lady, seriously. Zhong Lingyu was arranged to live in a small storage room, lacking food and clothing, and her living expenses became less and less, and in the end, even she was forgotten. Zhong Lingyu grew up in an orphanage. She has a simple mind and seems helpless in the face of Lin Yuan's various calculations. She tried to communicate, tried to resolve misunderstandings with sincerity, but every effort seemed to fall on deaf ears, and all she got in return was even more severe exclusion and frame-up. In this seemingly luxurious but indifferent home, Zhong Lingyu felt a loneliness and helplessness even colder than that of an orphanage. She began to doubt whether she really belonged here and whether she could truly find the family love and sense of belonging she had always dreamed of. During the 3 years of being neglected by her family, Zhong Lingyu relied on her part-time work and studies to barely get into the university she had longed to attend. Just when she thought she could get away from this indifferent family, a natural disaster struck. When the ferocious monster rushed into the house, it knocked down the adopted daughter. Her parents pushed her towards the ferocious beast, trying to save their beloved adopted daughter at the cost of her life. Fortunately, she awakened her martial soul in time and escaped from the claws of the ferocious beast. The parents and adopted daughter were surrounded by ferocious beasts and turned to her for help and fear. She watched her parents being torn to pieces by cruel beasts without shedding a single tear. Ferocious beasts invaded and the city fell. In the days that followed, Zhong Lingyu wandered alone. She is very beautiful, and has awakened the Sky Fox martial spirit. The Sky Fox martial soul is naturally charming and has an inherent beauty, so no matter where she goes, she will attract the attention of men. Because of this reason, Zhong Lingyu was envied and hated by many female soul masters. Finally one day, they set a trap and ambushed Zhong Lingyu, who was alone. Zhong Lingyu fought desperately, but ultimately could not escape the fate of death. Unexpectedly, the next second, she found herself reborn, 3 months before the natural disaster. In this life, Zhong Lingyu didn't want to struggle to survive in troubled times, so he decided to find someone to rely on. She planned to lie down. As long as the other party was strong enough, it would be okay to use her beauty to please him, as long as she could protect herself. Zhong Lingyu knew that in his previous life there was a person named Li Chen who awakened the world's #1 martial spirit and was extremely powerful. So she went to Jiangnan City, hoping to seek refuge with him. However, after asking around for a long time, she found no trace of Li Chen. She went to the school where Li Chen was studying and was told that he had not been attending school for a long time. She found out about the Shen family where Li Chen once lived, but the people there said that Li Chen had been driven away long ago. After searching for more than half a month, there was no trace of Li Chen and she had spent all the money she had. Zhong Lingyu had no choice but to work while looking for someone. She hasn't graduated yet and can't find a formal job, so she can only work as a waitress in a restaurant. Unexpectedly, the boss was tempted by her beauty and wanted to rape her. Fortunately, Shen arrived in time and beat the boss half to a pulp. In the car, Zhong Lingyu lowered her eyelids and looked very pitiful. Shen hesitated for a moment. "I can lend you money, send me the account number." Zhong Lingyu was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you, I will definitely return it to you." Shen stopped the car and transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Zhong Lingyu was surprised. "So many?" You know, her monthly living expenses are only 1,000 yuan. She worked part-time to pay for her studies and saved money for a long time, but she only saved 3,000 yuan. But after arriving in Jiangnan City, it was quickly spent. "Now I am penniless and have no place to live." She was at a loss and said, "It's too much. Just give me 2,000. Shen smiled. What could 2,000 be used for? It wasn't even enough for a meal. Shen looked at Zhong Lingyu and an idea came to his mind. "I have a house that I can lend to you temporarily." He wanted to find out the relationship between Zhong Lingyu and Li Chen, so he decided to keep her nearby. Otherwise, Zhong Lingyu would be running around everywhere and it would be difficult to find her. Zhong Lingyu quickly said, "No need, I can find a place to live by myself." Shen said calmly, "Do you want to meet someone like the store owner again?" Zhong Lingyu shuddered, lowered his head and fell silent. She knew that what Shen said was right. If she met someone like the restaurant owner again, she might not be as lucky as today. Zhong Lingyu raised her eyes and secretly glanced at Shen's face, thinking that he was very handsome. It's a pity that the person she likes is the powerful Li Chen, otherwise it would seem nice to follow this man. Shen arranged for Zhong Lingyu to live in a small villa under his name. He looked at the anxious girl and said, "You live alone here, so be careful." Zhong Lingyu was surprised and asked, "You don't live here?" Shen shook his head, "I have another place to live." Zhong Lingyu's nervous mood relaxed slightly. Although she was grateful to Shen, she had never thought of staying in the same room with him. Her body can only be given to someone who can protect her in the future and cannot be handed over to others easily. Shen walked out of the villa and felt that the girl was peeping at him through the window. He was a little surprised. Although the girl was very poor, she was not surprised when she saw the villa. This proves that the place where she lived before was not bad. It is really strange that she has fallen into such a state now. With a hint of doubt, Shen drove away from the villa. Zhong Lingyu watched the car disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. She clenched her half-worn cell phone, feeling a deep sense of gratitude. With these 100,000 yuan, it is enough for her to complete her plan. Once she gets Li Chen's protection, she will definitely repay Shen and prevent him from being killed in this huge disaster. Chapter 55, the seductive girl decides to serve the man with her beauty. Shen returned home and called the assistant his father had assigned to him. "Go check on someone. Her name is Zhong Lingyu, she's from Jinhai, and she's about 18 years old. I want to know all the information about her." The next day, the assistant came to report. "I've checked. Zhong Lingyu is not her real name. It's the name on her household registration at the orphanage. Her current name is Zhang Lanju. Her father is a wealthy businessman in Jinhai City, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Zhong Lingyu was lost as a child and was brought back 3 years ago. She was renamed back to the Jiang family. Zhong Lingyu's life in the Jiang family was not easy because the Jiang family had an adopted daughter named Jiang Lanyue, who was adopted after Zhang Lingyu went missing. The Jiang family treated this adopted daughter very well. They were afraid that she would feel resentful about Zhang Lingyu's return, so they showed a strong preference for her. Jiang Lanyue feared that Zhang Lingyu would usurp her position in the family, so she frequently resorted to false accusations against her. The Jiangs believed her, and their impression of their own daughter was extremely negative. The Jiangs neglected Zhang Lingyu's care, leading to her living expenses being worse than those of a servant. She even had to work to earn her own tuition. Shen Yi was halfway through listening and found it incredible. They treat an adopted daughter better than their biological daughter. Is there something wrong with their brains? The assistant said. Not only that, Zhang Lingyu also has 2 older brothers. Like their parents, they are very kind to Jiang Lanyue, but very harsh to their own sister. The Jiang family servants took advantage of the situation and not only didn't treat Zhang Lingyu as a young lady of the Jiang family, they also refused to leave her any food. Zhang Lingyu came home late from school every day and had no choice but to cook for herself. Unexpectedly, Jiang's mother saw her and scolded her, saying she was eating at night and didn't behave like a rich lady at all. Shen Yi couldn't bear to listen any longer. He knew that Zhang Lingyu was hiding something from him, but he didn't expect that she would live such a miserable life. From what the assistant learned, Zhang Lingyu has a kind personality and is definitely not a bad person, otherwise she would not be bullied by an adopted daughter. Shen Yi asked, what was her family's reaction after Zhang Lingyu left? Her parents probably didn't know she came to Jiangnan. They haven't called Zhang Lingyu in such a long time. They probably thought she was still in school. Shen Yi was speechless. If it were him, he would have turned against such a family long ago. How could Zhang Lingyu have endured it for so long? Having said that, Zhang Lingyu was in Jinhai, thousands of miles away, and should not have any intersection with Li Chen, but why did she know Li Chen, and why did she come all the way to find him? Shen Yi felt strange in his heart. He felt that Zhang Lingyu must have a secret. However, Zhang Lingyu was still wary of him and was unwilling to reveal the truth. But he was not in a hurry. Zhang Lingyu was not a scheming person. Sooner or later, he would be able to trick her. On the other side, Zhang Lingyu cleaned the house that he had not lived in for a long time, and then went to buy groceries happily. She has always been frugal and would not dare to spend it recklessly even if she had a huge sum of 100,000 yuan. I bought some vegetables and some lean meat and cooked a delicious meal in the kitchen. Just as she was about to have a delicious meal, the doorbell rang. She thought it was Shen Yi who came, but when she opened the door, she saw a woman in a black suit standing outside the villa. The woman was in her 30s and looked very smart and capable. Hello, Miss Shen. My name is Jin Yan. Mr. Shen sent me here to protect your safety. She is naturally charming and easily attracts trouble. Shen Yi transferred one of his mother's female bodyguards and sent her to live with Zhang Lingyu and monitor her whereabouts. Zhang Lingyu was surprised and asked, you were sent by Shen Yi, where are the others? The young master has something to do and can't come over now. You call him master, so his family must be very rich. As soon as Zhang Lingyu said this, she felt so stupid. He lent her 100,000 right away and let her live in such a big house. If he is not a rich second generation, what is he? Jin Yan didn't care about Zhang Lingyu's embarrassment, but observed her silently. Although she was a woman, she couldn't help but be amazed when she saw Zhang Lingyu. No wonder the young master sent me to protect her. Which man wouldn't he be moved by such a beautiful and charming girl? Jin Yan was secretly gossiping in her heart. The young master loved Su Bingyu so much before, but suddenly broke up with her. Could it be because of this girl? She immediately took Zhang Lingyu seriously. The person who could allow the young master to keep such a beautiful woman in his mansion must be extraordinary. Zhang Lingyu didn't know what Jin Yan was thinking, so she stammered, I made dinner, do you want to eat with me? Jin Yan took a look into the room and saw some exquisite side dishes on the dining table. I was secretly surprised that such a beautiful girl could actually cook. Jin Yan has been a bodyguard for more than 10 years, and has come into contact with ladies and young ladies who have never done any housework. A girl who is both beautiful and good at cooking is even rarer than a grandmaster above level 9. Jin Yan did not refuse. She wanted to live with Zhang Lingyu for a long time, so there was nothing wrong with having a meal together. She sat down at the table, smelled the aroma of the food, and couldn't help but pick up her chopsticks. After taking a few bites, I couldn't help but praise, it tastes good. Zhang Lingyu watched Jin Yan eating with gusto and swallowed secretly. She only made one portion, and Jin Yan took a few bites and finished all the food she had planned to eat in the evening. Jin Yan stopped and looked at her strangely, Miss Zhang, don't you want to eat? Zhong Lingyu quickly sat down and ate his rice. Jin Yan found it very interesting to see her working hard at her meal, so she secretly sent a message to Shen Yi. Master, I'm here, the target is eating. In the Shen family mansion, Shen Yi glanced at his phone. He replied with a message, stay with her and report to me if anything happens. After dinner, Jin Yan prepared to wash the dishes. Zhong Lingyu snatched it away. You are a guest, how can I let you wash it? She didn't regard Jin Yan as a bodyguard at all, but as an older sister who lived in the same house with her. Jin Yan was even more surprised when she saw Zhong Lingyu's agile movements. She was prepared to be both a bodyguard and a nanny, but she didn't expect the other party to be so hard-working. Not only could he cook, but he also took care of all the housework. After washing the dishes, Zhong Lingyu went out to look for someone. Jin Yan also followed him out and found that Zhong Lingyu went to Jiangnan University. After Zhong Lingyu arrived near Jiangnan University, he made a phone call and then waited quietly in a small coffee shop. After a while, a male student with a face full of acne walked in. When he saw Zhong Lingyu, his eyes suddenly lit up and his gaze was a little obsessed. When Zhong Lingyu saw the male student, he immediately stood up. You sent a message saying that you knew about Li Chen's news. Is that true? The male student noticed that there was someone following Zhong Lingyu and was startled. Aren't you alone? Zhong Lingyu said embarrassedly, this is my older sister who lives with me. She said she wanted to come with me. The male student felt a little disappointed. He looked at Jin Yan with dissatisfaction and slowly sat down. Chapter 56 The Male College Student with Evil Intentions. The male student sat down and said, I've been asking around for you. Someone said they saw him at the Shen family a few days ago. As soon as Jin Yan heard it, she knew the boy was lying. She was the bodyguard of the Shen family, so how could she not know that Li Chen had appeared in the Shen mansion recently? Zhong Lingyu said in surprise, but I went to the Shen family to ask, and the people there said that he had been driven away a long time ago. It's also possible that he went back to get something and then left again. The male student's words were evasive, but don't worry, I will definitely help you find Li Chen. Zhong Lingyu showed gratitude, thank you for helping me. The male student looked at Zhong Lingyu's beautiful and charming eyes, his heart was slightly moved, and he almost dropped the cup of water in his hand. Jin Yan observed the boy silently. She didn't know what his purpose was, but he definitely had no good intentions. Just as Zhong Lingyu was about to leave, the male student quickly said, You haven't eaten yet, right? There's a restaurant nearby that serves delicious food. Zhong Lingyu politely declined, No, I've already eaten. The male student was a little disappointed, but he didn't give up. Evening is fine, is it convenient for you to come out? Zhong Lingyu was a little hesitant. The male student had been helping her find Li Chen, and she felt embarrassed to refuse his kindness. Jin Yan suddenly said, Miss Shon, the young master said he wants to see you tonight. When the male student heard this, his expression changed slightly. A hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. Master, which master? Jin Yan said slowly, Shen Yi, young master Shen. Shen Yi? The male student trembled slightly when he heard the name. He glanced at Jin Yan in horror and stood up hurriedly. I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. Let's contact each other next time. After saying that, he ran out and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhong Lingyu looked at his back in surprise. She didn't understand why this man ran away so fast when Shen Yi's name was mentioned. Jin Yan looked at Zhong Lingyu with a confused face, and suddenly she understood. She knew why the young master asked her to look after the girl. Such a simple trick, how could you not see through it? If someone sold her, she might even help the other person count the money. The Shen family mansion. The housekeeper hurriedly said, Master, the Chen family has arrived and is in the meeting hall right now. Shen Yi had already anticipated that if he beat Chen Xiang, the Chen family would definitely not let it go, so it all depended on how they would make trouble. In the Shen family's meeting hall, Shen Tianhao, Shen Tianrun, Shen Tenjie and Shen Tianqi were all present. 2 people came from the Chen family. The middle-aged man sitting in the front had a gloomy expression. He asked, Master Shen, Shen Yi has severely injured my nephew. How are you going to deal with this? Shen Yi's second uncle, Shen Tianrun, taunted him, Isn't this a fair fight? What's the matter? Can't your Chen family afford to lose? The middle-aged man's eyes were blazing with anger. In a martial arts competition, is it really necessary to use such heavy blows? My nephew's nose is completely broken and his appearance is almost completely ruined. Shen Tianren said disdainfully, That was your nephew's own fault. If he hadn't provoked Xiao Ya, how could he have ended up like this? The middle-aged man's face darkened slightly. So, the Shen family doesn't want to take responsibility? Shen Tianren asked in return, how do you want us to take responsibility? It's simple. Publish an apology in the newspaper for at least 3 days, and compensate with 10 wooling grasses. 10 martial spirit grasses? Shen Tianren sneered, you're asking for too much. Is your nephew's nose really that valuable? Physical injuries are minor, but psychological trauma is even greater. The Shen family must pay the price. The middle-aged man's face was full of heartache. Shen Tianhao, who was sitting quietly watching, suddenly asked, where's Chen Hong? Why didn't he come? This middle-aged man is named Chen Wendong. He is the second child in the Chen family and the younger brother of the head of the family, Chen Hong. Chen Wendong said, my eldest brother is in seclusion, so I will be in charge of the household affairs for the time being. Chen Hong is in seclusion? Shen Tianhao was a little surprised. He thought of the Chen family secretly purchasing a large number of wooling grass, and vaguely guessed a possibility in his mind. Shen Tianhao said calmly, my son won't apologize in the newspaper. Chen Wendong's expression changed slightly. What does Patriarch Shen mean? Does he not take my Chen family seriously? Not only will they not apologize, but they won't even offer 10 martial spirit grasses as compensation. Shen Tianhao added another sentence. Chen Wendong's face turned grim. Just as he was about to slam the table and stand up, Shen Tianhao suddenly said, the project in the West Sea Commercial Circle can be handed over to you. When Chen Wendong heard this, he was about to stand up but sat down again. He was a little surprised and asked, did Patriarch Shen really mean what he said just now? Shen Tianhao said calmly, now that I have said it, I will naturally not regret it. Chen Wendong's heart was pounding, and he said without hesitation, okay, I'll go and appease my nephew. Please ask Master Shen to hand over the contract as soon as possible. Shen Tianjie stood up and objected, brother, we got the West Sea project with great difficulty, how can we hand it over so easily? Shen Tianhao waved his hand and said, there's no need to talk about this anymore. I've already made up my mind. Chen Wendong was relieved. Master Shen is indeed straightforward. Don't worry, the cooperation between the Shen and Chen families will not be interrupted. Let's just pretend that what happened before never happened. After the Chen family left, Shen Tianjie looked dissatisfied. Brother, how are you going to explain this to the other shareholders? Shen Tianhao said calmly, no need to explain. If anyone disagrees, let them come to me. Shen Tianjie's words were blocked, his expression changed, and finally he left angrily. Seeing that his third brother was unhappy, Shen Tianjie hurriedly followed him. Seeing his 2 younger brothers leave, Shen Tianren couldn't help but ask, brother, are you really going to hand over the West Sea project to the Chen family? Shen Tianhao said calmly, not bad. Shen Tianren was puzzled, although the Chen family is powerful, our Shen family is not afraid of them. Why should Big Brother give in? The Shen family cannot engage in a trade war for the time being. Why? It's not like we haven't fought them before. The 3 major families in Jiangnan have both cooperation and conflicts. The business world is like a battlefield, and the business empires of both sides have grown up in a series of brutal collisions and fights. Shen Tianhao showed a meaningful smile. Second brother, you will know later. Shen Tianren left with a lot of questions in his mind. Afterwards, Shen Tianhao called his son and said, someone from the Chen family was here just now. Shen Yi said, I know, I heard that you handed over the West Sea project to them. Yes, this project is very profitable, but it requires a large amount of capital up front. Right now, our funds are mainly used to purchase wooling grass and store supplies. We don't have extra funds for this project. I have been dragging it out, but our partners can't wait. Since the Chen family wants it, we can just give it to them. Shen Yi laughed. As expected of my father, he is indeed very shrewd. Shen Tianhao said, but your third uncle is very unhappy and I'm afraid he will impeach me at the shareholders' meeting. Shen Yi nodded. Uncle San seems to be getting close to some people outside. He and his father both knew that his third uncle had ambitions, but it didn't matter anymore. A natural disaster was about to strike, and all conspiracies and calculations were empty talk. Only force and resources were fundamental. Chapter 57, The Girl Who Has Never Seen the World. Inside a secret house of the Chen family. Shen Tianjie, who had opposed the transfer of the project not long ago, is having a secret conversation with Chen Wendong. Chen Wendong narrowed his eyes slightly. I didn't expect it to be so smooth. Shen Tianhao actually took the initiative to hand over the West Sea project. Shen Tianjie's eyes flickered. If we lose this project, the shareholders will definitely be unhappy. If I work harder, I can win their support. Chen Wendong said with a forced smile, then I wish Mr. Shen immediate success and that he will soon take the position of the head of the family. Although Shen Tianjie was proud, he was also a little worried. Please ask Mr. Chen to advance the several cooperative projects I am responsible for as soon as possible, so that I can have more confidence to compete with Shen Tianhao. Chen Wendong assured, don't worry, Mr. Shen, I have already instructed that all cooperative businesses will be accelerated and results will be seen in a short time. Shen Tianjie was finally satisfied. Thank you, Mr. Chen, I wish us a happy cooperation. Both parties were exchanging interests and showing each other a tacit smile. After coming out of his father's study, Shen Yi prepared to go to the villa. He already knew that Zhong Lingyu went to school. The male student probably lied to her just to maintain contact between them. The reason behind this was self-evident. Shen Yi knew that Zhong Lingyu's recruitment would definitely attract some people with bad intentions, so he sent Jin Yan to protect her. Just then, when Zhong Lingyu went out to buy vegetables, she was harassed by a man who claimed to be a scout. Miss, you have excellent looks. If you sign a contract with our company, I guarantee you'll be a big hit. The middle-aged man's eyes were burning with passion, and he vowed that he would make Zhong Lingyu famous and make her a top star. Zhong Lingyu naturally would not agree. A natural disaster was about to strike. What was the point of being a star? It would be better for her to find a big boss to hold on to. She was unable to get away from the middle-aged man and felt a little anxious. Jin Yan went to the bathroom. She just waited here for a while, but she didn't expect to get into trouble. She won't sign it, you can leave. As the middle-aged man was trying his best to persuade, a voice suddenly came from behind him. What's it to you? The middle-aged man turned around unhappily and found that the person who spoke was a handsome young man. He was slightly stunned. What is going on today? All the men and women I meet are top-notch? If I sign both of them, I will be rich. The middle-aged man was indeed a scout, but an unsuccessful scout. He hangs around the streets every day, hoping to find someone new who can help him turn his life around. Zhong Lingyu was very happy to see Shen Yi. She looked at Shen Yi's face and couldn't help thinking, Shen Yi is so handsome, it would be great if Li Chen was also so handsome. The middle-aged man swallowed his saliva. Hey little brother, are you interested? Not interested. Shen Yi refused briefly and clearly. He saw the message sent by Jin Yan, so he came here directly. Unexpectedly, he didn't see Jin Yan, but saw Zhong Lingyu being harassed by someone. Shen Yi said to Zhong Lingyu, if you have bought the vegetables, come with me. Seeing the two men about to leave, the middle-aged man said unwillingly, little brother, don't refuse so quickly. What are your conditions? We can discuss. He wanted to stop the two people, but Jin Yan happened to arrive. Without saying a word, she pushed the middle-aged man 4 or 5 meters away with one palm. The middle-aged man was pushed and almost fell down. When he was about to yell, he suddenly saw Jin Yan's murderous eyes. His body trembled and he swallowed the words back into his stomach. Jin Yan scared the man away and turned to chase after Shen Yi. Shen Yi brought Zhong Lingyu to the car, and Jin Yan followed. Master, you are here. Shen Yi glanced at her coldly, if you do it again, you won't have to stay in the Shen family. Jin Yan felt a chill in her heart and said respectfully, yes. She looked at Shen Yi's back and felt secretly emotional in her heart. The young master's authority has been growing more and more powerful recently, almost as great as that of the head of the family. As Shen Yi was walking, he noticed the vegetable basket carried by Zhong Lingyu out of the corner of his eye. Is this the food you bought? Zhong Lingyu shook the basket and said, yes, I heard you were coming, so I specially added some dishes. There are ribs, fish, tomatoes, and eggs. Shen Yi saw the pitifully small vegetable basket and shook his head secretly. I'm afraid these few dishes are not enough. People who practice martial arts usually have a large appetite, especially after their physical fitness improves. Their appetite will be several times greater than before. After returning to the villa, Zhong Lingyu washed and cooked vegetables skillfully. After a while, the delicious meal was served on the table. Shen Yi smelled the fragrance and was slightly surprised. He knew Zhong Lingyu could cook, but he didn't expect her skills to be so good. After a while, all the food on the table was cleared away. Zhong Lingyu licked her pink and tempting red lips, feeling like crying but unable to do so. She hadn't even taken 2 bites when all the food was gone. Seeing that there was nothing left in the kitchen, Shen Yi could only say, let's go out and eat. Zhong Lingyu nodded quickly. She was not full at all. If she had known earlier, she would have bought more vegetables. Shen Yi drove Zhong Lingyu and Jin Yan to a luxury hotel. This is a 5-star restaurant located in the heart of the city. Walking into the hotel lobby, under the towering ceiling, the dazzling crystal chandeliers are dotted like stars, casting soft and warm light into every corner. The exquisite tableware sparkles with an alluring luster under the light, contrasting with the luxurious decorations around it, creating an indescribable noble atmosphere. At the entrance of the restaurant, the tall receptionist was dignified and elegant. Inside the restaurant, the pretty guide had a charming smile. It was the first time for Zhong Lingyu to come to such a high-end place. She couldn't help but stop and watch, her eyes full of amazement and admiration. Jin Yan looked at Zhong Lingyu with a curious look on her face and couldn't help but shake her head secretly. Zhong Lingyu came from a wealthy family, but she had never even been to a high-end restaurant, which shows how little her family valued her. After the exquisite and delicious dishes were served, Zhong Lingyu couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She actually likes delicious food, but she is financially tight and can't afford to buy more ingredients, otherwise she wouldn't be so thin. Seeing Zhong Lingyu eating with relish, Shen Yi's appetite was also aroused. He waved his hand and a large amount of meat was brought up. He ate high-calorie foods, mainly fresh beef and egg products, and easily finished more than a dozen plates. The waiters knew how much he ate, so they kept sending him food. Zhong Lingyu ate for a long time, feeling her stomach bloating, and finally put down her chopsticks reluctantly. It's so delicious. She suddenly saw the pile of empty plates on Shen Yi's table and her eyes widened. He eats too much. Is he born in the year of the pig? Shen Yi ignored her surprise and said calmly, if you are full, let's go. Zhong Lingyu looked a little embarrassed. Thank you for treating me to dinner, how about we split the bill? The box manager quickly said, this is the property under the name of Mr. Shen, you don't have to pay the bill. Zhong Lingyu was shocked. Is this restaurant owned by Shen Yi? This is too rich, no wonder he said he can order whatever he wants to eat. Thinking that her 100,000 yuan was also given by Shen Yi, her face couldn't help but turn slightly red. Chapter 58 Global Awakening, is the end of the world real? Shen Yi sent Zhong Lingyu back to the villa. After watching her go upstairs, he asked calmly, what did you find out? Jin Yan stood nearby and said, I haven't found out her relationship with Li Chen yet, but from what I've said to her, it seems she has never met Li Chen. Shen Yi pondered for a moment. If she had never met him before, why did she insist on looking for Li Chen? Could it be? When he thought of a possibility, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Shen Yi walked towards the car, keep a close eye on her. If you find anything new, report it to me immediately. Shen Yi returned home and went to his father's study. Shen Tianhao said seriously, the Chen family's incident reminded me that since they were able to awaken, then people in government departments must have similar situations. Shen Yi said, Dad, what do you mean? I'm thinking about whether I should disclose the information so the government can prepare early. Shen Yi thought for a moment and said, of course it's possible, but we can't be the ones reminding you. Shen Tianhao nodded, I know this, I will arrange everything. The eastern capital, Tianjin City. In the National Security Headquarters building, several heavyweights and officials from the Ministry of Security are discussing matters. A security official reported, after the Second Vision, riots of varying degrees broke out across the country, and various cult organizations sprang up like mushrooms after rain. We suppressed most of them, but many organizations are still active. One of the bosses ordered, raise your vigilance and make sure these organizations are nipped in the bud. The security official continued, rumors about the end of the world are still spreading. Some news comes from abroad and we cannot ban them all. I have a few things to say about this issue. Another intelligence official said, the doomsday theory is not groundless. After the anomaly occurred, many places underwent unusual changes. Everyone was surprised. What changes? Abnormal spatial fluctuations have been detected in the Yagan Desert in the west, the Qingmu Sea of Trees in the south, the Aladi Grassland in the north, and the Abyssal Canyon in the east. The intelligence officer's face was solemn. These fluctuations are so frequent that they've created some unknown spatial folds. But when we sent a drone to observe them closely, these spatial folds inexplicably disappeared. The tone of several bosses became serious. Is this true? We have verified it and the relevant records are on file and can be verified at any time. At this point, the intelligence officer mentioned another thing. In addition, a letter with a counterintelligible name was sent to the mailbox of the Ministry of National Security, which caught our attention. The boss was surprised and asked, what's the content? This letter states that a disaster is about to happen and details the time and scale of the event, affecting the entire world. The letter says that in approximately 40 days, a type of monster called a ferocious beast will appear in our world. They are massive, cruel, and bloodthirsty, with the goal of slaughtering all of humanity. All nations will be attacked by them. Everyone was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter. Interesting. Isn't this the content of a doomsday novel? The person who wrote this letter is a fan of doomsday novels, right? The intelligence officer shook his head. The letter also mentions a special force. This part is consistent with some of our recent discoveries. Someone asked curiously, what power? The intelligence officer said solemnly, martial soul. The officials were surprised and asked, what is a martial soul? A newly discovered ability that can mobilize and control energy of various attributes, including wind, fire, thunder, lightning, ice, etc. Its diversity and growth far exceed the true chi cultivated by warriors. What? Everyone was shocked. One official couldn't help but ask, how can we prove the existence of this capability? There's feedback from the military, special forces, security forces. Some large families and martial arts families have also discovered similar abilities. The intelligence officer waved his hand and a staff member started playing the video. This is an officer from the special forces. Not long ago, he felt a force being released from his body. This force doubled his physical strength, and his chi level also broke through from level 5 to level 6. In addition, he can extract moisture from the air and condense it into solid water droplets. Everyone looked at the sci-fi-like display in the video with surprise on their faces. It's so magical. Is there really such a thing as a martial spirit? The officer nodded. The name Wuhuan comes from a letter. The letter mentioned that if you take wooling grass in the early stages of a natural disaster, there's a chance you'll awaken your Wuhuan. We questioned the officer, and he recalled that he had indeed taken a wooling grass obtained in a military competition, which caused the changes. After our research, it seems that there is a special energy in the wooling grass that activates the mutant gene called Wuhuan. As written in the letter, not all martial spirit grasses possess this energy. Its appearance is random and not fixed, so as of now, not many people possess martial spirits. Everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. If the martial spirit is real, then will the natural disaster mentioned in the letter really happen? An official said with disbelief, it's just alarmist talk. Even if martial spirits really exist, it doesn't mean the end of the world will happen. After all, it's just a letter, it doesn't mean anything. Others also said, this matter is too unbelievable. If it gets out, it will probably cause panic among the people. The big man sitting in the middle asked, have you found the source of this letter? It hasn't been found yet. The source of the letter is unknown. After being forwarded several times, it finally led to a small country overseas. The intelligence officer said, although it's just a guess, I still recommend making early preparations, because various signs indicate that our world has indeed undergone some changes. The letter also mentioned that the ferocious beasts are not the main force attacking the human world. Behind them, there are even more powerful and terrifying alien races. The expressions of the several leaders grew solemn. After discussing for a moment, they finally decided, the contents of today's meeting are classified as confidential. We will make a final decision after the relevant information is reported to the chief consul. In the Shen family mansion, Shen Tianhao sat in the study. I have sent the letter. Shen Yi said, we have done everything we can. As for whether they believe it or not, it is not up to us to decide. Shen Tianhao sighed, I hope the government will pay attention to it. Shen Yi mentioned something, Dad, have you bought the manor I mentioned to you before? Shen Tianhao nodded, we are already in the process of transferring the ownership. We need it urgently, so the market price is 10% higher than usual. Shen Yi said, it doesn't matter if it's higher, as long as I can buy it. The villa mentioned by Shen Yi is in a big mountain near Jiangnan City. This villa is a private residence built more than 100 years ago. Although it is old, it is surrounded by mountains with high hills and steep slopes, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. In the previous life, the first wave of beasts did not reach this villa. Later, this villa was favored by Li Chen. After strengthening its defenses, it became one of the bases for resisting ferocious beasts and alien races. If the Shen family buys the villa now and builds defenses in advance, they will have a safe place to live in the future. Shen Tianhao shook his head. I asked, that's the Qin family's house, but they won't sell it unless we agree to one condition. What conditions? The two families are marrying. What? Shen Yi was shocked. He just wanted to buy a farm, but he wanted me to sacrifice myself for him? Chapter 59. The young master of the Qin family fell in love with Shen Yi. Shen Tianhao couldn't help but laugh when he saw Shen Ye's alert look. Don't worry, the marriage proposal from the Qin family is not for you. Not me? Shen Yi was a little surprised. He was the only heir of the Shen family, but the person the other party wanted to marry was not him? The Qin family's patriarch has only one youngest son who is unmarried, so naturally it won't be you. Shen Tianhao glanced at Shen Yi twice, then smiled, but my son is handsome, and it's possible that the Qin family's daughter will fall in love with you after dressing up as a red-dressed girl. Shen Yi. My father, who is always so serious and stern, can actually joke? Seeing his son speechless, Shen Tianhao suppressed his smile and said, the Qin family said that as long as the marriage is arranged, this farm can be given directly as a betrothal gift. I have discussed it with your second uncle, and your cousin is of marriageable age. She can marry you off. Shen Ye's cousin is Shen Yan. Although she is his second uncle's daughter, she is a few years older than Shen Yi. At the same time, at the Qin family's ancestral home, Qin Shongzheng, the head of the Qin family, is discussing a marriage with the Shen family with his family. Qin Zhong looked at everyone and said, the Shen family wants to buy the manor in the mountains to the north. I'm taking this opportunity to propose a marriage. The Qin family is a family with a history of hundreds of years. It was once a prominent family in Jiangnan, but later declined. The reason for proposing a marriage now is to use the power of the Shen family to return to the ranks of first-class families. The youngest son of the Qin family's head is Qin Pang, who is 25 years old this year. He said with dissatisfaction, Dad, I am your son after all, why do you want me to marry the daughter of the second wife of the Shen family? Qin Zhong snorted, what should we do then? Qin Tianhao only has one son. Do you think he'll let you marry his son? Qin Peng thought for a moment and said, it's not impossible. Shen Yi is handsome and looks no worse than a woman. Asshole. You dare say that again? Qin Zhong was shaking with anger. This son was a playboy and was said to have a sexual fetish. It would have been fine if he had just turned a blind eye to it, but he actually dared to speak out about it in front of him. Qin Peng saw that Laozi was angry and quickly shut his mouth. The eldest son, Qin Shang, knew his younger brother's character and quickly advised, Dad, my younger brother just spoke rashly, please don't be angry. Qin Zhong took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. He glared at his youngest son and said, this is a decision made by the entire family. You have to agree to it even if you don't agree. Otherwise, I will cut off your monthly allowance and suspend all your credit cards. When Qin Peng heard this, he quickly surrendered, no, I agree, okay? Qin Zhongyu's anger had not yet subsided. He looked at everyone and said, the Shen family has already agreed, but the manor must be transferred to them within 3 days. The Shen family is so anxious? One of the tribesmen wondered, could it be that there's some treasure in the manor, and they're so anxious to transfer ownership just to dig it out? How is that possible? The clan member in charge of managing the property said, this farm is ours. How could we not know if there are treasures there? Some speculated, maybe they're building a summer resort or something. I heard they recently lost a big project, so they might be looking to develop other industries. An elder said, let's transfer the ownership. The farm requires a large amount of maintenance fees every year, and transferring it can reduce losses. We are not the only family that wants to marry into the Shen family. No matter what their purpose is, let's arrange the marriage first. Qin Zhongzhong nodded, in that case, I will arrange a meeting with the Shen family, set the marriage, and then go through the transfer procedures. With just a few words, everyone decided the major event in Qin Peng's life. Qin Peng showed a depressed expression. He was only 25 years old and hadn't had enough fun yet. Now he was going to be tied down by marriage. The thought of it was really unwilling. That night, Shen Yi was ordered to go to his second uncle's house. After seeing my cousin Shen Yan, second sister, do you know that you are getting married? It's all your fault. Shen Yan's eyes widened, if you weren't a man, you would be the one to marry him. Shen Yi laughed dryly, sister, this is not my fault, it was decided by dad and second uncle. Don't think I don't know. It was you who asked to buy the Zhuangzi. Shen Yi couldn't help but be dumbfounded. How come my cousin knows everything? Shen Yan's anger soared, you are really capable of marrying me off just for a manor. Shen Yi quickly explained, it's not a real marriage. Even if we are engaged, it will take several months to get married. A few months later, the natural disaster had already broken out, and the Qin family was doomed to be overjoyed. What's the point? Can it ruin the marriage? Shen Yan looked reluctant. It's just a show. I promise I won't let you marry me for real. Shen Yi knew that his father had revealed some things to his second uncle, but not everything. Second uncle has also awakened his martial soul through the mutated martial spirit grass, but he hides it very well and does not usually show it. Real? Shen Yan was skeptical. She had never met the Qin family's youngest son, but she had heard that he had a bad reputation. Of course it's true. This marriage will be cancelled in 2 months at most. Shen Yi swore solemnly, but before that, you have to pretend and don't let the Qin family see through your tricks. Shen Yan asked, you came here just to tell me this? Yes. Shen Yi replied, before the engagement, you two don't have to meet each other, but after the engagement, the boy from the Qin family may come to see you, so Dad asked me to remind you. Okay. Shen Yan clenched her fists. She was 4 years older than Shen Yi and had good aptitude in martial arts. She was already a level 3 warrior. If Qin Peng really marries her, his future life will definitely not be peaceful. Shen Yi knew that his cousin had a good talent in martial arts, and he thought that if he found another mutated martial arts grass, he would give it to his cousin. My father has the best relationship with my second uncle, so the opportunity to awaken the martial soul early must be given to my second uncle's lineage. 3 days later, news of the marriage between the Shen family and the Qin family came out. When Su Bingyu heard this, she was suddenly shocked. After careful inquiry, I found out that it was Shen's second uncle who was marrying off his daughter. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She still held on to the hope of reconciling with Shen Yi. If the one who was to be married was Shen Yi, she would really have no chance. After Sujan learned the news, he scolded Su Bingyu. Rebellious girl, if it weren't for you, would we still be so worried? You might have already been engaged to the Shen family and become in-laws long ago. Zhao Ya also kept complaining, saying that Su Bingyu shouldn't have made Shen Yi angry. Su Bingyu was scolded so much that she couldn't even raise her head. Ever since she broke up with Shen Yi, she became a daughter who was neither loved by her father nor her mother. Not to mention her younger brother and sister, even the servants in the house would roll their eyes at her. Su Bingyu was full of grievances, but she had nothing to say and could only leave the Su family in embarrassment. She had no place to vent her frustrations, so she went to the bar she frequented and got drunk. The bar was still noisy and bustling, but the crowds of people were gone. The good sisters and best friends of the past now treat her like a plague and avoid her as much as possible. Su Bingyu looked at the empty seat next to her and couldn't help feeling sad. Why doesn't Shen Yi forgive her? She was just a little nicer to Li Chen. They were both friends and classmates, so it was natural for them to be closer. Why was Shen Yi so heartless? When you are sad, drink the wine in the glass in one gulp. There was a man in the bar who saw that she was beautiful and wanted to come over and chat with her. His companion held him back and said, do you know who she is? She is Mr. Shen's ex-girlfriend, Su Bingyu. They have broken up now, and the Shen family is suppressing the Su family. Did you go there to seek death? The man trembled with fear and quickly sat back down. Chapter 60 Su Bingyu was kidnapped. Su Bingyu heard the conversation between the two and sneered in her heart. They were all useless men. When they heard Shen Ye's name, they were scared out of their wits. If I were a man, I would never be so spineless. Su Bingyu drank a whole bottle of red wine and soon became drunk. In a trance, she seemed to see Shen Yi, who was looking at her with concern. Why are you drinking again? Didn't you promise me that you wouldn't come here again? At this time, Li Chen suddenly appeared. He said with a face full of grievance, Brother Shen, don't blame Xiaoyu. Today is my birthday, so she came to drink with me. I will take her back now. He turned his back to Shen Yi and was about to pull Su Bingyu when he suddenly stumbled and fell on Su Bingyu. Su Bingyu quickly hugged him. Xiaochen, are you okay? Li Chen leaned against Su Bingyu tightly, his expression extremely painful. I'm fine, maybe Brother Shen was angry that you were with me, so he pushed me. When Su Bingyu heard this, she immediately questioned Shen Yi, what's wrong with you? Xiaochen has already explained that we were just celebrating a birthday. How could you deliberately push him? Shen Yi looked stunned, as if he wanted to explain. Su Bingyu couldn't listen at all and said impatiently, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and drive the car. I want to take Xiaochen to the hospital. Shen Yi stood still and said as calmly as possible, do you know that today is my birthday, and Li Chen has already celebrated his birthday 3 times this year? Su Bingyu was stunned and said in a panic, is today your birthday? Sorry, I forgot. Shen Yi sneered, you forgot my birthday, but came to celebrate Li Chen's birthday? Su Bingyu was unhappy. What's the tone of your voice? It's just a birthday. I'll just go to the hospital with Xiaochen and buy you a birthday cake. Shen Yi showed a disappointed expression. When he was about to speak, Li Chen suddenly groaned, Xiaoyu, it hurts. Su Bingyu was very worried. Xiaochen, what's wrong with you? Where are you hurt? I'll take you to the hospital right away. Su Bingyu supported Li Chen, pushed Shen Yi away, and hurried out of the door. The moment Li Chen walked out, he suddenly turned to look at Shen Yi with a smug and provocative smile. All the events of the past suddenly came to mind. Su Bingyu shuddered and woke up suddenly. Shen Yi, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have believed Li Chen's words. At this moment, the waiter's face appeared in front of him. Miss, we are closing soon. Would you like me to call a car for you? Su Bingyu finally woke up and realized that she was still in the bar and everything that had just happened was a dream. She shook her dizzy head, with a hint of loss and sadness in her eyes, and walked out of the bar in a daze. On the street opposite the bar, a car was parked quietly, and two pairs of eyes inside were staring at Su Bingyu, who walked out. An hour later, at the Chen family villa. The man in black said cautiously, Master, the Chen family and the Shen family have reconciled. Is it appropriate for us to do this? Chen Xiang's face was tied up like a mummy, and he spoke incoherently. You think you can settle this with a crappy project? Don't even think about it. The old man won't help me, so I'll do it myself. But Shen Yi has already broken up with Su Bingyu. Will he still come forward for her? Chen Xiang said viciously, I don't believe that Shen Yi has no feelings for her at all. Don't forget, he attacked me for Su Bingyu last time, and he didn't go easy on me. The man in black could only say, the person has been tied up and taken to a warehouse in the western suburbs. We are just waiting for your order. Okay, let's go there first and send the location to Shen Yi. Tell him that he can only come alone, otherwise he will have to wait for the body to be collected. Yes, I'll do it right away. 2 minutes later, Shen Yi received an anonymous video on his mobile phone. It contains footage of Su Bingyu being kidnapped, as well as a warning about extortion. Shen Yi smiled. The only person who has a grudge against him and dares to kidnap Miss Su is Chen Xiang, the idiot. An abandoned warehouse in the western suburbs. Chen Xiang quickly arrived at the warehouse, followed by several experts who were hired at a high price. These people are all level 4 peak warriors, specially used to deal with Shen Yi. He wanted to use Su Bingyu to lure Shen Yi over, and then take revenge on him, at least breaking a few bones to avenge his broken nose. Chen Xiang walked to the center of the warehouse and saw Su Bingyu, who was tied up tightly. Su Bingyu didn't recognize Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang's face was bandaged and even his mouth was covered tightly, leaving only 2 dark nostrils for breathing. You, who are you? What do you want to do? Su Bingyu looked frightened and pale. As soon as she walked out of the bar, she was knocked unconscious and then tied up here. Chen Xiang snorted softly and said in a humming voice, Nothing, I just want to see your old lover. You mean, Shen Yi? Su Bingyu understood what the other party meant and immediately thought of Shen Yi. You want to lure Shen Yi here? What do you want to do? Su Bingyu was shocked and scared. Of course, I want to catch up with him. Chen Xiang showed a cruel and excited expression. It must be very satisfying to torture Shen Yi in front of Su Bingyu, or perhaps to insult Su Bingyu in front of Shen Yi. He won't come. We've broken up. Su Bingyu was nervous. She hoped Shen Yi would come to save her, but she was also afraid that the other party would hurt Shen Yi, and she felt very conflicted. That depends on how much he loves you, but from what I know about Shen Yi, he probably won't be able to let you go. Chen Xiang looked at Su Bingyu's face with a lustful look in his eyes. This woman is good looking. If it weren't for Shen Yi, he would have succeeded long ago. Now is the time to take revenge on Shen Yi, he will never miss this opportunity. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but pinch Su Bingyu's face. Su Bingyu trembled with fear and said in panic, Don't touch me. Chen Xiang laughed lewdly and said, Why are you pretending? I'll feed you some medicine later and see if you can still pretend to be noble. Su Bingyu was so frightened that her hair stood on end. She prayed silently in her heart, Shen Yi, you must come and save me. As long as you are willing to save me, I will do anything you ask me to do. Just as Chen Xiang was about to continue making moves, there was a sudden noise outside. A thug suddenly said, Master, someone is coming outside. Chen Xiang was delighted and stopped. Is it Shen Yi? Get ready immediately. At this time, the sound of cars came from the distance, and countless lights shone towards the warehouse. Listen up everyone inside, you are surrounded, release the hostages immediately. When Chen Xiang heard this, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, how dare you plot against me? Shen Yi, this bastard, doesn't even want his own woman? Farther away from the warehouse, Shen Ye's mouth corners rose slightly. He didn't come to save Su Bingyu, he came to watch the show. Does this idiot Shen Xiang really think that I will do what he says? Not only did he notify the police, but he also specifically emphasized that the other party had a powerful warrior and that experts must be sent to capture him. The sound of fighting soon came from around the warehouse. In order to protect Shen Xiang from breaking out, the people inside launched a counterattack against the police. The police officer in charge was secretly shocked, but fortunately he called in reinforcements from the special forces. The kidnappers in the warehouse were indeed not simple. Chapter 61 Scandal Exposed, Shocking News on the Internet. Outside the warehouse, the fourth-level warrior attracted most of the police force, and Shen Xiang escaped from the back door under the protection of several bodyguards. Shen Xiang fled to a nearby grove in a miserable state. Behind him, Su Bingyu was also brought out. To prevent her from calling for help, the bodyguard stuffed a rag into her mouth, and the sour smell made her choke and cry. Shen Yi, I will never let you go. Chen Xiang cursed breathlessly. When had he, the eldest young master of the Chen family, ever been so embarrassed? Oh, what are you going to do to me? A familiar voice suddenly sounded beside my ear. Chen Xiang looked up and saw a man appear in the grove, looking at him with a half-smile. Shen Yi? When Su Bingyu saw the person coming, she was immediately delighted. Shen Yi really cared about me, otherwise he wouldn't have come to save me. When Chen Xiang saw Shen Yi, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Did you bring the police here? Nonsense. Shen Yi said disdainfully, if I didn't bring it here, could it be that your men brought it here? Chen Xiang was furious. Aren't you afraid that I will attack Su Bingyu? Shen Ye's expression froze. He looked at Su Bingyu, who was tied up, and seemed a little worried. Humph, you still can't let go of your old lover. Chen Xiang was very proud and grabbed Su Bingyu in front of him fiercely. Shen Yi, if you don't want Su Bingyu to get hurt, just stand there obediently. He placed his finger on Su Bingyu's face threateningly. If you dare to move, I will scratch your face. Su Bingyu felt the sharp nails scratching her face, and she trembled with fear. She looked at Shen Yi with a look of help and pleading. Shen Yi hesitated for a moment. If you let her go, I can let you go. Let me go? Humph, it's not that easy. Don't forget, your girlfriend is still in my hands. Chen Xiang thought he had found Shen Yi's weakness and signaled to the two bodyguards, go up and tie him up for me. Then he warned Shen Yi, if you dare to move, I will cut Su Bingyu's face. The bodyguard behind him immediately rushed forward and was about to attack Shen Yi. Shen Yi waved his hand, and the two bodyguards screamed and flew out like kites with broken strings. Chen Xiang was shocked and immediately became furious. How dare you do that? He twisted Su Bingyu's arm and broke her left hand in revenge. Su Bingyu opened her eyes wide and made a painful sound. Shen Ye's expression was shocked, and he shouted sternly, stop, don't touch her. Chen Xiang threatened, if you dare to move again, I will cripple her other hand. Shen Ye's body stiffened, and a look of worry appeared in his eyes. Chen Xiang ordered the remaining two bodyguards, go, tie him up for me. The two bodyguards hesitated for a moment and walked towards Shen Yi cautiously. When he walked to Shen Ye's side, he saw that he really didn't move, so he boldly grabbed his arm. Two bangs. The two bodyguards flew into the sky together, one hung on the treetop, and the other fell into the grass, twitching for a moment and then became motionless. Chen Xiang was shocked and angry. Shen Yi, you still dared to do this? With a snap, he twisted Su Bingyu's other hand. Su Bingyu was in so much pain that her nose and tears started flowing out and her body was shaking. Chen Xiang showed no mercy to Su Bingyu. He grabbed her neck tightly and said, Shen Yi, aren't you afraid that I will break your girlfriend's neck? Don't want. Shen Yi shouted loudly, looking extremely anxious. Chen Xiang was alone at this time, so he could only order, Shen Yi, cripple your hands now, or I will kill your girlfriend. Shen Yi hesitated for a moment, a struggling expression on his face. Hurry up! Chen Xiang urged loudly. Seeing that Shen Yi was reluctant to move, he grabbed Su Bingyu's severed hand and squeezed it hard. Snap! Su Bingyu felt a sharp pain and made a hoarse sound, tears welling up in her eyes due to the pain. Shen Yi was anxious, if you touch her again, I will never let you go. Seeing Shen Ye's heartache, Chen Xiang felt secretly happy. Who told you to be disobedient? Cut off your arms immediately, otherwise I will break one of her legs. Although Shen Yi was anxious, he still did not move. It seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Chen Xiang made up his mind and kicked Su Bingyu's leg bone hard, breaking it. Su Bingyu's face turned pale, her body suddenly bent, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down. With a rag stuffed in her mouth, she slurred her words, "Save me." Chen Xiang abused Su Bingyu severely, feeling a sense of revenge in his heart. He said smugly, "If you don't do what I say, your girlfriend will die." His eyes fell on Shen Yi, and he suddenly found that the other party had become unusually calm. He couldn't help but be stunned. What was wrong with Shen Yi? Why did he have that expression? Shen Yi looked at Su Bingyu, who was in great pain, and said calmly, "If you want to kill her, then do it." "Do you really think I wouldn't dare?" Chen Xiang grabbed Su Bingyu's neck, furious. Shen Yi looked calm, not at all anxious. "Are you really willing to do that?" Shen Xiang thought Shen Yi was playing hard to get, so he pretended to pinch Su Bingyu's neck. Shen Yi was not moved at all. "If you want to do it, just do it, don't be so fussy." Were you pretending just now?" Shen Xiang finally realized that Shen Yi was playing tricks on him and that he had long since stopped loving Su Bingyu. When Su Bingyu heard Shen Yi's words, her face turned extremely pale. Shen Yi's words were like a sharp knife cutting into her heart. Shen Yi really doesn't love himself anymore. He deliberately lets Chen Xiang torture himself. Realizing that Su Bingyu had lost her usefulness, Chen Xiang let go of her and ran away. Unexpectedly, lights came from the opposite side and a group of figures rushed into the woods. "The prisoner is here." A group of policemen rushed over quickly and restrained Chen Xiang. Chen Xiang struggled desperately, feeling anxious and angry. It was Shen Yi. He was deliberately delaying time just to let the police catch him. A police officer shouted, "The hostage has been found, he is seriously injured, send him to the hospital immediately." The sirens and lights quickly faded away, and the grove returned to darkness. Shen Yi looked at the police car going away with a playful smile on his face. "Since you want to deal with me, let's have some fun." The kidnapping case in the western suburbs warehouse was solved that night, and a number of suspects were taken into custody and awaiting trial. Chen Xiang was not imprisoned. The Chen family took great pains to get him out. The head of the family, Chen Hong, had a sullen expression on his face. "Who told you to deal with Shen Yi? From now on, you are not allowed to go out without my consent, otherwise I will break your legs." Chen Xiang lowered his head and said nothing, secretly dissatisfied in his heart. "Shen Yi, just wait for me. If I don't avenge this, I will not be a human being." Just when the Chen family was using their power to suppress the kidnapping case, a shocking piece of news suddenly broke out on the internet. A video of Chen Xiang kidnapping and abusing Su Bingyu caused a huge uproar online, quickly becoming a hot topic and topping the headlines. The Chen family was horrified and immediately used all their strength to block the news. But no matter how hard they tried, it was of no avail. Just as they suppressed one wave of hotspots, another wave came crashing down. The public was outraged and public opinion was in an uproar. The young master of the Chen family and the young lady of the Su family became the focus of heated discussion online. The public boycotted, stock prices fell, and partners terminated contracts one after another. The Chen group encountered a huge crisis of trust. It was Shen Yi who did it. When Shen Xiang found out, he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. "Idiot. It's bad enough that you have dirty hands, but you actually gave them such a big handle." The head of the family, Chen Hong, slapped Shen Xiang several times and then left angrily. Under pressure, the Chen group distanced itself from Chen Xiang and sent him back to prison. Chapter 62 Shen Yi is attacked, Dragon Girl takes action. The Shen family mansion. Shen Tianrun laughed heartily. Xiaoye's move is a good one. Chen's company has a big scandal, and the shareholders are blaming Chen Hong. He is now exhausted from dealing with it and has no intention of competing with us for medicinal materials. Shen Tianhao had anticipated this. Chen Hong recently bought a lot of wooling grass at a high price, and he refused to explain why. This will definitely cause dissatisfaction among other members of the Chen family. This time, his son's accident has given them an excuse to impeach him. At this time, Shen Tianrun received a message on his phone. He took a look and his face showed joy. "The drug dealer in the south heard about the Chen group and decided to sell the batch of wooling grass to us." Shen Tianhao nodded. "Then I'll trouble you to make the trip. If there are any mutated martial spirit grass in this batch, give them to Shen Yan." "Thank you, brother. I'll be there right away." Shen Tianrun went there with a smile on his face. On the other side, Shen Xiang, who was imprisoned again, said with a gloomy face, "When can I get out?" The person sent said, "It's not possible now. There's a lot of public opinion out there. We have to wait until the storm has died down before we can release him on bail. Chen Xiang was furious and helpless, a bunch of rubbish. After venting his anger, he gritted his teeth and said, "Contact the killer group. I will make Shen Yi pay the price." The person sent was shocked. "Master, do you still want to deal with Shen Yi?" "Of course. Shen Yi hurt me so badly, how could I let him go?" But the master said, "Stop talking nonsense. Don't forget, you are from my mother's family, not my father's family." The person sent could only say, "Yes, I will do it right away. Remember, find me the best killer. Money is not a problem." "Yes, master." Fang Tingxue was in the Old Town neighborhood, buying groceries and returning home. When she reached the bottom of the building, she heard a voice behind her. "Student Fang Tingxue." She looked back and saw a boy wearing glasses standing not far away, looking at her eagerly. "Squad leader?" Fang Tingxue was a little surprised. The boy wearing glasses is Zhang Nan, the monitor of her class, but why did he appear in her own community? Zhang Nan asked with concern, "Student Fang Tingxue, why haven't you been coming to class recently? Is there something wrong at home?" In the past, Zhang Nan would never care about Fang Tingxue. But after Fang Tingxue regained her appearance, just a glance at her made his heart beat faster. Unfortunately, Fang Tingxue put on her mask again the next day, so he no longer had the chance to see her beauty. He originally wanted to slowly get in touch with Fang Tingxue in the future, and then gradually improve their relationship through learning and communication. Unexpectedly, Fang Tingxue didn't come to school for several days and didn't explain the reason, which made me feel a little anxious. He remembered that Fang Tingxue's home address was in the student address book, so he came over to see what was going on. Fang Tingxue said calmly, "Thank you for your concern. Nothing's wrong at home, but I probably won't be going to class for the time being." "What? You're not going to class? The college entrance exam is coming up soon. Aren't you afraid it will affect your studies?" Zhang Nan was very surprised. Fang Tingxue had good grades, so it would be a pity to give up like this. More importantly, if Fang Tingxue doesn't go to school anymore, he will have no chance to get close to her. Fang Tingxue was a little puzzled. She was not familiar with Zhang Nan and wondered why he cared about her so much. Seeing Fang Tingxue remain silent, Zhang Nan couldn't help but ask, "Is it because of financial reasons?" "Don't worry, I can help you." He had inquired and found out that Fang Tingxue lived with her uncle and aunt. Her family was not well off and she had a cousin at home. Fang Tingxue shook her head, "That's not the reason." Zhang Nan looked into Fang Tingxue's beautiful and clear eyes and swallowed gently. "Student Fang Tingxue, don't worry. We are classmates. You can tell me if you have any difficulties." Zhang Nan said eagerly. His family is not rich, but they are well off. If it's really because of tuition fees, he can definitely help. Zhang Nan's heart beat fast when he thought that Fang Tingxue might be moved by this and even pledge herself to him. She said she's not going, so go ahead. Zhang Nan was about to continue persuading when a voice suddenly sounded in his ear. He looked back and saw a young man walking towards him in the distance. When Fang Tingxue saw the young man, her eyes lit up slightly, with both surprise and shyness in them. Zhang Nan noticed Fang Tingxue's expression and his heart sank slightly. He realized that the other person might be his love rival. Zhang Nan was unhappy. "Who are you?" "I'm talking to Fang Tingxue. What does it have to do with you?" Shen Yi said calmly, "You don't deserve to know who I am." "What did you say?" Zhang Nan was stunned. He had never been belittled like this in his life. Shen Yi continued, "Get out of here quickly, or you'll lose your life." Zhang Nan's expression turned very ugly. "Are you threatening me?" He really wanted to teach the girl he liked a lesson in front of her, but she was tall and looked very strong, so he might not be her match. At this time, Fang Tingxue suddenly said, "Brother Shen is right. If you don't leave, you might really die." Zhang Nan's heart sank. Even Fang Tingxue said so? Could it be that in her eyes, she was really inferior to this man? He looked at Fang Tingxue with resentment in his eyes and was about to speak when he suddenly felt a chill on his back and a cold light shot towards him. A cold light passed through Zhang Nan's ears and went straight to Shen Yi's face. Shen Yi stretched out his finger and flicked it, knocking Han Guang to the ground. The cold light was half inserted into the soil, and it turned out to be a sharp dagger. At the same time, 3 figures suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the building in the community and rushed towards Shen Yi quickly. Shen Yi's expression remained unchanged as he struck out with a palm. Bang! The first figure was hit first and was knocked back by the palm wind, falling heavily into the flower bed by the roadside. The second figure was extremely fast. In a blink of an eye, he was at Shenye's back and stabbed him with a knife. Shenye's expression remained unchanged as he threw a punch backwards. The figure was punched in the face, his nose bones were broken immediately, and he flew 7 or 8 meters away. The third figure didn't expect Shenye to be so powerful, and immediately turned around and rushed towards Fang Tingxue, trying to take her hostage. Fang Tingxue remained calm when she saw the other party rushing towards her. Her beautiful eyes flashed with coldness as she activated her martial art Dragon's Claw. The air hissed, as if being torn apart by an invisible blade. The attacker's body choked, blood splattered on his chest, and several bloody cuts appeared. Seeing this, Shenye couldn't help but admire it in his heart. As expected, he is worthy of being someone who has awakened the innate dragon soul. He grows so fast? Zhang Nan was completely dumbfounded at this time. He didn't expect that Fang Tingxue actually knew martial arts, and was so powerful. In his impression, Fang Tingxue is a weak girl with no sense of existence. If Fang Tingxue hadn't cured her appearance, she would still be unknown and she wouldn't have come here specifically to find her. Although the third attacker was injured, he still had the strength to fight again. However, Fang Tingxue did not give him this opportunity. With a tear of his dragon claws, he cut the attacker's neck. In her mind, anyone who wants to hurt Shenye is her mortal enemy. Chapter 63. Madam, the young master brought back a girl. This was Fang Tingxue's second time killing someone, and her mental endurance was much stronger. She saw the attacker fall to the ground covered in blood, only slightly abnormal, and then returned to normal. Shenye originally came to see Fang Tingxue's progress in cultivation. Now seeing Fang Tingxue's performance, he was very satisfied. Zheng Yi was quite frightened. He was just an ordinary high school student. When had he ever seen such a scene? Now his whole body was trembling, fearing that Shenye would attack him. His expression was extremely grim. Fang, classmate Fang, who are these people? Killer. Shenye said lightly, looking into the distance. Your people are dead, why don't you come out? A middle-aged man with a cold expression walked out from behind the small building and slowly approached the 3 people. He looked at Shenye, frowned slightly and said, I didn't expect that a rich young man who lives a life of luxury would actually have such strength. Shenye looked at him and said, Level 6 warrior? The middle-aged man was slightly surprised. Can you see my cultivation level? Shenye sneered and said, he's just a silver metal killer, what can't you see? As we all know, the killers in the underground world are mainly divided into 4 levels. Levels 1-3 are bronze killers, levels 4-6 are silver killers, levels 7-9 are gold killers, and above are the grandmaster level ace killers. The middle-aged man is a level 6 warrior, at the level of a top silver metal killer. The middle-aged man couldn't help but be surprised. According to his employer's information, the head of the Shen family was only a level 5 warrior. How could his son be so confident that he dared to ignore a top silver metal killer? Shenye said with interest, Level 6 killer, it's a good opportunity to test my current strength. After saying that, he leaped up and slapped the middle-aged man. After breaking through the 3rd level of martial soul, his true energy is comparable to that of a 7th level warrior. In just a moment, the air seemed to be torn apart by an invisible and powerful force, and the palm wind whistled out, and the airflow it brought was like a sudden gale. The middle-aged man looked startled, his body arched, and all his energy burst out. Bang! As if being hit by an invisible giant hammer, the middle-aged man retreated repeatedly, his blood and energy churning in his body, and he had suffered internal injuries. So strong? The middle-aged man's face changed drastically and he turned and fled without hesitation. Are you running away now? Shenye couldn't help but wonder, isn't it true that a killer must die if he fails? How could he have no moral integrity at all? Shenye naturally would not let the middle-aged man leave. He flashed and blocked the middle-aged man's escape route. The middle-aged man's heart sank, and he immediately turned around and rushed towards Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan was horrified. He was just an ordinary student and had no room to struggle at all. He was controlled by the middle-aged man in the blink of an eye. Don't come over here, or I'll kill him. In the eyes of the middle-aged man, Zhang Nan is the weakest link, and holding him hostage is the only way to escape. You're threatening me with him? Shenye laughed. This guy had nothing to do with him, and yet he was using him to threaten him? The middle-aged man remained expressionless, his left hand tightly gripping Zhang Nan. In his opinion, Shenye was just bluffing. The three of them chatted for such a long time, and he didn't hear clearly what they said, but it was impossible that they had nothing to do with each other. If you dare to come any closer, I will break his bones. Seeing that Shen Yi was about to make a move, the middle-aged man immediately gave a stern warning. After hearing this, Shen Yi immediately took a step forward. The middle-aged man frowned and broke one of Zhang Nan's ribs with a snap. Ah! Zhang Nan screamed, and beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down his face. Shen Yi stopped when he saw the middle-aged man really take action. The middle-aged man saw Shen Yi was shocked, and he felt a little relieved. He threatened, "Back off immediately and let me go." Shen Yi shook his head, "No." The middle-aged man's face darkened. "Aren't you afraid that I will hurt him again?" Shen Yi said, "Don't be afraid." After saying that, he took another step forward. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and broke another bone of Zhang Nan. Zhang Nan screamed loudly, his nose in tears running in pain. The middle-aged man shouted, "If you dare to come any closer, I will break all the bones in his body." Shen Yi smiled, "Then you can pinch it, it's a good opportunity to count how many bones there are in a person's body." Seeing that Shen Yi didn't listen, the middle-aged man had no choice but to continue. For a moment, there was a crackling sound in the air. Zhang Nan's eyes almost popped out of his head in pain. Don't come over here again, please." As Shen Yi walked, he said, "I told you a long time ago to leave quickly. What can I do if you don't obey?" Zhang Nan seemed to understand something. You did it on purpose." He looked at Fang Tingxue for help, hoping that she could save him. Unexpectedly, Fang Tingxue's beautiful eyes were only on Shen Yi, and she ignored his call for help. Zhang Nan was filled with despair and could no longer hold on. He fainted from the pain with his eyes rolled back. The middle-aged man saw that Shen Yi didn't care about Zhang Nan's life or death, and knew that threats were useless. So he threw Zhang Nan towards Shen Yi and turned around and ran away. Shen Yi waved his hand, and ripples appeared behind the middle-aged man. The air blade cut through and severed the middle-aged man's legs. The middle-aged man's body felt lighter and he fell forward, feeling a tearing pain in his lower body. Shen Yi stepped forward and said, "Tell me, was it Chen Xiang who asked you to kill me?" The middle-aged man was terrified. What kind of martial arts did the other party just display? Why had he never seen it before? Seeing the middle-aged man remain silent, Shen Yi said, "Since you are unwilling to say it, then it's useless." Etc. Seeing Shen Yi about to take action, the middle-aged man quickly said, "It's not that I don't want to tell you. The employer trades through the dark web. I am just an executor and I obey the organization's arrangements." Shen Yi nodded, "So that's how it is." He waved his hand and blew the middle-aged man's head off. He said to himself, "If you don't succeed, you'll die. Since you're a killer, don't break the rules of this profession." Shen Yi upheld the rules of the assassin world, and then said to Fang Tingxue, "It's not safe here anymore. Come with me. I'll find you another place to live." Fang Tingxue hesitated, "But my uncle, aunt, and brother live here. They'll be with you." Shen Yi said, "The catastrophe is approaching, some things need to be arranged early." Fang Tingxue seemed to understand something. She didn't know what the catastrophe Shen Yi was talking about, but anything that could make Shen Yi afraid must be very dangerous. Shen Yi made a phone call and then took Fang Tingxue out of the community. With so many people dead, the police will definitely take action. He would not let Fang Tingxue stay here and wait for the police to question her. After all, the Shen family had a team of lawyers, so he could let them handle everything. Shen Yi took Fang Tingxue directly back home. He planned to let Fang Tingxue live here first before finding a proper place to stay. The killer Chen Xiang hired was very powerful, and Fang Tingxue had not yet fully grown up, so he could not let the other party be in danger. As soon as Shen Yi brought the person home, someone notified Sujan. "Madam, the young master brought back a girl." Sujan was shocked when she heard the servant's report. "What did you say?" Chapter 64. Fang Tingxue meets Shen's mother for the first time. "Ever since breaking up with Su Bingyu, my son has never brought any girls home. He suddenly brought a girl home at this time. Could it be that he has a new relationship?" Sujan couldn't wait to ask, "What does that girl look like and how old is she?" The servant said, "The girl was wearing a mask, so I couldn't see her face clearly, but she wasn't very old, and looked a little younger than the young master." Wearing a mask? Sujan felt puzzled. Could there be some unspeakable secret? She ordered, "Go and call the young master." After a while, Shen Yi hurried into the house. "Mom, you looking for me? I heard you brought back a girl." "Good. Why don't you bring it here so I can see it? Why did you meet her? You little bastard, I've brought the person home, so why can't I take a look? Shen knew Sujan had misunderstood when he heard it, and explained, Mom, we are just ordinary friends. You would bring her home as just an ordinary friend? Shen explained to Sujan that Fong Tingshui possessed the dragon soul, which would be a great help in the future. Sujan didn't listen at all. Stop talking nonsense and bring the person here for me to take a look. Shen had no choice but to go back and look for Fong Tingshui. When Fong Tingshui heard that Shen's mother wanted to see her, her heart started beating fast. She followed Shen cautiously, feeling a bit nervous like a young wife meeting her parents-in-law. Seeing her nervousness, Shen smiled and said, Don't be afraid, my mother is a very good person. Fong Tingshui calmed down a little, but was still very nervous. Before entering the house, Fong Tingshui took off her mask. She knew it was not good to cover her face when meeting an elder, let alone Shen's mother. The moment Sujan saw Fong Tingshui, his eyes suddenly lit up. She is bright and charming, graceful and elegant, especially her eyes, which are crystal clear like two pools of clear spring water, revealing a sense of purity and agility. Sujan secretly praised her son for his good taste. Whether in temperament or appearance, she was 10 times better than Su Bingyu. Fong Tingshui said shyly, Hello, Auntie. My name is Fong Tingshui, and I'm a friend of Brother Shen. Sujan was satisfied and said lovingly, How old are you this year? What do your parents do? How many people are there in your family? Shen quickly dissuaded him, Mom, are you checking the household registration? Sujan glared at him, I'm talking to Xiuxue, what does it have to do with you? Fong Tingshui didn't hesitate and told everything. After hearing about Fong Tingshui's family situation, Sujan felt pity for her, My child, you have suffered so much, Xiaoye. You must treat her well. Shen was speechless. What did this have to do with anything? It was just a meeting, but it sounded like we were planning our married life. He could only nod, Mom, don't worry, I will teach her well and ensure that she breaks through to the second level of martial spirit within a month. Is this what I'm talking about, little brat? Sujan really wanted to knock her son on the head. This kid has already been in a relationship, why hasn't he come to his senses yet? What else could it be? Shen just wanted to get away as soon as possible, Mom, we have something else to do, so we'll leave first. He pulled Fong Tingshui up and hurried out. Fong Tingshui was holding Shen's hand, a blush appeared on her face, and she followed him out obediently. Sujan originally wanted to keep the two of them for dinner, but seeing this, he could only snort, Stinky boy, just like before, you forgot your mother now that you have a wife. On the other side, in a hospital in the city center, Su Bingyu was lying on a cold bed. Her body was covered in bandages, she was in unbearable pain, and sad tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Her father thought she was embarrassing and didn't want to visit her. My mother was afraid of being harassed by reporters and didn't dare to come. My brother wanted to break off relations with her, so it was impossible for him to come. Only my younger sister came, but she just took a quick look and left. The daughter of a wealthy family is now deserted by everyone and has no one to care for her. In the past, Shen would be extremely nervous if she coughed lightly. But now, her relatives are gone, the people who care about her are gone, she has nothing. Thinking of Shen's cold and ruthless attitude, Su Bingyu couldn't help but feel despair. She knew that the person who once had her in his heart and eyes would never come back, and she had lost the person who loved her the most forever. Outside the door, 2 passing nurses were whispering. I heard that the patient inside is the eldest daughter of the Su family? Which Miss Su family? Su Bingyu, the daughter of the Su group. Is it her? How come a rich lady doesn't even have a companion? I heard that she was kidnapped and raped by a group of bad guys, so the Su family gave up on her and didn't even want to show her face. Doesn't she have a boyfriend? I heard he's the eldest son of the Shen group and he's always loved her. We broke up a long time ago. Su Bingyu was having an affair with a man, and then it was discovered, and then they broke up. What? She actually did something like this. She really deserves it. Su Bingyu couldn't move her body, but her ears were not deaf. Hearing the rumors outside, he was so angry that his face turned red, and the instruments in the ward started to speed up. Soon there was a sound outside the door, and the doctor's nurse hurried in. The patient's heart rate has increased. What's going on? During the doctor's examination, Su Bing asked in a faint voice, Doctor, how long will it take for me to recover? The doctor said sternly, Your injuries are very serious. Your left leg may be disabled. As for recovery, it will probably take about half a year. Hearing the doctor's words, Su Bingyu's face turned pale instantly. Disabled, for half a year. These words hit her heart like a heavy hammer, and she felt herself being squeezed by darkness and despair. Wrapped so tightly, I could hardly breathe. Thinking that she might have to spend the rest of her life in a wheelchair, Su Bingyu said in horror, "Impossible, doctor, I can't be disabled." "You will cure me, right?" The doctor sighed softly and said comfortingly, "Miss Su, as long as you actively cooperate with the treatment and persist in rehabilitation training, you may be able to recover better. Miracles always come to those who don't give up." A glimmer of hope appeared in Su Bingyu's eyes. "Yes, I must treat my illness well, so that I can get better." The doctor said, "Miss Su, you should have a good rest first. We will leave first." After the doctor left, Su Bingyu looked at the empty ward and thought of Shenye's past. With such meticulous care and concern, tears silently rolled down from the corners of my eyes, wetting the pillow. The number 1 guard in Jiangnan City. Chen Xiang asked anxiously, "How is it? Did you succeed? Did Xin Yi die miserably?" The man shook his head and said, "No, the mission failed. All the members of the assassin group were killed." "What?" Chen Xiang was furious. "I spent so much money, and they didn't even succeed. They are just rubbish." The man said, "Master, the assassin group sent out a 6th-level silver-level assassin." Chen Xiang frowned. The Shen family actually hired such a powerful bodyguard for him? It wasn't a bodyguard, it was Xin Yi who did it himself. Chen Xiang's expression changed drastically. "This is impossible. No matter how powerful he is, he can't defeat a level 6 warrior." This is the response from the killer group. They said the information we delivered was wrong and cannot be returned. Deposit. If you don't retreat, then don't retreat. Tell them I'm going to hire a more powerful killer. Chen Xiang gritted his teeth. Chapter 65, Find an invincible man, who dares to touch me? In the Shen family mansion, Shen Yi sneezed. "It seems someone misses me?" Shen Yi thought for a while and decided to go see Zhonglingyu. "I've been busy dealing with Chen Xiang recently and almost forgot about this woman. She has a little secret waiting for you to discover." In the small villa, Zhonglingyu looked at Jin Yan pitifully. Jin Yan sighed, "It's not that I don't want to help you, the young master asked me to protect you, not to help you find someone." She thought to herself, "Are you kidding? You want me to help you find Li Chen, how is that possible? Not to mention that Li Chen is already dead, even if he were alive, I would not be able to help you find a rival for the young master's love. Oh, Sister Jean, please help me, please." Zhonglingyu pouted and shook Jin Yan hard. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and her voice was charming and sweet, like butterfly wings fluttering across the lake of the heart, stirring up circle after circle of gentle ripples. After the second strange phenomenon in heaven and earth occurred, Zhonglingyu's charming power became even stronger. Her ability not only confuses men, but also works on women. Although Jin Yan is a warrior, he has not awakened his martial soul. He was bewitched by Zhonglingyu and almost fell into her trap. Fortunately, a phone call suddenly came and interrupted their conversation. Jin Yan woke up in shock, clenched her teeth and refused to give in, thus avoiding Zhonglingyu's seduction. Seeing that her pleas were ineffective, Zhonglingyu couldn't help but feel anxious. A natural disaster was about to come, and if she didn't find Li Chen, it would be the end of her. She had no relatives or connections in this city, so even if she asked about Li Chen's news, it would most likely be a lie to her. She wanted to ask Shen Yi for help, but she was too embarrassed to ask. After all, Shen Yi had already helped her a lot. He turned to Jin Yan for help, but she was determined not to give in. "Sister Jean, how could you be so cruel?" Zhonglingyu had a sad look on her face, and her watery eyes were almost shedding tears. Jin Yan's heart softened, Shen Ye's appearance suddenly flashed through her mind, and then she calmed down. "It's not that I don't want to, it's just that I can't help you." Jin Yan refused sternly. She felt strange, as the young master's image was like a magic needle that could stabilize the sea. Just by thinking about it, she resisted the temptation of this evil woman. Zhonglingyu pleaded, "Can't you ask your friends to help find it?" Jin Yan shook her head firmly. "Okay, I'll go find it myself." Zhonglingyu was disappointed. It would be great if she had wooling grass. This thing can awaken a person's martial soul in advance. Once the martial arts skills are released, Jin Yan will not be able to refuse him. Zhonglingyu felt very ashamed when he thought of his martial arts. The martial arts awakened by others all have resounding names and are even more powerful. Only her martial arts skill is different from others, it is called I Am Pitiful. I feel pity for you, what the hell is this? Apart from acting pitiful, there is no aggressiveness. Although she had avoided many dangers in her previous life by using this trick, it also attracted a lot of admirers. Later, she was regarded as the public enemy of women, hunted down by a group of powerful female soul masters, and eventually died. Zhong Lingyu thought of the past and became secretly alert. No, I can't die in such a miserable way in this life. If a woman can't rely on herself, she should rely on men. She found an invincible man to see who dared to touch her. But what should I do now? Awaken your martial soul first, then look for Li Chen? But wooling grass is too expensive. Even if I sell myself, I can't afford the money for a piece of wooling grass. Zhong Lingyu complained about his martial arts while racking his brains to think of a solution. Jin Yan looked at Zhong Lingyu silently and worriedly. In fact, there are many ways to find someone. You can go to the police station or hire a private detective. Unfortunately, the girl didn't dare to go to the police station and was reluctant to spend money, so she could only worry here. At this moment, the lights in the villa suddenly dimmed, and when they came on again, a figure was standing in the living room. Jin Yan was surprised, but when she saw that the person coming was Shen Yi, she secretly admired him in her heart. The young master's martial arts skills are getting more and more powerful. He can be so quiet that no one will know when he peeks at a woman taking a bath. Shen Yi had just used teleportation, and his martial arts skills had caused spatial fluctuations, which had some impact on the circuit. He didn't know what Jin Yan was thinking, but he felt that her eyes looked a little strange. He just glanced at her and then turned his attention to Zhong Lingyu. Zhong Lingyu noticed Shen Yi coming and quickly stood up. Under the light, her long, lustrous black hair cascaded down to her waist, occasionally dancing in the breeze, carrying a faint fragrance like the most mysterious scent in the night, quietly creeping into everyone's dreams. Her posture was light and graceful, and her every move exuded an unintentional charm, like a fairy from ancient legend, captivating and irresistible. Shen Yi was slightly surprised. Since we last met, this woman seems to have become more beautiful? Could it be that her martial spirit is about to awaken? When Zhong Lingyu saw Shen Yi looking at her, she couldn't help feeling shy, and her face became even more charming and attractive. Jin Yan saw Shen Yi looking at Zhong Lingyu quietly and wondered if the young master was also fascinated by her. I couldn't help but break the silence. Master, why are you here? Shen Yi replied, Shen Xiang asked the assassin group to deal with me, so I came to remind you to be careful. Jin Yan was shocked. Someone tried to assassinate you? Master, are you okay? Shen Yi shook his head. A mere assassin group is just a means for me to hone my skills. Shen Yi's powerful and confident speech caused ripples in Zhong Lingyu's heart. She couldn't help but wonder if Li Chen was as handsome as Shen Yi. If not, she would just find someone else to rely on. Shen Yi looked at Zhong Lingyu. Has the person you are looking for not been found yet? Zhong Lingyu shook his head. Shen Yi said calmly, actually, there is no need to work so hard. Just tell me why you are looking for him, and I will help you. Zhong Lingyu's eyes lit up, then dimmed again. Rebirth is her biggest secret, which she cannot easily tell others, not to mention that no one would believe her even if she told them. Shen Yi looked at Zhong Lingyu's tangled expression and said, You haven't met Li Chen, but you insist on looking for him. Is he of great use to you? Zhong Lingyu was shocked, but pretended to be confused. Who said I haven't seen him? I just haven't been in touch for a long time, so I didn't find him. When Shen Yi saw Zhong Lingyu's expression, he had already guessed what was going on. He smiled faintly. Since you don't want to say it, then forget it. It doesn't matter if there is one more reborn person. I have already seized the initiative and awakened the martial spirit of all things. No one can threaten my position. It's just that Zhong Lingyu has to be detained temporarily. He doesn't want Zhong Lingyu to reveal this secret to avoid unexpected trouble. Shen Yi said to Jin Yan, keep an eye on her. Don't let her go out without my order. Zhong Lingyu was startled. If she can't go out, then her plan to find Li Chen will be ruined, right? In a panic, he shouted, No, I will die. Jin Yan was surprised and asked, What do you mean? Are you sick? You need to see a doctor. Zhong Lingyu's eyes rolled. Yes, I am sick. I want to apply to go to the hospital. Shen Yi smiled. If you want to see a doctor, I can call him anytime. The Shen family's family doctor is no worse than those in big hospitals. Zhong Lingyu was stunned. This guy is so arrogant? The doctor can come to the patient's home directly. Zhong Lingyu was envious and secretly complained. In this way, the only excuse to go out is gone, and wealthy families are trouble. Chapter 66 The Silly Beauty shows her cards. Okay, I'm laying my cards on the table. Zhong Lingyu shouted loudly when she saw Shen Yi was about to leave. If we don't find Li Chen soon, we're all doomed. Jin Yan asked curiously, why? Because this world will soon be destroyed, Li Chen is the only one who can save us. Zhong Lingyu said it all in one breath. Jin Yan was stunned. She thought there was some secret between Zhong Lingyu and Li Chen, but she didn't expect her to say such shocking words. You don't believe me? Seeing Jin Yan's surprised expression, Zhong Lingyu said with a bitter face, what I said is true. In just over a month, the end of the world will come. Countless ferocious beasts will appear, and most people will die. Of course Shen Yi knew that what Zhong Lingyu said was true, but if ordinary people heard it, they would definitely not believe it. He glanced at Jin Yan and said, go out first. I have something to say to her. Jin Yan was confused, but didn't dare to disobey, so she quickly walked out of the villa. Zhong Lingyu sighed, I knew that no one would believe it even if I told it. I believe it. Shen Yi said calmly, the Li Chen you are looking for is already dead. Zhong Lingyu was stunned. Then he was a little bit unbelievable, what did you say? Li Chen is dead? Then he shook his head, impossible, he is the future savior, the master of all martial spirits, how could he die? When Shen Yi heard the words martial soul of all things, he was certain in his heart. He is indeed dead. Shen Yi said calmly, he touched something he shouldn't have touched, so I killed him. What? You killed Li Chen? Zhong Lingyu was stunned. She thought of Shen Yi's identity, and then considered that Li Chen was still a student, and felt that Shen Yi did have this ability. But why did Shen Yi want to kill Li Chen? Zhong Lingyu thought hard and then came up with a possibility. Could it be that Shen Yi killed him because I was looking for Li Chen? Zhong Lingyu's beautiful eyes suddenly opened wide. Shen Yi was interested in me, so he killed Li Chen? The more she thought about it, the more likely it seemed, and she couldn't help but feel secretly annoyed. I didn't expect that my rebirth would actually change the original trajectory of my fate. Li Chen is actually dead? What will happen to my future support? She looked at Shen Yi in distress. Do you know that if you kill Li Chen, he will not be able to awaken the martial spirit of all things, and no one will be able to save us in the future? Shen Yi disagreed, kill him, and the others will be able to awaken their martial spirits as well. Zhong Lingyu shook his head and sighed, but there is only one person who can awaken the martial spirit of all things. Who knows who it will be? It will be too late to find him after the natural disaster. Shen Yi was silent. This girl was a little bit stupid, and it seemed that she had never considered that he was also a reborn person. By the way, how do you know about martial spirits? Zhong Lingyu realized it later. Because I have one too. Shen Yi no longer hid his weakness and released a trace of soul power. Zhong Lingyu murmured to himself, it must be wooling grass. You ate the mutated wooling grass, so you feel. Awakened the martial soul. Her face was full of envy. The rich young master was so lucky that he could awaken his martial soul so easily. Unlike me, I only awakened my martial soul when I was about to die and almost lost my life. Seeing her envious face, Shen Yi said, if you promise me one thing, I can give you a martial arts. Spiritual herbs awaken martial spirits. Zhong Lingyu's eyes lit up, what's the matter? Then I became alert and thought, it couldn't be that thing, I'm not ready yet. When Shen Yi saw her eyes rolling around, he knew that she had no good thoughts in her mind. He immediately said seriously, after you awaken your martial spirit, you will be a member of my Shen family from now on. When facing the great disaster in the future, you must contribute your part. Zhong Lingyu felt shy. He said I was from the Shen family, but I hadn't agreed yet? If I obey him now, what if I meet someone who possesses the martial spirit of all things in the future? When he was daydreaming, Shen Yi left a freezer box, there are 5 wooling grasses in it. Awaken your martial soul quickly, and don't go out during this period. Practice your soul power well. Zhong Lingyu nodded obediently. At this point, this is the only way. Shen Yi is not bad either, he is handsome and capable. If you really follow him, you may not die in the future. When Jin Yan returned to the villa, Shen Yi had already left, and she only saw Zhong Lingyu who was in a daze. Zhong Lingyu stared at the freezer box and muttered to himself. Where did he get such a big box? Didn't he see he was carrying a backpack? Shen Yi returned to the Shen family mansion and was called to the study by Shen Tianhao. The Qin family has completed the transfer procedures. I plan to let you take over the villa. This was expected, so Shen Yi agreed. Shen Tianhao said, the Qin family planned to give the villa as a betrothal gift, but I still paid the market price. Shen Yi agreed, Dad is right, otherwise we would owe the Qin family a favor, and we would have to help them if a natural disaster breaks out in the future. The next day, Shen Yi took Fang Tingxue with him. He promised Fang Tingxue that he would take care of her family, so he planned to arrange for her uncle and aunt to live in the villa. After taking over the villa, we need to consolidate and repair the interior, and we need help. He would use his companies to offer handsome salaries to convince the two to join the company. The mountains are majestic, with peaks upon peaks, and the clouds and mist exude a sense of mystery. Hidden among the mountains near Jiangnan City lies a villa, which looks as majestic as a castle. Its stone walls are covered with moss, and its spires and arched windows are faintly visible amidst the lush greenery. It seems to be a quiet place left behind in ancient times, quietly waiting for every traveler to explore and stop. There were two people standing outside the villa. One of them was a man in his 30s with a steady and mature appearance. One is a young man in his 20s with a bohemian appearance. These two people are Qin Shang, the eldest son of the Qin family, and Qin Peng, the second son of the Qin family. When Qin Peng heard that Shen Yi was coming to handle the handover this time, he volunteered to come. Qin Shang didn't agree at first, but he couldn't resist his pestering, so he had to take him with him reluctantly. Qin Peng's eyes lit up slightly when he saw Shen Yi appear. Shen Yi was indeed handsome, even a man like him was attracted by him. I don't know how stupid Su Bingyu is. She actually gave up such a handsome man and chose a good-for-nothing driver's son. Qin Shang saw his brother staring at Shen Yi, fearing that the boy would lose his composure. He quickly stepped forward and said, Hello, Mr. Shen. I'm Qin Shang, and I'm responsible for handling the handover of the villa with you. Shen Yi had met Qin Shang before, but they were just casual acquaintances who met at a gathering of rich second generations. He said without hesitation, Hello, Mr. Qin. This is my first time at the villa. Could you show me around? Sure. Qin Shang smiled and said, The transfer procedures have been completed. Mr. Shen is the owner of this villa. He can go wherever he wants. The four of them walked into the villa together, and Qin Peng secretly glanced at Shen Yi's profile. The more I looked at him, the more handsome he seemed to me. I couldn't help but feel confused and infatuated, and even felt a little dizzy when I walked. Shen Yi noticed Qin Peng's abnormality and looked at him strangely. Chen Shang quickly introduced, This is my younger brother Qin Peng, the one who will marry Miss Shen Yin. Chapter 67, Young Master Qin doesn't tea like beauties, he likes handsome men. So this person is Qin Peng? Shen Yi looked at Qin Peng for a few times and felt that there was something wrong with the boy's eyes. When Qin Peng saw Shen Yi looking at him, his heart beat faster. He looked at me. His eyes, his temperament, his face so handsome. Shen Yi thought of some of the reputations about Qin Peng and couldn't help but frown. Qin Shang secretly said, Oh no. This bastard, please don't embarrass yourself in front of young Master Shen. He quickly interrupted and said, Mr. Shen, we have been maintaining the villa over the years, so most of the facilities are intact. After Qin Shang interrupted, Shen Yi's attention returned to the villa. It is called a villa, but it is surrounded by high walls, the terrain is dangerous, and the houses are built with hard bluestone. Qin Shang introduced, This villa was built over 100 years ago. At that time, Donghua was in turmoil. To escape the war, our ancestors built a villa here to defend against foreign enemies. Therefore, the overall style is more like an ancient castle. Shen Yi took a look around the village and felt very satisfied. This villa is very large, and it can be expanded to accommodate 500 people. There are also secret warehouses and tunnels under the villa, which can be used to store food and hide. Qin Shang accompanied Shen Yi for a walk and handed over the map of the entire villa and real estate information. When Shen Yi was about to leave, Qin Shang invited him, It's almost noon. How about I treat you two to a simple meal? Qin Peng was also reluctant to let Shen Yi go, and quickly agreed, That's right, it's not easy to come here, how can we leave without eating? Shen Yi felt uncomfortable being stared at by this kid. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party agreed to transfer the villa, he would have hit him. He immediately refused, No, I have something else to do. Qin Shang said regretfully, In that case, let's wait until the Qin and Shen families are officially engaged before we get together again. Shen Yi thought to himself, Then we have to find a way to delay it. Qin Peng is not a good guy at first glance. If my cousin really wants to get engaged to him, I'm afraid a fight will break out on the spot. Qin Peng saw Shen Yi was about to leave, and reluctantly said, Mr. Shen, I will see you off. Shen Yi would never let him send him off, so he said calmly, "No need, I can go down the mountain by myself." Xin Shang was also worried that his brother would cause trouble, so he quickly said, "Young Master Shen has a beautiful woman by his side, so why would you need to do this?" Xin Pang said shamelessly, "It's remote in the mountains. What if we get lost?" Fang Tingxue couldn't help but frown when she saw Qin Peng shamelessly pestering Shen Yi. She also felt that Qin Peng's behavior was strange and the way he looked at Shen Yi was abnormal. Qin Peng felt a cold gaze sweeping towards him. When I found out it was the woman next to Shen Yi, I secretly exclaimed that this girl had such sharp eyes. It's a pity that she was a woman, otherwise I would still like her very much. Just when Qin Peng insisted on sending the two down the mountain, a voice came to his ears. "Now that you're here, there's no need to leave." Everyone looked up and saw a dark-skinned man as strong as an iron tower appear in the villa. Qin Shang frowned and asked, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Today is the day that Shen Yi takes over the villa. The Qin family specially arranged guards outside the door, but unexpectedly someone broke in without permission. The burly man chuckled and said, "How can a few ordinary warriors stop me?" Qin Shang said angrily, "How dare you break into a private villa?" The two bodyguards behind him saw their master was angry and immediately rushed forward. Unexpectedly, the sturdy man waved his hand lightly, and the two bodyguards were seriously injured and flew 7 or 8 meters away. Qin Shang was shocked. When he looked carefully, he saw that the two bodyguards were bleeding from all 7 orifices and had died on the spot. His face turned pale with anger. "How dare you kill someone from my Qin family?" The strong man sneered, "There is no one in this world that my demon tower dares not kill." Magic Tower? Qin Shang was shocked. The Demon Tower is one of the largest killer groups on the dark web, with countless killers under its command, and the strongest has reached the Grandmaster level. Qin Peng was a playboy who didn't know how to live or die. He said, "How dare you kill someone in broad daylight? Don't be afraid, Mr. Shen. I'll call the police right away." "Call the police?" The burly man laughed heartily. "This place is far from the city. By the time the police arrive, you will be dead." Qin Peng was stunned holding the phone. Yes. The dark-skinned man was right. This place was too far from the city. Even if we called the police, it would take more than half an hour for them to arrive. The strong man said disdainfully, "Even if the police come, they can't save you." His body shook, and terrifying true energy burst out, forming a tornado of air outside his body. Qin Shang's pupils trembled. 7th level warrior? Qin Shang is not like his brother who was uneducated. He is also a warrior himself. He knows that to be able to release true energy to this extent, one must be a warrior of at least level 6. The sturdy man saw Qin Shang's frightened look and smiled cruelly and complacently. He hunted countless targets, and what he liked most was to see the expression of the other party as they struggled helplessly before dying. This expression of despair could bring him great satisfaction in killing and allow him to enjoy incomparable pleasure. When Shen Yi saw the strong man's explosive strength, he finally took it seriously. Because he has cultivated his qi to the 7th level, he is already a high-level warrior. Warriors at this level are much stronger than mid-level warriors, and it is difficult to kill them even with tanks and artillery bombardment. There was a hint of worry in Fang Tingxue's eyes. Her martial spirit could sense that this strong man was very strong. If it were her, she might be killed in one round. The burly man looked at Shen Yi. "You are the one who killed number 117? 117 is the killer code name of the Magic Tower group, and the middle-aged man killed by Shen Yi is a member of this organization." Qin Shang was shocked when he heard this. Shen Yi had been assassinated? So, the other party is coming for Shen Yi? Shen Yi said calmly, "Finally, someone who catches my eye has arrived." The sturdy man showed a ferocious smile. "What a big tone. I want to see if you have the ability." He leaped up, and powerful force rushed towards Shen Yi like a mountain. Shen Yi was not afraid at all. He expended his palm power and faced the strong man who was rushing towards him. The two streams of true energy collided, causing a loud bang, and the strong wind that was stirred up immediately swept around. Although Qin Peng was standing far away, he was spoiled and was blown away by the airflow. His head was bleeding and 2 ribs were broken. Qin Shang was in better condition, but he was also shaken back repeatedly, and his skin was hurt by the flying stones. Fang Tingxue's whole body was filled with traces of soul power, blocking the flying sand and stones outside her body. She looked nervously at the place where the two men were fighting, ready to rush in to help at any time. Although she was full of confidence in Shen Yi, she still couldn't help but worry. The airflow swept past and the dust fell. Shen Yi took a few steps back, and it was obvious that he was inferior to his opponent in a brute force fight of true chi. The sturdy man showed excitement. You were able to withstand my attack. No wonder number 117 couldn't kill you. Shen Yi was not surprised by the result of this poem. His true chi was generated by the force of his martial spirit. In terms of the quality of his true chi, it was obviously not as good as that of a genuine 7th level warrior. It is reasonable that the strong man was able to fight him off. Chapter 68, Space Teleportation, Bug Level Martial Arts. The strong man seemed to be aroused with murderous intent and rushed forward again. This time, he increased the strength of his true energy, intending to severely injure Shen Yi in one fell swoop. Shen Yi stared at the burly man rushing towards him, his eyes flickering slightly. The next moment, the strong man felt his body stagnate slightly, and the air around him suddenly became a little sticky. He felt puzzled and struggled hard to break free from the restraints of the air. When Shen Yi saw the strong man regain his freedom, he thought to himself that it was just as he expected. Forbidden magic is effective against opponents of the same level or lower, but has limited effect against opponents who are significantly stronger. The sturdy man roared and rushed towards Shen Yi fiercely. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi's figure suddenly disappeared in a flash. Immediately afterwards, a palm came from behind and slapped him hard on the back. The strong man had no time to turn around, so he circulated his energy throughout his body to block the palm attacking from behind. Bang! The sturdy man's whole body shook violently and he staggered. Fortunately, he had strong internal energy and was able to block the sneak attack. What's going on? The strong man was shocked. He didn't even know how Shen Yi got behind him? You have to know that when a warrior reaches a high level of cultivation, all 5 senses are highly refined, and even a small mosquito can hardly escape their perception. Behind the burly man, Shen Yi's figure flashed by. The sturdy man became alert and tried to capture Shen Yi's breath when an invisible airblade flew down from above his head. He suddenly realized that as he moved his feet quickly, deep cracks appeared on the ground. The strong man's heart was pounding. What kind of trick was this? There was no trace of it at all. Before he could react, a strong wind blew from the side. Shen Yi appeared beside him at some point and threw a heavy punch at him. The strong man had no time to dodge and could only grit his teeth and take the punch. With a bang. The strong man was beaten so hard that he shook repeatedly, and the protective chi in his body kept trembling. Before he could gather his energy again, the space in front of him shook and a cold air hit his face. Not good. The strong man quickly stretched out his hand to resist, and felt a sharp pain. His palm was cut by something sharp, and the white bones were exposed. Asshole, what's your trick? Get out of here if you have the guts. The strong man's palm was dripping with blood, and he was shocked and angry. The opponent's moves were extremely strange, and he had never seen them before. A breeze blew by, and Shen Yi's figure appeared 5 meters away. Shen Yi used space teleportation continuously, which consumed a lot of his soul power and he needed to rest for a while. This is also because the strong man is too strong. If it were someone else, he would have been beheaded in 2 strokes by an unsolvable trick like space teleportation. The burly man stared at Shen Yi intently. Who are you and what kind of tricks are you using? He only knew that his target was a rich young man, but he didn't expect that the other party was so difficult to deal with, and even he suffered a great loss. Shen Yi regained his strength. Who am I? Didn't my employer tell you? The sturdy man snorted. How could a mere rich kid possibly defeat me? The strong man was afraid. Could it be that the other party was a disciple of a master, which was why he had such a terrifying ability? The Grandmaster is a realm beyond that of high-level warriors. In the entire Eastern world, he is a top-notch figure among the land immortals, and there are only a few of them in the entire country. All the disciples they trained were geniuses who could fight across levels. Shen Yi did not answer, but took out the wooling grass and inhaled it in one gulp. As the wooling grass entered his stomach, a warm breath spread out, and the consumed soul power was immediately restored a lot. He has the martial arts of the Fountain of Life, but it can only restore physical strength and health. If he wants to increase his soul power, he still has to rely on the martial spirit grass. The burly man frowned slightly as he watched Shen Yi swallow the wooling grass. He had eaten this thing before, and it could increase his true energy a little, but it was not as effective as the Yuan pill. Shen Yi understood the strong man's doubts. Wooling grass is useful for soul masters, but has limited effects on warriors. Especially for warriors above level 7, even if they awaken their martial souls, the increased true chi strength is far less than that of mid and low-level warriors. This is because the true chi of high-level warriors has reached a certain limit, and the awakening of the martial soul can no longer bring about much change. So as far as martial souls are concerned, whether they are mid or low-level warriors or high-level warriors, their awakened soul power is at the same starting line. After Shen Yi recovered his soul power, he used space teleportation again. The burly man felt something was wrong when he saw Shen Yi disappear without saying a word. The next moment, ripples appeared in the air beside the burly man, and a palm blasted out like a ghost. The strong man was horrified. What kind of trick was this that was so hard to guard against? There was a loud bang. The strong man retreated again and again. No matter how strong his true energy was, it was no use to always passively take the beating. He let out an angry roar, and his true energy spread out in all directions, trying to force Shen Yi out. Unexpectedly, when the true energy swept through, the surrounding sand and stones were shaken and flew everywhere, but there was no trace of Shen Yi. At this moment, the figure flashed, and Shen Yi suddenly appeared 3 meters away, launching the Chi-Ez Zygon. An invisible sharp blade flew past, leaving another scar on the strong man's body. After several rounds of attacks, the strong man was injured in many places and covered with bloody wounds. The strong man finally felt fear, turned around and fled out of the villa. Shen Yi would never let him escape. For him, this powerful gold medal killer was the best whetstone. His current martial soul has been cultivated to the late 3rd level, and he needs to continue to grow in battle to break through the obstacles and reach the 4th level martial soul in one fell swoop. After breaking through to the 4th level of martial soul, his strength will make a big leap, and using space instantly will not be so difficult. Shen Yi swallowed a piece of wooling grass and chased after the strong man. A few minutes later, the strong man staggered, blood gushed from his chest, and fell to the ground. Shen Yi went up and hit him with another palm, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party was completely dead. It is not easy to kill a gold medal killer. If he did not possess the fountain of life and space teleportation, which are almost bug-like martial arts, he would be the one falling to the ground. Shen Yi returned to the villa and found Qin Pang lying unconscious on the ground. Qin Shan was checking his injuries. Seeing Shen Yi coming back, Qin Shan's face was full of gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Shen, for saving us." Although the burly man was coming for Shen Yi, the shadow killer was so ruthless that he would never leave anyone alive. If Shen Yi hadn't been strong enough, they would have been dead by now. Fang Tingxue was relieved when she saw Shen Yi return safely. She originally wanted to chase after them to help, but there was a big difference in their strength, and she lost sight of them before she had gone far. Qin Shan looked behind Shen Yi and said nervously, "Mr. Shen, that killer." Shen Yi said calmly, "I killed him." Qin Shan was shocked. He originally thought that Shen Yi was a rich and pampered young man, but he didn't expect that his strength was so terrifying that even the gold medal killer was not his opponent. Shen Yi didn't mind exposing his strength. Now that the catastrophe was approaching, there was not much point in hiding his cultivation. Shen Yi glanced at Qin Pang and asked, "How is your brother?" Qin Shang said, "He hit his head and broke 2 ribs, but otherwise he's fine." Shen Yi secretly felt regretful. The more seriously this boy was injured, the longer the engagement would be delayed. If I had known earlier, I should have taken advantage of the chaos to kick Qin Pang and let him stay in bed longer. Qin Shang didn't know what Shen Yi was thinking, but he still said gratefully, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Shen. I have already notified the people down the mountain, and the medical staff will be here soon. In that case, we'll leave first." Shen Yi remained calm and left the villa with Fang Tingxue. Chapter 69, Settlement. Uncle San was expelled from the Shen family. When he got home, Shen Tianhao rushed over and asked, "Son, did you encounter a killer when you went to the villa this time?" Shen Yi said truthfully, "Not bad." "Do you know who did it?" Shen Yi said, "It's Chen Xiang." "How can this be possible?" Shen Tianhao was furious. "The Chen family is so bold, I want them to pay the price." "There's no rush now." Shen Yi said calmly, "A catastrophe is coming, they will destroy themselves, not to mention that this was done by Chen Xiang alone, Chen Hong didn't know about it." Shen Tianhao was surprised, "How do you know?" "Because Chen Hong doesn't want to go to war with us, a bloody fight between 2 great families is not in their interest. If they want to take over another family, they usually start by cannibalizing it." Shen Yi said calmly. Shen Tianhao said with relief, "Son, you have grown up, and it seems that I am old." Shen Yi smiled and said, "Dad, you are still young. It's not too late to give me a brother or sister." Shen Tianhao laughed and scolded, "You little bastard, how dare you make fun of your dad?" Shen Yi changed the subject, "Dad, I encountered an assassination as soon as I went up the mountain this time. Someone must have leaked the news." Shen Tianhao's expression turned serious. You mean, there's a traitor in the family? Shen Yi nodded firmly. If he guessed correctly, this person should be his third uncle Shen Tianjie. In his previous life, Shen Tianjie was at odds with his father and sided with Li Chen when his family was in danger. It seems that this life is no different. It's just that the trajectory of fate in this life has shifted, and Uncle San chose to cooperate with the Chen family. Shen Tianhao frowned slightly. Only your uncles and I know that you're taking over the villa this time. He was silent for a moment. Recently, your third uncle has been in close contact with the Chen family. He originally wanted to impeach me at the board meeting. If it weren't for the scandal that broke out in the Chen family and affected their cooperation project, I'm afraid. Shen Yi said in a deep voice, Dad, let's cut ties with third uncle. That villa is not big and can't accommodate too many people. Shen Tianhao understood what his son meant. Okay, I'll take care of this matter. What? Shen Yi is not dead? Chen Xiang looked incredulous. He had spent a huge amount of money and even hired a 7th-level gold medal killer, but he still failed to kill Shen Yi. How is it possible? How could this kid become so strong? Chen Xiang clenched the water cup in his hand tightly. Master, the assassin group has reported that the target has become more difficult. If we want to send out a stronger assassin, the price will be 10 times higher. Where do I have the money? Chen Xiang gritted his teeth. He spent all his savings and even asked his mother for some money before he could reluctantly hire a level 7 gold medal killer. If you want to hire a more powerful killer, you won't be able to get it out after killing him. Master, if you terminate the mission, the assassin group will not refund the money. If you don't want to retreat, then don't retreat. Chen Xiang was upset. He suddenly looked up and asked, how's my trip going? Public opinion is still very strong. If you want to get out, you need to find other ways. Hurry up, I can't stay here for another minute. Yes, I will report to my wife. After the visitor left, Chen Xiang looked at the window of the guardroom and said, Shen Yi, just wait for me. I will never let this go. The next day, Shen Yi received the news that Chen Xiang was secretly released from prison. Shen Yi smiled. He really can't wait. It seems we can proceed to the next step of the plan. The day after Chen Xiang was released from prison, a shocking piece of news appeared on the internet. Chen, the key suspect in the kidnapping case, was illegally released on bail. This news spread like wildfire and quickly became a hot topic on the headlines. After this news was confirmed, Jiangnan officials were furious and ordered a thorough investigation of the matter. The matter was soon clarified. Chen Xiang's mother's family used their connections to bribe the prison system to secretly release Chen Xiang. The Jiangnan police system experienced an earthquake. The Chen group was implicated, and several officials who had been cultivated for a long time were investigated, which led to the uncovering of several major cases. The Chen group's reputation collapsed overnight and its stock price instantly fell to the lowest point. The Chen family immediately announced that they were distancing themselves from Chen Xiang, but it was still difficult to salvage the situation of their collapsed reputation. At the Shen family mansion, the assistant reported to Shen Yi, Chen Xiang has been arrested and is now imprisoned in Laoshan prison. Shen Yi showed a barely perceptible smile. Laoshan prison was where serious criminals were held. There were many burly men who had been hungry and thirsty for a long time. Chen Xiang was delicate and fragile, so he would probably suffer after entering. An internal game is going on in the Shen Group building. The evidence is irrefutable. You've sold out core secrets, causing damage to the group's interests. Third brother, do you have anything else to say? Shen Tianhao pressed forward step by step. Shen Tianjie's face turned pale. This is slander and a frame-up. I will never admit it. Shen Tianhao clapped his hands, and Shen Tianjie's confidant and secretary appeared. They lowered their heads and slowly counted the evidence of Shen Tianjie's crimes. Employment, collusion with competitors, selling out the company's interests, and leaking Shen Ye's whereabouts to Chen Xiang's mother. One by one, everything is right before our eyes. The shareholders attending the meeting were whispering to each other, saying that Shen Tianjie was a real scoundrel as he even wanted to murder his own nephew. Even Shen Tianjie, Shen Tianjie's fourth brother who always supported him, couldn't believe it. Third brother, how could you treat Xiaoye like this? Shen Tianjie was furious and yelled at his two men, assholes, how dare you betray me? If you don't want others to know, don't do it yourself. Shen Tianhao stared at Shen Tianjie coldly. Third brother, you are out. After a majority of shareholders voted to approve the sale of company secrets, causing significant losses to the group, Shen Tianjie was removed from his position as vice chairman and ordered to be expelled from the board of directors. Their illegal and criminal activities will be handed over to the police for separate handling. Shen Tianjie was furious. Shen Tianhao, I am from the Shen family, you can't do this to me. Shen Tianhao said coldly, from the day you told outsiders about Xiaoye's whereabouts, we are no longer brothers. Shen Tianjie's face turned pale and he collapsed to the ground. After Shen Tianjie was taken away, Shen Tianjie apologized to Shen Tianhao with shame, brother, I'm sorry, I didn't know that the third brother would do this. Shen Tianhao shook his head, it has nothing to do with you. He still needs to observe this fourth brother again to see if it is worth letting him join his camp. Shen Yi soon found out what happened at the board meeting. He smiled faintly, thinking that it was his own fault. Since third uncle has ulterior motives, the Shen family must clean up its internal affairs and clear the obstacles to cope with the future catastrophe. He looked at the time. Something from his previous life was about to happen, so he should go out. Shen Yi drove to the neighboring city. This city was slightly smaller than Jiangnan City, but it was located in the economically developed southern region and was also very prosperous. Shen Yi arrived outside a luxurious manor where a grand wedding was being held. As expected, a priceless treasure in the manor suddenly disappeared, and the upcoming wedding was interrupted. Chapter 70 Treasures at the Wedding. Because there were so many guests, Shen Yi got into the manor without much effort. The wedding organizer was the richest man in the area, and the entire manor was decorated in the utmost luxury. In the center of the manor, there stands an archway made of pure white and light pink roses. A red carpet winds out on the ground, and exquisite flower baskets are dotted on both sides of the road. Various flowers compete with each other in beauty, emitting bursts of refreshing fragrance. Shen Yi walked slowly on the lawn next to the red carpet. His handsome appearance and outstanding temperament attracted a lot of attention. Who is he? The eyes of several ladies from prominent families lit up slightly. They seemed to have never seen such an outstanding man in the upper-class circles of this city. Could it be a relative of the bride or groom who came all the way here? Come on, don't you know what the bride and groom look like? Besides being rich, they don't have any good-looking genes. Under the floral arch at the wedding venue, a newlywed couple in wedding attire greeted the guests who came to congratulate them with a cursory smile. The man is thin, with sparse eyebrows and small eyes. The woman is broad and plump, with a broad and square body. Theirs was a business marriage, and neither party was happy with the other. On the lawn not far away, stood the two lovers. The male mistress is tall and handsome, and the female mistress is charming and beautiful. The two of them were dressed in bright and beautiful clothes and looked radiant. If it weren't for the huge color photo of the bride and groom hanging at the scene, people who didn't know would think they were the newlyweds today. Coincidentally, the two mistresses seemed to know each other. Although the two were standing far away from each other, they exchanged glances and flirted with each other, showing more affection than a newlywed couple standing on the stage. Just as the wedding was about to begin, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded from the villa in the manor. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the villa. At this moment, Shen Yi felt a special breath, and he flashed away and disappeared into the crowd. Half an hour later, in a hidden small warehouse more than 10 kilometers away, 4 people hurried in and opened the small boxes in their hands. A dazzling piece of jewelry appeared in the box, lighting up everyone's eyes. The woman holding the small box was beaming with joy. Finally, it's here. 3 months of preparation paid off. The other 3 also smiled. They had spent a lot of time and energy on this treasure, and today they finally got what they wanted. So the famous flying thieves are 4 people? A clear voice suddenly rang out, startling the 4 people. The burly man was the first to react. He immediately turned around, ready to pounce at any time. In the warehouse, a strange young man appeared out of nowhere and was looking at them indifferently. Who are you? The white-haired man among the 4 asked the question. He was much older than the others and his expression was more calm. As Shen Yi said, there are 4 flying thieves. The slender woman was responsible for on-site execution and theft. The big, burly man was in charge of fighting and avoiding danger. The man in gray dressed as a driver was responsible for the evacuation and aftermath. The white-haired man is the think tank among the 4, responsible for planning and intelligence gathering. The 4 men had a clear division of labor and acted efficiently. They only stole valuable jewelry and calligraphy and paintings, and had never failed over the years. They were dubbed the Flying Thieves by the outside world. The driver glanced at the surveillance video in the warehouse and nodded to the white-haired man, "There's no one else." The white-haired man felt relieved. If there was only one person on the other side, it would be much easier to deal with. Although his fighting power is not high, the burly man is a retired soldier from the special forces and has the strength of a 4th-level warrior. The woman is also an expert in firearms and can hit the target with her Desert Eagle. The driver is also good, he is a fighting master and can easily deal with a 3rd-level warrior. The few of them exchanged glances, and the big man and the driver quietly moved their feet to block Shenye's retreat. The white-haired man said in a deep voice, "Who are you and why are you following us?" Shenye didn't care about their little actions at all. He looked at the woman and said, "I'm here to get something." "You want a diamond crown?" The diamond crown was a treasure they stole from the manor. This treasure was priceless. They planned for many days before choosing the wedding day to do it. The woman quickly closed the suitcase. "That depends on whether you have the ability." As soon as he finished speaking, the big man rushed towards Shenye at a high speed and started hitting him with his fist as big as a sandbag. Shenye waved his hand lightly, and the big man flew out like a cannonball, knocking a big hole in the warehouse wall. The driver also rushed up at this time, but before he got close, he was blown away by a powerful innate energy. The white-haired man and the woman were both shocked. The woman reacted quickly, pulled out her gun and fired. Unexpectedly, his body suddenly stiffened and he couldn't raise his hand to draw the gun. She was terrified. Who are you?" Shenye looked at the woman who had been hit by forbidden magic. "Take out that crystal." The woman was stunned and asked in surprise, "You want crystal?" She had accidentally seen this crystal while stealing the crown. She thought it was rare and beautiful, so she took it out with her. What Shenye was interested in was never the jewels in the manor, but the deep rock crystal. The wealthy man living in the manor is not only a collector, but also a big mine owner. He owns more than 10 mines, one of which is used to mine wooling grass. This deep rock crystal was unearthed accidentally. At that time, people did not know its value and thought it was a rare gem, so they sent it to the manor. The rich man just took a look at it and put it in the collection room. Unexpectedly, after the natural disaster broke out, the flying thief relied on it to become a powerful soul master. This flying thief is this woman. After she joined Li Chen's camp, she once talked about this experience. However, what Shen Yan didn't expect was that the flying thieves were actually 4 people, and as for the other 3, they were most likely dead. The white-haired man looked at the woman in surprise. How come he didn't know that his companion had taken other things? The woman said with difficulty, "I can give it to you, but I can't move now." Shenye lifted the ban on magic. The woman's body relaxed and she looked at Shenye in awe. She didn't know what tricks the other party used to be able to control her body freely. The woman took out a crystal from her chest. The crystal not only had a hint of warmth, but also a hint of milky fragrance. Seeing the deep rock crystal, the white-haired man opened his eyes wide, as if wondering why Shenye specifically wanted such a thing. Shenye stretched out his hand and took the deep rock crystal into his palm. Just as he was about to leave, the white-haired man suddenly said, "Sir, if you still need this kind of crystal, I know where to find it." When Shenye heard this, he stopped. He looked at the white-haired man suspiciously. "Do you know where to find this kind of crystal?" The white-haired man nodded. "It's in the laboratory of the Su Family Science Building." Su Family? As soon as Shenye heard it, he knew which Su family it was. The Su family is the most powerful family in Jiangning province. Its assets are 10 times larger than those of the Shen family. It controls the 3 major industries of biomedicine, electronic manufacturing, and mineral resources in the Jiangning area. So it's not surprising that deep rock crystals appeared in their laboratory. Chapter 71: Breaking into the Science Building. How do you know? I went there once, but I failed. Why tell me? Because I needed genetic drug inside. The white-haired man did not hide his purpose. His family suffers from a special genetic disease that requires laboratory-developed drugs to treat. However, this drug is still in the clinical stage and is not yet available for sale. But the white-haired man's family was critically ill, so he had no choice but to take the risk and steal. Unfortunately, the Su family's science building was heavily guarded, and even with the flying thief's abilities, he still returned empty-handed. The white-haired man stole valuable jewelry to pay for his family's huge medical expenses in the hospital. After hearing what the white-haired man said, Shenye's heart was moved. He stared at the white-haired man and said, "If you dare to lie to me, you know what the consequences will be." The white-haired man said without hesitation, "If there is any deception, I will let you deal with it." At this time, the strong man and the driver slowly climbed up. Although they looked miserable, they were not seriously injured because Shenye had no intention of taking their lives. The white-haired man said, "If you want to enter the laboratory, my friends can help you." Shen Yi nodded and flicked his finger. The woman's body trembled, a bloody hole appeared on her forehead, and she fell limply to the ground. The white-haired man and the other two were horrified and didn't understand why Shen Yi suddenly killed people. Shen Yi said calmly, "This woman is unreliable." The white-haired man didn't know how Shen Yi judged it, and secretly swallowed his saliva, but she is the executor of the mission. Shen Yi said calmly, "As long as I am here, it will be fine." The white-haired man fell silent. The reason he revealed the whereabouts of the deep rock crystal was that he wanted to borrow Shen Yi's power. It's not difficult to get into the laboratory in the science building, but the difficult part is dealing with the guards inside. In order to ensure the safety of the laboratory, the Su family arranged guards who were all carefully selected warriors. With the strength of the flying thief, they were simply unable to compete with them. Only a mysterious and powerful master like Shen Yi can help him get the genetic medicine. The white-haired man said, "I helped you get the crystal, sir. Please do me a favor." "No problem." Shen Yi agreed without hesitation. The white-haired man felt anxious and excited now that he had a strong ally. "I'll make a plan right away and start taking action tomorrow." For the sake of his family's lives, he has to take the risk regardless of whether the genetic medicine is effective or not. Shen Yi shook his head, "It's too late, let's go now." "Okay, I'll make plans in the car." The white-haired man nodded without hesitation. Seeing the boss's order, the strong man and the driver drove away with grimace. Shen Yi did not use much force, but they were still seriously injured. Xia Group is located in the capital city of Jiangning Province, more than 1,000 kilometers away from the starting point. Even if driving at full speed, it will take more than 10 hours. The strong man and the driver could only endure the pain and take turns driving, and finally arrived at the destination in the early morning of the next day. Shen Yi did not rush to Xia Group, but asked the driver to park the car on the outskirts of the city. His soul power has reached the late 3rd level. Now he only needs to absorb the deep rock crystal to try to break through to the 4th level of martial soul. So he asked the 3 white-haired men to rest where they were, and he walked towards the nearby woods. 2 hours later, Shen Yi walked out of the woods, his eyes flashing, and the soul power in his body became unusually condensed. To his regret, this deep rock crystal only raised his soul power to the peak of level 3, which was still a little short of breaking through to level 4. In the carriage, the burly man and the driver were fast asleep, while the white-haired man was still concentrating on studying the battle plan. At night, in the scientific laboratory building of Xia Group Biopharmaceutical Company in Jiangning Province. The building is surrounded by electronic surveillance systems and guards patrol inside. Biomedicine is the core industry of the Xia family, so it is extremely heavily guarded. The white-haired man sat in the car and began to break through the firewall and implant the virus into the monitoring system. Without surveillance, all electronic eyes will become blind, and we can only rely on manpower to search for the traces of intruders. Just in case, Shen Yi put on a mask. This mask is a common piece of equipment used by the flying thief. The material is soft and comfortable, as smooth and delicate as a woman's skin. The white-haired man explained the building's layout and structure in detail, then instructed, "Bring your communication equipment and enter through the 3rd passage. I'll unlock the electronic lock and tell you the exact location of the hidden crystals and medicines." Shen Yi took a few glances and memorized the location of the laboratory firmly in his mind. After awakening his martial soul, his memory improved significantly, and he could memorize a picture without any pressure. The white-haired man was a top hacker proficient in computers. He quickly broke through the electronic defense system and guided Shen Yi into the building. The building was very quiet, with the occasional voice of patrol officers coming from the floors above. Shen Yi looked around and followed the white-haired man's instructions and walked into the 3rd passage. Just as the white-haired man said, all the electronic eyes that Shen Yi passed by failed, and no device could capture Shen Yi's figure. This abnormal phenomenon attracted the attention of the staff in the central control room. When they began to investigate the cause of the problem, the monitoring returned to normal and everything returned to calm. The center director was worried, "Send the patrol team to the 3rd channel to check and report any problems at any time." Shen Yi was walking on the road leading to the laboratory when he suddenly heard footsteps in front of him. The two sides met unexpectedly in the narrow passage. The guards made a round but found nothing. They picked up the intercom, "Director, no abnormalities found." The central control room replied, "Go check nearby." After the guard left, a figure appeared at the end of the passage, and Shen Yi walked out of the corner. He used teleportation to avoid the guard's inspection and continued to head towards his target location. In the carriage near the building, the white-haired man's tense nerves relaxed. He didn't expect the central control room to be so cautious that they actually sent people to the scene after the surveillance was restored. Fortunately, Shen somehow managed to avoid the guards who went to search. Relying on his extraordinary martial arts skills, Shen arrived at the laboratory 5 minutes later. The central laboratory of the building is a building within a building, located on the 9th floor. The exterior is made of solid alloy walls, and the door is made of special materials that are difficult to blast open even by cannons. But this wouldn't be a problem for a top hacker. The white-haired man warned, "I'll open the electronic lock on the door, but be aware that there are 2 experts stationed in the laboratory year-round, specifically to protect the laboratory's core data." As soon as he finished speaking, the door slowly opened with a click. As the laboratory door opened, the astonished faces of several staff members were revealed. They were just passing by and didn't expect the door to suddenly open by itself. When the staff saw Shen wearing a mask, they were all shocked. "Who are you?" Shen waved his hand, and the 3 staff members were shocked and fainted at the same time. Chapter 72, Battle with a Level 7 Warrior. Shen strode into the laboratory, recalling the location of the deep rock crystal in his mind, and walked into the laboratory. When he arrived at storage room number 3, a man in black appeared opposite him. The other party frowned and asked, "Who are you and how did you get in?" Shen ignored him and punched the man in black. The man in black sneered, "How dare you fight me? You're seeking death." He circulated his true energy and met the punch firmly. With a bang, the man in black was shaken violently and fell heavily on the wall behind him. The man in black spat out blood and asked in shock, Who are you?" Shen retracted his fist, somewhat surprised by the man's strength. The opponent is already above level 5 and is a real level 6 warrior, otherwise he would not be able to withstand his punch. A small scientific laboratory is actually guarded by a level 6 warrior, worthy of the Su family, a wealthy family in Jiangning. Shen said nothing, jumped up, and slapped the man in black with his palm. The man in black was shocked and angry, and gathered all his energy to resist. A loud bang erupted in the laboratory, and the man in black was blown away again. At the same time, the alarm bell above the passage rang rapidly. "Warning, warning, the laboratory has been attacked, entering level 3 alert status." The man in black couldn't withstand the blow and fainted cleanly. Shen glanced around and saw 2 deep rock crystals in the storage room. There are actually 2. Shen was delighted and took the deep rock crystal in his hand. After getting the deep rock crystal, he walked towards the number 5 potion room. There were 2 doctors, a man and a woman, standing in pharmacy number 5. When they saw Shen they couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Who are you?" Shen asked, "Where is the AS-103 gene drug?" The male doctor wanted to show off in front of the beautiful female staff member. "Who let you in? Do you know where this is? Get out of here." Shen waved his hand, and the male doctor's face was turned in another direction, and a mouthful of bloody broken teeth spurted out of his mouth. He covered his face and screamed in pain. The female doctor was so frightened that she was shaking all over, and she took out 2 medicines from the medicine cabinet behind her. Shen took a look and saw that the label on the outside of the medicine tube was AS-103. He asked calmly, "Anything else?" "No, no more." The female doctor trembled and said, "This medicine is still in clinical trials, and there are only 2 finished products." Shen guessed that she would not dare to lie to him, so when he turned around to leave, a team of guards rushed towards him. When the male doctor saw the guard, he felt like he had seen a savior. He covered his face and pointed at Shen and shouted, "The intruder is here, catch him." Without saying a word, the guards rushed towards Shen together. These guards are very skilled and each of them is a 3rd-level warrior. But in front of Shen they were no different from 3-year-old children. Shen swung his palm, and several guards flew out like kites with broken strings, all of them falling dizzy. Shen released the guard and glanced coldly at the male doctor. The male doctor's face turned pale and a puddle of water appeared under his feet. Seeing this, the female doctor took a few steps back in disgust. She was planning to accept the other party's confession, but she didn't expect this man to be so useless. Shen had no intention of killing anyone. He just scared the male doctor and immediately walked towards the exit. Alarms blared in the building, and teams of guards rushed to the laboratory. These guards are no longer unarmed, but are armed with live ammunition and equipped with lethal weapons. Bang bang bang. Gunshots continued to be heard from the science building, and the strong man and the driver who were hiding in the car and watching were worried. "Boss, will he be caught by the Su family?" Yes, the Su family's guards are very strong, and they have such fierce firepower that even a level 7 warrior may not be able to withstand it. The two were beaten up by Shen Yi yesterday, but today they are worried about Shen Yi's safety. The white-haired man said calmly, I believe him. For some reason, he had an inexplicable confidence in Shen Yi, believing that he would be able to resolve the crisis and bring the things out safely. In the science building, many guards who had been knocked unconscious were lying all over the place. Whether using martial arts or guns, they were unable to trap the intruder who broke into the laboratory. However, Shen Yi was unable to leave the laboratory because he was stopped by an old man in white. The old man in white is a 7th level warrior. He is not only the strongest guard here, but also an elder of the Su family. The old man in white has cultivated his true chi to the peak of level 7. Not only are his moves sharp, but his true chi is also extremely strong. His strength is much stronger than the gold medal killer who tried to assassinate him. Shen Yi did not expect to meet such a strong opponent. If his soul power had not been improved, he might have been injured by the opponent. In order to avoid any further complications, Shen Yi used spatial teleportation to move out of the attack range of the old man in white. Seeing his opponent disappear inexplicably, the old man in white was suddenly startled. He sensed carefully and soon caught Shen Yi's breath. Then he shouted loudly and rushed towards the door. Shen Yi didn't expect the old man in white to react so quickly. He was discovered by the other party as soon as he appeared. He was secretly surprised. No wonder high-level warriors could become the main force to resist the beast tide in the early stage of the disaster. As expected, none of them were easy to deal with. In order to defeat such a master in a short period of time, he can only do so if he breaks through to the 4th level of martial spirit. The old man in white was halfway there when the air in front of him rippled slightly and an invisible force cut over. The old man in white became alert and stepped aside. A blade of air passed by, cutting a deep crack in the stone pillar behind. This trick again. The old man in white was secretly alert. The air blade could cut through iron like mud, silently, and he didn't know how the other party sent it out. Shen Yi took advantage of the old man in white to dodge and rushed out of the building. The old man in white refused to give up and rushed out from behind quickly. Shen Yi used the wind walking technique to speed up his running, widening the distance between the two of them, and finally disappeared into the dark night. The old man in white looked at the direction where Shen Yi disappeared, frowned slightly, and turned away. A few minutes later, the flying thief's carriage sank slightly and Shen Yi walked in. The white-haired man showed surprise. Sir, you are back? The strong man and the driver looked at each other with awe and admiration in their eyes. Shen Yi nodded and handed 2 potions to the white-haired man. The white-haired man examined it carefully and said excitedly, Thank you, sir, for saving my family. If you need me for anything in the future, I will never refuse. The strong man and the driver had a deep relationship with the white-haired man, so they also joined in expressing their gratitude. Shen Yi asked, I killed your companion, don't you hate me? The white-haired man said without hesitation, I dare not. That woman joined us halfway through. She has always been of different minds from us, otherwise she would not have hidden the items. The strong man also said, Yes, I have disliked that woman for a long time. She actually dared to seduce the boss. Doesn't she know that the boss and his wife are deeply in love? If his wife hadn't been sick, she wouldn't have joined us. Shen Yi thought to himself, so that's how it is. The one who is sick is the white-haired man's wife. This white-haired man is so infatuated that he even breaks into the Su family's laboratory in order to cure his wife's illness. Chapter 73 Please call me Queen. Shen Yi said, There's nothing for you to do. If you have time, you can help me keep an eye out for this kind of crystal. The white-haired man hesitated for a moment. To be honest, sir, I'm a hacker. I once found this kind of crystal in the database of a military base. Shen Yi was stunned. Forget about the military base. He doesn't have the strength to provoke the military now. If he fails, he will get into big trouble. Shen Yi said calmly, Let's leave here first. In the darkness of night, a small truck quietly set off and left the provincial capital of Jiangning. In the small villa, Zhong Lingyu was humming a song while playing games. Above her head, there was a fox-shaped martial spirit looming, sometimes turning into a ball of mist, sometimes turning into a shadow. Her face became more beautiful, and her dark eyes were as watery as a pool of water, and men would be deeply attracted by them at first sight. Zhong Lingyu has awakened her martial soul. She is a reborn person and has experience in awakening martial souls. So after eating the Wuling grass, it didn't take long for the Wuling soul dormant in his body to be awakened. Because Shen Yi asked her to practice more and go out less. She could only stay in the house to cultivate her soul, cook, and play games. Zhong Lingyu plays the role of Daji, which suits her very well and she plays it with ease. Especially her soft and pleasant voice, which made all the teammates in the guild laugh. After a few days, the character had a lot of equipment, all given by lustful male players. During the game, teammates asked Zhong Lingyu for a live video more than once, but she refused every time. The female players in the guild were jealous and mocked her for using a voice changer, saying that her real face was not only fat but also ugly, so she didn't dare to show her face. But Zhong Lingyu didn't mind at all. She played games to have fun, not to compete with others. Zhong Lingyu does her own thing, using the most charming and beautiful voice to perform the most ruthless and powerful operations. The enemy was defeated, helpless and screaming wildly. Zhong Lingyu's unique style has attracted a large number of fans. In particular, a male player named Bazone claimed that he loved Zhong Lingyu's true character, not her appearance and voice. The tyrant is a local tyrant who hangs around Zhong Lingyu all day long and often gives her skins and equipment. Zhong Lingyu accepts all of them, making a group of female players jealous. In the game, Zhong Lingyu commanded Daji to wield a broadsword and chop the opponent into 8 pieces. The opponent died miserably, but was very unwilling to accept the death. That damn she-male, using a voice changer when speaking, must be an ugly freak. Zhong Lingyu heard him scolding her and slashed him twice more. The opponent just got up but was knocked down again. He simply lay on the ground and didn't get up, shouting and cursing. Zhong Lingyu ignored him and ran to assist his teammates, quickly winning the game. Teammates praised enthusiastically, "You are worthy of being the queen. We can win the game if we follow you." Zhong Lingyu's game IP is "Please Call Me Queen." She cannot become a queen in reality, but she achieved it in the virtual network with her superb game operation. Zhong Lingyu was very proud when she heard everyone's flattery. "In the real world, I want to find a big man to support me. But in the game, you all have to respect me as your king." Before the crowd had finished their flattery, her number 1 bootlicker came running over. The tyrant said aggrievely, "Queen, didn't you agree to take me for a round?" Zhong Lingyu said impatiently, "Who told you to come so late? It's almost time for me to go to bed." "Sleep?" The boss's eyes lit up. "I am willing to sleep with you. Roll." Zhong Lingyu roared, and the clear and ethereal voice resounded throughout the venue. "This voice is so beautiful, it's definitely not a voice changer. Yeah, I downloaded a lot of software, but I couldn't find this sound. It really is the voice of Her Majesty the Queen herself. Love it." Everyone praised him so much that a few hostile haters were driven crazy with jealousy. So what if he has a nice voice? He must be really ugly, otherwise why would he never dare to show his face? The haters shared a common hatred and maliciously belittled Zhong Lingyu. "So what? We are just voice controlled. What can you do to me?" "That's right, such a beautiful voice. So what if I can't see your face? Queen, please accept us as your slaves." The fans fought back one after another, silencing the haters. "Okay, I really need to go to bed." Zhong Lingyu yawned and felt sleepy. Fans are very sorry that after Zhong Lingyu left, they can no longer hear the beautiful voice, nor see the wonderful operations. "Ah, you're leaving right after I arrived." The boss's face was full of disappointment. "Who told you to come so late? Please come earlier next time." "Too much homework." "No, I was delayed by something. Please, take me one more game. I want to improve my score." The boss is very rich, but he is a rookie at gaming. If Zhong Lingyu hadn't guided him, he wouldn't even be able to reach the silver level. "Boss, I'll take you with me. All I need is a new skin." A male player volunteered. Roll. The domineering president dismissed this guy who couldn't read the mood. Did he really want to gain points? He just wanted to stay with the queen for a while longer. "No time, I'm leaving." Zhong Lingyu did not agree. No matter who it was, no one could disturb her beauty sleep. Oh well. The boss was reluctant to leave. Just as Zhong Lingyu was about to log off, she suddenly received a voice message in the private chat channel. "Dominant boss, Queen, will you come to the guild's party tomorrow?" "Of course not." Zhong Lingyu had no interest in this kind of thing. What's so fun about a group of people getting together to eat, drink, and chat nonsense? Zhong Lingyu was about to quit the game when a voice suddenly came from behind him. "What party?" Zhong Lingyu was startled and looked back. Shen had arrived at the villa without her knowing when. She forced a smile. "Brother Shen, you are here. Shen Ye's eye swept across the computer screen, and an IP called Ba Zong caught his eye. Who is President Ba? A friend. Zhong Lingyu said with a grin, I met them in the game, and they wanted me to attend their party. Shen Ye looked at the message that popped up on the screen, and memories of his previous life came to his mind. After the natural disaster broke out, a man nicknamed Ba Zong appeared out of nowhere. This person has awakened the Shaolong martial spirit, and can cure internal and external injuries, knife wounds, poison wounds, and difficult and complicated diseases. In the end times, the tyrant saved countless lives and was respected as the god of medicine. Li Chen once wanted to recruit this person, but the boss scoffed at his offer and rejected it directly. Li Chen was furious and wanted to abduct the boss by force, but he was afraid of losing the support of the people, so he restrained himself and did not take action. These memories flashed through Shen Ye's mind, and he immediately said, promise him. Promise to whom? Zhong Lingyu was a little stunned. Promise the boss that you will attend tomorrow's party. But didn't you tell me to go out less? This time is different, you can go. Shen Ye plans to meet this domineering boss to see if he is the miracle doctor from his previous life. Chapter 74, The Martial Soul Awakens and Becomes Beautiful Again. Oh well. Zhong Lingyu agreed. Shen Ye noticed the changes in Zhong Lingyu. Have you awakened your martial spirit? Yes. Zhong Lingyu raised her pretty face and blinked her watery eyes. Shen Ye reacted instinctively and quickly looked away. This woman is becoming more and more charming. Even I can't help but be moved by her, let alone ordinary people. Jin Yan asked from behind, Master, do you want to stay for dinner? No. Shen Ye happened to be passing by, so he came to see Zhong Lingyu's progress in cultivation. As soon as Shen Ye returned home, he was called by Shen Tianhao. Shen Yan has awakened her martial spirit. Go over there and teach her how to cultivate it. Shen Ye was delighted that the closest people in his family had all awakened their martial spirits, and he had finally accomplished a great thing. When he arrived at his second uncle's house, the servant at the door greeted him hurriedly, the eldest young master is here. Shen Ye asked, is my sister here? The servant replied, the young lady is in the back garden. Shen Ye walked to the back garden and saw Shen Yan practicing boxing. After Shen Yan awakened her martial soul, her true energy broke through the fourth level and her strength greatly improved. Unable to bear it any longer, he started practicing martial arts in the back garden. Shen Yan's figure was light and her speed was as fast as the wind. There was a trace of soul power mixed in her true energy. Shen Ye sensed it and realized it was the wind martial soul. Xiao Yi, my dad said you dreamed about something called a martial spirit. I didn't expect it to be true. Shen Yan was surprised and excited when she awakened her martial soul for the first time. The martial soul was like opening a new door, allowing her to see a wider world. Shen Ye smiled and said, Sister, I will teach you some basic skills. You should practice well and strive to awaken new martial arts as soon as possible. Shen Yan's eyes lit up, really? Then teach me quickly. Shen Ye stayed at his second uncle's house for a whole day and did not leave until Shen Yan mastered the basic cultivation techniques. After completing the tasks assigned by his father, Shen Ye began to use the deep rock crystal to break through to a new level. He held the deep rock crystal tightly in his palm, and an ancient and powerful energy wave instantly surged out from the crystal, as hot and pure as magma. As the crystal gradually turned into nothingness, the soul power in Shen Ye's body boiled, his meridians widened, his soul trembled, and an unprecedented force broke through the obstacles in front of him. Finally, when the last bit of the deep rock crystal's energy was completely absorbed, his body shook and an invisible airflow swept around him. Shen Ye slowly opened his eyes, and an unprecedented light flashed in his eyes. It was the manifestation of the materialization of his soul power, indicating that his soul power had broken through to the fourth level. Crossing the fourth level barrier means that he has become a mid-level soul master. A soul master at this level is much stronger than a low-level soul master. If he meets a 7th level warrior again, he can easily defeat him. At the same time, two martial arts techniques appeared in Shen Ye's mind. Mind Storm, it can confuse the other party's mind, create illusions, and induce deep hypnosis. When cultivated to a high level, it can even plant mind seeds and drive the other party to do what you want. Immunity to all poisons, immune to dark forces, poison gas and poisons, and curses. There is a certain chance of rebound when practicing to a high level. Shen Ye was delighted as he had awakened two incredible martial arts again, which gave him more confidence when facing a catastrophe in the future. The next day, at the famous 5-star hotel in Jiangnan City. In a spacious and luxurious box, men and women were greeting each other. Most of them don't know each other, they just got together because of an online game. The organizer was a man in his 30s, dressed in a suit and looking handsome. Welcome everyone to this gathering. My name is Chen Liang, the organizer of this gathering and the president of our guild. The men praised him one after another. As expected of the president, you are a successful person. The women showed crazy expressions. It turns out that the president is so handsome, our vice president is so lucky. The vice president's online name is a tree of pear blossoms overshadows a crabapple tree, and she is Chen Liang's wife in the game. When the saying a branch of pear blossoms overshadows a crabapple blossom was mentioned, everyone jokingly asked, is the vice president here yet? Can he please stand up so we can see him? Chen Liang smiled broadly. To be honest, the vice president is the person next to me, and she is also my wife in real life. Really? Everyone's eyes lit up. Next to Chen Liang sat a young woman who was lightly made up and had an above-average appearance. The young woman smiled faintly. Hello everyone, my name is Lin Feifei, and my online name in the game is a tree of pear blossoms overshadowing a begonia. Everyone was surprised. The president and vice president are actually a couple? Could it be that the vice president is worried about the president, so he chased him from reality into the game? Chen Liang smiled and said, everyone guessed half right. He looked at Lin Feifei affectionately. Feifei and I met because of gaming, and later decided to spend our lives together, so we got married not long ago. The women opened their mouths in surprise. So you two are online lovers? How romantic and touching. The men all started to make noises. The president is so mean. He didn't inform us of such a big happy event earlier. If he had told us earlier, we wouldn't have waited until today to meet. Chen Liang quickly apologized. It's my fault. Everyone, please order whatever you want. I'll pay. The men were excited when they heard this. The president is so generous, then we won't be polite. After a while of excitement, Chen Liang asked, is everyone here? If so, I'll let them serve the food. There are still 2 vacancies. Someone said, I wonder who didn't come. It should be the overlord and the queen. After chatting for a while, everyone knew each other's online names. Then wait a moment. Chen Liang said, boss said he would come over today. Mr. Ba is the core figure of the guild. Although his skills are average, he is very generous. They were a small guild, and the medicine they used for every team battle was sponsored by their boss, otherwise they would have been squeezed out of the top 10 long ago. Will the boss really come? Some single women's eyes lit up slightly. The boss is a real rich man who spends money lavishly in the game, and they are all tempted by the money he spends. If you can become the girlfriend of a domineering boss, or even marry her, you won't have to worry about the rest of your life. It will come. Chen Liang confirmed. He just sent me a message saying he'll be here soon. Just as he finished speaking, the door of the box creaked open. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the door, wanting to see the true face of this wealthy tycoon. The door of the box opened and a bearded man walked in. The man was sturdy and strong, with bulging muscles all over his body. Is this the domineering boss? The women's hormones surged and they stared at the men intently. This figure, this physique, wow, if I really marry him, a happy sex life is guaranteed. Chen Liang quickly stood up to greet him. You are the boss, right? Hello, I am Chen Liang. Before Chen Liang could finish, a childish voice came from behind the burly man. Who said he's the boss? I'm the boss. Chapter 75 Impossible, you can't be the queen. Everyone looked closely and saw that behind the strong man was a handsome child who looked only 10 years old. Because the man was too tall, he blocked the child's view and no one saw him. Chen Liang looked surprised. What did you say? You are the boss? Of course. The child said carelessly, besides me, who else is worthy of such a domineering name? But your voice in the game? It's just a voice changer. If you knew I was a child, you definitely wouldn't play with me. The child answered without blushing or beating his heart. Chen Liang pointed at the burly man and asked, who is this? My bodyguard. The child waved at the man and said, there's nothing for you to do here. Wait outside. The man's sharp eyes swept across the scene, and after careful identification, he nodded, okay, I'll be at the door. Master, call me anytime if you need anything. The man walked towards the door, but did not leave the box. Instead, he stood guard at the door. Everyone looked at each other. It seems that what the kid said was right, he is indeed a domineering boss, otherwise how could he be so rich and have bodyguards with him? The single women were greatly disappointed. They thought that Mr. Ba was a young and wealthy man, but he turned out to be a child. Judging from their age, they have no chance. The child walked to the table and looked at it. There is still an empty seat. Who hasn't come yet? Chen Liang said truthfully, it's Her Majesty the Queen. A female player said, if it's her, then there's no need to wait. You can notify her to serve the food. Several jealous women chimed in, that's right. He only knows how to deceive people with a voice changer and doesn't even dare to show his face. How could he possibly come to the party? The child glanced at them and said dissatisfiedly, who said that? She told me she would come. She won't come. The female player gloated, if she shows up, you won't send her equipment anymore. The child was unhappy, I told you, even if she is not pretty, I will still like her. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open with a creaky sound, and a figure walked in. Everyone was shocked and looked towards the door at the same time. Your Majesty, is she really here? A fat woman with thick makeup walked in from the door. Everyone stared with wide eyes, carefully examining the woman's appearance. Is this the Queen? Sure enough, she doesn't look that good. The child's eyes dimmed slightly. Although he said that he didn't care about the Queen's appearance, he still had some expectations in his heart. After all, humans are animals that love beauty, and it is impossible to say that they don't like beautiful things. The woman saw who was in the box and was stunned for a moment. Then she said in panic, yes, I'm sorry, I went to the wrong room. Wrong way? Everyone was stunned, surprised, and a little surprised. After apologizing, the woman quickly left the room. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. Everyone looked at each other, smiled and sat down. Meanwhile, on another floor of the hotel, Zhong Lingyu rushed into the box and sat in an empty seat. The people in the box looked at her in surprise, their eyes full of amazement and confusion. This girl is so beautiful. Her fair and tender skin seemed as if it could be blown away by a baby's, especially her watery eyes, which were indescribably charming and attractive. Her long eyelashes fluttered, giving her an extremely innocent look. Her rosy lips were like ripe cherries, making people want to pounce on her and take a bite. This was the only thought in everyone's mind. Beauty is a disaster. A natural beauty. After a moment of silence, everyone couldn't help but speculate. Who is she and why did she come in alone? Could it be someone's girlfriend? She brought her to the party today? A group of men looked at it with surprise and envy in their hearts. Wow, I wonder who is so lucky to date such a beautiful girl. The organizer of the party couldn't help but ask, Miss, whose relative are you? Zhong Lingyu opened her eyes wide with confusion. Family members? Isn't this a dinner party organized by the Gaming Guild? Gaming Guild? The organizer reacted and said with a smile, Miss, you may have come to the wrong place. Today is our 10th anniversary university reunion. College reunion? Zhong Lingyu was a little dumbfounded. Isn't this room 408? The organizer couldn't help laughing. This is room 308. Ha! I missed a level. Zhong Lingyu's face immediately turned red, and she hurried to the door. Sorry, I went the wrong way. When I ran to the door, I almost bumped into a fat woman. Seeing this, everyone started laughing. Seeing Zhong Lingyu's back disappear, several men felt regretful. This girl is so beautiful. It would be great if I could stay and attend their party. It would be even better if I could get her contact information. Box 408. Chen Liang asked the child, Boss, are you sure the Queen will come? Yes, she promised to come. The child looked certain. Chen Liang smiled and said, then wait a little longer. By the way, I don't know your name yet. My real name? My name is Xia Yao. Xia Yao? Chen Liang pondered over the name. There weren't many families with the surname Xia in the upper class of Jiangnan. He wondered which family Xia Yao was from. Just as I was guessing, an incredibly beautiful girl came from the corridor outside the door. She stood at the door and looked at the sign above, 408, I hope I won't go the wrong way this time. She asked the bodyguard guarding the door, just in case. Is this a dinner party organized by the Gaming Guild? The bodyguard was shocked by her appearance for a moment, and after coming to his senses, he said, it seems so. Zhong Lingyu finally felt relieved. When she walked into the box, the whole room immediately became quiet. Everyone was silent for a long while before someone asked, Excuse me, who are you? I am Shen. Zhong Lingyu stopped talking in time, I am the Queen. What? Everyone was shocked. One female player was even more incredulous. Impossible, how could you be the queen? Why can't I be the queen? Zhong Lingyu glared at her. The men were almost suffocated by Zhong Lingyu's glare. Only then did they realize that the astonishing beauty just now was just the beginning. When the girl showed any movement or expression, it seemed that even the molecules in the surrounding air came alive. Her bewitching eyes and expression were enough to take a person's life. The female player was surprised and envious. The queen can't be this beautiful, otherwise why wouldn't she dare show her face? You must be someone she sent to impersonate you, just to cheat everyone out of more equipment. You fart. Zhong Lingyu said disdainfully, this queen is too lazy to show her face. If no one asked me to come, I would not bother to come. The female player's face darkened with jealousy. You said you are the queen, how do you prove it? I don't want to waste my time talking to you. Zhong Lingyu's eyes swept around the box. Who among you is the boss? Chapter 76, The Beautiful Queen and the Child Boss. It's me. Xia Yao jumped up excitedly. The queen I had been longing for finally came, and she was so beautiful. Is it you? Zhong Lingyu glanced at Xia Yao suspiciously. Why are you a child? That's because I don't act like an adult, so you won't play with me. Xia Yao said a little aggrievely, if I hadn't known you were coming, I wouldn't have come. Then you wouldn't know I'm a child. Zhong Lingyu sat down next to him and looked at the table. Everyone is here, why haven't we started eating yet? Chen Liang suddenly woke up. Ma, dinner will be served soon. I will notify you to serve the dishes right away. The moment Zhong Lingyu appeared, he was also stunned, and was only awakened after being severely grabbed several times by his wife Lin Feifei. During the meal, the private room, which should have been noisy and lively, became unusually quiet. All the single men were wondering how to get Zhong Lingyu's contact information after dinner. All the married women were secretly on guard against whether their male partners would be seduced by Zhong Lingyu. Only Zhong Lingyu was enjoying the delicious food in the five-star hotel with gusto. No one around dared to talk to her, for fear of disturbing her beautiful eating posture. Beauty is a feast for the eyes. At this moment, they finally understood the true meaning of this idiom. After eating, Zhong Lingyu said to Xia Yao, let's go. Xia Yao put down the half-eaten cake and asked, where are you going? Brother Shen wants to see you. Who is Brother Shen? You'll know when you get there. Xia Yao didn't hesitate, jumped up and walked out with Zhong Lingyu. After the two left, the quiet box exploded. So she is the queen. Just as I imagined, she is a stunning beauty. The female player said jealously, she must be fake, otherwise why wouldn't she dare stay any longer? But her voice is exactly the same as in the game, how could it be fake? With such a beautiful face and such a beautiful voice, it's absolutely amazing. I feel like I've fallen in love with her. From now on, she's my dream girl, the goddess of pure love. What a pity, I haven't had time to ask for her contact information yet. Just save your energy. Do you think you're a young, wealthy, and overbearing CEO? The hotel lobby was bustling with guests coming in and out to register. As Zhong Lingyu and Xia Yao walked towards the main entrance, the burly male bodyguard suddenly became alert. Master, be careful. A guest passing by suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed Xia Yao like lightning. The bodyguard was quick-witted and kicked the killer away. The killer was kicked to the side, and the dagger stabbed into the buttocks of a fat man. The fat man screamed immediately, scaring the other guests into looking at him sideways. At the same time, two figures rushed out from the corner of the lobby and pounced on Xia Yao quickly. At this time, the two bodyguards hiding in the dark immediately stepped forward to block their attack. The killer holding a dagger got up from the ground and pounced on the bodyguard in front of Xia Yao again. The bodyguards took up their positions and started fighting with the other party. Although Xia Yao is young, he is very smart. Seeing that several bodyguards were entangled, he immediately pulled Zhong Lingyu towards the door. Hurry, my car is outside. You'll be safe once you get in. The two ran to the door, and suddenly another killer rushed over. Xia Yao was not nervous. He raised his hand and a white mist appeared in the air in front of him. When the killer came into contact with the white mist, his whole body immediately trembled, and he fell unconscious. Xia Yao breathed a sigh of relief and pulled Zhong Lingyu out of the hotel. Just as he walked out of the door, there was a bang in the distance and a bullet flew towards Xia Yao's face. Xia Yao's brain nerves tensed up instantly, and at this moment, the fear of death spread throughout his body. Suddenly, a hand blocked his way. The flying bullet exploded with a bang, and the hot flames illuminated Xia Yao's face. 2 miles away, the sniper killer was shocked. He had already calculated the target's escape route, but he didn't expect to be intercepted midway. What surprised him even more was that the other party could actually catch the sniper bullet with his bare hands. You know, he used armor-piercing bullets that could penetrate tank armor. Shen Yi withdrew his hand and stared at the direction where the bullet came from. With a slight shake, the figure disappeared on the spot. The killer, who was a kilometer away, discovered that the person who saved Xiaoyao suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a figure was approaching him quickly. Not good. The killer's heart was pounding. He dropped his sniper rifle and ran away. Unfortunately, he hadn't run 2 steps before he was hit on the back by a palm flying from behind, and flew out with a groan. This palm strike directly broke the killer's spine, and he would never be able to stand up again. Zhong Lingyu saw Shen Yi returning calmly, his eyes full of love. Shen Yi is so powerful? He can even catch bullets? From this point of view, it's not impossible for me to follow him. Xiaoyao was still in shock and stared at Shen Yi blankly. Who are you? Zhong Lingyu said proudly, he is Brother Shen, and he is the one who wants to see you. Why do you want to see me? Xiaoyao's face was a little pale. Although he possessed unique abilities, he was still a child after all. Especially since this assassination attempt almost took his life, he still feels a lingering fear. Shen Yi only took one look at Xiaoyao and knew that he had awakened his martial soul. Only soul masters possess that special energy fluctuation. In the distance, Xiaoyao's driver and another bodyguard ran over. Seeing that Xiaoyao was safe and sound, their nervous mood relaxed, and at the same time they stared at Shen Yi vigilantly, fearing that he would do something dangerous. Shen Yi said calmly, let's talk somewhere else. The 3 returned to the hotel and the commotion in the lobby had subsided. Xiaoyao's personal bodyguard came over, glanced at Shen Yi warily, and then said, Master, one escaped, the others have been caught. Xiaoyao finally calmed down, revealing a composure that didn't match his age. Interrogate carefully and find out who did it. Zhong Lingyu asked curiously, Boss, what exactly do you do? Xiaoyao looked mature beyond his years. I'm from Nanwan town, and I'm the heir of this generation of the Xie family. Zhong Lingyu looked bewildered. What is Yozhen? Zhong Lingyu didn't know, but Shen Yi knew it very well. Nanwan is an important town under the jurisdiction of Jiangnan City and the ancestral home of the Xie family, the largest drug dealer in Jiangnan. The Xie family controls more than half of the medicinal materials business in the Jiangnan region, and many pharmacies in Jiangnan City are opened by the Xie family. Shen Yi heard that the son and daughter-in-law of the head of the Xie family died early, leaving behind only one grandson, who should be this child. After changing to a secret room, Xiaoyao's face was filled with gratitude. Brother Shen, thank you for saving me. Shen Yi accepted it calmly, and then asked, what is that white mist you spread? Xiaoyao hesitated for a moment and said, it's a drug I prepared that can make people unconscious for a short period of time. Shen Yi said calmly, if it is a drug, how come you are not affected? Xiaoyao reluctantly explained, I've been exposed to this kind of drug for years, so I might be immune to it. Shen Yi shook his head slightly, but what about Zhong Lingyu? How come she is okay? Zhong Lingyu blinked her bright eyes. Yes, she also smelled the white mist. It was a bit fragrant, but she didn't feel like fainting. Although Xiaoyao is smart, he is still young after all. How can he compare with someone like Shen Yi who has lived a lifetime? He was a little confused and stammered, it's actually not a medicine. Zhong Lingyu couldn't help but wonder, what is that? Xiaoyao ordered the bodyguard, you go out first. The bodyguard looked at Shen Yi with fear, looking a little embarrassed. Xiaoyao waved his hand, if Brother Shen wanted to harm me, I would be dead now. The bodyguard had no choice but to leave the room. Chapter 77 The Awakening of the Future Medical God. After the bodyguard left, Xiaoyao said seriously, you may not believe me, but this is actually one of my special abilities. Shen Yi was not surprised. Since Xiaoyao came from a family of medicinal herbs, it was not surprising that he awakened his martial soul early. Xiaoyao continued, I've been weak and sickly since I was a child, and I've always relied on the herbs prepared at home to recuperate. 2 months ago, I don't know what I ate, but a vision suddenly popped up in my mind, and then my body got better, and all my indicators returned to normal. Grandpa was overjoyed. He recorded all the medicine I took that day and prescribed it to me every day. Later, the illusions in my mind became more and more real. Until one day, a martial art suddenly appeared called Miraculous Hand Rejuvenation. Because people often try to assassinate me, I modified this martial art to transform the power in my body into anesthetic gas, causing people to become unconscious. Hearing this, Zhong Lingyu suddenly realized, isn't this a martial soul? Xia Yao was shocked. Queen, do you know what this is? Zhong Lingyu disagreed. Of course I know. When the end of the world comes, many people will awaken their martial spirits. I have one in my body. Xia Yao was surprised and delighted. You have it in your body too? But what exactly is a martial spirit? It's a force stronger than qi, and it takes many forms. Zhong Lingyu said, not only do I have it, but big brother Shen also has it. She didn't know what martial soul Shen Yi had awakened, but being able to block the bullet must be very powerful. While listening to Xia Yao's story, Shen Yi sensed his soul power and found that its intensity had exceeded level 1. He was secretly surprised. As expected of a family of medicinal herbs, he had cultivated to the first level of martial spirit at such a young age. No wonder the god of medicine was able to save so many people after the apocalypse. It turned out that he had awakened his martial arts skills early on. Xia Yao seemed to understand. Sister Queen, what do you mean by the end of the world? Zhong Lingyu briefly recounted the story of the natural disaster. Xia Yao was shocked. Are you saying that our world will be taken over by monsters and most humans will be killed by them? Zhong Lingyu vowed, of course, if you believe in me, then you will join me in Big Brother Shen's camp, and only then will you have a chance of surviving in the future. Xia Yao nodded repeatedly. I believe it, Queen Sister. From now on, I will go wherever you go. I will follow you. Zhong Lingyu was a little surprised. You believe me so easily? Xia Yao flattered her. Sister is so beautiful, she definitely wouldn't lie. Besides, Brother Shen is so capable, he doesn't seem like a liar. Zhong Lingyu was very proud after hearing this, and a slight smile appeared on her lips, like the brightest flower in spring, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Xia Yao stared with his eyes wide open. Although he was young, he knew how to appreciate beautiful women, especially a beauty like Zhong Lingyu who could bring disaster to the country and the people. Shen Yi coughed lightly, interrupting Zhong Lingyu's pride. He asked Xia Yao, besides us, who else knows that you have awakened your martial spirit? Xia Yao said truthfully, and my grandfather, but he told me not to make it public, because he can use it to save my life in a critical moment. Zhong Lingyu couldn't help but wonder, why do so many people want to kill you? Xia Yao said with a dejected look, because I am the heir designated by my grandfather. My grandfather is old. If he is gone, I will be the next head of the family. So many people don't want me to live. Zhong Lingyu felt very sympathetic. How pitiful, but you still have a grandfather, while I don't even have a family. She felt the same way and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Xia Yao thought Zhong Lingyu was an orphan and waved his little fist. Don't be sad, sister. From now on, I will be your family. I will protect you. Come on, you almost died just now. If it weren't for Brother Shen, you would be dead. When Xia Yao heard this, his face immediately turned red. He tried to save his dignity and said, didn't you say I have a martial spirit? I will practice hard and I will definitely be able to protect you in the future. Then wait until you become a powerful soul master. Zhong Lingyu didn't take little Xia Yao seriously. In her mind, only someone like Shen Yi could protect her. As for Li Chen, he is dead now, so there is no need to worry about him. Xia Yao turned to Shen Yi and said, Brother Shen, you saved me. How can I repay you? Of course Shen Yi would not refuse Xia Yao's sincerity. I need some wooling grass. Wooling grass? I have a lot of it at home. Why don't you come with me to get some? Xia Yao has been a medicine lover since he was young and comes from a medical family, so he knew what wooling ko was as soon as he heard it. Jiangnan City, Nanwan Town. In a villa in the small town, a middle-aged man with a sinister expression said, such a good opportunity, and they actually failed? What a bunch of losers. The subordinates worriedly asked, a few killers have been caught. Will they betray us? The middle-aged man shook his head. They found him on the dark web. Unless the entire assassin group is destroyed, they won't be able to trace him back to us. He asked in a deep voice, where is Xia Yao now? The subordinate said, he has returned, and brought back 2 outsiders. What kind of outsider? A man and a woman. Their identities are unclear at the moment, but I heard they went to the medicine store. What, went to the medicine store? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Why did he go to the medicine storehouse? And brought outsiders with him? The middle-aged man thought for a moment and decided to go over and take a look. When he arrived, several of his cousins had already arrived at the main house. A group of people were surrounding an old man with a clear face to complain. Xia Yao is so outrageous. He actually brought outsiders to the medicine storehouse. That's the core area of our Xia family. How could he bring outsiders in without permission? If this precedent is set, there will probably be trouble in the future. The old man waited for them to finish speaking, then looked up and saw the middle-aged man standing at the door. Wenhao is here too. Is he here for the same reason as them, concerning Xiaoyao bringing people into the medicine storehouse? The middle-aged man is named Xia Wenhao, and he is the old man's cousin. The old man sitting in the middle of the upper seat was Xia Zhenye, the head of the Xia family. Seeing that his relatives had already asked what he wanted to ask, Xia Wenhao swallowed his words. My nephew came to pay his respects to the head of the family. I don't know what happened. Xia Zhenye said calmly, since you are all asking, then I will make it clear that I agreed to Xiaoyao bringing people in. Everyone was shocked. A 50-year-old man said dissatisfiedly, cousin, why did you let Xiaoyao bring outsiders into the medicine storehouse? Xia Zhenye glanced at him and said, you must call me master here. The old man choked up when he heard this, and said with a somewhat unnatural expression, Master, why did you agree to let Xiaoyao bring outsiders into the medicine storehouse? Xia Zhenye said calmly, 3 hours ago, Xiaoyao was assassinated in the city. Did you know about this? What? Xiaoyao was assassinated? Although everyone was surprised, they were not too shocked. For reasons that are well known to all, Xiaoyao has been assassinated more than once, so Xiaoyao rarely goes out to avoid danger. They talked in low voices. You said you were going to study at home, but why are you running out again? And in the city where there are so many people and eyes? I heard he went to meet his online friends and participated in some guild event. If the Xia family is handed over to this brat, I'm afraid it will lose its glory and be difficult to maintain. Everyone complained, and no one cared about Xiaoyao's safety. Chapter 78 The Beautiful Girl Picking Fruit. Xia Zhenye saw the indifference of these people and snorted coldly. Xiaoyao almost lost his life this time, but it was thanks to a young man who saved him. He said slowly, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring, let alone a life-saving favor, so I agreed to let Xiaoyao take him in to select some medicinal herbs as a reward for his gratitude. Someone said jealously, but the herbs in the warehouse are worth a fortune. What if this person is greedy and takes away all the most valuable ones? Xia Zhenye glanced at him with disdain, this man is alone. Even if the medicinal herbs are valuable, how much can he get? Xia Wenhao also felt that this person was a little petty. What he wanted was the inheritance rights of the entire Xia family. What were a few medicinal herbs worth? He said calmly, the patriarch is right. This man saved Xiaoyao's nephew and deserves a generous reward. However, the medicine storehouse is a family treasure, and it might be inappropriate for outsiders to enter. Xia Zhenye said calmly, I have already made the decision on this matter. You don't need to say anything more. Just go back. Everyone came to make up stories about Xiaoyao's mistakes, but when they saw Xia Zhenye protecting him, even though they were unwilling, they could only disperse with complaints. Xia Family Medicine Storehouse. There are a wide variety of medicinal herbs in the warehouse, and they are in great quantities, but Shen is not interested in any of them. He had only one goal, and that was to get the mutated wooling grass. In the warehouse where precious medicinal materials were stored, Shen found a mutated wooling grass as he wished. Seeing that he only took one, Xiaoyao insisted, Brother Shen, you are looking down on me. There are more than 30 wooling grasses here. Take them all. Shen didn't act pretentiously and accepted everything. He patted Xiaoyao's shoulder with satisfaction and said, I will teach you how to temper your soul power later. If you practice well at home, your strength will be further improved. Xiaoyao's face was filled with joy, after I learn this, can I be as good as you? Shen didn't know how to answer. He only knew that Shen's martial spirit could save people, but he didn't know whether it could kill people. He could only encourage, your martial spirit is very powerful. It will be able to save many people in the future. You must practice well. Okay. Xiaoyao was overjoyed, his eyes filled with a desire to become a strong man. The three returned to where Xiaoyao lived. Shen was teaching in the room. Zhonglingyu was bored and went to the yard next door to pick fruits from the trees. Just when I was feeling happy, two people came to the door of the villa. Both of them were young men in their 20s, dressed in high-end and fashionable clothes, with the air of a noble gentleman. The servant at the door came forward to greet, Master Lin, Master Chang. The young man walking in front said arrogantly, Is Xiaoyao back? The servant replied, Master Lin, Master Yao has returned. These two people are Xiaoyao's cousins. The one walking in front is called Xia Lin, the son of Xia Wenhao. The other one is called Xia Chang, a descendant of the 7th branch of the Su family. Xia Lin asked, "Did Xia Yao bring back 2 people?" The servant said truthfully, "Young Master Yao brought back 2 guests." "Where are they?" "Rest in the villa." Xia Lin walked in without saying a word. He wanted to see who was the blind person who saved Xia Yao and caused them to miss the opportunity to deal with Xia Yao. The bodyguard guarding the door immediately stopped him. "Master Lin, please stay." Xia Lin's face turned cold. "Why, you want to stop me?" The bodyguard said, "I dare not. The young master has ordered that no one can enter the villa without his permission." Xia Lin's face darkened. "I'm his cousin." The bodyguard remained unmoved. "Mr. Lin wants to see the young master. Please wait in the yard first." Xia Lin looked at the bodyguard's sturdy physique and could only suppress his dissatisfaction. "Then tell Xia Yao that I want to see him." After saying that, he walked towards the yard outside the villa. Xia Chang followed him, adding fuel to the fire, saying, "Xia Yao's arrogance is getting bigger and bigger. He doesn't even take your cousin seriously." Xia Lin's face was gloomy. "He just relies on his uncle's favor. When I become the heir, I wonder if he can still act so arrogantly." Xia Chang flattered, "My cousin is right. My cousin is smart and outstanding, much better than that little brat Xia Yao. Sooner or later, he will replace him." While talking nonsense, the 2 men walked to the backyard. Xia Chang saw the branches in the yard swing and said in surprise, "There's someone inside." He took a step toward the door and suddenly stopped. Xia Lin leaned over to take a look curiously and was immediately stunned. Beneath the sun-dappled treetops, a stunning young woman parted her rosy lips, a charming smile adorning her lips as she stood on tiptoe to pluck fruit from a high branch. Her figure was graceful, her delicate hands raised slightly, her eyes revealing a touch of innocence and charm that seemed to captivate even the wind. The fruit seemed to imbue itself with her fragrance, becoming even more alluring and delicious. Zhong Lingyu noticed someone coming and looked back. Her beautiful eyes were full of charm, which made Xia Lin and Xia Chang even more distracted. The 2 of them had only one thought in their minds: who is this girl and why is she so beautiful? Zhong Lingyu felt a little embarrassed when he saw the fruits scattered on the ground. She was so excited that she forgot she was in someone else's yard and picked down a lot of fruits. These 2 people came suddenly, maybe they were here to ask her to compensate them for the fruit. Xia Lin swallowed his saliva. "Excuse me, miss." Zhong Lingyu remembered that this was Xia Yao's home and quickly said, "I'm Xia Yao's friend. He asked me to pick it." Zhong Lingyu was thinking about throwing the fruit-picking pot to Xia Yao, but Xia Lin was thinking about how to seduce this beauty. So the young lady is a friend of Xia Yao's cousin. Xia Lin was about to smile when he was suddenly stunned. Xia Yao's friend? So, she was the one Xia Yao brought from outside? Xia Lin couldn't believe it. How could such a delicate beauty fight against a professional killer? He forced himself to suppress the shock in his heart and asked tentatively, "You are the one who saved my cousin?" Zhong Lingyu shook his head. "It's not me, it's Brother Shen." "Brother Shen?" Xia Lin understood that Xia Yao had brought back 2 people, and there was someone else who saved him. He straightened up and smiled what he thought was a very charming smile. "My name is Xia Lin, Xia Yao's cousin." "May I ask your name, young lady?" Before he could finish his words, someone called out from behind, "Xia Lin, what are you doing here?" Xia Lin's plan to pick up girls was interrupted, and he looked back with some annoyance. It was Xia Yao standing at the gate of the yard. With a beautiful woman beside him, he couldn't show any displeasure. So he forced a smile and said, "I heard that my cousin was assassinated, so I came to see you. Will you care about me?" Xia Yao mercilessly exposed Xia Lin's hypocrisy. "Aren't you trying to snatch my inheritance? Why are you suddenly concerned about me?" Xia Lin frowned. "Cousin, how can you say that? I have never thought about it that way." "Stop pretending." Xia Yao didn't give Xia Lin any face at all. "Everyone in the family knows that you and your uncle wish I were dead. It's a pity that I have let you down." Xia Lin said with a dark face, "Cousin, don't be misled by others and believe the rumors outside. Chapter 79 Anyone who dares to covet me will die. You know whether it is or not." Xia Yao knew that his cousin had ulterior motives and spoke rudely. "You?" Xia Lin was so angry that his face turned blue, but he didn't want to lose his composure in front of the beautiful woman, so he could only pretend to be magnanimous and said, "Cousin, you are still young. Even if you misunderstood me, I won't blame you." Xia Yao ignored him. "Sister Queen, let's go." Zhong Lingyu agreed and followed Xia Yao out of the yard. Xia Lin looked at Xia Yao's back with a very ugly expression. Xia Chang came over and said with envy, "This little brat Xia Yao is really lucky. Not only did he save his life, but he also brought back a beautiful woman. Xia Lin's eyes flashed with a strong desire. I must get this woman. Back at the villa, Shen Yi saw that Zhong Lingyu's pockets were stuffed full, and asked curiously, where have you been? I'm going to pick some fruit. Do you want to eat some? Zhong Lingyu took out some bright orange fruits to show off his achievements. Shen Yi glanced at Guozi and asked Xia Yao. Who are those two people outside the door? Two cousins, but not close. The man in the white suit has a murderous aura. Xia Yao was surprised and asked, Brother Shen, you know this? I can feel it. Shen Yi said calmly, when your martial soul reaches a certain level, you will be able to feel it. Xia Yao couldn't help but yearn, if I were as powerful as Brother Shen, they wouldn't be able to kill me. Shen Yi said, this person has a strong killing intention towards you. I suggest you get rid of him. But I'm still young and don't have the ability to kill him. I can help you. Shen Yi said calmly, those wooling grasses are your reward to me. Xia Yao was overjoyed, thank you, Brother Shen. If it's convenient, I'll kill his father as well. Xia Yao's young face was full of determination. He had no mercy on these relatives who had evil intentions. Shen Yi nodded and looked out the window. If you dare to covet me, you will die a miserable death. That night, Xia Lin and Xia Chang were drinking in a private room in the bar. Xia Chang flattered, cousin, why don't you find a lady tonight? Are you thinking about that beauty from the daytime? Xia Lin swallowed the wine in his glass, his eyes full of desire. Xia Yao is too young and doesn't know how to enjoy a woman. I have arranged for people to investigate her identity. She can't escape my grasp. Xia Chang licked his lips and said enviously, congratulations, cousin. If you are tired of playing, can you? Xia Lin looked at him with disdain, thinking to himself, how could a loser like you get his hands on a beauty of this level? At this moment, the door suddenly opened and a figure walked in. Seeing the man wearing a mask, Xia Chang said unhappily, who are you? Do you think we're having a masquerade? Get out. Shen Yi flicked his finger lightly, and Xia Chang's head fell off. Xia Lin was shocked to see a head fall to the ground, and he cried like a chicken in fear. Shen Yi kicked the fallen head out, smashing Xia Lin's head into pieces. The two dandies who were just planning to kill someone died together in the blink of an eye. Shen Yi turned and walked out. The noisy music in the bar and the crazy crowd dancing around drowned out the noise coming from the private room. In a private villa in the town, Xia Wenhao was thinking about how to make Xia Yao die silently, when suddenly he heard the bodyguard's shouting voice outside. The next moment, the bodyguard's huge body flew into the room and smashed into the wall, leaving a bloody mess. Xia Wenhao was startled and looked towards the door in horror. He saw a masked figure walk into the gate, and through the eye holes on his face, he could see the cold gaze inside. He asked in a trembling voice, you, who are you? Shen Yi said calmly, here to kill you. Xia Wenhao was shocked and frightened. Although he had hired killers before, he never thought that one day it would be his turn. Who is it? Who wants to kill me? Xia Wenhao's mind was working rapidly. Was it a business enemy? No, a little bit of economic benefit is not enough to warrant hiring a killer. Could it be Xia Yao? That's not right. He is only 10 years old. How could he hire a killer? So that was the patriarch? He wanted to kill himself in order to clear the obstacles for Xia Yao? Xia Wenhao's heart went cold, and he desperately tried to find a cure. Don't kill me, I can give them 10 times the price they offer. Shen Yi shook his head and flicked his finger. A bloody hole appeared on Xia Wenhao's forehead, blood spurted out, his pupils gradually dilated, and he soon died. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Shen Yi felt no emotion. Killing these people was too easy and not challenging at all. He disappeared in the room in a flash. The next day, Shen Yi took Zhong Lingyu back to Jiangnan City. He gave Zhong Lingyu some wooling grass and said, practice well. Come back next time. I want to see you master martial arts. Zhong Lingyu muttered inwardly, what's the point of cultivating it? Am I going to use it to tempt you? Then his eyes lit up. It seemed not bad. If he could cultivate the I am pitiful move, Shen Yi would definitely fall in love with him. After spending these days together, she felt that Shen Yi was very strong and was someone she could rely on with confidence. She nodded repeatedly, okay, I will definitely work hard to cultivate and strive to cultivate martial arts as soon as possible. Seeing Zhong Lingyu's alternating silence and happiness, Shen Yi didn't know what she was thinking, so he reminded her, the catastrophe is coming soon. If you don't want to die, hurry up. After instructing the somewhat confused woman, Shen Yi drove away from the villa. Zhong Lingyu returned to the villa and received a call from Xia Yao. Sister Queen, are you home yet? Home. Come up and play a couple of rounds. No, Brother Shen wants me to practice. Just play for a while. Don't you know how lively the guild has become when we're not here these few days? What's all the fuss? Zhong Lingyu became curious and opened the computer game to take a look. The game's service area is full of heated discussions about her. It turns out that the queen is truly a great beauty, and a truly top-notch beauty. Really? If you lie, I'll punish you by not allowing you to watch romantic videos for a month. Really, if I lie, I won't be able to watch porn videos for 2 months. The promise above is a bit heavy, I believe you. Is it really that beautiful? Are there any photos or videos? No, I was so stunned that I forgot to take the photo. No picture, no truth. Go eat shit. There was a lot of quarreling in the comments section. Those who liked the queen praised her beauty to the sky, while those who were jealous of the queen criticized her to the ground. Xia Yao was childish at heart. Seeing the negative comments about Zhong Lingyu, he flew into a rage. How dare someone say that the queen isn't pretty? Next time I'll organize a party and gather everyone in the service area to blind them. Zhong Lingyu browsed through the comments. He was interested at first, but later he became too lazy to read them. She said to Xia Yao, I'm leaving. Then shut down the computer. She had a more important task, which was to charm Shen Yi to death and hug his thighs tightly. After leaving the villa, Shen Yi did not go home, but drove in another direction. He has one last thing to do before the catastrophe comes. Chapter 80 The Fallen Martial Arts Genius. To the north of Jiangnan City is a mountain range that stretches for hundreds of miles. The mountains are full of beautiful peaks and the air is fresh, making it a great place for martial artists to practice meditation. Martial arts are popular in the Eastern world. In order to stay away from the hustle and bustle of the world, Buddhism, Taoism, Confucianism and many other sects choose to practice in seclusion in the mountains. There is a sect called the Dragon and Tiger sect in the Bailey Mountains of Jiangnan City. The Dragon and Tiger sect is very famous in the Jiangnan region, and many people who are interested in martial arts come to learn from it. The rules of the Dragon and Tiger sect are very strict. Once you become a disciple, you are not allowed to leave the mountain for 3 years. After 3 years, if you still haven't become a formal warrior, you will be expelled from the sect and can no longer consider yourself a disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect. On this day, the Dragon and Tiger sect was crowded with people, and many people were waiting outside the mountain gate, because this day happened to be the day when the Dragon and Tiger sect was recruiting disciples. When Shen Yi arrived at the Dragon and Tiger sect, the work of recruiting disciples was in full swing. A middle-aged man stood beside Shen Yi, holding his 8-year-old son and looking at Shen Yi. Little brother, are you here to become my disciple too? The Dragon Tiger sect has a strict age limit for accepting disciples, only those under 18 years old. Although Shen Yi is young, he doesn't look like he is under 18 years old. Shen Yi shook his head, no. No? The middle-aged man was a little surprised, but when he saw Shen Yi's expensive clothes, he immediately understood. Although the conditions for recruiting disciples for the Dragon and Tiger sect are harsh, they only apply to ordinary people. If one makes a certain financial contribution to the sect, such as donating several million in incense money, then one can be recruited as an exception. After all, the masters of the Dragon and Tiger sect are also mortals and still need to eat. So even if Shen Yi does not meet the age requirements, he can still enter the sect through special channels. The middle-aged man thought to himself that if he started learning martial arts at such an old age, he could just treat it as a hobby. However, the rich had a lot of money and could do whatever they wanted, and he had no say in it. He looked at his childish son with expectation in his eyes. My son is so young, as long as he practices hard, he can become a warrior and get a good job in the future. The Dragon and Tiger sect disciple guarding the mountain gate saw that Shen Yi was quite old and stopped him. Are you here to learn martial arts from a master as well? Shen Yi shook his head. No, I'm here to accept a disciple. What did you say? The disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect thought they had heard wrongly. What did you say you were here for? Shen Yi said calmly, I said I want to accept a disciple. Bold. The Dragon Tiger sect disciple heard it clearly this time, and his face turned cold. Do you know where this place is? How dare you cause trouble here? Shen Yi smiled indifferently and walked straight towards the mountain gate. The disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect were furious and reached out to grab Shen Yi. Unexpectedly, before he could meet Shen Yi, his eyes suddenly blurred and the person disappeared. He was stunned and asked the other two gatekeepers, "Where are the people?" The other two looked shocked and confused. The person was clearly right in front of them, so how could he suddenly disappear? Inside the Dragon and Tiger sect, Piao Palace. A man with a pale face asked, "Master, are you going to revoke my disciple status?" The Dragon Tiger sect's leader, with white hair and dressed in a Taoist robe, said indifferently, "Sangsong, your dantian is withered and your chi is completely gone. You are no longer suitable to be a disciple of my Dragon Tiger sect." Zhao Sangsong looked miserable. "Master, I have been your disciple for 10 years, don't you care about the master-disciple relationship?" The Dragon Tiger sect's leader said with a resolute expression, "This is the sect's rule. Those who don't meet the standard for true chi cannot stay in the sect. I didn't expel you from the sect because of our past friendship." Zhao Sangsong could only look at his fellow disciples for help. When his fellow disciples saw him looking at them, they all turned their gazes away and refused to plead for him. Zhao Sangsong felt a chill in his heart. He usually cared for these fellow disciples and would share any good things with them, but he didn't expect them to be so heartless today. Seeing that there was no hope of getting help, Zhao Sangsong could only turn around woodenly and walk out of the hall step by step. At this moment, a silver bell-like voice rang out from outside the door, "Master, I'm here." A young and beautiful woman then appeared outside the hall. When Zhao Sangsong saw her, his eyes lit up slightly. "Junior sister?" "My junior sister and I have been childhood sweethearts. The master dotes on his junior sister the most. If she pleads for him, he may still have hope of retaining his status as a disciple." He was about to speak when his eyes suddenly froze. There was a young man following junior sister Lu Yenyen. The two walked in hand, looking very intimate. Lu Yenyen passed by Zhao Sangsong as if she didn't see him. "Master, what is it that you called me here for?" The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect smiled and said, "Today is the day for the sect to recruit disciples. I have decided to accept Bai Hao as my personal disciple." "Master, you agreed to accept Brother Bai Hao as your disciple?" Lu Yenyen's face was full of joy. She had begged her master for many days, and her master finally agreed. Bai Hao, who was standing next to Lu Yenyen, stepped forward and saluted, "Thank you, master, for accepting me as your disciple." The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect looked at Bai Hao with satisfaction. He only found out yesterday that Bai Hao was the direct descendant of the Tianbei Bai family. The Bai family is the leading martial arts family in Tianbei. If they marry into the Dragon and Tiger sect, the two families will join forces and the influence of the Dragon and Tiger sect will be further expanded. The disciples around congratulated him one after another. "Congratulations, master, on having a direct disciple. Congratulations, junior brother Bai, on becoming master's disciple." The whole hall was filled with the sounds of flattery and pleading. Looking at this scene, Zhao Sangsong seemed to understand. No wonder the master wanted to abolish his disciple status. It turned out that he was paving the way for Bai Hao. The same is true for my junior sister. She is becoming more and more distant from me because of Bai Hao. Thinking of the tenderness and love they had shared before, and the vows they made to each other, Zhao Sangsong laughed out of anger. He used to be a talented disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect, admired by his fellow disciples and cared for by his teachers. Unexpectedly, all this changed with the arrival of Bai Hao. Zhao Sangsong joined the Dragon and Tiger sect at the age of 7 and showed amazing talent in martial arts. It takes 2 years to become a formal warrior. After 3 years of training, he became a first-level warrior. After 5 years of training, he became a second-level warrior. After 7 years of training, he became a third-level warrior. It takes 10 years to become a fourth-level warrior. At the age of 20, he had already reached the 5th level of martial arts and was hailed as the #1 genius of the Dragon and Tiger sect. During this period, he represented the sect in various exchange competitions, winning every one of them and achieving numerous honors. After becoming a direct disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect, he was almost designated as the successor to the next sect leader. Zhao Sangsong is the pride of the sect, and countless women admire him. However, he only loves his childhood sweetheart, Lu Yenyen, and never speaks kindly to other women. His junior sister also had a special liking for him, and the two fell in love with each other and got engaged under the witness of the elders of the sect. Unexpectedly, 3 months ago, an accident happened. Zhao Sangsong's cultivation suddenly stagnated and began to gradually weaken. No matter how he practiced, his true energy seemed to be absorbed by something, withering away day by day until not a drop was left. The sect's best physician treated him but could not find the cause. Zhao Sangsong also fell from being a talented young man that everyone admired to an ordinary person who was not even a formal warrior. Chapter 81 The Scumbag Frames the Senior Brother. Everything changed from the day Zhao Sangsong was declared a disabled person. The disciples who had always admired him no longer had respect in their eyes, but were replaced by disdain and contempt. The elders gradually lost their care and love for him, and were replaced by coldness and indifference. And 3 months ago, Bai Hao just joined the Dragon and Tiger sect. He was over 18 years old and did not meet the admission requirements, so he was admitted through donations of incense. Bai Hao is handsome and generous, which has won him the favor of many fellow apprentices. Bai Hao is particularly enthusiastic towards Lu Yanyan and often buys her some expensive gifts. Lu Yanyan was a little reserved at first, but she couldn't resist Bai Hao's persistence, so she became more and more distant from Zhao Sangsong and closer to Bai Hao. In the past half-month, Lu Yanyan hasn't visited Zhao Sangsong. The care and consideration that once existed have disappeared, and the deep affection of the past is no longer there. At this moment, Lu Yanyan snuggled closely beside Bai Hao, her face full of joy and shyness. "Junior sister, it turns out you've fallen in love with someone else. It's a pity I didn't even realize it." Zhao Sangsong laughed at himself, turned around and left silently. Lu Yanyan was happy that Bai Hao became her personal disciple, but suddenly her heart tightened. She felt like she had lost something and felt inexplicably uncomfortable. She subconsciously looked outside the gate, but it was empty, with no one in sight, nothing there. She frowned slightly. Junior brother Bai has become master's personal disciple. I should be happy. Why do I feel uncomfortable? Bai Hao noticed her abnormality and quickly asked, "Senior sister, what's wrong with you?" Lu Yanyan shook her head, "Nothing, after completing the apprenticeship ceremony, let's go see senior brother Zhao." Bai Hao had already seen Zhao Qingson leave. He said calmly, "Okay, I'll go with you later." Zhao Sangsong returned to a secluded room and quietly packed his luggage. He didn't live here originally. After his cultivation was wasted, his treatment became worse and worse. He moved from the house of the direct disciple to the small courtyard of the inner disciple, then from the small courtyard of the inner disciple to the large courtyard of the outer disciple, and finally to this shabby little house where the menial disciple lived. He didn't have much stuff, so he put it away quickly. Although his master did not drive him down the mountain, he had no face to stay here because he had lost his status as a disciple. Walking out of the cabin, Zhao Sangsong looked at the mountains in the distance, feeling a little confused. He was an orphan who joined the Dragon and Tiger sect at the age of 7 and had spent more than 10 years here. Now he was expelled from the sect and didn't know where to go. Zhao Sangsong couldn't help but smile bitterly. The world was so big, but there was nowhere for him to go. It was really sad and lamentable. Just as Zhao Sangsong walked out of the hut, several disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect suddenly blocked his way. One person pretended to be surprised, "Brother Zhao, where are you going?" Another person said sarcastically, "Don't you know that senior brother Zhao has been stripped of his disciple status and has no face to stay here?" The others burst into laughter when they heard this. Zhao Sangsong knew these disciples. One of them was called Lao Shushi, who was very close to Bai Hao. He was an inner disciple recruited by Bai Hao after he came to the sect. He said calmly, "Where I'm going is none of your business." So aloof? Do you still think you're the same high and mighty senior brother as before? Several people looked sarcastic. In the past, Zhao Sangsong was extremely talented and powerful, and they could only look up to him. But now he had lost all his cultivation, and no matter how they mocked him, he had no ability to fight back. Zhao Sangsong knew that these people were deliberately provoking him and ignored them. He walked around a few people and headed down the mountain. Unexpectedly, he had only taken 2 steps when he was stopped by several people. "Brother Zhao, why are you in such a hurry to leave? After all, we are brothers. Let us see you off." After saying that, he tried to snatch Zhao Sangsong's luggage. Zhao Sangsong was slightly angry and stretched out his hand to block it, but unfortunately he didn't have any energy at all, and his luggage was snatched away without any surprise. Seeing that Zhao Sangsong had no ability to fight back, several people became bolder. Lao Shushi unpacked his luggage and said, "I've lost some things recently. Could it be that senior brother Zhao took them by mistake? If senior brother Zhao doesn't mind, let me check them. If not, I'll return them to you." Zhao Sangsong was furious. If his cultivation level was still there, he would never allow these people to humiliate him. Lao Shushi flipped through the book for a while, then threw it to Zhao Sangsong in disgust. "You are the eldest brother of the Dragon and Tiger sect, but you only have this little stuff. Zhao Sangsong stood still. The things are already dirty, no need to return them to me. Lao Shushi's face changed. What, you dare to say I'm dirty? Zhao Sangsong said coldly, whether it is dirty or not, you know it in your heart. That's outrageous. Lao Shushi was furious and punched Zhao Sangsong. Zhao Sangsong slightly turned to avoid his attack. Lao Shushi didn't expect that Zhao Sangsong could dodge. He was stunned for a moment, then activated his true energy and attacked Zhao Sangsong like a storm. Zhao Sangsong had no true energy and could not fight the opponent head-on. He could only rely on his flexible body movements and skills to deal with the opponent. Lao Shushi attacked fiercely for a while, but not only did he fail to hit Zhao Sangsong, he was hit several times instead. Fortunately, Zhao Sangsong had no true chi, he just felt some pain but was not injured. But facing a disabled person, he was unable to win. Lao Shushi felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help shouting to his companions, "What are you still standing there for? Catch him." The rest of the people woke up as if from a dream and attacked together. Zhao Sangsong's martial arts skills are 100 times stronger than these disciples, but without true energy, it is difficult for him to launch an effective attack. He fought with 4 disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect for a while, and was eventually hit on the back, staggering and falling to the ground. Lao Shushi breathed a sigh of relief. This Zhao Sangsong was so powerful. He was so difficult to deal with even without true energy. What would happen if he recovered his cultivation? A trace of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. Since he had already completely offended the other party, he might as well go all out and break all the tendons and arms of the other party, cutting off the possibility of his recovery. This was within the sect, so he didn't dare to kill people openly. However, Zhao Sangsong was no longer a disciple, so it was no problem to cripple him. Lao Shushi was about to take action when he suddenly heard shouting from a distance. "Stop!" Lao Shushi looked back and found that it was Bai Hao who came. Bai Hao stopped Lao Shushi with his eyes, then hurried over. "Brother, why are you here? Senior sister is looking for you." He looked at the small house behind Zhao Sangsong and pretended to be surprised. "Brother, so you moved here, no wonder we couldn't find you." Zhao Sangsong could see the hypocrisy in Bai Hao's eyes at a glance. A trace of sadness flashed through my heart. Even Bai Hao knew that I had moved here, but Lu Yinyan didn't know. Bai Hao noticed the scattered luggage on the ground and asked in surprise, "Brother, are you leaving the sect?" Zhao Sangsong said coldly, "You already knew it, why bother pretending?" Bai Hao cried out in injustice, "Brother, I just found out about it too, that's why I came to you." He walked forward with a sincere look on his face, trying to help Zhao Sangsong up. Zhao Sangsong didn't want him to touch him, so he blocked it with his hand. Unexpectedly, Bai Hao's face suddenly changed and his body fell backwards. Zhao Sangsong couldn't help but be stunned, wondering why Bai Hao did this. Bai Hao fell heavily to the ground, groaning in pain. At this time, a figure rushed over, hugged Bai Hao and said distressfully, "Junior brother, what's wrong with you?" Zhao Sangsong looked up and saw that it was Lu Yinyan who came. Bai Hao's face showed pain. "Senior sister, don't blame me. I only hurt me because I was in a bad mood." Lu Yinyan looked distressed and glared at Zhao Sangsong. "Brother, I know that master has abolished your disciple status, but you shouldn't anger junior brother by because of this." Chapter 82 Junior sister protects male mistress. After hearing Lu Yinyan's scolding, Zhao Sangsong finally understood why Bai Hao deliberately approached him and fell down. He felt sad in his heart. "Junior sister, am I such a person who cannot distinguish right from wrong in your eyes?" Zhao Sangsong tried his best to calm down and said slowly, "Junior sister, my cultivation has been lost." "Do you think I can hurt junior brother Bai?" Lu Yinyan was stunned. She was so concerned about Bai Hao's injury that she didn't think about this. Zhao Sangsong has become a disabled person, how could he hurt junior brother Bai? At this time, Lao Shushi sneered, "Who said you can't? Your true energy is gone, but your skills are still there. Just now, the 4 of us were almost no match for you." The others also added, "Yes, we all saw it, it was you who injured junior brother Bai." Lu Yinyan then noticed Lao Shushi and the other 3 and couldn't help asking, "What are you doing here?" A strange look flashed in Lao Shushi's eyes as he explained, "We heard that senior brother Zhao's discipleship was revoked, so we came to comfort him." Unexpectedly, senior brother Zhao thought we were trying to steal his luggage and suddenly started fighting with us. Seeing the luggage on the ground, Lu Yinyan couldn't help but frown and said, "Brother, are you leaving?" Zhao Sangsong looked at Lu Yinyan, who had a puzzled look on her face, and said calmly, "Junior sister, it's been half a month since we last met, right? Lu Yanyan was stunned for a moment, and quickly explained, brother, junior brother Bai and I have been out training these days, so we haven't been to see you. Then he quickly added, I heard that master has abolished your disciple status, so I came to find you immediately. Don't worry, I will go and plead with master. Zhao Tsungsong sighed softly, then why did you find me now? Lu Yanyan showed a trace of guilt on her face, I didn't know you moved here. Zhao Tsungsong shook his head, it's not that you don't know, but your heart is no longer with me. Only then did Lu Yanyan realize that she was still hugging Bai Hao and subconsciously let go. He said in panic, no, it's not. Bai Hao felt Lu Yanyan loosen her grip, and his body immediately tilted and he fell to the ground again. He groaned, senior sister, it hurts. Lu Yanyan quickly hugged Bai Hao and said, brother, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong between me and junior brother Bai. I only treated him like this because I saw he was injured. Is he injured? Zhao Tsungsong glanced at Bai Hao. Bai Hao looked normal, except for the expression of pretending to be painful, there was nothing unusual. Instead, he was hit by 2 heavy punches, and because he had no true chi to protect his body, he suffered internal injuries. Now 2 of his ribs were broken and blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, but Lu Yanyan acted as if she didn't see it and was only concerned about Bai Hao who was unharmed. Zhao Tsungsong felt it was ridiculous. He and Lu Yanyan were childhood sweethearts and were even engaged, but he was not as good as Bai Hao, whom he had only known for 3 months. Lu Yanyan said, brother, no matter what, you shouldn't have attacked junior brother Bai. Apologize to junior brother Bai now, and I will go to master and ask him to restore your disciple status. I apologize to him? Zhao Tsungsong glanced at Bai Hao, who raised the corners of his lips in a smug smile. Zhao Tsungsong took a deep breath and endured the pain in his body. Junior sister, I will never apologize to him. Lu Yanyan said angrily, brother, why are you like this now? Lao Shushi and the others saw that it was you who did it, so why are you still refusing to admit your mistake? Seeing Lu Yanyan forcing him to apologize, Zhao Tsungsong felt as if his heart was cut by a knife. He said with difficulty, why should I admit my mistake for something I didn't do? Lu Yanyan said dissatisfiedly, if you don't apologize, I won't ask master to restore your disciple status. Zhao Tsungsong looked at the indifferent Lu Yanyan and gritted his teeth and said 2 words, whatever. Before he finished speaking, a loud shout came from a distance, here is the man, catch him. A group of disciples from the Dragon and Tiger sect appeared in the distance. They swarmed forward and surrounded Zhao Tsungsong. Lu Yanyan asked in surprise, Senior Brotherly, what are you doing? Senior Brotherly, who led the team, said, Junior sister, you may not know this, but after you completed the apprenticeship ceremony, the Chen Kuan Jade in the treasury suddenly disappeared. Lu Yanyan was surprised, what, the Chen Kuan Jade is lost? The Chen Kuan Jade is a treasure of the sect. Wearing it can help you feel the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, which is very beneficial for improving your cultivation. Senior Brotherly stared at Zhao Tsungsong closely. After investigation, some disciples said they saw Zhao Tsungsong near the treasure house, so we came here to ask. Lu Yanyan was slightly surprised. From what Senior Brotherly said, she suspected that the Chen Kuan Jade was stolen by Zhao Tsungsong? Lao Shushi pretended to be surprised, no wonder Senior Brother Zhao didn't let us touch his luggage, could it be? What did you say, luggage? Senior Brotherly turned his eyes and saw the package thrown on the ground. His face darkened, Brother Zhao, what are you doing with your luggage? Are you planning to escape? Immediately, a disciple picked up the luggage on the ground, untied it, and a crystal-clear jade plate was revealed. Xian Kuan Baoyu? Everyone's eyes lit up. When Senior Brotherly saw that Baoyu was found, he was overjoyed. He turned and glared at Zhao Tsungsong, no wonder Senior Brother Zhao was in such a hurry to leave the mountain gate. It turns out he wanted to escape with the treasure. Zhao Tsungsong's heart sank. He finally understood why Lao Shushi and others wanted to steal his luggage. It turned out that they wanted to frame him. However, Lao Shushi is too cunning to come up with such a foolproof plan. The real culprit behind the scenes must be someone else. Bai Hao. Zhao Tsanghao looked at Bai Hao suddenly. This was the only person who regarded him as a thorn in his side and wanted to get rid of him. After careful planning, this person's conspiracy finally succeeded. Lu Yanyan showed a disappointed expression, brother, why did you steal the sect's treasure? Of course, he must have lost his cultivation and wanted to use this treasure to make a comeback. But you can't steal the jade down the mountain. That would be tantamount to apostasy. The disciples watching whispered to each other. With both witnesses and evidence present, Zhao Tsungsong had no way to defend himself. Senior brother Li said sternly, take him to Piao Miao Palace and wait for the sect master's decision. Before Zhao Tsongson lost his cultivation, he was always suppressed by Zhao Tsongson. Now he can finally get his revenge. Zhao Tsongson was quickly taken to Piao Miao Palace. A group of elders and inner disciples looked at him with indifference and contempt in their eyes. The sect leader was furious. I only abolished your disciple status, but I didn't expect you to degenerate and actually steal the sect's treasures? Zhao Tsongsun's face was bleak. Master, I didn't steal the Qin Kuan jade. At this point, do you still want to deny it? The sect leader said coldly, according to the sect's rules, stealing the precious jade is a serious crime and deserves severe punishment. Considering your many years of service to the sect, I will break your limbs and expel you from the sect. When Zhao Sangsong heard this, a trace of despair surged in his heart. Lu Yanyan couldn't bear it and wanted to plead for Zhao Sangsong. Unexpectedly, Bai Hao suddenly cried out in pain, Senior sister, my chest hurts. Lu Yanyan hurriedly supported him, Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Bai Hao's face was filled with pain, Senior brother Zhao hit me too hard. My injury has relapsed. Seeing that Bai Hao's injury had relapsed, Lu Yanyan was extremely anxious and for a moment forgot to plead for Zhao Sangsong. Chapter 83 I came to the Dragon Tiger sect to recruit disciples. When Shen Yi saw this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Things have developed to this point, and it's time for me to take action myself, otherwise if Zhao Sangsong's limbs are really broken, it will be very troublesome to treat him. The reason why he wanted to save Zhao Sangsong was because Zhao Sangsong would become one of the 5 great soul masters in the future. At the beginning of the natural disaster, there were 5 famous martial spirits in the Jiangnan region. They are Li Chen's all things martial soul, Shaolong's innate thunder soul, Fang Tingshua's innate dragon soul, Xiaoyao's Shenong martial soul, and Zhao Sangsong's all poisons martial soul. In his previous life, Zhao Sangsong had his limbs broken and was expelled from the mountain gate. A useless person with no cultivation and all his limbs broken was thrown into the mountains and was almost certain to die. But Zhao Sangsong did not die. Instead, he was rescued by a female disciple who had a crush on him and escaped to a secluded place. Under the careful care of the female disciple, Zhao Sangsong gradually recovered. A month later, the natural disaster struck. The two were trapped by a ferocious beast. At the critical moment, he awakened his 10,000 poisons martial soul. Once the poisonous soul appears, all beasts will be destroyed. Relying on the powerful 10,000 poisons martial soul, Zhao Sangsong and his female disciple escaped from the world. Zhao Sangsong was originally a martial arts genius. After awakening his martial soul, his cultivation level rose steadily and he became one of the 5 strongest soul masters in the Jiangnan region. Later, he married the female disciple and established a powerful force in the last days. Shen Yi knew all this because he had dealt with Zhao Sangsong's forces and heard these things from his men. In his previous life, Zhao Sangsong lost all his cultivation because he was poisoned by a chronic poison. This poison was brought by Bai Hao. It is colorless, odorless, and difficult to detect. Once the human body is poisoned by this poison, the body functions will gradually weaken and eventually the person will die from heart failure. Bai Hao took advantage of Lu Yanyan's ignorance and mixed poison into the medicinal herbs commonly used by Zhao Sangsong. Zhao Sangsong did not suspect anything and gradually became poisoned. However, this poison did not kill Zhao Sangsong, but activated a special martial spirit. This martial soul devoured all of Zhao Sangsong's true energy and turned it into nutrients for growth. So no matter how hard Zhao Sangsong tried to practice, he couldn't retain a single drop of true energy. His cultivation became weaker and weaker, and in the end he was not even as good as a formal warrior. But Zhao Sangsong didn't know that although he was like a disabled person at the moment, his true energy did not disappear, but turned into another form and remained dormant. Once his martial soul awakens, his power will explode like a geyser. Shen Yi knew this, so he arrived at the right time. Not only does he have to rescue Zhao Sangsong from the Dragon and Tiger sect, he also has to awaken his martial soul in advance so that he can become one of his future helpers. The disciple in charge of the execution led Zhao Sangsong out of the hall. Just as he was about to take action, he suddenly flew out with a bang. The disciples around were startled and looked carefully, only to find that there was a strange young man in the square in front of the hall. This person was standing next to Zhao Sangsong, and it was obviously him who threw the disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect out. Senior brother Li, who was in charge of supervising the execution, shouted angrily, "Who are you to stop us from using the criminal law?" Shen Yi glanced at him and said calmly, "What crime did this man commit that you treat him like this?" Senior brother Li shouted, "What does this have to do with you? Get out of here." "That won't do." Shen Yi said slowly, I want to accept him as my disciple, how can I let you hurt him? Senior brother Li was stunned. What did you say? You want to take him as your disciple? Shen Yi said calmly, that's right, whoever dares to hurt him will be my enemy. Senior brother Li laughed heartily, what a lunatic. How dare you come to my Dragon Tiger sect to cause trouble? He waved his hand and said, catch him. Four disciples immediately rushed towards Shen Yi. They were all inner disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect, and each of them had the cultivation level of a third-level warrior. Unfortunately, in Shen Yi's eyes, they are no different from ants. Shen Yi only took a look, and the four of them froze in place, as if an invisible force had bound them, unable to move at all. Shen Yi waved his hand, and the four disciples flew out like kites with broken strings. Senior brother Li was shocked. Before he could react, a palm appeared in front of him and slapped him 7 or 8 meters away. Senior brother Li fell heavily to the ground, his teeth spurting out along with blood. The disciples around him were immediately frightened. Senior brother Li was a 4th-level warrior, but he couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent. When the people in the hall heard the noise, they all came out. Seeing the disciples lying on the ground outside the hall, the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect frowned and asked, what happened? Senior brother Li endured the pain and said incoherently, Master, someone has entered the mountain. Crossing the mountains? When everyone heard this, they all burst into an uproar. No one from the Dragon and Tiger sect has entered the mountains for hundreds of years. Who is so bold? The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect looked at Shen Yi and was surprised to see that he was surprisingly young. Who are you? How dare you come to my Dragon Tiger sect and invade the mountains? Shen Yi shook his head, I'm not here to cross the mountain, I'm here to accept disciples. Accepting a disciple? The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect asked in surprise, who do you want to take as your disciple? Zhao Tsong. Upon hearing this name, the Dragon and Tiger sect leader's face darkened. Do you know who Zhao Tsong is? Of course I know. Shen Yi cast a glance at the pale Zhao Tsong. He is the first disciple of the Dragon Tiger sect, your eldest disciple. The Dragon Tiger sect's leader's eyes were slightly cold. If you knew that, why did you choose Zhao Tsong as your disciple? Because you are blind, you mistook a pearl for a fish eye. You didn't want a good martial arts genius, but regarded a piece of trash as a treasure. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone subconsciously looked at Bai Hao. In terms of martial arts aptitude, Bai Hao is indeed far inferior to Zhao Tsong. Even if Zhao Tsong is disabled, he is not qualified to become a personal disciple. But for some reason, the sect leader wants to accept him as a disciple? Bai Hao felt many pairs of eyes on him, and his face turned slightly red. The reason he became the sect leader's disciple was not because of his real talent or knowledge, but because of his opportunism and conspiracy. He is indeed a member of the Bai family, but he is an illegitimate child and cannot be seen in public. He begged for a long time before he got a place from the head of the Bai family and entered the Dragon and Tiger sect as a descendant of the Bai family. Bai Hao approaches Lu Yanyan, firstly to win the heart of the beauty, and secondly to use her to murder Zhao Tsong and replace him. Only by getting rid of Zhao Tsong can he gain the favor of the sect leader and become qualified as the sect leader's successor. Bai Hao planned carefully and used Lu Yanyan to poison Zhao Tsong. Although he failed to kill Zhao Tsong, he caused him to lose his power. From then on, Zhao Tsong's status in the Dragon and Tiger sect plummeted, and Lu Yanyan gradually became estranged from him, but became closer and closer to Bai Hao. When the time was ripe, Bai Hao created the illusion that Zhao Tsong had stolen the sect's treasure, which angered the sect leader, who wanted to cripple Zhao Tsong's limbs and expel him from the sect. Shen Yi didn't know Bai Hao, but when he saw everyone looking at the same place, he immediately knew that this seemingly weak pretty boy was the one who murdered Zhao Tsong. Looking at this man who looked 70% like Li Chen, Shen Yi snorted in his heart. MD, all the mistresses in the world are the same, they like to pretend to be weak and effeminate. Chapter 84. Shen Yi stands up for his future apprentice. Zhao Tsong, who was originally disheartened, looked at Shen Yi with some surprise. He was sure that he didn't know this person and didn't understand why the other party would stand up for him. The Dragon Tiger sect's leader's face was gloomy. This is my sect's business, you are meddling too much. The elders standing by couldn't help but say, Master, why waste time talking to this brat? Wait until I capture him and see who sent him. In his opinion, Shen Yi must have been instructed to cause trouble by someone, otherwise, how could he be so brave at such a young age? The elder did not take Shen Yi seriously. No matter how high his cultivation level was, a young man under 20 years old could not compete with the martial arts he had immersed himself in for decades. The elder roared and punched Shen Yi. He was a 5th-level warrior, and his attack was like that of a tiger, using the dragon and tiger sect's unique tiger form fist. Shen Yi's expression remained unchanged, and he stretched out his palm and clapped it lightly. The elder was struck by lightning and was ejected like a cannonball. There was a loud bang in the distance, and a human-shaped deep pit appeared on the wall of the hall. The elder lay tightly in the pit, his eyes rolled back, blood flowing from all 7 orifices, and he could only breathe in but not out. Shen Yi looked at the elder who had fainted and snorted in his heart. So what if you dress up as a tiger? When you meet me, the tiger will turn into a little cat. Everyone was shocked. The elder was a level 5 warrior, but he couldn't withstand a single palm strike from the opponent? The dragon and tiger sect leader had a slightly stern look on his face. Even he felt threatened by the opponent's palm strike just now. What's even more outrageous is that the other party is very young and looks no more than 20 years old. He was secretly surprised. When did such a young master appear in Jiangnan? Why had he never heard of him before? The dragon tiger sect's leader suppressed the urge to attack. Who are you, and why are you standing up for a traitor? What traitor? Since you've expelled him from the sect, he's no longer a member of the dragon tiger sect. Shen Yi looked at Zhao Sangsong. Zhao Sangsong, are you willing to be my apprentice? Zhao Sangsong didn't understand why Shen Yi wanted to help him. Now that things had come to this, he had given up the idea of staying in the dragon and tiger sect. Then he turned around and knelt down. Thank you for saving me. Zhao Sangsong is willing to be your disciple. Good. Shen Yi nodded with satisfaction. From now on, you are my disciple and have nothing to do with the dragon tiger sect anymore. Seeing Shen Yi snatching people from under his nose, the leader of the dragon tiger sect finally couldn't hold back and asked, are you doing this to make an enemy of the dragon tiger sect? So what if I'm your enemy? Shen Yi showed disdain. Don't even mention me, even if it's my apprentice, I can still beat you up after I recover my cultivation. What a big mouth. The leader of the dragon and tiger sect laughed in anger. I want to see how you and this traitor can defeat my dragon and tiger sect. The people of the dragon and tiger sect were also angry. After all, the dragon and tiger sect was the leading sect in the Jiangnan region. There were hundreds of people in the sect. How could they be insulted like this? Bai Hao was secretly delighted when he saw that the other party had aroused public anger. In this way, he could take advantage of the chaos to kill Zhao Sangsong, and maybe he would be beaten to death without having to do anything himself. Lu Yanyan felt a little conflicted when she saw Zhao Sangsong in the spotlight. After all, she grew up with Zhao Sangsong, and seeing him fall to this state, she felt a little bit of pity in her heart. She originally wanted to plead with the sect leader, but seeing that Zhao Sangsong had already defected to outsiders, she was in a very difficult situation. Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, Shen Yi sneered, give me 3 minutes, and I will make you stop laughing. The leader of the dragon and tiger sect said grimly, okay, I'll give you 3 minutes to see what tricks you can come up with. Shen Yi took out a wooling grass and handed it to Zhao Sangsong. Eat it. Zhao Sangsong swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! A surge of power exploded in his body, as if thousands of poisons were boiling in his blood. A cold and powerful aura spread out, and his eyes became deep and dark green, as if he could see through the essence of all the poisons in the world. Ordinary martial spirit grass takes time to activate the martial spirit. However, the mutated martial spirit grass was different. It immediately ignited the wand of martial spirit in Zhao Sangsong's body. Zhao Sangsong's body was shining brightly, and his true energy was also rising steadily. In a blink of an eye, he broke through to the 6th-level warrior. Zhao Sangsong is a martial arts genius. He has long since reached the peak of level 5 and has never stopped practicing even when his true energy disappeared. The accumulated results of these efforts burst out simultaneously on the day when the martial soul awakened. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? Wasn't Zhao Sangsong already crippled? How did his chi become so terrifying? Not only that, he exuded a dangerous aura that gave people a chilling feeling. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Sangsong's true chi reached the peak of level 6. This was not only due to the awakening of his martial soul, but also the result of his diligent training day and night. Bai Hao's face changed drastically. His conspiracy was about to succeed, but he didn't expect that a Chang Yao Jin would suddenly appear and not only save Zhao Sangsong, but also help him recover his cultivation. The leader of the dragon and tiger sect was also in disbelief. He checked Zhao Sangsong's body and determined that he had no chance of recovery. Unexpectedly, it only took the other party 3 minutes to give the former martial arts genius a new life. The leader of the dragon and tiger sect was in great confusion. What was going on? It seemed that the other party gave Zhao Sansong wooling grass to eat. I have used this thing before, why doesn't it have this effect? After Zhao Sansong's true qi reached the peak of level 6, it gradually calmed down. He was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that as soon as he became Shen Ye's disciple, the other party helped him recover his cultivation. Not only that, there is also a strange power in his body. This power exudes a cold aura and can turn into tiny toxins at any time. It can become a sharp blade to kill the enemy, or an invisible shield to protect himself. Feeling the power he had lost and regained, Zhao Sansong excitedly bowed down to Shen Yi. Master, please accept my disciple's greeting. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect watched as the disciple he had trained with great effort went to join someone else. He felt mixed emotions and indescribable discomfort. But he had already expelled Zhao Sansong with his own hands, and it was too late to regret now. Shen Yi gladly accepted Zhao Sansong's kneeling. He said indifferently, "Next, we will take revenge if we have any grievances." An elder was furious and said, "How can this be? Even if you recover your cultivation, so what? This is the Dragon Tiger sect. How can you be so presumptuous?" Shen Yi knocked the elder away with a palm strike and shouted, "Disciple, take action." When Zhao Sansong saw Shen Ye's order, he immediately jumped towards the people from the Dragon and Tiger sect. His strength has reached the peak of level 6, and no disciple of the Dragon and Tiger sect can match him. Even if the elders took action, they could not withstand more than 3 of his moves. Zhao Sansong was completely disappointed with the sect and acted without mercy. In a blink of an eye, dozens of people fell down, all with broken bones and tendons, screaming in pain. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect was furious and wanted to stop Zhao Sansong, but was stopped by Shen Yi. After all, the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect is a veteran 7th level warrior. He was worried that Zhao Sansong had just awakened his martial soul and might not be a match for this person. Shen Yi laughed and said, "Disciple, I'll stop this guy, and I'll leave the rest to you." Chapter 85, Exposing the True Face of the Male Mistress. Facing the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect, Shen Yi did not use his martial soul, but instead used his true energy to confront him head-on. The two men punched each other, and with the sound of air exploding, the dust was swept up by the powerful aftermath, forming circles of ripples visible to the naked eye. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect took several steps back, feeling slightly surprised. He has practiced for many years and is the best master of the Dragon and Tiger sect. He didn't expect that he would be defeated by a very young opponent. Shen Yi repelled his opponent, his fighting spirit rising in his heart. "Come again." His body was full of energy and he flew towards the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect was furious and used his ultimate move to attack Shen Yi. Fists whistled and feet flew. Both of them were warriors above level 7. The power of their internal energy was shocking. Every collision seemed to tear the air apart. The center of the square was shrouded in their majestic martial arts, and the rest of the people could not get close to them at all. Zhao Sansong no longer had any worries, and he dealt with the disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect like a tiger among a flock of sheep, beating them to the ground. The Dragon and Tiger sect has several 6th level elders, but when fighting with Zhao Sansong, they always feel irritated and unable to concentrate. Although Zhao Sansong has not yet mastered the 10,000 poisons martial soul, he can release a certain kind of poison to make the opponent fall into the trap without knowing it. The elders obviously didn't know the ins and outs of this. They became weaker and weaker as they fought, and soon they were knocked down by a punch from Zhao Sansong. Shen Yi also had the upper hand and defeated the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect was shocked and angry. He was a peak level 7 warrior, but he was no match for an unknown young man? Just when the masters of the Dragon and Tiger sect were about to be wiped out, a loud shout suddenly came from the sky. "Stop!" The loud shout was like thunder, shaking the air. The next moment, an old man with white hair and beard appeared in front of the hall. When the Dragon and Tiger sect members saw the old man, they were all surprised and said, "Grand Elder." Shen Yi felt a powerful aura suddenly appear, and when he turned his eyes, he found the white-haired old man. In just a moment, Shen Yi realized the other party's strength. An 8th level warrior? As expected of a sect ranked number 1 in the Jiangnan region, they certainly had some impressive background. After the Supreme Elder appeared, Zhao Sansong stopped. The Grand Elder is the most powerful and prestigious elder in the Dragon and Tiger sect. Although Zhao Sansong has withdrawn from the Dragon and Tiger sect, he still retains a trace of awe in his heart. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the Supreme Elder appear. He made a feint and retreated to the side of the Grand Elder. Shen Yi did not pursue, but looked at the other party indifferently. The Grand Elder looked at the mess in the square with a gloomy expression. What on earth happened? Supreme Lord, this person forced his way through the mountain gate, intending to rescue this traitor. We tried to stop him, but he injured us. A group of elders with bruised faces and noses immediately filed a complaint. The Grand Elder glanced at Zhao Sansong and said, "Isn't he the first disciple of our Dragon Tiger sect? How could he become a traitor?" Your Majesty, you may not know that Zhao Sansong stole valuable treasures and attempted to betray the sect, and has been expelled from the sect by the sect leader. Treasure theft, apostasy? The Grand Elder frowned slightly. He had only been in seclusion for a year, yet such a change had happened in the sect? The Grand Elder looked at Shen Yi coldly. Who are you, and why do you want to interfere in the affairs of my Dragon Tiger sect? Shen Yi smiled faintly. I am just a man with a conscience. I can't stand you bullying the good people and slandering a good sect disciple as a traitor, even wanting to break his limbs. That's why I came to help. You're talking nonsense. The Dragon Tiger sect elder retorted, there's irrefutable evidence that Zhao Sansong stole the Qin Kuan Jade. How can you accuse him of slander? He's the Dragon Tiger sect's eldest disciple, and he has endless resources. Why would he need to steal the jade? The Dragon Tiger sect elder snorted coldly, Zhao Sansong has lost all his cultivation and is no longer a senior disciple of the sect. Who said he lost his cultivation? Shen Yi glanced at Zhao Sansong. In the square, Zhao Sansong was in high spirits and his aura was surprisingly powerful. The Dragon Tiger sect elder was speechless for a moment, hesitatingly said, he just recovered by luck. The Grand Elder suddenly interrupted, Zhao Sansong lost his cultivation? What happened? The Dragon and Tiger sect elder quickly replied, just 3 months ago, Zhao Sansong's strength declined. In just 1 month, his qi deteriorated to the point where he was even weaker than a regular warrior. The doctor diagnosed that it might be due to excessive training, which caused his dantian to shrink and his martial arts skills to be completely wasted. After hearing the elder's explanation, Shen Yi sneered, what a bunch of idiots. They don't even know their own disciples have been poisoned. When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Poisoning, Zhao Sansong was poisoned? But the doctors treated him for so long, why didn't they discover it? Shen Yi shook his head, seeing how stupid you are, let me wake you up. He stretched out his hand and a figure came out involuntarily, staggering to the front of the crowd. The one who walked out was Lao Shushi, his face full of panic, not knowing why his body was out of control. The people of the Dragon and Tiger sect were also surprised and didn't understand why Lao Shushi came out on his own initiative. Shen Yi waved his hand and said, hey, tell me why you framed him and stuffed the stolen things into Zhao Sansong's luggage? Lao Shushi was shocked. This was something Bai Hao had secretly conspired with him. How did the other party know about it? He wanted to deny it, but unexpectedly Shen Yi's eyes flashed slightly, and Lao Shushi's mind was confused and he said what was in his heart. Yes, it was junior brother Bai who asked me to do it. He promised to give me 1 million and another million after I succeeded. He will also help me improve my disciple status in the future. Seeing that Lao Shushi had explained it clearly, Shen Yi was very satisfied. This was the skill he acquired after awakening his 4th-level martial soul. Mindstorm, it can confuse the other party's mind, create illusions, and induce deep hypnosis. When cultivated to a high level, it can even plant mind seeds and drive the other party to do what you want. Lao Shushi was just a 3rd-level warrior. He could not withstand Shen Yi's martial arts at all. He was easily hypnotized and told the truth. After Lao Shushi finished speaking, everyone was shocked. Lu Yanyan looked at Bai Hao with disbelief. Brother Bai, why did you do this? Bai Hao's face changed drastically. No, it wasn't me. Senior brother Lao is talking nonsense. This person must have bribed him to lie and slander me. Seeing him deny it, Shen Yi showed a playful smile on his face. You said I bribed this person, then what about this person? Shen Yi pointed with his hand, and another person stumbled out. When Bai Hao saw this person, his expression changed again and again. This man was his personal servant, who had taken care of his daily life for more than 10 years. When Bai Hao entered the Dragon and Tiger sect, he did not forget to bring him along. Shen Yi's eyes flashed, and he launched a mental storm again. Unexpectedly, this person was very loyal to Bai Hao. He resisted for a while before saying, Bai Hao is not the direct descendant of the Bai family, but the illegitimate son of the Bai family. As soon as these words were spoken, the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect changed color immediately. He looked at Bai Hao, his eyes as cold as ice. You are not the Bai family's legitimate son, how dare you lie to me? Bai Hao's face turned pale. No, that's not the case, sect master, listen to my excuses, no, listen to my explanation. Shen Yi interrupted, don't interrupt, listen to what this slave has to say. The servant continued intermittently, Bai Hao obtained a colorless and odorless poison. He took advantage of Zhao Songsong's trust in Lu Yanyan and mixed it with the medicinal herbs. He originally thought that Zhao Songsong would die from the poison, but unexpectedly, he only lost his cultivation. When Lu Yanyan heard this, her face turned pale. Junior brother Bai, you actually used me. No, senior sister, I didn't. This person is talking nonsense. Don't believe him. Bai Hao panicked and tried desperately to explain himself. The servant also said many things about Bai Hao's slander and defamation of Zhao Sangsong, and that Bai Hao planned to become a direct disciple in order to seize religious power. How could we have mistakenly trusted such a heartless person and even called him our brother? The disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect were extremely angry and started spitting and cursing. Faced with everyone's accusations, Bai Hao gritted his teeth and denied it. He knew that if he admitted it, he would be killed without a burial place. I have never done these things. It was Zhao Sangsong. He must have colluded with outsiders and spent a lot of money to bribe my servants to harm me. Bai Hao tried hard to calm himself down, then looked at Lu Yanyan affectionately. Senior sister, don't you even believe me? I swear to heaven, I have never done such a wicked thing. When Lu Yanyan saw his sincere eyes, she hesitated for a moment. Chapter 86. The Dragon Tiger sect's people regretted their decision and tried to win back their eldest disciple. You said someone was trying to harm you, but what about me? A rather pretty female disciple suddenly stepped out, her face filled with indignation as she said, you drugged me and tricked me into losing my innocence, then threatened me with the lives of my parents down the mountain, threatening me not to tell the truth. When Bai Hao saw the female disciple appear, his face turned pale instantly. He wanted to argue, but his guilty expression betrayed him. And me. Following this female disciple, another person came out to accuse Bai Hao of crimes and even produced a recording of Bai Hao threatening her. Lu Yanyan finally realized that her junior brother, who appeared gentle and humble and harmless, was actually a despicable and shameless person. Shen Yi was a little surprised when a female disciple suddenly accused Bai Hao. He had someone investigate Bai Hao and found out that he was the illegitimate son of the Bai family, but he didn't expect that this guy was so fickle. While pursuing and pleasing Lu Yanyan, he also made moves on other women. Junior brother Bai, so you are such a person. Lu Yanyan's eyes were filled with sadness and her face was full of disappointment. No, senior sister, I am sincere to you. I am just playing with them. Bai Hao looked flustered and tried to explain himself. How dare you insult senior sister and bring disgrace to the sect, you beast? The disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect were all furious and filled with righteous indignation. There are not many girls in the mountains, and Bai Hao has 3 of them, and they are all beauties. Bai Hao was so frightened that he became incoherent when he saw that he had angered everyone. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect took a deep breath and said, you evil creature, you have committed heinous crimes that are unforgivable. Today I will execute you and make an example of you. When Bai Hao heard this, he was so scared that he fell to the ground. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect was about to take action but was stopped by Shen Yi. He couldn't help but frown. Sir, you want to interfere with my handling of the disciples? He is my disciple's enemy. If anyone wants to kill him, it should be my disciple who does it. Shen Yi used a palm to push the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect back, and said to Zhao Sangsong, disciple, I'll give this man to you. Do you want to do it yourself or let the people of the Dragon and Tiger sect do it? Zhao Sangsong was murderous, of course, I will take revenge myself. Bai Hao was so frightened when he saw Zhao Sangsong trying to kill him that he burst into tears. Brother, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Don't you like senior sister Lu? I'll give her to you. Please let me go. When Lu Yanyan heard Bai Hao mention her, she felt both embarrassed and angry. Originally, she and Zhao Sangsong were a couple. If it weren't for Bai Hao, she would not have ignored Zhao Sangsong and let her senior brother think that she had changed her heart. She shouted, Bai Hao, don't talk nonsense. I have nothing to do with you. How can it not be related? To save his life, Bai Hao blurted out, have you forgotten that we've been together all these days? Whenever I got a little hurt, you were the first to run to my side to take care of me. Even when senior brother Zhao lost his cultivation and fell seriously ill, you didn't go to see him. Doesn't all this prove that you love me? Hearing Bai Hao's words, the disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect whispered to each other. Isn't Lu Yanyan engaged to senior brother Zhao? How come she's been hanging out with Bai Hao for so short a time? Of course, he must have seen senior brother Zhao lose his cultivation, so he fell in love with someone else. Lu Yanyan felt the disdainful gazes of the crowd and said in shame and anger, "You're talking nonsense. You were the one who tricked me into staying by your side. I had no idea that senior brother Zhao was ill." Bai Hao complained, "If you really had senior brother Zhao in your heart, why would you let me keep you here with just a few words? In the final analysis, you still love me more. You. Lu Yanyan was so angry that she was shaking all over and didn't know how to refute for a moment. Suddenly, scenes flashed through her mind. Scenes of her senior brother's care and concern for her, his deep affection for her, and his vows of eternal love for her flashed through her mind. Unknowingly, she made such a huge mistake, pushing the person she loved most with all his heart and eyes into the abyss. Master, senior brother, I was wrong. I didn't mean it. Lu Yanyan shed tears of regret. It was Bai Hao who lied to me. I didn't know you were sick, nor did I know you were sent to live with the menial disciples. If I had known, I would have rushed to see you the first time. Zhao Sangsong didn't even glance at Lu Yanyan, and only said to Bai Hao, I killed you not because of Lu Yanyan, but because you poisoned me and harmed my fellow sister. After saying that, he slapped out with his palm, hitting Bai Hao on the chest. With a bang, Bai Hao flew out like a broken sack. Bai Hao spurted blood crazily, revealing an unwilling look. I am the heir of the Bai family, I am the successor of the clan leader, you can't kill me. He struggled and wailed, foul-smelling smoke came out of his body, and his flesh and blood gradually disappeared. After a while, it turned into a pool of blood. Everyone's eyelids were twitching. What kind of kung fu was this? It was so vicious. Bai Hao was killed, and no one from the Dragon and Tiger sect tried to stop it. On the one hand, he hated what Bai Hao did, and on the other hand, he was afraid of Shen Ye's strength. Seeing that Bai Hao was dead, the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect said to Zhao Sangsong, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, are you willing to return to the sect? When everyone heard this, they all tried to persuade him. Brother Zhao, come back. Bai Hao did all these things. We wrongly blamed you. Zhao Sangsong's face was cold. He had already seen through the nature of these people, so how could he let them do the same thing again? I have severed all ties with you and will never return to the Dragon Tiger sect in this lifetime. The Dragon Tiger sect's leader's expression darkened. Everyone has already admitted that you were wronged. What else do you want? As long as you are willing to come back, you will still be my direct disciple. Zhao Sangsong's expression remained unchanged. Master, if I don't recover my cultivation, will you still accept me as your eldest disciple? The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect was stunned. He wanted Zhao Sangsong to come back because he didn't want this martial arts genius to join someone else. But he refused to admit it. Whether you have recovered your cultivation or not, you are still my eldest disciple. As long as you are willing to come back, I will immediately preside over your wedding with Yen'er. When Lu Yanyan heard this, her cheeks flushed. Zhao Sangsong is a martial arts genius and handsome. If she had not been bewitched by Bai Hao, she would not have been so blind and betrayed her senior brother's affection. A glimmer of hope arose in her heart, and she looked at Zhao Sangsong with shining eyes. Zhao Sangsong smiled coldly. Thank you for your kindness, sect master. I, Zhao Sangsong, never recycle garbage. Trash? My senior brother said I was trash? Lu Yanyan was stunned. In her impression, her senior brother had never spoken harshly to her. Even though he broke his promises many times and even got close to Bai Hao in front of him, he couldn't bear to blame himself. Now you say you are trash? Lu Yanyan showed an expression of disbelief and her face turned pale instantly. The leader of the Dragon Tiger sect was a little surprised. You don't want to marry your junior sister? Everyone knows Zhao Sangsong's feelings for Lu Yanyan. If he hadn't been afraid of disrupting his eldest disciple's practice, he would have agreed to marry them long ago. Later, Bai Hao appeared and Zhao Sangsong lost his cultivation again, and the matter was never mentioned again. Chapter 87 I won't take dirty things anymore. The Dragon Tiger sect leader continued to persuade him, since you are unwilling, let's not talk about this matter. If you are willing to come back, you can put forward any conditions. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect has tried every possible means to cultivate a martial arts genius for so many years. Now that he has finally recovered, how can he let him go just like that? Shen Yi, who had been watching coldly, couldn't help but laugh. Damn, do you think I don't exist? Bai Hao is shameless enough, but I didn't expect that there is someone more shameless than my Hao. He laughed wildly. Who the hell are you? How dare you set your sights on my apprentice? After saying that, he swung out with his palm, and powerful true energy rolled out towards the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect. The face of the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect changed. He thought that the Supreme Elder could intimidate Shen Yi, but who knew that the other party was still so arrogant? He rushed forward to fight back and was swept several meters away. Shen Yi shouted, "Disciple, revenge is not yet complete, you continue." After saying that, he pounced towards the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect. When Zhao Cangsong heard Shen Yi shout, he immediately attacked without hesitation. Lao Shushi, Senior Brotherly, Lu Yanyan, all those who have harmed him, misunderstood him, and slandered him are all targets of revenge. Lao Shushi was the first to be hit. A stream of true energy pierced through his chest and abdomen and he died tragically on the spot. Senior Brotherly tried to run away, but was grabbed by Zhao Cangsong, who tore off one of his arms on the spot. Senior Brotherly wailed in pain, scaring everyone so much that their faces turned pale. The Grand Elder's face turned cold when he saw this. "You bold villain, stop it." The Supreme Elder was about to attack Zhao Cangsong when ripples suddenly appeared in the space behind him. Shen Yi, who was fighting with the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect, suddenly appeared and slashed at him with a palm. The Supreme Elder's expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned around to meet the enemy. In an instant, the air roared and the true energy surged like a tide, spreading out in all directions. After Shen Yi finished the palm strike, he flashed and appeared more than 10 meters away, continuing to attack the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect was completely bewildered. He had no idea how Shen Yi disappeared from his sight, how he ran to the Supreme Elder, and then came back here. However, Shen Yi's attack left him no time to think and he could only concentrate on resisting. After Shen Yi defeated the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect, he went to harass the Supreme Elder. The two were in a panic and couldn't do anything about Shen Yi for a while. How can this be possible? The Supreme Elder roared, and powerful true energy enveloped the surroundings, locking onto Shen Yi's figure. Shen Yi felt the air pressure suddenly increase, and for a moment he was unable to perform space teleportation. He was secretly surprised. As expected of an 8th level expert, he really had some skills. The Supreme Elder activated his true energy and locked Shen Yi firmly. "I will deal with this man, go and stop Zhao Cangsong." The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect understood and was about to rush towards Zhao Cangsong when a blade of air suddenly flew from behind him, startling him so much that he quickly dodged. The sharp air blade swept across his body, cutting a stone pillar in front of the hall in half. The Dragon and Tiger sect leader's face turned pale. If he had not dodged quickly enough, he would have been cut in half. When the Supreme Elder saw the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect being attacked, he couldn't help but be surprised. What method did this person use to attack the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect when he was locked by him? His face was slightly serious, and he was about to use his ultimate move to attack Shen Yi. Unexpectedly, his mind suddenly sank, as if something was trying to drill into his brain, and he hesitated for a moment. Shen Yi took the opportunity to escape, and disappeared into the air in a flash. The Supreme Elder's mind quickly regained clarity, but before he had time to look for his opponent, a hand suddenly appeared behind him and slapped him hard. The Grand Elder's heart was pounding, and he barely turned his body to block the heavy blow. With a loud bang, the surrounding space was shaken by the two streams of true energy, causing layers of ripples visible to the naked eye, showing powerful destructive and shocking power. The Grand Elder was shaken by this palm strike, his body's blood and chi were shaken, and he almost vomited blood. Shen Yi secretly felt it was a pity. The mental storm had limited effect on high-level warriors. Otherwise, he could have hit him half to death with a solid palm strike. The Supreme Elder suffered a small loss and was furious, so he attacked Shen Yi fiercely. Shen Yi responded calmly, fighting with the Supreme Elder while attacking the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect. He fought 1 against 2 and entangled the two masters so that they could not escape. In the square, Zhao Cangsong had almost dealt with all those who had grudges against him. Except for Lu Yanyan, the rest were insignificant people. These disciples fled to the side and hid in the corner, trembling. Lu Yanyan looked at the disciples of the Dragon and Tiger sect wailing on the ground, and a glimmer of hope ignited in her heart. My senior brother hurt so many people but never touched me. He still loves me. Her eyes lit up slightly. Brother, I know I was wrong before, but now by Hao is dead, there will be no more obstacles between us, let's get back together. Zhao Cangsong sneered, I won't take dirty things anymore. He stretched out his finger and pointed, and a sharp energy pierced into Lu Yanyan's dantian. Once the dantian is broken, the qi withers and the true qi in the body disappears completely. Lu Yanyan screamed and her face turned pale in an instant. Zhao Cangsong said coldly, just enjoy the feeling of becoming a useless person. Lu Yanyan showed an expression of disbelief. Brother, how could you treat me like this? At this time, Shen Yi shouted, Disciple, have you taken your revenge? If you have, we should leave. Zhao Cangsong didn't even look at Lu Yanyan again. Master, I have avenged my disciple and can leave now. Shen Yi said, you go first, I will come later. Zhao Cangsong did not hesitate. With his master's skills, no one could stop him. Watching Zhao Cangsong leave, the Supreme Elder and the Dragon and Tiger Sect's leader were angry, but there was nothing they could do. After Zhao Cangsong's figure disappeared, Shen Yi's figure flashed and rushed down the mountain. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger Sect wanted to chase after him, but was stopped by the Supreme Elder. What's the point of chasing him? His methods are too strange. We can't stop him. So that's it? The leader of the Dragon and Tiger Sect looked at the wounded soldiers all over the ground and was filled with anger. The Grand Elder said solemnly, investigate carefully to find out who this person is and where he comes from. Shen Yi is so young, he doesn't believe that he has no powerful forces to train him. If the other party really has a strong background, they can only act after careful consideration. Seeing that the Supreme Elder had reservations, the Dragon and Tiger Sect's leader had no choice but to give up. Seeing the heartbroken Lu Yanyan, he was filled with anger. It's all your fault. If you hadn't changed your mind, how could Zhao Cangsong have betrayed the sect? He said grimly, pass on my order. Strip Lu Yanyan of her disciple status and demote her to a menial position, responsible for cleaning all the pig pens and toilets. He couldn't deal with Master Shen Yi and his apprentice, so he could only vent his anger on Lu Yanyan. Lu Yanyan's face turned pale. Master, how could you be so cruel? The leader of the Dragon and Tiger Sect sneered, your dantian is destroyed, you are no different from a useless person, what's the point of keeping you? After saying that, he left without looking back. Lu Yanyan suddenly collapsed to the ground, her eyes filled with endless regret. Chapter 88. There is a little fox inside Zhonglingyu. Not long after Shen Yi brought Zhao Cangsong down the mountain, he suddenly felt someone following them. He winked at Zhao Cangsong, who understood, and the two suddenly turned around and disappeared around the corner of the mountain road. A moment later, a young woman appeared. She saw the two figures disappear and was getting anxious when Zhao Cangsong suddenly appeared. He looked at the woman chasing him and asked in surprise, Junior Sister Linine? Linine was startled, and when she found out it was Zhao Cangsong, a hint of surprise and relief appeared in her eyes. Zhao, senior brother Zhao. Shen Yi looked at the woman with a meaningful expression. The only one who dared to chase him at this time was the female disciple who risked her life to rescue Zhao Cangsong in the previous life. This female disciple named Linine has a beautiful appearance and a dignified temperament, and is no worse than Lu Yanyan. I couldn't help but wonder if my cheap apprentice was blind. Why would he give up such a good woman and instead fall in love with Lu Yanyan, that fickle green tea girl? Zhao Cangsong asked, Junior Sister Lin, is there something you want to talk to me about? Linine lowered her head, her voice barely audible. Brother Zhao, will you come back in the future? Zhao Cangsong said resolutely, I have severed all ties with the Dragon Tiger Sect and will never come back. Linine nodded, brother, I know that it was the sect that did something wrong, you are not wrong. Zhao Cangsong smiled and said, Junior Sister, thank you for your understanding. We will say goodbye now. Hearing this, Linine hesitated to speak, feeling a little lost and reluctant. Shen Yi suddenly said, Miss Lin, do you want to go with us? Linine was stunned, showing a hint of surprise. Can I go with you? Shen Yi said, of course you can. Why would you stay in such a rubbish sect? If you are willing, I will accept you as my disciple. Zhao Cangsong will still be your senior brother in the future. When Linine heard this, he bowed down without hesitation. Master, please accept the respect of your disciple Linine. Shen Yi accepted it calmly. I thought this girl was really decisive, no wonder she dared to take such a risk and save Zhao Cangsong from life and death. Get up, from now on, you are my disciple, Shen Yi. Zhao Cangsong is the eldest disciple, and you are the second disciple. Linine was overjoyed and looked at Zhao Cangsong sweetly. Zhao Cangsong was stunned. Junior Sister Lin not only secretly caught up with me, but also took my benefactor as her master. What is going on? Shen Yi set out on his journey again, but this time there was one more person with him. After returning to Jiangnan City, Shen Yi settled the two of them in a villa. He left some wooling grass and said to Zhao Cangsong, practice well. Your martial arts will be of great use in the future. Zhao Cangsong said with a stern expression, Master, don't worry, I will definitely live up to everyone's expectations. Shen Yi had already said on the way that he had awakened the 10,000 poisons martial soul, which had great destructive power and would be needed to deal with extremely brutal enemies in the future. Lin Yin also said, Master, don't worry, I will supervise you well. Shen Yi looked at Lin Yin, who was deeply in love with Zhao Cangsong, and nodded with a smile. No matter how slow Zhao Cangsong was, he knew that Lin Yin had special feelings for him. After Shen Yi left, Zhao Cangsong hesitated and asked, Junior sister Lin, you secretly came down the mountain, was it for me? Lin Yin nodded heavily, Brother, I have liked you for a long time. Because of Lu Yan, I have never dared to confess to you. Now I will not hide my feelings anymore. Brother, from now on, I will be wherever you are. I will never leave you. Zhao Cangsong recalled that when he was down and out, only Lin Yin came to comfort him. But at that time, I only had Lu Yan in my eyes and turned a blind eye to Lin Yin's kindness. Thinking about it now, it was really stupid. He couldn't help but be touched. Junior sister, thank you. Lin Yin looked at Zhao Cangsong affectionately, Brother, I don't want you to thank me, I want you to love me. This. Zhao Cangsong couldn't help but fall silent. He had just gotten over a relationship and couldn't accept another one so quickly. Lin Yin said nonchalantly, Brother, I know it will take time for you to accept me. Don't worry, I will wait for you, no matter how long it takes. A small villa in Jiangnan City. A colorful little fox with a small tail appeared in Zhong Lingyu's mind. At the same time, the soul power in her body became a little stronger. This change made her already stunning face even more beautiful and charming. Her eyes also became unusually bright, watery like a deep spring, sparkling with a breathtaking light. A pair of eyes seems to be able to tell thousands of words, captivating the heart and making people involuntarily indulge in the breathtaking beauty. Zhong Lingyu opened her mouth slightly with an expression of surprise. Haha, I succeeded. I broke through to the first level of my martial spirit. Zhong Lingyu practiced diligently and finally unlocked his first martial art. Pity me. I used this trick to confuse Shen Yi. I wonder if he will take the bait. Zhong Lingyu showed a proud expression. Hearing the unusual noise, Jin Yan rushed over. She was stunned when she saw the charming Zhong Lingyu. I couldn't help but look her up and down. You seem to be more beautiful again? Of course. Zhong Lingyu was not modest at all. When she first cultivated her martial soul to the first level, she already fascinated many male soul masters. Even female soul masters couldn't help but be moved after seeing it. Unfortunately, a group of jealous women were so resentful that they were afraid that their men would be seduced by her, so they planned to kill her. So in this life she must find a strong support and prevent these people from having such an opportunity again. Thinking of this, Zhong Lingyu tilted his head and pondered. At the moment, Shen Yi seems to be the most suitable. But what if he is really moved and forces me to do this? Although I have lived 2 lives, I have never experienced that kind of thing. I heard that if the man is big, it will be painful the first time? Seeing Zhong Lingyu suddenly stop talking, Jin Yan couldn't help but wonder, what are you daydreaming about? Zhong Lingyu woke up with a start and swallowed, No, nothing, I'm hungry, let's go eat. Jin Yan asked curiously, You're not cooking today? She was quite impressed by Zhong Lingyu's cooking skills. She could make simple ingredients into unique dishes. These days, she not only satisfied her appetite but also maintained her figure. No, I've made some progress in my training today, so I want to treat myself. Let's go out for a nice meal. Success in cultivation? Jin Yan didn't know what Zhong Lingyu was practicing, she only knew that this woman was becoming more and more beautiful. If she hadn't been with her every day, she would have suspected that this girl was practicing some kind of kung fu to replenish her yin. Jin Yan remembered something. Oh, the young master is back today. Shen Yi is back? Zhong Lingyu's eyes lit up, and he blurted out, Then let's call him over too. As soon as the words came out, my heart began to beat faster and I felt nervous again. She wanted to show off her martial arts skills to Shen Yi, but she was afraid that Shen Yi would lose control and make excessive demands on her. Chapter 89 The Pathfinder arrives, a premonition of the disaster. Shen Yi had just returned to the city when his heart suddenly skipped a beat and he felt inexplicably uneasy. He looked into the distance and vaguely felt a mysterious and dangerous power in a certain marginal area of the city. Far away from the edge of the city with tall buildings and bustling streets, there is a vast farmland. Surrounding the farmland are farmhouses scattered around. The smoke from cooking fires rises up, contrasting with the blue sky and white clouds, giving people a warm and peaceful feeling. Suddenly, the clear blue sky above the farmland suddenly became gloomy, dark clouds appeared, layer upon layer, and the whole world became extremely depressing. Immediately afterwards, dull thunder rumbled and rolled in from the sky. The wind also quietly intensified, blowing the rice fields up and down like waves, and the branches and leaves rustled, as if telling the anxiety and urgency of the coming storm. When Shen Yi rushed to the farmland, an old man in a green tang suit was already standing on the ridge of the field. The old man in tang suit frowned slightly, his eyes staring upwards, as if he was also attracted by the changes in the sky. Immediately afterwards, another man in a black zhengshan suit appeared in the field. He and the old man in tang suit exchanged a glance. Both seemed to recognize each other, and deep hostility flashed in their eyes. Shen Yi discovered that these two people had extremely high cultivation levels and were at least level 8 warriors. The old man in the tang suit looked familiar. Upon closer inspection, he turned out to be the commander-in-chief of the Jiangnan Defense Zone who had appeared in the news. The other one had a sinister appearance and a strong smell of blood emanating from his body. It was obvious that he had killed people, and the number of people was definitely not small. The chief officer stared at the man in black and said, "Ao Yuan, you are actually in Jiangnan City?" When Shen Yi heard this name, he immediately thought of the killer list on the dark web. Ao Yuan, the 8th level gold medal killer of the Magic Tower Group, ranks high on the official bounty list. Who would have thought that he is hiding in Jiangnan City? Ao Yuan said calmly, "I have been in Jiangnan for a long time, but you just can't find me." The chief commander said in a deep voice, "Now that I have seen you, I will never let you go today." Ao Yuan responded coldly, "I'm always available." At this moment, there was a loud noise suddenly in the sky, a flash of lightning flashed across, and dark clouds rolled, as if something was about to come out. The two were startled by the loud noise and looked up at the sky again. As they stared at the sky, more and more people came, and in a blink of an eye, there were more than 6 people. After they recognized the old man in tang suit, they all stepped forward and saluted. As for Ao Yuan, after realizing his identity, they all showed a look of fear. As for Shen Yi, they were all a little surprised because Shen Yi was too young. After a while, 2 more people arrived. They turned out to be the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect and the Supreme Elder. They obviously didn't expect that so many people had arrived here. Their eyes turned and swept over everyone one by one. After seeing Shen Yi, his expression changed slightly. However, out of consideration for the many masters present, they did not attack immediately. So far, a total of 8 people have been attracted here, all of whom are warriors above level 7. It seems that only warriors above level 7 can sense the mysterious power in the sky. A few minutes later, strange ripples suddenly appeared in the gloomy sky, as if space itself began to twist and tremble, as if torn apart by an invisible force. Immediately afterwards, a black crack appeared in the distorted space. As people watched in astonishment, a burly, hideous humanoid monster flew out from the crack. The humanoid monster was about 5 meters tall, with an ugly and terrifying appearance. The evil aura it exuded made people shudder. The humanoid monster fell to the ground and found that there were many people standing around. After scanning with his ferocious eyes, he let out a strange laugh. The aura is so weak, it turns out to be a low-level martial arts world. Shen Yi recognized the humanoid monster at a glance and was shocked. Pathfinder, it's actually Pathfinder? Pathfinders are monsters of a higher level than ferocious beasts, and their strength is close to that of a human 9th level warrior. It is said that before the natural disaster broke out in the previous life, a group of Pathfinders came to this world. When the Pathfinders arrived, many high-level warriors died in the human world. After the government discovered the incident, before they had time to investigate the whole matter, the disaster struck. Now it seems that the incident was a test before the alien race invaded the human world. After knowing the approximate strength of human warriors, the alien race first sent out ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts are a low-level alien race. Their numbers are huge, like a swarm of locusts. Some run on the ground, while others fly in the sky. Their strength is generally level 03, corresponding to human warriors level 16. The leader of the ferocious beasts can reach level 4, which is equivalent to a level 4 martial soul, corresponding to a level 7 human warrior. The Pathfinder is stronger than the beast leader, equivalent to a level 5-6 martial soul, corresponding to a level 9 human warrior. Above the Pathfinder, there is the even more terrifying Destroyer. In his previous life, Shen Yi had witnessed a battle between the Destroyer and the Grandmaster. Both sides were powerful men whose physical bodies exceeded their limits. Even Li Chen, whose martial soul had not yet reached its peak, could hardly defeat them. The battle shook the heavens and the earth, as if two people were walking human catastrophes. Every step they took was accompanied by landslides and cracks in the ground, and huge rocks flew everywhere, showing their power to destroy the world. Wherever they passed, they left behind thrilling traces. If humans want to compete with the destroyer, they must either cultivate to the Grandmaster level or break through to the 7th level of martial spirit. Several high-level warriors could not understand the language of the Pathfinder and were secretly shocked. What kind of monster is this? How could it fly down from the sky with such a terrifying aura? Just as everyone was guessing the origin of this monster, the Pathfinder suddenly leaped in front of a level 7 warrior. With a snap, the warrior's neck was broken. The Pathfinder inserted the tentacles at the corners of its mouth into the warrior's forehead and began to suck the food with a gulp. In just a moment, the warrior's brain fluid was completely sucked out. Everyone was shocked. A 7th level warrior, a master who could establish his own sect, was killed by the other party like this? The Pathfinder sucked the warrior's brain fluid and then spoke in human language. Everyone here today must die. The commander-in-chief was furious. No matter what kind of monster the other party was, he must die if he killed his compatriots. He roared angrily, and the energy in his body surged like the roar of an ancient bell. Wherever his fist went, its force was unstoppable. This is a unique military skill called Hongzhongjin. The commander-in-chief knew how powerful this monster was, so he used all his life skills in one move. Facing the mighty force that shook the mountains and rivers, the Pathfinder stretched out his palm, and a stream of black air blocked in front of him. With a loud bang, the air wave exploded and swept around like a storm. After the airflow passed, the Pathfinder stood on the cracked ground without any damage on his body. The commander-in-chief took 2 steps back, his expression becoming extremely solemn. I used all my strength to attack, but it didn't leave any mark on the opponent? This scene caused indescribable waves of shock to surge in everyone's heart. Chapter 90, Battle Against the Alien Warriors. Pathfinder smiled grimly. With this little ability, you dare to fight me? After saying that, he waved his hand and a stream of black air rushed towards the commander-in-chief. With a bang, the commander-in-chief's body shook violently and was blown several meters away by the black airflow. His face turned pale instantly. Pathfinder was clearly unhappy that he had failed to kill the chief. He leaped forward and rushed towards the chief officer. The commander-in-chief's pupils shrank slightly, and Hongzhongjin erupted again. Bang bang bang! The two men fought each other continuously in the field. Facing the powerful Pathfinder, the commander-in-chief was obviously no match and was beaten back repeatedly. Seeing this, the surrounding warriors shouted angrily and rushed towards the Pathfinder at the same time. They must join forces to kill this arrogant monster here. Facing the siege of the crowd, Pathfinder didn't care. He was huge, yet incredibly fast. He suddenly appeared behind a level 7 warrior and snapped his head. Except for the 8th level strongman like the chief commander, the 7th level warriors were not his match. The others felt a chill in their hearts. Where did this monster come from? Why was its strength so terrifying? The Pathfinder killed the 7th level warrior and pounced on another one. That person was none other than the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect. He was a peak level 7 warrior, stronger than the first 2 people killed. But seeing the Pathfinder rushing towards him still frightened him to the point of his scalp going numb. Fortunately, the Supreme Elder arrived and the 2 of them joined forces to block the palm strike. With a loud bang, the 2 men stepped back together, their faces turning pale. The Pathfinder failed and pounced on a level 7 warrior. He stretched out his 5 fingers, his fingertips were extremely sharp, and cut the man's neck in one stroke. Blood splattered out and the man fell to the ground in horror and despair. In the blink of an eye, Pathfinder killed 3 people. There were still 3 8th level warriors left on the field, the chief commander, Yuan, and the Supreme Elder, the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect, and Shen. Just as the Pathfinder was about to continue his attack, a ghostly man suddenly appeared behind him. The man was Yuan. He moved as fast as lightning and hit the Pathfinder on the back. The Pathfinder shook, and a black airflow appeared on the surface of his body, resisting Yuan's sneak attack. Pathfinder sneered, "It's quite fast, but it's a pity it can't kill me." Unexpectedly, a dagger with a cold glow suddenly flew out of Yuan's hand and pierced through the black airflow. Clang! The Pathfinder's body made a sound of metal clashing, and a bloody wound appeared on his skin. The Pathfinder felt pain and retreated quickly. He stared closely at the dagger in Yuan's hand, his eyes filled with surprise. What a sharp knife! Your world actually has such a weapon? The knife in Ao Yuan's hand was as thin as a cicada's wing, with a cold glow flowing through it. It was obviously an ancient product, not a modern craft. Ao Yuan failed to inflict serious damage on the Pathfinder, and his eyes showed a trace of solemnity. He didn't expect the monster's defense to be so strong. He had already used his trump card, but only cut the opponent's skin. The Pathfinder pounced towards Ao Yuan suddenly, and the black airflow hit Ao Yuan like a mountain pressing down on him. Ao Yuan's heart tightened and he immediately resisted with all his strength. But the strength of his true energy was not as strong as the black airflow, and it only lasted for 1 second before dissipating. Just as Ao Yuan was about to collapse, a powerful innate energy suddenly came from behind and helped him block the bombardment of the black innate energy. It was the chief commander who took action. He and Ao Yuan looked at each other. The two opponents who had been hostile to each other for many years stood on the same front at this moment, working together to fight against the powerful invaders. The Supreme Elder and the Dragon and Tiger Sex leader also attacked at the same time. The two's true energy gathered into a green sword light, which swept towards the Pathfinder fiercely. The Pathfinder turned around and slapped his palm, and a black airflow swept towards the two of them, and the green sword light shattered in an instant. The Supreme Elder and the Dragon Tiger Sex leader were shocked and took 2 steps back. This was their signature move, but unexpectedly, it was repelled in one move. The Pathfinder had a fierce look in his eyes and was about to deal with the two weaker guys. Unexpectedly, a ripple appeared in the air above his head, and an air blade cut down silently. The Pathfinder was startled and quickly dodged. A breeze blew past, splashing dirt underfoot and revealing a deep crack in the ground. Pity! Shen felt secretly regretful when he saw the Pathfinder dodge away. He attacked suddenly, just to catch his opponent off guard. Unexpectedly, the Pathfinder reacted too quickly and avoided the sneak attack. The Pathfinder was almost hit and glanced at Shen with a fierce look. In his perception, Shen's true energy was not as good as that of the Supreme Elder and the Sect Master of the Dragon and Tiger Sect. So he left the two of them and rushed towards Shen. Stop him! The chief shouted and slashed at the Pathfinder with his palm. Now they only have 5 people left. One less person means one less force to fight against the Pathfinders. They cannot afford to lose any more people. Ao Yuan also moved his hand, and a cold light flew towards the Pathfinder, trying to stop him from taking action. The Supreme Elder and the Dragon and Tiger Sex leader hesitated for a moment. Shen had a grudge against them, so it might not be a bad thing if he was killed by this monster. The Pathfinder was extremely fast and dodged the attacks of the chief and Ao Yuan with a light flash. He flew in front of Shen and was about to kill the attacker with a palm. Unexpectedly, the scene before his eyes suddenly blurred and Shen suddenly disappeared. The next moment, Shen appeared behind him and punched him in the back. Bang! The Pathfinder's body shook violently, and a black airflow emerged from his back, which immediately shook Shen away. Shen was shaken more than 10 meters away, his blood and energy were churning, and he almost vomited blood. What a strong defense! Shen was secretly shocked. His strength was comparable to that of an 8th-level warrior, but he almost injured himself unexpectedly. Pathfinder looked like he was fine, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Shen's punch was so powerful that no matter how strong his body was, he still felt some pain. Human, I want you dead. The Pathfinder's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he rushed towards Shen quickly. Unexpectedly, Shen flashed away and disappeared from his sight again. What the hell is this trick? The Pathfinder was looking for Shen's trace, when suddenly his head shook slightly and his eyes became dazed for a moment. The next moment, Shen appeared on the other side and shouted, "Stab him!" Ao Yuan reacted and immediately rushed forward without hesitation. With a flash of cold light, the dagger stabbed at the Pathfinder like lightning. Hiss! The dagger cut through the black airflow on the surface of the Pathfinder's body and was about to touch his skin. The Pathfinder suddenly woke up, with a fierce light in his eyes, and slapped Ao Yuan with one palm. Ao Yuan didn't want to miss this opportunity, so he tried his best to dodge while continuing to stab with the dagger. The Pathfinder groaned, blood spurted out of his chest, and a bloody gash was opened. Ao Yuan was also swept by the palm wind and flew out like a kite with a broken string. The Pathfinder felt severe pain in his body, and before he could check the wound, another airblade flew towards him. He subconsciously stretched out his hand to stop it, and blood splattered on his arm as the sharp airblade cut a half-inch deep gash on it. The Pathfinder roared in pain, and thick black air rushed out of his body and began to repair the wounds on his body. Shen shouted, "We can't let him repair his body." Upon hearing this, the other three immediately launched a fierce attack on the Pathfinder. Chapter 91: The Pathfinder's Curse. The Pathfinder was under siege, with a fierce look in his eyes. He originally thought that they were just some small shrimps that could be easily cut off, but he didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He roared, "You all must die." Several black lines appeared on the Pathfinder's forehead, and he disappeared into the air with a snap. At the same time, the chief commander, the supreme elder and the leader of the dragon and tiger sect stiffened and their movements became slow. A long black line appeared on the surface of their bodies, locking their hands and feet tightly. This is a curse skill of Pathfinder that can restrain the opponent's actions for a short period of time. Seeing that his opponent was cursed, Pathfinder was the first to rush towards Shen Yi. All the injuries on his body were caused by Shen Yi, and he wanted to kill him first to vent his anger. Unexpectedly, just as he rushed to Shen Yi suddenly smiled at him and disappeared again. The next second, Shen Yi appeared 3 meters away and raised his hand to release an air blade. "You want to kill me? No way." Shen Yi possesses the skill of being immune to all poisons, and is immune to poison gas and poisons, and curses and witchcraft are ineffective against him. The Pathfinder didn't know the secret and was almost hit by the air blade, which made him furious. Before the Pathfinder could continue his attack, Shen Yi flashed to the side of the seriously injured Ao Yuan. He placed his hand on Ao Yuan's body, and a white light was injected into it. Ao Yuan's complexion improved visibly. Shen Yi activated the Fountain of Life skill, which healed Ao Yuan's injuries and even restored most of his energy and blood. The Pathfinder's expression changed slightly. This human had obviously been seriously injured by him, so how could he get better in an instant? He thought of Shen Yi's previous actions and felt shocked and confused. Was this person the one who healed the enemy? But in this low-level martial arts world, how could such an incredible ability exist? The Pathfinder felt a sense of crisis and immediately rushed towards the chief and his 2 companions. Since I can't kill him, I'll just kill his helpers and then slowly deal with this hateful human. Shen Yi didn't expect that the Pathfinder would be so unsportsmanlike. His face changed and he immediately teleported to the commander-in-chief. The Pathfinder had already rushed over. He showed a sinister smile and slapped the 2 men hard. Shen Yi didn't have time to take the commander-in-chief away, so he could only mobilize all his true energy to block it. Boom! The palm power exploded, air waves surged, and dust flew. Shen Yi was blown away and rolled to the ground with the chief commander. The Pathfinder wanted to continue attacking, but a cold light flashed behind him and Ao Yuan stabbed him again. He was a little afraid of the dagger in Ao Yuan's hand that could cut through iron like mud, so he could only avoid it first. Then he slapped Ao Yuan with his backhand and sent him flying several meters away. When he looked at Shen Yi again, he found that a trace of white light was flowing on Shen Yi's body, and his originally injured body quickly recovered. Damn! What kind of ability is this? It recovers faster than my own dark magic energy? The Pathfinder was shocked and angry, and pounced towards Shen Yi. Shen Yi dodged and teleported to a safe place. Pathfinder slammed down with one palm, creating a several-meter-deep crater in the ground. Shen Yi avoided the attack in time, breathed a sigh of relief, and began to breathe heavily. It was a bit strenuous for him to activate Space Instant and Fountain of Life continuously. So he took out the wooling grass and quickly stuffed it into his mouth. The Pathfinder failed repeatedly and was furious. He turned his gun around and rushed towards the Supreme Elder and the leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect. The 2 men looked horrified. They struggled desperately, but the curse power of the Black Line was extremely strong and they could not move at all. The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect showed a hint of pleading to Shen Yi, as if begging for his help. Shen Yi sighed. It was not that he didn't want to help, but that he had consumed too much soul power and had no time to activate the teleportation skill. Bang! The leader of the Dragon and Tiger sect was blown away by a palm, his body shattered into pieces, and a large amount of blood spilled in the air. The Supreme Elder's eyes were bloodshot and he wailed. Suddenly he broke free from the power of the curse and rushed towards the Pathfinder. The Pathfinder didn't take the Supreme Elder seriously at all. Looking at his opponent who came to die, he wanted to kill him with one palm. The eyes of the Grand Elder turned blood red, and a green light suddenly burst out of his body. The green light was as powerful as a bamboo that broke through the dark airflow emitted by the Pathfinder. The Pathfinder was shocked. He didn't expect the other party to become so powerful all of a sudden and be able to break through his dark magic. The Supreme Elder exploded before his death, forcing out his life potential, and the power of his true energy was close to level 9. This green light is the sect treasure of the Dragon and Tiger sect. It is made of 1,000-year-old cold iron and is as sharp as a sword. The jade token pierced through the evil spirit and shot into the Pathfinder's abdomen, causing a splash of blood. The Pathfinder was in excruciating pain, and he swung his palm down, hitting the Grand Elder on the forehead. The attack of the Supreme Elder has reached level 9, but his defense is far inferior. This palm smashed his head, blood spurted out, and the Supreme Elder died tragically on the spot. The Supreme Elder dealt a fatal blow to the Pathfinder. Shen took the opportunity to rush forward and fired 2 consecutive air blades. Swish! Pathfinder dodged one blow, but was cut in the waist by another. He roared in pain and blood spurted out of his body. Yuan also launched an attack at the right time. With a flash of cold light, another bloody wound appeared in front and behind the Pathfinder. At this time, the Commander-in-Chief stood up panting. It was Shen who blocked the frontal impact just now. He was injured, but not seriously. So he regrouped and unleashed the mighty force to strike the Pathfinder hard. Bang! The Pathfinder was hit hard by the palm, his body shook continuously, and the black airflow on his body dimmed a lot. The Pathfinder finally sensed the danger, and he turned around, wanting to leave. Unexpectedly, his head sank, and countless illusions came over him, and he froze in place for a moment. The Pathfinder suffered heavy blows continuously, and his strength was greatly reduced. He was unknowingly caught in the mental storm launched by Shen. Seeing that the opportunity was not to be missed, Yuan's dagger flashed and slashed across the Pathfinder's neck. The blow cut half of Pathfinder's neck, but still did not sever it. Shen immediately followed up with another attack, and the sharp air blade cut through, finally cutting off the Pathfinder's head. The Pathfinder's eyes finally cleared up. He looked incredulous, and blood was gushing out of the cut on his upper body. After shaking twice, his body fell straight down. After the Pathfinder fell, his body turned into black gas and dissipated, leaving a black crystal on the ground. Shen knew at a glance that this was the crystal core formed from the Pathfinder's life essence, and immediately picked up the crystal. The chief and Yuan both saw the crystal core, but didn't think much about it. This time, it was all thanks to Shen that I was able to kill the Pathfinder. If it weren't for him, it would be hard to say whether I could survive. The two were both grateful and surprised. They didn't know who this young man was. Not only was he powerful, but the skills he used were so incredible. And what exactly is this hideous and terrifying monster, and why does it appear in Jiangnan City? Shen felt the surging energy in the crystal core and was secretly surprised. He knew that the energy in the crystal core was similar to soul power, and that absorbing it could greatly enhance his strength. Although there were some impurities in it, he was the martial soul of all things, and he could absorb them without hesitation. Chapter 92 Fang Tingxue and Zhongling you meet. The chief said gratefully, "Thank you for your help, young man. Could you please tell me your name so I can repay you for saving my life?" Shen said, "Commander, you are welcome. Please go back immediately to deploy defenses to deal with the next crisis." The chief officer asked curiously, "What do you mean, young friend?" Shen warned, 10 days later, more monsters of the same kind will arrive. The chief and Yuan's expressions changed at the same time. One monster is so difficult to kill, if a few more come, won't the entire Jiangnan city be destroyed? Seeing the two of them looking nervous, Shen knew what they were worried about, so he said, "The monsters that appeared again were not as strong, but their numbers were huge, equivalent to human warriors of levels 1-6. The chief sighed with relief, "How many will there be?" Shen said seriously, "It ranges from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands." "So much?" The chief took a deep breath. The number of hundreds of thousands is already very impressive, and what is even more terrifying is that each monster is stronger than a formal warrior. Even if he gathered all the warriors in Jiangnan City, there would not be more than 10,000 people. The chief couldn't help but ask, "How did you know that, young friend?" Shen said solemnly, "I have seen other monsters and learned about this from them." The chief officer looked stern. In the past, he would have thought that Shen's words were nonsense. But after personally experiencing the battle with the terrifying monster today, he couldn't help but believe it. The commander-in-chief said with a serious expression, "I will report to my superiors immediately and try to mobilize more troops." He left in a hurry without bothering to capture his old rival standing next to him. After the chief commander left, Yuan bowed deeply to Shen and left the farmland. Shen glanced at the healed crack in the sky, and his figure flashed and disappeared into the fields. On that day, Shi Chuan, the chief military defense officer of Jiangnan City, returned to the army and immediately reported what had happened that day to his superiors. The superiors attached great importance to this because similar incidents occurred not only in Jiangnan City, but also in many cities across the country. The purpose of these monsters flying from outer space is unknown, and they randomly appear in cities with relatively concentrated populations. However, they did not enter the city, but instead released an energy wave to attract higher-level warriors nearby. After killing the warriors who rushed over, these monsters disappeared. Some monsters are unlucky and attract master-level strongmen. After being killed by the Grandmaster, these monsters dropped black crystals. Having received early warnings about the doomsday disaster, the authorities finally took action. While mobilizing urgently, they also declared the day of the disaster a national military exercise day. All citizens had a day off and were not allowed to go out unless in special circumstances. As soon as the announcement was issued, the whole country was in an uproar. The nationwide military exercise means that the situation is serious and there is a possibility of a major war. The surrounding countries immediately became nervous. They did not understand why the Eastern superpower suddenly conducted military exercises, so they hastily mobilized troops and began to deploy defenses on the border. This unintentional action saved them some losses. Although the entire country would still fall, some strength would be preserved. Shen Yi returned to the Shen family mansion and found that Fang Tingxue had broken through to the second level of martial soul. He was very happy. As expected of an awakener of the dragon soul, his cultivation progress is indeed very fast. Shen Yi was in a good mood and was about to say a few words of praise when he received a call from Jin Yan. He was a little surprised. Zhong Lingyu also broke through? Okay, I'll come over now. So he said to Fang Tingxue, let's go out for dinner and I'll introduce you to someone. Fang Tingxue nodded and followed Shen Yi silently. Shen Yi brought Fang Tingxue to the entrance of a self-service barbecue restaurant and was stunned. Didn't we say we were going to have a feast? Is this all? Jin Yan, who was waiting at the door, said embarrassedly, Xiaoyu said there are many varieties here. Although the taste is not as good as that of a big restaurant, the dishes are rich and the portions are large enough to fill you up. Shen Yi asked, where is she? I've already gone in. They say the oysters in this shop are very fresh, but if you go too late, they'll be gone. Shen Yi shook his head, call her out, let's change places. It's not that he dislikes the buffet, but it's that it's too noisy and inconvenient to talk. After a while, Zhong Lingyu walked out reluctantly, with oyster juice still remaining at the corner of her mouth. She muttered, I paid for it, it would be a waste if I don't eat it. Shen Yi waved his hand, please go to Baowei Pavilion, you don't have to pay. Zhong Lingyu's eyes lit up. Baowei Pavilion was the most famous restaurant in Jiangnan City, and she had never been there. Immediately, he smiled happily, I'll listen to you. I'll go wherever you say. The four of them came to Baowei Pavilion in the heart of the city, which is not only a gathering place for Jiangnan cuisine, but also a symbol of prosperity. Surrounded by tall buildings, flashing neon lights, endless traffic, bustling crowds of people, and a dazzling array of shops, the interweaving of tradition and modernity makes this place the most dazzling pearl in the night. The head waiter of Baowei Pavilion recognized Shen Yi, the wealthy young man, at a glance. Su Bingyu used to like to dine here, and Shen Yi had brought her here many times. The foreman came forward respectfully and said, Mr. Shen, is this still box 608? Room 608 is the best private room in Baowei Pavilion, with a view of the entire street. It was once the private room designated by Su Bingyu. Shen Yi looked back at the unbearable past and shook his head, changed to another room. The foreman was a little surprised and asked quickly, how about number 508? Shen Yi nodded, and the foreman immediately led the way. A waitress at the door saw the head waiter being so respectful to Shen Yi and couldn't help but ask curiously, who is this man? Why does the head waiter look at him as if he were his own father? The companion said, you don't even recognize this person? That's Mr. Shen, the only heir to the Jiangnan Shen family. The waitress opened her mouth wide, so he is the young master of the Shen family. His companion said, you better recognize him. If he comes again next time, don't neglect him. The waitress's eyes were filled with infatuation. What a handsome man. I wish I could be his girlfriend. His companion said contemptuously, don't dream. You're the only one who wants to be Mr. Shen's girlfriend? Look at the women around him. Which one can compare to you? Although Jin Yan is old, she has a curvy figure and the charm of a mature woman. Fang Tingxue was wearing a mask, but her eyes were bright, her skin was as white as snow, and her temperament was excellent. Not to mention Zhong Lingyu, who is so delicate and charming that one can fall in love with her at first sight. Not to mention men, even women will be moved when they see her. The waitress sighed and said, "Alas, such an excellent man, it's a pity that he has no chance." His companion urged, "Stop imagining things and hurry up and deliver your food." After entering the private room, Shen Yi ordered several special dishes, the price of which exceeded 5 figures. After all the dishes were served, Fang Tingxue took off her mask. As soon as Fang Tingxue took off her mask, Zhong Lingyu's eyes widened. The reason is simple: Fang Tingxue is so beautiful, she is almost as beautiful as her. What a beautiful woman! Shen Yi has such a beautiful woman by his side, but he never told me. What a scumbag! Zhong Lingyu sensed the crisis. Chapter 93: Natural Disasters and Catastrophes. It was also the first time that Jin Yan saw Fang Tingxue's true appearance. She looked at Fang Tingxue and then at Zhong Lingyu, and couldn't help but marvel in admiration. The young master is really lucky. The two most beautiful women in Jiangnan City both came to his side. Shen Yi didn't know what the two girls were thinking, so he introduced them. "Xiaoxue, this is Zhong Lingyu. Zhong Lingyu, this is Fang Tingxue." Zhong Lingyu felt a pang in her heart. Shen Yi called her Xiaoxue, but called me by my full name? Doesn't this mean that the relationship between Shen Yi and this girl is even closer? Zhong Lingyu was no longer calm. The natural disaster was about to come, and she absolutely could not miss out on Shen Yi. She quickly displayed the first-level martial spirit "I am pitiful," and an invisible fragrance emanated from her body, and her big watery eyes became bright and charming. Shen Yi felt a faint fragrance coming and couldn't help but look at Zhong Lingyu. He looked at Zhong Lingyu's beautiful face and felt that she was more beautiful than before. Fang Tingxue felt an uncomfortable aura. She frowned slightly and activated her dragon spirit, which dispersed the aura in the room. Zhong Lingyu's body shook, and she came out of her pitiful state, and the fragrance she was emitting also dissipated. She looked at Fang Tingxue with some annoyance. How dare this woman destroy my martial arts? Fang Tingxue felt a little strange about Zhong Lingyu's inexplicable hostility. She glanced at Zhong Lingyu, and a faint spark flashed between the two women's eyes. Shen Yi coughed dryly. He had lost his composure just now and couldn't help but wonder what kind of martial spirit Zhong Lingyu was cultivating. How could it attract him so much? Jin Yan didn't know that the two women had exchanged a trick in secret. Seeing that the dishes were all served, she said to Zhong Lingyu, "Aren't you hungry? Come and eat quickly." Zhong Lingyu had no mood to eat and was just muttering to herself. "No, I have to find another opportunity and never let this woman ruin my plan of currying favor with her." She deliberately moved closer to Shen Yi. "Brother Shen, thank you for saving me and treating me to a meal." After saying that, he put some food into Shen Yi's bowl. Shen Yi was a little unaccustomed to Zhong Lingyu's sudden attentiveness and stepped back a little. "You're welcome. I asked you out for dinner because I have something to tell you." Zhong Lingyu quickly put on an obedient look and blinked. "Brother Shen, what do you want to tell me?" Shen Yi said, "Pack up and prepare to move out of the villa." Zhong Lingyu was startled, revealing a pitiful expression. "Brother Shen, are you going to kick me out?" Shen Yi shook his head. "No, I just moved to a new place." Zhong Lingyu was surprised and asked, "Is he living with you?" When Fang Tingxue heard this, her eyes flickered slightly, revealing a hint of nervousness. There is no doubt that she likes Shen Yi. Although she has never thought of monopolizing Shen Yi, she still feels uncomfortable when she sees other women approaching Shen Yi. "No, the Shen family has a villa outside the city, and I plan to let you live there." "Go live in the villa?" Zhong Lingyu was a little disappointed but also a little curious. "Where is that villa? Will you live there too?" Shen Yi nodded. "I will go later, but not now." Zhong Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that she was not driven away. There would be plenty of opportunities to seduce Shen Yi in the future. She glanced at Fang Tingxue triumphantly. "You want to kick me out? No way. I want to stay, not only to get the first blood of Shen Yi, but also to give birth to a baby for him. Even though it will be painful, I can't catch the wolf without sacrificing the child." Fang Tingxue once again felt Zhong Lingyu's hostility. She didn't know what she was imagining, but she felt that this woman had ill intentions towards Shen Yi. She looked back at Zhong Lingyu, and when their eyes met, invisible sparks flew again. Shen Yi said again, "Xiaoxue, you should move to the villa too." Fang Tingxue was stunned for a moment, then nodded obediently. Zhong Lingyu had a bad feeling. This woman also went to live in the villa, so how could she seduce Shen Yi? After dinner, Shen Yi returned to the Shen family mansion and called Wang Yuan and Xia Yao respectively. I'll give you an address. You must move in within 10 days. Only your closest relatives can come with you. After arranging everything, Shen Yi walked into the quiet room and took out the black crystal core. For ordinary soul masters, this black crystal core is full of dangers because it contains unknown impurities and needs to be peeled off for a long time before it can be used. Otherwise, it may affect the mind and cause possession. But for Shen Yi, this is a treasure containing huge energy. Once it is absorbed, his strength will be further improved. On Th Day of Th month of 2012 in the Eastern Chinese calendar, the countdown to the end of the world entered its final day. There were far fewer people on the streets of Jiangnan City than before. Many people followed the government's advice and stayed quietly at home, while some people took to the streets to see what the national military exercise looked like. In the evening, the sky suddenly changed, dark clouds rolled like a churning sea of ink, thunder roared incessantly, lightning streaked across the sky, and the heaven and earth seemed to be stirred by a mysterious force. Everything lost its color, and the vision was astonishing, foreshadowing that an unprecedented great change was about to come. People looked at the strange sight in the sky with surprise and fear in their hearts. The third vision lasted for a full hour, and the great catastrophe of mankind finally arrived. The earth trembled, mountains and rivers shifted, and the surface of the earth all over the world suddenly collapsed, revealing enormous caves. These caves appeared without warning, some in the mountains, some on the edge of the city, and some in the city center. A black mass of monsters emerged from the cave and swarmed towards the nearby town like a swarm of locusts. At the same time, mushroom clouds rose from the ground, and the war between humans and ferocious beasts officially began. The beasts are numerous, vicious, and ferocious, and each one has power that is no weaker than that of a formal warrior. In just one day, multiple countries around the world fell and entire nations were almost completely massacred. Despite being well prepared, the Eastern powers still found it very difficult to resist. There are endless ferocious beasts, and it seems that they can never be killed. The army tried its best to stop the attack, but most of the city was still captured. On the streets of Jiangnan City, when people heard the rumbling sound of artillery, they cheered excitedly, thinking that the military exercise had officially begun. But the sound of artillery fire became louder and more frequent, until smoke rose not far away, and they finally realized that something was wrong. Half an hour later, the first ferocious beast broke through the human defense line and rushed to the center of the city. Looking at this hideous and terrifying monster, people were silent for a second or two, and then panicked. The beast raised its long, sickle-like legs and was about to slaughter the humans around it when it suddenly exploded with a bang and was blown to pieces by the flying shells. The bright red flesh and blood splattered onto the pedestrians around, waking them up and awakening the fear in their hearts. The crowd scattered and fled home for their lives. The entire street was in chaos, and the news of the coming of doomsday spread like blood, spreading throughout the city. Chapter 94, The City Falls, Monsters Eat People. Shen Yi stood on the tallest building in the villa and looked down. Black torrents appeared on the plains and fields below, sweeping towards Jiangnan City. Fireballs immediately appeared at the edge of the city, and black smoke quickly spread, enveloping the entire city in flames that shot up into the sky. Shen Yi looked at the city engulfed in flames and sighed slightly. The catastrophe has arrived. I hope more people can survive. Wang Yuan stood beside Shen Yi, and said in shock and fear, so what you said is true, natural disasters will really happen. Before the catastrophe came, the Shen family and more than 200 relatives and friends moved to the villa. The defense here is strong, the food is sufficient, and it is far away from the city. It is the safest place in the early stage of a natural disaster. Xia Yao was still terrified. Fortunately, Master informed me early, otherwise my grandfather and I would be doomed. Nanwan is an economic center with a concentrated population. It has now been razed to the ground by the ferocious beasts. Shen Yi said seriously, practice well. This place is only temporarily safe. It won't be long before the ferocious beasts find this place. When the two heard this, they nodded vigorously. Their lives and families were saved by Shen Yi, so whatever Shen Yi says now is what it comes down to. At that time, the Jiangnan City Defense Zone Command. Zhaichuan looked at the surveillance footage with a serious expression. The officers around did not dare to say a word. No one could have imagined that the prophecy would come true. When Zhaichuan proposed to deploy defenses throughout the city, he was opposed by most people. Such a waste of money and time will cause panic and unrest among the citizens. Especially the doomsday theory is simply nonsense. Although Sichuan was the chief commander of the defense zone, the defense deployment task required the joint efforts of the government, the army, and the logistics agencies to be implemented. The deployment time was delayed for several days until the higher authorities issued the military exercise task, and the relevant departments began to take action. Although they had been prepared, people did not expect the beasts to be so powerful. Any one of them had strength that was no weaker than that of a formal warrior. Some powerful beasts have thick skin and flesh that cannot be penetrated even by artillery shells. If the missiles were not powerful enough, the first round of attack would have failed. A military officer reported, Commander-in-Chief, the front reports that the eastern and western defense lines are under great pressure, and some areas have been breached by ferocious beasts. Sichuan frowned and said, request support immediately. We must not let the beasts enter the city. The military officer looked troubled. Everywhere in the country, we've been attacked by ferocious beasts. I'm afraid it will be difficult for them to reinforce us. Sichuan frowned and asked, where are the air forces? They bombed one round and then left. The nearby city is in even greater danger, so they need to fly over to provide reinforcements. Sichuan said helplessly, then send the militia. No matter what, the central city must be defended. Boom! A building is located at the edge of the defense zone, and the sound of artillery fire can be heard outside. One employee ran back to the building in a panic, we can't get out. There are black monsters outside eating people. I saw several people being eaten. When the people in the office heard this, their faces turned pale. Someone trembled and said, what should we do? The shells are getting closer and closer. If they hit us, we're finished. One female employee complained indignantly, it's all the manager's fault. The whole country is on holiday, but he's the only one who's forcing us to work overtime. The female employee's words immediately resonated with the audience. Yes, it's all his fault. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be trapped here. The employees were furious and looked for the culprit. Where is the manager? He was just here, where is he now? As if hearing the noise outside, a middle-aged man with a greasy face walked out of the office. As if he was used to bullying others, the middle-aged man shouted, what are you arguing about? Don't you want to do this anymore? Several employees were intimidated by his residual power and subconsciously shut their mouths. But two of the more aggressive ones were dissatisfied and said, it's already this late, and you still want to discipline us? Right. The others reacted and shouted, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be working overtime, let alone being trapped in the building. The middle-aged man didn't expect his subordinate to turn against him, and his face changed. Overtime is a job requirement. If we don't work overtime, how will the company make a profit and how will we get the money to pay you? It's the end of the world, why are you still working overtime? I just want to go home and be with my family, one burly employee fumed. The other employees also thought about their current situation and became furious, wanting to beat the middle-aged man up. The middle-aged man could only bite the bullet and say, what doomsday? It's all rumors. Once the military exercise is over, everyone can go home. You're talking nonsense. I saw a monster eating a person, and you're still calling it a rumor. Just as he finished speaking, a shell exploded outside and the whole building shook. Several sharp cries were heard, as if some ferocious monster was howling. The middle-aged man's fat trembled and he finally got scared. You really saw a monster eating people? How could it be false? The employee was about to describe the horrific scene he saw when he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The middle-aged man was a little surprised. Looking back, he saw a black monster hanging on the window opposite. The middle-aged man was so frightened that he didn't have time to run away. With a snap, the glass shattered, and the monster leaped in and grabbed the middle-aged man's head. The middle-aged man was terrified and screamed, "Save me!" Before the middle-aged man could struggle, the monster suddenly flew into the air, grabbed him and flew out of the building. Bang bang bang! Several balls of fire exploded in the sky, and the monster was blown into pieces before it flew far. The middle-aged man was hit by shrapnel, his body torn into pieces and turned into a ball of bright blood. When the employees in the building saw the scene, they all felt a chill in their hearts and almost fainted in fright. Now, what should we do now? People were in a panic. Monsters had already started to enter the building. Staying here meant death, and running out also meant death. I'll take everyone out. After a long silence, a young man wearing glasses sitting in the corner suddenly spoke. What did you say, take us out? The employees looked at the young man in glasses in surprise. The young man's name is Lan Chongwen. He has a gentle appearance and a thin build. He is a college student who has just started working. To be honest, I've awakened my special abilities, Lan Chongwen said calmly. When everyone heard this, they opened their mouths in surprise. Lan Chongwen slowly stood up and gently raised his hand. He actually lifted the solid wood office desk weighing more than 200 pounds with one hand. Wow, what a great strength! Everyone was surprised and delighted. Anyone who can lift such a heavy table must be no ordinary person. Can you really lead everyone out? A male employee was both excited and worried. Certainly. There was a glimmer of calmness and confidence in Lan Chongwen's eyes. About half a month ago, he suddenly awakened some special ability, which made him extremely strong. The barbell that he couldn't lift before, he could now hold in his hands as if it were a toy. Chapter 95, Spiritual Qi Revives, A New Era Begins. Let's go now, leave this industrial park first, and then return to the city. Lan Chongwen took the lead and walked out of the building. His plan was simple: deal with the monsters he encountered and then find a drivable car to return to the city center. The employees now had someone to rely on and followed him, hoping to leave this terrible place as soon as possible. When we walked outside the building, we saw broken walls everywhere and some bodies torn into strange shapes. Their deaths were extremely tragic. The employees trembled as they passed by the bodies, and 2 female employees almost vomited. Lan Chongwen also tried his best to suppress his discomfort and walked quickly towards the parking lot. Suddenly, there was a sound of gunfire in the distance, and a soldier with blood all over his face appeared from the corner of the street. When he saw Lan Chongwen and his group, he waved at them desperately. Judging from his lip movements, he seemed to be asking them to return to the building. Of course, Lan Chongwen would not turn back. Since he brought everyone out, he had to bring everyone out safely. Bang bang bang! The soldiers suddenly raised their guns and opened fire, because a black monster suddenly jumped out from behind Lan Chongwen and his group. This monster was more than 3 meters tall, covered with hard scales, and its vertical pupils flashed with a ferocious light. The black monster was beaten so hard that flames appeared all over its body and clanging sounds were heard. However, the monster did not suffer any substantial damage. It arched its body and rushed towards the crowd. Lan Chongwen's expression turned serious, and he shouted loudly, "Hide behind me!" Without him saying anything, everyone started running behind him like frightened birds. When the monster was about to rush in front of him, Lan Chongwen took a stance and punched it hard. Bang! The black monster was shaken by the blow, stretched out its long sickle-like legs, and split Lan Chongwen into 2 halves. Blood splattered and Lan Chongwen was split in 2. Lan Chongwen's eyes were wide open. He would never believe that he was so vulnerable. Everyone was silent. Half a second later, the crowd shouted in fear and fled in all directions. The black monster was stunned for a moment by people's screams, and then pounced on the person who was running the fastest. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen people fell in a pool of blood. The warrior standing at the corner of the street sighed softly. He didn't know how the young man could be so confident that he dared to face a black monster alone. This black monster is at least a level 2 beast, and its strength is estimated to exceed that of a level 4 warrior. All small arms were useless unless bombarded with artillery shells. The soldiers couldn't bear to see their fellow soldiers being slaughtered by the beasts, so they turned around and retreated in another direction. This scene that happened in the industrial building is happening in many places in the city. On the second day after the natural disaster, most areas of Jiangnan City fell. Sichuan personally led the security team to repel the ferocious beast that attacked the municipal building. On the third day after the disaster, humans began to launch large-scale missile strikes on the cave. The attacks of the ferocious beasts gradually weakened, and humans got a brief respite. On the 5th day, countless spacecracts suddenly appeared in the vast sky, and countless flying beasts appeared and began to attack human air forces. A large number of fighter planes were destroyed and pilots suffered heavy casualties. Human resistance was further weakened and human morale declined to the extreme. On the 10th day after the natural disaster, most countries in the world fell. On the 15th day after the natural disaster, only a few key cities and military bases remained. On the 30th day after the natural disaster, spiritual energy revived, more people began to awaken their martial spirits, and humanity held on to the last piece of Pure Land. At the same time, a new round of invasion began. Ferocious beasts continuously rushed out of the caves and cracks in the sky, and even new species appeared. Humanity has officially entered the early stage of natural disasters, the year of doomsday. This was the darkest year in human history, but it was also the year in which new forces were born and the world was changed. 1 month after the natural disaster, only 1/10 of Jiangnan City remained intact. This area is divided into 4 forces and 3 refugee areas. One force is the remnants of the government troops, one force is the Shao family headed by Shaolong, one force is the resistance force spontaneously organized by many warriors, and another force is outside the city, which is the Shen family who fled far away in the mountains. Of the 3 major refugee areas in Jiangnan, the army controlled one, the Shao family controlled one, and there was another one that was a mixed bag, with more than a dozen forces of all sizes entrenched. Among the 3 major families in Jiangnan, only the Chen family has declined. After being reminded by Shen Yi, Shaolong moved his family to a more remote place, preserving most of his strength. The Chen family lives in a densely populated area of the city and suffered the heaviest losses. However, Chen Hong, the head of the Chen family, awakened his martial spirit and led the remaining members of the family to gain a foothold in one of the refugee areas. Chen Xiang didn't die either. When the natural disaster broke out, he was being attacked by a burly man. When the fierce battle was in full swing, there was a flash of blood and the big man's head fell down. A terrifying-looking monster appeared in the cell and grabbed a corpse from the ground and started chewing it. Chen Xiang was so scared that he almost peed himself. Fortunately, the monster disliked the smell on his body and did not attack him. Later, Chen Xiang escaped from prison under the protection of a powerful prisoner at the cost of the withered chrysanthemum. He went back and forth to find the Chen family's base, and with the help of his father, he planned to kill the prisoners and repay the life-saving grace. However, his temperament has changed greatly. He likes to put on makeup and speaks in a sissy tone. Chen Hong knew about the changes in his son and felt both distressed and helpless. He doesn't have the energy to take care of his son now. If the family wants to recover, it needs to expand its territory and collect more supplies. In the early days of the natural disaster, warriors were still the main force in resisting the ferocious beasts. But if you want to recruit warriors, you need a lot of supplies and food. But in the 3rd refugee zone where good and bad people mix together, it is very difficult to expand influence. The Chen family's warriors surrounded a small house. The leader was a man in black who shouted threats. "Listen up, everyone inside. We are from the Chen family. If you know what's best for you, hand over the food you've collected. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude." After the door opened, a man who looked like a student walked out. He glanced at everyone coldly and spat out one word: "Get out." The man in black was furious and was about to rush forward when he heard a faint rustling sound from the ground. Tens of thousands of rats crawled out from the ground and pounced on the man in black. The man in black was horrified. You awakened your martial spirit?" 1 month after the natural disaster, martial spirit is no longer a new term. More and more people are awakening their martial spirits, including but not limited to soldiers, warriors, businessmen, and students, and various supernatural powers are beginning to appear among the people. Those who have awakened their martial spirits are given a unified title, Soul Masters. The student had apparently awakened a martial spirit that could control rats. The rats moved swiftly, rushing towards the Chen family like a well-trained army. Some of the Chen family warriors were skeptical. They were all formal warriors, so how could they be afraid of these dirty reptiles? Soon, the Chen family warriors were defeated and fled under the bite of the rats, leaving only one sentence: "We will be back." Hu Lei watched coldly as the Chen family warriors disappeared, then turned and returned to the small building. In his house, there were several gray beast cores. These were all found from the bodies of ferocious beasts. After his mice gnawed on these beast cores, some special changes occurred. So he brought these beast cores back, and after careful study, he found that he could absorb some energy from them to replenish the soul power in his body. However, these animal cores contain some unknown impurities, so it is not advisable to absorb too much at one time, otherwise your head will feel swollen and your body will feel uncomfortable. Chapter 96, Shen Yi comes out of confinement, 2 women compete for favor. Hu Lei went to the kitchen, took a piece of bread, and went to the room on the 2nd floor. He knocked on the door and heard a weak voice from inside. "Come in." Hu Lei walked in and saw a young girl sitting on the bed in the room. The girl is very beautiful, but her face is a little pale. "Eat it." Hu Lei handed her the bread. "Thank you." The girl took the bread. The girl's name is Su Bingqian, and she is Hu Lei's classmate. When Hu Lei found her, she was surrounded by a group of people with bad intentions. Hu Lei didn't think much about it and commanded the army of mice to rescue her. Su Bingqian took a bite of bread, looked up and asked, "Hu Lei, have you found my family?" Hu Lei shook his head, "No." Su Bingqian was a little disappointed. She thought silently for a while, and suddenly asked, Hu Lei, do you like me? Hu Lei was stunned for a moment. He did not deny it, but seemed to agree. Su Bingqian was secretly happy that Hu Lei really liked her. She is the class beauty in school and the secret crush of many boys. Hu Lei should be one of them. It's just that Hu Lei was too ordinary before. If it weren't for the natural disaster, there would be no chance for him to be in the same room with her. She said somewhat proudly, then can you think of a way to find my family? Hu Lei was a little embarrassed. There are ferocious beasts outside now. My ability is limited and I can't find any place farther. Then can't you go further? You have a martial spirit, so you can definitely do it. This is very risky. I don't have the strength to go to his other districts. Su Bingqian frowned. Hu Lei thought for a moment and said, I can order Shu De to look somewhere else. Shu De is Hu Lei's most capable subordinate. After devouring the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts, he underwent some mutations. Su Bingqian's eyes lit up, then hurry up, I want to find my family as soon as possible. Hu Lei nodded, I need something close to your body, it will help. Su Bingqian hesitated for a moment and took off the necklace hanging around her neck. Hu Lei took the necklace and left the room. He walked outside the building and summoned a large gray rat. This mouse has shiny fur, long and thick whiskers, and a body that is much stronger than other mice of the same species. Hu Lei gave the necklace to Mouse to sniff. Mr. Mouse, help me find a few people who smell like Su Bingqian. The rat shook its big beard, turned around and ran away, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene was seen by several neighbors upstairs. They hid behind the curtains with a look of awe on their faces. After the natural disaster, famine broke out in many places and people collected food everywhere, but Hu Lei never took the initiative to go out and look for it. Some people thought that Hu Lei must have stored enough food and wanted to break into his house to get it, but they were eaten to the bone by the sudden army of rats. Later, sporadic ferocious beasts broke into this place, but they were all dealt with by the army of rats sent by Hu Lei. People then realized that Hu Lei had awakened some kind of special power. From then on, no one dared to approach Hu Lei's house, except for the group of short-sighted warriors from the Chen family. On the 32nd day after the natural disaster, Shen ended his deep cultivation. After absorbing most of the black crystal core, he broke through to the peak level 4 martial spirit, and was only one step away from reaching the level 5 martial spirit. Once he breaks through the 5th level of his martial soul, his strength will be greatly improved, and it won't be so difficult to fight against the Pathfinder again. Shen Tianhao saw Shen finally come out of retreat, his eyes full of joy. Son, how is your training going? Shen said, there has been some progress, but it is still a little short of the 5th level martial spirit. Shen Tianhao sincerely praised, it's already very good. I'm afraid there is no martial spirit higher than yours in the entire Tiannan city. He practiced very hard, but was still a long way from reaching the 3rd level of martial spirit. And his son is almost at the stage of cultivating to the 5th level of martial spirit. This speed of cultivation is extremely rare in the entire world. Shen asked, what's the situation outside? Shen Tianhao said, Jiangnan city fell, and most of the people were massacred. Only about 1/10 of the territory remains. Shen was not surprised. In the previous life, the entire Jiangnan city was conquered, and the remaining humans were forced to migrate to the surrounding mountains and plains. The situation was even worse than it is now. Being able to defend 1/10 of the urban area is the result of early prevention. In a room in the villa, Zhong Lingyu was yawning out of boredom. After Shen went into seclusion, no one gave her the wooling grass, and no one urged her to practice. Therefore, her cultivation progress slowed down, and she was still a long way from breaking through to the 2nd level of her martial soul. Fang Tingxue, on the other hand, never slacked off. Not only did he study martial arts diligently, he also often went down the mountain with the Shen family warriors to hunt ferocious beasts. Because beast cores can be hunted from ferocious beasts, which contain energy similar to soul power, they can be used to replace martial spirit grass. When Shen was in seclusion, Zhong Lingyu tested this love rival. After trying it, the little face turned pale. Oh no, her martial spirit is much stronger than mine, I can't beat her. An idea came to Zhong Lingyu at that time, if she couldn't become the mistress, then she would be a concubine. Anyway, she was determined to follow Shen Xiao Yu. Jin Yan called out from outside, young master has come out of confinement. Zhong Lingyu was overjoyed when he heard this. He quickly jumped out of bed and ran out without even putting on his shoes. After a while, she ran back and put on the socks that were crumpled like pickles on her snow-white feet. When she ran to Shen Yi, Fang Tingxue had already arrived. Zhong Lingyu's fox first stood up. Damn woman, she runs faster than me. You damn scumbag Shen Yi, could you please turn your head this way? I, the little beauty, am here to see you. Fang Tingxue stood in front of Shen Yi, her beautiful eyes full of surprise. Brother Shen, you're out. Shen Yi nodded. Yes, I just finished practicing. He sensed the change in Fang Tingxue's aura and exclaimed in admiration, not bad, your martial spirit has improved again. Fang Tingxue was happy, but not proud. Unlike Zhong Lingyu, she never thought of relying on Shen Yi. She practiced hard just to have strong skills so that she could fight alongside Shen Yi. Seeing Fang Tingxue being praised, Zhong Lingyu was a little unconvinced. I have made progress too. Oh? Shen Yi glanced at Zhong Lingyu and didn't feel any particularly strong aura. Puzzled, what progress have you made? Zhong Lingyu straightened her chest confidently and said, haven't you noticed the change in me? Shen Ye's eyes inadvertently swept across her delicate and plump breasts, and he thought to himself, it seems that they are indeed more upright than before? Has she been practicing this stuff these days? Just as Zhong Lingyu was about to perform pity, Fang Tingxue suddenly said, Brother Shen, this is my newly awakened martial art dragon might. A golden light emanated from her, transforming into a fiery and powerful energy that shook the air around her. Zhong Lingyu was caught off guard and was almost knocked out by this force. She stood up awkwardly, shocked and angry. This damn woman did it on purpose. Chapter 97 The difficult situation of Su Bingyu's family. Fang Tingxue accidentally bullied Zhong Lingyu, but she showed no shame at all. Instead, she looked at him eagerly, Brother Shen, what do you think of my new martial arts? Shen Yi praised, not bad, it is worthy of being an innate dragon soul, the power is really strong. Zhong Lingyu was in tears, frightened by Fang Tingxue's dragon power, and she couldn't use her pitiful move. After learning that Shen Yi had come out of confinement, Wang Yuan, Xia Yao, and Zhao Tsungsong rushed over. Shen Yi exchanged pleasantries with them for a while, then announced, I'm going down the mountain. Wang Yuan quickly asked, what are you doing down the mountain? Shen Yi smiled, go do something. Zhao Tsungsong immediately said, Master, I'll go with you. Shen Yi refused, no need, you can stay in the villa. Zhao Tsungsong is a peak level 6 warrior and has the 10,000 poisons martial soul. With him in the villa, she will feel much more at ease. Fang Tingxue asked, Brother Shen, can I go with you? Shen Yi hesitated for a moment and then agreed. Fang Tingxue has just awakened a new martial art and needs to be tempered. Any powerful martial spirit is honed in actual combat. Zhong Lingyu opened her mouth and then closed it again. With her few moves, it was difficult for her to protect herself, let alone kill a ferocious beast. Half an hour later, Shen Yi and Fang Tingxue walked out of the mountains. Dozens of miles ahead of them was a city destroyed by war. The smoke hanging over Jiangnan City was like a thick dark cloud, blocking out the sun. The entire city was shrouded in gloom and chaos. Broken walls and ruins were scattered throughout the urban area, and the buildings were now only left with charred skeletons, standing alone on the ruins. The once bustling streets were now littered with rubble, with occasional lingering flames visible and the air filled with a pungent smell of burning. After approaching the city, Shen Yi observed that there were ferocious beasts active on the edge of the city, but not in large numbers. After all, after a month of fighting, both sides suffered heavy losses. In addition to having an important matter to attend to, he also had another purpose in going down the mountain this time, which was to hunt for animal cores. His main target is the leader of the ferocious beasts, because only beast cores above level 4 are useful to him. As for low-level beast cores, get as many as you can. If you can't use them yourself, you can share them with others. Anyway, he has unlimited space, so he is not afraid of not being able to fit it in. After breaking through to the 4th level of Martial Soul, his space expanded 10 times, and he could easily fit more than 10 cubic meters of things in it. However, Shen Yi would not take the initiative to fight against a large number of ferocious beasts. If the number of the other party was too large, he would not be able to withstand it, not to mention that he was bringing Fang Tingxue with him. So he planned to sneak into the city, find the main target, and then take the opportunity to attack. The terrain of the city is complex and there are ruins everywhere, so it is difficult to chase after the ferocious beasts if they discover them. When Shen Yi and Fang Tingxue entered the city, it was the day after Hu sent out Shu De. He silently watched a mouse squeaking in front of him, then nodded and returned to the small building. Your family has been found. Hearing Hu words, Su Bingxian's face was full of surprise. Really? Where are they? It's in the refugee camp in the old city, about 10 miles from here. Su Bingqian asked excitedly, can you bring them here? Hu Lei shook his head. It's difficult. Although they are all in the old city, there are several streets in between, and there are ferocious beasts lurking there. Don't you have superpowers? Su Bingqian said hopefully, as long as you use your supernatural powers, you will definitely be able to kill those ferocious beasts. As long as you can bring my family back, I can be your girlfriend. Although the conditions proposed by Su Bingqian were very tempting, Hu Lei still did not agree. Su Bingqian didn't understand at all. Although she had awakened her martial soul, her strength was still too weak. If she encountered a large group of ferocious beasts, she would not be able to resist. What's more, this place is 10 miles away from Su Bingqian's family. The road is full of dangers and one may die at any time. Su Bingqian's face was full of disappointment, her eyes red. Are you really not willing to help me? If you don't help me, my family might die. Although Su Bingqian spoke pitifully, Hu Lei still did not agree. Seeing that she couldn't persuade Hu Lei, Su Bingqian could only plead, then can you find a way to notify them so I can ask them to come over on their own? Hu Lei did not refuse this time. He is not short of food here. With the army of rats around, he can find plenty of food. Jiangnan is a land of fish and rice, and there are rice warehouses in many places. As long as he wants, the army of rats can transport food to him continuously. Write a note and I'll have Shuda take it to them. Su Bingqian quickly found a pen and paper, wrote a few words and handed it to Hu Lei. Hu Lei took a look, walked out and tied it to the mouse. The mouse squeaked twice, quickly darted into the sewer, and disappeared in a flash. In refugee area number 3, Sujan got food from the ration station. Compared to a month ago, he looked much older. After the natural disaster broke out, some members of the Su family died, while others escaped. His youngest daughter was also lost during the escape, leaving him, his wife, eldest daughter and son to escape to the refugee area. In order to escape the pursuit of the ferocious beast, he fought for his life and was seriously injured. Although he has recovered a little now, his body is not as good as before, and his cultivation has dropped from a 4th-level warrior to the early 3rd level. Such strength was not enough to gain a foothold in the refugee camp with many warriors. He could only get a small amount of food to barely support his family. Sujan returned to a dilapidated building that had been bombed by artillery shells, leaving only 3 rooms intact. Jiaoya frowned when she saw the food Sujan brought back. Why is the quantity less again? There are 4 of us. How can this be enough to share? Sujan said coldly, then let Su Bingyu eat less. She won't starve to death anyway. Since breaking up with Shen Yi, Su Bingyu's status in the family has been getting worse day by day. My parents no longer love me, my younger brothers and sisters despise me, and even when I am in the hospital, there is no one to take care of me. After she fled to the refugee camp with her family, her parents disliked her even more, thinking she was a burden and scolding her frequently. Sometimes Su Jinhai would wonder why it was not Su Bingyu who went missing, but his youngest daughter Su Bingqian. Su Bingyu knew that all this was caused by herself. Although she felt wronged, she could only bow her head and endure the scolding. Jiaoya distributed the food while complaining, and Su Bingyu got the least. She gnawed on half a piece of dry instant noodles, tears streaming down her face. She thought to herself, if only she hadn't broken up with Shen Yi would have loved and protected her as before, and she and her family wouldn't have been displaced without even a safe place to live. His younger brother Su Zhio glanced at Su Bingyu coldly, his eyes full of disdain. All of this is her own fault. If she hadn't been so troublesome in the past, the Su family would have been protected by the Shen family. He had heard that the Shen family had moved to the mountains a long time ago. He heard that it was very safe there, with plenty of food and no ferocious beasts to attack. Chapter 98 Who Killed Shudi? Ah! While eating, Jiaoya suddenly screamed, "Rat!" A big gray rat suddenly ran in from the corner, scaring her so much that her face turned pale. Su Jinhai has been having a bad time recently and is feeling very upset. When he saw the mouse, he chopped it with his palm without saying a word. Unexpectedly, the big rat was very agile and jumped onto the wall. Su Jinhai's palm strike missed, breaking several pieces of the floor. His anger suddenly rose. How outrageous! After my strength has declined, a mouse dares to bully me? Su Jinhai flipped his palm and his true energy burst out, covering an area of 3 meters. The mouse couldn't escape this time. It was squeezed against the wall and beaten into a meat patty. It's really disgusting. Su Zhio saw the big meat pie stuck on the wall and couldn't eat. He took a broken table leg and tried to get the thing out. But when he got closer, he couldn't help but look surprised. What is this, a piece of paper? Although the mouse was flattened, the paper tied to its body was intact. However, half of it was covered with blood and flesh, which looked a bit disgusting. Su Jiao suppressed his nausea and pushed the paper aside, seeing the handwriting on it. Su Bingqian stayed? Little sister? Sujan and Jiao were slightly surprised. What did you say? This paper belongs to Bingqian? Su Jiao read it carefully, and then a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. It's my little sister's handwriting. She said she found a safe place with plenty of food and asked us to go there quickly. When Sujan heard this, he immediately snatched the note away. He quickly finished reading and said happily, it was really written by Bingqian. She is not dead and has found a safe place to live. Jiao was extremely excited. What are we waiting for? Let's go there quickly. Sujan, don't worry, this address is 10 miles away from us. There are ferocious beasts on the road. It will be very dangerous if you encounter them. What should we do then? Jiao said urgently, this place has no water, no food, and the living conditions are terrible. I can't stand it any longer. It doesn't matter. Since she can find us, she will definitely find a way to get us out. Sujan said excitedly, I'll leave her a note and ask her to pick it up. Having said that, he suddenly froze. The mouse had been killed by him. If I was not mistaken, the mouse was the means of transport responsible for delivering the message. Jiao and Su Jiao also reacted. They took a look at the meat patties on the wall and were also stunned. Sujan laughed dryly, it doesn't matter, if there is a first one, there will be a second one. A small building 10 miles away. Hu Lei said in a deep voice, they killed Rat De. Su Bingqian was stunned for a moment. Who killed Shu Di? Your family. Su Bingqian quickly denied it. Impossible, Rat Big was delivering a letter. Why would my dad and the others kill it? They killed him. My friend saw it with his own eyes. Hu Lei's face turned very ugly. Su Bingqian disagreed. Maybe it's a misunderstanding. You have a lot of mice, so it doesn't matter if one is missing. The rat is very different. Hu Lei's face was gloomy. Shu Di was the first mouse he controlled. It had been with him until now and they had a very deep relationship. Su Bingqian didn't understand. They were all mice, so what was the difference? Two-legged frogs are hard to find, but aren't four-legged mice everywhere? Have my dad and the others left? Su Bingqian knew that Hu Lei was a little unhappy, but she didn't care. Now she just wants to reunite with her parents as soon as possible. Although it is safe here, she will only feel at ease when she is with her family. Not yet. Hu Lei took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Can you help me urge them? Su Bingqian said anxiously, you have so many rats, you can send another one and let them help keep watch. If they find any ferocious beasts nearby, they can alert my family. Hu Lei said with a serious face, let me try. He turned and walked out, disappearing into the corridor. Su Bingqian felt a little dissatisfied when she saw that Hu Lei did not give her a positive answer. If this person hadn't saved me before and hadn't had special powers, I wouldn't have paid any attention to him. In the past, she wouldn't even look at a boy with ordinary looks like this. Hu Lei walked outside the building and quickly summoned a group of rats. After a few squeaks, the group of rats disappeared on the ground. Not long after, Hu Lei returned to the room. Your family set out, but got stuck in a nearby street. Su Bingqian became nervous. What happened? Hu Lei replied, they were too slow and were surrounded by a group of ferocious beasts. The rat group was not large enough to stop so many ferocious beasts. Su Bingqian asked anxiously, are they in danger? Please, save them. Hu Lei was a little hesitant. It's not that he can't rescue people, but he has to be there in person so that he can summon more rats. But doing so is very risky, because his enemies are not only ferocious beasts, but also humans who are eyeing him covetously. If I leave this building, I might become someone's target. Please, as long as you can rescue my family, I will definitely repay you. Su Bingqian begged desperately. Hu Lei looked at the crying Su Bingqian and sighed softly, okay, I'll go save them. Su Bingqian was delighted, thank you, I want to go with you. Without Hu Lei, she didn't dare stay alone in this lonely building. Hu Lei did not object, and the two of them went downstairs together and walked quickly towards the nearby street. 2 kilometers away, on a street that had turned into ruins, 6 ferocious beasts were chasing Sujan and his family. These ferocious beasts were covered with rats, but their skin was tough and their flesh was thick, so they didn't care about the rats' bites at all. They tore the rats off their bodies and threw them into their bloody mouths while chasing the humans in front of them. Su Jinhai's body was covered in blood, and he was unable to stand alone. Su Jiao and Su Bingyu only have the strength of formal warriors and are no match for the ferocious beast. Zhao Ye was so helpless that she could only scream in fear. Su Jinhai felt that he could not lead the team. If it were not for the rats delaying the attack of the ferocious beasts, they would have been eaten by these beasts long ago. Su Jinhai blocked the attack of a ferocious beast and was injured again. He was extremely anxious. The number of rats was decreasing. In a minute at most, all the rats that entangled the ferocious beast would be killed. Su Jiao was terrified. "Dad, what should we do now?" Su Jinhai roared, "How should I know? If you had practiced hard back then, you wouldn't be unable to stop even the lowest level beasts now." Su Jiao was scolded so badly that he couldn't even raise his head. He complained in his heart, "What about my sister? She is 1 year older than me, but she is almost the same age as me." Su Jinhai shouted at Su Bingyu again, "If it weren't for you, how could we have ended up like this? If the Shen family had been willing to help, my Su family wouldn't have been wiped out." Su Bingyu's face flushed red. Her injuries had not fully healed. Not to mention, comparing with Su Jiao, her physical strength was almost inferior to Zhao Ye's. Chapter 99: The Embarrassing Escape. Just as the ferocious beast was about to pounce, a rustling sound suddenly came from all around. Su Jinhai looked up and found that the surrounding buildings were crawling with countless rats, one after another, pouring down like a torrent. "There is help!" Su Jinhai's eyes lit up. He knew that these were reinforcements sent by the people who rescued his little daughter. Su Jiao was also cheered up. He was almost unable to hold on, but now he saw hope again. The ferocious beast stopped attacking vigilantly, and a dense swarm of rats swarmed around them, the number of which was much greater than the ones that attacked them before. The 6 ferocious beasts raised their heads at the same time and roared angrily. Then a horde of rats swarmed in, drowning them in a dark tide. The beast struggled desperately, and the rats on its body were beaten to death layer by layer. But the rats were fearless and used their sharp teeth to tear the skin of the ferocious beast. Soon, the ferocious beast's skin was bitten through by some mutant rats, and it became a bloody mess. A few mice took advantage of the situation and burrowed into the flesh. The ferocious beast immediately howled in pain and soon fell to the ground with a bang. In the blink of an eye, the 6 ferocious beasts were bitten to pieces, leaving only their bones. Seeing this cruel and bloody scene, Zhao Ye couldn't help but turned her head and vomited. Su Jinhai breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the person who commanded the rat group arrived in time, otherwise they would have become food for the ferocious beast. On the other side of the street, Su Bingqian finally saw her parents and was overjoyed. She pulled Hu Lei and said, "Quick, get the rats out of the way and let my parents come over." Hu Lei shook his head. "Wait a minute." Su Bingqian asked in confusion, "What are you waiting for?" Hu Lei looked into the distance. "Someone's coming." Su Bingqian looked closely and saw dozens of figures appear in front of her. These people were big and strong, with unfriendly eyes, and exuded an inexplicable hostility. Standing in the front was a middle-aged man in black. The middle-aged man stared at Hu Lei and asked, "Are you the one who awakened his martial spirit in District 19? Hu Lei did not comment. He could feel that the other party had a very strong aura. Although he had not awakened his martial soul, he must be a very powerful warrior. Seeing that Hu Lei didn't say anything, the middle-aged man just assumed that he agreed. "I heard that you had a conflict with our people?" Hu Lei still didn't speak. Seeing that he didn't answer, Shen Mo's eyes showed a hint of anger. He really wanted to teach this ignorant young man a lesson, but there were too many rats surrounding him, which made him a little afraid. At this moment, Su Jinhai suddenly spoke up, "Are you the 3rd Master Chen of the Jiangnan Chen family?" "I am Su Jinhai of the Su family." "I wonder if the 3rd Master still remembers me." 3rd Master Chen glanced at Su Jinhai, his tone filled with contempt. "Are you Su Jinhai? I heard that you offended the Shen family and were abandoned by them before the natural disaster. Almost all the members of your family died?" Mr. Chen-san mercilessly revealed Su Jinhai's scars, and his face turned pale when he heard it. Su Jinhai didn't dare to clash with the Chen family, so he could only suppress his anger. "Mr. Chen-san, this gentleman just saved us." "I think there must be some misunderstanding." "What a misunderstanding?" A warrior covered in scars said, "This is the man who released rats to bite us and drove us out of the neighborhood." Seeing that Su Jinhai knew Hu Lei, Mr. Chen-san said calmly, "How about this? You make this guy kowtow and apologize to my people, and then give up the small building he's occupied. I'll pretend this never happened. The Chen family is eager to expand their territory, and the location of the small building where Hu Lei lives is very important. Only by driving him away can the rest of the things proceed smoothly. Sujan was a little hesitant. The Chen family is powerful, and he doesn't want to conflict with them. But the place where my youngest daughter lives now may be where I will settle down in the future. If I give it up like this, won't my family be displaced again? Before Sujan could speak, Su Bingqian became anxious. No, there is a lot of food in the building, we can't give it to them. She had seen the small warehouse downstairs, which contained all kinds of food, like a small supermarket, and there was no way they could finish eating them all. When Mr. Chen San heard Su Bingqian's words, his eyes lit up. In troubled times, the most important things are food, medicine, and weapons. With these supplies, they can recruit more forces, and the food in the small building must be obtained. Sujan was anxious and angry. This idiot, why did he say anything? Food is the most important commodity in the apocalypse, and she actually leaked it like this. Su Bingqian didn't realize she had said the wrong thing, and said nervously, Hu Lei, don't give the small building to them. You have so many rats, you don't have to be afraid of them. Uncle Chen sneered, so what if there are a lot of rats? Once the missiles explode, they'll all die. And that building of yours? I don't believe it can withstand the bombs. When Su Bingqian heard this, her face turned pale. They are all flesh and blood, how could they possibly stop a bomb? Even if Hu Lei had superpowers, he couldn't protect her. Hu Lei frowned slightly at Mr. Chen San's threat. Although he was angry, he was not worried. He actually didn't care about the small building, but he was used to living there and it was difficult for him to find a suitable place for a while. As for food, he had an army of rats and could have as much as he wanted. Seeing Hu Lei's silence, Mr. Chen San threatened, it's no use pretending to be dumb. I want to reserve your building. If you know what's good for you, get out of here as soon as possible, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Sujan couldn't help but say, Mr. Chen San, this is too much. You should at least give us a place to stay. Mr. Chen San looked at him and said, yes, the Chen family is recruiting soldiers. If you swear allegiance to us, the Chen family can accept you. He looked at Hu Lei again, as for this person, as long as he is willing to change his surname to Chen, we can accept him. Mr. Chen San obviously values Hu Lei more. A person who has awakened his martial soul at such a young age has great potential in the future. If he can be recruited into the camp, it will definitely be much better than becoming an enemy. After hearing the conditions offered by Mr. Chen San, Sujan hesitated. He had finally escaped from the sea of suffering, so how could he fall into the wolf's den again? It's called recruiting, but in fact it means letting him charge into battle. If he's not careful, he might die under the claws of a ferocious beast. Just when Sujan was hesitating, Hu Lei suddenly looked into the distance and said, they are coming. Sujan was stunned, what's coming? As soon as he finished speaking, a roar was heard from a distance. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to shake, as if countless horse hooves were stepping on the ground, coming from far away and soon arriving nearby. Suddenly, a large number of ferocious beasts rushed out from the distant horizon. They came in groups and swarmed towards humans. Sujan's face changed color instantly. There were at least thousands of ferocious beasts. It must have been the howling of 6 ferocious beasts before their death that called them over. Sujio was so scared that he almost lost his soul. Dad, what should I do? Sujan immediately ran towards Hu Lei. Now they could only rely on the opponent's army of rats to resist the attack of the beasts. The people of the Chen family were also shocked. They originally just wanted to force Hu Lei to hand over the small building, but they didn't expect to attract so many ferocious beasts. Mr. Chen San turned and ran without hesitation, retreat. Before they could run out of the block, another group of ferocious beasts appeared and blocked their way. Chapter 100 The War Between the Rat Army and the Ferocious Beasts. The ferocious beast roared fiercely and instantly pounced on the people running in front. Screams were heard, and these warriors were torn to pieces in an instant. The rest of the group turned and ran away in fear, but were soon caught up. The people of the Chen family had no choice but to turn around and fight, and a fierce battle began with the ferocious beast. The warriors of the Chen family attracted part of the firepower, and the rest of the ferocious beasts pounced on Sujan and his family. Su Bingqian nervously grabbed Hu Lei and said, hurry, save my parents. Hu Lei issued an order, and millions of rats gathered into a torrent, rolling towards the ferocious beast like a tide. A swarm of rats crawled past Sujan's family, and the sight of the black mass made their scalps tingle. The ferocious beasts obviously didn't expect that these little creatures that couldn't even fill their teeth would dare to challenge them. There were flames of anger flashing in their eyes, and their low roars shook the air, trying to disperse the oncoming rats. However, the rat army was like a black tide, fearless of life and death, and continued to advance. They moved nimbly, some gnawing at the beast's fur, some clinging to its limbs, so densely packed that they almost blocked the beast's vision. This was a war with a huge disparity in individual strength. Although the rat army was large in number, it was difficult for them to cause damage to the huge beast. These ferocious beasts are huge, and there are thousands of them. Especially some of the powerful beasts have skin so hard that even mutant rats cannot bite through it. In a short period of time, the number of rats was drastically reduced, and the ground was covered with a thick layer of rat corpses and minced meat. Seeing the ferocious beast getting closer and closer, Sujan became anxious, but he couldn't run away faster. Xiaoya was an ordinary person, her legs had already gone limp from fear, and she could only rely on him to pull her along as she ran. Su Bingyu was injured and moved very slowly. Su Jiao was exhausted and could only barely keep up with him. The four men were exhausted and out of breath, desperately running towards Hulei. Su Bingqian was extremely anxious, but she couldn't help. Not to mention the cruel and terrifying beast ahead, even if she saw rats crawling all over the ground, she wouldn't dare to take a step forward. Fortunately, the army of rats stubbornly blocked their way, and Sujan and his four companions managed to run to the center of the street. Not far from them, the Chen family had been killed, with only a dozen people left. Mr. Chen-san was covered in blood and had a hideous wound on his face. He glanced at Sujan and immediately ran towards them. He would rather die than let his friend die. He wanted to transfer the firepower of the ferocious beast to Sujan's family, and then take the opportunity to escape. Sujan knew his purpose and immediately sped up and moved towards Hulei. Unfortunately, there are 4 of them, and 3 of them are burdens. Just as he was about to be caught up by Master Chen-san, a fierce roar suddenly came from behind, and a ferocious beast that was 5 meters tall appeared on the street. This ferocious beast has exposed fangs, blood-red eyes, fur as black as night, and an ominous black mist wrapped around its body, making it intimidating. When Mr. Chen-san saw the ferocious beast appear, he was immediately horrified. The leader of the ferocious beasts? The ferocious beast stretched out its tail, which was as long as a steel whip, and swept it lightly, tearing several Chen family warriors into pieces and turning them into broken limbs and flesh. Then he opened his big mouth and sucked all the flesh and blood into his mouth. The leader of the ferocious beasts chewed with big mouthfuls, blood flowing down its fangs, looking extremely terrifying and bloody. Mr. Chen-san was so frightened that he turned around and ran for his life. He knew that once he was targeted by the leader of the ferocious beasts, there would be basically no hope of survival. After the leader of the ferocious beasts appeared, the other ferocious beasts automatically retreated, allowing it to devour the remaining warriors one bite at a time. The remaining warriors had no power to fight back, and in a blink of an eye they all became food for the ferocious beast leader. After eating these people, the leader of the ferocious beasts was not satisfied and looked at the back of Master Chen-san with a ferocious look. Among the remaining humans, only Master Chen-san had the most vigorous energy and blood, and attracted its attention the most. Master Chen-san felt a chill on his back, knowing that he was being targeted by the leader of the ferocious beasts, and he became more and more frightened. The leader of the ferocious beasts moved his body and jumped behind Master Chen-san in 2 or 3 steps. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Mr. Chen-san could only turn around and fight desperately. In front of the powerful beast leader, Mr. Chen-san's resistance was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The leader of the ferocious beast swung his sharp claws and tore his arm off alive. Blood spurted out, and Mr. Chen-san was shaking with pain, his eyes filled with fear and despair. After swallowing the torn arm, the beast leader was about to continue attacking when suddenly a figure flashed over its head. Hiss! The beast leader felt a chill on his neck, and his head separated from his body, with a fountain of blood over a meter high gushing out of the broken end. Its gaze suddenly stopped, its pupils gradually dimmed, and its huge body fell softly to the ground. Master Chen-san didn't expect that the leader of the ferocious beasts would die suddenly. Before he could react, a figure dug out a beast core from the body of the leader of the ferocious beasts, and then rushed towards the ferocious beast opposite. Shen was attracted by the sound of fighting. He saw a ferocious beast leader attacking humans and took its life without hesitation. While a large number of ferocious beasts were entangled by the rats, he rushed towards the small group of ferocious beasts, preparing to harvest some beast cores before leaving. Shen rushed into a small group of beasts and hunted down more than a dozen beast cores in a blink of an eye. These beast cores vary in size, some have not yet taken shape, and some are already the size of eggs, depending on the strength and level of the ferocious beast. The moment Shen Yi appeared, Su Bingyu immediately recognized him. Looking at the familiar figure in the distance, Su Bingyu's heart was filled with great surprise. It's Shen Yi. He knows I'm here? Is he here to save me? Sujan also recognized Shen Yi, and he was surprised and confused. Why is Shen Yi here? Could it be? Su Bingyu looked at Shen Yi excitedly and was about to open her mouth to shout. A beautiful girl suddenly appeared on the street, emitting golden light, and rushed into the battlefield to fight side by side with Shen Yi. Shen Yi shouted, "Stand behind me, be careful of high-level beasts." Fang Tingxue hummed, unleashed the might of a dragon, and repelled a ferocious beast that was charging towards him. Su Bingyu was stunned. Who is this woman and why is she with Shen Yi? When Fang Tingxue appeared, Hulei was slightly stunned, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. It's her, she's still alive. Shen Yi killed several higher-level ferocious beasts, and then covered Fang Tingxue while she killed 2 ferocious beasts. Seeing that the rat army suffered heavy losses, they could no longer resist the large number of ferocious beasts. He pulled Fang Tingxue and said, "You can go now." Fang Tingxue did not want to fight and turned around to evacuate with Shen Yi. Seeing Shen Yi was about to leave, Su Bingyu finally couldn't help but shout out, "Shen Yi, I'm." Before he could finish his words, Shen Yi had already disappeared into the street with Fang Tingxue. Su Bingyu watched Shen Yi leave without looking back, her expression frozen on her face. She finally realized that Shen Yi had really given up on her and there was no possibility for her and Shen Yi anymore. Sujan and his family were stunned. What was going on? Wasn't Shen Yi here to save Su Bingyu? Then how come he is here? Chapter 101 The Su family is exterminated. Seeing that the ferocious beast was about to catch up, Su Bingqian became anxious. Hurry, and save my parents. Hulei shook his head, it's too late. How can it be too late? Don't you know how to summon mice? Hurry up and summon more to stop the beasts. Hulei said in a deep voice, my mice can't stop so many ferocious beasts. How do you know if you don't try? Just call them over. Su Bingqian didn't listen to Hulei's explanation and screamed in anxiety. Hulei ignored Su Bingqian's request for help. I'm leaving. What did you say? Su Bingqian was anxious and angry. My family hasn't escaped yet, how can you leave? Hulei said calmly, that's your family, not mine. You, how can you say that? Don't you like me? If you like me, shouldn't you help me rescue my family? Hulei's expression was cold, you are mistaken. I have never liked you. What? Su Bingqian opened her eyes wide in surprise. If you don't like me, why did you save me and help me find my family? That's because you look a little like her, so I'm helping you. You said I look like a human? Su Bingqian was stunned. Impossible, you clearly said you like me. I never said that. It's just wishful thinking on your part. Hulei seemed like a different person. He said coldly, I saved you only because you looked a little like her. Now it seems that you are not like her at all. Su Bingqian's face was full of reluctance. Who is that person you are talking about? She thought Hulei helped her because he was attracted by her beauty, but she didn't expect that it was just because she looked like someone. You don't deserve to know. Hulei said coldly, you are as selfish as your family. You don't care about the lives of others. If that's the case, you should stay with your family. After saying that, he turned and left. No, I don't want to stay here. Su Bingqian screamed in panic. She wanted to chase after them, but was blocked by the retreating rats. The mice were no longer polite to her and squeaked ferociously, scaring her to stop. At this time, a huge vibration sound came from behind, and Su Bingqian looked over in horror. A large number of ferocious beasts swarmed in and submerged Sujan and his family in the herd. A few small drops of blood splashed among the rolling beasts and then disappeared. Su Bingqian suddenly despaired. Several ferocious beasts pounced on her, shrouding her vision in darkness. A scream rang out, echoing in the streets that seemed like hell on earth. Shen Yi heard the screams, but did not turn around. The death of Su Bingyu's family did not cause any ripples in his heart. Without stopping, he ran towards the museum according to his memory. In the previous life, the museum in Jiangnan City was damaged but not destroyed. He only hoped that nothing would change in this life, so as not to affect the purpose of this trip. On a dilapidated high-rise building, there was a young man holding a high-powered telescope. After careful observation, he hurried downstairs. Boss, two people are coming towards us. Oh, who is it? A man and a woman, they look very unfamiliar. The boss snorted, two people dare to come into my territory. They are really tired of living. He waved his hand and said, take a few brothers and capture them. Sell the men to the front lines, and keep the women. Yes, boss. The young man walked out with 4 strong men. These 5 people are not warriors, but they carry weapons. These weapons were some light guns left behind after the defending troops retreated. They picked up these weapons and formed a small force, using the museum as their base, forcing the surviving people nearby to serve them and provide them with food. On the other side of the street, Shen vaguely saw the museum, which was still in good condition, and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the museum was not damaged. The museums in every city are witnesses of history and guardians of culture, containing endless accumulation of years and crystallization of wisdom. Their long history and cultural atmosphere are like a source of spiritual energy, gathering the essence of past eras. The Jiangnan City Museum has been established for 100 years and is the place where spiritual energy is most easily gathered. The reason why Ma Taijun was able to awaken his sword martial soul was largely because the spiritual energy gathered in the museum stimulated the innate sword intent in the ancient sword. After Shen took the ancient sword, the sword intent inside had taken shape, but it had not yet undergone any transformation. He returned to the museum this time to use the museum's aura and heritage to activate the sword intent contained within. When Shen was about to approach the museum gate, he heard a shout. Stop! Then several strong men appeared, holding weapons, and surrounded them with murderous eyes. When the young man saw Feng Tingshui, his eyes suddenly lit up. Before, I could only get a rough idea of it using a telescope, but now that I see the real person, I am simply astonished. He swallowed and asked, who are you and what are you doing here? The young man did not take action immediately. After the natural disaster, the city was divided into many areas, each controlled by different forces. These forces occasionally have friction, but they will not easily cross the line. These two people came here so smartly, maybe they were sent by some force. He didn't want to cause trouble, so he planned to ask clearly first. Shen ignored these people and walked straight to the gate. The young man's expression suddenly changed, and he threatened, stop, or I will shoot. Shen glanced at him, and the gun in the young man's hand broke into pieces with a snap. The young man was stunned on the spot. The burly men around him changed color and said, oh no! It's a warrior! They subconsciously raised their guns and fired, and a volley of bullets was fired, splashing sparks in the air in front of Shen. The group of people were dumbfounded. Being able to block bullets with invisible true chi is something only warriors above level 6 can do. Could this person be? Before they could react, Shen waved his hand. A breeze blew by, and the man who fired the gun felt a pain in his waist, as if he was cut in half. Blood gushed out, and the 4 strong men showed expressions of fear, and their upper and lower bodies were separated. The young man was almost frightened out of his mind, his face pale. Mercy, mercy. Shen asked, who is in the museum? The young man said in a trembling voice, I am the boss, and I have more than a dozen brothers. Shen ignored him and walked straight into the museum. The young man breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran away. He didn't know why the other party came to the museum, but the boss was definitely in danger this time, so it was more important to save his own life first. The young man fled to an alley and was about to take out the food he had hidden there when he was suddenly hit on the back of his head with a heavy stick. His body stiffened and he fell limply to the ground. 2 unshaven men appeared behind him. Without your guns, I wonder how you can still be so powerful. With hatred on their faces, they hit the young man several times with sticks, and he became motionless. One of them discovered something in the hole in the wall and couldn't help but show surprise. This guy had food. Another person hurriedly said, quick, take the things away. The 2 men hurriedly picked up the food and left the alley. The young man lay motionless on the ground, blood flowing out, and gradually he lost his breath. Inside the museum, a man panicked. Boss, Xiaoxi, and the others are in trouble. What are you panicking about? The bearded boss stood up nonchalantly. He cannot be an ordinary civilian, but a person with awakened martial spirit. If I had the weapons in my hands, even a level 3 warrior 1T be able to do anything to me. Chapter 102 Sword Soul Awakens, Raging. Thanks to this skill, he was able to gain a foothold in this small neighborhood. This place is located on the edge of Refugee Area Number 2 and Refugee Area Number 3. The 2 major forces nearby need a buffer zone, which has turned this place into a no-man's land. Seeing that the museum was still intact, the bearded boss took over the mountain and made it his base. Shen Yi strode into the museum, and a long-standing historical and cultural atmosphere greeted him. Looking around, most of the display cabinets in the first floor hall have been damaged, and various cultural relics are scattered on the ground. In the Doomsday world, these cultural relics with a long history and special significance have become things that no one cares about, and are discarded and damaged at will. What Shen Yi cared about was not these cultural relics, but the long-accumulated spiritual energy of this museum. Just as he was about to take out the ancient sword, a dozen people appeared around him. They held weapons and pointed the black muzzles of their guns at Shen Yi. "Who are you to dare to trespass into my territory?" The bearded old man appeared in a menacing manner. He looked at the two of them with contempt, and when his eyes caught sight of Fang Tingshui, his eyes suddenly widened. "Oh my god, this girl is so beautiful, even prettier than the big stars on the posters I have collected in my room." Shen Yi saw the bearded boss's appearance clearly and was a little surprised. "Are you Ma Taijun?" The bearded boss was slightly stunned. "Do you recognize me?" The men around him hurriedly said, "Boss, you are so famous, how could they not recognize you?" 2. Ma Taijun became complacent. He was on duty at the museum when the natural disaster broke out. Unexpectedly, a ferocious beast suddenly broke in and ate the manager and another security guard. He was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot and thought he would die, but unexpectedly, an ancient dagger beside him suddenly trembled, and a green light shot into his body, giving him some unusual power. With the help of this power, he managed to kill the ferocious beast. Later he learned that this kind of power was called martial soul, and only a few people could awaken it. Ma Taijun was overjoyed, so he gathered a group of people, picked up a few guns, and started to become a bandit and rule the mountains. Shen Yi looked at Ma Taijun carefully and found that this guy had awakened his martial soul. "I was very surprised. How could this guy be so lucky? I took the ancient sword, but it still allowed him to awaken his martial soul?" Ma Taijun's body exudes a sharp aura, which is the symbol of sword spirit. Although it is not as good as the innate sword spirit, it is just as sharp. The strong men around him were conquered by this power and willingly became his subordinates. Ma Taijun said arrogantly, "Tell me, what are you doing here?" Shen Yi glanced at him and asked, "Did you awaken the sword spirit?" Ma Taijun was stunned. "How did you know?" The burly men around him said in unison, "Boss, your sword spirit is so famous, how could they not know it?" "Not bad, not bad." Ma Taijun became proud again. He remembered the main topic and continued to ask, "What exactly are you here for?" Shen Yi smiled and said, "Come and awaken your martial soul." "What did you say?" The people around were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "You can't awaken your martial soul just because you want to. If it were that easy, wouldn't we all be able to awaken our martial souls?" Ma Taijun also laughed, his face full of pride as he said, "I can awaken my martial spirit because I am gifted." "Little brother, do you think that just by entering the museum, you can awaken your martial spirit here?" The subordinates around him boasted, "That's right, our boss is a natural-born soul master, how can you compare to him?" Shen Yi didn't say anything, and pulled out the ancient sword from the infinite space. When everyone saw Shen Yi show his weapon, they took a step back in fear. When he saw that it was a rusty ancient sword, he laughed again, "Such a blunt sword, the edge is not even sharpened, and you dare to use it to scare people." Shen Li ignored them and walked to the center of the museum. The surrounding area was filled with spiritual energy, and it was the thickest at this location. He suspended the ancient sword in the air and channeled the spiritual energy accumulated in the museum into the sword. The sword intent in the ancient sword had already taken shape, what was lacking was the opportunity for transformation. As spiritual energy continued to be injected, an ancient and powerful force burst out from the sword, shining brightly. At the same time, a green light flew out of the sword and rushed into Shen Yi's body. Shen Yi's body shook slightly, as if some dormant soul was awakened. A sword soul power boiled in his blood, connecting with his mind and resonating endlessly. Shen Yi has a 4th level martial soul and possesses the power of the peak of level 4. Once the sword soul awakens, he immediately begins to unlock martial arts. Level 1 martial arts skill, flowing clouds and cutting water. Level 2 martial arts skill, sword light phantom. Level 3 martial arts skill, jade wave dragon roar. The 4th level martial arts skill is sword energy. As soon as the 4 great martial arts were mastered, Shen Yi's whole body was covered with sword lights. Thousands of sword beams shot straight into the sky, smashing the roof above into pieces. Large pieces of rubble fell down, hitting the strong man in the hall and making him run away in panic. They were terrified. What kind of martial arts was this that was so powerful? Ma Taijun was even more stunned. He also awakened the sword spirit, but compared with Shen Yi, it was nothing. After Shen Yi awakened his sword soul, he felt that the bottleneck of his cultivation began to loosen, but he still did not break through to the 5th level of martial soul. This is because he has awakened a new martial soul, which requires even greater soul power. This is also the reason why he came to the city to hunt high-level beast cores. The sword light punched a big hole in the roof of the museum, and the huge noise alarmed the nearby forces. They all came out and looked in the direction of the museum with expressions of surprise and confusion. What's going on? Has someone else awakened their martial spirit? These people are the leaders of nearby forces. Some are warriors, and some have awakened their martial spirits. It's Ma Tiejuan's territory. Let's go take a look. Some powerful forces did not take Ma Taijun seriously. If they did not need a buffer zone, they would have destroyed this arrogant and reckless man long ago. Inside the museum, a strong man couldn't control his fear and pulled the trigger tremblingly. The rest of the people were affected and also fired at the figure standing in the center of the hall. Bang bang bang. Bullets shot towards Shen Yi, creating countless sparks in the air around his body. Stop it. Ma Taijun was shocked. No matter how dumb he was, he knew that this man should not be provoked. Shen Yi waved his hand, and countless sword beams flew out, cutting the shooter into thousands of pieces. The gunshots soon stopped and the hall became quiet. Only Ma Taijun and a few people who did not take action were left alive. They were pale and trembling, afraid that Shen Yi would transfer his anger to them. Boss. A man who was on lookout outside suddenly ran in, breaking the silence in the hall. He said hurriedly, "People from the Azure Dragon Gang, the Tiger Roar Camp, and the Brotherhood are coming towards us." Ma Taijun didn't care whether anyone was coming or not. There was a big killer in front of him. If he was not careful, the other party might cut him into pieces. The person who brought the news noticed the scene in the hall and was shocked. The ground was covered with minced meat and blood, it looked horrible. His face turned pale and he turned around and vomited. Chapter 103, War breaks out, and the Beast Army returns. Outside the museum, people from the Qinglong Gang, the Tiger Roaring Camp, and the Brotherhood arrived one after another. They are a force similar to the Chen family, composed of some warriors and soul masters. The leader of the Qinglong Gang is an old man named Li Mingfu, who has the cultivation level of 5th level True Qi. The leader of the Tiger Roar Camp is a middle-aged man named Zhang Shou, who is also a level 5 warrior. The leader of the Brotherhood is a woman named Ning Xin, a soul master. The previous leader of the Brotherhood was Ning Xin's husband, but he died in a battle with a ferocious beast. After witnessing her husband's tragic death, Ning Xin suddenly awakened her martial soul. She was originally a warrior, and after awakening her martial soul, her strength was further improved, so she took over her husband's position and became the leader of the Brotherhood. In the hall, Ma Taijun was sweating profusely. He was about to beg for mercy, but Shen Yi suddenly turned around and looked outside the museum. Li Mingfu asked, "Ning Xin, what did you sense?" Ning Xin carefully sensed, "There is a very strong sword energy." Zhang Shou asked, "Could it be Ma Taijun?" Ning Xin shook his head, "It's not Ma Taijun, his strength is not that strong." The three were about to go in to find out what was going on when a huge explosion suddenly came from the distance. Balls of fire exploded on the horizon, and a huge tremor was heard, shaking the ground beneath everyone's feet. Li Mingfu's face paled slightly. "It's the front line. The beasts are starting to attack." The front line is the first refugee zone, which is controlled by the government and the army, has the most dense population, and attracts the greatest firepower. Every time the ferocious beast launches an attack, it mainly attacks the first refugee area. Although the second and third refugee areas were also within the attack range, they were under less pressure and were mainly facing small groups of ferocious beasts. The three men did not bother to enter the museum and immediately led their men to the front line for support. When the ferocious beast launches an attack, all forces must unite to fight the enemy. Otherwise, if the front line is lost, no one here will survive. Shen Yi also noticed the movement outside. He quickly walked out of the museum and saw several mushroom clouds rising in the distance. It was obvious that weapons of mass destruction were being used to stop the attack of the ferocious beasts. He was just about to go over and take a look when he suddenly felt a vibration under his feet. He glanced in the direction of the noise and said to Fang Tingxue, "Follow me." Fang Tingxue nodded and followed him without saying a word. As soon as the two left, Ma Taijun also ran out of the museum. He looked in the direction of the smoke, raised his gun and said, "Brothers, follow me to kill the beast." The only 5 remaining strong men shouted loudly and followed him to rush towards the front line. On the other side of the city, a large number of ferocious beasts were attacking the fortifications. This is the second refugee area, controlled by the Shao family. Shaolong stood on a high-rise building, looking at the black beast crawling like locusts in the distance. He was tall, with a stern expression, and his body was surrounded by lightning, making him look majestic. After the sky exploded, Shaolong's cultivation grew extremely fast and he had already reached the 3rd level of martial spirit. This is the advantage of the innate martial soul. As long as there are sufficient resources, the progress in the first stage will be very fast. As the heir of the Shao family, Shaolong naturally has no shortage of resources for cultivation. However, he has reached a bottleneck now, and if he wants to make further breakthroughs, he needs some kind of opportunity. Before the natural disaster broke out, Shaolong went against the opposition and moved the entire family to a remote area, thus avoiding heavy losses to the family. At the beginning of the disaster, they recruited soldiers and became the largest force in the second refugee zone. Now the entire region, led by the Shao family, has formed a defense force to resist the ferocious beasts. This force includes warriors, people with awakened martial spirits, and even some soldiers who have drifted here. The soldiers used the weapons they collected to form the first layer of firepower network. Hundreds of weapons fired at the same time, knocking down the ferocious beast in the front. More ferocious beasts swarmed in and forcibly broke through the fire network. They quickly rushed to the fortifications and climbed up the building. The warriors guarding the construction works immediately swung their swords and slashed at the ferocious beast. Fire and shouts of killing quickly spread throughout the entire defense line, and humans and ferocious beasts engaged in a desperate battle. Looking at the ferocious beasts that kept pouring in, Shaolong frowned slightly. This time, there are at least several thousand ferocious beasts rushing towards the second refugee area, and it is very likely that the ferocious beast leader is hiding among them. The leader of the ferocious beasts has the strength of a 7th-level warrior. If it rushes in, it will cause great damage to the refugee area. Before the natural disaster broke out, many high-level warriors in Jiangnan City suddenly disappeared. This also resulted in the fact that the highest level of cultivation in the second refugee area was only a level 6 warrior. Even if Shaolong possessed the innate Thunder Soul, it would not be enough to fight against a powerful ferocious beast leader. The last time they encountered the ferocious beast leader, the Shao family paid a heavy price to repel the opponent. Bang bang bang! The soldiers on the fortifications fired desperately. They were veterans who survived the disaster and had rich combat experience. However, the ferocious beasts rushing from below were really difficult to kill. They were huge, with thick skin and flesh, and it took several people to shoot at them at the same time to knock one down. Especially some agile beasts, which are so fast that even bullets can't catch them. These ferocious beasts are small in size, and their front legs are as sharp as sickles. Once they rush forward, they can cause great damage. The second refugee area lacks heavy weapons, so people can only risk their lives. A large number of reserve forces were prepared behind the fortifications. They were all ordinary refugees who had received a short period of training. Once the defense team suffered heavy losses, they would be immediately replenished. Shaolong searched below for a moment and soon made a discovery. 2 ferocious beasts with black mist wrapped around their bodies were looming in the herd. There are actually 2. Shaolong was slightly shocked. If one was so difficult to deal with, what about 2? He immediately gave the order, the enemy has 2 ferocious beast leaders. Notify everyone to be prepared. The tribesmen who received the order quickly passed it on, and the people around them immediately became alert. The tragic scene of the last battle with the ferocious beast leader is still vivid in their minds. Nearly 100 people were killed or injured before they seriously injured the opponent. Roar! The black shadow below moved, and the leader of a ferocious beast suddenly attacked. It was extremely fast and reached the bottom of the fortification in 2 or 3 strokes. The soldiers above immediately turned their guns and fired fiercely at the beast leader. Rows of bullets were fired, but they were all bounced off by the black mist on the beast leader's body. It let out a fierce roar, leaped up suddenly, and jumped towards the tall building where Shaolong was. Shaolong, it's coming towards you. There were several middle-aged men standing next to Shaolong, all looking shocked. They are all Shaolong's uncles, and each of them has the strength of a 4th-level warrior or above. Hurry up and call Mr. Qi and the others. A middle-aged man looked anxious as he watched the ferocious beast leader approaching quickly. We are here. 3 figures quickly rushed up the tall building. They were masters recruited by the Shao family. One of them was the owner of a martial arts school named Shi Hong, a 6th-level warrior. The other two are both reclusive 6th-level warriors, one is called Lu Han and the other is called Zhang Shiping. When the natural disaster broke out, they happened to be in the 2nd refugee zone and were later recruited by the Shao family. Chapter 10 For the Revenge of the Beast Leader. Shi Hong stood in front of Shaolong, his eyes fixed on the fast-moving leader of the ferocious beast. You made it suffer a great loss last time, this time it's coming for you. More than 10 days ago, the ferocious beast launched an attack on the 2nd refugee area. Shaolong commanded everyone to surround the leader of the ferocious beast and seriously injured it. This time it should be revenge. Shaolong said, not only this one, there is another one. What, there's another ferocious beast leader? The three of them were shocked and looked carefully, and indeed they found another ferocious beast with black mist wrapped around its body. This is going to be hard to deal with. The three men looked solemn. They could barely deal with one beast leader, but if two attacked at the same time, they might not be able to withstand it. Luan quickly said, how about I ask District 1 if they can send someone to support us? Zhang Shiping shook his head, they are busy taking care of themselves, how can they support us? In the direction of the 1st refugee zone, mushroom clouds continued to rise on the distant horizon, and flames filled the entire defense zone, which shows how brutal the battle was. Boom boom! 2 balls of fire exploded in front of the beast leader. These were rocket launchers fired by soldiers on the fortifications, but they only made the beast leader pause for a moment. It continued to rush forward and soon approached the roof. Facing the powerful beast leader, Shaolong was not afraid. With a spit of his palm, a lightning ball shining with electric light condensed in front of him. The 3 level 6 warriors also took up their stances at the same time, their true energy bursting out, forming a steel-hard defense line together with Shaolong. The surrounding warriors did not retreat either. They all held weapons in their hands and stared intently at the rapidly approaching ferocious beast leader. The leader of the ferocious beast seemed to sense the human's aura. It let out an angry roar, and the black mist on its body suddenly expanded and turned into a giant claw that slapped towards the roof. Kill! Shaolong shouted loudly, lightning burst out of his body, and he launched a thunderball to hit the giant claw. The others also used their unique skills and attacked the beast leader together. Boom! The black giant claw exploded under the attack of the crowd, the whole building shook violently, and rubble fell down. The leader of the ferocious beasts was shocked by the impact and took a step back. Then, with a fierce look in his eyes, he jumped onto the roof. It swung its sickle-like tail, and the sharp end swept through the air, immediately cutting several warriors in half. Bright red blood splattered out, staining the roof red and also irritating the eyes of the human warriors. Shaolong roared angrily, and a flash of lightning shot out from his palm and shot towards the leader of the ferocious beasts. The leader of the ferocious beasts stretched out his claws to block, and lightning exploded. Its claws trembled violently and felt waves of numbness. Shi Hong and others took the opportunity to attack. The 3 of them joined forces and fiercely attacked the body of the ferocious beast leader. The black fog wrapped around the ferocious beast leader was blown away, revealing the scaly skin underneath. The leader of the ferocious beasts felt waves of pain and couldn't help but let out a painful roar. Although he did not take humans seriously, the leader of the ferocious beasts was very wary of Shaolong's martial arts. The last time, he was hit by Shaolong's thunderball, causing his body to feel strongly paralyzed, and he was seriously injured by the combined forces of everyone. It remembered its last experience, a fierce light flashed in its eyes, and it stretched out its sharp claws, and black mist shot out like a sharp arrow. Shi Hong and the other 2 dodged quickly, as the mist brushed past their bodies and pierced through several warriors. These mists were highly corrosive. Although the warriors did not bleed, their wounds were rapidly festering. They fell to the ground, wailing in pain, and died soon after. Shi Hong and the other 2 were secretly frightened. If they were hit by the black fog, even they would die on the spot. Seeing more of their companions killed or injured, the surrounding warriors became extremely anxious. They rushed forward fearlessly, slashing with swords and knives, wanting to chop the beast leader into pieces. The leader of the ferocious beast sneered and was about to use the same trick again when a lightning snake flew towards him and headed straight for his face. The leader of the ferocious beasts was startled and quickly put his forearms in front of him to protect himself. Lightning exploded, his forearms trembled, and a burning smell was emitted. The leader of the ferocious beasts is protected by black fog and scales, and his body is invulnerable to swords and guns, but he is afraid of lightning. The reason why it wanted to kill Shaolong first was because it was afraid that this human would grow up and pose a huge threat to their race. Shaolong, attack its head! Qi Hang could see the fear in the ferocious beast leader's eyes. The last time they dealt with the ferocious beast leader, Shaolong's martial arts skills were not so powerful, which shows that they have improved during this period of time. Shaolong activated his martial spirit and launched thunderballs at the leader of the ferocious beasts. The leader of the ferocious beasts was beaten back repeatedly and immediately dropped his other targets and pounced towards Shaolong. In its eyes, the biggest enemy is Shaolong. As long as this opponent is dealt with, the others will be no problem. Shaolong knew that he couldn't fight the beast leader head-on, so he released a thunderball and dodged backwards. The leader of the ferocious beasts chased after him relentlessly, ignoring Qi Hang and others who were besieging him from the side, and was only interested in killing Shaolong. Shaolong could only dodge left and right, trying his best to avoid the pursuit of the ferocious beast leader. For a while, the two sides were in a stalemate. At this moment, the second ferocious beast leader climbed up another building silently. This building is the place with the strongest firepower in the human defense line, and is equipped with heavy artillery left behind when the military retreated. The main output of the first-level firepower network comes from this building. Once this place is lost, a large number of ferocious beasts will easily pass through the fire network and rush to. Someone spotted the leader of the ferocious beasts crawling over and immediately raised his gun and shot in fear. The bullets hit the black mist on the body of the ferocious beast leader, sending out sparks, but failed to stop it at all. Several soldiers turned their heavy machine guns around and bombarded the beast leader fiercely. The leader of the ferocious beasts shook its body twice after being hit. A fierce light flashed in its eyes and it turned around and rushed towards the heavy machine gun position. The soldiers at the heavy machine gun position were not afraid. They fired fiercely while taking out the prepared suicide bombs. A suicide bomb is a necessary suicide device for every soldier. Once caught by a ferocious beast, they will detonate the self-destruct device on their body. Even if they die, they will take one away. The human army has been able to hold out until now thanks to this spirit of facing death with indifference, causing huge casualties to the ferocious beasts while holding the last line of defense. The leader of the ferocious beasts moved quickly, getting closer and closer to the machine gun position. His pupils were flashing with murderous light and he could almost clearly see the reflections of several human soldiers. "Fight it!" The soldiers stood up in unison with resolute expressions. The leader of the ferocious beasts saw the suicide bombs in the soldiers' hands and showed a ferocious and contemptuous look. It had seen this thing before. It could kill its subordinates, but it posed no threat to it. Boom! There was a violent explosion at the machine gun position, and the beast leader was blown to the ground several times. The black mist wrapped around it rolled and blew away the flying shrapnel. The leader of the ferocious beasts glanced at the bloody hole in the building, then turned and rushed towards the location where the heavy artillery was deployed. In another building, Shaolong, who was avoiding the attack of the ferocious beast leader, was startled by the explosion. He glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and his face changed color. Oh no, the leader of the other ferocious beast has moved out. The second beast leader quickly pounced on the heavy artillery, just as it was about to reach its target. Suddenly, colorful flowers emerged from under its feet. These flowers bloomed quickly and turned into long vines, wrapping around the limbs of the ferocious beast leader. Chapter 105, Flowers Awakening Their Martial Souls. Hua Duo is the owner of a flower shop. When she was still a baby, she was abandoned in a flower field. The director of the orphanage simply named her Hua Duo. From then on, she and flowers had an inseparable bond. When she was a child, she loved rolling around in the flower fields. Every day, she smelled the fragrance of the flowers and felt indescribable peace and happiness. She loved cultivating all kinds of flowers, and when she grew up, she became a botanist specializing in flowers. While doing research at the university, she opened her own flower shop so that she could be surrounded by flowers day and night and make some money at the same time. One day, she discovered a strange flower while exploring the mountains. This was a flower she had never seen before in the plant flower series. She was so delighted that she wanted to dig it out and take it away. With the help of her colleagues, she brought the flower and the soil back to the laboratory. At night, she stayed in the laboratory to study this unknown flower. Unexpectedly, the sharp thorn scratched her finger, a drop of blood fell on the petals, and then she fainted. When she woke up, she found that the strange flower was gone. She searched the entire lab but couldn't find it, so she finally gave up. What she didn't know was that every day during her research, the plants and flowers around her would release tiny spots of light that slowly entered her body. This situation continued until the natural disaster occurred. It was a national holiday that day, and Hua Duo came to her flower shop, but unexpectedly met her ex-boyfriend. The ex-boyfriend came to ask for a reconciliation. Ever since they broke up, he always thought of the scent of Hua Duo Duo. This floral scent is very special, unique, and unforgettable. Whenever my ex-boyfriend gets intimate with a woman, I think of the scent of Hua Duo Duo. He regretted cheating, so he went to the flower shop, hoping that Hua Duo Duo could forgive him. Hua Duo Duo naturally would not forgive this scumbag, so she rejected his request. The ex-boyfriend refused to give up. Just as he was pestering her, gunshots were heard in the distance. People looked in surprise in the direction of the gunfire, and suddenly saw an ugly and ferocious monster appear on the street. The monster pounced on a pedestrian on the roadside and bit him to death with one bite. People were terrified and began to flee in all directions. The ex-boyfriend was also shocked. He turned around and ran away without hesitation, abandoning Hua Duo Duo again. Faced with the monster rushing towards the flower shop, Hua Duo Duo was so nervous that she couldn't breathe. Just as the monster pounced on Hua Duo Duo, her body emitted a faint light and a mysterious power began to awaken. Flower vines flew into the air and entangled the monster's limbs. With just a slight twist, the monster was torn into pieces. At that moment, Hua Duo Duo learned to use the power of martial soul. Later, there were more and more monsters, and Hua Duo Duo had no choice but to follow the people to escape to the third refugee area. The third refugee zone is a mixed place, filled with blood, violence, murder and deception. For food, men would sell out their friends, women would sell out their bodies, and it was even more difficult for the elderly and children to survive. On the 10th day after escaping to the refugee camp, a gang leader took a fancy to Hua Duo Duo. The fleeing women were all disheveled, except for Hua Duo Duo, who was exceptionally neat and tidy, and had an indescribable floral fragrance on her body. He brought the flowers to his solitary room, but before he could do anything evil, he died in the fragrance of the flowers that turned into poisonous gas. Hua Duo Duo looted all the food stored by the little leader and found a hidden place to hide. It wasn't long before her food was gone. Having no choice, Hua Duo Duo left her hiding place. Just as she was looking for food, a ferocious beast attacked her. The hungry Hua Duo Duo killed the ferocious beast. Just when she was about to cook the meat to satisfy her hunger, she discovered the beast core inside. Hua Duo Duo instinctively swallowed the beast core. The flowers on her body continued to decompose the impurities in the beast core and input the pure energy into her martial soul. Hua Duo Duo began to hunt ferocious beasts and continuously absorb their beast cores. Her strength continued to grow, and her martial soul broke through to the third level. Later on a street, Hua Duo Duo met a former colleague. Her colleagues brought her to the second refugee area and she became a medical worker. The peaceful days were very short. Just as Hua Duo Duo had adapted to life here, the ferocious beasts launched an attack. She and her colleagues shuttled between buildings, rescuing and bandaging the wounded from time to time. Just as she ran towards a wounded soldier, there was a loud noise outside and the soldier at the machine gun position detonated the bomb. A huge monster flew over the wall outside the building and ran towards the heavy gunner's position. Hua Duo Duo used her martial spirit without hesitation, and colorful flowers grew out of the wall and turned into vines. The leader of the ferocious beasts froze, his hands and feet bound by flower vines. It let out a low growl and tried to tear the vine into pieces, but the vine was surprisingly tough and it couldn't break. Boom! A rocket exploded on the leader of the ferocious beasts, causing the black mist outside his body to roll continuously and almost shatter him. The leader of the ferocious beasts was furious and struggled hard, tearing the flower vine into pieces. Unexpectedly, the torn flowers suddenly sprayed out a mist. When the leader of the ferocious beasts smelled the mist, he immediately felt dizzy and his body began to shake. The soldier holding the rocket launcher took the opportunity to shoot, and 2 shells hit the beast leader in succession, blowing it down from the tall building. On the rooftop opposite, Shaolong caught a glimpse of this scene and felt both surprised and astonished. He didn't expect that there was a master with awakened martial spirit hiding in the other building. Judging from the way the other party blocked the ferocious beast leader, his strength was not weaker than his. In the building, Hua Duo Duo breathed a sigh of relief. The monster outside is very strong, and even the flower vines can't control it. If the surrounding soldiers hadn't bombarded it with rocket launchers, there would have been no way to stop this monster. The leader of the ferocious beasts fell to the ground and quickly got up. Protected by black fog and scales, rockets cannot hurt it. What made it angry was that it was actually defeated by weak humans. The leader of the ferocious beasts roared and rushed up the tall building again. This time, its target was not heavy artillery, but humans hiding in the building. Hua Duo Duo keenly felt that there was a very strong force rushing towards her from outside, and the target was her. She did not panic, but summoned layer after layer of flowers to wrap her body. The flowers emitted gas, covering the entire room in a floral mist. When the leader of the ferocious beasts rushed into this floor, his vision was blocked by the colorful floral mist, and the ubiquitous floral fragrance made him feel dizzy. Several sharp thorns emerged from the mist and pierced the beast leader like lightning, but were blocked by its black mist. Seeing that the thorns could not penetrate the flowers waved their vines and whipped at each other. The leader of the ferocious beasts was beaten so hard that his whole body was shaking. He roared angrily and a stream of black air spurted out of his mouth, dispersing the flower mist around him. As the flower mist dissipated, the shapes of the flowers were revealed. Hua Duo Duo was shocked and felt that she was in danger. Chapter 106, Hunters Appear, Crisis in the Refugee Area. The black monster had a fierce look in its eyes and roared as it rushed towards Hua Duo Duo. Several flower vines hit the black monster and were torn into pieces by its sharp claws. Hua Duo Duo quickly stepped back, stepped on the flowers that covered the ground, and fell down. The leader of the ferocious beasts rushed towards the flowers, but unexpectedly bumped into them and became dizzy. It looked closely and found that there was a thick iron plate under the flowers. It was so angry that it tore through the floor with one claw and jumped to the next floor. The lower level was completely empty, with only the faint scent of flowers and no sign of any human beings. The leader of the ferocious beasts was so angry that he almost went mad. He stared with scarlet eyes and began to search for his target layer by layer. On the third floor below the building, Hua Duo Duo emitted a burst of fragrance and then fled. She knew that she was no match for the ferocious beast leader, so she began to play hide and seek with him. In another building, the battle between Shaolong and others and the leader of the ferocious beasts reached a white-hot stage. The leader of the ferocious beasts attacked again and again, but was repelled by everyone's joint efforts time and time again. It let out an anxious roar, trying to summon another ferocious beast leader for help. The leader of the ferocious beasts evolved from ordinary ferocious beasts. He has a certain level of intelligence, but it is not high. The leader of the second ferocious beast was so angry that he was dizzy. The only thing in his mind was to find the hateful human woman, and he could not hear the call of his companions at all. Seeing that his companions had not arrived for a long time and he himself was suffering from the lightning ball emitted by Shaolong, the leader of the ferocious beasts chose to retreat. Seeing the beast leader escape, everyone looked relieved. Before they could cheer, a dark shadow suddenly flew across the sky and headed towards the third refugee area. When Shaolong saw the black shadow clearly, his heart was suddenly shocked. Hunter, a monster stronger than the beast leader, with strength close to that of a pathfinder. Hunters appeared in this world together with flying beasts. They were similar in size to humans and had wings. They liked to hunt powerful warriors or humans who had awakened special martial spirits. Shaolong's thunder martial soul obviously attracted this terrifying creature. Not good. Everyone was horrified and recognized the monster's identity. The hunter drew an arc in the sky and swooped down towards the rooftop. Shaolong's face was solemn. He condensed a ball of lightning and hit the flying hunter with a bang. The hunter grabbed the ball with his hand, and the lightning ball exploded in his palm, and shining arcs of electricity covered his arms. The hunter paid no attention to the powerful arc and continued to rush towards the roof. A rocket was fired at the hunter, but he easily knocked it away. The rocket exploded in the air, and the hunter passed through the dazzling fireball and reached the roof in the blink of an eye. Careful! Shi Hung and the other two shouted at the same time and punched the hunter together. The hunter flapped his wings, and the three were swept up in the strong wind, vomiting blood and flying back. Shaolong's heart sank, and before he could continue to use his martial arts, the hunter's slender fingers had already grabbed him. Hiss! The hunter's fingers pierced through the air, and his sharp nails almost touched Shaolong's skin. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the roof exploded. A figure leaped up, with a cold light flashing in his hand, and stabbed towards the hunter. The hunter retreated hastily, a cold light flashing across his arm, leaving a wound. The hunter quickly flew into the air and looked angrily. A middle-aged man holding a dagger appeared on the roof below. This middle-aged man was Ao Yuan. After the natural disaster broke out, he had been stranded in the second refugee area. He would occasionally help when ferocious beasts attacked the refugee area. Originally, Ao Yuan carried out these actions in secret. But this time, he had to show up to save people. Otherwise, if the Shao family is destroyed, he will lose his place to live. Shaolong didn't expect that a master would suddenly appear and save him. While he was grateful, he still felt a strong sense of crisis. Ao Yuan looked at the hunter warily. He sensed a powerful evil force from the other party, almost comparable to that of the Pathfinder. Last time, 8 warriors joined forces with him to fight the enemy, but this time, he was alone. But he was not afraid. When the end of the world came, the spiritual energy revived. After the natural disaster broke out, Yuan's cultivation bottleneck began to loosen, his true energy continued to increase, and he was only a step away from becoming a 9th-level warrior. When facing an opponent like a hunter, they also have the confidence to fight back. The hunter roared and swooped down from the sky. Both Yuan and Shaolong aroused his great interest. As a hunter, he only hunts powerful targets. Yuan's figure flashed and he appeared behind the hunter like a ghost. He is a well-known gold medal killer with extremely fast movements and elusive appearances. Each of his attacks was precise, ruthless, and superb. The hunter was afraid of the dagger in his hand and did not choose to take it head-on. Instead, he circled in the air, found Yuan's position, and pounced on him. Although Yuan was agile and his attacks were fierce, he still seemed powerless when facing the hunter who was powerful and equally flexible. Every counterattack from the hunter made his blood boil and he retreated step by step. Although Yuan tried his best, he was always in a passive situation under the suppression of absolute power. Just as the hunter rushed down again, fireballs, ice spikes, wooden arrows, several different forces shot from a distance and hit the hunter in the air. The hunter sneered and simply flapped his wings to disperse the attacks. The person who launched the attack looked pale and had a deep sense of powerlessness. They were all people who had awakened their martial spirits, but they were far from mature, and the martial arts they displayed posed no threat to the enemy. After a fierce battle, a hunter lost a few feathers and Yuan also had several wounds on his body. A trace of anger flashed in the hunter's eyes. He cherished his feathers very much, and now that they were knocked off, he felt a little angry. He roared fiercely, and his attack became extremely fast. Yuan resisted for a while, but gradually became exhausted. On the other side, Shaolong was leading his men to fight against the leader of the ferocious beasts. The retreating leader of the ferocious beasts came back when he saw the hunter appear. Shi Hung and the other 2 were injured, so Shaolong could only find a way to deal with his opponents, and his situation was equally dangerous. In another building, the leader of the ferocious beasts finally found Hua Duo Duo. With a fierce light flashing in its eyes, it rushed towards the flowers quickly. Hua Duo Duo was startled and quickly jumped off the building. High in the sky, huge lotus flowers bloomed in the air, and the flowers stepped on them and escaped to the ground step by step. Hua Duo Duo possesses 3 martial arts skills. The first martial art is the sky-wide flower dance, which can transform into flower vines and petals to attack the enemy. The second martial art is floral fragrance, which can release floral mist containing toxins to paralyze the opponent. The third martial art is lotus blossoms at every step, a light body technique that allows one to temporarily stay in the air with the help of blooming flowers. The leader of the ferocious beasts also jumped towards the lotus, but unexpectedly the lotus suddenly disappeared. The leader of the ferocious beasts fell heavily to the ground, letting out a muffled groan. At a height of more than 50 meters, the leader of the ferocious beasts also fell heavily. It looked up dizzily and found that Hua Duo Duo had escaped to another street. The leader of the ferocious beasts was just about to get up and chase when several bullets came from behind, hitting his body and sending sparks flying. In anger, he jumped over and bit the soldier who fired the shot to pieces. When I looked up again, the flowers had disappeared. This made it very angry. It swept its scarlet eyes around and found a place with extremely abundant energy and blood. In a camp behind the building lay many wounded soldiers who had been transported from the battlefield. Their faces were covered in blood, their bodies were covered in wounds, and some even had their arms bitten off by ferocious beasts. Several doctors were giving them emergency treatment, but they were unaware that a pair of vicious eyes were staring at where they were. Chapter 107, Breakthrough to the Gold Medal Killer of the 9th Level Warrior. Several warriors outside the camp spotted the leader of the ferocious beasts and immediately shouted a warning, "Oh no, there's a ferocious beast!" They immediately rushed forward, trying to stop the ferocious beast leader. The leader of the ferocious beast swung his claws and tore them into pieces. The medical staff at the door were terrified. A monster is rushing in. A young man picked up a gun from the ground, blocked the door, and yelled, "Quickly move the wounded." Facing the panicked humans, the leader of the ferocious beasts let out a cruel grin. He leaped forward, biting the 2 fleeing medical staff to death, then rushed towards the young man. Unexpectedly, a flower vine suddenly emerged from the ground and bound its hands and feet. The leader of the ferocious beasts paused, then swung its sharp claws to tear the flower vines into pieces. The flowers appeared again. It was her colleagues who were blocking the entrance to the camp, so she had no choice but to rush out to stop the beast leader. When the leader of the ferocious beasts saw Hua Duo appear, he immediately abandoned the camp and pounced on her. The flowers turned around and ran, scattering black fruits as they ran. This fruit is called landmine flower. It will crack when touched and explode when it cracks. The leader of the ferocious beasts accidentally touched a few of them and was shaken by the explosion. An explosion of this magnitude could not hurt it, but it slowed down its pace. Seeing that Hua Duo was about to escape again, it roared in anger. He opened his big mouth and spit out a stream of black air, blowing away all the landmine flowers. Then he sped up and chased after the flowers like the wind. The young man guarding the entrance of the camp is Zhang Wei, Hua Duo's colleague in college. When Hua Duo just started working at the school, Zhang Wei fell in love with this fresh and clean girl. Unfortunately, Hua Duo already had a boyfriend at that time, so he could only hide this love in his heart. Later, when he learned that Hua Duo had broken up with her ex-boyfriend, he was ecstatic. Unfortunately, before he could express his feelings, the natural disaster broke out. He looked for Zhang Duo everywhere in the hope of getting lucky, and unexpectedly met her on a street. Surprised, he took Zhang Duo to the second refugee area, and the two joined the medical team together. The flowers were covered with flying petals, but Zhang Wei couldn't recognize them. He only knew that someone had led the monster away. He didn't have time to think about it, and could only run back with gratitude to help the wounded move. As soon as Hua Duo rushed into a dilapidated building, the leader of the ferocious beasts chased after her. It smashed through the wall and pounced fiercely in front of the flowers. The leader of the ferocious beasts tore apart the flower vines that blocked the way, opened his mouth and spit out a black airflow that blew away the petals that blocked the flowers. With the last layer of defense gone, Hua Duo's face turned pale, knowing that she was in great danger. Hua Duo did not sit still and wait for death. She waved her hand and sprayed out colorful mist. This is her last means of attack, the poisonous flower mist. Even the leader of the ferocious beasts would have a layer of his body corroded if he came into contact with this poison. The leader of the ferocious beasts was a little wary, but not much. It spewed out a breath of black gas to resist the erosion of the poison. As the flower mist gradually dissipated, Hua Duo's last resort was gone. The leader of the ferocious beasts showed a smug grin, and it wanted to tear the woman into pieces to relieve the hatred in its heart. Hua Duo stopped moving. She knew it was useless to run away. So I looked towards the door with hope, where there stood a person who had just appeared. Since he dared to show up at this time, he must not be an ordinary person. Shen had indeed just arrived. He saw the leader of the ferocious beasts chasing a man into the house, so he rushed over. The leader of the ferocious beasts also felt the presence of humans behind it, but it didn't care. It wanted to kill this cunning and hateful woman first, and then eat the humans behind it. When the leader of the ferocious beasts was about to rush towards Hua Duo, a flash of sword light passed by and cut off its head. The head of the ferocious beast leader fell to the ground, and its two bloodshot eyes were full of disbelief. It is the leader of the ferocious beasts and the best among them. How could it be killed so easily? Hua Duo also opened her eyes wide in surprise. She didn't expect that this handsome-looking young man would be so powerful and kill the black monster with one move. Shen looked at Hua Duo with some surprise. He could feel that this girl's martial spirit was very strong. Even if she was not a match for the ferocious beast leader, she was still rare among humans with awakened martial spirits. Hua Duo pointed to the distant building and said, "Someone over there might need help." Without Hua Duo's words, Shen also sensed a more powerful evil aura in the distance. He dug out the animal core from the corpse, turned around and disappeared at the door. Hua Duo looked at the big hole in the corpse with regret. Did he know what was inside the monster's body? She was still planning to pick up some leftovers. Top of the building. Yuan finally took the last step. Under the pressure of death, he unleashed his potential and broke through to the 9th level warrior in one fell swoop. After breaking through to the 9th level of warrior, Yuan already has the strength to compete with hunters. But he didn't have time to consolidate his strength, and facing the powerful hunters, it was still very difficult for him to fight. On the other side, Shaolong was in a very dangerous situation. The leader of the ferocious beasts has killed several warriors above level 4, and Hong and the other two are in danger. Without the command from the rooftop, the situation on the battlefield ahead was equally bleak. Although heavy artillery was firing continuously, there were too many ferocious beasts. They rushed towards the defense line in waves, and from time to time sporadic ferocious beasts broke through. These ferocious beasts had thick skin and flesh and were extremely powerful, causing huge casualties to the warriors in the fortifications. If it weren't for these warriors fighting to the death, the refugee zone would have been lost long ago. On the top of the building, the leader of the ferocious beasts let out a fierce roar, forcing Shaolong to retreat repeatedly. Several members of the Shao family rushed to Shaolong and used their bodies to block the attack of the ferocious beast leader. Their bodies were torn apart by the claws of the beast leader, and blood spilled all over the sky. Shaolong's eyes were bloodshot, but he could do nothing. Just as the leader of the ferocious beasts was about to kill this stubborn human, a sword light fell from the sky and shot a bloody hole in its body. Blood gushed out, and the beast leader howled in pain. Shen appeared on the roof, and with a flash of sword, he dug out its beast core. The leader of the ferocious beasts stopped howling, his body fell limply, and he soon lost his breath. Shen's sudden appearance surprised and delighted Shaolong. The hunter also sensed an unusually strong aura. He glanced at Shen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Shen gave him a very dangerous feeling, even more so than Yuan, who had just broken through. It gave up hunting, flapped its wings, and tried to fly away from the building. Before it flew into the air, a sword light flew over and shot straight at its head. The hunter was startled and flew into the air, trying to avoid the incoming sword light. Unexpectedly, the sword light suddenly changed direction, and although it failed to cut off its head, it cut off several of its feathers. The hunter was shocked and angry. He was very careful about his feathers, but unexpectedly, not only did he fail to catch any prey, but he also lost several feathers in succession. The hunter looked at Shen deeply, remembered him firmly in his heart, and then flapped his wings and flew high into the sky. Looking at the hunter going away, Shen felt very regretful. It's a pity that he can't fly, otherwise if he gets the hunter's crystal core, he will have a chance to break through to the 5th level of sword spirit. Chapter 108, Killing the Enemy Like Flowing Clouds in Water. Yuan also recognized Shen and was very surprised. After not seeing him for many days, this young man seemed to have become even more powerful, especially his sharp aura, which made him look like a sword unsheathed. When Shaolong saw Shen he was surprised and happy. His face was full of gratitude. "Mr. Shen, you saved me again." Shen smiled and said, "You're welcome. When alien beasts invade, I should help." As soon as the two ferocious beast leaders died, the beasts below immediately dispersed and turned around to flee. The exhausted warriors and soldiers cheered, celebrating that humanity had once again held the line of defense. Shaolong and the people on the roof did not relax. They looked into the distance with a hint of worry in their eyes. The first refugee area was engulfed in flames and the sound of artillery fire continued. It was clear that the battle was not over yet. Compared with the other two refugee areas, the first refugee area is the main front line. The ferocious beasts' attack on Jiangnan City is mainly concentrated there. Once the first refugee area is lost, they will not be far from falling. Shen comforted him, "Don't worry, the commander-in-chief is here, the front line will not be lost." Chief Commander Zhaichuan is stronger than Yuan. Yuan has broken through to level 9, so Zhaichuan must be no worse. As long as the destroyer doesn't appear, there should be no problem holding the defense zone. Shen suddenly thought, "Oh right, I saw someone down there who can spray flower mist, who is she?" Shaolong was stunned for a moment, then told the truth, "I don't know either." He was also very curious about the origins of Hua Duo Duo. Like Yuan, the Soul Master appeared suddenly without any signs beforehand. It can be seen that there are many hidden talents in the refugee area, and a master may emerge at any time. He suddenly thought that his second refugee area had been able to hold out for so long under the attacks of the ferocious beasts, and it was probably because of these people's secret help that it was able to barely survive. Shen didn't ask any more questions. He came here to help Shaolong. Now that his goal has been achieved, he can leave. He rejected Shaolong's enthusiastic invitation, went downstairs to find Fang Tingxue, and then headed towards the first refugee area. On the way, he and Fang Tingxue passed by streets ravaged by ferocious beasts. The streets were covered in blood and were littered with corpses. They were all refugees who had no time to evacuate after being attacked by ferocious beasts. Seeing the tragic situation on the street, Fang Tingxue felt a little uncomfortable. Shen was used to it. In his previous life, he had experienced something much more despairing than this scene. The entire city was like a hell on earth, with ferocious beasts wreaking havoc and all living things being slaughtered. There were only a few survivors, not even 1 in 100. Now we can hold 1/10 of the territory, and the surviving population exceeds 100,000, which is much stronger than in the previous life. On the way, they encountered a small group of ferocious beasts. Shen Yi swept his sword and immediately knocked down a large group of people. The rest were so scared that they turned around and ran away. Fang Tingxue caught up with one, killed it and took out the beast core. Gradually, there were more and more ferocious beasts ahead, and the sound of gunfire became louder and louder. Soon, they saw a fortification built with building stones and engineering vehicles. Below the fortification, a tide of ferocious beasts were attacking frantically. Standing on the fortifications were people from the Qinglong gang, the Tiger Roar Camp, the Brotherhood, and hundreds of soldiers. Ma Taijun was among them, his face covered in blood as he directed the dagger-sized sword to continuously slash and kill. Only 2 of the 5 men around him were left. The other 3 were knocked down and dragged away by the ferocious beast, leaving no trace of their bodies. When one side is in trouble, help will come from all sides. The forces in the 3rd refugee zone often fight among themselves on weekdays, but when foreign invaders come, they will put aside their past grudges and fight the enemy together. They rushed here from the museum and saw a large number of ferocious beasts attacking the fortifications. They immediately rushed forward to support without hesitation. Unfortunately, there were too many ferocious beasts. They had held on until now, with more than half of their men killed or wounded, but they still had not been able to repel the enemy. Damn it! Are these beasts crazy? Why are they so persistent? Ma Taijun was gasping for breath and was almost exhausted. At this moment, a soldier suddenly shouted, "Be careful, there is a ferocious beast leader below." Everyone was shocked. The leader of the ferocious beasts was the most powerful creature in the herd, and each one was comparable to a 7th-level warrior. Once it hits the fortifications, it will cause unimaginable damage. Ma Taijun was shocked and frightened. Damn it, didn't the leaders of these ferocious beasts all go to the defense zone in the east? Why did one come here? The eastern defense line is the main battlefield of the 1st refugee zone, and it is also the place with the most concentrated human firepower and the largest number of warriors. Every time the ferocious beast attacks, it will deploy its main forces to the eastern defense line. Although there are many ferocious beasts in other lines of defense, it is rare for a monster as powerful as the ferocious beast leader to appear. An officer immediately shouted, "All RPGs, aim at this monster. Don't let it charge." Several RPGs were fired immediately, aiming directly at the ferocious beast leader hidden in the herd. Boom! Boom! The fireballs exploded one after another, knocking down a group of ferocious beasts, but none of them could hit the leader of the ferocious beasts. The ferocious beast leader, surrounded by black mist, was extremely fast. It avoided the rockets and quickly approached the nearest building. The officer looked serious and took out his close combat weapon. The others also showed an expression of being ready to die, and were ready to resist the leader of the ferocious beasts. Ning Xin frowned and suddenly said, "Help is here." She is a person who has awakened her martial soul and can sense the existence of soul power within a certain range. No one cared. The city lacked warriors above level 7, and even if help came, the amount they could provide was limited. The moment the leader of the ferocious beast jumped onto the building, Shen Yi arrived just in time. He opened his palm and a stream of sword energy shot out, hitting the body of the beast leader. The beast leader's body stiffened, a bloody hole appeared on his chest, and he fell onto the building after shaking twice. Everyone was surprised and delighted. Who was it that defeated the powerful beast leader with just one move? Shen Yi jumped onto the building and took the beast core of the ferocious beast leader. Then he waved his hand and the sword light rolled away. The carcass of the ferocious beast below was torn apart, blood splattered everywhere, and a large area collapsed in an instant. Shen Yi's movements were smooth and fluid, and he killed the ferocious beast as easily as killing a chicken or a dog, which stunned all the human warriors in an instant. The ferocious beasts under the construction sites felt fear and turned around, knocking over the ferocious beasts rushing from behind. The entire herd of animals then fell into chaos, leaving behind a large number of corpses under the attack of guns and artillery, and began to flee in all directions. Shen Yi broke the siege of the crowd and did not stop, but rushed towards the eastern defense line. Everyone didn't know Shen Yi and was amazed in their hearts. Who was this person? Could he be a skilled reinforcement sent by the army? But why hadn't I seen him before? Only Ma Taijun was stunned. Is it him? No wonder he's so powerful. Fortunately, I didn't shoot him at that time, otherwise I would have been killed by the sword by now. After leaving these tall buildings, Shen Yi and Fang Tingxue killed as they walked. Since awakening his sword spirit, Shen Yi has become much more confident. The sword energy is unparalleled and invincible. Possessing one of the most powerful martial spirits, he is confident that he can fight against the Pathfinder even if he encounters him. Chapter 109, Mutated Zombie Martial Spirit. Hulei was sitting on the steps of the small building, and a mouse was squeaking in front of him. She went to the second refugee zone with that man. That man killed 2 more beast leaders. They are now on their way to the first refugee zone. Hulei listened to Lao Shu's report silently, revealing a hint of complicated emotions. I finally met her. Although I wish that the person standing next to her was me, if that person was strong, at least I wouldn't have to worry about her safety. At this time, another mouse ran over and waved its little claws at him. Hulei's eyes flickered. The Chen family had come again? Nearby? On the street 2 miles away from the small building, 4 men in black aggressively broke into a house. There was a teenage boy in the house, and an elderly woman who was very ill. Where are the things you hid? The man in black asked viciously. Please, this is all the food we have. The old woman pressed the tattered quilt on the bed and begged bitterly. The man in black lifted the quilt, revealing a box of instant noodles. The black-clothed man's eyes lit up. How dare you hide the food? I'm being polite by not breaking your legs. After saying that, he pushed the old man away. The old man hit the wall, his brain burst, and he soon died. The boy seemed a little stupid. He stared at everything blankly without any reaction. The man in black sneered, he's a fool anyway. It's a waste of food if he stays. He kicked the boy down. The man in men's clothes was a warrior. The kick he gave was so powerful that the boy's tendons and bones were broken and he died on the spot. The 4 of them burst out laughing and began searching for food from house to house. There were bursts of pleading and crying coming from the houses along the street. The only remaining food of some refugees was looted by the Chen family members without leaving a drop. After searching for a while, the Chen family members walked to the vicinity of the small building. A man in black said, the area ahead is that weirdo's territory. Going in might alert him. The leader hesitated for a moment and said, then let's go back first and wait for the patriarch to come out of seclusion before we deal with him. The Chen family was very wary of this small building. Mr. Chen San was a 4th-level warrior. He personally took action to deal with the strange people in the building, but all of him and his men disappeared, and there has been no news of them since then. The Chen family no longer dared to act rashly and planned to wait until Chen Hong came out of seclusion. The 4 of them turned around and walked back, and suddenly saw a boy blocking the way. Get out of my way. Watch out for your life. The man in black shouted loudly. Unexpectedly, the little boy didn't move and just stood in the middle of the road. The man in black was furious and was about to go up and kill him. The companion suddenly said, why does this little boy look like the one you just kicked to death? Yeah? The man in black was a little surprised. He took a closer look and found that the boy was exactly the same as the boy he had just killed. The boy stared at the man in black, a faint green light in his eyes, which made him feel uneasy. How dare you, a little brat, play tricks in front of me? The man in black bravely stepped forward and kicked, but before he could kick out, something grabbed his ankle. He looked down and saw an arm that was about to rot. The man in black was so scared that he almost peed himself. He shook his legs desperately, trying to throw his arms away. Unexpectedly, not only did he fail to shake off the arm, but he pulled a rotten corpse out of the mud. The corpse opened its incomplete mouth and bit down on his thigh. The man in black screamed and kicked the corpse away. Deep teeth marks appeared on his thigh, which quickly turned purple and black. This scene shocked everyone. Before they could come to their senses, there was a rustling sound around the street. Corpses one after another crawled out of the pits and soon filled the streets. The 4 men in black were scared to death. What is going on? Are all the dead people resurrected collectively? The rotting corpse let out a dull growl and began to approach the Chen family. The 4 men tried desperately to break out, but they were outnumbered and were overwhelmed by the swarming corpses. Screams soon rang out, and the 4 men in black were bitten beyond recognition and died while wailing. After killing the Chen family members, the zombies fell to the ground and turned back into motionless corpses. The green light in the boy's eyes gradually disappeared and he began to breathe heavily. A few minutes ago, he suddenly woke up from a dying state, and an unknown power appeared in his body. This power allows him to resonate with the corpses around him, commanding them to bite and attack. But this behavior is very physically demanding. After summoning these corpses, his body felt weak as if it had been hollowed out. In the corner on the other side of the street, Hulei silently observed the little boy. What is this? Is it a new spirit? It seems I'm not the only one with supernatural powers here anymore. On the front line of the first defense zone, the battle was very stalemate. Thousands of soldiers stood guard on the reinforced concrete positions, stubbornly resisting the attacks of the ferocious beasts. Behind the position, tanks equipped with giant cannons slowly advanced to the front line. The shells streaked across the sky and accurately hit ferocious beasts. The shock waves generated by the explosions made everything around them tremble. The huge bodies of the beasts were directly blown away, stirring up a cloud of dust when they landed. Their lives and deaths were unknown. Snipers hidden in cover fired relentlessly, their bullets piercing the beasts' thick hides with unerring precision, leaving fatal wounds one after another. Simultaneously, squads equipped with heavy machine guns opened fire, their dense barrage like a web of death, pinning down the beasts as they attempted to charge. Dozens of tenacious beasts rushed into the position and were hacked head-on by the warriors who had been waiting for a long time. In the sky, a group of flying beasts swooped down and were hit by anti-aircraft machine guns, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Their huge bodies fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Some ferocious beasts passed through the position and grabbed the soldiers who were shooting. Unable to penetrate their feathers, the soldiers detonated the suicide bombs on their bodies and died together with the flying beasts. Blood, flames, and minced flesh dyed the sky and the earth red, and fierce fighting and killing were everywhere. Commander-in-Chief, hunters have been spotted in the southwest. A scout came to report. Commander-in-Chief, we've spotted 5 or more ferocious beast leaders on the opposite side. Another scout also brought bad news. Upon hearing the news, a trace of worry flashed in the eyes of the officers in the operations room. These powerful individual aliens are extremely difficult to deal with. In addition to their agility, they also have hard scales to protect their bodies. Ordinary artillery and weapons cannot hurt them, and once they break through, they will cause huge casualties to the soldiers on the position. However, the troops lacked high-end combat power. Apart from the Commander-in-Chief Li Chen, only 2 senior officers broke through to the 7th level warrior level before the battle. Even if the 3 of them attacked together, it would be difficult to deal with so many ferocious beast leaders and hunters. Chapter 110 Breakthrough of Level 5 Martial Soul, Heaven-Defying Star-Absorbing Technique. Li Chen stood up, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his slightly tired eyes. Leave the hunters to me. Send more officers above the company level to contain the ferocious beast leader. Li Chen has broken through to the 9th level of warrior, otherwise even with the help of artillery fire, it would still be difficult to deal with the hunters. Yes. The officers responded in unison and immediately set out into action. At the front line 2 miles away from the operations room, 5 black figures were rapidly approaching a building. After continuous charges by low-level ferocious beasts, the leader of the ferocious beasts found a breakthrough point with weaker firepower. The leaders of these ferocious beasts planned to break into this building and massacre the humans in the defense zone. Attention, the beast leader is approaching fortification number 7. The distance is too close, and the heavy artillery can't aim. All soldiers at position 7, prepare to attack. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters, fire. The heavy machine guns in the building suddenly sprayed out beams of fire, and rows of bullets formed a huge firepower network, blocking the entire position. The 5 leaders of the ferocious beasts were locked in a dense fire network, and the black mist on their bodies was shaking continuously. But this level of attack could not stop them. After dodging several rocket attacks, they rushed to the front of the building. The solid iron door was forcibly torn open by the sharp claws of the beast leader, and they rushed into the building. The officers, including 2 7th-level warriors, were ready to fight. They roared and engaged in a desperate battle with the ferocious beast leader who rushed in. In the southwest, the hunter nimbly dodged anti-aircraft fire and landed on a tall building. This building is a government building and has now become the temporary command center of the first refugee zone. The soldiers stationed on the roof immediately raised their guns and fired. The bullets hit the hunter's feathers, splashing sparks. The hunter had no interest in these ordinary soldiers. He swept them casually, and the bullets bounced back, killing them. After killing these soldiers, the hunters began to look for their targets. After the flying beasts invaded this world, tens of thousands of hunters appeared in this Chinese land. Their main task was to find and destroy the high-end combat power of mankind. Soon, he felt a powerful aura. The aura approached rapidly and soon appeared on the tall building. The hunter showed a look of great interest, his eyes fixed on the human who appeared opposite him. Li Chen's eyes were cold, and his mighty strength exploded as he struck the hunter with a palm. Boom! The high-rise building shook violently, rubble and debris flew down, and a large part of the roof collapsed. The hunter's body swayed, his eyes flashing with excitement and fighting spirit, and he suddenly grabbed Li Chen. Li Chen showed no fear and waved his palm towards the opponent. Bang! The two forces collided in the air, causing a deafening roar and energy ripples to spread. The surrounding air seemed to be ignited, with heat waves rolling, and even the windows of buildings in the distance were shattered. The hunter was knocked back by the huge force and retreated more than 10 meters before floating in the air. He was slightly surprised, obviously not expecting Li Chen to have such a powerful counterattack force. Before the hunter could react, Li Chen's body was as fast as lightning, and he instantly got close to the hunter. He poured out a series of punches as fast as lightning. Each punch carried an overwhelming force, forcing the hunter to retreat again and again. The hunter was enraged. He waved his 5 fingers, and the airflow he created cut through the air like a sharp blade, making a sharp whistling sound and attacking Li Chen in waves. The two figures intertwined, and the fists and palm shadows intertwined into a thrilling picture. The hunter tried to find flaws with his agile body and strange fighting skills, but Li Chen responded to all changes with constancy. Every step he took was as steady as a mountain, and every blow was powerful. The contest between the two was not only a clash of strength, but also a confrontation of will and wisdom. Two powerful warriors with strength reaching level 9 started a fierce battle on the ruins of the city, which was related to the survival of the race. Mr. Shen, the commander, went to the southwest and found a hunter there. The officers collectively looked at each other with respect. Shen Yi was like a divine soldier descending from the sky. With one move, he helped them kill the 5 ferocious beast leaders. This terrifying strength was simply breathtaking. Shen Yi looked towards the southwest, thinking silently. He already has 8 leader beast cores, plus half of a Pathfinder crystal core, which should be enough to reach the 5th level of martial spirit. Shen Yi walked outside and signaled Feng Tingxue to stay here for a while. Then he flew towards the southwest, absorbing the black beast core into his body as he ran. The 8 black beast cores gradually disappeared in Shen Yi's palm, and abundant energy poured in. The soul power in his body surged like a river bursting its banks. By the time he arrived at the government building, all the leaders' beast cores had been absorbed. Without hesitation, he absorbed the last half of the crystal core into his body. An unprecedentedly powerful force exploded, flowing freely through his meridians and rushing straight into the barrier of the 5th level martial spirit. Under the violent impact of the storm, this barrier finally shattered. Shen Yi's eyes suddenly opened, with dazzling light flashing in them. The shackles of the 5th level martial soul were completely broken, and a more intense soul power aura burst out from his body. His momentum was like a rainbow, shaking the heaven and earth. His feet left the ground and he shot up into the sky like an arrow, reaching the roof in an instant. At this moment, his aura was concentrated to the extreme. Shen Yi roared angrily, and a terrifying sword energy burst out of his body and slashed towards the hunter. The hunter was fighting fiercely with Li Chen when he was suddenly struck by a sword light, cutting off his wings. The hunter screamed and flew into the air, trying to escape. Shen Yi's eyes flashed, and a mental storm suddenly started. The hunter's head sank and he hesitated for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Li Chen threw a fierce punch, dispersing the black mist protecting the hunter's body. Shen Yi slashed again, and the sword light turned into a silver streak, piercing through the hunter's body. The hunter's body stiffened, his eyes filled with disbelief, and he turned into pieces of black ash. A black crystal fell down and was caught by Shen Yi. Seeing the hunter dead, Li Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Shen Yi, a hint of surprise flashing through his mind. The last time they met, this young man was only able to barely hold back the Pathfinder. Who would have thought that a month later, the other party would be able to kill the powerful hunter? After Shen Yi collected the crystal core dropped by the hunter, 3 major martial arts appeared in his mind. The 5th level of martial arts of the innate sword soul, sword energy is like a rainbow. He just killed the hunter with an extremely sharp sword energy using this very move. The 5th level of martial arts of the martial soul of all things, star absorbing technique. As the name suggests, this martial art can absorb the opponent's martial spirit for its own use, and the person who loses the martial spirit will be reduced to a useless person. However, it is only effective against targets weaker than the opponent, or when the opponent has lost the ability to resist. The 5th level of martial arts of the martial soul of all things, Iron Wall. As the name suggests, this martial art can form a hard energy shield outside the body. The area can be expanded, but the power will be weakened as the defense range expands. Chapter 111: The Humanoid Beast Heading to the Arsenal. It was indeed a heaven-defying martial art. Shen Yi was pleasantly surprised. Especially the star-absorbing technique, it is simply a powerful weapon. However, he would not absorb martial souls casually, because cultivating new martial souls requires a huge amount of resources. Just an innate sword soul requires more than 10 times the soul power of others. If it is not a top-notch martial soul, he will not be interested. Thank you for your help, young friend. Zhaichuan's face was full of gratitude. If it weren't for Shen Yi, even if he could repel the hunters, it would have wasted a lot of time. His subordinates were still fighting fiercely with the ferocious beast leader. The later he arrived, the greater the casualties would be. The war is urgent. I'll catch up with you later. Zhaichuan said this hurriedly and wanted to rush to the front line. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he saw his officers running towards him from a distance. Commander-in-Chief, the leaders of the ferocious beasts have all surrendered, and the ferocious beasts on the periphery are retreating. When Zhaichuan heard this, he was surprised and happy. All the beast leaders were killed. How did you do it? The officers said in awe. It was young Master Shen who killed him. Zhaichuan looked at Shen Yi in surprise. It turned out that he had already eliminated the leader of the ferocious beast before helping me deal with the hunters. My friend, thanks to your help, we won a great victory. Zhaichuan was very grateful. Shen Yi said sternly, protecting our homeland is everyone's responsibility. You don't have to thank me, Chief. Zhaichuan couldn't help but sigh. My friend, you were so kind, I can never repay you. If you need me in any way, please feel free to ask. Shen Yi remembered that there was another purpose for this trip. To be honest, Commander, I need some weapons and ammunition. He planned to bring some weapons and ammunition back to the villa. With modern military weapons, the villa would be safer. Zhaichuan smiled and said, that's easy. I'll have the logistics officer take you to the warehouse. You can take as much as you want. He said to his officers, go and call Zhu Changfu. After a while, a middle-aged officer who looked somewhat honest ran over. The commander-in-chief ordered, take Mr. Shen to the armory and dispatch a few trucks to help him deliver the weapons and ammunition to the mountains. Zhu Changfu immediately saluted, yes, I promise to complete the mission. Shen Yi and Zhu Changfu came to a factory in the defense zone. This factory used to be a printing factory, but was later converted into an arsenal for storing supplies. The factory was heavily guarded, and the two had to pass through at least 3 checkpoints before arriving at a huge warehouse. Zhu Changfu ordered the soldiers to open the gate. It was very empty inside and most of the ammunition had been moved out. Shen Yi couldn't help but frown. Does the army have enough ammunition? Zhu Changfu answered truthfully, the fighting is fierce. 2/3 of the ammunition has been used up. If we fight 2 more major battles at most, it will be completely used up. Shen Yi asked, if we are short of ammunition, is there any way to replenish it? Zhu Changfu said, there's a secret underground arsenal outside the city that stores a large amount of ammunition. We tried to transport the ammunition back, but we encountered ferocious beasts on the way and many people died without success. Do you know where the armory is? Yes, I've been there a few times. Shen Yi thought for a moment and said, can you take me there? Zhu Changfu was surprised and asked, Mr. Shen, are you going to the armory? Shen Yi nodded and said, yes, there is not much ammunition here. I plan to go to the armory outside to get some. Zhu Changfu hesitated and said, but there are too many ferocious beasts there, and our convoy cannot pass through. Shen Yi said, no need for a convoy, I can go alone. Zhu Changfu was even more surprised when he heard this. I couldn't help but wonder how many weapons and ammunition one person could carry. Even with me included, he could only carry 2 boxes at most. Shen Yi knew Zhu Changfu's doubts, but he didn't explain, if you don't want to, I can find someone else. Zhu Changfu immediately said solemnly, Mr. Shen, you are worrying too much. I will take you there right away. Zhu Changfu walked out of the warehouse and drove over in an armored off-road vehicle. He specifically found a large off-road vehicle so that he could carry more ammunition. Accompanied by the roar of the car engine, Zhu Changfu took Shen Yi and Feng Tingshui and drove quickly out of the city. Beyond the defense zone, the outside world was in ruins, with many buildings reduced to ruins, and huge craters and collapsed roads everywhere. Zhu Changfu has good driving skills. He flexibly avoids deep potholes and drives smoothly on the road. Shortly after the vehicle drove out of the first refugee area, the roars of ferocious beasts were heard in the distance. Zhu Changfu was nervous, but he still drove the car firmly. This time, he was determined to die. Obeying orders is a soldier's duty. If the commander-in-chief asks him to transport ammunition for Shen Yi, he must carry it out to the end. Even if the place he went to was a dangerous place, he was not afraid. Outside the human base is a paradise for ferocious beasts. Corpses eaten by ferocious beasts can be seen everywhere, both human and animal. While passing a road, the three saw the remains of an elephant. The elephant was crawling on the ground, half of its body had rotted away, and on its tusks hung the corpse of a ferocious beast. The elephant must have escaped from the zoo, but was attacked by a ferocious beast. Relying on its huge body and sharp tusks, it killed a ferocious beast but was eventually besieged and killed. After the off-road vehicle drove past the elephant's carcass, several dark shadows appeared in the sky. Those are flying beasts. They are both ferocious predators and scouts for the army of ferocious beasts. After discovering the off-road vehicle on the ground, the three flying beasts swooped down without hesitation, trying to hunt and kill the humans in the vehicle. Be careful, there's a ferocious beast above. Xu Changfu's heart tightened and he picked up the submachine gun with one hand. Xu Changfu didn't know who Shen Yi was, but he knew that he had to protect the safety of these two people. Shen Yi glanced up at the sky, and a sword energy was released, cutting off the head of the flying beast. The other two were startled and were about to turn around and run away, but the sword energy circled in the air and cut them in half. Xu Changfu's eyes widened. He thought Shen Yi was just a formal warrior at most, but who knew he was so powerful? 3 flying beasts were dealt with in just one move, something even the mid-level officers in the army couldn't do. Shen Yi killed 3 flying beasts and said calmly, "Keep driving, I'll deal with the beasts." Shen Yi's calm expression made Xu Changfu feel at ease. He stepped on the accelerator and drove towards his destination at lightning speed. Not long after, the roaring off-road vehicle attracted dozens of ferocious beasts. They roared with excitement and rushed towards the off-road vehicle together. What greeted them was a sky full of swordlight and the shadow of death. Shen Yi swept his sword and strangled all the ferocious beasts that rushed towards him. Xu Changfu was horrified. 30 ferocious beasts disappeared in the blink of an eye. Was the one he was carrying a human being or a ferocious beast in human form? Chapter 112, The Primary School Full of Corpses. The off-road vehicle drove all the way, and Shen Yi killed people along the way. Whether there are dozens or hundreds of ferocious beasts. If one sword is not enough, then use several swords, dozens of swords. All invading enemies will be killed. The off-road vehicle driven by Xu Changfu was invincible and encountered no rivals along the way. He made his way out of Jiangnan City in a bloody manner. Xu Changfu was overjoyed and felt that he had never felt so powerful in his life. It turns out that humans can be so arrogant and domineering when facing ferocious beasts. After killing thousands of ferocious beasts, Shen Yi and his group finally attracted more powerful attention. A ferocious beast leader was lurking nearby, its scarlet eyes fixed on the off-road vehicle ahead. Xu Changfu felt a chill on his back, as if he was being stared at by something terrifying. He said uneasily, "Mr. Shen, it seems like something is chasing us?" Shen Yi said calmly, "I know." After saying that, he jumped into the air and rushed into the distance like a gust of wind. After Shen Yi's martial soul broke through to level 5, his wind walking technique was greatly improved. He could jump 100 meters with a light leap. Although it was not as elusive as space teleportation, its speed was incredibly fast. Shen Yi's figure flashed and disappeared, and in a blink of an eye he was in the grass 1,000 meters away. The leader of the ferocious beasts only felt the figure in the car flash and then appeared in front of him, and his scarlet pupils were suddenly filled with shock. Before it could react, the sword flashed and a hideous and terrifying head flew into the sky. Xu Changfu felt the coolness on his back suddenly disappear, and he couldn't help but be surprised. This is too fast. They had just been targeted when Mr. Shen dealt with his opponent. Although I don't know what kind of ferocious beast Mr. Shen killed, its level must be not low. After all, this eerie feeling of being targeted by a ferocious beast has never been experienced before. With deep awe, Xu Changfu drove at full speed towards the armory like lightning. The secret arsenal is more than 100 miles away from Jiangnan City, hidden in a valley behind a small town. Now the town has been slaughtered by ferocious beasts and all the people inside have been killed. It has become a deserted city. When the off-road vehicle drove into the town, all we could see were piles of bones and dried blood on the ground. Xu Changfu couldn't help but say, "It's too tragic. I wonder if there are still people alive in this town." The off-road vehicle was driving along the road, and when it was almost reaching the center of the town, it suddenly saw a figure passing by. Xu Changfu was startled. "Mr. Shen, there is someone in front." Although the other party just flashed by, Shen Yi felt a strange breath. He felt a hint of curiosity. Catch up. Zhu Changfu quickly turned the car around and chased in the direction where the figure disappeared. A minute later, they saw the figure again. The figure turned the corner and ran into a nearby school. Zhu Changfu drove an off-road vehicle and chased after him. After entering the gate, the three saw corpses all over the ground. Although the blood had dried up, the bodies had not decayed and it seemed that they had not been dead for long. Zhu Changfu observed carefully and said with some surprise, "It wasn't killed by a ferocious beast." Anyuai town is a remote and quiet town. The town had a population of more than 10,000, but after the catastrophe, most of them were massacred. The survivors huddled in the basement of the elementary school, relying on dim candlelight to survive. Every day, they would carefully send a few people out to look for food. They would rummage through abandoned shops and houses, just to find a glimmer of hope for survival. However, as food became increasingly scarce, the dark side of human nature began to emerge. Some people began fighting for the remaining food, even risking their lives. Former friends became enemies, and the scene of mutual slaughter was horrific. In this town shrouded in despair, the brilliance of humanity gradually faded, leaving only endless struggle and survival. Some people tried to escape the town, but after only 2 miles, they were killed by the claws of the ferocious beast. The wails of those being torn apart by the beast's claws resounded throughout the town, making the living even more terrified. In the elementary school cafeteria, a burly man was whipping a ragged woman. The woman was beaten to a bloody pulp, but her eyes were still fixed on the leftover food scraps on the table, her gaze filled with pleading and longing. The man seemed tired of beating. He dropped the whip and took a deep breath. He looked at the bruised woman with mockery in his eyes. "You ignored me before, but now I am out of your reach." He laughed unbridled, his expression arrogant and complacent. The woman was once the most beautiful teacher in the school and the most popular girl in the eyes of all male teachers. But he was just a handyman in the school, and he looked ugly and vulgar. He was obsessed with the female teacher and had fantasized about her countless times, but unfortunately their identities were so different that everything could only happen in his dreams. But now, the status of the two has changed dramatically. Relying on his strong body and force, the man became the overlord of this school. All people had to obey him, all food had to be distributed by him, and even women had to be available for his enjoyment. The once proud flower of Jialing not only became his plaything, but was even brutally ravaged and tortured by him for a little food. The man swept the food scraps off the table and said, "Go away. Scream louder tomorrow, or you won't even have these." The woman opened her eyes wide, pounced forward, and picked up the food scraps bit by bit. Looking at the food in her hand, the woman swallowed her saliva, crouched down like a dog, and crawled out of the cafeteria door. The man looked at her back with a look of contempt. This woman was already useless, so when they got tired of playing with her, they killed her and stored her as food. The woman endured the pain and hurried to a small room behind the school. The door opened and the woman walked in. A few skinny students were hiding in the corner of the hut. When they saw the food in the woman's hand, their originally lifeless eyes lit up. "1 small piece per person, eat quickly." The woman distributed the food scraps, and the students eagerly stuffed the meager amount of food into their mouths. A little girl didn't eat the food immediately, but asked, "Teacher Zhou, what about you?" The woman forced a smile and said, "The teacher will go find it again. You guys eat first." After the children finished eating, the woman dragged her hungry body out of the hut, ready to find men who were interested in her body to exchange for more food. After being ravaged by the second man, the woman got half a potato. Before she could put the food in her arms, a dark and fat woman rushed over and tried to snatch the food from her hands. The woman fought with the fat black woman like crazy and finally saved the dirty potatoes. The fat black woman had scratches all over her face and said unwillingly, "Isn't it just that I look like a slutty fox? My body is so dirty, and there are still people who want me." The fat black woman was also a teacher at the school. She had always been jealous of the woman's beauty and had often said bad things about her in private. She was happiest to see this noble flower fall, but when she saw that she could exchange her body for food, she began to feel jealous. Faced with the woman's verbal abuse, the woman had long been numb. She carefully hid the potatoes in her arms and walked towards the cabin. At the entrance of the cafeteria, a group of men witnessed the scene. A man jokingly said, "Zhao Fei, isn't Zhou Ting your girlfriend? Why don't you go and help her?" After hearing this, Zhao Fei lowered his head silently. In order to get food, he gave Zhou Ting to the bully named Wang Qingshan. Since then, Zhou Ting has never looked at him again. He watched Zhou Ting being humiliated by Wang Qingshan every day. Although he felt uncomfortable, he could do nothing about it. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, he can hardly guarantee his own survival, let alone protect Zhou Ting. The people around looked at Zhao Fei with contempt. This pretty boy had no backbone at all. He tried every means to pursue Zhou Ting at first, but later, in order to survive, he actually drugged Zhou Ting and sent her to Wang Qingshan. Chapter 113 The Mutated Elementary School Student. Zhou Ting returned to the cabin and was horrified to find that the 3 children were missing. She hurried out to look for him, but couldn't find him until almost dark. Just when she was about to despair, a childish voice came from behind her. Teacher Zhou. She turned around suddenly and found the children standing on the playground not far away. She felt relieved and rushed over to ask, "Where have you been? Why didn't you stay in the house?" The little girl said timidly, "Teacher Zhou, we know you haven't eaten, so we went out to find food." Zhou Ting was angry and scared. "Do you know how dangerous it is out there? Even adults can't find food, so how can you find any?" One boy lowered his head in shame. "We don't want Teacher Zhou to go hungry, so..." Zhou Ting was stunned. She slowly walked over and patted the boy on the head. "Don't go out again. The teacher will find a way to deal with the food issue. These 3 children are left behind children. The little girl is Yuan, the older boy is Lu Yuan, and the younger boy is Han Yiming." When the natural disaster broke out, Zhou Ting took them to hide in the basement and luckily escaped the attack of the ferocious beast. Back in the cabin, Lu Yuan stretched out his tightly clenched hands, with a red fruit in his palms. "Teacher, this is what I found. Please eat it." Zhou Ting was a little surprised. "Where did you pick this?" "It's in the woods behind the school. I found 2 in total. I ate one, it's not poisonous, and this one is left." Zhou Ting looked at the bright red fruit, which had a bright color and emitted a faint fragrance. Shu Man and Han Yiming looked at the fruit and couldn't help swallowing. Zhou Ting suppressed her hunger and said, "Teacher is not hungry, you can keep it for yourself." "No, teacher, this one is for you. If you don't eat it, I will never eat the food you bring again." Lu Yuan looked at Zhou Ting stubbornly. Zhou Ting could only nod helplessly. "Okay, teacher, eat, but you must never run out again in the future." Zhou Ting put the fruit into her mouth, and the thick juice overflowed in her mouth, as rich and juicy as blood. After eating the fruit, Zhou Ting fell into a deep sleep. Lu Yuan looked at her sleeping face, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. The next morning, Zhou Ting woke up from her dream and felt much better. Not only did the feeling of hunger disappear, but even the scars on her body faded. She was secretly surprised and glanced at the children beside her. Shu Man and Han Yiming were still sleeping soundly, but Lu Yuan was gone. Zhou Ting walked out of the cabin and saw Lu Yuan standing in the corridor, seemingly talking to himself. "I have healed her body. If I fulfill her wish, you will give me your body completely." Zhou Ting heard Lu Yuan mumbling to himself and couldn't help but walk over curiously. "Shen, what are you talking about?" Lu Yuan turned around, his eyes flashing with a faint red light. "Did you hear everything? According to his last wishes, I can help you with something, but only today." Zhou Ting was surprised and asked, "Shen, what are you talking about?" "I can sense the hatred in your heart, as well as the strong murderous intent." Lu Yuan said to himself, "You can make any request today, no matter what it is, including killing people." "Shen, what's wrong with you? Are you sick?" Zhou Ting looked at the student with a strange expression in surprise and worry. "You don't believe it?" Lu Yuan looked at a man with malicious intentions in the distance. The man looked at Zhou Ting's back greedily, as if thinking about how to play with her body. "I'll help you kill that man." Lu Yuan walked straight towards the man. When the man saw Lu Yuan coming over, he said fiercely, "Get out of here, you dirty little bastard, or I'll stew you and make soup." Lu Yuan suddenly jumped on him and broke it with his hands. Snap! The man's neck made a crisp sound of fracture as Lu Yuan broke it violently. Zhou Ting was shocked. Lu Yuan was just a 10-year-old child, but he easily broke the neck of an adult man? Lu Yuan stretched his arms and legs. "This body is too weak, but once you leave it to me, it will grow up quickly." Zhou Ting didn't understand what Lu Yuan meant. "Shen, why are you?" "I'm not Lu Yuan. To be more precise, I'm no longer the Lu Yuan I used to be." Lu Yuan interrupted Zhou Ting. "He is dying, but his soul has not dissipated yet, so I promised him that as long as I help you do something, I can really get this body." Zhou Ting's face turned pale. "No, it's impossible, Shen was fine yesterday. He ate a poisonous fruit yesterday. Before he died, I entered his body. Lu Yuan said indifferently, you don't need to know who I am, you just need to know that I can help you fulfill some of your wishes, such as revenge. Zhou Ting's body trembled slightly, and those humiliating experiences came back like a tide, and deep hatred welled up in her heart. She raised her head suddenly, her eyes full of murderous intent. Can you really help me kill someone? Certainly. Lu Yuan kicked the corpse beside him with disdain, his tone full of confidence. These people are very weak, it won't take much effort to kill them. Well, come with me. Zhou Ting no longer hesitated and strode towards the school cafeteria. When passing by a house, a fat black woman just came out. When she saw Zhou Ting, her eyes were filled with resentment. Shameless woman, you're looking for a man so early in the morning? Zhou Ting stopped and said coldly, kill her. The fat black woman was stunned. What did you say? Lu Yuan picked up a broken branch and stabbed it into her abdomen. The fat black woman screamed miserably, you little bastard, how dare you fuck me? Lu Yuan pulled out the branch and stabbed it again, this time into the fat black woman's heart. Now the fat black woman could no longer scream. She opened her eyes wide and fell to the ground in disbelief. Lu Yuan sighed and said, this woman is so fat, I can't kill her with just one poke. The two continued walking forward and met two men on the road. These two people used to be security guards of the school. After Wang Qingshan took over the school, they became Wang Qingshan's thugs and lackeys. One of the security guards looked at Zhou Ting greedily. Why are you here so early in the morning? Didn't Brother Wang have enough fun with you yesterday? Zhou Ting glanced at him with murderous eyes. Why are you looking at me? Am I wrong? The security guard laughed wildly, his tone full of humiliation and contempt. This time, Lu Yuan rushed forward without Zhou Ting saying anything. He pulled out the dagger from the security guard's waist like lightning and swept it across his neck. Blood splattered out, and the security guard fell to the ground, covering his severed neck. The other security guard was stunned. He didn't expect that the little boy was so cruel that he killed his companion with one move. He immediately pulled out a dagger and said viciously, you little bastard, I'll kill you. Before he could swing the dagger, a flash of cold light flew towards him and pierced his forehead with a swish. The security guard's body stiffened and he fell straight down. Lu Yuan pulled out the dagger from his forehead. It's much easier to kill people with this. In the cafeteria hall, Wang Qingshan was leisurely eating breakfast. Before the natural disaster broke out, there were still some uneaten ingredients in the school cafeteria, which were all occupied by him and several of his men. The former cafeteria manager had become their victim. Chapter 114 Revenge, the arrival of the alien queen. The door was pushed open and a man covered in blood rushed in. Wang Qingshan was startled. Old four, what's wrong with you? It was Zhou Ting. She killed Lao Wu and Lao Lu. What did you say? Wang Qingshan frowned and said, impossible, how could she have such ability? The man said with a look of fear, she had a child with her. She killed the fifth and sixth children with one knife. Look at the blood on my body. It's from the fifth and sixth children. Wang Qingshan stood up immediately, are you telling the truth? Before the man could answer, there was a whoosh sound behind him and a dagger stabbed into his back. The man's body stiffened and he slowly fell to the ground. Wang Qingshan was shocked and looked up. A person slowly walked in from the door. For a moment, Wang Qingshan thought he had seen it wrong. In the sunlight, Zhou Ting looked beautiful and radiant, as if she had turned back into the confident, generous and radiant female teacher she used to be. What's going on? Why does Zhou Ting seem like a different person? While Wang Qingshan was surprised, an evil desire arose in his heart. He was originally tired of Zhou Ting, but seeing the rejuvenated Zhou Ting aroused his desire to conquer her again. Wang Qingshan, you must pay for the evil you have done. Zhou Ting looked down at Wang Qingshan as if she were looking at a pile of garbage. How dare you speak to me like that? Wang Qingshan's anger suddenly bubbled up. The tone of Zhou Ting's voice was as if he was still an unknown handyman, and she was still the goddess he could only look up to. He rushed towards Zhou Ting angrily, determined to teach this woman a profound lesson. A little boy suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Ting. With a light slash of the dagger in his hand, a bloody gash was made on Wang Qingshan's abdomen. Wang Qingshan stopped in shock and felt a sharp pain that made him gasp. Lu Yuan played with the dagger in his hand. Teacher Zhou, how do you want to kill this man? Zhou Ting looked at the man she hated so much and said through gritted teeth, I'm going to cut off piece by piece of his flesh and make him bleed to death. Wang Qingshan broke out in a cold sweat after hearing this. He forced himself to stand up and said, "Don't even think about it. You think you can kill me with just this little thing?" He was just careless just now. With his strong physique, he didn't believe that he couldn't deal with a 10-year-old child. Lu Yuxuan rushed forward and stabbed Wang Qingshan with the dagger. This time, the dagger pierced into Wang Qingshan's thigh, almost cutting off his vitals. Wang Qingshan wailed in pain and swung the knife in his hand towards Lu Yuxuan. Lu Yuxuan was extremely agile and dodged behind him. With a slash of the knife, a large piece of flesh and blood was taken away again. This time, Wang Qingshan was twitching in pain. He didn't understand how this little thing could be so fast and so cruel. He waved the knife in his hand and slashed at Lu Yuxuan frantically. After a few cuts, Lu Yuxuan was fine, but Wang Qingshan's flesh was cut off piece by piece, and he almost turned into a bloody man. Wang Qingshan finally felt something was wrong. He turned around and tried to run, but Lu Yuxuan cut his tendons. He fell to the ground bleeding profusely, his face filled with fear. "I was wrong, Teacher Zhou. I was wrong before. Please let me go." Zhou Ting's face was icy as she asked, "Why didn't you let me go before?" Lu Yuxuan continued to swing his knife. His dagger was fierce and fast. While he was torturing Wang Qingshan, he would not let him die immediately. After 100 cuts, Wang Qingshan finally stopped moving. He fell to the ground in a bloody mess, his pupils dilated, and he gradually lost his breath. Zhou Ting's eyes flashed with hatred. "There is another person, I will kill him with my own hands." A few minutes later, Zhao Fei looked at Zhou Ting in horror. His hands and feet were broken by Lu Yuxuan, and he can only lie on the ground and watch Zhou Ting approach step by step. "Zhou Ting, I'm sorry for you, please forgive me." Lu Yuxuan looked at the sharp dagger in Zhou Ting's hand in horror and begged for mercy loudly. Zhou Ting looked at Zhao Fei crying bitterly, feeling both contempt and regret in her heart. She thought she was so blind before that she actually agreed to the pursuit of such a man. She showed no mercy and attacked with a knife. Zhao Fei screamed and begged for mercy. "Zhou Ting, I was blinded by greed. I shouldn't have given you to Wang Qingshan. For the sake of our past friendship, please forgive me." Zhou Ting's eyes were cold as she said, "I will return the humiliation I have suffered to you, piece by piece." After saying that, he swung the knife and cut it off. Zhao Fei's face turned pale with pain. He watched helplessly as his flesh was cut off piece by piece, his heart filled with fear. "Zhou Ting, please, spare me." He kept begging, but he could not shake Zhou Ting's angry and cold heart. Zhao Fei knew there was no hope and began to curse Zhou Ting loudly. The louder he cursed, the harder Zhou Ting stabbed him. She would repay the humiliation she had suffered these days tenfold and 100-fold. Gradually, Zhao Fei lost less and less flesh and his voice became quieter and quieter. Until he turned into a bloody man and no longer had any sound. After hearing the screams disappear, Lu Yuxuan walked in from outside. "There are still some people outside. Have they all been killed?" After the killing began, the people in the school thought it was an invasion by ferocious beasts and hid themselves. Zhou Ting finally stopped. She stared at Zhao Fei's bloody body, and the murderous intent in her eyes slowly dissipated. She regained some of her sanity. "Except for those who touched me, no one else should move." Unexpectedly, Lu Yuxuan shook his head. "No, if you are too soft-hearted, you can't be one of us." Zhou Ting frowned. "What do you mean? I never thought of being the same as you." Lu Yuxuan smiled faintly. "That's not up to you." Zhou Ting's heart trembled. "What do you want to do? Who on earth are you? As you can see, I'm not human. Besides the soul's dying wish, I'm helping you for another reason." "What's the reason?" Lu Yuxuan showed an admiring expression. "You have a good body, very suitable for the queen's arrival." "What did you say? The coming of the queen?" Zhou Ting looked puzzled, but before she could ask any more questions, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her head and an intense burning sensation in her body. Lu Yuxuan looked at her trembling body and said, "Remember the blood fruit you ate? It can transform your body and allow it to accommodate the existence of high-level parasitic beasts." "Higher parasitic beast?" Zhou Ting had no time to think before a strange force suddenly hit her brain, making her feel dizzy. A strange light flashed in Lu Yuxuan's eyes. "The transformation is about to begin. I will turn the remaining humans into blood fruits and use them as fertilizer to nourish you." Zhou Ting couldn't move. She watched Lu Yuxuan approach and stuff a bloody fruit into her mouth. A fiery energy exploded in her body. Zhou Ting finally couldn't hold on any longer and fell into darkness and the severe pain. Chapter 115 Extraterrestrial Creatures, Parasitic Beasts. Shen Yi and the other two drove into the school and saw corpses all over the ground. Zhu Changfu examined the body and said in surprise, "There are no claw marks on the body. It doesn't look like it was killed by a ferocious beast." Inside a building deep inside the school, 3 elementary school students were watching the SUV that broke into the school. Han Yiming said, "When I was looking for living people, I happened to see these humans, so I led them here." Lu Yuxuan stared at Zhu Changfu, who jumped out of the SUV and said, "Leave this one to me, and you guys deal with the other two." Zhu Changfu was a soldier. He is tall and strong and carries weapons. Lu Yuxuan immediately regarded him as his main opponent. A strange red light flashed in Han Yiming and Zhu Manman's eyes, and they immediately ran downstairs. Someone. Zhu Changfu noticed the movement and looked up to see Lu Yuxuan running from the opposite building. There's actually a living person, an elementary school student? A hint of surprise flashed in Zhu Changfu's eyes. He immediately greeted her, "Don't be afraid, little one, I'm not a bad person." Before he could finish his words, he noticed something was wrong. The elementary school student opposite was running very fast, so fast that he didn't seem like a normal person. What was particularly terrifying was that he was holding a dagger in his hand. He immediately became alert, raised his gun and shouted, "Kid, stop right there. Don't move." How could Lu Yuxuan listen to him? To the parasitic beast, these inferior humans were lambs to be slaughtered at any time. Bang bang bang. Zhu Changfu raised his gun to sound the alarm, but what he saw was a flash of white light. Lu Yuxuan threw the dagger, which flew towards Zhu Changfu like a meteor. Although Zhu Changfu was a soldier, he was only a logistics officer and could not avoid the dagger that was as fast as an arrow. Clang! The dagger thrown by Lu Yuxuan stabbed in front of Zhu Changfu, but was blocked by an invisible air shield and then bounced away. Lu Yuxuan was shocked. Are there advanced humans? To him, those with special powers are superior humans. He had only recently arrived in this world and had not yet encountered it directly, but from the information passed on by his mother tribe, he knew that some humans in this world possessed special powers. Zhu Changfu was obviously not one of them, so the higher human being must be between the other two. Although Lu Yuxuan was surprised, he did not panic. This is a remote area far away from big cities. Even if the other party has special powers, their strength may not be very strong. Lu Yuxuan flew up. He wanted to kill the humans with weapons first, and then concentrate on dealing with the advanced humans with special powers. Zhu Changfu came to his senses and immediately fired at Lu Yuxuan. He wanted to beat this malicious kid into a pulp and let him know that he was not a soft-hearted recruit. Lu Yuxuan dodged the bullet nimbly, but his body had not yet fully grown and could not withstand the opponent's weapons. Lu Yuxuan rushed towards Zhu Changfu quickly, with another dagger in his hand. Just as he swung his knife at Zhu Changfu, his body suddenly stopped and strangely stopped in mid-air. Shen Yi looked at Lu Yuxuan, who was sealed by the forbidden magic, and frowned slightly. Strange, he is obviously a human child, but there is a strange aura in his body. Lu Yuxuan couldn't move and his heart was in turmoil. Why can't I move suddenly? What method did the other party use? Shen Yi stretched out his finger and flicked the dagger in Lu Yuxuan's hand, knocking it away. Seeing that Lu Yuxuan couldn't move, Zhu Changfu went up and hit him with the butt of his gun. Bang! Lu Yuxuan flew backwards, and a red mark of the gun but appeared on his face. Lu Yuxuan fell to the ground and the seal was lifted. He jumped up and turned to run away without hesitation. After failing twice in a row, he realized that he had been too confident. Among the 3 newly appeared humans, one was in existence he could not resist. Han Yiming and Zhu Manman rushed out halfway, but when they saw him running away, they quickly stopped. Shen Yi said to Fang Tingxue, "Catch them." Fang Tingxue jumped out of the SUV and chased after the 2 men. Seeing that the situation was not good, the 2 immediately turned around and ran away. Shen Yi leisurely caught up with Lu Yuxuan and struck out with a finger. Lu Yuxuan was unable to resist, a bloody hole appeared on his body, and he staggered to the ground. He knew he was no match for Shen Yi, so he could only play dumb. "Big brother, please, don't kill me." Zhu Changfu said angrily, "Didn't you want to kill me just now? Now you beg for mercy?" Lu Yuxuan pretended to be weak. I thought you were bad people, so I did that." Shen Yi looked at Lu Yuxuan for a long while, then said calmly, "Don't pretend, you are not human." Zhu Changfu was surprised and asked, "What? This child is not human?" Lu Yuxuan still wanted to play dumb. "Big brother, what are you saying? Why don't I understand?" Shen Yi said calmly, "Your body is filled with dead energy, but your limbs can move. You must be controlled by another force. Tell me, what exactly are you? Lu Yuxuan secretly thought that this was not good. This person was actually looking so carefully. It seemed that he was not an ordinary advanced human. At this time Fong Tingxue brought the other two over. Han Yiming and Zhu Manman transformed later and were much weaker than Lu Yuxuan, so they were quickly knocked down and captured alive by Fong Tingxue. Like Lu Yuxuan, they looked timid, with expressions that were both frightened and pitiful. Xu Changfu looked at the 3 10-year-old children and felt a trace of pity in his heart. Mr. Shen, could there be a mistake? Shen Yi said calmly, whether you are wrong or not, you will know after killing one. After he finished speaking, he pointed his finger and blood spurted out of Han Yiming's forehead. His life force disappeared and his body fell limply to the ground. Lu Yuxuan was horrified. He didn't expect Shen Yi to kill without even giving him a chance to ask questions. Xu Manman even showed a look of fear. Shen Yi stared at Han Yiming's body, his eyes moved. There is something. A blood-red insect crawled out of Han Yiming's ear and suddenly pounced on Zhu Changfu's face. Zhu Changfu was startled and dodged quickly. Shen Yi waved his hand, and an invisible force trapped the little red bug in the air. Before he could take a closer look, the little bug struggled violently and then exploded with a snap. The red blood mist dissipated and the bugs disappeared without a trace. Xu Changfu was greatly surprised. What on earth is this? Shen Yi said calmly, it's a parasite. It must be the one that has taken control of the child's body. After saying that, he looked at Lu Yuxuan, and the cold gaze made him feel cold in his heart. Shen Yi asked, how long can you last if you are exposed to the air? Lu Yuxuan's face was gloomy, he bit his lip and said nothing. Shen Yi said, you came to this world together with the ferocious beasts. Are you from the same tribe? Lu Yuxuan finally spoke, how can those low-level beasts be compared with us? Shen Yi observed him silently. From the fact that you can communicate with us, it can be seen that your intelligence is much higher than that of the ferocious beasts. Lu Yuxuan said disdainfully, of course, the beasts only know how to devour and kill, but we know how to control humans. Shen Yi frowned and said, controlling humans, what do you mean? Lu Yuxuan sneered and said nothing. Shen Yi said disapprovingly, do you think I can't find out if you don't tell me? His eyes flashed, and Lu Yuxuan's expression immediately became confused. The mental storm is also effective against creatures with high intelligence. After resisting for a while, he finally said something. Parasitic beasts, a kind of alien race from outer space, possess very high IQ. They are extremely small, with dense neural tentacles covering their surface, and can control the brain and occupy the human body. Chapter 116, The Armory was robbed and a massacre began. Parasitic beasts hide in tiny egg shells. They randomly descend into the world, looking for humans or animals to parasitize. Parasitic beasts are divided into different levels. The strength of low-level parasitic beasts is equivalent to that of level 1-3 ferocious beasts, medium-level parasitic beasts are equivalent to ferocious beast leaders, and high-level parasitic beasts are equivalent to hunters and pathfinders. The strongest is the parasitic mother beast, known as the queen, whose strength is equivalent to that of the destroyer. An accident occurred after Lu Yuxuan's tribe came to this world. The queen was severely injured and only residual cells remained. Lu Yuxuan fled to this small town and parasitized on the body of an elementary school student. He found Zhou Ting to be a suitable host, so he fed her the blood fruit. The blood fruit is grown from the essence of the flesh and blood of living people. It can make the host strong and is also the nutrient for cultivating the queen. Lu Yuxuan injected the queen's cells into Zhou Ting's body, and when the parasitic mother beast's consciousness completely took over the host body, she would be able to be successfully resurrected. He took 2 of his men to kill all the remaining people in the school, turned the flesh and blood of the living into blood fruit, and then fed it to Zhou Ting, who was parasitic on her. Unexpectedly, when the 2 men went out to look for living humans, they attracted Shen Yi, who was passing by the town. Parasite, queen? After Shen Yi knew everything, he waved his hand and blew his head off. A small red bug crawled out of the broken head and ran away quickly. Shen Yi reached out to control it, and after waiting for about 30 seconds, the little red bug exploded into blood. Shen Yi killed the terrified Zhu Man again. This time, the little red bug that escaped exploded in less than 10 seconds. Obviously, the external environment is fatal to parasitic animals, and they will die soon after being separated from the host. Lu Yuxuan's level is higher than the other 2 parasites, so he can last longer. Let's go to the school basement. After killing the 2 parasitic beasts, Shen Yi turned and walked towards the place in Lu Yuxuan's memory. Walking into the basement, a cold air hit me in the face. Water droplets seeped out of the surrounding walls, and bloodstains and mold were clearly visible on the empty ground. This place was originally a refuge for surviving humans, but now it has become an evil hotbed for cultivating the queen of parasites. Such a strong smell of blood. Shu Changfu covered his mouth and nose, feeling uncomfortable and wanting to vomit. Fang Tingxue also frowned slightly. Not only was the smell here unpleasant, but it was also eerie and damp. When I walked to the bottom of the basement, I saw a blood-red film as thin as a cicada's wing on the ground, but there was no sign of any living creature. Shen Yi carefully observed his surroundings and frowned, saying, "They've already run away. They might have sensed the danger when we entered the school." Shen Yi felt quite regretful that he failed to capture the queen. In his previous life, he had never seen such a thing as a parasite, but if the parasite queen could be comparable to the destroyer, her strength must be extraordinary. Unable to find the queen, Shen Yi and the other two had no choice but to continue heading towards the armory. After leaving the town, the off-road vehicle came to a huge valley. The valley is surrounded by steep cliffs and towering peaks, with a wide road in the middle. Shu Changfu drove the car into the valley, and soon saw a group of buildings. There is a gate in front of the building and a sentry post outside, but there is no one on duty. As the SUV passed the checkpoint, bloodstains and deep scratches could be vaguely seen on the wall. Shu Changfu parked the car outside the gate and said, "Mr. Shen, this is the armory. I just don't know if there is anyone inside." In a tall tower in the building complex, several pairs of eyes were looking at the off-road vehicle below through the observation hole. A voice said, "It's a military vehicle. Do you want to destroy it?" Another voice said, "Wait a moment. If they can't get in, they will naturally leave." Shu Changfu shouted at the door, "Is anyone there?" "I am Zhu Changfu, the logistics officer of the Jiangnan military region. I have been ordered to come here to allocate weapons." Zhu Changfu shouted for a long time, but there was no response from the building. The entire arsenal seemed unusually quiet. Shu Changfu walked over and pressed the electronic lock on the door. He was a logistics officer and could open the armory door on his own with authorization from the troops. The people in the building were suddenly shocked. "Oh no, it's the military. We can't let them know that we have occupied the arsenal." Someone shouted sternly, "Then kill them. We must not let them leak the information here." The gate opened quickly and Zhu Changfu drove the SUV in. It was empty inside, the ground was covered with dried blood, but no bodies were seen. Zhu Changfu was very familiar with this place. After getting off the car, he immediately walked towards the warehouse. This building complex covers a large area. All the houses are built of reinforced concrete. There is a bunker-shaped tower in the middle, and walls over 10 meters high are all around it. When he arrived at warehouse number 1, Zhu Changfu stopped. The warehouse door was wide open, scattered ammunition and wooden boxes were scattered everywhere, as if it had been looted. He couldn't help but frown. The supplies inside have been emptied. It seems someone has been here. Before he could go in to check, a gunshot pierced the sky. Shen Yi stretched out his hand and pushed Zhu Changfu into the warehouse. The bullet passed by where he had been standing, splashing a ball of sparks. Zhu Changfu was suddenly shocked. He found that many people appeared around the warehouse, all of them holding weapons, and some even set up heavy machine guns. A middle-aged man with a fierce look on his face stood in the tower. He coldly ordered, "Kill them." The people surrounding him immediately opened fire, and dense rain of bullets swept towards Shen Yi, enveloping him in flames. Bang bang bang. The bullets hit Shen Yi and were blocked by an invisible barrier. This was the first time Shen Yi used the martial arts skill Iron Wall, which made the area within 3 meters of him invulnerable to swords and guns, and even protected Fang Tingxue. The shooter was terrified. "Oh no, it's a master from the military." This group of people includes not only refugees but also warriors, all of whom have fled here from outside to seek refuge. The soldiers stationed at the arsenal let them in, but unexpectedly, due to food shortages and changes in people's hearts, this group of people turned from refugees into a mob. Due to heavy casualties while resisting the ferocious beasts, the garrison was short of soldiers, so they took over the arsenal and forcibly occupied it. Shen Yi protected Fang Tingxue into the warehouse, then turned and rushed towards the crowd of people shooting. With a flash of sword light, heads fell down one after another. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rioters' bodies were torn apart. The remaining people were so scared that they turned around and ran for their lives while shooting. Shen Yi let the bullets bounce off his body and looked up at the tower. At this time, a rocket was shot towards Shen Yi and was knocked down by a palm. In the huge explosion, Shen Yi passed through the flames and rushed straight towards the tall building. Boom! The solid walls of the tower were forcibly blown open, bricks and stones flew everywhere, and beat the people inside into a bloody mess. The middle-aged man frowned slightly. Shen Ye's strength was beyond his expectations. Just looking at the opponent's moves, he is no less capable than a 7th-level human warrior. Shen Ye looked at the middle-aged man deeply and asked, "Are you a parasite?" The middle-aged man's face changed. He never expected that the other party could actually see his identity. Shen Ye felt a similar aura from the middle-aged man as Yuan, but much stronger. Chapter 117 Killing the Higher Parasitic Beast. The middle-aged man did not admit it, but took the initiative to attack. He was one of the first parasitic beasts to come to this world. Since he came early, he had completed 80% of the transformation. He originally planned to devour all the people in the arsenal, but he didn't expect that a human master recognized his identity, so he was forced to take action. Bang! Shen Ye blocked the middle-aged man's punch, but he didn't expect 2 tentacles to suddenly extend from the man's body and turn into 2 sharp blades to stab his body. Shen Ye's eyes moved, and 2 sharp blades stopped in the air. The higher parasitic beast felt its head sink, as if something was trying to get in. Before he could come to his senses, he was punched in the chest. This punch directly exploded his chest, and blood and flesh flew everywhere, revealing the white bones. The higher parasitic beast felt excruciating pain and turned around and jumped to the ground. His 2 tentacles flew out, piercing into the bodies of the 2 fleeing refugees and began to suck their flesh and blood. The refugees nearby were stunned by the sight of this scene. Monster! They looked at the hideous and terrifying higher-level parasitic beast and fled in fear. Shen Ye stood on the high tower and did not stop it. These refugees are not good people. Helping the higher-level parasitic beasts occupy the arsenal is already a capital crime. The advanced parasitic beast sucked the flesh and blood of more than a dozen refugees in succession, and the wounds on its body healed visibly. In order to speed up the transformation of his body, he also absorbed the blood and flesh essence of several warriors. The flesh and blood of the refugees he ate disappeared, and they turned into shriveled corpses. It wasn't long before the higher parasitic beasts killed all the refugees. He looked at Shen Ye standing on the high tower, his eyes flashing with unspeakable anger. He originally wanted to slowly digest the flesh and blood of the refugees, but now he is forced to transform early and can only recover 90% of his condition. It seems like it's almost done. Seeing that there were no survivors outside the warehouse, Shen Ye jumped down. Before he landed, the advanced parasitic beast had already attacked. His speed and strength seemed to have increased to a higher level. His body flew like a cannonball and punched Shen Ye in the chest. Shen Ye stretched out his hand to block, but was blown away by a huge force and smashed into the thick wall. The advanced parasitic beast showed a hint of pride. The opponent obviously didn't know that 80% and 90% were 2 completely different concepts. Once he completed 100%, he would be a strong man at the level of Pathfinder. Shen Ye walked out from the large pile of rubble, a white light shone on his body, and the tiny scars on his skin disappeared completely in an instant. The higher-level parasitic beast was stunned. What kind of method was this? It could recover faster than sucking blood and flesh on its own? Shen Ye dusted himself off and said, "Your strength is good. Now it's my turn." The sword light flashed from the palm of his hand, and the sword energy was like a rainbow, invincible. The advanced parasitic beast only felt an extremely sharp sword energy sweeping towards it, which seemed to be able to cut it in half in an instant. He was so scared that he dodged quickly, but the sword energy still hit his shoulder. Blood spurted out, and a large piece of flesh was cut off from his shoulder. He roared in pain, and the 2 tentacles in his body flew out again, turning into sharp blades and stabbing at Shen Ye again. Shen Ye waved his hand, and the sword light swept across the tentacles, making a sound of metal clashing. The tentacles of the higher-level parasitic beast were surprisingly tough and were not cut off by the sword light. The advanced parasitic beast showed a hint of pain. This human master was too strong. Not only did he have many unique skills, but he also had extremely strong defense. If he continued to fight, he would definitely not be his opponent. The higher-level parasitic beast turned and ran, planning to wait until it evolved into its full form before seeking revenge on the other party. The advanced parasitic beast was extremely fast and escaped to the gate in the blink of an eye. Shen Ye sneered and his body suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared on the path of the higher parasitic beast's escape. The higher parasitic beast was shocked. He didn't know how the other party got ahead of him. He had tried his best but still couldn't get rid of it. Shen Ye has lost interest in this advanced parasitic beast. A high-level parasitic beast that is not in 100% condition is far inferior to the Pathfinder. He slapped out with one palm, and the powerful true energy enveloped the high-level parasitic beast. Bang! The body of the advanced parasitic beast shook violently and was knocked back several meters. Just as he was about to escape in another direction, a blade of air came through the air and cut off his lower limbs. The higher-level parasitic beast screamed and staggered to the ground. Shen followed up with a palm strike, smashing his head. A small purple-red insect flew out and quickly fled into the distance. Shen stretched out his hand and grabbed the little bug in the air. The little insect bared its fangs and claws, extending its two sharp tentacles as if it were making a last-ditch struggle. Shen observed for a while and found that after a few minutes, the little bug was still full of energy. This shows that higher parasites can survive longer in the air. Shen exerted his strength and pinched the bug, and it exploded with a snap. The blood mist dissipated, and a red crystal fell to the ground. This crystal core is blood red all over and is only the size of a grain of rice, but the energy it emits is extremely pure, no less than that of a hunter. Shen was greatly surprised and immediately grabbed the crystal core in his palm. He had just broken through to the 5th level of his martial soul and was in need of replenishing his resources. Now he had 2 hunter-level crystal cores. Once he absorbed them all, his strength would increase again. Shu Changfu walked out of the warehouse and spat at the corpses around him. "How dare you seize the armory? You really deserve to die." Shen asked, "Apart from this place, are there any other warehouses?" Shu Changfu said, "Yes, but I don't have the authority. If you want to open other warehouses, you need to find the control center first." "Where is the control center?" "It's in the tower ahead." Shu Changfu glanced at the tower. The upper floor had been destroyed by Shen, but the lower floors were intact. Entering the tower, they found several half-dressed women. Higher-level parasites have no interest in women. These women were captured by the mob to be toyed with. When the women saw Shen and his companions coming in together, they trembled. Shu Changfu quickly explained, "We are soldiers and will not harm you. Do you know where the soldiers who were stationed here before are?" Seeing that there was a woman among the 3 people, the women's expressions relaxed. A woman bravely said, "I know. They are locked up in an underground warehouse. It turns out there are still surviving soldiers." Shu Changfu was very surprised. Under the woman's guidance, Shu Changfu found the 6 soldiers who were imprisoned in the underground warehouse. When they opened the warehouse, they saw 6 mummies. The flesh and blood of the corpses had long been sucked out, and they had obviously become food for higher-level parasitic beasts. Shu Changfu's eyes turned red. "Damn parasite, I'll fuck your whole family." The woman leading the way was terrified, fearing that Shu Changfu would vent his anger on her because of the death of his comrade. After cursing for a while, Shu Changfu wiped his moist eyes and began to move the ammunition out. He found a military truck and called several women to help. While Shu Changfu was busy, Shen loaded a large amount of arms from the warehouse into his own space. After his martial soul was upgraded again, his space expanded more than 10 times, and could hold at least several hundred tons of supplies. After the car was full, Shu Changfu glanced at the women and said hesitantly, "Mr. Shen, if we leave them here, I'm afraid they won't live long." Upon hearing this, several skinny women looked at Shu Changfu with hope in their eyes. Shen nodded, "Take it with you, and bring down a few boxes of ammunition." Shu Changfu was overjoyed and quickly asked several women to get in the car. Chapter 118, The Battle for the Parasitic Queen's Will. After the military truck drove a few kilometers, a woman's figure appeared on the tower. She has a cold and strange appearance, deep and dark eyes, and a special and strange aura emanating from her whole body. She is none other than Zhou Ting, the female teacher who disappeared from the school. Zhou Ting stared at the truck moving away, and a strange voice sounded in her mind. "It's a pity that all the humans here are dead. We can't collect fresh blood fruits from them." Zhou Ting's own voice rang out in her mind, "Even if the people here are still alive, I won't let you turn them into nutrients." The strange voice said coldly, "Don't forget, you and I are now one. If you can't recover soon, you will be killed by humans sooner or later." Zhou Ting's own voice insisted, "No matter what, I will not let you harm my compatriots." 2 different wills were arguing fiercely within Zhou Ting's body. The strange voice said dissatisfiedly, "Your body has been transformed by me. You are no longer human. How dare you still sympathize with these weak humans?" Zhou Ting's own voice retorted, "Humans have never been weak, otherwise why would you be afraid of the man in the car?" The strange voice seemed to be thinking, "This man is indeed very strong, but once I recover my full strength, I will definitely be able to kill him." Zhou Ting's own voice counterattacked, "If you attack humans, I will definitely stop you." The strange voice could only say, "Then go hunt down the beasts. Their flesh and blood can also restore my strength, but the effect will be less effective." The parasitic beast queen was helpless in the face of Zhou Ting's resistance. She could have completely controlled Zhou Ting's body, but unexpectedly Zhou Ting suddenly awakened a power called martial soul. This power was surprisingly strong and could actually help Zhou Ting fight against her will. Now two wills are controlling one body together. If one of them does not compromise, the body cannot move freely. The parasitic beast queen said grimly, "One day, sooner or later, I will completely devour your soul and make this body mine." Zhou Ting showed no sign of weakness. "Don't even think about it. I will take back my body and drive your will out." When she was in the school basement, she suddenly awakened her soul-type martial spirit. Not only did she resist the devouring of the parasitic beast queen, but she also counterattacked in one fell swoop, creating a situation where two wills confronted each other. The two wills were fighting for control of the body, neither giving in to the other. The parasitic beast queen said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense and recover your strength first. Otherwise, if we encounter a strong human again, you and I will die." When the parasite queen descended, she landed near a village. Just when she was about to turn the entire village into nutrients, two human warriors appeared. These two human warriors are a couple, and their strength is terrifying. Fighting one against two, the parasite queen was seriously injured and escaped with the remaining cells of several surviving engineermans. Later, the engineer beast escaped to the small town and eventually came to the school, and then it parasitized Zhou Ting. Considering that the body was her own, Zhou Ting agreed. The queen of parasitic beasts is an alien race from outer space. She knows where to find ferocious beasts. She leaps up and each jump is 30 meters. The body transformed by the queen of parasites is terrifyingly strong. In this doomsday world where the strong prey on the weak, it is impossible to survive without powerful strength. Jiangnan City, Shen Family Villa. Inside the house, Zhang Lingyu was staring blankly out the window. "Shen Yi, you have been out for a long time, why haven't you come back yet? If you don't come back, how can I seduce you?" While Zhang Lingyu was in a daze, a little boy's head popped out from the door. "Sister Queen, what are you doing?" Zhang Lingyu glanced at him and said, "You're daydreaming." "Daze?" Xiaoyao chuckled, "You're thinking about Brother Shen, right?" Zhang Lingyu blushed, "Who is thinking about him?" She can be open in front of Shen Yi, but she still has to act like a lady in front of others. "Sister Queen, Brother Shen will be back soon, you don't have to worry." Xiaoyao thought Zhang Lingyu was worried about Shen Yi's safety, so he ran in to comfort her. "I'm not worried about him." Zhang Lingyu showed disdain on the surface, but in her heart she was muttering, "There is no news about Shen Yi at all, and I don't know if he is in danger." "Sister Queen, this is for you." Xiaoyao handed a few crystals to Zhang Lingyu. "What's this?" Zhang Lingyu lowered his head curiously and felt a trace of soul power in the crystal. "It's a beast core. I got it in exchange for treating someone." Xiaoyao's expression was not without pride. His training went very smoothly, and he had already broken through to the second level of his martial soul. The power of his miraculous hand also increased a lot. People in the villa came to him for treatment and basically recovered without any medicine. To express their gratitude, some warriors gave away the cores of the beasts they hunted. Xiaoyao's newly awakened martial arts skill is called Unraveling the Mystery, which can remove toxins from the human body and also weaken the opponent's strength. He used this martial art on the beast core, extracted the impurities inside, and turned it into a pure beast core. Pure beast cores are free of impurities and can be absorbed more efficiently. Xiaoyao said seriously, "Sister Queen, your martial spirit hasn't made any progress in a long time, right? If you practice with this, you will definitely be able to break through to level 2 soon." Zhang Lingyu's heart moved. Yes, if I could cultivate to the second level of martial soul earlier, I would be able to awaken the martial art mischievous music. The seductive music can produce a dreaming and beautiful melody that is lingering, touching, and has an irresistible magic that makes the opponent inadvertently let down their guard and indulge in the illusory beauty. In addition, the melodious music can also form sharp sound waves, turning into a powerful killing weapon. In her previous life, Zhang Lingyu had cultivated to this stage, but unfortunately there were too many female soul masters who wanted to kill her. Even though she fought hard, she was still outnumbered. She is still pitiful when I see her, plus the soft music should be able to charm Shen Yi. Zhang Lingyu fantasized secretly, with a sly smile on his cheek. Just when Zhang Lingyu was immersed in his own fantasy, two uninvited guests came to the villa. One was an old man with white hair and beard and sharp eyes. One is a young man with an arrogant and conceited look. The guards at the villa immediately became alert. Who are you and what are you doing at Shen's villa? The old man said calmly, I am Feng from the Shenwu sect, and I have something to ask your patriarch. Shenwu sect? The guard was shocked. The Shenwu sect was a well-known sect before the end of the world, and even at the end of the world, it was still a powerful force that could not be underestimated. Please wait a moment, we will report to the head of the family immediately. The guard did not dare to delay and immediately sent someone to the village to report. Soon after, the two were invited into the villa. The young man walked and surveyed his surroundings, with an air of scrutiny. The scenery is nice, but it's a bit small. Chapter 119. This is a flavorful chapter. When we entered the meeting room, Shen Tianhao, Shen Tianrun, Shen Tianqi and several elders were waiting. Both parties introduced themselves to each other. The old man was called Feng Zhong, an 8th level warrior. The young man's name is Huorong, a 4th level warrior and a disciple of Feng Zhong. The Shenwu sect is a more powerful sect than the Longhu sect. The sect leader Jiang Nanshan is a 9th level warrior, and there are many warrior elders above the 7th level in the sect. Feng Zhong was one of the elders. After he came to the villa, he asked to see Xia Yao. Shen Tianhao was puzzled as to why Feng Zhong wanted to see Xia Yao, but he still said, go and call Xia Yao over. Not long after, Xia Yao walked in with a confused look on his face. Feng Zhong examined him carefully. Are you Xia Yao, who has awakened the Shenong spirit? Xia Yao said, yes. Are you here to see a doctor? Feng Zhong shook his head. It's not to see a doctor, but to take you back to Shenwu sect. Xia Yao asked curiously, why should I go back to the Shenwu sect with you? Feng Zhong said, you have such talent, but it's a pity to live in such a remote place. Come back with us to the Shenwu sect. We will train you well and make you a world-famous doctor. Xia Yao immediately refused. I don't want to be a world-famous miracle doctor. I'm fine here and don't want to go anywhere. Feng Zhong said with unquestionable majesty, that is not up to you. When Shen Tianhao heard this, his face darkened. What does Elder Feng mean by this? Are you trying to snatch someone from my Shen family? Huorong, who was sitting beside him, said proudly, we are taking people away from you because we think highly of you. How dare the Shen family disagree? Shen Tianhao's face turned cold and his aura burst out. Although the Shen family is not big, they have never been afraid of anyone. Shen Tianrun and others also showed anger on their faces. Master Feng Zhong and his apprentice were so strong that it was simply too much. Huorong sensed Shen Tianhao's presence and said with disdain, he's just a level 6 warrior, what's so great about him? Feng Zhong snorted lightly, and his true energy burst out, suppressing Shen Tianhao's momentum. He is a veteran 8th level warrior. His spiritual energy has recently revived and his strength has increased a bit. Although Shen Tianhao had awakened his martial soul, he was still no match for him. Shen Tianrun and his companions were even weaker, their faces flushed red for a moment, and they were all suppressed by Feng Zhong's aura. Huorong looked proud. My master alone is enough to suppress the entire Shen family. Feng Zhong waved his hand and pushed Shen Tianhao and others back several steps. His eyes were fixed on Xia Yao. The end of the world is coming, the country will disappear, and society will collapse. A new world system is taking shape. In this era of earth-shaking changes, strength is everything. The Shenwu sect is searching everywhere for people who have awakened their martial spirits in order to establish their own power in the new world. They are determined to obtain Xia Yao's rare Shenong martial spirit. When Xia Yao saw Feng Zhong staring at him, he felt something was wrong and turned around and ran away. Feng Zhong frowned and was about to chase after him. Stop! Shen Tianhao shouted loudly and slapped out with his palm. Flames burst out of his body, releasing a heart-pounding high temperature. He activated his martial soul, and his true energy suddenly surged to level 7. Feng Zhong waved his hand to block Shen Tianhao's martial arts. As the two sides clashed, a loud noise erupted in the center of the hall, rolling heat waves rolled around, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the walls. Shen Tianhao took a few steps back, his body shaking slightly. Feng Zhong showed a hint of surprise. He thought he could easily suppress the opponent, but he didn't expect that he could only repel Shen Tianhao. Everyone in the Shen family felt like they were facing a formidable enemy and were ready to attack. Huorong was a little surprised. The head of the Shen family can actually block my master's palm? But he didn't care. No matter how strong Shen Tianhao was, he was only a level 7 warrior. His master is an 8th level warrior, so dealing with Shen Tianhao is no problem. Even if the entire Shen family comes together, they are no match for his master. He shouted softly, "Master, I'll go and catch that kid." Everyone wanted to stop him, but they were repelled by Feng Zhong's palm and could only watch Huarong chase out. Huarong chased out of the yard, looked up, and his eyes immediately became a little dull. A young girl was walking in front. The girl has a charming and beautiful face, which is so enchanting that it is unforgettable at first sight. It seems that the most beautiful scenery in the world is concentrated on her charming and attractive face. Huarong's heart was shaken. Where did this beautiful girl come from? She was so beautiful that he must bring her back to the Shenwu sect. Zhonglingyu came to inquire about Xinye's news and happened to meet Xia Yao. "Why are you running? Has Xinye come back?" Xia Yao hurriedly said, "Brother Shen hasn't come back, but someone wants to arrest me." "Someone wants to arrest you?" Zhonglingyu was very surprised. This was the Shen family's territory. Who would dare to do anything bad to Xia Yao? Xia Yao pointed back and said, "That's them." Looking back, he saw Huarong staring at Zhonglingyu. "I thought to myself, you are thinking of the queen, just wait and see how I will deal with you." He has a second-level martial soul. Although his physical fitness is not as good as Huarong's, his skills are not inferior to those of a fourth-level warrior. Seeing that the powerful old man did not chase him out, Xia Yao felt relieved and raised his hand to sprinkle a cloud of powder at Huarong. Huarong was caught off guard and inhaled the powder into his nostrils, causing him to feel dizzy. He quickly stuffed a detoxification pill prepared by the sect into his mouth. A cool breath emanated and his dizziness was immediately relieved. "How dare you poison me, you little brat!" Huarong almost made a fool of himself in front of the beauty and was immediately furious. He grabbed Xia Yao, and his palms burst with true energy, wanting to teach him a lesson. Xia Yao raised his hands and a breeze blew over. Huarong felt dizzy and the internal energy in his body was not flowing smoothly, as if it was dissipating like a cocoon being peeled off. Huarong was shocked. What kind of strange martial arts technique was this? Before Huarong could react, Xia Yao grabbed the wooden barrel from the cart on the side of the road and threw it over. The wooden barrel flew towards Huarong, and golden juice poured out. Huarong dodged quickly, but was still splashed with the golden substance. Huarong smelled a strong stench and his eyes widened suddenly. This is Xiang? Huarong showed an expression of disbelief. Xia Yao also smelled a foul odor. He took a closer look and found that the thing parked on the side of the road was actually a manure cart that the cleaner had not pushed away in time. Xia Yaolian felt nauseous and quickly stepped back 3 meters. Zhonglingyu also ran away in disgust. Huarong was furious. He was a disciple of the Shenwu sect, handsome as Panin, but he was actually splashed with feces. The power of shit juice is even greater than poison gas. Huarong's stomach was churning and he suddenly sprayed it towards the small tree on the side of the road. The small tree was sprayed and was shaking, as if it was making a silent protest. Huarong sprayed for 2 minutes and finally finished. His body was almost exhausted and his face was frighteningly pale. Xia Yao bloated, "Hey, you deserve it." When Huarong saw Xia Yao mocking him, he immediately became furious. He drew his sword and slashed at Xia Yao like a violent storm. Xia Yao was startled and quickly turned around and ran away. Although he had broken through to the second level of his martial soul, he was still a child after all. He could attack from behind but not in a head-on confrontation. Chapter 120 Playing with the arrogant young master of the Shenwu sect. Huarong was furious and caught up with Xia Yao in a few seconds. Just as he was about to swing his sword, he heard a roar in the distance. "Stop!" A powerful burst of true energy hit Huarong, knocking him 7 or 8 meters away, with blood spurting out of his mouth. The one who took action was Zhao Songsong. He was originally practicing in the back mountain. After hearing the unusual noise coming from the villa, he immediately rushed back. He was a peak level 6 warrior, and even though the distance was far, the burst of true energy still knocked Huarong away. Huarong fell heavily to the ground, groaning miserably, You dare to hurt me?" Zhao Songsong said coldly, "Who are you? How dare you attack Xiao Yao?" Xia Yao quickly complained, "He is from the Shenwu sect and wants to capture me." "Shenwu sect?" Zhao Songsong looked at the pale-faced Huarong in confusion. The Shenwu sect was a more powerful sect than the Longhu sect. Why did they capture Xia Yao? "How dare you hurt my disciple?" Suddenly a thunder-like voice sounded, and an old man with a sharp look appeared outside the yard. "Master!" Huarong saw his savior and cried miserably, "This person beat me without knowing right or wrong. You must avenge me." Feng Zhong swept his cold gaze across Zhao Sansong's face, with murderous intent in his eyes. He heard Huarong scream and immediately rushed out. Unexpectedly, Huarong had already fallen to the ground injured, and he felt heartbroken for a moment. You know, Huarong is not only his apprentice, but also his illegitimate son. However, he had a son in his old age, and he was born to a concubine, so he did not dare to announce it and could only raise him as an apprentice. Feng Zhong didn't bother to attack Zhao Sansong. He quickly walked to Huarong and fed him a pill for his wound. When feeding the medicine, he smelled a foul odor. "I couldn't help but frown. What's that smell on you?" Huarong said with a sad face, They threw shit on me." Feng Zhong was furious when he heard this. How could this be possible? Not only did these people beat his son, but they also dared to defile his body with dirty things? At this time, Shen Tianhao and others arrived. They stood together with Zhao Sansong and were on the verge of a fight with Master Feng Zhong and his apprentice. The atmosphere was very tense. Seeing Huarong looking better, Feng Zhong glanced at Zhao Sansong coldly and said, "Shen Tianhao, hand this man over to me, and I will forgive you for offending me." Shen Tianhao flatly refused. "Zhao Sansong is my son's apprentice, no one else can touch him." Feng Zhong looked a little surprised when he heard this. This man named Zhao Sansong is at least a level 6 warrior, only one step behind Shen Tianhao. How could he be the apprentice of Shen Tianhao's son? Huarong pretended to be in pain. "Master, don't waste your time talking to them. This person hurt me, and I absolutely cannot let him off easily." Feng Zhong no longer hesitated and grabbed Zhao Sansong. Zhao Sansong blocked the attack with his palm as if facing a formidable enemy. Bang! Zhao Sansong retreated repeatedly, obviously no match for Feng Zhong. Feng Zhong was about to continue his attack when Shen Tianhao roared and a burst of scorching flames rushed towards Feng Zhong. Feng Zhong threw a backhanded punch, and a powerful force of energy was released, which knocked the raging flames back. Although Shen Tianran and others wanted to help, they were too weak and the aftermath alone forced them out of the yard. Zhong Lingyu and Xie Yao also stayed away. When the adults fought, they decided not to get involved so as not to get hurt. The battle in the villa turned into a contest between Shen Tianhao, Zhao Sansong, and Feng Zhong. After Feng Zhong dispersed the flames emitted by Shen Tianhao, a dark green mist suddenly exploded above his head and began to spread around. Feng Zhong smelled a pungent fishy stench and felt a little dizzy. He became alert, and his true energy quickly enveloped his entire body, isolating himself from the green mist. Zhao Sansong trapped Feng Zhong with mist and continued to activate the 10,000 poisons martial soul. The poisonous gas in the fog deepened a little, flashing with blue color. Feng Zhong forced out the poisonous gas he had inhaled, and found that the true energy outside his body was being corroded layer by layer, and he couldn't help but feel secretly shocked. What kind of martial arts is this? The poison gas is so strong. I originally thought that the Shen family was just lucky to have taken in Xie Yao, who had awakened the Shenong martial spirit, but I didn't expect that there was also a master of poison. Feng Zhong opened his palm and unleashed his extraordinary martial arts skills. His true energy came out like a tornado, completely extinguishing the poisonous fog in an instant. Zhao Sansong's body shook slightly. His martial arts were broken, and he would be affected to a certain extent. After all, the person opposite him is a senior 8th level warrior, and it is difficult for him to compete with his current strength. Feng Zhong slapped out with his palm fiercely, and the powerful true energy was like Mount Tai, knocking down the top of the mountain. Zhao Sansong had no way to retreat and had to use all his strength to resolutely face Feng Zhong's attack. At the critical moment, Shen Tianhao took action in time and worked together with Zhao Sansong to block the powerful blow. With a loud bang, a strong airflow swept around, blowing away the flowers and plants on the ground. Shen Tianhao and Zhao Sansong took several steps back, their faces pale. Feng Zhong's face was gloomy and he was about to attack again. Suddenly a scream was heard in the distance. "No, don't come over here." Feng Zhong was startled and looked back, only to find that Huarong was being chased by Xie Yao. Huarong was injured and was no match for Xie Yao, and was being chased around in circles. Xie Yao is also hateful. The tool he used to chase Huarong was a cart. It was filled with yellow and white things, which scared Huarong out of his wits. Feng Zhong was furious and was about to rush over to kill Xie Yao, but when he thought about the person he was going to take away, he hesitated for a moment. Shen Tianhao and Zhao Sansong took the opportunity to take a pill. Huarong was too strong, and the two of them were defeated even if they joined forces. They could only advance step by step and try to consume their opponent's physical strength as much as possible. After hesitating for a moment, Feng Zhong decided to knock Xie Yao out first, and then deal with Shen Tianhao and Zhao Cangsong. Anyway, no one in this villa can match him. Feng Zhong immediately rushed towards Xie Yao, frightening him so much that he threw the cart away and ran away. The shit splashed out, frightening Huarong so much that he stepped back repeatedly, but he still got a little stained. Huarong started vomiting again, and Feng Zhong was also affected and temporarily stopped chasing. Master, this kid is so abominable. I want to kill him. No. Feng Zhong shook his head. Xia Yao was the person the sect leader specifically wanted. He could hurt him, but he absolutely could not kill him. Huarong was extremely depressed. Thinking about the fact that he had to endure something he shouldn't have, he almost fainted from anger. Shen Tianhao and Zhao Cangsong would certainly not let Guai Zhong capture Xie Yao. They flew over and blocked Feng Zhong halfway. Feng Zhong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. You were seeking death, so you can't blame me. With a palm strike, Shen Tianhao and Zhao Cangsong were knocked back several meters. Zhong Lingyu, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but feel anxious when she saw Shen Tianhao was defeated. Shen Yi, why don't you come back? If you continue like this, you won't have a future father-in-law. On the outskirts of the battlefield, most of the warriors from the villa rushed over. When they heard that it was people from the Shenwu sect who were causing trouble, everyone was filled with righteous indignation. But this was a battle between high-level warriors, and they couldn't even withstand the aftermath of the fight, let alone go up to help. Chapter 121, Shen Yi returns. Feng's father and son die tragically. Seeing that Feng Zhong refused to kill Xie Yao, Huarong turned his attention to Zhao Cangsong. Master, this man has seriously injured me, you must kill him first. Feng Zhongzheng had this intention. The Shen family was stubborn and he wanted to make an example of them to scare the others. Feng Zhong's murderous intent was revealed, and his powerful true energy rolled towards Zhao Cangsong like a raging tide. Zhao Cangsong felt his breathing was choked and the pressure suddenly doubled. Feng Zhong is powerful and his moves are fierce. Each of his attacks carries an overwhelming force. Zhao Cangsong and Shen Tianhao join forces to resist him, but they are still powerless. Soon, Zhao Cangsong was hit by Feng Zhong's punch, and blood spurted out of his mouth, staining his clothes red. Feng Zhong grinned grimly, forced Shen Tianhao back with a palm, and then punched the injured Zhao Cangsong. In the face of adversity, Zhao Cangsong was inspired to unleash unprecedented potential. A green light flashed in his eyes, and the 10,000 poisons martial soul that he had been practicing for many days finally broke through. The poison gas and true energy in Zhao Cangsong's body intertwined and entangled, surging like a raging tide. His momentum suddenly surged, poisonous fog filled the air, and true energy flowed. The fusion of the two became even more turbulent and powerful, with astonishing power. He roared angrily, clenched his palm, and actually blocked Feng Zhong's powerful punch. Feng Zhong's body trembled, and he felt a chill coming along with the other party's true energy. His arm felt a tingling sensation, and there were signs of poisoning. He was slightly startled, stepped back, and began to use his internal energy to force out the poison. Zhao Cangsong broke through the bottleneck at the critical moment of life and death, and his true energy was raised to level 7. Coupled with the 10,000 poisons martial soul, he was able to fight even against an 8th-level warrior. Shen Tianhao was surprised and happy to see Zhao Cangsong make a breakthrough in the battle. From then on, Shen family villa had 2 masters above level 7, and its foundation became much stronger. Zhao Cangsong spat out a mouthful of residual blood, and the purple-red blood dripped onto the ground, instantly corroding a large area of grass. Feng Zhong's eyelids twitched as he watched. What poisonous blood? What kind of martial spirit was this person cultivating? Zhao Cangsong cleared the blood clots, and his true energy surged out, launching a counterattack. Shen Tianhao followed suit without hesitation. In terms of absolute strength, the two are no match for Feng Zhong. However, Zhao Cangsong has the extremely poisonous 10,000 poisons martial soul, and Shen Tianhao also has a powerful flame martial soul. The two men cooperated with each other tacitly, and the poison gas and flames echoed each other. For a while, Feng Zhong was unable to cope and retreated repeatedly. Seeing the 3 people fighting, Xie Yao once again set his sights on Huarong. This time he was not alone, but called a group of warriors to help. Everyone had ferocious looks on their faces, which frightened Huarong to death. Master, save me. Feng Zhong realized that Huarong was in danger and immediately rushed over to save him. But he wanted to leave, but Zhao Cangsong and Shen Tianhao refused to let him go. The two tried their best to stop Feng Zhong. Feng Zhong was caught off guard and was almost hit by a palm. He could only use his unique martial arts skills to force the 2 men back, then grab Huarong and leave. Feng Zhong was extremely fast and disappeared from the villa in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyao cheered happily, "Great, we finally got rid of this bad guy." Shen Tianhao shook his head, "This person is just being dragged down by the disciples. I'm afraid he will make a comeback soon." When everyone heard this, they were worried again. Zhao Cangsong exhaled lightly, "This person is extremely powerful. I'm afraid only Master can contend with him." Feng Zhong took Huarong out of the villa and ran quickly down the mountain. As he walked, he asked with concern, "Ronger, how is your injury?" Huarong cried, "My disciple is in so much pain, Master, you must avenge me." Feng Zhong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, "Don't worry, I'll put you in a safe place and come back to teach the Shen family a lesson." The two soon reached the middle of the mountain. At the same time, two young men came down the mountain. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Huarong stared at her in amazement, thinking that the woman was as beautiful as a fairy, and was no less charming than the enchanting girl he had seen at Shen's villa. Seeing a young man following the girl, he couldn't help but feel jealous. "Master, these two people are coming towards the villa. They must be from the Shen family. Help me kill this man and keep the woman." Feng Zhong cannot reveal Huarong's true identity, so he feels guilty and always spoils him. Seeing that Huarong had something to ask for, he immediately slapped him with his palm. Shen Yi and Fang Tingxue were walking on their way home when they suddenly met an old man and a child. The younger one said something and the older one started hitting him. Shen Yi was surprised. Did this man have some serious illness? Why did he attack without knowing the right or wrong? He didn't give in and fought back with a palm. Bang! With a loud bang, the air wave exploded, blowing Feng Zhong several meters away. Feng Zhong felt a sweet taste in his throat and actually spat out a mouthful of blood. He was shocked. What kind of place is the Shen family villa where hidden dragons and crouching tigers are hidden? How come every young man he met is so terribly strong? Huarong was also blown away by the airwave. He rolled 3 times on the ground and knocked out several of his teeth. His eyes were full of shock. Who on earth was that person? How could he even scare away his master? Now that he had already started, Shen Yi would no longer show mercy. The sword flashed like a rainbow breaking through the sky, piercing Feng Zhong's face. Feng Zhong was so frightened that his scalp went numb. The sword energy was so sharp and powerful that it was unmatched. Even if a 9th-level warrior took action, it would be no more than this. At the critical moment, Feng Zhong's internal energy suddenly burst out, and he retreated quickly, while quickly forming seals with his hands, trying to use his unique martial arts skills to resist this fatal blow. White light exploded, and the sword energy and chi power collided, causing a deafening sound, and dust flew, covering the entire space. Feng Zhong retreated repeatedly, with sword marks all over his body and blood oozing out continuously. He looked horrified. Who are you?" Shen Yi was too lazy to answer. Since someone had attacked him, he should be prepared to die. He struck out with his palm, shocking Feng Zhong so much that he turned and ran away. Shen Yi snorted coldly, "Sure." Feng Zhong felt his body sink, as if covered by an invisible net, and his movements immediately slowed down. Shen Yi's palm flew over and hit him on the back. Feng Zhong spat out a mouthful of blood and flew more than 10 meters away. He fell heavily to the ground and couldn't get up for a while. Huarong's face turned pale when he saw this. He has always relied on Feng Zhong's favor to do evil things. Now that Feng Zhong is seriously injured, he no longer has the capital to be arrogant. Shen Yi gave him a cold look. "You were the one who said you wanted to kill me?" Huarong was frightened. No, I didn't." Seeing this, Feng Zhong struggled to stand up. Don't touch my disciple." Huarong seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw. "Sir, please spare my life. This is all my master's decision. It has nothing to do with me." When Feng Zhong heard this, his face turned extremely pale. His beloved disciple is now selling himself out to save his own life? Shen Yi said calmly, "It doesn't matter, both of them will die." A gust of wind shot out from his finger, creating a bloody hole in Huarong's forehead. Huarong's expression froze and his body fell straight down. Feng Zhong roared, shot a cold light at Shen Yi, turned around and fled. Shen Yi blocked the hidden weapon shot by Feng Zhong and watched him rush to the foot of the mountain. He shook slightly and his body disappeared on the spot. The next moment, Shen Yi appeared at the only way down the mountain. Feng Zhong was fleeing frantically when he suddenly saw Shen Yi appear opposite him. He looked incredulous. "Impossible. How could you be so fast?" Shen Yi shot out a sword rainbow, piercing Feng Zhong's body. Feng Zhong's pupils dilated and he fell to the ground unwillingly. Shen Yi looked at his corpse. It's a pity that humans died, but there is no such thing as a crystal core. Chapter 122. Zhonglingyu finally breaks through. Shen Yi brought Feng Tingxue back to the villa, and everyone was very happy. Xia Yao immediately went up to complain, "Brother Shen, someone came to the villa to cause trouble and wanted to take me away." Shen Yi asked in surprise, "Who dares to come here and cause trouble?" Xia Yao recounted the entire incident. Zhao Cangsong was worried, "Master, the other party is an elder of the Shenwu sect, and he is very powerful. I am afraid he will come again." Shen Yi said calmly, "He won't come. I have already killed him." Zhao Cangsong was stunned, "Master, you killed the elder of Shenwu sect?" Xia Yao also asked, "What about the kid who followed the old man? Did you kill him too?" Shen Yi nodded. After listening to Xia Yao's story, he guessed that they were the two people he met when he went up the mountain. After hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Shen Tianhao was a little worried, "The Shenwu sect has lost an elder, I'm afraid they won't let it go." Shen Ye's eyes flashed coldly, "If they dare to come, I don't mind going to their door and uprooting the Shenwu sect." Everyone gasped. Is young Master Shen so strong now? The Shenwu sect is a powerful force with 9th level warriors in charge, yet they don't even take it seriously? Xia Yao looked at Shen Yi with admiration, "He is indeed my big brother Shen, so domineering." Shen Yi went to the warehouse in the backyard, took out all the weapons, and then invited Shen Tianhao. Shen Tianhao looked at the pile of guns and ammunition and was shocked. Where did this come from? Shen Yi did not explain too much, but said, "On my way into the mountains, I saw some ferocious beasts roaming around, so I went to the army to get some weapons for defense." Although Shen Tianhao was quite surprised by this, he was very happy in his heart. It is only a matter of time before ferocious beasts appear in the mountains and we are attacked by large groups of them. With these weapons and ammunition, our defense capabilities will be greatly enhanced. After Shen Yi handed over the weapon, he asked someone to find Xia Yao. "I heard you can purify the impurities in the beast core?" Xia Yao's face was full of pride. "That's right, after I break through to the second level of my martial soul, I can purify the impurities in the beast core." Shen Yi stretched out his hand and scattered hundreds of beast cores of all sizes covering the ground. Xia Yao was stunned. "Where did Brother Shen get so many beast cores?" Shen Yi said, "These beast cores are all given to you. Please purify them as much as possible." Xia Yao was both surprised and happy. Brother Shen gave him all these beast cores? He quickly found a sack and said as he filled it, "Thank you, Brother Shen. I will purify every beast core." For Xia Yao, purifying the beast core will not affect his cultivation, but will be of great benefit to him. Because purifying the beast core itself is a form of cultivation, his martial arts skills are improved in this way. After Xia Yao left with a happy face, Shen Yi began to retreat. He obtained 2 hunter-level crystal cores, which he needed to digest well and improve his strength again. Outside the yard, Zhonglingyu met Xia Yao, who was looking very happy. She came to find Shen Yi, and after hearing that Shen Yi was in seclusion, she couldn't help but show disappointment. She was still thinking about Shen Yi coming back so that she could reconnect with him. After all, Shen Yi and Feng Tingxue had been together outside for so long, their relationship must have deepened a lot. Zhonglingyu felt deeply in crisis, so she wanted to seduce Shen Yi as soon as possible. If that didn't work, she would drug him and force him to have sex with her as soon as possible, so as to confirm their relationship. Seeing Zhonglingyu's dejected expression, Xia Yao comforted her, "Why don't you just focus on your cultivation? Sister Feng is almost at the 3rd level of her martial spirit, and you're only at the 1st level. If you want Brother Shen to like you, your cultivation shouldn't be too poor." They all lived in the same villa, and Feng Tingxue was nice to Xia Yao, but in Xia Yao's mind, he was closer to Zhonglingyu. If Brother Shen were to find a wife, he would prefer Zhonglingyu. Zhonglingyu thought so too. If I cultivate new martial arts, will I have a better chance of seducing Shen Yi? Having made up his mind, Zhonglingyu took out the beast core that Xia Yao had purified, and began to work hard, devoting himself wholeheartedly to cultivation. For half a month, Zhonglingyu did not leave the room. Others practiced to improve their strength and enhance their cultivation. She practiced in order to attract Shen Yan and become his woman as soon as possible. Finally one day, beautiful and charming music came from Zhonglingyu's room, attracting passers-by to stop and listen. Zhonglingyu lived 2 lives as a human being. With his diligent practice, he quickly broke through to the 2nd level of his martial soul and cultivated the martial art Mimazien. Mimazien is a unique martial art. It can produce beautiful and enchanting music, making people let down their guard and indulge in an illusory and charming dream. It can also condense the music into sharp sound waves, transforming it into a powerful killing weapon. What kind of singing is this? How can it be so beautiful? A young man looked towards Zhong Lingyu's room with an obsessed expression. The companion was also attracted by the singing. It seems to come from Miss Zhong's room. It might be her singing. Is it the girl who lives in the West Yard? The young man who asked the question was named Shen. He was a cousin of Shen Yi and came from a branch of the Shen family. This person had good talent and became a third-level warrior in his 20s, so they moved into the Shen family villa together. Shen had met Zhong Lingyu once and was struck by her beauty, but he had not expected her singing to be so beautiful. The companion nodded. It should be her. Shen asked tentatively, how did this Miss Zhong get into the manor? What is her identity? He was the last group to enter the villa. His companions came earlier and were more familiar with the people in the villa than he was. It seems that she was brought in by young Master Shen. She came with Miss Fang, Jin Yan, and a few others. When Shen heard this, his heart immediately sank. If someone else brought them in, he might have some chance, but for someone related to young Master Shen, he can only stand aside. Shen took a deep breath and said, let's go. It's almost time for the rotation. If we're late, we'll probably be punished again. He hurriedly urged his companions to leave, fearing that if they continued listening, they would become obsessed and unable to extricate themselves, which would bring disaster upon them. His companion wanted to listen a little longer, but he was hurriedly pulled away. In the room in the west courtyard, Zhong Lingyu successfully broke through and was very happy. She ran to find Shen Yi, wanting to show off in front of him, but she didn't expect that Shen Yi was still in seclusion, so she could only return listlessly. After a few more days, Shen Yi finally came out. After practicing for more than half a month, Shen Yi's martial soul was upgraded to the middle stage of level 5. This speed is much slower than before, but Shen Yi is not in a hurry. No matter what kind of martial spirit it is, it will become more difficult as time goes by. As long as he can find more cultivation resources, he will be able to break through again. So he decided to go to the cave near Jiangnan City, which was the source of the ferocious beasts and the place with the most high-level ferocious beasts. His current strength is enough to protect himself. As long as he doesn't encounter a super-powerful alien race like the Destroyer, his life should be safe. Chapter 123 Massacre of the Shenwu Sect. Jiayu Mountain, Shenwu Sect. Sect Master Jiang Nanshan's face was as gloomy as water. Elder Foam has been gone for so long, why is there still no news? The disciples trembled with fear. Disciples speculate that Elder Foam may have met with an accident. An elder scolded, nonsense, how can a mere Shen family have the ability to harm Elder Foam? Another elder said, not necessarily. After all, the Shen family is a leading clan in Jiangnan. If they set up an ambush beforehand, they might be able to injure Elder Foam. Jiang Nanshan said in a deep voice, you mean, it was the Shen family who harmed Elder Foam? It's just a guess. If the Shen family doesn't have this strength, then they must be an alien race. Aliens? A hint of fear appeared in Jiang Nanshan's eyes. The catastrophe has been coming for several months. In addition to the ferocious beasts everywhere, many powerful creatures have also appeared, which are called alien races from outer space. These alien races from outer space are very powerful, and each of them has the strength close to that of a 9th-level warrior. If Feng Zhong accidentally encounters one of them, accidents are inevitable. No matter who murdered Elder Feng, we must go to the Shen family again. A white-haired elder said, after the catastrophe, everything needs to be rebuilt. If the sect master wants to accomplish his great cause, he must win over the people. Now, more and more people have been seriously injured by ferocious beasts. If we want to comfort them, we need a miracle doctor who can heal their injuries and stabilize their hearts. Xia Yao's Shenong martial spirit is very magical and can heal people without medicine. This child is very important and must be brought back. Jiang Nanshan hesitated and said, if the Shen family can kill Feng Zhong, it shows that they are quite powerful. Who would be more suitable to send? The elders in the hall looked at each other and said in unison, we can send Hall Master Hong. Hall Master Hong has a high level of cultivation and can fight even against alien races like the Pathfinders. He should be able to deal with the Shen family without any problems. The one recommended by several elders was Hong Xingzu, the head of the law enforcement hall of the Shenwu sect. He was Jiang Nanshan's junior brother, an 8th-level peak warrior, and could be considered the best person under the sect master. Jiang Nanshan said in a deep voice, in that case, let Hall Master Hong make the trip. Not long after, a man with sharp eyes walked out of the gate of Shenwu sect. This man had an upright posture and a face that was dignified without anger. He was none other than the head of the law enforcement hall, Hong Xingzu. Hong Xingzu looked far away towards the south of the Yangtze River with an arrogant and confident look. Now that spiritual energy has revived, the bottleneck in his cultivation has been loosened, and he will be able to break through and advance to become a 9th-level warrior in no time. Behind him were 2 tall middle-aged men. These 2 people are Hong Xingzu's disciples, and each of them has the strength of a 6th-level warrior. When Hong Xingzu goes out to do business, he always brings helpers who can actually do the work, rather than a mere figurehead like Huorong. He felt that Feng Zhong's life or death was uncertain, and it was possible that he was implicated by that useless disciple. Hong Xingzu walked out of the mountain gate, and what he saw were endless mountains and forests. Like the Dragon and Tiger sect, the Shenwu sect is located deep in the mountains. Although there are ferocious beasts roaming nearby, they are not large in scale and will not pose much threat to the Shenwu sect. The Shenwu sect was able to survive on its own and slowly expand its influence because it was far away from the city. The 2 disciples followed him, their eyes full of murderous intent, and asked, "Master, can we go on a killing spree this time?" Everyone in the law enforcement hall has a murderous aura. In the past, when I went out to do things, I was constrained by national laws and could not do what I wanted. Now that the state has disappeared and society has collapsed, they are finally no longer subject to restrictions. Hong Xingzu said coldly, "Except for that kid named Xie Yao, you can do whatever you want." The 2 apprentices were overjoyed, with excitement in their eyes. The 3 were about to set off when a black-haired man slowly approached from a distance. The man had long black hair and a stiff, expressionless face. He was wearing strange clothes that the 3 had never seen before. The black-haired man saw the 3 people and asked mechanically, "Are there a lot of people inside?" Seeing this man's strange behavior, Hong Xingzu's disciples shouted, "Who are you and what are you doing here?" The dark-haired man looked at him with his dark eyes, and his voice was like an emotionless machine. "I come to kill people." Upon hearing this, Hong Xingzu's disciples were immediately furious. "How dare you come to my Shenwu sect and act wildly?" Without waiting for Hong Xingzu to speak, the disciple slapped the black-haired man with his palm. Bang! This palm strike hit the black-haired man hard, but he was not hurt at all. Instead, the Hong Xingzu disciple was pushed back several steps. The disciple was shocked and felt his palm was painful from the shock, and it became visibly red and swollen. Hong Xingzu was also a little surprised. His disciple was a level 6 warrior with powerful palm strength. Even a level 7 warrior would not dare to withstand it, but the other party was safe and sound? Another disciple drew his sword and slashed at the black-haired man. The black-haired man still did not resist. The knife hit him, making a sound of metal clashing, as if it was hitting steel. The black-haired man remained expressionless. He reached out and snatched the sword, crushing it into pieces. The disciple who wielded the sword's pupils shrank. He had forged this sword from 100 times refined golden steel, yet it was actually destroyed by the opponent with bare hands? Hong Xingzu felt a strange aura suddenly rising from the other party, and a warning sign suddenly arose in his heart. Just as he was about to remind his disciples, he saw the black-haired man punch out. With a loud bang, the fist raged like a raging dragon. The disciple was hit by the punch and his body exploded on the spot like a broken watermelon, blood splattered everywhere. The scene was extremely tragic. The black-haired man killed the disciple and punched another disciple. The disciple was unable to resist at all. He screamed and his body was beaten into pieces of flesh. In the blink of an eye, 2 of Hong Xingzu's disciples died. Hong Xingzu was shocked and angry, and the internal energy burst out, and he attacked the black-haired man with a palm. The black-haired man didn't dodge and punched Hong Xingzu. Boom! Hong Xingzu's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, spitting blood from his mouth. With just one punch, Hong Xingzu was seriously injured. The black-haired man stepped forward and asked, "Is there a grandmaster inside?" Hong Xingzu was shocked. You want to find the master? Are you? A few seconds later, the black-haired man walked into the mountain gate. The disciple guarding the mountain gate went up to intercept him, but was smashed to pieces by him with one punch. The others were horrified and immediately sounded the alarm. A large number of disciples from the Shenwu sect swarmed in and were killed one by the black-haired man. Half an hour later, the black-haired man walked through a sea of blood and corpses and fought his way to the top of the Shenwu sect. In front of him were hundreds of core disciples, elders and hall masters of the Shenwu sect who had come to intercept them. These people treated it as a formidable enemy and set up a siege on the black-haired man. A few minutes later, hundreds of Shenwu sect masters were wiped out, the ground was littered with body parts, and blood stained the entire top of Shenwu sect mountain. The black-haired man was covered in blood as he walked step by step into the Shenwu Hall, which represented the highest authority of the Shenwu sect. There was only one person left in the magnificent Shenwu Hall. Sect Master Jiang Nanshan looked at the slowly approaching black-haired man, his eyes filled with anger and despair. Destroyer? Chapter 124 The Parasitic Beast. Before Shen Yi set off, Shen Tianhao called him over. Do you know, there is news from Jiayu Mountain that the Shenwu sect has been destroyed? Shen Yi was a little surprised. According to his impression from his previous life, although the Shenwu sect was destroyed by the ferocious beast, it was not so fast. Do you know who did this? It's the destroyers. Only they have the power to wipe out the Shenwu sect. Unlike the hunter who only targets high-end combat forces, the destroyer is like an emotionless killing machine, slaughtering everyone regardless of their strength, leaving no grass behind, not even a child spared. More than 500 people from the Shenwu sect are all finished. Shen Tianhao sighed slightly. Although the Shenwu sect and the Shen family were in a hostile relationship, they were part of the human race after all. It was inevitable that people would sigh when they were killed by alien races. It now appears that the destroyer's target has shifted from cities to the mountains. An elder of the Shen family said with a heavy expression, if the destroyer finds his way here, we will be in danger too. The divine martial sect was destroyed because they were too high profile. They recruited so many people who had awakened their martial spirits, and there were also 9th-level warriors in the sect. It was inevitable that they would attract attention. Shen Tianren pondered, with our size and strength, we can't attract such a powerful warrior. Even if the destroyer arrives, it will attack Jiangnan City first. Shen Tianhao nodded. That being said, it's better to be careful. I've arranged for people in Jiangnan City to pass on information at any time. Once the destroyer is discovered, we can make arrangements early. Shen Tianqi said darkly, only a grandmaster can contend with the destroyer. It would be great if our Shen family could produce a grandmaster. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their eyes to Shen Yi. Shen Yi can kill an 8th-level warrior, and he is clearly the strongest person in the Shen family. Moreover, Shen Yi has outstanding talent. If his cultivation level can be further improved, there may be hope for him to break through to the grandmaster level. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shen Yi coughed lightly and said, I'm going to go out for a while to search for some resources and hone my skills. No one was surprised. A martial artist cannot practice in isolation, especially a young man like Shen Yi who was making rapid progress. Shen Tianhao warned, after you go out, be sure to pay attention to safety. Shen Yi pretended to be relaxed. Don't worry, Dad, I promise to give you a healthy son back. Knowing that Shen Yi was going out, Fang Tingxue and Zhong Lingyu rushed over. Fang Tingxue looked at Shen Yi with silent concern in her eyes. Zhong Lingyu was reluctant to leave. She had just learned the seductive music and had not had the chance to perform it in front of Shen Yi. After saying goodbye to everyone, Shen Yi's figure flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. He didn't bring anyone with him this time. The cave was much more dangerous than other places and not everyone could go there. After going down the mountain, Shen Yi found an off-road vehicle hidden at the foot of the mountain and drove it towards the cave. Along the way, you can see charred high-rise buildings and broken roads everywhere. Weeds are growing lushly among the broken walls. After the end of the world, plants grew wildly everywhere. Many cities destroyed by war were covered with green. Some big trees even grew to 100 meters high, as if nature was slowly devouring the traces of modern civilization. Shen Yi knew that all this was the result of the revival of spiritual energy. Perhaps in the near future, the entire terrain would change, and a new world would appear before people. On the way, Shen Yi met a group of refugees. There were dozens of refugees, all of whom had fled from nearby cities. After the catastrophe, almost all cities near Jiangnan City were destroyed. The surviving humans heard that there were still human strongholds in Jiangnan City, so they migrated to Jiangnan City. Most of these refugees died during their escape, but some still arrived in Jiangnan City. After several rounds of battles with ferocious beasts, the population of Jiangnan City has increased instead of decreased, and a new city is rising. Seeing that the refugees were all skinny, Shen Yi took out some food from the space and distributed it to them, then continued on his way. After walking for a while, Shen Yi encountered a ferocious beast. Shen Yi dealt with them effortlessly, and when he wanted to continue on his way, he found that the off-road vehicle was underpowered and had run out of gas. He had no choice but to abandon his car and was attacked while crossing a plain. This time, it was not a ferocious beast that attacked him, but a human being. These humans are extremely vicious and no less cruel than beasts. They didn't dare to kill the ferocious beasts and could only eat humans. Seeing that Shen Yi was fair and clean, and was walking alone, they immediately wanted to kill him. After Shen Yi killed these beasts, he saved a person. The man was tied to a tree with a fire next to him. If Shen Yi had not arrived, he would probably have been disemboweled and burned to death. What surprised Shen Yi was that there was a special aura in this person's body. He was not a real human, but a parasitic beast. The parasitic beast looked terrified and covered in blood, and seemed to be still in shock. He originally came here to eat people, but he didn't expect that humans were even crazier than him. After fighting with him and killing more than a dozen people, they captured him and wanted to burn him and eat him. Seeing that the aura on him was weak, Shen Yi guessed that this parasitic beast was of a low level and at most an engineering beast. Shen Yi didn't know the exact location of the cave, he only knew the general direction, so he just asked the parasitic beast. The parasitic beast thought Shen Yi didn't know his identity. After being rescued, he said with gratitude, "Thank you for saving me." After saying that, she stuck out her butt. Shen Yi asked curiously, "What are you doing?" "I have nothing to repay you with, so I can only pledge my love to you." Coincidentally, the host of this parasitic beast is a gay, which makes the parasitic beast, which has taken away the host's memory, think that this is the only way to express his gratitude. When Shen Yi heard this, he felt a chill all over his body. He kicked the parasitic beast and made it eat shit. "Get lost. Just tell me where the catacombs are." The parasitic beast's expression changed drastically. "What did you say? What cave? Don't play dumb. Didn't you come from the catacombs? Tell me the truth and I'll leave you with your whole body." The parasitic beast looked panicked. How did this person know that he came out of the cave? When did his identity get exposed? Shen Yi was too lazy to talk nonsense with the parasitic beast. His eyes flashed and he launched a mental storm. The parasitic beast immediately became confused and revealed the location of the cave. Not only that, he also explained, the queen is also nearby. She is hunting ferocious beasts herself. Let us collect blood fruits from all over to provide her with nutrients. Queen? Shen Yi remembered the parasitic beast that escaped from school. Isn't she an alien from outer space? Why would she kill ferocious beasts? The parasitic beast answered honestly, the queen needs to recover her strength, but the host does not allow her to kill anyone. She can only use secret methods to notify us and ask us to collect the blood fruit on her behalf. Are there actually humans who are not controlled by parasitic beasts after being infected? Shen Yi felt very strange. Where is the queen? I don't know. We can only sense her location when she calls us. What is this blood fruit you're talking about? The parasitic beast said honestly, it is the essence extracted from human flesh and blood. It can provide nutrients for the queen's growth. It turns out to be such a cruel and evil thing. Shen Yi's eyes flashed, and the parasitic beast's head was cut off, and blood splattered all over the ground. Chapter 125 The Female Spirit Master at the Military Base. Shen Yi killed the parasitic beast that was almost eaten by humans and continued to rush to the cave. Not long after Shen Yi left this place, a woman's figure appeared in the distance. The woman looked at Shen Yi's back from a distance and murmured to herself, "Why is he here?" Zhou Ting gloated, "Maybe he's here to kill you." The parasitic beast queen snorted softly, "Impossible. How could he know my whereabouts?" Zhou Ting sarcastically said, "You don't dare to see him, are you afraid of him?" "Why would I be afraid of a tiny human? It's just that my strength hasn't recovered yet, and I don't want to be exposed for the time being." The parasitic beast queen's tone was a little fearful, "This man is growing very fast. When I regain my strength, I will definitely kill him." Zhou Ting immediately said, "I won't let you kill him. That's not up to you." The parasitic beast queen said grimly, "Once I seize your will, this person will surely die." Zhou Ting refused to give in, "I won't let you succeed." Hearing Zhou Ting's rebuttal, the parasitic beast queen felt a little headache. She discovered that while her own strength was slowly recovering, Zhou Ting's soul power was also growing. If this situation continued, she might not be able to completely occupy this body. But she didn't want to give up. This body was very compatible with her cells. If she changed it, not only would her strength decrease, but it would also be difficult to restore her original state. After Shen Yi climbed over a hill, he heard the sound of fighting. When I rushed over to take a look, I found 3 people in front of me fighting fiercely with a hunter. Not far away, there was a wounded person lying on the ground. The injured person was a woman covered in white snowflakes. Her fingers kept emitting cold light at the hunter, and she looked like a soul master who had awakened the ice martial soul. The hunter tried to kill her but was stopped by 3 warriors. The 3 warriors are very powerful and their true chi has reached level 8. Working together, they were able to withstand the hunter's attacks. Seeing this female soul master, Shen Yi remembered that he still had an ice jade pendant with an ice soul sealed inside. However, Shen Yi does not want to use this ice pendant now, but plans to absorb it when he reaches the peak of level 5. In this way, he can use the power of the awakened martial soul to break through the bottleneck and break through the level 6 martial soul in one fell swoop. When Shen Yi approached, the 3 of them noticed something. But seeing how young he is, I'm a little disappointed. They turned their gaze back and continued to focus on dealing with the hunter. The female soul master would use ice martial arts from time to time, hoping to use her own martial soul to help the 3 people repel the hunters. Unfortunately, no matter how talented she is, her martial soul has only been cultivated to the 3rd level. She can only interfere with the hunters but cannot cause any harm. When Shen Yi saw the hunter, his eyes lit up slightly. This is a living crystal core. After absorbing it, it can increase a lot of soul power. He rushed towards the hunter without hesitation and activated his sword spirit martial arts. The sword flashed, like a rainbow piercing the sun, striking the hunter. As the sword energy approached, the hunter was suddenly startled. It flapped its wings and quickly dodged the sword light. The sword energy split the black fog that protected its body and passed through it. With a clang, several hard feathers were cut off and a few drops of blood flowed out. The hunter was shocked and angry. Where did this human come from and why was his sword energy so powerful? The 3 warriors were all very surprised. The alien race that they had barely blocked together was forced back by this young man with just 1 sword. The female spirit master's eyes lit up. Little brother, help us repel this hunter, and we can help you apply for a reward. Award? Shen Yi ignored her. The hunter's crystal core was the best reward. It was a pity that he didn't kill the hunter with 1 sword, otherwise he would have got the crystal core. The hunter's wing was injured, and he immediately shifted his target to Shen Yi. He roared angrily, his body surrounded by black air, and pounced towards Shen Yi. Shen Yi is not afraid at all. It's good that you come. He gathered his true energy and threw a punch with his backhand. The hunter rushed over, his 5 fingers like sharp claws, grabbing towards Shen Yi. There was a loud bang, like thunder exploding, a sonic boom roared, and the air trembled. Shen Yi was blown away more than 10 meters by the airwave, the blood in his body was churning, and he almost vomited blood. The 2 men fought hard, and in terms of absolute strength, Shen Yi was inferior to the hunter. The hunter laughed grimly and flew towards Shen Yi. The 3 warriors were afraid that Shen Yi would be in danger, so they quickly shouted, "Little brother, retreat quickly." Shen Yi pretended not to hear anything. A transparent energy shield suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking the hunter's attack. At the same time, the white light of the fountain of life flashed across his body, and his restless blood immediately stabilized, and his internal injuries recovered quickly. Boom! The energy shield summoned by Shen Yi vibrated violently, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared under the hunter's fierce attack, and it was about to break. The hunter was a little surprised to see Shen Yi blocking his attack. When he was about to continue attacking, suddenly a strange force hit him, making his brain a little dizzy. He cried out inwardly that something was wrong and wanted to fly into the sky, but unexpectedly a sharp air blade came and cut his back. Amid the clanging of metal, large pieces of the hunter's feathers were chopped off and blood splattered. The hunter felt a sharp pain and in anger, the black energy in his body condensed into a sharp black giant knife and slashed towards Shen Yi. Unexpectedly, Shen Yi suddenly disappeared, and the next moment, Shen Yi's figure appeared above the hunter's head. Hiss! The sword energy is as sharp as a rainbow. The sword light cut through the hunter's body, and blood spilled into the sky. The hunter screamed, and a bloody gash appeared on his chest and abdomen. He had no time to fight back, and with a flap of his wings, he flew into the sky. Shen Yi naturally would not let him escape. With a sweep of his sword, he cut off his wings from the roots. The hunter fell headfirst, the black energy in his body condensed at the wound, and his flesh and blood began to wriggle, as if trying to grow new wings. Shen Yi did not give him this opportunity. Sword lights flashed like rain, attacking the hunter in waves. The hunter screamed in pain, and after resisting for a moment, he was chopped into thousands of pieces. Under the astonished gaze of the 3 human warriors, the hunter disappeared into black smoke and exploded with a black crystal core. The female soul master was stunned. She thought the other party could just be of help, but she didn't expect that he was actually a big shot. Anyone who can kill aliens like hunters is definitely a rare and powerful person among humans. Shen Yi put away the crystal core and was about to leave. The female soul master suddenly called out, "Little brother, please wait a moment." Shen Yi paused slightly. "What's the matter?" The female spirit master said, "Of course I want to thank you for saving us." Shen Yi said, "No need to thank me. What was the reward you just mentioned?" The female soul master's face turned red. She wanted to use the wooling grass to win over the other party, but the other party was so powerful that she probably wouldn't look down on her. All I could say was, "We can provide food, water, and medicine if you need it." Shen Yi took a look at the female soul master and realized that she was only in her 20s. Although she looked a little disheveled, she had delicate features and was very beautiful. His gaze lingered on the female spirit master's face for a moment. "Where are you from?" In this desolate place, the female soul master brought 3 8th level warriors with her, and her identity was obviously not simple. The female spirit master did not hide it. "My name is Yuan, and I'm from a military base." Chapter 126, Heading to the Caverns, New Mutated Creatures. He actually came from a military base? Shen Yi was a little surprised and asked, "What are you doing here?" Yuan said, "I'm a biologist, and I want to go to the cave to get some specimens back." Shen Yi was even more surprised. A scientist ventured to the place where ferocious beasts roamed, just to collect specimens? "To be honest, I went to the cave to extract the specimen because..." Seeing Shen Yi's confusion, Yuan explained the whole story. Yuan came from one of the few intact military bases in the eastern country. The 3 warriors who came out with her were all masters in the army. After the apocalypse, the military base tried many methods to eliminate the beasts, including carpet bombing and nuclear attacks, but failed. Later, the military base shifted its focus from eliminating the ferocious beasts to using virus attacks. They brought together the few biologists, medical scientists, and virologists to try to find a way to use biological weapons to eliminate these invaders. After research, scientists discovered that ferocious beasts have strong adaptability and are difficult to kill with ordinary viruses. Moreover, all the beasts that attack humans are male beasts, which means that there are queens among the ferocious beast army, or female beasts that are specifically responsible for reproducing embryos. Only by collecting the most primitive cells from the mother animal can we research viruses that are highly contagious and more lethal. Therefore, the base sent 3 warriors to protect Yuan and go to the cave to find the queen beast or the mother beast. Unfortunately, they had only walked a short distance when they encountered the terrifying high-level alien race, the hunters. Yuan said with a determined look, "The ferocious beasts are the most numerous race among the alien races from outer space. As long as we can eliminate them, we can effectively fight against the alien races. If we can develop a virus that kills the ferocious beasts, I will not hesitate even if it costs me my life." Shen Yi sighed slightly, thinking that humans had also done research in this area in the previous life. Unfortunately, they don't know that the ferocious beasts are only a tiny part of the alien races from outer space. Even if they are eliminated, more powerful alien races will enter this world. "Little brother, can you help us enter the catacombs? If we are victorious in the future, the country and the people will not forget your contribution." Yuan's eyes were full of hope. Shen Yi is very powerful. With his help, we will be able to complete this mission better. Shen Yi nodded, "Okay, but all the beast cores of the aliens killed on the way will belong to me." Shen Yi agreed. He didn't care how much credit he could get, but only cared about whether he could get more training resources. Anyway, both parties had the same destination, and these 4 people were strong and would not drag him down. "No problem." Yuan's face was full of joy. Her task was to collect specimens, and she didn't care about anything else. The other 3 had no objection. They were all soldiers and it was their duty to obey orders. Before coming out, the superior had told me to follow Yuan's orders in everything. Both sides made brief introductions. The oldest warrior was named Jiang Wutai, and the other 2 were named Wang Xian and Zhao Yi. All 3 were well-known masters in the army. This time they escorted Yuan to the cave, all determined to die. Shen Yi also introduced himself. When they learned that Shen Yi was only 19 years old, the 3 of them looked surprised. At such a young age, he can already kill high-level aliens. They feel like they are living like dogs at their age. Yuan felt the same way. She is also a genius. Not only did she become a biologist at a young age, but she also cultivated to the 3rd level of martial spirit in a short period of time. However, compared with Shen Yi, she felt that she was nothing special. During the conversation, Zhao Yi drove over in an off-road vehicle. Their off-road vehicle was much larger and more sturdy than the one Shen Yi drove. After encountering hunters on the way, the four people immediately abandoned the car, so it was not damaged. Before getting in the car, Shen Yi treated Shi Yan's injuries. The white light representing the fountain of life fell, and Shi Yan felt a warm and cool breath flowing through her body, and the wounds on her body healed instantly. She was surprised and delighted. Shen Yi, have you awakened the martial spirit that can heal injuries? In the base, martial spirits that can heal wounds are the scarcest. Hundreds of soldiers are injured every day. If there are such spirit masters, the combat effectiveness of the army will be greatly improved. Shen Yi nodded. It can heal simple external injuries, but it can't remove poison. His fountain of life can heal physical injuries, but it cannot heal complex pathological injuries, unlike Xia Yao's Shenong martial spirit, which can cure all diseases without medication. That's already impressive. Shi Yan's eyes lit up. After completing the mission, can you join our base? We promise to give you the best treatment and the highest expert position. I'm afraid that won't work. Shen Yi refused. I have my own family to protect, they are waiting for me to come back. Shi Yan's eyes dimmed. Yes, there were many survivors in Jiangnan City. How could she let Shen Yi abandon his relatives and friends and go with her? While the off-road vehicle was driving, it was attacked by several ferocious beasts. The number of these ferocious beasts ranges from only dozens to thousands. Shen Yi did not take any action throughout the whole process, and all the problems were solved by Jiang Wutai and the other two. Although they were no match for the hunters, they could kill ferocious beasts as easily as taking candy from a bag. Even a ferocious beast leader cannot survive more than 10 seconds in their hands. According to the agreement, all the beast cores obtained were given to Shen Yi. After traveling about 200 miles, a lake appeared in front of them. Unlike the lakes I have seen before, this lake is pure black, as thick and dark as the mind oil. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw the lake water of this color for the first time. Several ferocious beasts covered with scales appeared on the lakeside. Instead of attacking the off-road vehicle, they put their heads in the lake to drink water. After drinking their fill, they ran away without even looking at the off-road vehicle. As the vehicle went deeper, more and more unusual geographical phenomena appeared. Clusters of plants that flashed with faint blue light grew on the ground. Black flowers as high as 10 meters bloomed like mushroom clouds, and adult-sized butterflies flew among the flowers. The ecological environment here seems to have undergone amazing changes, which is breathtaking and amazing. Soon, the vehicle was attacked by something other than ferocious beasts. What attacked them were thick vines. These vines seemed like living plants, shooting up from the ground and whipping towards the vehicles. The people in the car were all strong humans, and they broke the vines without any effort. After killing these wooden vines, the closer the vehicle gets to the cave, the more alien creatures it encounters. Some of them already have the attack power of level 3 ferocious beasts, or even the ferocious beast leaders, which makes the three military masters somewhat restrained. Seeing this situation, Shi Yan felt a little heavy-hearted. She originally thought that collecting the original cells of the ferocious beast would solve the problem, but now it seems that the situation is much more complicated than she had imagined. While the three military masters were dealing with the attacks of the alien creatures, Shen Yi did not just watch the whole process. He discovered a crystal-like dark blue plant near the snake-like creature that attacked the vehicle. These plants emit a special energy that is very similar to deep rock crystals. The snake-like creatures that attack them seem to be guarding these dark blue plants. Chapter 127: Killing the Predator. Shen Yi went over to check it out of curiosity, and a snake-like creature shot up and attacked him fiercely. This snake-like creature is about 3 meters long and covered with black scales. Its powerful striking force is equivalent to that of a 6th-level human warrior. Shen Yi swung his sword and cut the snake-like creature into 2 pieces. The snake-like creature has extremely strong vitality. Even if its head and tail are broken into 2, it can still launch attacks. Shen Yi could only cut it into pieces to completely kill the alien creature. Shen Yi glanced around and saw piles of bones around him. These bones are not from humans, but from ferocious beasts. It can be seen that not only humans, but even ferocious beasts will be attacked by strange snakes if they approach this dark blue plant. Shen Yi pulled up the dark blue plant by its roots and found that it was filled with pure soul power. Shen Yi was overjoyed and took it into his arms. It seems that the more dangerous the place, the more good things there are. Opportunities and risks coexist, which is indeed not an empty talk. Shen Yi looked around and didn't see any other dark blue plants, so he returned to the SUV. Zhang Wutai and the other two had already dealt with the strange snake that was attacking the vehicle. They saw Shen Yi kill the strange snake, but did not see the dark blue plant. Seeing him come back, I continued driving on my way. After traveling more than 10 miles along the rugged road, the off-road vehicle arrived at a hill. Looking down from the hill, the scene before us is heart-wrenching. In the basin in the distance, there were countless ferocious beasts crawling, densely packed and boundless. Their number was so huge that it seemed to cover the sky and the earth, making people feel despair. Everyone gasped. Even a master-level warrior would be trapped to death by an army of ferocious beasts of this size. Zhao Yi swallowed his saliva and said, "Miss Shi, should we take a detour?" It was also the first time that Shi Yan saw so many ferocious beasts. Although she was mentally prepared, she was still a little nervous. She nodded with difficulty. There's a forest next to the basin, and off-road vehicles can't drive through. We'll walk there. The vehicle wound its way around the basin and drove into a lush and dense forest, where everyone abandoned the car and walked on. They walked into the forest and were quickly enveloped by the shadows cast by the large trees. Since the revival of spiritual energy, plants in nature seem to have been reborn and are growing wildly. In this vast forest, towering ancient trees as high as 100 meters can be seen everywhere. They are tall and magnificent, and the huge treetops are stacked layer upon layer, interweaving into a green canopy, blocking the blue sky tightly and creating a quiet and mysterious atmosphere. The difference is that there are no common animals in this forest, but instead there are strange and exotic creatures. These creatures have a very strong sense of territory, and humans will be violently attacked almost as soon as they enter their territory. Wang Xian and Zhao Yi fought and cursed at each other. "Damn it! Don't you even know who is the master of this world? How dare you occupy the nest of others?" The alien creatures were naturally no match for them. They killed them all along the way, leaving broken limbs and bodies all over the ground. While clearing the obstacles ahead, Shen Yi once again discovered several dark blue plants. Different alien creatures lurked near these plants, and each one was no less powerful than a level 7 warrior. Shen Yi killed these creatures and collected the dark blue plants one by one. He also did not let go of the crystals similar to animal cores in these organisms. Zhang Wutai and the other two also saw Shen Yi's actions, but they didn't say anything. According to the prior agreement, all resources belonged to Shen Yi, including the strange plants. After killing many alien creatures, the 5 people finally attracted an even more powerful alien race. A 5-meter-tall purple creature covered in tentacles. Judging from its aura, this creature is stronger than the leader of the ferocious beasts, equivalent to a pathfinder or hunter. Zhang Wutai and the other two, who had just been killing everyone, immediately felt the pressure. They all circulated their true energy at the same time, preparing to meet the opponent's attack. In the previous life, this purple monster was called a predator. They have the same habits as hunters and like to hunt humans with strong fighting power. It's just that predators rarely appear in cities and usually only hunt in the mountains or forests. As spiritual energy revives, plants grow wildly, and the forest area expands, their prey range will become larger and larger. Shi Yan also became nervous. This purple creature was larger than the hunter and looked more terrifying. Especially the long tentacles of the predator, covered with red tumors and tubes, look ugly and disgusting. The predator growled, and its long tentacles split open, revealing sharp fangs. These fangs are extremely sharp. Once the tentacles hit the human, the fangs hidden inside will cut the human flesh into pieces like a cutting machine and then swallow it. The predator waved its tentacles, leaving several afterimages in the air, shooting towards Shen Yi and the other 3. Because it only had 4 tentacles, it skipped Shi Yan, who was walking at the back, during this attack. Zhang Wutai and the other 2 dodged, but Shen Yi remained motionless. The 3 tentacles lashed at the trees behind, smashing the 3 large trees into pieces. The tentacles attacking Shen Yi were blocked in the air with a loud bang. The air in front of Shen Yi began to fluctuate, and the shield summoned by the iron wall was slightly deformed. Shen Yi swung his sword in his backhand, and the sword light hit the tentacle. With a bang, the tentacles bounced back. The fangs in the tentacles were extremely hard, and Shen Yi's sword only created cracks on them, but did not cut them off. Despite this, the predator still felt severe pain. It let out an angry roar and swung its other 3 tentacles towards Shen Yi. Shen Yi summoned a solid wall to resist, but the transparent shield trembled twice and then shattered. His martial spirit had only been cultivated to level 5, so it was still a bit difficult for him to withstand the attacks of predators. Shen Yi took 2 steps back, and a sword light slashed out, heading straight for the predator's head. The hardest part of a predator's body is its tentacles, and the softest part is its head. Faced with the sword light emitted by Shen Yi, it could only retract its tentacles to resist. Along with the sound of metal clashing, the predator's tentacles flew out sparks. Seeing that his attack could not penetrate its defense, Shen Yi launched a mental storm. The predator's IQ is not low, but it is not as good as that of the Pathfinder and Hunter, especially its soul defense ability, which is far lower than the former. The attack of the mental storm made its eyes appear confused for a moment, and Shen Yi took the opportunity to send out a wind blade that passed through the tentacles. Unlike the sword soul martial arts, the sword energy needs to be emitted from Shen Yi's palm, while the wind blade of the Qi Ez Zigong is invisible and there is no trace to be found. The predator's huge head was hit by the wind blade, leaving a deep bloody wound. Shen Yi took advantage of the victory and launched a mental storm while continuously launching wind blades. The predator's head soon had many huge wounds, blood kept oozing out, and it trembled with pain. The predator finally felt fear and turned around to escape, but was blocked by Jiang Wutai and the other two. After a moment, the predator let out a wail, and its huge body collapsed to the ground, turning into purple mist and dissipating. Left on the ground was a purple crystal core. Chapter 128: The Mysterious Cave. Shen Yi was very satisfied. He put away the crystal core and continued on his journey. Not far away, they encountered a huge strange tree. Its lush branches and leaves were like a giant open umbrella, covering an area of more than 100 meters. The scary thing is that this strange tree seemed to have life. Shen Yi and others were attacked as soon as they approached it. The strange tree waved its twisted and entangled branches and attacked the 5 people densely. Jiang Wutai and the other 2 used their protective qi, but were eventually knocked back more than 10 meters. The ice shield summoned by Shi Yan shattered at the slightest touch. Fortunately, Shen Yi was quick-witted and expanded the area of the iron wall in time to protect her. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured if not killed. Shen Yi unleashed his sword energy and chopped off several branches. This immediately angered the strange tree. Its trunk trembled violently, and countless thick branches condensed together to form a palm that covered the sky and the sun, and slapped towards Shen Yi fiercely. Shen Yi flashed and ran 100 meters away with Shi Yan. The palm slammed down on the ground, raising a huge cloud of dust and creating a deep crater in the ground. Everyone gasped. They didn't expect a plant to be so powerful. It was like a tree demon. Shen Yi felt the gust of wind coming towards him and was secretly surprised. My goodness, this force is equivalent to a full-strength attack from a 9th-level warrior. How on earth did this strange tree grow? How could it be so powerful? When the strange tree saw the 5 people running away, its branches shook slightly and ejected red fruits. Jiang Wutai and others did not dare to delay and burst out their true energy to block the fruit. The fruit exploded in the air, spraying out red gas. Some of the gas seeped in, and Jiang Wutai and others immediately felt dizzy and their hands and feet felt a little weak. Oh no, the fruit is poisonous. Jiang Wutai and the other 2 quickly mobilized their true energy to expel the poison, but Shen Yi remained expressionless. He is immune to all poisons, so this little bit of poison is nothing to him. His eyes flashed, and the sword energy in his body surged, like a rainbow breaking through the sun and slashing towards the strange tree. Wherever the sword light went, the air was split in 2, wood chips flew all over the tree trunk, and a deep sword mark appeared. The strange tree became even more angry, waving its branches to hit Shen Yi and shooting red fruits at him. The fruit exploded with red gas, enveloping Shen Yi in thick poisonous gas. Shen Yi didn't care about the poisonous gas. He dodged the attacks of branches while slashing at the strange tree. His figure was as fast as lightning, shuttling between the shadows of the trees. Every swing of his sword was accompanied by a roar, and he engaged in a fierce battle with the strange tree. The giant village tree was shaking continuously after being chopped, but its bark was extremely hard. Shen Yi tried to cut the tree trunk for a long time but failed. After Jiang Wutai and the other 2 had expelled the poison, they also rushed over to help. The 3 men took out their sharp weapons and chopped at the flying tree branches one by one. Since they couldn't cut the thick ones, they picked up the thin ones. The 3 of them worked together and cut down a lot of branches. Shi Yan also used her ice skill from a distance, freezing the waving branches of the monster tree one by one. Gradually, the branches on the strange tree became fewer and fewer, and there were few fruits left. In the end, all the branches of the strange tree were cut off, and it could only rely on its solid trunk and bark to withstand the attack. Shen Yi, along with Jiang Wutai and 3 others, began the arduous work of logging. After half an hour, a huge gap was cut in the middle of the strange tree, and finally it collapsed with a heavy punch from Shen Yi. After the strange tree fell to the ground, its trunk turned into black smoke and dissipated, leaving behind an object that looked like the heart of the wood. Shen Yi could feel the pure soul power in the heart of this piece of wood. He was delighted and put it in his pocket without hesitation. Shi Yan, Jiang Wutai, and the other two collapsed on the ground with sweat all over their heads. This strange tree was really difficult to kill and it consumed most of their strength. Seeing this, Shen Yi activated his martial arts and sprinkled the white light of the Fountain of Life on the four people. The energy of the Fountain of Life entered their bodies, and the four of them felt like they had been blessed with a blessing. Not only did their conditions fully recover, but they also showed signs of a subtle breakthrough. After Shen Yi's martial soul was promoted to level 5, the power of the Fountain of Life became much greater. Not only can it help people restore their physical strength, but it can also help them take a step further in their spiritual practice. Jiang Wutai and his three companions had fought a series of battles, and their cultivation had reached a bottleneck. Now, under the stimulation of the Fountain of Life, their cultivation began to loosen. They didn't even have time to rest and immediately started practicing on the spot. An hour later, the four of them broke through one after another. Wang Xian and Zhao Yi successively broke through from the middle stage of level 8 to the late stage of level 8. Jiang Wutai is stronger than the other two, and this time he directly broke through to the peak of level 8. Shi Yan also broke through from the early stage of the third level martial soul to the middle stage of the third level martial soul. Jiang Wutai and the other two were overjoyed and thanked Shen Yi repeatedly. Shi Yan also had a happy look on her face, and there was a strange feeling in her eyes when she looked at Shen Yi. Shen Yi was also very happy. This was the first time he discovered that his Fountain of Life could also help people to practice. If he surrounded the people around him under the halo formed by the Fountain of Life to practice, would they make faster progress? After killing the strange tree, the 5 people continued on their journey. Shortly after they left, a mysterious humanoid creature emerged from the depths of the forest. It has a slender body, long silver hair, and its eyes sparkle with a faint blue light. When he saw the big hole left after the strange tree disappeared, he couldn't help but get angry. Who is it? Who cut down the sea vine tree I planted? I will kill you. After walking for half an hour, Shen Yi and his 4 companions encountered a group of black bugs with extremely strong attack power. These little bugs are black all over, with hard poisonous needles on their tails that flash with a faint luster. There were so many small insects that they swarmed towards the 5 people. Jiang Wutai and the other 2 stepped forward to stop them, but unexpectedly these little bugs would explode on their own. Their poisonous needles could not penetrate the 3 people's protective true qi and immediately exploded on the spot. Hundreds of small insects exploded at the same time with extraordinary power. Even though the 3 of them had strong qi, they were blown back repeatedly. Seeing this, Shen Yi swept his powerful sword energy and chopped hundreds of small insects into pieces. Shen Yi's sword light was extremely fast, and these little bugs were wiped out before they could activate their self-destruct skills. Jiang Wutai and the other 2 followed suit and quickly cleared out the insects in the area. After passing through the sea of insects, they finally reached the edge of the forest. In front of the forest, a cave with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers, like a huge mouth of the abyss, lies quietly on the vast land. This cave looks like a deep scar left on the Earth's crust after billions of years of violent turbulence, and it also looks like a mysterious mark inadvertently left behind by ancient gods. In the slanting afterglow of the setting sun, light and shadow intertwined at the edge of the cave, outlining layered contours. This massive structure appeared deep and unfathomable. Inside the cave, the light gradually dimmed until it became bottomless, creating a dark space that was both mysterious and slightly terrifying. As they were about to reach their destination, Shi Yan and the other 3 felt a little nervous. Just outside the cave, we encountered powerful monsters such as strange snakes, predators, and strange trees. Inside the cave, no one knows what kind of horrors and dangers are hidden. Chapter 129, The Invasion of the World, the Bull Demon Clan being beaten up. Shi Yan prayed silently in her heart, hoping to find the queen beast or the mother beast as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we encounter a monster like the Destroyer, it will be difficult to resist even if everyone works together. From the forest to the cave, there is an endless plain in the middle, and there are traces of burns on the ground. After the cave appeared, the human army carried out multiple rounds of bombing here. Although it caused huge casualties to the army of ferocious beasts, it still failed to stop them. Especially in the center of the cave, the nuclear bomb disappeared without a trace after it was dropped, as if it was swallowed up by an invisible force without causing any waves. Humans could only attack the edge of the cave, but before long, more ferocious beasts rushed out of the cave. Later, flying beasts appeared, humanity's air force was destroyed, and the missile strike failed. Shen Yi and his 4 companions moved quickly across the plain while paying attention to the movements around them. Not long after, they were discovered by a ferocious flying beast circling in the sky. Dozens of flying beasts, their eyes flashing scarlet light, swooped down with fierce roars. Shen Yi swung his sword and cut down the flying beast in the front. Shi Yan and the other 3 attacked at the same time, knocking down the flying beasts one by one. They fought as they walked, and gradually reached the edge of the cave. The cave was dark and deep, shrouded in shadows and thick fog, emitting a cold and damp atmosphere. The soil on the ground was covered with claw marks, and traces of ferocious beasts crawling out could be vaguely seen. The 5 of them looked at each other and walked into the cave together. The moment they stepped into the cave, the 5 people felt their breathing became much faster. The air pressure here was abnormal, significantly higher than that outside. The oxygen content was significantly reduced, and the unknown gas components increased. If an ordinary person came here, he would fall down after walking 2 steps. The 5 of them were all strong humans with strong physical fitness. They quickly adapted to the abnormal atmosphere and continued to explore forward. The cave extends downward on a slope, and due to the fog, visibility is less than 100 meters. Shen Yi sensed it and found no poison in the fog, so he took the lead and walked in. The 4 of them felt slightly relieved and followed behind him. After walking for about 10 minutes, the fog surrounding them gradually dissipated, and countless gray boulders appeared before everyone's eyes. These huge rocks are strangely shaped and stand irregularly on the ground. If you look down from the air, you will find that these huge rocks form many strange shapes, like a huge star array, distributed one after another around the cave. Shen Yi was about to get closer to observe when he suddenly saw one of the huge rocks emitting a dazzling light, and then the surrounding stones also glowed, forming a ring of light. Shen Yi subconsciously stepped back and hid aside with Shi Yan and the other 3. A circular halo flashed, and dozens of ferocious-looking aliens appeared in the stone formation. These aliens are about 3 meters tall, with 2 sharp horns on their heads, and look like the minotaurs described in fantasy novels. The minotaurs crowded together and made a lot of noise. "Get out quickly, get out quickly. If you don't get out now, I'm going to suffocate to death in there." The minotaur at the front was pushed out of the aperture and looked around curiously. Is this the newly discovered alien world? Great, there must be a lot of good things here. Idiot, this is just the exit. We haven't really entered the other world yet. The minotaur who came out later seemed to be smarter and despised the ignorance of his companions. The minotaurs came out one after another, each one extremely excited. I heard this is a low-level martial arts world. With our strength, we can definitely grab a lot of good things. How do you know this is a low-level martial arts world? That's what Master Pathfinder said. Soon, 50 minotaurs stood neatly outside the circle of light. They looked at each other and asked, "Is everyone here? It seems there's still one missing. Who is it?" "It's the Grand Commander." "The Grand Commander hasn't come out yet." Just as the halo of light from the stone formation was about to disappear, a foreigner who was much taller than the other minotaurs walked out slowly. Unlike other minotaurs, the tips of this minotaur's horns are silver, showing its unique identity. "Commander-in-Chief, you're out." The minotaurs stood upright in welcome. The minotaur leader glanced around and said majestically, "We are the first group of the Bull Demon clan to arrive in this other world. We must set a good example for the brothers who come after us." A group of minotaurs asked, "Boss, how should we set an example? This is an undeveloped low-level martial arts world with many good things. Parasitic beasts have already entered this world. We must get ahead of them and grab as many resources as possible." The minotaur then asked, "Boss, what are we going to rob?" "Heavenly materials and earthly treasures, rare minerals, grab whatever you can find." "Understood, boss, let's go now." The minotaurs cheered excitedly. As the minotaurs were preparing to depart, a dull-witted minotaur was still staring at the spot where the halo had disappeared. "Where are the 2nd commander, the 3rd commander, and the 10th commander? Why haven't they come out yet?" His companions scolded him, "Idiot! There's more than one cave. They must have left from somewhere else." "So that's how it is?" The dull-witted minotaur suddenly understood. At this moment, the minotaur leader suddenly stopped and sniffed the air. "What's that smell? It's so bad?" Upon hearing this, the minotaurs all began to sniff. "I smell it, too. It smells like someone." The dull-witted minotaur panicked, "It's not me, I took a bath 3 months ago." The minotaur leader kicked it away and looked behind the boulder. "Who's there? Come out." Shen Yi knew he could no longer hide, so he could only stride out. The Minotaur leader was stunned when he saw the 5 humans. Humans? How could humans get here? Shen Yi didn't understand what it was saying, but judging from its tone, it must be very surprised that he and his group appeared in the cave. When the Minotaur people discovered Shen Yi and his 4 companions, they became agitated. It was the first time they saw humans from another world, and they were both surprised and excited. So this is a creature from another world. It's really very weak. Their meat looks very tender and must taste good. The Minotaurs looked at Shen Yi and the other 4 with greedy expressions. Seeing his men ready to make a move, the Minotaur leader shouted, "Catch them!" He has to capture them alive first, then suck their brain fluid to obtain information about this world. The 5 Minotaurs pounced on Shen Yi and others without hesitation, but before they got close, they heard a few bangs. One of them was pierced through the body by the sword energy and fell to the ground dead. 3 of them were knocked away by the true qi, their tendons and bones broken. Only the Minotaur that pounced on Yuan was still intact. His body had turned into an ice sculpture, and he stood on the ground like a wooden chicken. The Minotaur leader was shocked. The Minotaurs he brought with him were all elites of the tribe, and each had the strength of a 3rd-level ferocious beast. Unexpectedly, when he encountered these 5 humans, he was killed in one move. He was puzzled. Isn't this a low-level martial arts world? How could 5 random people have such power? The Minotaurs were also stunned. They were so murderous just now, but suddenly became silent. When the Minotaur leader was wondering whether to take action himself, Shen Yi had already taken action. With a flash of swordlight, the Minotaur in the front row was cut in half. Bright red blood spurted out, scaring the remaining survivors so much that they turned and ran away. Shen Yi used his forbidden magic, and the remaining Minotaurs stood still, unable to move their hands and feet. The Minotaur leader was shocked and angry. He roared and swung his stick at Shen Yi fiercely. The weapon of the Minotaur leader was a club made of neither gold nor iron, with spikes on it and covered in dried blood. Shen Yi slapped back his hand and knocked the Minotaur leader and his men and stick away. The Minotaur leader slammed heavily into a huge rock, blood spurting out of his mouth, his eyes full of horror. It came into this world with great ambitions, but it didn't expect that the first human it met would beat it to a pulp. Chapter 130: The Gorgeous Humanoid Beast. Shen Yi used Mindstorm to begin interrogating the other party about the secret of the stone formation and the location of the mother beast. Although he and the other party did not speak the same language, Mindstorm could reach their hearts through their will. From the Minotaur leader, we learned that they came from another vast world, a world with many races and countless strong people, far superior to the world where Shen Yi was. The stone formation is a transmission channel that can transfer a large number of alien races to this world. As for the location of the Queen of Beasts, the Minotaur leader was not clear either. He just followed the orders of the Bull King and led his men to expand the new world. After Shen Yi found out the truth, he killed the Minotaur leader with one sword. The Minotaur leader died with his bull eyes glaring, leaving behind a black crystal core. As for the other Minotaurs, Shen Yi swept them away with one sword and sent them all back to their hometown. Shen Yi, what should we do now? Yuan looked at the countless huge rocks standing in front of her and lost her direction for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, "We can only search as we go. The Minotaur came out of these huge rocks, and the ferocious beast should have come out the same way. Maybe we can find the mother beast near one of the stone formations." The 5 people were about to set off when a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. Everyone was slightly surprised to find that it was actually a human woman. Shen Yi looked at the other person and felt that the woman's aura was inexplicably familiar. The woman said, "My name is Zhou Ting, and I'm here to help you." Zhou Ting? Shen Yi's eyes moved, and he recalled an experience he had at school. The other party is a school teacher whose body was recently taken over by the Queen of Parasites. He once wanted to kill the parasitic beast queen, but unexpectedly she had already escaped. But Shen Yi was a little confused. Since the other party had already turned into the Queen of Parasites, why would she come to help him? Seeing Shen Yi's puzzled expression, Zhou Ting hurriedly explained, "My will has not died. I have been fighting with the parasitic beast queen for control of my body. Sometimes I have the upper hand, sometimes she does. Right now, I have the initiative temporarily, but she will wake up soon." Shen Yi asked, "Do you know what we are doing here?" Zhou Ting nodded, "I know you are looking for the female beast, I know where she is." Yuan was overjoyed when she heard this. "Can you really help us find the female beast?" Jiang Wutai was very alert. He didn't know Zhou Ting's identity or origin. He only knew that it was too strange for a human woman to appear alone in the cave. Come with me quickly. If the parasite queen wakes up, I won't be able to take you there. Zhou Ting was very anxious when she saw that Jiang Wutai didn't trust her. Shen Yi briefly described Zhou Ting's situation and then said, since we can't find the female beast, we can give it a try. Seeing that Shen Yi and Shi Yan agreed, Jiang Wutai and the other two had no choice but to agree. Zhou Ting immediately led the way. Her wool was intertwined with that of the parasitic beast queen, and she learned a lot and was very familiar with the terrain here. Not long after, she led everyone out of the rocky terrain. Walking out of Stonehenge, you will see a rock wall over 10,000 meters high, densely packed with caves of various sizes. These caves are deep and dark, intertwined with each other, as complicated as an ant nest. Zhou Ting stopped and looked up at the caves. If we go through these caves, we can find the hiding place of the mother beast. She flew up and jumped into one of the caves about 10 meters high. The others followed and walked into the cave. The interior of the cave is long and narrow, dark and damp, and the light is extremely dim. When passing through one of the passages, everyone saw black ferocious beasts lurking at the bottom of the cave. They were so densely packed that they looked like countless locusts. They seemed to be sleeping there, unaware of the movements around them. Zhou Ting said cautiously, these are ferocious beasts that have just hatched. Don't alarm them. Go around them. The 5 people held their breath and walked for a long time under Zhou Ting's guidance, and finally saw a little light. Zhou Ting looked at the place where the light was and said, we're almost there, just ahead. Everyone walked out of the cave quickly, and felt their eyes brighten. The front suddenly became clear, as if they had stepped into another world. Below the cave is a picturesque canyon with blooming flowers, swaying lush trees, and the melodious sound of gurgling streams. It does not look like a dark and depressing lair of a mother beast, but rather like an excellent tourist attraction. Zhou Ting said seriously, the female beast is hiding inside, everyone follow me. Everyone subconsciously became alert and followed Zhou Ting into the canyon. When he reached the entrance of the canyon, Shen Yi saw the tall boulders standing outside, the layout of which was exactly the same as the grey Stonehenge outside. Entering the canyon, you will see clusters of flowers and bursts of fragrance, making you feel like you are in a paradise. Shi Yan couldn't wait to ask, where is the female beast hiding? Zhou Ting pointed with her finger, it's right there. Everyone looked in the direction she pointed, and saw a charming and mature woman lying on a stone bed interwoven with flowers and green vines. The woman's lips were like roses, her skin was white as snow, she was incredibly beautiful, and her figure was indescribably good. Even an old man with great concentration like Jiang Wutai couldn't help but take a second look. The woman seemed to be sleeping, her tall white breasts rising and falling slightly, making people jealous and their hearts beat fast. Shi Yan was surprised and asked, why is it a human woman? Zhou Ting said, I don't know about that. I only know that this woman is a beast. Shen Yi guessed, perhaps it has taken over the human body like the queen of parasites? Wang Xian said, no matter if she is a female beast or not, we should capture her first and collect her cells. Jiang Wutai felt that everything was going too smoothly and frowned, if she is a female beast, why doesn't she have a guard around her? Because she let you in on purpose. A voice suddenly came out from Zhou Ting's body. The voice was the same as Zhou Ting's, but the tone was completely different. Zhou Ting was startled, parasitic beast queen, are you awake? The parasitic beast queen said coldly, I wasn't asleep at all. I didn't speak because I was waiting for you to lure them here. Zhou Ting was horrified, did you do this on purpose? Certainly. The parasitic beast queen sneered, I knew you would help these humans, so I deliberately revealed the news about the mother beast to you. You are as stupid as I thought, and you brought them to the mother beast's lair. The parasitic beast queen said grimly, I originally planned to use the mother beast to kill you, but I didn't expect her to take the initiative to let you in. It seems she has other intentions. Zhou Ting didn't quite believe it, the mother beast has been sleeping the whole time, how did she know I brought people here? The parasitic beast queen said, her body is dormant, but her consciousness is awake. After producing a large number of embryos, her mother needs to rest for a while, so she remains dormant. Her body is dormant, but it doesn't mean she is unaware of what is happening around her. Shen Yi said calmly, what do you mean when you said the mother beast let us in on purpose? The parasitic beast queen said calmly, as you can see, the mother beast wasn't originally in this form. However, in order to breed superior troops, she changes into different forms based on the geographical environment. Whether it's a ferocious beast, a pathfinder, a hunter, or a predator, they're all hatched by her by combining different genes. So, she's not only the queen of the ferocious beasts, but also the mother of all mutant creatures. The parasitic beast glanced at Shen Yi with a hint of meaning. Even as powerful as the destroyer, it was born from the combination of her and a powerful creature. She let you in, obviously because she is interested in the genes of one of them. Everyone gasped. It seemed that the female beast was not an ordinary breeding tool, but was far more mysterious and terrifying than they had imagined.